Chapter 1, The Enigmatic Kiss, kicking off with an SSS-level anomaly. Year 32 of the Cold Winter Era. The anomalous world descended, and Dragon Country had lost 30 times in a row, with only 2 victories, both narrow and tragic. The endless cold winter devoured 3/4 of the land, and the shadow of a fallen nation pressed down on every Dragon Country citizen's heart like a leaden cloud. If they lose again, the entire Dragon Country will be covered by the cold winter, and at that point, the anomalous creatures will fully descend upon Dragon Country, enslaving the entire nation. At this moment, in the official live stream of Dragon Country, the atmosphere was terrifyingly silent. The 33rd one, does Dragon Country still have hope? Don't think about it. The previous 32 chosen ones, all were elite, handpicked from millions. And what happened? The difficulty of the instance is constantly rising. This time, it's directly an SSS-level instance, no chance to survive. Amidst these desperate wails, a pillar of light tore through the dim sky, precisely piercing through the roof of Dorm 604 at South River University. Inside the pillar of light, a young man wearing headphones stared intensely at his computer screen, the sound of his mouse and keyboard clicking rapidly like a downpour. Push. Push. One more wave. My pentakill. Chu He let out an excited low growl. In the next second, the light exploded in brightness. He, along with his chair, was instantly wiped out from the real world. Chilly. Damp. Chu He shivered, the biting cold instantly waking him up. What lay before him was no longer the familiar dormitory, but a Gothic university shrouded under a dark sky. The sky was an eerie shade of grey-purple, with neither sun nor moon. Each building's spire seemed like a black fang piercing the sky, with decaying vines strangling the teaching buildings like giant snakes, the air filled with a mix of rust, dust, and rotting matter, making people feel nauseous. He was standing on a cracked sports field. Around him stood 191 foreigners, each with different expressions. Some had their faces full of vigilance, muscles tensed, others, like him, had faces filled with confusion and terror. A cold, emotionless notification sound exploded in their ears. Dear Chosen Ones, welcome to the SSS-level instance, Horror University. Please strictly follow the school rules, or you will be erased. Chu He's face drained of color in an instant. As a citizen of Dragon Country, he naturally knew what this meant. He never expected that he, of all people, would be chosen. This didn't make sense. He was just an ordinary university student. Aside from his face and the endurance for staying up late playing games, what else did he have? At the same time, the official live streams from 192 countries around the world lit up. Look! The chosen one from Eagle Sauce Country is a former Navy SEAL Devil instructor, his muscles nearly bursting out of the screen. The chosen one from Sakura Country is even more impressive, the modern sword saint. That sword is definitely a legendary weapon. The participant from Bear Country, why is he carrying a bundle of dynamite? The screen shifted to the Dragon Country livestream, and all the viewers around the world fell silent. On the screen, Chu He was dressed in the most ordinary t-shirt and jeans, his face even still carrying the confusion of just being pulled out of a game. Compared to the fully armed, bloodthirsty elites from other countries, he appeared completely out of place. Like a husky thrown into a pack of wolves. Hilarious, how could the anomalous world send a fragile university student from Dragon Country to his death? This guy's so soft, I wonder how long he'll last. I bet a pack of spicy strips he won't survive the first school rule. In the Dragon Country livestream, the bullet comments were sparse, filled only with helpless self-mockery and overwhelming despair. Well, at least our contestant is handsome. Yeah, at least he'll die with some dignity. At this moment, in the central square of the campus, a figure appeared without warning. It was a girl in a pristine white school uniform, about 165 centimeters tall. Her long black hair, soft and smooth, hung straight down to her waist. Her face was so exquisite, it looked like the perfect creation of a god. Yet there was not a trace of warmth belonging to the living. Especially those eyes. Empty, dead, like an abyss that could swallow all light. She just stood there, and a wave of horror that made even souls tremble swept through the whole place. The next moment, a shrill alarm screamed madly in the minds of all players. Warning! Encountered SSS-level horror, campus belle xiao. Erasure rule triggered, forbidden to make eye contact for more than 3 seconds. Violators will be erased. Before the alarm faded, 5 players in the square froze instantly. Among them was Chu He, who had just lifted his head and hadn't had time to look away. A crushing terror fell from the sky, pinning him firmly to the ground. His blood seemed to freeze, even his fingertips couldn't move. All because they had looked 1 second longer into the eyes of that eerie campus belle. The shadow of death had never been so clear. The global livestream exploded in an instant. Holy shit! A bombshell start. An SSS-level horror right off the bat. Among those 5 unlucky ones, is there a Dragon Nation player? Ha ha ha. I said he wouldn't last 3 minutes. Looks like even 3 seconds was generous. Dragon Nation's chosen one dead. 'Cause of death, looked at you one more time in the crowd. Inside the Dragon Nation livestream, the host's eyes widened, lips trembling, unable to say a word. It's over. The start was already the end. This was the fastest, most suffocating, and most humiliating failure in the history of Dragon Nation's dungeons. On the playground, the eerie campus belle moved. She walked with calm, steady steps toward the nearest player. She didn't make any unnecessary movements. Only her dead eyes slowly swept across the player's neck. PSHHT. A fine line of blood appeared out of nowhere, and the player's head rolled off while his body remained standing. The second one. His body turned to ash instantly, blown away by the cold wind. The third, the fourth. The footsteps of death came closer and closer to Chu He. Finally, she stopped in front of him. The distance between them was less than 3 meters. Those dead eyes locked tightly onto Chu He's face. Chu He could feel the bone-chilling cold coming from her body, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, his breath stopped completely. At the very last half-second before the erasing power fell upon him. Ding! A clear, heavenly chime echoed deep inside his mind. Congratulations, host, for awakening SSS-level talent, Kiss of the Enchanting Horror. Kiss of the Enchanting Horror, actively pout your lips. Any horror within 3 meters will be forced to kiss the host, cannot dodge, cannot resist. Effect, kissing a female horror forms a deep bond and grants her core ability. A flood of information flashed through Chu He's mind. His brain had never been so clear. He gambled. Survival was instinct. And now, pouting was his only way to live. Under the shocked gazes of the whole world. Under the hopeless eyes of his compatriots from Dragon Nation. Facing that cold and deadly yet breathtakingly beautiful face that was about to take his life, Chu He closed his eyes with all his strength. He leaned forward and puckered his lips. For a moment, even the wind stopped. Those deathly eyes that should have devoured all suddenly froze for a tiny instant. Chapter 2. After the first kiss, she announced, "You are mine." Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that moment, every frame slowed to the extreme. In the global livestream, billions of eyes were bulging out of their sockets. They stared hard at the young man from Dragon Nation on the screen. Silence. A silence that covered the whole world. The next second, every livestream exploded like a nuclear bomb. He's crazy. This Dragon Nation guy has completely lost his mind. Fuck. What is this? Performance art before death? Is he trying to humiliate an SSS-level horror like this? A new way to commit suicide? Before dying, you must tease the executioner who is about to kill you? In the Eagle Sauce Country livestream, the host's face twitched uncontrollably, eventually turning into a pathological manic laugh as he held his stomach, tears streaming down from laughter. Oh my god. I must take back everything I said about him. He's not a pet dog, he's a genius. The ultimate clown who uses his life to entertain us all. Let's give him the loudest applause. Meanwhile, in the Long Country livestream, the last few comments completely disappeared. Everyone silently closed their eyes, or simply turned their gaze away. They couldn't bear to watch anymore, nor could they bring themselves to look. Such humiliation and tragic heroism. However, 1 second passed. The bloody image of the young head soaring into the sky, which they had anticipated, did not appear. 2 seconds passed. The scene where the body was to turn into ashes and scatter with the wind, still did not appear. All the viewers from Long Country who had closed their eyes noticed this strange silence. They trembled, slowly opening their eyes. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. In the center of the playground. The school beauty, Summer Yao, who was about to take Chu He's life with her deathly steps, froze within 3 meters of Chu He. For the first time, there was emotion on her flawless face. Shock. Confusion. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes, dead and hollow as if devouring all light, staring motionlessly at Chu He's pouted lips. Like a child seeing a new, strange toy for the first time, blank, yet full of confusion. Then, in front of 192 countries and billions of people around the world, something even more bizarre happened. Summer Yao's cherry-red lips, which had been tightly pressed together, pale and cold, uncontrollably began to curl up slightly. Her movement was so awkward, like a marionette trying to imitate a human. The next moment. No time for anyone to think. A force, irresistible and domineering, suddenly pushed their bodies toward each other. Chu He only felt a powerful force coming from behind, his body uncontrollably rushing forward, and the beautiful face in his vision rapidly enlarging. Puck. A light sound, clearly transmitted through the live broadcast equipment, echoed to every corner of the world. Cold, soft, with a hint of strawberry sweetness. This was Chu He's only thought. The sensation didn't feel like human lips, but rather like a popsicle, cold to the bone. Chu He's lips. And the SSS-level school beauty, Summer Yao's eerie lips. perfectly pressed together. The world went silent. Time stopped. Space froze. All the live stream comments instantly vanished, leaving everything clean and empty. All those who were laughing, commenting, sighing, or despairing, all fell silent. Their mouths unconsciously dropped open, their eyes wide like bronze bells, their minds blank, completely shut down. The screen seemed to freeze. But the true storm had only just begun to brew. There, the terrifying existence known as the embodiment of rules, the walking death sentence. That Summer Yao, who could erase life from the conceptual level with just a 3-second stare. On her jade-like, cold and smooth face, a captivating, soul-stirring flush suddenly erupted. The red spread rapidly from her cheek, visibly expanding, covering her delicate earlobe. Then, it spread to her long, white, swan-like neck. It was as if the top artist had used a stroke of vermilion to breathe life and warmth into this perfect ice sculpture. This kiss seemed to unlock a long-sealed switch deep within her soul. Her eyes, which once devoured all light, now trembled violently. The long eyelashes, like the wings of a frightened butterfly, stirred a tiny storm. The abyss-like emptiness, under this kiss, was completely shattered. Deep in her eyes, a faint light of confusion first appeared, quickly replaced by an incomprehensible bewilderment, followed by the light flickering violently, as if processing a massive amount of information. In the end, all the light was completely drowned by a shyness so intense that it could melt even her own self. After the extreme shyness, a more primitive, more instinctive possessiveness began to sprout. Her lips parted. Chu He felt a soft, cool sensation leave, with a faint, almost imperceptible cold fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. Xia Yao, as if shocked by electricity, suddenly took half a step back. She deeply lowered her head, her black, smooth long hair cascading down like a waterfall, covering most of her burning cheeks, hiding the expression on her face at that moment. But everyone could clearly see. Her two small hands, tightly gripping the hem of her school uniform skirt, were shaking violently. This tiny movement completely exposed the tumultuous, tsunami-like turmoil in her heart. On the playground, the other players, who had narrowly escaped death, dared not even breathe, the silence so thick you could hear a pin drop. What? What is this situation? Cheating. He must have cheated. Where are the rules? The no eye contact for more than 3 seconds rule? Why didn't he die? Are we facing the same SSS level anomaly? Why did he break the rules and not only survive, but kiss her? As the crowd was filled with doubt and confusion, Xia Yao slowly raised her head. Her eyes, still holding onto the breathtaking crimson, still filled with deep embarrassment, coldly swept across the crowd. Where her gaze landed, all the players froze in fear, quickly lowering their heads, terrified of becoming the first sacrifice to her emotional turmoil. Until the situation was cleared, no one dared to gamble with their life. Finally, Xia Yao's gaze returned to Chu He. The shyness in her eyes rapidly faded, replaced by an unprecedented burning heat, dominance, and an overwhelming, unbreakable possessiveness. She parted her cherry lips. A hoarse, hesitant voice rang out in everyone's ears, deep into their souls. It seemed she hadn't spoken in a long, long time, stumbling as she tried to speak. You are mine. Chapter 3. No, this school beauty is a bit too clingy, isn't she? The global live stream exploded. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Did I just see what I think I saw? An SSS level anomaly blushed? What is this nonsense? The school beauty anomaly just said you're mine. Does this mean she fell in love after a kiss? Love came too quickly, like a tornado. Upstairs, the lyrics are still too conservative. This speed is miles ahead of a tornado. This isn't about courage. This is not the same species at all. What kind of demon is this Dragon Kingdom chosen one? My worldview, my life, all shattered. So the ultimate weapon against anomalies is a kiss? Quick! Who has the address of a beautiful female anomaly? I'm going right now. I'll bring my 8-pack abs in my mouth. The host from another country, who had been laughing at the Dragon Kingdom's joke, had their smile frozen in place, mouth open wide enough to fit a fist, eyes filled with shock and absurdity, almost spilling out of the screen. And in the Dragon Kingdom, at the highest command center, the atmosphere could not be described with words. It was an experience of being pulled from the endless abyss to the peak of the heavens in an instant. General Wang, with white hair, carrying the fate of the entire country on his shoulders, long since having put life and death aside, after hearing the words "you are mine." His body, as solid as a rock, suddenly shot up from his chair. It startled the senior staff behind him. The old man's eyes, bloodshot from countless sleepless nights, were fixed tightly, as staring intensely at the young man on the screen, who was still somewhat confused. His cracked lips trembled violently. His entire weathered face, due to extreme excitement, turned bright red, veins bulging. He wasn't looking at a contestant. He was looking at a beam of light that had torn through 30 years of endless, bitter cold nights in Dragon Country, the only light. Good. Good kid. At the same time, in the eye of the storm, Chu He finally began to slowly regain his senses after that world-shaking, shocking kiss. An indescribable strange force, cold and vast, like a river of stars breaking its banks, suddenly surged into his eyes from where their lips met, instantly sweeping through his limbs and bones. He felt his vision being redefined, every cell cheering with joy under the nourishment of this power. A system prompt sounded in his mind. Kiss successful. Target is SSS level anomaly, first kiss, impact judgment is max. Initial intimacy plus 20 of current intimacy, familiar. Intimacy level, stranger familiar dependent obsessive deep love only 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level anomaly Xia Yao exclusive ability Eye of Extinction. Eye of Extinction, primary by making eye contact with the target, it can impose mental deterrence and temporary paralysis on SSS level or lower anomalies. It can easily eliminate anomalies below S level. Note, the strength of this ability is directly linked to the intimacy with Xia Yao. The higher the intimacy, the stronger the ability, and the higher the level of target that can be affected. Skill usage, mental imagination. Chu He was shaken to the core after hearing the system broadcast. Eye of Extinction. This was not some flashy auxiliary ability, but a lethal technique directly tied to the anomaly's level. In the anomaly world, levels were strictly hierarchical, from the lowest D level to the SSS level capable of twisting reality and creating its own domain. Each level was a vast chasm. An A level was nearly the extreme limit of what humans could fight. As for SSS level, that was a moving natural disaster. To some extent, it could be the very rule itself. S-level and above anomalies could set rules, while lesser anomalies had to obey the rules of the greater ones. After so many years, no one knew whether there existed anomalies beyond SSS level. But without a doubt, they existed, because even SSS level anomalies couldn't kill people without reason. Just by this, one could deduce their existence, though they had yet to appear. Now, he could actually use just one gaze to deter SSS level or lower anomalies, even directly annihilate S-level ones? This ability was unreasonably strong. Just as his mind was in turmoil, a cold yet slightly sweet fragrance, like that of a young girl, once again drew near. Xia Yao, who had just taken a half step back, actually took the initiative to move forward, almost hanging onto him. The distance was too close. So close that Chu He could clearly see the fine fuzz on her blushing cheek and the long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. In her gaze, an unshakable shyness and confusion intertwined with a new, wild, unreasonable possessiveness, crazily interweaving. She looked, both pure and dangerously intense. In the global live stream, everyone was stunned. Wait, did she just get this close? Are anomalies this proactive? The Eagle Country contestant is still thinking about how to pass the first stage, and the Dragon Country contestant is already starting a love story? Is this even reasonable? Why do I feel like the atmosphere suddenly changed? Is this still a survival game? At the Dragon Country Command Center, General Wang had just sat down and almost stood up upon seeing this scene. The young officer next to him couldn't help but murmur, "General, could this be good news?" General Wang twitched his mouth, his expression complex, and after a long pause, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence, "Good, very good. It's just, a little too good." In General Wang's view, SSS-level anomalies were too dangerous, and being too close to them could result in being wiped out in an instant. The worry was, what if they got bored after the honeymoon phase of love? On the playground, under the gaze of billions of eyes, Xia Yao slowly raised her hand. That hand could easily tear apart space. The pale fingertips that erased life, now trembling with unfamiliar and clumsy shivers, gently touched Chu He's cheek. Cold and bone-chilling. Chu He shuddered all over but dared not move at all. He knew very well that right now, he was stuck with a walking nuclear bomb, one with its own self-awareness and strong possessiveness. And he was also amazed at the power of the bewitching kiss, which far exceeded his expectations. He just didn't know if this thing would have any effect on male weirdness. Chu He quickly shook off this terrifying thought and dared not think any further. Just as all the players were helplessly caught in this strange dog food situation, the cold, piercing system prompt rang again through the campus, interrupting the delicate atmosphere. All chosen ones, please note, the Dungeon Horror University has officially begun. Please strictly follow the following school rules. School Rule 1, all students must choose a dormitory within 1 hour. After the countdown ends, those who have not chosen will be erased. School Rule 2, dormitories are strictly divided by gender. Males must enter the male dormitory, females the female dormitory. Those who enter the opposite gender's dormitory will be erased. School Rule 3, each dormitory door has a welcome test. After confirming the choice, press the red button to start immediately. The time limit is 2 hours. Those who fail the test will be erased. The 3 school rules were like 3 death warrants, sending a chill down the spines of the players who had just relaxed. Move. Hurry up. Go to the dormitory building. Damn it, there's still a test. The crowd instantly erupted, everyone scattering like headless flies, rushing in panic toward the two distant dormitory buildings. However, Chu He couldn't move a step. He lowered his head and looked at Xia Yao, who was tightly gripping his clothes and even holding onto his arm, as if afraid he would run away. Then he raised his head and looked at the distant building marked male dormitory, which was now being flooded with male players. Chu He's face turned green. This was way too clingy. He tried to speak cautiously, with a negotiating tone, Xia classmate? You see, the school rules say I need to go to the male dormitory. How about, you let go first? But as soon as Xia Yao heard the word let go, an icy chill suddenly rushed over her. She tightened her hold on Chu He's arm. You're coming with me. Chapter 4, Eagle Sauce Soldier King Provocation? One look from me and he'll be instantly scared. As the crowd dispersed, the live stream scenes from different countries suddenly switched to show their respective chosen ones moving. The global audience's view was forcibly split apart. Because each country's livestream could only see their own selected players' rooms. But the playground was not empty. There were still a dozen or so sharp-minded people staying in place. Their eyes were all fixed on Chu He and the SSS class Eerie girl beside him. Among them was Jackson, the former devilish instructor of the Navy SEALs from Eagle Sauce Country. An hour to choose a dormitory was more than enough. In his eyes, figuring out what kind of abnormality had happened to this Dragon Country kid was far more important than rushing to choose an unknown dormitory. This could be the hidden shortcut to clearing the dungeon. Because the tests at the dormitory doors must be random. For the past 30 years, the iron rules of the Eerie dungeon had never been shaken by anyone. But today, Chu He, this ordinary college student they considered cannon fodder, had broken the Eerie rules with his first move. No, to be precise, he broke the rules with his mouth, still the SSS-level Eerie rules. Jackson from Eagle Sauce Country licked his dry lips, his eyes full of scrutiny and greed. He took a step forward, walking toward Chu He with a smile he considered friendly. Friend, perhaps we can talk. Before he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. Xia Yao, who had been obediently hugging Chu He's arm, her eyes once shy and misty, suddenly. In an instant, it turned into a pitch-black abyss that devoured everything. Without any warning, a terrifying pressure so cold it could freeze the soul, like an invisible mountain, slammed down on Jackson. Jackson's face changed drastically, his instincts, honed from years of living on the edge of life and death, made his scalp tingle, and he instinctively averted his gaze. Chu He's heart stirred. Just right, a perfect chance to test the newly acquired ability. He also raised his eyes and met Jackson's gaze, his thoughts slightly moved, and the basic level of Eye of Oblivion was ruthlessly activated. Chu He didn't think of any complex attack, in his mind was only one simple and malicious thought: I want this guy to taste the fear of his soul being pierced by needles. If Summer Yao's pressure was like absolute zero from the deep space of the universe, cold and vast, making one feel small and powerless, then Chu He's gaze was like a red-hot steel needle, precise, vicious, and mercilessly piercing through Jackson's layers of mental defenses, reaching the deepest fears of his soul. The effect of the Eye of Oblivion depends entirely on the user's imagination. There's no exaggeration in saying that Chu He could emit a laser that could instantly kill Jackson, but he wasn't planning to kill him. Under the double blow, Jackson's prideful willpower instantly collapsed. His body froze as if struck, his pupils contracting violently. He stopped in horror, even retreating half a step involuntarily due to fear, not daring to move forward even an inch. This scene caused all the elite observers from various countries around them, including the Invincible Eagle Country Soldier King, to collectively suck in a cold breath, as if their hearts had been grabbed by an invisible hand. And in the live broadcasts of the dozens of countries present, the screen was instantly flooded with a tsunami-like barrage of comments. Eagle Country live broadcast. What did I just see? Jackson, he's afraid? He's actually afraid of the gaze of a student from the Dragon Country? No. This is impossible. Jackson is a war machine who crawled out of countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His will is as strong as steel. That Dragon Country kid must have used some weird ability we don't know about. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. That Dragon Country kid seems to have some bizarre power too. He's polluted the rules. We must report him to the system. American live broadcast. Fuck. What's Jackson doing? Come on. He's just a yellow-skinned monkey, what's there to fear? Tear him apart. Something's wrong, didn't you see? Jackson's body is shaking. That girl's pressure is domain-based, but that man's gaze, it's like a knife, directly stabbing into Jackson's brain. Damn, this wasn't in the intel. Cherry Blossom Country live broadcast. Two entirely different, but equally terrifying pressures. That girl is the embodiment of rules, cold and vast, like a natural disaster. But that man, his gaze has the power to directly attack the mind. This doesn't make sense. How could he master such bizarre abilities in such a short time? Baka. What's going on? That Dragon Country guy called Chu He has superpowers. This is no longer the scope of a regular chosen one. Kimchi Country live broadcast. Shit. Cheating. Shameless Dragon Country, how could you make an SSS level freak back down? This must be an illusion. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. That Jackson is the trump card of Eagle Country, how could he be scared off by a mere gaze? Fake. All special effects. Dragon Country is best at making fake things. Dragon Country live broadcast was already a boiling red ocean, with pride and joy overwhelming everything. Ha 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 ha. Did you see that? The Eagle Country guy pissed his pants. God Chu made him retreat with just one look. What bullshit, Soldier King, in front of me, he's just a little brother. What's the kingly aura? This is the kingly aura. No need to lift a finger. It was just a look. In the past, when reading novels, I thought the protagonist's arrogance was too fake, but now I just want to say, Lord Chu, please don't stop, increase the intensity. I tried so hard to find a way to criticize, but I couldn't find anything. This time, I can't pretend anymore. I am willing to call him Lord Chu. Lord Chu is awesome. Wow, that beautiful girl is so bizarre and domineering. Jackson was about to approach, but she immediately flared up. What is this, a divine protector husband plot? Pure and fierce, this is just perfect for a fan. I'm bringing the Civil Affairs Bureau to you, get married right here. Dragon Country, the highest command center. In the vast command room, even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone's breath came to a halt as the eagle-eyed American soldier, Jackson, walked toward Chu He. Until Jackson, as if seeing a ghost, was startled and took a step back, the tense string finally snapped. Huff. Uncontrollable gasps echoed, followed by thunderous cheers. My God. He scared Jackson away. That's a man from the Navy SEALs. And he was sent back by Chu He with just a look. A young technical advisor stared at the data panel, his voice cracking with excitement. Report. Chu He's life signs are stable. Mental waves are normal. No signs of being infected by any strange force. His words were like a shot of adrenaline, stabbing deep into everyone's heart. General Wang's bloodshot eyes suddenly flashed with intense light. Bang! A fist, calloused and worn, slammed heavily onto the solid alloy command desk, making a dull thundering sound. The cheering in the command room stopped abruptly, and all eyes focused on the Dragon Country's war god. General Wang slowly raised his head, scanning the faces, red from excitement, lips trembling with dry cracks, each word squeezed out like it was forced through his teeth. He wasn't parasitized by the strange forces. The old man took a deep breath, using all his strength, every word booming like thunder. He is controlling the strange force. The room fell silent. Then, the excitement erupted again, so violently that it almost tore the roof off. Controlling the strange forces. These 4 words, after 30 years of blood and tears, were once an impossible fantasy. An absolute fool's dream. But now, it was happening right in front of everyone's eyes. I knew it. That SSS-level strange force was clearly protecting its food. But that last look from Lord Chu, that was the real fatal blow. A kiss not only didn't die but also subdued the dungeon boss, and on top of that, gained the godly skill of scaring anyone with just a stare. How can we even argue with this? Don't say anymore, my heart can't take it. Help me, I feel like I'm about to take off with Dragon Country. General Wang ignored the noise behind him, his eyes locked onto the screen like a hawk. He suddenly turned around, his voice full of unquestionable authority. Give my orders. From now on, Chu He's security clearance will be upgraded to the highest level of top secret. Technical team. Analyze that kiss just now, along with every frame of him forcing Jackson to retreat. Not a single pixel should be missed. I need to know exactly how he did it. The old man spoke, then looked back at the screen, watching the young man tangled up with the SSS-level strange girl, his face full of help me expressions. The heart that had been dormant for 30 years burned fiercely. Kid, you must hold on, try to win over this strange school beauty. Maybe Dragon Country will completely break free from the devouring of strange forces. Chapter 5, Ignoring the School Rules. Xia Yao drags me to the girls' dormitory. After driving Jackson away, no one dared to approach Chu He. The terrifying aura around Xia Yao instantly dissipated. She took Chu He's hand again, the cold touch coming through, but the strength of her grip left no room for refusal. Chu He looked down at the hand that held his tightly, his mood complicated. This hand looked delicate and weak. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her nails were neatly trimmed, just like the hands of an ordinary beautiful college girl. But Chu He knew that these hands actually possessed the terrifying power to tear through space and erase life. What was even worse was that he discovered Summer Yao's possessiveness was growing at an alarming rate, visible to the naked eye. From the murderous intent that exploded in her eyes when Jackson approached earlier, Chu He knew that this campus beauty had bizarrely decided to treat him as her own possession. And this possessiveness was still fermenting, growing stronger and stronger, like a snowball rolling down a hill. Xia! Summer Yao, listen to me. Chu He was about to explain the school rules. But Summer Yao turned around, her eyes, which had been filled with shyness just moments ago, now looked at him with confusion. She tilted her head, a strand of black hair hanging down her shoulder, paired with that stunning face, her voice still hoarse and awkward, but clearly getting better. You don't like it? As she spoke, there was a hint of cautious nervousness in her eyes. Chu He instantly lost. Such an innocent question, combined with that beautiful face, no man could resist. What's more, this was an SSS-level anomaly with world-destroying power, yet at this moment, she showed such a fragile expression in front of him. The stark contrast nearly killed him. It's not that I don't like it, it's just, hey, you. Chu He hadn't finished his sentence when Summer Yao had already grabbed his hand and started pulling him toward the girls' dormitory. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, but each one carried an undeniable firmness. Chu He was forced to follow, his mind racing with thoughts of how to handle this. He didn't dare to completely go against Summer Yao's thoughts for now, after all, she could destroy him with a snap of her fingers. But the school rules clearly stated that anyone who intruded into the opposite sex's dormitory would be erased. Now Summer Yao obviously didn't care about this rule. As an SSS-level anomaly, Summer Yao was one of the creators of the rules. But that didn't mean she could completely disregard the rules. The rule system of the anomaly world was very complex, and even high-level anomalies couldn't casually destroy the balance. No one knew what consequences this would trigger. Under the gaze of others, Summer Yao ignored the recently announced School Rule 2 and dragged Chu He straight toward the eerie, female-only girls' dormitory building. The other players were stunned. Is she crazy? Is he about to break the rules again? This is suicide. The system's erasure program is no joke. I think he's completely enchanted by that anomaly, totally losing his mind. Not necessarily, look at Chu He's face, he looks like he's being dragged along unwillingly. This female anomaly is too overbearing. Not sure yet, let's watch and see. Jackson hid from a distance, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Fear, jealousy, and a hint of gloating. Damn yellow-skinned monkey, he's about to pay the price for his stupidity, he thought venomously in his heart, let him show off, let him get attention. Chu He heard these discussions, but what concerned him more was Summer Yao's thoughts. This campus beauty anomaly had shown strong protectiveness ever since the kiss. His intuition told him that she couldn't just stand by and watch him die. So, either she had a way to protect herself, or... Chu He thought of a possibility, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. Could it be that she plans to directly change the girls' dormitory rules? If this was true, it meant that Summer Yao's power was far beyond his imagination. Just as Chu He stepped into the girls' dormitory's boundary, a sharp, piercing alarm rang through the sky, and the entire school shook. Alert! Alert! Severe violation detected. A thick, blood-red beam of light gathered in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura that could destroy everything, and the beam was aimed directly at Chu He. The power of that beam, even just the aura it emitted, was enough to. The surrounding air began to tremble. The ground cracked open, and the nearby trees instantly withered. Warning! Severe violation detected, erasure target locked, Chu He. The voice suddenly stopped. The blood-red beam hanging above Chu He's head, capable of annihilating everything, strangely froze in midair, its red light flickering erratically, as if it was stuck. Xia Yao furrowed her brows slightly, a clear look of displeasure on her face. She lifted her head, and her lifeless eyes stared into the void. Cold killing intent exploded in an instant. The entire space began to twist under the influence of this killing intent, and the surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing point. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and she uttered an icy, hoarse, yet supreme and authoritative word, roll. The moment her voice fell, the blood-red beam shattered like a mirror struck by immense force, breaking into pieces and dissipating into the sky as red light. The system's alarm completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared at all. Chu He stared with wide eyes, his heart pounding wildly. He knew Xia Yao was strong, but he never imagined she could directly break the rules of the school dormitory. And she did it so easily, like swatting a mosquito. What does this mean? This was like a player in a game directly shutting the game program up. And then rewriting the game rules. The next second, global public opinion exploded completely. Eagle Sauce Country live broadcast. Fuck. She commanded the rules? My god, this SSS-level anomaly, she herself is the embodiment of the rules. What kind of godly leg is this Dragon Country guy holding on to? I seriously suspect he's cheating. Cheating? This isn't cheating, this is directly buying the game server. Sakura Blossom Country live broadcast. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The system's erasure program can instantly kill even A-level anomalies, how could it be broken by just one word? I think we still don't understand SSS-level anomalies well enough. Understand? We don't understand at all. Dragon Country live broadcast had completely exploded. Damn. My God's woman is too amazing. One word roll, and it broke the rules. And that rule clearly had great power. What kind of godly operation is this? I now seriously suspect that Chu God is the hidden boss of the anomaly world. Wow, so domineering, so powerful, so satisfying. I suddenly have a question. Do you think humans and anomalies can have babies? Jackson, who had just been gloating, suddenly turned pale. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. He finally understood what kind of level of existence he had just faced. An anomaly that could directly override the erasure command was no longer a matter of strength, but completely beyond what players could comprehend. Dragon Country Command Center. General Wang stared at the screen, his old eyes bursting with unprecedented light. Good. Very good. The old man slammed the table suddenly, his voice loud. Tech team, give me a detailed analysis of the data fluctuations just now. I want to know what kind of authority this level of anomaly has. A young technician scrambled to retrieve the data, his voice so excited it almost broke. Report. Detected direct alteration of spatial rules. Energy fluctuations exceed the measurement limits of our instruments. This is beyond our understanding. Beyond understanding? General Wang sneered, then find a way to understand it. From today on, our research focus will be entirely on Chu He and the interaction model between him and this campus beauty anomaly. At this moment, Chu He was still digesting everything that had just happened. He felt that his worldview had been reconstructed several times in just a few minutes. Xia Yao turned her head, her eyes that had just been filled with murderous intent now returned to a shy look. She smiled sweetly at Chu He, her expression incredibly gentle. She gently tugged at Chu He's sleeve, her voice cautiously tentative. Are you afraid of me? As she spoke, her eyes flickered away a little. Like a child who had done something wrong, waiting for the parent's criticism. Chu He looked into her clear eyes, his heart a whirlwind of mixed emotions. Afraid? Of course, afraid. Any normal person, after witnessing such an extraordinary ability, would be afraid. But more than fear, there was shock and a strange sense of safety. With such a rule-making level bodyguard, what was there to fear in this instance? Not afraid, Chu He answered softly, reaching out to gently stroke her cheek. Thank you for protecting me. Xia Yao's face instantly flushed, her eyes practically overflowing with joy. She tightly hugged Chu He's arm, her voice as soft as a feather. You are mine. Then she added, forever, always. Chapter 6, If you like someone, you should always be together. The possessiveness in these words almost became a tangible force. The players observing from afar dared not make a sound, fearing they might disturb this queen of rules in her good mood. Chu He felt secretly pleased inside. Damn, so this is what it feels like when a domineering CEO falls in love with me? He was beginning to understand why girls liked those books and plots now. But on the outside, he feigned helplessness inside. Well, looks like we have to go to the dorm together. He looked at the girls' dorm building, already beginning to anticipate the unfolding of the next part of the plot. With Xia Yao around, he could walk with confidence. However, Chu He also had some concerns. Xia Yao's possessiveness was growing at an absurd rate, wildly expanding. Right now, he felt like a player who had just left the newbie village and found a fully leveled godly gear. It felt amazing, but the cost was the gear coming with a spirit that had an independent will and was extremely clingy. And the power of this spirit was enough to flip the entire game server. What if, in the future, he met other female anomalies, and according to his charming kiss nature, he ended up triggering some kind of intimacy judgment again? Would Xia Yao immediately eliminate him on the spot, or would she and another female anomaly fight for his ownership, bringing about an apocalypse? Chu He shook his head, not daring to think further. Forget it, when the boat gets to the bridge, it will straighten itself out. I'll just have to be careful and not break the rules easily in the future. Right now, the most important thing was to handle the girlfriend who saw him as her private possession. When they reached the dorm entrance, Chu He saw a female anomaly. She was wearing a tight-fitting dormitory supervisor uniform that highlighted her stunning figure, but her face was deathly pale, with a bright red bloodstain at the corner of her mouth. Her whole presence exuded a cold, bewitching aura. What was most unsettling was her eyes, pure black, no whites, like two whirlpools capable of sucking away souls. But when she saw Xia Yao, she began trembling. Master! Master Xia Yao! The female anomaly's voice seemed to come from the depths of the earth, filled with fear and reverence. Xia Yao glanced at the dorm supervisor anomaly coldly, speaking indifferently, is there something? The dorm supervisor anomaly hurriedly avoided Xia Yao's gaze and said cautiously, he is a man. Her voice was weak, as if she had been injured quite badly. Xia Yao remained indifferent, I know. And then? As she spoke, a pressure was suddenly released. The dorm supervisor anomaly was startled, quickly saying, nothing. She obediently stepped aside. Then Xia Yao swiftly changed her expression, flashing a bright smile and turning to the stunned Chu He, "Let's go in." Chu He was stunned. Okay. The dorm building was large, with 6 floors, each floor having 20 rooms. As the school rules said, every door had a red button. A faint musty smell lingered in the corridor, the paint on the walls chipped and peeling, and the ceiling lights flickered on and off. Chu He could clearly sense that behind every closed door, various eerie presences lurked. Whispers and the sound of grinding teeth seeped out from the crack in the door, as if something was about to leap out and devour anyone in its path. Yet, Xia Yao seemed oblivious to it all, still holding onto Chu He's hand tightly, walking straight upstairs. "That dorm supervisor seems to be badly hurt," Chu He asked cautiously as they walked. "She set the rules, and I broke them, so naturally, she got hurt." Xia Yao's answer was casual, yet contained shocking information. Chu He's heart shook violently. "She's the one who made the rule about separating boys and girls in the dorms? Then you." "Yes, she's SS level. I couldn't care less about the trivial matters in this building, so I left them to her," Xia Yao said with natural ease. "As for me, I'm the owner of this school." Xia Yao now barely stuttered when speaking, and her voice became increasingly pleasant to listen to. Chu He could imagine, if Xia Yao ever called out, it would probably sound as sweet as a nightingale. It would make people feel light as if floating. It would inspire people to work hard. "We're here." Xia Yao pulled Chu He to the highest floor of the girls' dorm, to the deepest part, in front of a door that was completely different from the others, with 3 golden embossed words, "Principal's Office." "Wow! This is impressive." Chu He guessed that perhaps the school copy was something Xia Yao created. "This is where you'll stay." Chu He looked at the door and then pretended to be confused. "But where will I stay?" Xia Yao paused, then said, "Where will you stay?" "Of course, you'll stay with me." Ah. The live chat in Longwood exploded immediately. Holy crap! They're living together. Chu God is awesome. This is moving too fast, right? Ah. Living together in the principal's office. Is this the kind of plot I can watch? So exciting. Chu He was stunned. We've only known each other for less than a day. But you kissed me, so I'm yours. I like you. When I like someone, I want to be with them all the time. She suddenly stepped forward, and the innocence in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a cold, scrutinizing gaze. "What, don't you like me?" Chu He's scalp tingled. Was this how relationships worked in this strange world? And Xia Yao was really domineering. Seeing the displeasure on Xia Yao's face, Chu He immediately put on the most sincere expression, his desire to survive reaching its peak. "Of course I like you. How could I not like you? I dream of having a girlfriend like you, beautiful, cute, strong, and so good to me." The coldness in Xia Yao's eyes instantly melted, her lips uncontrollably curling up, and her eyes became sweet crescent moons. "Then let's live together." Of course we'll live together." Chu He first affirmed, then his expression shifted to one of deep warmth and tenderness. "But, Yao, have you ever heard a saying from our dragon country?" Xia Yao blinked curiously. "True love is not about possessing someone in an instant, but about long-lasting understanding and companionship." Chu He gazed at her deeply. "Although we've just met, I feel like there are countless mysteries between us. I want to understand you, to know your past, to understand why you're here, to get into your real inner world. Not just staying on the surface level of kissing and living together." He paused, his tone becoming incredibly serious. "So, before moving in here, I want to move into your heart first. Is that okay?" Every word of this struck deep into Xia Yao's heart. She froze. She didn't understand these complicated logics, but she could feel the sincerity in Chu He's words, and something deeper, more attractive than living together. The reason Chu He didn't agree immediately was that doubts arose in his mind. Strictly speaking, Xia Yao's looks and figure had already surpassed his ideal type by far, but his mother had said, the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she is, and this was a female demon. A very powerful female demon. God knows what would happen if they lived together. Xia Yao's face turned bright red. She hesitated for a long time before asking, "You really, do you? Do you want to know about me?" "I do." Chu He replied firmly. "Then, okay." Xia Yao seemed to have made up her mind. After saying that, Xia Yao lightly waved her hand, and a red button appeared on the principal's office door. Xia Yao pointed at the button and looked at Chu He seriously. "Press it, and inside, there is everything you want to know." Damn, it's the dormitory trial. Chu He instantly regretted it, cursing himself for acting earlier. Why did he have to pretend to be some kind of love expert? Now it's too late. If he doesn't pass, it's a dead end. Just now, he could have made it through for the night, even enjoying himself. Now, if he's unlucky, he might only last 2 hours. The Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room exploded in an instant. What is God Chu doing? Why isn't he taking the safe route? It's over, he's been blinded by love. This time he's really finished, an SSS level trial, who can pass? No. I believe in God Chu. He must have planned this. He's going to fully conquer this boss. Chu He looked at the red button, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But the words had already been spoken, and there was no going back. Xia Yao saw his hesitation, a fleeting trace of worry and nervousness flickering in her eyes. Are you afraid? Chu He took a deep breath, turning to look into Xia Yao's concerned eyes. I'm not afraid. I said I want to understand you, and I will. Xia Yao heard this and blushed again, her voice barely audible. I'll wait for you to come back. Chu He reached out and gently touched her face. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After saying that, he pressed the button without hesitation. In an instant, everything spun, and his consciousness was dragged into endless darkness. You have triggered the SSS level unique hidden trial, her heart. Trial content, find her lost true heart in her memory maze. Time limit, 2 hours. Failure punishment, your soul will become a part of the maze, trapped forever. Chu He opened his eyes in the endless darkness, realizing he was in a strange space. It was neither reality nor a dream, but more like some sort of embodiment of consciousness. Everything around him was moving slowly, like a world made of broken mirrors pieced together. Each mirror reflected different scenes, some blurry, some shockingly clear. The memory maze? Chu He muttered, then I'll take a look at what you've been through. He straightened his clothes, took a firm step, and walked towards the deep, endless maze. Around him, light and shadow flowed, broken mirrors floating in the air, each one holding a memory that belonged to Xia Yao. Chu He saw it. On a desolate blood-red plain, a little girl, around 16 years old, stood alone. In front of her was a massive, mountain-like monster with countless eyes, all flowing with madness and destruction. The little girl simply stared at the creature for a moment. Without a sound, the monster disintegrated inch by inch, turning into ash that filled the sky. Throughout the process, her face showed no expression, as if she had just crushed an ant. On a terrifying throne made of white bones, she sat with her back straight, surrounded by countless kneeling, strange creatures, trembling, afraid to lift their heads. She was clearly the queen, yet her eyes were as hollow as eternal ice, with no waves of emotion. Loneliness was the only tone in this world. The deeper he went, the younger Xia Yao appeared, and the environment around her grew colder and more brutal. He didn't know how long he had walked, but a particularly clear mirror blocked his path. No matter whether Chu He moved left or right, it remained unmoving, always in front of him. Is this the place? Chu He no longer avoided it, extending his hand to gently touch the cold mirror surface. The next second, white light engulfed everything. When he regained consciousness, he was already in a dim room. The air was filled with a strange, mixed smell of rust and decay, and the walls were covered in twisted graffiti drawn with dark red liquid. In the center of the room, a little girl who looked no older than 5 or 6, Xia Yao, sat cross-legged on the floor, her mouth smeared with bright red blood. It looked like she had eaten a dragon fruit. In her arms, she held a large, bizarre lion's head, its golden mane still stained with warm blood. Her soft, fair hands were irritably tugging at the lion's ear, her brows furrowed, seemingly troubled by something. When she noticed Chu He's appearance, her pure black eyes instantly locked onto him. She cautiously twitched her little nose, sniffing the air. You smell so good. Her childish voice spoke words that made Chu He's scalp tingle. Good? This wasn't a good word. In this bizarre world, it was almost the same as saying you look delicious. Chu He forced down the discomfort rising in his stomach, staring at the still dripping lion's head, and cautiously asked, ran into a problem? Xia Yao seemed surprised by his question, pausing for a moment before looking down at the lion's head in her arms. She pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. Mom said, the bizarre nutrients are all in the head. But I don't like eating heads. Chu He's heart tightened. As expected, she was worrying about eating. He steadied his mind and decided to get straight to the point. I'm not here to disturb your meal, I'm here to find something. Something you lost. Your heart. Xia Yao froze. She slowly looked up, and that pure, innocent little face suddenly cracked into a strange smile, revealing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. She stuck out her soft pink tongue, gently licking her blood-stained lips. You're looking for my heart? Xia Yao tilted her head, and that pure, innocent little face suddenly broke into a strange smile again, showing 2 sharp little tiger teeth. She stuck out her pink tongue, licking her lips gently. Then, why don't you take out your heart and let me taste it? How about it? As soon as she finished speaking, Chu He felt every hair on the back of his neck stand up in an instant. Wow, no acting at all? No hesitation? As usual, she's just straight to the point. Xia Yao really is blunt, just saying whatever is on her mind. Facing this life or death request from the illusion, the audience in Longwa's live broadcast room had their hearts in their throats. It's over. This is a trap. Is this how vicious the Bazaar are from childhood? How do we break this? We can't fight her, we can't run away. This is a test where death is certain. Chu God, think of something quickly. Don't confront her head-on. What do you mean, head-on confrontation? This little girl could crush Chu God with one finger. People were chattering, while on screen, Chu He was drenched in cold sweat. He watched as the delicate little girl slowly set down the still dripping lion's head in her arms, then stood up, taking small, measured steps toward him. With each step she took, the rusty, bloody smell in the room grew stronger. The air seemed to freeze, making it hard to breathe. What to do? Run? This entire space is her memory. Where could he possibly run to? Beg for mercy? Judging by her expression of "you smell so good," begging would probably just make her more excited. Wait. The test was about finding her lost true heart. And now, she's asking for my heart. Isn't this just an easy question? No, it's a death sentence. But Chu He remained unusually calm. In the blink of an eye, he quickly grasped the keywords: find her heart, not exchange or give it. This was a test about understanding and empathy, not a bloody sacrifice. So, the heart she wanted wasn't the one beating in his chest. It was a presence that could warm her, accompany her. It's her true heart. Understanding this, Chu He's wildly beating heart surprisingly calmed down. He looked at the little girl before him, wrapped in endless solitude, who could only confirm her own existence by tearing apart other oddities, and instantly understood what she was truly lacking. The so-called true heart is warmth, companionship, and light that disperses this eternal cold. As he saw Xiaoyao walking towards him, her blood-stained hands about to reach out and easily tear apart oddities, Chu He not only didn't retreat, but instead moved forward, squatting down to meet her gaze. This action clearly stunned Xiaoyao. She halted her steps, a hint of bewilderment flashing through her pure black eyes. Why is this food not afraid? Why is he not running away? Chu He looked at her, his face showing no fear, but instead revealing a gentle smile as he softly spoke. My heart cannot be given to you. Xiaoyao tilted her head, her small face showing confusion and disbelief. She said softly, you smell nice, your heart must taste delicious, you won't be able to stop me. The temperature in the entire room seemed to drop a few more degrees. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, everyone had their hearts in their throats, the barrage of comments had come to a halt. However, what Chu He said next left everyone, including the young odd god, completely stunned. It's very simple to cut my heart open for you. He looked into her eyes, his tone incredibly sincere, but a lonely heart, even if it reaches you, will still be cold, and it definitely won't taste good. He paused, then changed his tone, his voice carrying a hint of soothing charm. Why don't we put our two hearts together and warm each other? How about that? This daringly straightforward love confession detonated like a bomb in the deathly silence of the memory world. The entire gray space began to shake violently, the twisted graffiti painted in blood on the walls wriggled like living creatures, covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Facing Chu He's outstretched arms and his direct confession of warming each other, Xiaoyao's pure black pupils constricted sharply, her mind going blank. She had never seen such food before, and couldn't comprehend this proposal of warmth. Xiaoyao took half a step back, startled, staring at him in shock. But Chu He did not give her a chance to think. He took a step closer, completely ignoring the freezing aura that could freeze souls emanating from her, and opened his arms wide. Your world is too cold. I want to come in, to warm you with my body heat. As soon as the words fell, Chu He tightly embraced the small, cold, blood-stained body. Xiaoyao's anger and vigilance in her eyes gradually crumbled under Chu He's embrace. She instinctively wanted to struggle, to tear apart this food that dared to touch her. But a warmth she had never experienced dominatedly surged from Chu He's chest, flooding into the depths of her soul that had been frozen for countless years. This warm stream clashed violently with her instinct for killing and loneliness she was born with. Her small hand rose, sharp claws faintly visible, yet they did not strike down. Chu He held her tighter. He gently rested his chin on the top of the girl's cold head, speaking in a tone only the two of them could hear. See, it's not so cold anymore, right? From now on, with me accompanying you, you will never be lonely again. These words were like a key, instantly unlocking the long-sealed gate. The last bit of fierceness in Xiaoyao's eyes completely vanished, replaced by endless grievance and confusion. Her small body no longer resisted, slowly softening, her rigid shoulders even trembling slightly. Boom! The surrounding dark world shattered in response. The twisted blood-colored graffiti on the walls howled before turning to dust. The floating fragments of memories completely shattered, the entire memory maze collapsed under Chu He's embrace, disintegrating into dust. Endless darkness faded away, replaced by a pure white sea of light. The little Xiaoyao in his arms had vanished without a trace. In front of him, there quietly floated a heart-shaped light cluster, glowing softly and gently pulsing. This was her lost true heart. Congratulations, player. You have passed the SSS level unique hidden trial, her heart. Trial rating, perfect. You chose not to seek but to become true heart itself, greatly touching the target's soul. Intimacy skyrocketed. Current intimacy level, dependency. Chu He gazed at the light cluster before him, feeling a wave of emotion in his heart. It turned out that the so-called trial was not about solving puzzles or battling, but about whether he dared to embrace loneliness with a true heart. I am not her true heart, but my true heart is the only key to awaken her true heart. Of course, what enabled Chu He to make these decisions were the pieces of memory he had encountered earlier, filled with killing and loneliness. Everything turned into subconscious thoughts, guiding him to this conclusion. In the next second, his consciousness returned. Chu He found himself still standing at the entrance of the principal's office, as if everything that just happened had been a fleeting dream. But in the real world, only about an hour had passed. At the moment of returning to consciousness, Chu He felt dizzy, but immediately he was firmly held in place by a soft and cold force. Before he could clearly see his surroundings, he was tightly wrapped by a tiny body. Xia Yao had somehow turned into a koala bear, hanging entirely on him. Her arms wrapped around his neck, and her slender, straight legs, wrapped in her school uniform skirt, tightly clung to his waist. The force was such that Chu He could hardly move. She buried her cheek deep in his neck, her cold hair tickling him slightly. Chu He could clearly feel her heart, just retrieved, resonating with his own heart in a wonderful rhythm, separated only by 2 layers of chests. Ahem. Chu He struggled to breathe a bit, chuckling helplessly. Yao Yao, could you get down? The person in his arms moved slightly and slowly raised her head. That stunningly beautiful face was as red as a ripe apple, and her once lifeless, hollow eyes sparkled with water, filled with unshakable attachment and shyness. She looked straight at Chu He, her gaze a mix of a little girl's innocence and an undeniable possessiveness. In this delicate, dependent form, who could have thought she could make the world lose its color with a single thought? Chu He felt a twinge of emptiness in his heart, but more than that, there was an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Done. He took a deep breath, gently patted Xia Yao's back, and spoke in an incredibly soft tone. All right, let's go inside. MHM. Xia Yao obediently nodded but showed no intention of getting down. Instead, she hugged him even tighter. Chu He had no choice but to accept his fate as a human-shaped accessory. He embraced her and pushed open the door marked Principal's Office. Just as they stepped into the room. Swish. The billions of viewers in the Long Country live broadcast room saw their screens suddenly go black without warning. In the center of the screen, only a cold system prompt remained: signal interruption in the upcoming area, content cannot be broadcasted. The live broadcast room froze for 0.01 seconds, then erupted with a torrent of comments like a flood. It's dark? My screen went black. Where is the great Chu God? Damn. Did my internet cut out? Can you guys still see? Don't ask, it's all black. Cutting the live stream at such a critical moment, is this humanly possible? The brother in front is too young. Didn't you see Xia Yao's position? She's hanging on Chu God like a koala, practically trying to merge into him. If this could be broadcasted. I ate my phone on the spot. The truth is upstairs. This is no longer just a simple romance. So, does God Chu not need to sleep tonight? The last message plunged the entire livestream into a strange silence and endless imagination once again. Chapter 9, Living Together. Chu He hugged the humanoid koala and closed the heavy principal's office door behind him. Click. A light sound cut off everything outside. The world seemed to be left with just the two of them. Chu He looked down, only seeing the top of Xia Yao's sleek, black hair and the 2 snow-white, delicate arms wrapped around his neck. Ahem, Yao Yao, we've arrived. Can you get down now? Chu He tentatively asked, wanting to shift his body a bit. But the person in his arms did not move an inch. Instead, she rubbed her cheek against the nook of his neck, the cold touch sending shivers down his spine. She answered in a dreamy, heavily nasal voice. No. Chu He smiled helplessly. Are you planning to use me as your personal chair? Only then did Xia Yao slowly lift her head, her eyes, just regaining their luster, now clouded with a thin mist of unease. You will run. She spoke 3 words, her voice very soft. He instantly understood. In her maze of memories, she had endured too much loneliness and coldness, and he was the only one who had broken in and offered her a warm embrace. Now, she was like a drowning person clutching onto the only piece of driftwood. How could she let go easily? Run? Chu He's heart softened, intentionally using a light tone to tease. Where can I run? This entire school is your territory. Can I really escape from your palm, my dear principal? The title Dear Principal made Xia Yao noticeably stunned. She seemed to be digesting the meaning of this new term. The legs wrapped around his waist instinctively loosened a bit. Chu He seized the opportunity, nudging his chin towards the bedroom, that overly large soft bed. Look over there, are we not going to lie on the bed? Do you want me to hole? The twisted, wriggling dark golden runes were carved above, some were connected by white bones, emanating an icy chill visible to the naked eye. Just looking at them made one's scalp tighten. These things truly matched the collection of an SSS-level anomaly. But when his gaze moved downward, he was completely stunned. Below those horrifying scrolls, there was actually a neat row of human books. Moreover, the spines were new, clearly often browsed through by someone. Chu He, feeling a strange compulsion, walked over and pulled one out. The contract sweetheart of the overbearing CEO, he flipped through a few pages and felt an inexplicable familiarity. Suppressing the odd sensation in his heart, he took out a book beside it. The Psychology of Love, From Beginner to Expert. The last book had an even more outrageous title: How to Quickly Capture His Heart. After all this time, this immensely powerful anomaly queen learned all her knowledge about love from these messy books? No wonder her behavior was so direct and overbearing. If she kissed, she had to take responsibility. If she liked, she had to be together all the time. If she didn't like, she'd directly interrogate. Isn't that the standard plot in the contract sweetheart of the overbearing CEO? Goodness! Chu He exclaimed in his heart, feeling as if he had uncovered a great secret. But it seemed like Xia Yao had a particularly strong personality to begin with. A laughable yet helpless emotion surged in his heart, but more so, a kind of indescribable pity. A solitary and powerful anomaly, for countless years, could only awkwardly learn and imitate what liking meant through these crude human writings. Chu He felt curious about how past anomalies married and had children. He would definitely find an anomaly history book to study someday. Chu He pulled back his thoughts, standing in the living room, looking back at the big bed in the bedroom. Xia Yao had unknowingly changed out of her school uniform and into a snug purple nightgown, lying on the bed, her smooth little legs swaying in the air. She noticed Chu He's gaze, turned her head, her pure black eyes staring straight at him, her face showing innocent and unabashed joy. Chu He silently swallowed a gulp. It's over. According to the plot in the book, today he was likely inescapably doomed. He had arrived here at 4 in the afternoon, and it was already past 7. He had spent another hour bathing. During this time, the anomalies that weren't chosen had silently left the boys' and girls' dormitory. That scene truly was 100 Anomalies Night Walk, quite spectacular. They left the dormitory and then entered batches into a dark portal, the edges faintly rumbling with thunder, leaving this university. Strangely, they all seemed to appear disappointed yet resigned. On the bed, Xia Yao appeared a bit nervous yet also filled with anticipation. She gently tugged at Chu He's sleeve, her eyes full of dependency. Chu He sat beside her, clearly feeling her slightly quickened breathing. Xia Yao lowered her head, speaking softly, I just want to be a little closer to you. Chu He felt warmth in his heart, gently patted her back, and softly replied, I know, just rest easy. The next morning. All students checked in. Please gather at the playground by 9 in the morning. Latecomers will be eradicated. The cold announcement echoed in the room. Chu He struggled to get out of bed, feeling as if all his bones had been disassembled and reassembled, especially his waist, which was sore and nearly numb. He turned his head to look at Xia Yao, still sound asleep beside him, her long hair messily spread across the pillow, her sleeping face serene. He inexplicably leaned in closer and gently kissed her smooth forehead. After a simple wash, Chu He arrived at the playground half an hour early. There were visibly fewer people on the playground. By a rough count, there were only a little over 100 countries left. The ones left, no need to ask, had already been eliminated last night. The players who survived gathered in small groups, communicating in English about the bizarre experiences of the dormitory test last night. Chapter 10, The Worst Experience Contest. Oh my god. My test was walking a tightrope at 10,000 meters in the air, with an endless abyss below. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed contestant from Eagle Sauce Country looked as pale as paper, patting his chest in terror. A damn creepy clown floated next to me, grinning and constantly asking me riddles. What has a long neck but no head? Damn it, the answer is a beer bottle. Who would think of that? He became more and more agitated. Get one wrong, and the tightrope under my feet would turn as soft as noodles, dropping down significantly. I nearly fell. Beside him, the silent warrior from Cherry Blossom Country scoffed, moving his bandaged wrist. My opponent was a faceless woman. His voice was hoarse. Under her kimono, several pale arms could emerge, each holding a rusty razor. You wouldn't know where to attack because she had no physical form, but her blades could easily cut through your flesh. He paused, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, until I discovered a mirror in the corner of the room, the only place to see her hidden face beneath her hair. I smashed the mirror, and she screamed and vanished. What you experienced is nothing. A seemingly gentle, bespectacled man from the United States was on the verge of a breakdown, clutching his hair. I played mahjong with 3 weird creatures covered in eyes. Losing meant being eaten. I survived purely by luck. A variety of bizarre tests emerged. Some were trapped in a room filled with oil paintings, needing to identify which painting contained a living Eerie. Others were in a giant kitchen, cooking for a creature with only a mouth, having 3 chances, and if the dish wasn't to its liking, they would be used as the next ingredient. In short, everyone endured a harrowing ordeal, thrilling yet absurd, but without exception, they were all mentally drained. But entering the dormitory was not the end. Passing the test only earned them residency qualifications. Every dorm room already housed native eerie beings. They could not actively harm people, but their ways of torment were endless. My roommate is a sewn-together monster, always losing parts at midnight. One moment an arm would drop to the floor, the next a leg would disappear, asking me to help find it. A hulking man from Gaul was nearly in tears. Where the hell am I supposed to find it, a leg? In the end, it put my pillow under its neck, saying it would do as a leg. I was sharing a bed with a fleshy lump covered with mouths, and it snored all night. The sound it was like hundreds of drains bubbling away at the same time. A contestant from Kimchi country, a stunning woman with a frown, said, "My roommate is a tentacle monster." It whispered in my ear all night, saying my skin looked like fine porcelain and my eyes like the brightest obsidian. It wanted to take me apart, piece by piece, to make the perfect specimen for its collection. It just scared me. It didn't attack, but the slimy tentacles wrapped around me the whole night. Various horrendous experiences made listeners' scalps tingle. These players looked more haggard than the last, each face marked with heavy dark circles from the dual torment of mind and body. They glanced at each other, finding a twisted comfort in the other's misery. "It seems everyone didn't sleep well last night." The Eagle Sauce contestant chuckled bitterly, his tone filled with the relief of survival. And Chu He was standing not far away, quietly listening to all of this. He watched the expressions of those people, some scared, some angry, some broken, and instinctively rubbed his sore lower back from the intense struggle. So that's how their dark circles came to be. It was all because of fear and disgust, being tormented all night long. And as for himself, Chu He's expression suddenly became somewhat hard to describe. If he told the truth now, he would surely face everyone's jealousy. He understood a bit about human nature. Almost no one except parents wishes for you to do better than them. At that moment, the Eagle Sauce player noticed Chu He, who was standing alone with a dazed expression. He saw that Chu He had dark circles that were almost purple, looking incredibly weak, and instantly felt a sense of camaraderie as fellow travelers in misfortune. He approached and patted Chu He's shoulder firmly. "Brother, seeing you like this, you must have suffered last night too, right?" This pat nearly made Chu He kneel down. He sucked in a cold breath, feeling his spine groan under the unbearable strain from the previous ordeal. Seeing his strong reaction, the Eagle Sauce player was even more certain, and spoke sympathetically. "What was your trial? What were the weird happenings in the dorm? Speak up so we can help analyze it, don't hold it in." In an instant, all the survivors focused their attention on Chu He. This guy must have encountered something more terrifying and troublesome than all of them. Chu He opened his mouth, looking at the expectant and sympathetic eyes of the crowd, and for a moment didn't know where to start. He couldn't just say that his opponent last night was too strong, aggressive, and that they fought all night long from the bedroom to the living room and from the living room to the desk, barely reaching a balance by dawn, right? That would be too ridiculous. Seeing him remain silent, everyone imagined a shocking and fierce battle. "Brother, don't be afraid, it's all over now," the Eagle Sauce player comforted. Chu He took a deep breath, met the caring gazes of everyone, and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, speaking in a worn tone. "My roommate, how can I say it?" He paused, seemingly weighing his words, and finally exhaled deeply. "She is very persistent, extremely strong, and almost spent the whole night fighting with me, not allowing me to rest well. But fortunately, the hard work in the middle of the night was not in vain." While supporting his uncomfortable back from overexertion, Chu He silently brought up the system panel that only he could see in his mind. Intimacy level increased. Xiaoyao's intimacy level for you has reached infatuation. Infatuation, she will not be able to bear to be apart from you, and her possessiveness and dependence on you will rapidly increase. Note, any attempt to harm you may trigger her berserk state. Your skill Eye of Annihilation has absorbed enough emotional energy and upgraded to intermediate. Increased ability, see through illusions. See through illusions? What does that mean? Taking advantage of the remaining time, Chu He raised an eyebrow and immediately felt the changes. He found that his vision seemed to become clearer, and the saturation of colors in the whole world seemed to have increased a bit. Chu He's heart stirred, and his gaze subconsciously fell on the Eagle Sauce player not far away. He concentrated and activated Eye of Annihilation. In the next second, an unbelievable scene occurred. The Eagle Sauce player's coat and t-shirt seemed to peel away layer by layer in his eyes, revealing the energy fluctuations hidden beneath the clothing, and what he clearly saw was the Superman S symbol printed on his inner garment. That symbol exuded weak spiritual energy, seemingly a reflection of his inner belief. Phew. Chu He nearly choked on his breath, forcing back his laughter. Goodness, he really didn't see it coming. This guy looked tall and strong on the outside. Deep inside, there resides a dream of being a superhero. He unconsciously glanced at the pitiful Korean girl player who was complaining, activated his ability, quickly cleared his throat, and immediately withdrew his gaze. After a whole night of intense confrontation, he needed to stay focused and not get distracted. Just as he was feeling pleased with his new ability, which felt like a cheat, and thinking about how to use it wisely, a thought hit him like a bucket of cold water, drenching him completely. Wait a minute. My Eye of Oblivion is only at the intermediate level, yet I have this ability. What about Xia Yao? She is an authentic SSS level anomaly, so how powerful will her perception ability be? If she wants to perceive, what details in this world can escape her notice? Chu He's expression froze in an instant. Damn. Am I, then, completely exposed in front of her? Chapter 11, Game Rule, No Sleeping. This is so devoid of privacy. Just as Chu He was silently complaining, a cold voice suddenly appeared out of nowhere, ringing through the playground and instantly drowning out everyone's chatter. Attention all survivors. The second stage of the test officially begins. The playground instantly fell silent, and everyone abruptly lifted their heads, their faces frozen in a moment of relief that had just emerged from survival. As the voice spoke, a figure materialized out of thin air. This strange figure was peculiar. Its skin was a dark green, glistening with a slippery sheen, like moss that had not seen sunlight for years, giving off a goblin-like vibe. It was not tall, even somewhat small, but its head was disproportionately large. The most striking feature was its pair of eyes and a pair of ears. Its eyes were huge, occupying almost half of its face, with pure pale golden pupils that seemed to penetrate into one's heart as they moved. Its ears were even more exaggerated, drooping softly on either side of its head, thin as a cicada's wing, covered in web-like green veins that gently fluttered, as if they could capture the noise of every heartbeat present. This visage looked like someone had forcefully stitched together the abilities of a listening ear and an all-seeing eye onto a goblin's body. It continued to speak. Test content, stay awake. From now until the next notice, no one is allowed to enter any form of sleep. Everyone, please lie down on the ground immediately. Keep your arms and legs at shoulder width. Last for 2 hours. Judgment criteria: as soon as I detect any player entering a state of sleep, no matter the duration. Death. As the words fell, the entire playground was enveloped in deathly silence. All the survivors were dumbfounded. They had just gone through a whole night of physical and mental torment, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, red veins in their eyeballs, with their bodies and minds on the verge of collapse. What they needed the most right now was sleep. Standing up was barely keeping them awake. Now they had to lie on the ground in a completely relaxed position. How on earth are we supposed to play like this? No sleeping, is this meant to kill us slowly? The beautiful female player from Korea said, her face pale, body trembling slightly. My god, is it joking? It's over. I feel like I could fall asleep while standing right now. Is this something a human can do? Coincidentally, he really isn't human. As Chu He listened to these cruel rules, his expression also became remarkably vivid. Although different from the terror and disgust experienced by the others, the result was the same: his body was quite fatigued. As this inhumane rule was announced, the live streams of all surviving countries were instantly flooded with a tsunami of comments. Fuck. What kind of bullshit rule is this? No sleeping? Are they trying to push people to death? Crazy. The planner of this scenario is definitely a psychopath. They just went through a whole night of horror. This is the weakest point of the spirit. It's over, our contestant looks like he's about to fall asleep standing up, and now he has to lie down. Dragon country, American country, cherry blossom country, eagle sauce country, gull country, kimchi country, almost all the countries' live streams are filled with anger, despair, and curses against the rules. Their contestants on camera all look ashen, their eyes vacant, clearly stunned by this sudden trial. Though people complained, their bodies were honest, obediently lying down. But this was not the end. That strange referee with big ears and big eyes unexpectedly pulled out a rechargeable speaker from who knows where. With a harsh sound of electric current, a sleep-inducing soft melody began to play, the kind used in therapy centers or hypnosis clinics, a monotonous melody looping endlessly, an enchanting sound in their ears. Lying still was already a torture, but with the music, it felt like adding snow on top of frost. Drowsiness surged like waves, crashing one after another against Chu He's brain. His eyelids felt as heavy as if they were hanging with 2 chunks of iron, and the faces of other players around him began to blur in his vision. He could even hear the heavy breathing of the American contestant nearby, with slight snoring sounds, then suddenly waking up with a suppressed gasp. Damn. Chu He cursed under his breath, thinking that if the situation was different, he could have slept soundly right now. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the referee playing the music, and an uncontrollable thought popped up. Should he directly use the Eye of Oblivion to wipe him out? This strange feeling was almost the same as with the sexy dorm supervisor: if things got serious, he might not lose. Besides, even if he really did it, Xia Yao probably wouldn't blame him. Just as this thought arose, a familiar and cool fragrance quietly approached. Chu He didn't need to turn his head to know who had come. Xia Yao had appeared by his side at some unknown time, silent and still, as if she were meant to be there. She had changed into a clean school uniform, still the same style, but wearing it, she lacked the cold silence of yesterday, instead radiating some youthful liveliness. With a faint blush on her cheeks, she looked fresh and energetic, a stark contrast to the dark-eyed, haggard survivors on the playground. She stood beside Chu He, looking down at him. Even from a death's perspective, she was stunningly beautiful. Such perfect beauty with no angles left unappreciated. In her pure black eyes, Chu He's current exhausted figure was clearly reflected. Xia Yao slightly frowned, seemingly displeased. She slowly crouched down, her cool hair cascading down, lightly brushing past Chu He's cheek. "You're very tired." Chu He didn't have the strength to lift his eyelids, mumbling a vague Xia Yao's gaze then turned to the referee not far away who was blasting the lullaby, the temperature in her eyes dropping to 0. That referee seemed to sense something, his body stiffening suddenly. "I want to change your rules." Her voice was not loud, but clearly entered everyone's ears, as if it rang directly in their minds. The referee, upon hearing this, almost crawled over from beside the speaker, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying on his goblin-like face. "Lady Xia Yao. You may change it. I have absolutely no objections." Those eyes that could see into people's hearts lacked even the courage to look at Xia Yao now. In front of everyone's eyes, Xia Yao knelt beside Chu He. She extended her jade-white hands, moving so gently it was almost unbelievable, carefully lifting Chu He's head from the grass, and then, steadily placing it on her jade-like thigh. Soft, cool, and carrying a unique fragrance of youth. What is happening? He could feel it, the stares from all directions, almost like they were going to pierce him with 1,000 knives, suddenly focusing entirely on him. Xia Yao, however, didn't care at all. She looked down at Chu He in her arms, who wore a tired and somewhat astonished expression, her furrowed brow relaxing, before she raised her eyes to scan the crowd and announced a rule that shocked everyone unexpectedly with her cold voice. Chapter 12, Never Sleep Last. From now on, the test content has changed to falling asleep. Fall asleep? The players exchanged glances, doubting whether their ears were playing tricks on them from staying up too late. Xia Yao's gaze swept over everyone, seeing their confusion and misunderstanding, before she added the details of the rule in a tone that felt almost like a sentence being handed down. First person to truly fall asleep. She paused for a moment, seeming to enjoy the change of expressions from confusion to fear on everyone's faces. Passes the test. And the last person still awake will be erased by this chief judge. By the way, this judge is quite curious about what human flesh tastes like. Upon hearing this, everyone felt deeply shaken. It was completely against the rules, and it seemed only one person would be eliminated. It was just the last person who was still awake. Some people started to feel inexplicably tense. The more they wanted to sleep, the more on edge they felt. But if they couldn't fall asleep and ended up being the last one awake, they would be treated as a snack by this bizarre, big-eared and big-eyed king. This was simply a paradoxical torture. Some were overjoyed, while others were worried. Those who were already barely holding on secretly rejoiced, while others who felt more tense and alert turned pale. As for the altered rules, the judge felt 1,000 unwillingness in their heart, but facing Xia Yao's gaze, they didn't dare to make a sound, only could flatter themselves, at least there was a human to taste. Now, Xia Yao's voice rang out again, like the final toll of a bell. Start. As soon as her words fell, she lowered her head once more, gazing at Chu He, who was resting on her lap, and the ice and snow in her eyes melted into a spring-like warmth. She extended her long, fair fingers, with her cool fingertips, gently caressing his tired brows and eyes with a hint of care she didn't even realize she had. Sleep. Her voice was soft, almost like a whisper in a dream, coaxing. This simple sentence felt like a magical command. Chu He's tensed nerves completely relaxed as he caught the familiar and comforting scent from her. His eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. And with his head resting on her cool, soft jade thigh, smelling the girl's fresh fragrance, he peacefully drifted into sleep. In the live broadcast room, screens from all surviving countries around the world seemed to be pressed on pause. Silence lasted for just 0.01 seconds. The next second, a tsunami of comments flooded all screens. Dragon Country official live broadcast room? Holy crap! What am I seeing? Pillow leg kill. Bro in front, calm down. This is the official live broadcast room. But, well done, God Chu. I said God Chu's dark circles last night were strange. Look at the other contestants, they are worn out from fear, their eye bags are hitting the ground. Now look at our God Chu, that's fatigue after being refreshed, understand? It's sleepiness, not despair. The one upstairs, are you Leeuwenhoek? Translate this, others are staying up late fighting monsters, God Chu is staying up late fighting, ahem. Experts, everyone see this, it shows that contestant Chu He, through his extraordinary personal charm and superb communication skills, has initially gained SSS-level trust and affection from the weird. Yes. What the expert says is right. A whole night of communication, his skills must be exceptional. This wave is called sacrificing for the country. Tears in my eyes, God Chu, you have sacrificed so much for Dragon Country. Eagle Country live broadcast room. Fuck. Cheating. This is blatant cheating. That Dragon Country person is sleeping on the boss's thigh? This is not fair. Dog shit. I knew there was something wrong with his words. She's clingy, and very strong. That sly liar. Sakura Country livestream. The viewers from Sakura Country were caught in a strange frenzy. Country yes. So this is the real strategy path? Chu Jun, he's achieved what no other protagonist of a harem manga could. Did you guys notice? When Chu Jun was picked up, his waist seemed to be unable to straighten. Last night's battle must have been brutal. He's our role model. This is no longer a National Destiny game, this is about how I accidentally turned the SSS level boss into my girlfriend after entering a horror dungeon. Kimchi Country livestream. What the hell? That female monster must be blind. Why? Our country's most beautiful contestant was harassed by a tentacle monster all night, and that Dragon Country guy just, I'm so mad. I declare, contestant Chu He has 1/4 of our Kimchi Country's blood. He's able to conquer the female monster because he inherited our great Han people's indomitable spirit. As soon as these words were spoken, even Kimchi Country's own audience couldn't stand it anymore. The one upstairs, have some shame. On the playground, all the other survivors, one by one, stared at Chu He with a mix of jealousy, resentment, envy, and fear, pinning their gazes on him. They had been holding a misery comparison conference last night, each person thinking they were the most unlucky person in the world. Now they understood. It turned out that the real torment wasn't being chased by monsters or sleeping with beasts. It was watching others, taking the torment you desperately desired, and turning it into nothing but torment. This felt worse than being killed. But what could they do? After all, Chu He could conquer an SSS-level monster. Everyone's hearts were filled with sourness, but they could only hold it in. Jealousy aside, survival was more important. The first to fall asleep was the group of people surrounding Chu He. They felt a faint, almost imperceptible chill pass by, like a refreshing breeze on a hot summer day, sweeping away all the anxiety and tension in their minds. Their eyelids drooped, and they fell into a deep sleep. They didn't know, this was the result of Xiaoyao's power unconsciously spreading, a gift that belonged solely to Chu He. Eventually, a contestant from Kangaroo Country became the last one to stay awake on the playground. He thought that by tightly closing his eyes, everything would be fine, no one would notice. But whether asleep or not, the big-eared referee could tell at a glance by listening and watching for the details. The big-eared referee silently appeared beside him, its huge ears twitching slightly, a greedy and eerie smile spreading across its face. Your heartbeat, it's so full of life, it extended its wet tongue and licked its lips, disappearing with the Kangaroo Country contestant in the sound of his terrified scream, dragging him to the edge of the playground. Ding! At 11:30 a.m., the harsh sound of the bell woke everyone from their slumber. One by one, the survivors slowly got up, each of them feeling extremely hungry, their stomachs growling loudly. All survivors, gather at the cafeteria by noon. The cold, mechanical announcement sounded again. Xiaoyao had already stood up at some point, gently pulling at Chu He's sleeve, reminding him, "Go to the cafeteria, my uncle is there." Uncle? Chu He froze. Remember, Xiaoyao's expression grew a bit more serious. No matter what food you choose, you must finish it all. My uncle, he hates it when people waste food. After hearing this, Chu He's heart skipped a beat. Good grief, even eating was a test. He subconsciously rubbed his lower back and cautiously asked, "Then can you?" Before he could finish, Xiaoyao directly shook her head, cutting him off. "I can't beat him." She said it decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Chu He's heart trembled. Even Xiaoyao admitted she couldn't beat him? He lowered his voice, "Is his level higher than yours?" "The same as mine," Xiaoyao replied, as though carefully choosing her words. "However, there is still a gap between SSS and SSS. Let's talk about it later." Chu He wanted to ask more, but Xiaoyao just looked at him, her pure black eyes revealing for the first time a trace of complex emotions he couldn't understand. After a long time, she added one more sentence. "In short, don't make him angry." Chapter 13, The Real Braised Lion's Head. Chu He nodded seriously. Immediately, he was pulled by Xiaoyao's hand, their fingers intertwined, walking intimately towards the school cafeteria. The building looked like an ancient black castle, solemn, mysterious, and magnificent. The stone carvings at the entrance seemed alive, watching every visitor with hollow eye sockets. But when Chu He pushed open the heavy oak door, a wave of smell hit him, making his stomach churn and nearly suffocating him on the spot. It was a mixed odor that was hard to describe with words. The stench of hydrogen sulfide from decaying corpses mixed with the acrid smell of fermented entrails, even more strange, an offensive sweet and greasy scent seemed to surge from simmering spices and rotten meat that had been cooked together for days and nights. All these smells twisted into one, thick as if it had substance, rudely invading every pore. The inside of the cafeteria was eerie and empty, with a crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling casting a pale light. Under that light, long dining tables were neatly arranged, yet completely devoid of people, exuding a sense of dead silence. All the surviving players stood at the entrance of the cafeteria, faces filled with terror, stunned into inaction by the smell and the atmosphere. The only source of life came from the window at the very back. In front of the window was a gigantic stone platform, covered with hundreds of identical silver trays, each covered by an opaque steel lid, completely hiding the contents inside. The maddeningly complex smell in the cafeteria clearly seeped out from under those lids, wafting through the air. Behind the window, a giant iron pot, over 2 meters in diameter, was bubbling violently, boiling a thick soup of varying colors, some so dark green it was almost black with unknown eyeballs floating in it, others as red as blood, thick like lava. A man stood with his back to the crowd, next to one of the pots. He was at least 2.5 meters tall, sturdy like a small mountain, wearing an apron soaked in dark red blood, the original color unrecognizable. Bang! 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 He was methodically chopping something on the chopping board with a gigantic bone knife, each chop powerful enough to make the floor of the cafeteria shake slightly. As he moved, his giant head turned slightly, revealing a side profile. His eyes were the same pure, emotionless black as Xia Yao's. Chu He felt a chill in his heart. This must be the uncle Xia Yao had mentioned, the one she couldn't even defeat. Next to the giant chef, two strange creatures were busy moving with inhuman speed. They had no fixed shape, like a continuously writhing mass of enormous tumors filled with blue veins, from which countless black and blue arms sprouted, carelessly counting. Each creature seemed to have over 50 hands. Some of these arms were skinning unknown beasts, some were washing still wriggling black tentacles, while others were stirring the thick soup in the giant pot, the scene both efficient and terrifying. "That is the multi-armed monster clan, S-rank, the kitchen's laborers," Xia Yao whispered in Chu He's ear. The rough, chiseled face of the uncle broke into a loving smile upon seeing Xia Yao. But when his gaze turned to Chu He, holding Xia Yao's hand, the smile instantly froze, disappearing without a trace. As his pure black eyes finally fixed on their intertwined fingers, this mountain-like giant man slightly paused even in his action of chopping meat. How is this possible? She is actually holding a human hand? And so closely? Countless images flashed through his mind in an instant. You must know, the entire clan has been worried about Xia Yao's lifetime big event. The prince of the Abyss Dragon clan came with treasures enough to buy a city to propose, but Xia Yao didn't even look at him and coldly said one word: "Get lost." The young master of the Bone Sea offered his most precious source rib, which could forge divine weapons as a token, yet Xia Yao showed her disgust and said, "Dirty." Numerous young talents from various terrifying clans, who were top-notch in lineage, strength, and appearance, without exception, all left with their noses in the dirt from Xia Yao. He almost thought that his niece was born without that string in her heart. But now, she is holding a human? A human that looks weak and sickly, with dark circles under his eyes, and apart from being somewhat good-looking, is utterly useless? His uncle's gaze scanned Chu He back and forth, trying to find any unusual detail. After looking for a long time, he disappointedly withdrew his gaze. Forget it, it must just be a child's mischief. After finishing this meal, he would have a good talk with him to let him know to retreat. Bang! With a loud noise, a bone knife slammed heavily onto the cutting board, echoing throughout the entire empty cafeteria, causing all the survivors' hearts to tremble. Dinner time! The uncle's voice resonated like a bell, booming across the space. Today's rules are very simple: each person, choose one mystery box dish. He slowly turned around, his huge eyeballs scanning the crowd, carrying an undeniable kind of cruelty. Everything on the plate must be eaten within half an hour. If you can't finish it or dare to spit it out, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, then come lie on that cutting board over there for the next meal. Now, line up in 10 rows, each person has 10 seconds to choose a dish, and be careful, do not cross that red line. Only then did everyone realize, about 3 meters away from that giant platform on the ground, there was a heavy blood-red line drawn. With such a distance and the blocking of the lids, it was impossible to identify what was on the plates, the choice relying entirely on instinct and luck. Players braced themselves to cue, almost randomly pointing at a plate in the last second of the countdown, and then that multi-armed creature would use one of its hands to bring the plate to them. When it was Chu He's turn, Xia Yao tightly squeezed his hand once. Chu He turned his head and saw Xia Yao slightly lift her chin toward a specific plate ahead. Following Xia Yao's indication, he focused his mind, and the ability of the Eye of Extinction quietly activated. Instantly, the world in front of him faded of color. Those opaque steel lids became blurred in his eyes, and the scene in the plate clearly presented itself. In the left plate, there was a salad with wriggling maggots, and in the right plate, there was a beating heart, but the plate Xia Yao indicated clearly held a carefully cooked lion's head, almost identical to what he had seen in Xia Yao's memory maze, only now it was cooked. Chu He exclaimed in his heart, "This indeed is a true braised lion's head." And at the moment Chu He activated his ability, the uncle, who had always maintained a blank expression, suddenly trembled. His dead eyes squinted suddenly, fixating on Chu He. This kid isn't relying on luck. He can see through. How does he possess our clan's ability? I said, no wonder Yao Yao would choose him. This kid truly isn't simple. The eagle player trembled as he opened the lid, a strong smell of fishiness mixed with blood rushed out. On the plate, there was a pile of eyeballs of different sizes, arranged to resemble a salad, with the top few still rolling about. The pupils locked onto him in unison. But as a special forces officer, he had a strong mental quality. He roared and actually closed his eyes, swallowing those still-moving eyeballs with big gulps. Next to him, the pickle country female contestant made a suppressed retching sound. In her bowl was a steaming hot thick soup, in which several pale, suction cup-covered tentacles were slowly wriggling as if they were alive. The fear of being entangled by the tentacle monster last night flashed through her mind, making her face as white as paper. But to survive, she had to close her eyes, and with trembling hands, grasp a slippery tentacle and bite down hard. The tough and fishy texture almost drove her to collapse, but she dared not stop. However, her mouth could endure, but her stomach was vigorously protesting. A strong wave of nausea surged up her throat, and she could no longer hold it back. With a wow, she vomited out everything she had just eaten along with her stomach acid. In an instant, the giant chef gave a glance to a tentacled creature beside him. That tentacled creature immediately abandoned its task, its tumor-like body rolling quickly on the ground, making a terrible grinding noise. It rushed to the pickle country female contestant. Dozens of pale arms grabbed her limbs and head like a feeding spider, and with one slimy palm, it tightly covered her mouth, dragging her into the dark kitchen amidst her terrified and desperate whimpers without mercy. Chapter 14, Shock. I actually made the school beauty's strange uncle explode with anger. The cafeteria was deathly silent. Everyone saw this scene, and fear had seeped into their bones. No matter how disgusting the food was, they could only grit their teeth and swallow. No one wanted to be the next dish. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. They all covered their mouths, not daring to vomit even though their stomachs were churning. Chu He, calm and carefree, picked up a piece of braised lion's head. This lion's head was fried to a golden crispy outside and simmered in rich sauce, exuding a strong meaty and sauce aroma. He had to admit that Uncle Xia Yao, who looked rough like a butcher, indeed had good skills. The cooking method was completely the essence of the Huayang cuisine of Long Country, first frying then stewing, with perfect control over the heat. He placed a small piece of meat into his mouth. The crispy fragrance of the outer layer instantly burst on his tongue, and then the meat filling melted in his mouth, so delicate it required no effort to chew. The salty and sweet sauce mixed with pure meat flavor exploded his taste buds. What amazed him even more was that as the warm meat paste slid into his stomach, a pure warmth quickly spread to his limbs. The back pain left from last night's fierce battle disappeared at a visibly rapid speed under this flow of warmth. He felt as if he had soaked in a hot spring, every cell rejoicing, while his body was undergoing a transformation. The originally unmuscular thin-skinned university student Chu He was now filled with muscles. The compendium of materia medica did not deceive me. Lion meat is indeed a great tonic. Chu He was secretly amazed. Although this lion was not that lion, the effect was outstanding. He ate to his heart's content, even had the leisure to look up and smile at the mountain-like giant behind the window with approval. But the giant chef behind the window, with his pure black eyes, locked onto Chu He tightly. When he saw the approving smile on Chu He's face, he felt no comfort at all. Instead, the muscles on his face tightened further, and the bone knife in his hand creaked under his grip. This kid was not just lucky. He was too calm. His reaction after eating this lion's head was too natural. That energy flowed within him, and he could absorb it perfectly? This was not something an ordinary human could achieve. Chu He whispered to Xia Yao, "Your uncle doesn't seem to like me very much." Xia Yao squeezed his hand and softly comforted, "Don't be scared, with me here, he won't dare to do anything to you." After a pause, she added with a hint of pride, "He still dotes on me a lot." This torturous lunch test finally ended when most people had finished eating. When Xia Yao's uncle felt the time was right, he waved his hand, signaling them to leave. At his command, nearly half of the players covered their mouths, their faces turning green, and rushed out of the cafeteria straight to the dorms. It was easy to guess what they were in such a hurry to do. Just as Chu He and Xia Yao got up to leave, they were called back by her uncle's thunderous voice. "Wait a moment." The giant man walked over, carrying a steaming large plate, and on it was a certain liver that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a mouth-watering aroma. "Yao Yao, this is the fine magic lion liver I specially prepared for you." Her uncle's face wore a completely different loving smile, but somehow it looked a bit stiff. "Originally, that braised lion head was also prepared for you, but unexpectedly." He shifted his gaze, his dark eyes cutting into Chu He like knives. "It was chosen by this kid instead. I have something to say to this kid. Can you eat here, alright?" Xia Yao instantly became alert, stepping forward to completely shield Chu He behind her. "What do you want to do?" Her voice grew cold. "Is there anything you can't say in front of me?" Her uncle looked at his niece's protective stance, his large body stiffening for a moment, feeling a chill in his heart. Just less than 2 days. How could she turn so quickly? He felt like a clown, having cared for her for so many years. He took a deep breath and pulled Xia Yao aside. The giant man blinked his eyes. A gray dome instantly enveloped the two, isolating them from the outside sounds, making Chu He's desire to eavesdrop vanish. Her uncle leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. Yao Yao, are you really going to choose him? A human? His gaze was sharp as a knife, fixated on Xia Yao's eyes. I have seen his abilities, and there is some skill there. Those eyes clearly carry the power of our bloodline. Do you know how he got them? Xia Yao's expression didn't change at all as she answered honestly, he kissed me in public yesterday afternoon. What? Her uncle's voice suddenly rose, nearly shaking the surrounding energy field. That kid dared to. You didn't crush him on the spot? Xia Yao shook her head, her tone still calm. He is not an ordinary human. He violated my rules, and I was going to kill him. But when I got within 3 meters, I saw him pout, and I couldn't help it. Then, we were pushed together by an irresistible force and ended up kissing. Such a thing happened? The muscles on her uncle's face twitched fiercely. If someone else had said this, he wouldn't have believed a word. But it was Xia Yao who said it. This child was always domineering, her mind as pure as a blank sheet of paper, truly straightforward, saying whatever she thought, never knowing how to lie. Her uncle forced down the turbulent waves in his heart and asked with concern, after he kissed you, did you feel uncomfortable? For example, did you lose part of your power? Xia Yao felt for a moment and shook her head. No, it's the same as before. Upon hearing this, her uncle looked towards Chu He, who was pretending to study the patterns on the dining table, his expression turning incredibly complex. Interesting. Really interesting. There is actually such a human. Xia Yao noticed her uncle was once again sizing up Chu He with that scrutinizing gaze, and immediately frowned, her tone turning cold. He is mine now. She stepped forward, exactly blocking her uncle's line of sight, speaking decisively. I have already slept with him. If you dare to touch him, I will perish with you. No, I just have a bit of. The uncle instinctively tried to soothe, but halfway through, he suddenly froze, his completely black pupils widening in shock. He finally realized what he had just heard. What did you say? His voice, which could make 1,000 demons submit, was now quivering. You slept with him? The last 3 words were nearly shouted out. The soundproofing force that surrounded them shattered under this earth-shattering roar. The entire cafeteria, along with the multi-armed creatures in the kitchen handling ingredients, froze in place. Chu He felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure crash down upon him. It was a shudder so deep it seemed to originate from his very soul, as if the entire sky was collapsing, ready to grind him into dust. His bones creaked under the strain, breath snagged in his throat, and the shadow of death felt clearer than ever before. However, the power that could have obliterated him lasted less than half a second before retreating like the tide. He gasped for air, shaken, looking sideways at Xia Yao, only to see that she had somehow positioned herself in front of him, her petite form now a formidable barrier. Chapter 15, Unless you establish a blood pact. Xia Yao said coldly, did you not just say you wouldn't harm him? The uncle, seeing Xia Yao's protective stance like a mother bear, forcefully suppressed the raging anger that could have shaken the cafeteria. He knew Xia Yao's stubborn nature, he couldn't be forceful now. The uncle's chiseled face turned dark as he cast another soundproofing force field. This time, though, the light of the force field flickered as his emotions surged violently. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws, come in, I promise you, I won't harm him for now. But Xia Yao remained impassive, standing her ground like a statue of ice, firmly shielding Chu He behind her, not budging an inch. Her unyielding demeanor made the uncle's anger boil within him. What was this? Here he was, a renowned chef of creatures, feared and respected even by the Abyss Lord, yet now he was being cornered by his own niece for a mere human boy. He held back the urge to slap that pretty boy into the wall, almost grinding his teeth as he asked, what do you want, to even consider coming in? Xia Yao lifted her eyes, her pitch-black irises revealing no emotion, yet the words she spoke were as heavy as mountains. Unless you establish a blood pact. Blood pact? The uncle was utterly speechless, his tall figure staggering slightly. Chu He was also shaken, although he didn't fully understand, he could feel the weight of those 2 words just from their literal meaning. In just over a day. For a person he had just met, forcing his own uncle to establish a blood pact. Once this pact was established, it would bind him to his very essence, resonating with the rules of heaven and earth. If broken, he could suffer great loss of power, or worse, the scattering of his soul. He maintained a serious expression, staring hard at Xia Yao, as if hoping to see even a hint of wavering in her face. But all he saw was resolve. It was a pure, untainted determination, as if Chu He was the only one she recognized. After a long silence, he squeezed out a single word from his chest, his voice filled with endless frustration and helplessness. Fine. As soon as the words left his mouth, he raised his massive hand and without hesitation, used a nail to slice through another thick finger. Dark red blood surged out, but it did not drop, instead, it hovered in the air, emitting a hot and sweet scent. He used his finger as a pen, his blood as ink, quickly sketching in the air. It was an extremely complex design made up of countless twisted lines and ancient runes, as if containing the most primal rules of the universe. with each stroke. The light in the cafeteria dimmed a bit, a heavy, ancient, and undeniable aura spread, making Chu He feel as if his soul was being scrutinized by that power. As the final stroke fell, the blood-red totem suddenly lit up, emitting a deep rumble, and then transformed into a red light, like a shooting star, piercing into the center of Uncle's brows, leaving a fleeting mark. The contract was sealed. Uncle's face instantly turned pale, and his whole being seemed a bit weaker. Only then did Xia Yao nod in satisfaction. She turned around, gently stroking Chu He's head. The face that had just been cold as frost now blossomed into a smile that stunned Chu He, a smile that was clean and pure. "All right, now you are truly safe." Chu He opened his mouth, his throat a bit dry, and all his countless words finally turned into a complex gaze. Only then did Xia Yao turn around and walk into the gray soundproof pod. Inside the force field, Uncle looked at his niece who was so close, his anger and helplessness intertwined, his voice slightly altered. "Did you not hate men getting close? How come you slept with him after just one day of knowing him?" "When did I ever say I hated men?" Xia Yao replied, looking puzzled. "I just haven't met anyone I liked." "Fine, fine." Uncle felt his temples pounding. Even if that's the case, falling in love at first sight doesn't mean you should just sleep together right after meeting. "Who taught you this nonsense?" Xia Yao answered confidently, "I read it in a book. The book says that if you truly like someone, you have to live together, inseparable." Uncle almost choked. "What book?" "The Contract, Sweetheart of the Overbearing President." "What mindless book is that? I've never heard of it." Xia Yao had a "you really have no experience" expression. "It's a book for humans." "Humans book?" Uncle trembled with rage, gritting his teeth. "Good heavens, don't let me find out who gave you that." "My bestie gave it to me," Xia Yao immediately added. "You can't harm her." Uncle felt like he might bleed from anger, a sharp pain tearing at his heart. He felt like he wasn't talking to his niece, but facing a trial. He gave up investigating the source of the book and changed his approach, trying to awaken his niece's simple-minded yet pitiful reasoning. "All right, let's put all this aside. Are you so sure that kid really likes you? Or does he just want to take advantage of your power, or simply wants to use you to survive?" This question seemed to stun Xia Yao for a moment. But after just a moment, she looked up, staring at her uncle with a foolish expression. "Why wouldn't he like me?" She raised her fingers, counting off seriously as if stating a truth. "I am pretty, I have a good figure. And I am strong enough to protect him. Moreover..." A slight blush appeared on her face, her voice lowered with a hint of pride. "You don't even know how affectionate we were last night." "Stop, stop, stop." Uncle suddenly waved his hand as if trying to disperse a terrible image. He felt that if he listened any longer, he might disregard the blood contract and kill Chu He on the spot. Talking to someone as straightforward as Xia Yao was an unbearable torture. He covered his forehead, pacing back and forth in the force field, his massive figure casting a suffocating shadow. After a long time, he finally suppressed his churning anger and spoke in an unprecedented serious tone. "Yao Yao, a man's words can be deceiving. You are still young and do not understand the evil of human nature. How about this? If that pretty boy really loves you, I will follow your wishes." Seeing Xia Yao about to speak again, he immediately raised his hand to stop her. "But I have to test him personally. I will talk to him alone later." "Don't worry. You must promise me. Otherwise, even if I have to hate you, I will never help you deal with your mother. At that time, both of you will definitely have no future." Xia Yao thought for a moment and finally nodded. "All right. The uncle let out a sigh of relief, but in his heart, he sneered. "Marriage is a lifelong matter, it cannot be taken lightly. Kid, let me see if you can truly withstand my test." Chapter 16, The Heart of Deception. The soundproofing field was suddenly lifted. In the dead-silent cafeteria, the air seemed to freeze. Xia Yan's mountain-like body turned towards Chu He, and his booming voice came down like a hammer, carrying an undeniable authority. "Kid, come with me." Chu He's heart tightened, and he instinctively looked at Xia Yao. But Xia Yao only extended her hand, gently brushing his cheek with her cool fingertips. In her pure black eyes, all that was reflected was his image, focused and pure. "Don't be afraid." Her voice was soft, but carried a reassuring power. "As long as you are sincere with me, everything will be fine." Chu He's mind buzzed. The amount of information in these words was overwhelming. They met only yesterday afternoon, spent the night together, today met the parents, and now facing the ultimate test of sincerity. The speed was faster than riding a rocket. Xia Yao's meaning was crystal clear, the core of the upcoming test was sincerity. But, was he truly sincere with her? Chu He asked himself. Everything happened so quickly, so fast that he himself felt a bit dazed. Xia Yan, standing aside, had a grim expression, watching his niece's behavior. With her elbow sticking out to the extreme, his chest felt tight, but he couldn't act out. He had originally prepared a set of procedures, planning to use some terrifying scenes to scare this reckless young man off. But now, he changed his mind. Ordinary threats wouldn't work on someone who could make his niece dizzy with affection. His precious niece had almost become a lovesick fool. It was time for something real to make all his pretenses fall apart. Xia Yan said coldly, "All right, here's fine. I've changed my mind." Without saying another word, he turned and walked to the kitchen. Moments later, he came back out holding a silver platter. Bang! The plate was heavily placed on the dining table, making a loud noise that made everyone's heart skip a beat. On the platter was something that seemed to lower the temperature of the whole cafeteria. It was a heart. A completely black heart, still faintly beating, its surface covered in twisted dark red demonic patterns. With each beat, the patterns seemed to come to life, flashing ominous blood-red light. Dragon Country livestream. What the hell is that? It looks so creepy. A heart? What's this big man going to do? The atmosphere is off. Chu He is probably in big trouble now. The hearts of the Dragon Country viewers were hanging at their throats, matching the rhythm of that heart's beat. Xia Yan looked down at Chu He from a high position, his voice carrying no warmth, like the cold Siberian winds. This is the heart of the deceitful demon, it feeds on lies. He reached out with his thick finger and pointed at the heart. Hold it in your hand. If anything you say is a lie, it will instantly drain your life force and turn you into a mummified corpse. If you are sincere. Xia Yan paused, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips, it will wither. Chu He felt a chill run down his spine. This was nearly a certain death question. Xia Yao's expression changed instantly. She was about to speak when Xia Yan gave her a sharp, commanding look, stopping her. The live stream audience understood everything now. Fuck. This is a trap. Chu He must have gotten close to that strange girl just to survive, there's no way it's real sincerity. It's over, he's done for. This is an inescapable death trap. Not necessarily, maybe Chu He fell in love with the strange girl at first sight, or maybe he's already been swept off his feet. There is a possibility, but everything is happening too fast. Look at the god's expression, bewilderment and fear. He himself is not quite sure. Experts from the Dragon Kingdom, hurry up and think of a way. In the command center of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone's faces were pale. They understood better than anyone that in the game of national fortune, survival is the first instinct, using the rules and using the bizarre are survival strategies. This original intention is a sin in the judgment of the heart of fraud, it is a lie. However, under everyone's gaze, Chu He suddenly smiled. His mind flashed through the absurd experiences of these 2 days, recalling Xia Yao's icy exterior, her strange thought process of learning to fall in love while reading a mindless novel, and her petite figure shielding him behind herself. This girl is very cute, very strong, and also very lonely. Being with her is thrilling, but it is also truly wonderful. Facing Xia Yan's judgmental gaze, he calmly extended his hand, directly grasping the still-beating black heart under Xia Yao's worried watch. It felt cold and slippery, with a strong pulse, and an evil will was about to invade his mind through his palm. "Uncle," Chu He's voice was calm and clear, echoing through the entire cafeteria. "I admit, at first, I approached Xia Yao to survive." As soon as he finished speaking, the red light on the heart of fraud suddenly intensified, greedily beginning to extract Chu He's vitality. Xia Yan's eyes flashed with killing intent, his hand gripping the bone knife, veins bulging. Xia Yao was so tense that her body was taut, almost ready to strike without hesitation. But what Chu He said next froze everyone and the bizarre actions in place. But that was at first. His tone suddenly rose, his gaze fixed intensely on Xia Yao, his eyes filled with guilt, compassion, and an unprecedented determination. "Now it's different. I have spent a night with her that others cannot imagine, I have learned of her loneliness hidden beneath her seemingly strong exterior. I want to accompany her, protect her, not anymore because of her power, but because in this cold and bizarre world, she is the only one who has given me the purest warmth. I also want to warm her. My sincerity has nothing to do with my past of surviving. It only pertains to the future I want to create together with her." This statement was like a thunderclap that exploded in Xia Yan's mind. Using the past was a lie. The promise of the future is real. These two completely opposite yet simultaneously existing complex feelings created a fatal logical virus for the heart of fraud, which only understood binary concepts. Buzz. The heart let out a sharp wail, the red light that devoured life and the gray light representing reality began to flash madly in alternating patterns. The two forces collided violently within the heart, causing its beating frequency to grow faster and more chaotic. It was trapped in an unprecedented contradiction of logic. Crack, crack. The clear sound of shattering echoed as the demonic patterns on the surface of the heart of fraud shattered inch by inch, cracks spreading out. Bang! Finally, with a dull explosion, the entire heart could no longer endure this conflicting power, and burst apart, transforming into a sky full of black dust, dispersing in the air. It was shattered by words. Xia Yan's mountain-like body jolted for a moment. He looked at Chu He's hand, which was entirely unharmed, not even stained with a speck of black ash, and then at the smiling Chu He, where disbelief first appeared in his pure black eyes. This kid actually made the heart of fraud crumble with words? After hearing that statement, Xia Yao was already deeply moved, her eyes slightly red. At this moment, seeing Chu He safe and sound, she could no longer hold back and tightly clung to Chu He once again, burying her face in his neck. Chu He felt Xia Yao's body become so light. Xia Yan stared hard at Chu He. The anger, shock, and admiration on his face intertwined, finally transforming into a meaningful cold snort. Interesting. However, a silver tongue may not save your life. The real test is in the kitchen. After saying this, he suddenly turned around, casting a huge shadow over Chu He. Keep up. Chapter 17, Asking for a Kiss in Front of Uncle. Xia Yao, are you serious? Chu He said to Xia Yao, hurry up, get down, your uncle is calling me. Xia Yao clung to him, her legs wrapped around his waist, not moving at all, but instead bringing her face closer, their noses nearly touching. Kiss me, and I'll get down. As soon as these words were spoken, the Dragon Nation live broadcast room exploded. Dragon Nation official live broadcast room? What the hell? No way, sir. Asking for a kiss in front of the parents? Xia Yao, do you have a misunderstanding about the meeting the parents process? I'm stunned. Xia Yao is amazing. Look at Uncle's face. It's almost as dark as a pot bottom. I can hear his bones cracking from behind the screen. In the cafeteria, the temperature dropped sharply. Xia Yan's pure black eyes were locked onto Chu He's face. That gaze seemed to have tortured Chu He 1,000 times over. The veins on the back of his hand gripping the bone knife bulged, twisted like a monstrous dragon from below. The two multi-armed monsters still busy around them moved cautiously, afraid that any noise would attract the attention of this enraged chef. Pressure crashed down like a mountain. Chu He could only sigh helplessly. Under the murderous gaze of the whole Dragon Nation, including Uncle, he cupped Xia Yao's face and gently kissed her lips, quickly parting afterwards. Only then did Xia Yao happily loosen her grip, jumping down from him, her face unable to hide her joyful grin. She tidied her clothes before turning to the brewing volcano, confidently instructing, I'll wait for you to come out, hurry up. After that, she looked up at Xia Yan, and Uncle, don't make things too difficult for Chu He. Xia Yan's chest heaved vigorously, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Yao Yao, Uncle knows what to do. Go eat the magic lion liver I made for you, don't let it get cold. Okay. Xia Yao immediately smiled sweetly, obediently ran to a long table, picked up a knife and fork, and began to elegantly taste the magic lion liver, as if the previous moment clinging to the man like a koala was not her at all. Xia Yan took a deep breath, suddenly turned around, and the shadow completely enveloped Chu He. Come with me. His voice pressed down with a towering rage. Chu He followed him, walking through the door to the kitchen. Inside and outside the door were two different worlds. Blood, thick as paint, flowed down from the massive processing table, pooling into the already dark red trough on the ground. In the air, the rich stench of blood, the disgusting smell of innards, and an overpowering mixture of unknown spices formed a terrifying miasma that could knock an ordinary person unconscious. On the wall hooks hung various indescribable remains of creatures, some still twitching. In the corner, mountains of meat piled together, covered in writhing scales and tentacles. In this kitchen, there were also two S-class multi-armed monsters working here. They moved with astonishing efficiency, peeling, deboning, and chopping, blood and meat flying everywhere. Dragon Nation official live broadcast room. Ugh. I can't take it anymore, I've just thrown up my breakfast. This kitchen is too hardcore. This is not a kitchen, this is a damn slaughterhouse plus a biochemical lab. Xia Yan stopped in a corner of the deepest part of the kitchen, pointing at a mass locked to the wall with iron chains, still writhing, as if woven from countless. Yao Yao loves to make 1,000 strands of meat floss with it. He turned his head, his pure black eyes filled with unabashed malice. In its blood and flesh, there is the most pure fear of this world. Don't even think about touching it directly, just getting too close, a weak mind will have their soul dragged into endless nightmares, until they completely collapse, becoming a living corpse that only breathes. He paused, grinning widely, revealing a mouth full of icy white teeth. The test is simple. Within 1 hour, using this piece of meat, create a meat floss that satisfies both me and Yao Yao. If you can't do it, or go insane, he stretched his tone, cruelly smiling, I don't need to say what the result will be. This is not a test at all. This is murder. Even those two S-rank multi-armed monsters, when dealing with other ingredients, kept a safe distance from this corner, their eyes filled with obvious dread. Only Xia Yan dared to handle this thing. Chu He stood still, not even close, yet an invisible chill had already pierced into his marrow. Countless horrendous illusions flooded into his mind like a dam breaking, instantly collapsing his consciousness. He saw skyscrapers collapsing in fierce flames, saw familiar cities turn to ruins, charred corpses strewn across the ground. He sought his parents and relatives, surrounded by countless horrors, desperately crying out to him, then torn apart in an instant. In the next moment, he found himself in a sea of corpses and blood, surrounded by thousands of evils, countless cold and slimy hands dragging him into an abyss. A painful groan escaped Chu He's throat, his face instantly turning pale as paper, cold sweat soaking his back, his body shaking uncontrollably, as if he would collapse at any moment. Xia Yan stood by with crossed arms, watching coldly. He wanted to see how this reckless kid would howl in fear, break down, and ultimately become a drooling idiot. He wanted Yao Yao to see for herself how weak the man she chose really was. However, just when Chu He's consciousness was about to be completely devoured by the endless darkness, a cool and graceful figure, a stubborn gaze, suddenly invaded his mind. It was Xia Yao. It was her standing in front of him, resolutely saying to her uncle, "He is my man now." It was her demanding a kiss, filled with shyness and dominance. "No. I can't fall here." This thought struck like lightning, cleaving through the layers of nightmares. Chu He bit his tongue, the sharp pain granting a sliver of clarity to his confused mind. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on that writhing piece of meat. "Break for me!" he yelled in his heart, pouring all his mental strength into his eyes. Buzz! The world before him instantly changed. Those bloody and terrifying images faded in color, transforming into the most basic black, white, and gray lines. The fear energy flowing in the air became visible black mist coiling around the snake meat in his eyes. And that so-called nightmare giant python snake meat clearly revealed its true nature before him. It was not flesh at all, but a mass formed by countless negative emotions and mental obsessions condensed into an energy aggregate. The so-called fear, the so-called illusions, were merely the spiritual radiation it unconsciously emitted. Xia Yan's cold smile froze. He saw that although Chu He's face was still pale, those eyes shone with stunning brightness. This kid actually broke free from the nightmare's corrosion with his own will? Xia Yan's massive body suddenly shook, his arms instinctively loosening a bit as disbelief and scrutiny appeared for the first time in his pure black eyes. This kid, it seems, is indeed a bit extraordinary. Chapter 18, Did he even steal my clan's bloodline? The illusions continued to surge like tides, battering into his mind, but Chu He's gaze yet always maintained this clarity. The world in his eyes was no longer that slaughterhouse filled with blood and flesh. That writhing nightmare giant python flesh was completely deconstructed in his sight. The material energy forming its flesh showed the purest grayish-white color. And between those grayish-white fibers were intertwined threads emitting a ghostly purple glow. That was the source of fear. It was a mental poison strong enough to make even S-class anomalies retreat in terror. But at this moment, in Chu He's eyes, this poison presented an almost perfect sense of order, like the clear and beautiful snowflake patterns on top-grade beef. A thought that could be called blasphemous flashed across his mind. Why must fear always be negative? For anomalies, this might be the world's finest seasoning. Xia Yan was taken aback. What on earth was this kid studying? Give me the knife. Chu He suddenly spoke, his voice calm and without a ripple, his gaze locked onto the huge bone knife in Xia Yan's hand, resembling a door plank. Xia Yan froze, doubting whether his ears were affected by the energy of fear, causing him to hallucinate. What did you say? I said, let me use your knife for a moment. Otherwise, how will I cook? Chu He impatiently repeated, as if talking to a dull-witted kitchen apprentice. The corners of Xia Yan's eyes twitched sharply. He glanced at the bone knife soaked with countless powerful creatures' resentment and reluctance, then at Chu He, whose body appeared somewhat thin, a cruel sneer forming on his face. Can you even lift it? He handed over the knife's grip, purposely speaking in a tone of an elder. Use both hands, kid, don't show off, be careful you don't hurt your back, Yao Yao will be heartbroken. This bone knife was crafted by him from the leg bone of an ancient giant beast, weighing over 100 kilograms, enough to shatter the spirits of ordinary anomalies just by its residual fierce aura. However, Chu He merely extended one hand. In Chu He's eyes, wasn't it just a little bigger than an ordinary knife? Why make such a fuss? He lightly gripped the knife handle and easily lifted it up. Sure enough, it was just a bit bigger than a regular kitchen knife. Xia Yan's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpoints, once again shocked by Chu He. Not bad, not too heavy. Chu He weighed it in his hand, uttering a comment capable of giving Xia Yan a heart attack. Xia Yan stood frozen in place. His mind buzzed, a thought wildly surging forth that left him in a state of disbelief. This kid, through kissing Yao Yao, copied not just the core abilities of our family's Eye of Annihilation. He even stole our bloodline power. No wonder. No wonder he could calmly eat that lion head made from a magic lion's head and perfectly absorb the violent energy within it for his own use. This is simply defying the heavens. Chu He couldn't care less about his uncle's crumbling emotions. Gripping the bone knife, his aura suddenly transformed. He intentionally reduced the resistance of the Eye of Annihilation against the infiltrating illusions of fear, letting those terrifying images crash into his mind like landslides and tsunamis. Bone scraping, flesh slicing, separation. His movements were as swift as ghosts yet incredibly precise. Even he was somewhat amazed at how well his body and hands worked. He thought to himself, that magic lion meat really is something. I wonder if others have improved their physique. The bone knife, heavy and powerful in Xia Yan's hands, became light and nimble in his grip, like the most exquisite willow leaf knife. He didn't even use the blade of the knife to touch the snake meat. He simply used the chilling blast of air raised by the knife's edge, effortlessly slicing the purple threads of fear from the grayish-white fibers of flesh, leading to. One by one, they were peeled off, incredibly intact. The whole process flowed like water, filled with the ultimate beauty of violence and skill combined. In the kitchen, the 2S-level multi-armed monsters had stopped all their work without anyone noticing. Their dozens of arms were frozen in mid-air, and their countless eyes stared fixedly at Chu He, as if they were gazing at a god walking among men. In less than half an hour, Chu He stopped his movements. On the processing table in front of him, two distinctly different items were laid out. On one side was a pile of perfectly extracted purple silk threads, neatly arranged on a silver plate, still exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine, like a handful of purple stardust. On the other side was the pure, flawless snake meat, free of any impurities, with a tender pink hue and clear texture, radiating a holy light. Chu He casually inserted the bone knife back into the nearby knife rack, and using the cooking tools that burned with a ghostly blue flame in the kitchen, he quickly roasted the pile of pure snake meat with a unique flame, transforming it into golden and crispy meat floss. An indescribably rich meaty aroma instantly overwhelmed all the blood and stench in the kitchen. He carefully plated the meat floss, forming it into an exquisite little mountain, and finally, picked up the plate of fierce silk threads, and like handling the finest caviar, he cautiously added a few strands next to the meat floss. After doing all this, he walked over to the petrified Xia Yan in front of him, holding the plate. "Uncle, please taste this." He smiled as he handed the plate over. Xia Yan looked down at the finished product in the plate, his throat moving uncomfortably. He didn't eat it right away but asked in a hoarse voice, "What do these silk threads mean? The best ingredients should showcase their most complete flavors." Chu He answered with neither humility nor arrogance, his eyes carrying a hint of pity, as if guiding an inexperienced junior. "This fear is the soul of the nightmare python, its essence, too precious to discard. But everyone's taste is different, the ability to handle stimulation can vary greatly. Therefore, the weight of the seasoning should be decided by the diner themselves. I believe Yao Yao would like it too." Xia Yan fell silent. He looked deeply at Chu He, and the look in his eyes was immensely complex. This kid was not just brave and skilled in cooking. This thoughtfulness, this understanding of ingredients, diners, and even the act of eating itself, had surpassed most so-called famous chefs. He extended his slightly trembling, thick fingers, pinching a small amount of the pure meat floss without the purple silk threads, and placed it in his mouth. The meat floss melted in his mouth, the extreme freshness bursting open on his taste buds, flowing like warmth through his entire body. Xia Yan's chewing abruptly stopped. In his enormous pupils, brilliant light exploded. He pinched another small amount, carefully dipped it into one of the purple fear silk threads, and put it into his mouth again. The next moment, a chilling sense of fear shot straight to his head, but immediately following was a meat aroma amplified 100 times stronger than before. The sense of fear heightened all the body senses, including the taste buds. Xia Yan looked at Chu He, silent for a long time, long enough for the air to seem frozen. Finally, he squeezed out a few words from his throat, his voice filled with endless exhaustion and defeat. "Culinary skills, courage, character, you've passed all of them." He pushed the plate back to Chu He. "Take it to Yao Yao. She will like it." Chapter 19, The Strange Girlfriend in the Library. Chu He walked out of the kitchen holding the plate of golden, crispy meat floss dotted with a few strange purple silk threads. Xia Yao's gaze had not left him since the moment he appeared. "For you." Chu He steadily placed the plate in front of her. Xia Yao picked up the fork, and without hesitation, speared a small pile of shredded meat, along with the purple silk thread symbolizing pure fear, and sent it into her mouth. She chewed lightly, gracefully. But the next second, her pure black eyes suddenly burst with an unprecedented brightness, like a galaxy lit up in the dark night. Delicious. She forked up a big bite, her small face puffed up, her eyes squinted in happiness. "You really know how to cook," she looked at Chu He and added seriously. "Dragon Kingdom official livestream. Wow." Xia Yao's little fangirl look, who can resist that? It's over, not only has God Chu captured Xia Yao's body, now he's captured her stomach too. Double capture, most deadly. Have you noticed? God Chu is looking more and more like a big shot now. That calmness he showed in front of Uncle was just too cool. Seeing Xia Yao eating so happily, a wave of long-lost, genuine happiness surged in Chu He's heart. This feeling was more solid than completing any task or receiving any reward. He indeed didn't expect that his top chef talent would become the ultimate weapon for conquering an SSS-level weirdness in such a bizarre place. Chu He had an extraordinary talent for cooking since he was small. When others first cooked, they either added too much salt or forgot to add anything, causing chaos in the kitchen. When he was 6 and cooked for the first time, he could precisely control the amount of salt, making dishes that were neither too salty nor too bland, perfectly seasoned. After watching a cooking show, he could remember the recipes and processes quite well and wouldn't forget for a long time. Unfortunately, in school, his grades were always mediocre, in that middle ground where teachers didn't pay much attention and classmates didn't notice. During the high school entrance exam that year, he scored 482, an awkward number. He was far from going to the best high school in the county, only able to go to the second best, and still end up in an ordinary class. At that time, he really wanted to learn to be a chef, to open a small restaurant of his own, doing what he loved. But his parents firmly opposed it. In their eyes, there was nothing lower than being a chef, only studying was high. As expected, during 3 years of high school and 2 years of university, his grades remained average, indistinguishable from the crowd. But whenever he had spare time, he would study recipes and hone his cooking skills. The dream of opening a restaurant always lay hidden in his heart. Unexpectedly, the dream didn't materialize in reality but instead blossomed with dazzling brilliance in a bizarre world in an extremely absurd way. Just as Chu He's thoughts drifted away, a cold system notification sound suddenly rang out in his mind. Emotional interaction feed with SSS level campus beauty Xia Yao completed, effect superb. Intimacy greatly increased. Current intimacy, infatuation 30%. Chu He felt a surge of joy in his heart. Meanwhile, Xia Yan watched his niece being enchanted by a plate of shredded meat and felt a tightness in his chest. He snorted coldly and pushed the plate of demon lion liver, which he had made himself, dark red and exuding endless domineering energy, towards Chu He. The movement was rough. "Eat it, don't waste it," Xia Yan said in an unquestionable commanding tone. Chu He looked at the plate of demon lion liver and then at Xia Yan's face filled with "I'm very unhappy but can't do anything about you," and his heart was clear as a mirror. This was a disguised acknowledgement and investment. This uncle probably guessed about his abilities close to the mark. Plus, with Xia Yao's straightforwardness, she probably had already spilled all that could be said and all that couldn't be said, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. He didn't hold back, picking up the knife and fork, and started to dig in. The demon lion liver was tasted. A warm current exploded in his body, 100 times more powerful than the previous braised lion's head. The energy was extremely violent, like molten iron, instantly surging through his entire body. Chu He felt every inch of his bones groaning under the unbearable weight. And in an instant, it was reshaped by a more powerful force. Every muscle fiber was torn apart and then rewoven in a tougher, denser way. At this moment, his physical quality experienced a qualitative leap. Even his mental strength seemed to be injected with high-purity fuel, filling him like never before. Awesome. So damn awesome. After finishing this explosion of information and then meeting the parents' lunch, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. When Chu He stepped into her office again, following Xia Yao, the Dragon Country live broadcast room went dark. As soon as the door closed, Xia Yao melted onto him like a piece of melted caramel. She tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, her long and straight legs entwining his waist, hanging onto him, her gaze hazy and full of a little animal-like dependence. The two lay down in the bedroom. Chu He originally wanted to take advantage of this rare free time to check his system panel after his rapid growth. But Xia Yao didn't give him that chance at all. Her pure black eyes were filled with an intense request that could not be refused. After eating, it was time to exercise. 1 hour later, Xia Yao lay contentedly on her side next to Chu He, like a well-fed kitty, sound asleep, her long eyelashes casting a quiet shadow beneath her eyes. Chu He breathed a long sigh of relief, finally having some time for himself. With a flick of his mind, he opened his personal attribute panel. Brand new data. Name, Chu He. Eye of Annihilation level, intermediate, ability, destruction, see-through illusions. Progress of Eye of Annihilation, 60%. Intimacy with Xia Yao, infatuation. Progress of infatuation, 60%. ZRRR. ZRRR. Just as Chu He was enjoying the thrill of his power increase, a harsh broadcast unexpectedly shattered the tranquility of the entire campus. All survivors, please pay attention. Sign in at the library before 3 o'clock this afternoon. Latecomers will be eliminated. Library? Chu He's brow furrowed. Xia Yao in his arms was also startled awake by the noise. When she heard the word library, her body obviously paused, and a strange expression flashed across her stunning little face. That expression was complex. It seemed she was reminiscing about something, yet also clearly in pain. As if there was something in that place that both delighted and troubled her. She raised her head, took Chu He's hand, leaned close to his ear, and whispered in a tone only the two could hear. My best friend is there. Her name is Kachi. She's really smart, just a bit quirky. Xia Yao seemed to struggle to find a suitable word, ultimately summarizing it as quirky. Be careful, she is very good at creating illusions, and the tests may be of this kind, just don't get lost in it. Chapter 20, this game is invincible, forced to dream for 30 years. But, if you accidentally break the rules, just mention my name, say you are my man, she will definitely give me this face. After Xiaoyao finished speaking, her body turned in Chu He's arms, leaving her smooth, soft back to him, signaling I want to continue sleeping, don't disturb me. Chu He took the opportunity to wrap her warm body in his arms from behind. Xiaoyao's body instantly tensed, then relaxed again, a hint of smugness curving at the corner of her mouth, hidden from Chu He's view. She pretended to continue sleeping, but her restlessly curled and then splayed toes completely betrayed her inner restlessness. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Chu He arrived alone in front of the library. He found the library looked quite small, seeming unable to hold even 100 people. Also a Gothic building, it appeared eerie and strange under the blood-colored sunset. At the entrance stood a sign, written in dried blood, please keep quiet when entering. Chu He pushed open the door covered in strange runes, and a strange fragrance rushed in. A breath rushed in. It was like a mix of certain herbal scents, indescribable, but with a few inhalations, I felt my spirit awaken, my mind clear. Moreover, what surprised Chu He was that the interior space completely contradicted what was seen from the outside, massive beyond imagination. Inside the door, 80 survivors from other countries had already gathered. One by one, they looked tense, tiptoeing and cautiously surveying their surroundings, their faces marked with terror, confusion, or seriousness, but none dared to make a sound. The entire space was silent enough to hear a pin drop. Chu He observed the place closely. Rows of towering bookshelves loomed like silent giants, dividing the space into countless deep corridors. The shelves held not just tens of thousands of books, each with an extremely bizarre form. Some covers were made from the skin of a strange creature, patterned with fine scales. Some spines had eyeballs growing on them, slowly turning with a person's movements, their gaze full of scrutiny. Even more bizarre, Chu He saw an entire row of books that were alive. They lay flat on the shelves, their pages rising and falling rhythmically like a chest, emitting a faint breathing sound. Chu He was filled with wonder as he walked toward the information desk in the center of the library, carefully admiring these peculiar collectibles. When he reached the desk, a silver-haired little girl who looked about 10 years old was sitting there. She was petite, seemingly around 1.50 meters, but her body proportions looked just right. She wore a light blue and pale purple gradient misty starry top, cut to the waist, with countless tiny crystals adorning the neckline, reflecting tiny rainbows as she unconsciously swayed. The outer layer of her A-line skirt was a translucent fabric printed with golden patterns, while the inner layer was a deep matte blue. Her small legs dangled in the air, and the skirt swayed, the countless silver threads hidden in the inner fabric dancing to and fro, twinkling like star trails quietly running at the hem. Most striking were her eyes, large and bright, as if containing an entire shining galaxy, beautiful beyond description. At this moment, the silver-haired sprite was sitting on a high chair, her little legs swinging back and forth, engrossed in a thick book on the table. Chu He's gaze unconsciously darted towards the cover of the book. The title was very straightforward, very explosive, and very twisted. A kiss sets it in stone, dominating a strange world starting with a kiss from the uncanny school goddess. Chu He's expression instantly froze. This is what Xiaoyao mentioned, that smart friend, Qi? An SSS tier bizarre lowly actually reading this kind of mindless, over-the-top male harem fantasy from the Dragon Country? At that moment, a ticking sound echoed. An antique wall clock on the information desk had its hands precisely aligned at 3 o'clock. Pain, joy, cold and warmth, almost identical to experiences in reality. 1 hour has passed in the outside world, but in the dream, it is 60 years. Her voice paused, scanning the pale faces of everyone, her smile widening. The rules require that you must stay in the dream for 30 years, which is half an hour in reality. If after 30 years you can still tell the dream from reality, the door to come out will naturally appear before you. But if you can't tell the difference. She tilted her head, revealing an innocent expression. Then you'll stay inside forever, enjoying your sweet dreams. As her words fell, the temperature in the entire library suddenly dropped. Everyone looked at her unbelievably cute face, but felt a chill shooting from their feet to the top of their heads, terrifying. Spending 30 years in a dream, can they still tell reality apart? How much willpower would that take? But no one dared to resist. Before absolute power, they could only choose to obey. The survivors, one by one, looked ashen, filled with endless fear, trembling as they walked into the colorful dream door. Chu He felt a whirlwind, as if his soul was pulled from his body, plunging into a warm and sticky sea of stars. As everyone entered, dozens of screens appeared out of thin air before Kachi, each playing a person's dream in real time. Kachi sat back in her high chair, crossed her legs, and with great interest, enjoyed watching these people's dreams like a movie. Some men dreamed of sitting on mountains of gold and silver, surrounded by beautiful women, becoming the world's richest, with an obsessed laugh on their faces. Some women dreamed of retaining their youth, pursued madly by countless handsome men, becoming the center of the world. Others dreamed of gaining destructive power, dominating all beings, trampling those who once bullied them underfoot, their expressions madness. So boring. Kachi yawned, casually picked up a cup of steaming red tea and took a sip, her eyes filled with disdain. Human desires are just a few kinds, with no new ideas at all. She scanned around with boredom, her gaze drifting from one screen after another lost in desire. Suddenly, her gaze stopped. Her sight locked tightly onto a screen in the corner. That was Chu He's dream. Her starry eyes widened instantly, her mouth forming an O, her face filled with unprecedented shock and disbelief. As if she had seen a terrifying scene that shattered her worldview. What the hell? Chapter 21, The Best Gossip Comes from Best Friends. Because she saw her best friend, Xia Yao, in Chu He's dream. Furthermore, this Dragon Kingdom contestant named Chu He was surprisingly close to her best friend, who looked down on all men as if they were dust. Cuddling and hugging was just part of their daily routine. Even in the dream, they were together day and night, relying on each other, living a life of inseparability. The spring nights are short, and the days rise early, thus, the king does not attend court. Serving joy and feasting leave no leisure, spring plays by day and night. These 4 lines of poetry perfectly describe their life. At first, Kachi's delicate little face flushed red with anger, her silver teeth clenched, her small fists white with pressure. This Dragon Kingdom contestant was so daring. How dare he desecrate her best friend in a dream? It was simply a sin deserving of death. But this anger lasted less than 3 seconds before being completely swallowed, burned away by a raging fire of gossip. Compared to these explosive scenes that could overturn her worldview. What best friend loyalty? It was not worth mentioning. The gossip was what mattered most. She originally had a photographic memory, but at this moment she thought her mind was not enough. She wished she could brand every image in her brain, afraid of missing even the tiniest detail. There was no way, she understood Xia Yao far too well. That woman, if an ordinary man dared to even touch her, or even look at her for 3 seconds, he would be turned to a pile of ashes, his soul completely extinguished. She could never have imagined that one day she would see Xia Yao in such a wild and unrestrained side. Moreover, the Xia Yao in her dream felt incredible yet utterly real. Equally domineering and unreasonable. With the same straightforwardness, her thought process could veer off into outer space. In the dream, Xia Yao had a strong dependency on Chu He, often sticking to him like a clingy little kitten. She always hoped to be by Chu He's side, even if just quietly staying there, she felt at ease. And what happened next almost made Kaji's jaw drop in shock. Time in the dream flew by, 10 years later. Chu He and Xia Yao actually had a daughter. The little girl perfectly inherited both of their strengths, looking as adorable as a delicate work of art, cuteness making hearts melt. But her personality, oh, it was just like Xia Yao's, so domineering at such a young age. Daddy is mine. Mommy, go away. The little girl often hung on Chu He like a koala, baring her teeth at Xia Yao who tried to get closer, fiercely declaring her claim. Xia Yao would never back down, yanking her daughter off Chu He and tossing her aside before boldly climbing up to him herself. He is my man, and you are the unnecessary one. Chu He was caught in between the mother and daughter, both amused and helpless, as this sweet yet headache-inducing pet competition played out every day. Kaji watched with great interest, her mouth grinning from ear to ear, her short little legs wiggling like helicopter blades. She even took out a delicate little notebook, reading while quickly scribbling, her small face full of serious academic research. On the cover of the notebook, there was a striking line of bold text, observation diary on best friend Xia Yao's post-marriage parenting. In Kaji's eyes, the 30 years in the dream felt like just an instant. She smacked her lips, still wanting more. The moment the 30 years in the dream were up, although Chu He revealed reluctance in his eyes, he showed no signs of confusion, as a colorful light door quickly appeared beside him. Seeing the light door, Chu He seemed a bit reluctant to leave but then noticed the colors of the door were continuously fading, as if it would disappear soon. With a heavy heart, Chu He stepped into the light door. This guy, is his resolve really that strong? After being immersed in such a realistic and fulfilling dream for 30 years, he just left without a moment's hesitation? Wait, she saw Chu He's somewhat sad eyes. Could it be that he had already seen through the illusion? A hint of unusual brightness flashed in Kaji's starry eyes. In truth, as soon as Chu He stepped inside, he realized that the surrounding world was an illusion because the moment he entered, his oblivion eye was forced to activate. For these 30 years, he had been completely awake, the Xia Yao's personality inside remained unchanged, just as he understood that Xia Yao and he lived together. Kaji hid the recorded video in her little notebook, jumping down from her high chair and, with her hands behind her back like a little adult, walked in a zigzag to where Chu He just walked out of the dream door. Ahem. She cleared her throat, trying hard to put on a serious expression, raising her tender little face to scrutinize Chu He. How does it feel? Not bad, Chu He smiled, his gaze clear, just that the dream was a bit short. Oh? Kaji's gossiping spirit was ignited again, seemingly casually asking, what did you dream about? What could make you reminisce so much? He deliberately sighed deeply and, with a tone full of affection and nostalgia, said, "In my dreams, I have a gentle and virtuous wife, and a lively and lovely daughter. My family is happy, and my life is fulfilled, with no regrets." Kaki's eyes instantly brightened like two supernovae, and pretending to be impatient, she asked, "What does your wife look like?" Chua's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of just the right warmth appeared in his eyes, has long, smooth black hair, and her eyes are as beautiful as the purest obsidian. But her personality is a bit domineering, and she has a strong possessiveness. She always likes to cling to me, saying I am hers. With each word he spoke, Kaki's expression became more colorful, from forced calmness to shaking with suppressed laughter. By the end, Kaki could no longer hold back, her cheeks turning bright red, her shoulders shaking, making a pfft sound like air escaping. Chua sensed something was off. It felt as if Kaki knew his dream too well. Kaki feigned ease and asked, "Is your wife named Xiaoyao?" Chua's heart skipped a beat, and his smile froze on his face. He suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Can you see my dreams? Why can't I?" Kaki finally dropped the act, placing her hands on her hips, puffing out her little chest, looking proud. "I can create dreams, so of course I can see what happens in them." Chua was completely stunned. Wasn't that to say, he and Xiaoyao had lived out 30 years of married life in dreams, countless days and nights, all clearly seen by this strange little girl. A massive social death scene. Just when Chua was so embarrassed he could dig a library with his toes, Kaki's smile suddenly vanished, and a chilling, bone-piercing killing intent enveloped the entire place. Her eyes, like starry rivers, were now filled only with endless coldness and authority, her voice becoming as icy as the depths of hell. "Dragon Nation contestant, you have great audacity. Do you know who Xiaoyao is to me?" "You." Chua was about to speak when Kaki interrupted him with a barrage of words. "I am Xiaoyao's best friend. Your behavior towards her in the dream is simply unforgivable. Listen to me. You humans are so bold, do you even know how much Xiaoyao hates men?" Kaki put her hands on her hips, standing on tiptoes, trying hard to make herself look more imposing. "Don't even think about touching her, just looking at her for more than 3 seconds will turn you to ashes. Although you look okay, if she finds out that not only did you see her in the dream, but also touched her, and slept with her. And it was so frequent. 30 years. Besides the year she got pregnant, you two have never had a calm day." At this point, Kaki's delicate little face was flushed, but her starry eyes sparkled with unusual excitement. "Let me explain, we..." Not listening, not listening." Kaki shook her head vigorously, like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum. "The evidence is conclusive, what more is there to explain?" Suddenly, she restrained all expressions, her face stern, and in a businesslike tone, said, "To be honest with you, I have already backed up your dream. If you don't want me to show it to my best friend, you must agree to one condition. Right now. Immediately. At once." She puffed out her little chest, speaking slowly, and presented a request that took Chua completely by surprise. "Kiss me like you did Xiaoyao in the dream." No one knows how she endured the half hour in reality, watching her best friend live sweetly and happily in the dream for 30 years. And no one knows how many changes of her own underwear she secretly made during that half hour. Chua stood frozen in place. This development was simply ridiculous to the core, absurdly ridiculous. After going in such a big circle, with threats and intimidation, the final aim was actually this? He instantly understood. Kachi wasn't really angry, she was just a gossip who loved to watch the fun. She still didn't know her true relationship with Xiaoyao, her understanding of her best friend was still at the don't come near stage. Thinking of this, Chu He didn't feel offended at all, instead, he found it a bit funny. Put. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. This laugh stunned the originally fierce Kachi, leaving her with a confused look. "Hey, Dragon Country human, what are you laughing at? Are you scared, silly?" "Nothing." Chu He shook his head, looking at her with a hint of playfulness. "I know you are Xiaoyao's best friend." He paused and spoke the second half of the sentence in a matter-of-fact tone. "But I am Xiaoyao's man." As soon as he said this, Kachi's gaze immediately changed from scrutiny and curiosity to deep pity and sympathy. It seemed this human had gone crazy and started talking nonsense. "Why are you looking at me with that stupid look?" Chu He felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. "If you're not a fool, who is?" Kachi sighed, looking pitiful, still claiming to be Xiaoyao's man. "Are you still dreaming or did a fever fry your brain?" Saying this, she actually floated over, reaching out her soft little hand to check Chu He's forehead. However, just as she got close to Chu He, her movement suddenly froze. Her little nose instinctively twitched twice. A familiar scent entered her nostrils. It was Xiaoyao's scent. She couldn't be mistaken. Kachi's starry eyes suddenly narrowed. She couldn't help but let out an exclamation. "Oh my god, don't tell me it's true?" "Chu He, yeah, we were lying together before coming to the library." As soon as he said this, the air seemed to freeze for a second. This time, it was Kachi who was left stunned. Her starry eyes fixed on Chu He, as if trying to find traces of a lie on his face. After several seconds, she gasped sharply, a flash of lightning struck her mind. No wonder. No wonder the Xia Yao in that dream felt so real. That overbearing possessiveness, that unique way of thinking, aside from her clingy and proud personality that she had never seen before, it was definitely not something imagined out of thin air. So this man in front of her was dreaming based on a real person. Having figured this out, Kachi's gaze towards Chu He completely changed. She leaned in closer, her small face full of suppressed excitement and curiosity, her voice lowered an octave, like a cunning little fox. How did you two meet? Chu He looked at her expression of eager curiosity, finding it amusing, and replied honestly, it's a long story. We met yesterday afternoon, and then we stayed together that night. Boom! Chu He's words exploded in Kachi's mind like a heavy bomb. Her little mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and she froze completely. They met yesterday afternoon. And stayed together that night? What the hell? Is this still her best friend who sees men as dirt and swore to live lonely forever? This is too fast. Is this a fictional story come to life? Kachi's brain crashed for a full half minute before it finally rebooted. She looked at Chu He, her eyes bursting with unprecedented light, grabbing onto his sleeve. Please, you must tell me all the details. At that moment, the door of the dream rippled again, and a blonde-eyed foreign survivor wandered out in a daze, followed by a second, a third. Kachi instantly got anxious. She didn't want to be disturbed by these ordinary people while she was enjoying the show. She waved her little hand, and a blank sign flew to the consultation desk, where a line of blood-red words automatically appeared, trial over, return to your dormitory on your own. Do not disturb the bookshelves, otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear. After finishing all this, she didn't even glance at the trembling survivors, grabbed Chu He's wrist, and ran behind the consultation desk. Come with me. She pushed open an inconspicuous small door and pulled Chu He inside. Behind the door, the space opened up suddenly. This was Kachi's private room. Rather than a room, it was more like a viewing platform built in the starry sky. There were no walls in the entire space, and swirling bright rivers of stars surrounded them from all directions, countless stars twinkling within reach. The ground was paved with an unknown black crystal, so smooth it felt like jade underfoot, reflecting the starlight above. In the center of the room was an enormous, somewhat exaggerated, circular soft bed. On the deep purple velvet sheets lay a pile of cushions in various materials and colors, resembling a soft island. Above the bed hung a canopy made of countless small crystals, refracting the starlight. Sit. Kachi pointed to the big bed and eagerly jumped up, settling into a pile of the most comfortable cushions, then magically took out a brand new hardcover notebook and a feather pen. She crossed her legs, spread the notebook on her lap, and looked at Chu He with an expression full of anticipation, urging, hurry up. Start from when you first met. Chu He looked at this scene, and combined with Kachi's gossipy nature, he was momentarily at a loss for words. After thinking for a moment, he figured there was nothing to hide about his matter with Xia Yao, bringing this SSS-level best friend to his side would only be beneficial. So, he told her everything about how he came to this world, how he met Xia Yao, and how their relationship gradually developed to what it is now. Kachi listened with shining eyes, the feather pen danced swish-swish across the notebook, sometimes letting out a wow of admiration, and other times covering her mouth and giggling hee-hee, her little legs shaking excitedly. What piqued her interest and curiosity the most was the mysterious kiss of Chu He, which actually had the unusual effect of gaining a bizarre core ability. Not only was she drawn to Chu He's lips, but she also wondered what it felt like to kiss him, to make Xia Yao so infatuated. Chapter 23, A Kiss, and I'll Let You Go. Can you kiss me once? As soon as she said this, Kachi's exquisitely beautiful little face turned as red as a ripe apple. She grabbed a cloud-shaped cushion beside her and buried her whole face into it, leaving only a pair of flushed ear tips exposed in the air, and even her short silver hair seemed to be steaming. Chu He looked at her ostrich-like shy appearance and couldn't help but find it a bit amusing. Who would have thought that an immensely powerful SSS-level bazaar would have such a display in private? This contrast was simply too great. To be honest, seeing this petite figure, with delicate features and eyes seemingly holding the entire starry river, act so bashful and expectant made Chu He's heart skip a beat. Who could withstand this? But immediately, Xia Yao's fierce yet pure face floated into his mind. That girl who would squint her eyes with joy over a plate of meat floss, that girl who would unreasonably cling to him to assert her claim, that girl who treated him as her whole world. Here, Xia Yao gave him unwavering trust and protection. Chu He took a deep breath, suppressing the ripples in his heart. He looked at Kachi, still pretending to be dead in the cushion, and said softly but firmly, "You're very cute, to be honest, I really like you." Kachi, buried in the cushion, slightly stiffened her body, and the tips of her ears turned even redder. Then Chu He continued, "But, I am a very devoted man. Xia Yao is very good to me, I cannot do anything to let her down." As the words fell, Kachi tightened her arms around the pillow, and the whole room fell silent, leaving only the soft glow of the flowing star river. After a long while, she finally lifted her head from the pillow. Her starry eyes were filled with obvious disappointment and grievance, even misted with tears. Chu He felt a tightness in his heart and thought to himself that this was not good. The next second, Kachi got up from the large bed and crawled to his side. She raised her small, lovable face that could make anyone feel compassion and looked up at Chu He, tentatively reaching out her little hand to touch his broad chest, speaking in a tone that was almost pleading. Just one kiss, really just one, nothing else, okay? Bang, bang, bang. Chu He felt his heart as if it was gripped by a small hand, tightening suddenly, then wildly beating again. This cute and little expression was like a nuclear bomb to him. Damn. Chu He almost impulsively leaned down to kiss her. He silently thanked himself for having met Xia Yao, that top beauty. First, he had developed some immunity to beauty. If he had just entered the instance and first met Kachi with that look in her eyes and her little hand touching him, he would have probably been left with an empty mind, throwing all principles and bottom lines to the farthest sky. Chu He bit his tongue harshly, forcing himself to calm down with the pain. He extended his hand, but gently took Kachi's little hand away, then quickly stood up and took 2 steps back to keep a safe distance from her. Ahem. He cleared his throat, feeling that his pants were becoming a bit tight due to some honest reactions of his body, making him uncomfortable. What an unreliable body. Chu He inwardly cursed himself, then forced a calm tone as he said, "It's getting late, I have to go back. Xia Yao will probably get anxious, and if she worries and comes here, that scene would be difficult to handle." This was definitely not an exaggeration. With Xia Yao's straightforwardness and domineering possessiveness, if she saw him alone with her best friend, and her best friend was even touching him, Chu He had no doubt that Xia Yao might demolish the entire library on the spot. He absolutely did not want that situation to happen. "Let me go," he said finally. However, Kachi seemed not to have heard his words and stubbornly shook her head. "No." She took a step forward, getting closer, her eyes full of undeniable determination. "Just one kiss, after that, I will let you go right away." Chu He frowned, looking at her relentless expression, and his tone became heavier. "Woman, you are playing with fire." He stared into Kachi's eyes, speaking slowly and firmly. "What I said just now was not an exaggeration. My kiss is poisonous. If you taste it, you will definitely be unable to extricate yourself and fall in love with me." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Kachi and turned to walk towards the small door he had come through. Right now, he just wanted to leave this troublesome place quickly, take a cold shower, and then find Xia Yao to cool down. However, when his hand grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open, he was frozen in place. Outside the door was not the consultation desk he had entered before. Instead, it was a dazzling and boundless starry sky, exactly the same. He disbelieved, stepped back to shut the door, and then opened it again. What lay before him was still that deep, vast star river. Chu He felt a sinking feeling in his heart and immediately activated the Eye of Annihilation. However, that eye, which could see through illusions, was now veiled in mist. Although the star river before his eyes appeared slightly distorted, there were no flaws or exits to be found. Behind him, Kachi's voice came, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. "Save it." She didn't know when she had sat up, her little legs swinging, leisurely looking at him. "This is my bedroom, of course using the highest level of spatial secret techniques. It's not something like the low-level dream realm you humans deal with. Not to mention you, even if Xia Yao comes, it won't be easy to get out without putting in some effort." She tilted her head, a hint of cunning flashing in her starry eyes. "With your current vision, you can't see through it." Chu He slowly turned around, his face completely darkened. He finally understood, he was under house arrest. "Today, is it absolutely necessary?" he asked. Kachi nodded heavily, her face filled with seriousness. "Yes, it is absolutely necessary." Chu He stared at her for a full 3 seconds, then suddenly, he laughed. It was a smile mixed with a bit of helplessness, a bit of amusement, and a bit of going all out. "Okay." He uttered one word, then took steps, walking back towards that big bed, towards Kachi. "I hope you won't regret it." After saying that, he actually leaned down slightly in front of Kachi, towards her exquisite little face so close, and slowly puckered his lips. Chapter 24, A Forced Kiss is Not Sweet. Seeing him pucker his lips, Kaki's previously sparkling eyes filled with cunning and anticipation were instantly taken over by a hint of panic, but in the next second, a power from the charming kiss rule activated, making her unable to resist completely. Her little mouth involuntarily puckered slightly, leaning in. Then, an irresistible force drew their lips together perfectly. Soft, slightly cool. Immediately, a taste like grape taffy that could sweeten one's soul exploded in Chu He's mouth, tangy and sweet, with a hint of thrilling electricity that quickened the heartbeat. This was not just taste, but a shock on a spiritual level. The lips parted. It was just a moment, yet it felt as long as a century. Kiss successful. Target is SSS level strange, first kiss, impact assessment is max. Initial intimacy plus 20. Current intimacy level, familiar. Intimacy level, stranger, familiar, dependency, infatuation, deep love, unique. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SSS level strange cocky exclusive ability spatial manipulation. Spatial manipulation basic, can teleport short distances with thought, create spatial barriers, chains, etc. Usage method, through imagination. A series of prompt sounds rang in Chu He's mind. But his attention at this moment was entirely on the silver-haired lowly before him. Cocky froze in place, as if she had turned into a beautiful sculpture. Her starry eyes widened, mist swirling in them, her gaze dazed and unfocused. A delicate little face flushed from her neck to her ears, like a ripe peach, as if water could be squeezed out of it. Lenny. She looked at her with a face full of panic. What do you mean by that once? Don't be reckless. We agreed that after a kiss, you would let me go. Why you can't break your promise? Cocky stepped closer, the sickly red flush on her face not fading but growing more vivid. She licked her still sweet lips and argued confidently, don't you know what I want? After watching you and Xia Yao shamelessly fool around in dreams for 30 years, do you know how I spent the last half hour? Do you know? Cocky shouted at the end, her voice almost hysterical, filled with a mix of grievance and long-suppressed excitement. Chu He was completely stunned. How did this girl suddenly get so worked up? Could it be the kiss of the enchantress? My god, that's terrifying. Just one kiss and she wants to him. Chu He pressed down the urge to curse, cautiously probing, how exactly did you spend this half hour? Cocky's gaze drifted for a moment, as if she thought of something embarrassing, and stammered, I felt really hot. No, it's not right, I felt very uncomfortable. Something was wrong all over. In short, it was exceptionally uncomfortable. Her cheeks became flushed again. Not wanting to linger on the subject, she shamelessly said, no need for more words. Today I've got you for sure, even if Jesus comes, he can't stop me, I swear. Chu He's pupils suddenly contracted. Hearing her domineering declaration, he was sure she really intended to take him by force. Fighting definitely wouldn't work. He began to reason, calm down. A forcibly twisted melon isn't sweet. But a juicy one can quench thirst. Chu He was infuriated, you're simply shameless. Shameless is always better than boring. You're despicable. You're the same, Cocky shot back without backing down, her gaze sweeping over his waist, her tone filled with mockery, you haven't straightened up since just now. Damn. How could there be such an unpredictable and fierce woman in this world? No more talking, I'm leaving. Chu He realized arguing was pointless, this woman was entirely unreasonable. He had to run. He decided to use his power. He focused his mind, tightly locking onto the position of the consultation desk he came from, pouring his mental energy into the ability he had just acquired, space manipulation, teleport. Buzz. His figure vanished instantly from the spot. However, before he could feel relieved, in the next millisecond, the surrounding space twisted like a piece of kneaded clay, forcibly squeezing him out of the spatial layer and making him reappear in the original position. Teleported for nothing. Ha! A hint of surprise flashed in Cocky's eyes, then she said approvingly, you're quite honest. That kiss can really copy someone else's abilities. But it seems to have only copied a tiny bit. She clapped her hands leisurely, like a queen in control of everything. Alright, little hee, don't waste your efforts. In my bedroom, the rules of space are defined by me, with your half-baked ability, you can't get out. As soon as she finished speaking, Cocky suddenly focused, her starry eyes becoming deep. Chu He instantly felt the air around him turn thick like cement, an invisible but irresistible force firmly imprisoned him in place, not even allowing him to move a finger. Then, Cocky merely tilted her head slightly. Chu He felt as if he was grabbed by an invisible giant hand, floating involuntarily, and then with a thud, he was heavily slammed onto the huge, soft round bed. Help! Help! Chu He felt the soft velvet beneath him, looked up at the sparkling crystal canopy above, smelled the faint scent of Cocky in the air, and his heart began to race, letting out a desperate shout. Ha 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 ha, how interesting. So interesting. Cocky's laughter was as crisp as silver bells, but it sent chills down Chu He's spine. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. She lightly floated onto the bed, looking down at him from above, her small hands elegantly gesturing in the air. Chu He only felt a chill in his legs. Chapter 25, you wouldn't want Xia Yao to know, would you? Woo woo. Woo woo. From under the blanket came a suppressed and wrong sob, as if Chu He were a wronged little wife. Chu He wrapped himself tightly in the velvet blanket from head to ankle, and from the outside, all that could be seen was the blanket shaking constantly, while inside, one hand was frantically wiping non-existent tears from his eyes. His heart was collapsing. He never imagined he would fall to this level one day. If he called the police, they would think he was insane, but the truth was absurd. Hey, you're a tall man at 180 centimeters, why are you crying? That's ridiculous. Besides, I saw you looked pretty pleased just now. Kaki's voice came from beside him, lazily satisfied after the act. At this moment, Kaki propped her head up with one hand, lying on her side, her starry-like gaze unabashedly appreciating Chu He, as if she were looking at a beautiful object. Chu He suddenly sat up, the blanket sliding down to his waist, exposing his well-defined chest and abs, his voice trembling, feigning a crying tone. It's not the same. My body wouldn't listen, it was a natural response. But my heart, my spirit, have suffered huge torment and injury. He indignantly accused, you are simply too rude. To treat a pure young man so roughly. Oh dear, what's done is done, and it can't be changed, so stop thinking too much. Kaki waved her delicate little hand, speaking casually as someone who had been through it. Chu He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, asking the question he was most worried about, so what should we do? It's been 3 hours, Yao must be going crazy, I seriously suspect she is outside. Hearing this, Kaki smirked slyly, extending a fair finger to lightly shake it by her lips. You don't need to worry about this is my room, and of course, I control the flow of time inside. The 3 hours that just passed were actually only 3 seconds outside. Chu He was stunned by her words. 3 seconds? But this stalemate wouldn't last longer than 10 seconds, after all, having been in a dream realm before, he quickly accepted it while also feeling a rush of panic about this seemingly harmless little girl. She looked completely not dangerous, even adorably cute, but he had no doubt that this petite body contained boundless power capable of overturning reality. In this room, he was almost at Kaki's mercy, the Eye of Annihilation was of no use at all. You are Yao's close friend, do you think what you're doing is fair to her? Chu He asked plainly. Mentioning Xia Yao, Kaki's smile indeed faded. She lowered her head, twisting the corner of her white nightgown, her starry-like eyes quickly misting over, her voice became pitiful and weak, as if truly filled with deep remorse. I'm sorry for Yao. I took her most beloved man. Seeing her like this, Chu He felt inexplicably soft inside. Just as he was about to say some comforting words, like, this won't happen again, everyone has moments of impulse, or it's all my cursed enchanting kiss's fault. Kaki's next words instantly forced him to swallow all the prepared lines, almost choking him. She suddenly looked up, the wronged and guilty expression on her face disappearing in a split second, replaced by an indescribable look. Amidst extreme excitement and assertive brilliance. But Kaki puffed up her little chest and said decisively, rather than feel sorry for Yao, I just can't let myself suffer. No matter who I wrong, I must never wrong myself. To love others, first love oneself. Do you think what I said makes sense? Chu He, ? Wow. The speed of this face-changing is on par with Sichuan opera, this logic would make even a ghost want to smoke. This Kaki, a total queen of acting and a master debater. Falling for her tricks really isn't unfair at all. Powerful, superbly skilled, sharp-tongued, yet armed with fallacies after fallacies that leave you with no chance to argue back. A deep sense of helplessness surged in his heart. If only he had known he should have remained pure and uninterested in dreams. But at 20, a time of youthful vigor. He never thought the Dreammaker could watch from a god's perspective the whole time. But thinking from Kaki's point of view. After being forced to watch 30 years of unrestricted adult videos, with the main character being his best friend, while he had not touched a single hair. Having finally gained a chance, compounded by the overbearing power of the kiss of charm. It seems, it's not entirely incomprehensible. Chu He remained silent for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh. Alright, I admit defeat today. But, no second chances, as for us, this ends here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Kaki's assertive expression instantly changed, revealing some panic. No way. She blurted out, when to stop, I get to decide. How can you be so unreasonable? Chu He's momentary courage was swiftly crushed again. You wouldn't want Yao to know about this, would you? And you wouldn't want this adorable girl of mine to be mercilessly beaten by Yao, would you? I could care less. Chu He gritted his teeth, wishing he could witness that scene right now. But deep down, he truly did not wish for that to happen. Kaki seemed to see through his bravado, not at all angry, instead floating in front of him, poking his chest gently with her small hand, then you can just tell Yao. Worst case, we fight it out, making sky turn dark and sun hide. After all, we are both SSS class, none can take down the other, and the end result would just be mutual destruction. Moreover, this is Yao's instance, imagine the two powerhouses with strong rules fighting, what do you think this space will become? If you want this to happen, then go ahead. Seeing Chu He's lips trembled, unable to speak a word. He was completely under her control. Seeing he was utterly deflated, Kaki lightly snapped her fingers, her tone turning lively, alright, enough chit-chat, hurry and wash up, then go back to see your Yao. As she finished speaking, a bathroom suddenly appeared in the room. Though called a bathroom, it was actually a shower made of shimmering crystals, with steam lingering, beautiful and dreamy, but it was wide open on all sides, with no curtain whatsoever. Chu He's corner of the mouth twitched violently. Does your bathroom not have a door? Or even a curtain? Kaki tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said nonchalantly, anyway, I usually shower alone, I never worry about someone peeking, why need a door, that would be unnecessary. Chu He felt he was on the verge of a brain hemorrhage, arguing with her, he would always lose. Then how do I wash? You just wash like this. Kaki floated up lightly from the bed, circling around him like a curious butterfly, looking at him with the eyes as if seeing a rare prehistoric animal, scanning him from head to toe. You still know how to be shy now? Stop pretending, I've watched you for 30 whole years, how many hairs you have, where you have a mole, I know it all too well. Chu He's face instantly turned pig liver red, feeling ashamed and furious. Ah, you really are shy, my little He. Kaki's laughter was as clear as silver bells, filled with the delight of a prank well done. She suddenly leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Chu He's ear, whispering in a seductive tone. What's wrong? Do you want me to help you wash personally? Chapter 26. Did she not stop you to ask something? No need. Chu He almost shouted, his voice firm and decisive. What kind of international joke is this? He still had to go back and hand in his homework to Xia Yao, let her help wash, and this wolf-like, devilish little girl might just create some trouble. By then, if he returned with his energy drained, and Xia Yao shot him a glance, he wouldn't be able to hide anything, and he would be doomed. The sound of splashing water echoed in the quiet starlit bedroom. Chu He turned his back to Kachiai, his whole body tense as a drawn bowstring, moving stiffly like a marionette. He could feel a gaze behind him, seemingly hot enough to burn, wandering along his spine, making him feel prickly and causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. On the bed, Kachiai lay comfortably, propping her delicate chin with her hands, her pale little legs playfully swinging in the air. Her starry eyes gleamed, smiling like two new crescent moons, openly admiring the handsome man coming out of the bath before her. Shame, anger, but also helplessness. No way to fight back, no escape. Just the space ability he had just obtained was nothing in front of her. Chu He could only silently curse this strange little girl's ancestry from beginning to end in his heart. Fortunately, the whole process was unusually smooth. Kachiai did not suddenly pounce on him as he had worried. Under Kachiai's fiery gaze the whole time, Chu He got dressed with the fastest speed of his life, took a deep breath, turned around, and strained to make his tone sound calm. Now, can I leave? Sure. Kachiai floated off the bed lightly, smiling and pointing to that little door. Go ahead, twist it open and you'll be outside. Chu He, half convinced, walked to the door, and the moment he grasped the doorknob, his heart leaped to his throat. Click. The door opened. Outside was the familiar library consultation desk. Chu He's heart leaped with joy, just about to step forward when his body suddenly froze. A clear sensation came from his backside, a warm little hand squeezed him lightly, still with a bit of bounce. He turned back sharply, but found nothing behind him. Looking back at the bed, Kachiai stood there smugly, her little hand making a teasing motion in the air, a wicked grin on her face. Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you miss me? It feels quite nice, doesn't it, Chu He? Chu He's gaze followed her hand's motion to his own body, and he instantly understood. This crazy girl was actually using her space ability to mess around. Farewell. Chu He's face turned beet red, no longer caring about any composure. He almost rolled and crawled out of that door, rushing away like the wind and disappearing without a trace. Behind him, Kachiai's laughter rang out, crisp and wanton like silver bells. Chu He, who burst out of the room, first looked at the antique wall clock. 3:41. He remembered being pulled into the room by Kachiai was about this time. Sure enough, the flow of time in that room was completely different from outside. This made him heave a slight sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about being gone too long and unable to explain to Xia Yao. And at the moment he exited the library doors, the Dragon Country livestream, which had been dark for more than half an hour, finally lit up. Damn! It's lit! My eyes were about to get cataracts waiting. He's back. My dear Chu God has finally returned. What just happened? It's been black since Chu God entered that door. It was black for more than half an hour. The official needs to explain, is there something we precious VIP users can't see? Bro up there, don't rush, look at Chu God's lips, they seem a bit swollen. This definitely underwent a fierce battle. What battle could make lips dry and swollen? I think it's just a battle of words. That silver-haired loli said it felt very real in the dream. I understand, I totally understand. Stepping out of the library, Chu He let out a long breath, feeling like he had just escaped from a bizarre nightmare. But it seemed that there was still a hint of sourness and sweetness lingering in his mouth, which even he himself didn't notice. Damn pervert. Chu He instinctively touched his butt, and his face instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom. He noted this grudge down. He steadied his mind, suppressing distracting thoughts, and gazed towards the distant playground. He had to try the newly acquired ability. He concentrated, firmly locking onto the direction of the playground in his mind, summoning that strange power. Space manipulation, teleportation. Buzz. Chu He's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared over 100 meters away, much closer to the playground. Before he could feel excited, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him like a wave, instantly draining the little strength he had left, and his legs buckled, causing him to kneel on one knee. So tired. Chu He gasped for breath, his face turning pale. After being tossed around so much by that crazy girl Kachi in the room, his stamina had long been worn down to a trickle, and now forcing himself to use such a high-energy ability made his body protest immediately. And this astonishing scene made the Long Country live stream erupt once again. Am I blind? What just happened? Chu God teleported over 100 meters in an instant. Teleportation. It's teleportation. This is space ability. Confirmed. During the blackout, Chu God definitely kissed that silver-haired loli. Otherwise, how could he suddenly gain such an unbelievable ability? Oh my, Chu God, you are truly the odd one. 1 SSS level ability a day. Yesterday it was the school beauty Xia Yao, today it's the library loli. Chu God, do you still need a pendant? One that can shout 666. Chu He rested against his knee for a while before he could barely recover. Estimating the time was about right, he forced his tired body back to the principal's office. Opening the door, a graceful figure rushed towards him like a whirlwind, bringing with it a familiar cool fragrance and tightly hugging him. It was Xia Yao. Chu He felt a warmth in his heart, but even more was guilt. He even felt his arms around Xia Yao starting to weaken. He gently patted her back, holding her close and sitting down on the sofa. It's okay, I'm back. Clearing his throat, he began to report the situation, of course, trimmed down to the key points. That friend of yours, she really tested me with illusions. Chu He vividly described the 30 years in the dream, deliberately amplifying the warmth of family life, talking about their married life and that delicate daughter, who was as domineering as her mother. She even fights with you for me, sticking to me every day, saying that daddy is hers and telling you to go away. Upon hearing this, Xia Yao was overjoyed, and there was even a hint of longing in her eyes. She seemed quite satisfied with this future. Seeing this, Chu He felt slightly reassured and was just about to gloss over the details. Suddenly, Xia Yao seemed to remember something, her smile instantly froze, replaced by immense shame and anger. Kachi's ability is to see everything that happens in the dream. It's over, she must have seen everything. With me around, there's no way she wouldn't have blinked an eye at your dream. She might have even recorded it. Didn't she stop you and ask some questions that she might be interested in? Upon hearing this, Chu He's heart skipped a beat, and the smile on his face completely froze. He was in trouble. Chapter 27, It's all because I'm too beautiful. He was so busy making Xia Yao happy that he forgot such an important matter. Chu He's heart raced, his smile nearly slipped away as he hurriedly organized a trimmed-down version of the response in his head. I did ask. He forced himself to speak calmly, but before he could continue, Xia Yao suddenly leaned in. Her delicate nose almost touching his lips as she gently sniffed. There's a faint sour and sweet taste in your mouth, just like the breath from Kachi. Xia Yao's tone was flat, but her cool eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. It's very faint, but it's there. And why are your lips a bit swollen? Boom. Chu He's mind went blank in an instant, cold sweat instantly erupting from his back. Damn, I just took a shower and forgot to rinse my mouth. His throat moved, his heart raced, he pretended to calm down and explained, I just told her directly that I'm your man. She didn't believe me at first and even tried to hit me. We, had a slight conflict, and at that moment, I was controlled by her. Later, she smelled your scent on me and barely believed it. We were very close, and yes, I did smell that sour and sweet flavor. The look on her face at that moment was just so surprised. After hearing this, Xia Yao stared at him for a full 3 seconds. Seeing he wasn't lying, she let out a pfft laugh, and her tense body relaxed a bit. That's definitely true, with her gossiping nature, she wouldn't care to ask about it. Chu He nodded repeatedly, yeah, she kept asking me how we met and why we were together just after one day. Hearing they lived together, Xia Yao's laughter instantly stopped. She thought of Chu He's topic in the dream and felt embarrassed if he knew she wasn't at all awkward. After all, there were no secrets left between the two of them. But to let her best friend see herself as the leading actress in that grand movie, she really couldn't accept. Oh no. I can't accept being seen naked by my best friend. I can't face her. Xia Yao wailed, burying her face deeply in Chu He's arms, like a frightened ostrich. She will definitely laugh at me. Meeting her will surely bring me humiliation. Chu He smiled awkwardly, gently stroking her back, trying to comfort her, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have thought of you and done that kind of thing while knowing it was a dream. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yao suddenly lifted her head. This isn't your fault. Chu He was stunned. Xia Yao continued, if anyone's to blame, it's because I was born beautiful, with a great figure. You're a fiery young man, it's normal for you to be unable to resist thinking of me. Hearing this, Chu He's mouth twitched crazily. He had seen narcissism, but never such fresh and unconventional confidence. Yet strangely, every word she said was the truth. But it still gave him a bizarre feeling. In the end, Chu He could only nod seriously. You're right, that's true, it's all because you are too beautiful. Since it has come to this, let's try to avoid the library in the future. He paused and added, by the way, isn't this school yours? Why don't you come up with a reason to get her out? Don't let her stay here. Upon hearing this, Xia Yao furrowed her beautiful brows and fell into deep thought. After a while, she shook her head in dismay. No, I begged her to be the librarian back then. She's so smart, that if I find any excuse, she'll see through my deceit in an instant. That would just make her more curious and unwilling to leave. Hearing this, Chu He could only wear a bitter expression. Who could blame him? In front of Kachi, he also had no choice but to be at her mercy. Moreover, she was even. Thinking of the outrageous things that happened in that starry bedroom, Chu He instinctively tightened his legs. But if he didn't get rid of this little demon from the school, he felt like a knife was always hanging over his heart, thinking sooner or later something big would happen. If you can't do anything either, then we can only take it one step at a time. Chu He sighed. Yeah, for now, that's all we can do. Xia Yao replied, seemingly not wanting to dwell on her headache-inducing best friend anymore. The principal's office fell into silence for a moment. Chu He suddenly asked, what do we do next? It's only a little past 4 in the afternoon. Xia Yao's eyes suddenly lit up, then rapidly dimmed again, her tone carrying a mix of longing and fear. I'd like to take you to see my hometown, but I'm afraid of my mom. Huh? Chu He was stunned. You're afraid of your mom? To him, Xia Yao was already a top-tier being. How could she still have such a feeling as fear? It's not the kind of fear you think. Xia Yao shook her head, explaining, she has high expectations of me, but she loves me very much. What I'm afraid of is if she finds out about us, you're done for. She looked at Chu He, her gaze serious, you'll be killed. Besides, I'm completely defenseless in front of her. Once, because she was unhappy, she just frowned, and an entire strange tribe next to our hometown, along with their space, was wiped off the map without a trace. If she dislikes you, she won't ask any questions and will just kill you. I can't stop it. Upon hearing this, Chu He felt his blood freeze instantly, every hair on his body standing on end. Xia Yao was straightforward and wouldn't lie. He would rather believe pigs could fly than believe Xia Yao would deceive him. This was the ultimate bombshell. Even an SSS-level abnormality like Xia Yao had no power against her. What an immensely terrifying existence that must be. Chu He felt bitter inside. He thought that by clinging to Xia Yao's golden thigh, he could walk boldly in this strange world. But now Xia Yao told him she had a mom above her, someone even she couldn't resist. What is this? A feeling of despair, a complete sense of hopelessness submerged him. Just when Chu He felt a chill within and almost suffocated, a spark suddenly flashed through his mind. He remembered his kiss of deception. This thing, which he both loved and hated, stirred within him. Why be afraid? This world doesn't obey reason. Rules are meant to be trampled. So what if he kissed an abnormality to save his life? To hell with morals and ethics, to hell with being a pure-hearted boy. In the face of death, everything is nonsense. Whoever it is, be it a heavenly king or a future mother-in-law, as long as they bear the intent to kill him. Kiss. They all must be kissed. Thinking of this, Chu He's heart, which had sunk to the bottom, uncontrollably revived. At that moment, he grew a lot, casting off all the shackles he was taught since childhood. He even started to let his imagination run wild. If Xia Yao's mom really wanted to kill him, he would pucker up, and the world would be peaceful. Hiss. This image was too beautiful to imagine, but it was the only way. When soldiers come, block the soldiers. When water comes, block the water. Whoever comes, kiss whoever. Chu He's gaze slowly transformed from fear to a desperate determination to let it all go, and finally, it bore a hint of an indescribable, morbid enthusiasm. He not only was no longer afraid, but he also felt a hint of twisted expectation rising within him. If Xia Yao was already SSS level, what level would her mom be? Super SSS level? Xia Yao watched Chu He's pale face and rapid breathing, thinking he was scared by her. In her clear, cold eyes, heartache and self-blame suddenly overflowed. She reached out her hand, somewhat awkwardly trying to wipe away the cold sweat at his temple, her voice softening. I'm sorry, it's my fault, I shouldn't have said these things to scare you. When Chu He was touched by her cool fingertips, he snapped back to reality. It's okay. Chu He raised his head, his eyes already regaining calmness, even carrying a hint of deep meaning that Xia Yao couldn't understand. He grasped Xia Yao's icy little hand in return, his voice steady. You can't hide from this. These things must be faced someday. I will make her recognize me and like me. Seeing him perk up so quickly, Xia Yao's heart ached even more. He only treated it as if he was holding on for the sake of not worrying himself. She nodded heavily, making a firm promise, yes. Don't worry, before that, I will find a way to make my mom agree to us being together. Chapter 28 Hypothesis. Chu He looked at Xiaoyao's worried expression for him, and his heart warmed. He held Xiaoyao's cold little hand tightly and smiled, yes, I will work hard too. And you should know, I am not an ordinary human. He said this with great confidence. Upon hearing this, the worried look in Xiaoyao's clear, cold eyes slowly faded away. She gently patted Chu He's shoulder, her fingertips accidentally brushing against his firm arm, feeling his steady aura at that moment, her gaze holding a bit more reassurance. I know you're not ordinary. She withdrew her hand, her tone resolute, that strange lion's head at noon, its blood and flesh are a violent energy that ordinary people cannot absorb, and that bizarre five-headed lion is SS level, yet you absorbed it completely, just like my race. Your body has changed inside and out. Xiaoyao's gaze fell on his face as she continued, your ability is very domineering. It can forcibly seize, no, it should be said it can copy others' things and turn them into your own. Chu He felt a stir in his heart, not expecting her to observe so closely. But he never intended to hide anything, or rather, he had no ability to hide in front of these strong beings from another world. He puffed out his chest, making his muscle lines more pronounced, and jokingly asked, so, do you like my muscular appearance? I like it. I like it even more now. Xiaoyao almost blurted it out, tightly wrapping her arms around Chu He's neck, rubbing her little face against his chest muscles like a cute little cat. Recalling Chu He's fierceness during the lunch break, she naturally tilted her face up, not hiding her delight as she said. Brother is so powerful, of course I like it even more. She tilted her face up, not hiding her joy at all. Ha ha ha. Chu He couldn't help but burst into laughter. This girl's straightforwardness was just to his liking. He held Xiaoyao's head, looking at her beautiful face so close, blushing softly, and whispered, with such sweet words, I must give you some reward. Saying that, he lowered his head and kissed her deeply. Smack! As their lips met, a familiar strawberry sweet taste instantly embraced him, more intense than any time before, as if it would melt his soul along with it. After a long time, their lips parted. Xiaoyao's eyes were a bit dazed, her fair cheeks were adorned with rosy clouds, and her face was slightly flushed, her gaze carrying a hint of shyness. Brother's reward. She looked at Chu He, her eyes filled with longing. Not enough. These two words seemed to ignite a spark, instantly heating the air in the hall. A few hours later, the two snuggled together in the lounge, Xiaoyao leaning on Chu He's shoulder in a light sleep, the air filled with a quiet warmth. Chu He lay on his side, watching the lightly sleeping Xiaoyao beside him. At that moment, her stunning face was marked with fatigue and satisfaction, her long eyelashes casting small shadows beneath her eyes, breathing steadily and lengthily. And Chu He could feel that some wonderful change was happening in his body with the intimate contact with Xiaoyao. The pair of eyes of extinction seemed to have sharpened a bit more, a refreshing comfort in his eye sockets, as if he could see the flow of energy in this world more clearly. He gently pulled Xiaoyao over, letting her rest in the crook of his arm. This movement awakened the lightly sleeping girl. Xiaoyao opened her eyes drowsily. It's okay, go back to sleep. Chu He said softly. He watched as Xiaoyao snuggled closer to him, feeling a stir in his heart. He decided to take advantage of this delicate moment to deal with the ticking bomb hanging over their heads. Yao, I want to ask you a question. What? Xiaoyao's voice was thick with sleepiness. Clearly not fully awake. If, Chu He carefully chose his words, trying to make his tone sound like he was telling a boring bedtime joke, if one day, someone insisted on being with me, stealing me from you, what would you do? Xiaoyao's eyes instantly cracked open a sliver, the light seeping through was cold and dangerous. Who is so bold, tired of living? No one, I'm just hypothesizing. Chu He quickly soothed her, gently patting her back, like calming a frizzy little kitten. Xiaoyao seemed to accept this explanation, closed her eyes again, and without thinking replied, then I would duel with her, whoever loses, whoever dies. Just as expected. Chu He understood in his heart and continued to throw out the real bait, so, what if it were someone very close to you? For example, let's say, just for example, what if your good friend also likes me, what would you do? Cocky? Xiaoyao's tone was full of absurdity and laughter, absolutely impossible. That person, although she is nosy, has no interest in men at all. I'd rather believe she likes women. Don't say it so definitively, there's always a possibility. Chu He persisted. Xiaoyao was getting a bit impatient with his questions, just wanting to sleep quickly, her brain too lazy to turn, and muttered vaguely, oh, I'm tired, need to sleep, stop asking. She twisted her body, seemingly trying to find a more comfortable position, and then, in a tone that was almost like dreaming, carelessly said. If that day really comes, at most. I'll be big, she'll be small, is that okay? Chu He's heart suddenly stopped, then wildly started racing. He held his breath, afraid of disturbing this hard-won mandate, carefully asked, hey, did you really mean that? Really? Xiaoyao was completely lost in drowsiness, impatiently waving her hand. Anyway, it's impossible to happen. I know my best friend the best, understand? We grew up together. Even if she was blind and liked you, she absolutely wouldn't steal from me. Our bond is strong. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. With your words I'm at ease. Chu He spoke, his voice carrying a smile he didn't even notice. Just don't be caught off guard then. Alright, alright. Xiaoyao mumbled the last sentence, turned her body, and conveniently grabbed Chu He's arm, holding it tightly to her chest. She seemed to really enjoy it this way. Chu He embraced the warm and soft figure but had thousands of thoughts in his mind. A huge sense of joy and control arose within him. It was done. The biggest hidden danger in the future was surprisingly resolved just like that. Xiaoyao should be trustworthy, completely unlike Kaki. But wait, grew up together? He suddenly recalled the initial trial in the dormitory. That door remembered almost only Xiaoyao. But today she said they grew up together. After thinking it through, there is only one possibility: Xiaoyao intentionally hid other fragments, deliberately creating a lonely atmosphere. From the very beginning, she had a protective instinct towards him, even being careful when designing the copies. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the library's help desk, several tiny little spirits were circling around Kaki. These little creatures were not made of flesh and blood, their bodies seemed to be molded from moonlight and stardust, completely semi-transparent, emitting a soft glow. Their wings were not feathers but rather two pairs of extremely thin membranes, almost like ancient parchment, flowing with tiny golden runes. They were kneading Kaki's shoulders and pounding her legs. One of them held a bud of a starflower in both hands, the flower's center holding a drop of crystal-clear nectar, carefully delivering it to her lips. Kaki merely opened her mouth in boredom, letting the drop of nectar slide down her throat. No taste. She frowned, her delicate little face full of disgust. The little spirit holding the flower was so frightened that the runes on its wings dimmed a bit. Almost fell from the sky. How could it lack flavor? This is the sweetest honey. Change it. Kachi waved her hand impatiently. The little fairies did not dare to delay, hurriedly flew away in clusters, and soon returned with a fruit burning with pale blue flames. Kachi took a bite and spat it out. Too bland. The little fairies were on the verge of tears. This was the lava fruit from the abyss of fire, its flavor was incredibly dominant, how could it be bland? They had no idea that after tasting the incomparably sweet and fragrant kiss of Chu He, all the delicacies in the world had turned tasteless. She irritably grabbed her silver short hair, a dangerous glimmer flashing in her starry eyes. No, I really want to go take a look. Chapter 29, so tragic, not one looks like a human. The next day, at 5 in the morning. Buzz, a sharp sound that seemed to tear through the eardrum shattered the dead silence of the campus. Immediately after, a cold, mechanical notification echoed through every corner of the campus, delivered in an undeniable commanding tone. All survivors pay attention, within 10 minutes, bring your strange roommate to the playground. Repeat, within 10 minutes, bring your strange roommate to the playground. Latecomers will bear the consequences. In the principal's bedroom, as soon as that voice rang out, Chu He abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp like a knife, showing no signs of grogginess, as if a lurking cheetah had been suddenly awakened. He instinctively glanced beside him. Xiaoyao was still sound asleep. Last night's 5-hour ordeal had evidently exhausted her mentally and physically. Now, her serene sleeping face bore a hint of lazy satisfaction, her long eyelashes like butterfly wings casting small, delicate shadows beneath her eyes. Chu He felt a surge of affection and helplessness in his heart. Yao Yao, wake up, it's time to get up. He stretched out his hand and gently nudged her smooth shoulder. Xiaoyao hummed discontentedly, making adorable sounds, showing no signs of waking up. Instead, she burrowed deeper into him like a little cat seeking warmth, her warm little face rubbing against his chest as if looking for a more comfortable sleeping position. My God, if you don't get up, we're both going to bear the consequences. Chu He was both amused and exasperated. He glanced at the antique clock on the wall, its hands moving mercilessly, time slipping away second by second. He dared not delay any longer. In this bizarre world, the phrase bear the consequences often meant a fate worse than death. He did not want to experience that firsthand. He took a deep breath, his movements becoming extremely gentle, carefully helping Xiaoyao into the tidy and familiar school uniform. His fingers clumsily buttoned her shirt, occasionally, his fingertips brushed against her warm skin, delicate like the finest silk. After finishing all this, he bent down, one arm slipping under her knee, the other securely cradling the back of her neck, performing an impeccably standard and skilled princess carry. Xiaoyao seemed to sense the change in position, instinctively adjusting her head, comfortably resting in the crook of his arm, the corners of her mouth even slightly lifting, revealing a hint of sweet murmuring, sleeping even more soundly. Chu He held her, feeling the astonishingly light weight in his arms, and walked out of the principal's office, quickly heading towards the playground. The morning light was dim, just barely breaking dawn. The eerie dark red morning light could not penetrate the heavy fog lingering in the campus, only casting a chilling blood-red hue over the lifeless buildings. On the campus path, hurried figures could already be seen, their faces filled with terror and numbness. And standing beside them were their roommates. It was even more bizarre, opening Chu He's eyes to wonders. A skinny white boy, as thin as a bamboo pole, was using all his strength to drag his roommate beside him, a toad the size of a small elephant. The toad was covered in purple pus, emitting a disgusting, fishy smell, which stung the nose from afar. With each jump of the toad, the ground trembled, and the boy's face turned whiter, filled with despair. Chu He secretly scoffed, "Wow, which swamp's ancestor did he drag out? Staying with this thing every day, if he doesn't die from the stench, he has some real talent." He glanced down at the girl in his arms. Xiaoyao's body exuded a faint, fresh sweetness like strawberries, contrasting with the foul odor like heaven and hell. Not far away, a blonde girl was tightly gripping a chain thicker than her arm. On the other end of the chain was a monster over 3 meters tall. The creature had a rotten goat head, with eyes leaking black liquid. Beneath it were 8 slimy octopus tentacles, making unintelligible gurgling sounds. Dark green saliva dripped to the ground, eroding it into small pits that smoked. The girl glared at Chu He and Xiaoyao with a resentful look as if saying, "Why them?" He even spotted a black guy whose female roommate was a mass of blood and flesh floating in the air, writhing with countless eyes, each moving crazily, horrifying anyone who looked. Of course, there were those that looked human. The competitor from the cherry blossom country had a human-shaped roommate with an oval face and exquisite makeup, but her eyes were disproportionately large, and her mouth stretched from one ear to the other. At that moment, she was intimately whispering into the competitor's ear with her terrifying mouth, scaring him so much that his face turned pale and his body stiff as stone. This was clearly a grand pairing scene of humans and beasts. The shock of this scene was so strong that one glance could lead to nightmares. In the bizarre world, there was a rule: the more human-like it was, the stronger it usually was, the weakest were barely C rank. Those that looked all mixed up were basically weak, with very few above S rank. Almost all the survivors' eyes froze when they saw Chu He and Xiaoyao in his arms. Their gaze was filled with unhidden envy, jealousy, and finally turned into deep-seated hatred. Why him? Why does his weird roommate look so normal and even so beautiful? Damn it, comparing people makes you want to die. I live in fear every day, and he gets to stroll around with a beautiful girl. Chu He clearly heard these suppressed discussions. Instead of feeling uncomfortable, he lowered his head to glance at Xiaoyao, who was peacefully sleeping, and felt a strange sense of pride and control. Why not? Just because I'm handsome, brave, and dare to kiss. Do you have that ability? He ignored their piercing glares, even deliberately slowing his pace, gently brushing a strand of hair disturbed by the morning wind behind Xiaoyao's ear. This scene made countless survivors' eyes burn with rage and their hearts feel heavy. Upon arriving at the playground, they stared at each other in shock. The air around the playground was thick with a suffocating pressure and mixed foul smells. Chu He walked straight ahead, holding Xiaoyao as he moved to a relatively open space, gently placing her down so she could lean against him while still sound asleep. Just as everyone had different thoughts and wondered what would happen next, the air in the center of the playground suddenly began to twist without warning. The space shook and spun violently, as if twisted into a twist by an invisible giant hand, eventually forming a bottomless, pitch-black vortex. In the vortex, there was no light, only pure, devouring darkness. A chilling, soul-freezing terror pressure surged madly from within, sweeping through the crowd like a tsunami. Goo gag. Hiss. Many low-level strange beings present let out uneasy hisses under this pressure, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, instinctively wanting to retreat, but were pinned in place by an invisible force. Some survivors went weak in their legs and collapsed to the ground, their faces pale as paper, with an odd smell coming from their pants. Even Chu He felt a bone-deep chill. Chapter 30, The Arrival of the Brother. A figure slowly walked out from the pitch-black vortex. The newcomer was a young boy. He looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, his stature upright like a sword, wearing a well-tailored pure black instructor's uniform, sharp lines completely isolating him from the surrounding chaos and filth. He had long, jet-black hair like Xiaoyao and a pair of gray-black eyes that were as dead as an abyss. His features were incredibly handsome, yet devoid of life, like a statue carved from eternal night ice. At the moment he appeared, the entire world seemed to press the mute button. All sounds, all movements, even the flow of light and air froze. An undeniable power of rules, a sense of absolute control, spread from him. This was undoubtedly an SSS-level anomaly. Goo gag. Those strange roommates who had been bullying the survivors were all now crawling on the ground, emitting a mournful cry of sheer terror, their bodies shaking like chaff, unable to muster a thought of resistance. It was as if they had seen their absolute king through their life's bloodline. The survivors were even more disheveled, feeling as though their souls were firmly grasped by an invisible giant hand, their thoughts halted, only instinctive fear wildly breeding. However, the boy's cold gaze did not linger on these ants for even a fraction of a second. His eyes penetrated through all the twisted, terrified faces, landing precisely in the corner of the playground. landing on the man who appeared calm, even with the leisure to examine him. And, on his own sister, who was currently being gently held in the man's arms, sweetly asleep. When he saw the scene, the boy's emotionless eyes finally stirred with intense ripples for the first time. In Chu He's arms, the always sleeping Xiao suddenly let out a muffled groan, her body shaking violently. Her butterfly-like lashes suddenly opened wide. The sleepiness vanished entirely. In her cold eyes, there was no longer the laziness and dependence she had when facing Chu He, replaced instead by an unprecedented heaviness and wariness. She sensed the aura that was familiar yet gave her an unbearable headache. Xiao immediately broke free from Chu He's embrace, standing straight and instinctively adjusting the slightly messy school uniform she wore because of him. Her appearance was not like that of facing a peer but more like a disobedient child in front of the strictest parent. She bit her lips tightly, looking at the handsome young boy in the center of the playground, her brows tightly furrowed. "Brother? Why are you here?" Xiao's tone was filled with uncontainable surprise, and a trace of guilt that even she was unaware of. The boy, referred to as brother, did not answer. His gaze remained fixed on Chu He, as if two invisible ice swords wanted to completely cut him open, from soul to body. It was a very aggressive and judgmental gaze. Chu He's heart raced with alarm, but his face remained calm. "Siblings?" He glanced at the suddenly obedient Xiao beside him, and a thought floated in his mind. So, it turns out the legendary little brother-in-law has arrived. And this guy is definitely SSS level. Even, he feels stronger than the Xiao he met at first. Simply standing here, the pressure he exudes is even more terrifying than what Xiao deliberately released back then. At this moment, the young boy, Xianhua, finally spoke. His voice, like himself, was cold, clear, devoid of any human warmth. "You are the mortal who desecrated my sister?" As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible power of rules rumbled outward with his words. The air around instantly solidified, becoming heavy and viscous like mercury. Those survivors already collapsed on the ground felt their hearts gripped by a cold hand, suffocating them, faces turning a deep purple. Chu He faced this terrifying pressure that felt like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami roaring, feeling his bones creak under the unbearable strain. But he did not retreat. He knew that if he took a step back now, it would be a bottomless abyss. Chu He slowly raised his head, meeting Xianua's cold gaze, and his lips curled into a slight, provocative smile. He calmly corrected him. "It's not desecration. She is my woman." Once these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. All the survivors, including those who were terrified and dazed, looked at Chu He with eyes full of madness. He's gone mad. This man must be crazy. Facing such a terrifying existence, he not only did not kneel and beg for mercy, but even dared to declare his possession so arrogantly. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Xianua's eyes deepened, as if it could freeze time and space. "Your woman?" He curled his lips into a faint, mocking smile, letting out a cold laugh. "A mere mortal is deserving?" He scanned the crowd, his gaze ultimately settling back on Chu He, speaking in a tone that declared final judgment. "From today onwards, I will be your chief instructor. We will conduct a 7-day adaptation training." He deliberately emphasized the 3 words adaptation, his eyes flashing with unhidden cruelty and killing intent. "I hope you, this ignorant ant, can live a few more days." Chu He's mind buzzed. He understood. This was not training at all. This was aimed squarely at him. This guy was going to use the most reasonable way over these 7 days to push him to his death. "Xianhua, you dare." Xiao's face instantly turned extremely ugly. She glared at her brother, and for the first time, blazing anger ignited in her cold eyes. "If you dare lay a finger on him, I..." However, her threatening words had not yet finished. Xianhua merely cast her a casual glance, his eyes devoid of anger, confrontation, only a calm indifference from a higher ground. "Sister. This is mother's will." With just one sentence. All of Xiao's anger, all her momentum, were utterly shattered in that moment, vanishing into thin air. That originally beautiful face, still holding traces of anger, turned pale at a visible speed, losing all vitality. "Mother, she knows." Seeing his sister's defeated appearance, a fleeting smile, almost imperceptible, curved Xianua's lips. "What an impressive human, to make my sister, who fears nothing, show such a face. I will see what you are truly capable of." And just as Xiao's breath dwindled to its lowest point, with the whole scene completely enveloped by Xianua's will, a crisp voice, carrying a hint of laziness and dissatisfaction, unexpectedly rang out in the silent playground. "Hey, it's so noisy this early in the morning, making such a ruckus, can't I get some sleep?" Everyone turned to follow the voice. They saw at the edge of the crowd, a petite figure appeared without anyone noticing. Silver short hair, starry eyes. It was none other than the librarian, Chu He. She yawned, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and scanned the room, finally fixing her gaze on Xianhua, her pretty brows slightly furrowing. I see, it's you, this little brat, causing trouble. Chapter 31. Xia Yao was stunned, Xiao Nua was dumbfounded, and the entire audience was online eating melons. Xiao Nua's eye twitched violently. At the moment Ka Chi appeared, a clear crack emerged on his face, which seemed to be sculpted from eternal night and ice for the first time. He struggled to maintain the commander's dignity, trying to let the terrifying pressure continue to overshadow the crowd, but his voice betrayed him, carrying a hint of surprise and politeness. Ka Chi's sister, what are you doing here? Ka Chi completely ignored him. She simply stretched gracefully, her petite body unfolding, bones cracking refreshingly like crisp music. Her posture did not seem like she was facing a terrifying existence that could freeze time and space, rather, it felt like she was strolling in her own backyard. That terrifying aura, which could make even SS-level weirdness tremble and crawl, felt weak before her like a joke, even the hem of her clothes couldn't be stirred. Xiao Nua watched helplessly as she easily walked through the realm of authority he had carefully constructed, his expression completely falling apart. His face turned alternately pale and flushed. What do you mean I am here? How dare you ask? You woke me from my sweet dream early in the morning, making such a ruckus as if you were afraid others wouldn't know you're here? Before her words faded, her figure suddenly flashed in front of Xiao Nua. She only reached his chest but carried an invisible pressure that made Xiao Nua instinctively take half a step back. Ka Chi stood on her toes and reached out her delicate finger, as white as jade, poking at his hard chest without hesitation. After not seeing you for days, your extravagant nature hasn't changed at all. Tacky. Xiao Nua's handsome face flushed slightly, facing this merciless scolding, he could only awkwardly reply. Ka Chi sister, please don't mock me, I am just executing my duties. His marked change in attitude left all the survivors dumbfounded. Only Xia Yao was not surprised, however, that growing sense of unease in her heart intensified. Ka Chi snorted lightly, finally shifting her gaze away from him, past him, and landing on Chu He. She looked at Xia Yao beside him with interest, her eyes sparkling ever so slightly with a hint of a smile as if she were a child caught by a parent. In the dead silence of the room, she walked step by step to Chu He. A faint, unique fragrance, a mixture of books and stardust, wafted into Chu He's nostrils. He looked at the small figure before him and already guessed a good portion of what was happening. This little witch came to stir up trouble. Then, in front of her best friend, and her best friend's intimidating brother, Ka Chi made a move that left everyone's minds in a shutdown. She floated up to Chu He, extending her fair finger, the tip carrying a slight coolness, gently lifting Chu He's chin. The movement was flirtatious and ambiguous. Boom! Xia Yao felt like she was struck by lightning, her whole body completely frozen in place. Her mind went blank. Watching her best friend treat her man with such affectionate actions, usually reserved for couples, she couldn't believe her eyes. How could this be? Didn't Ka Chi despise men the most? Did she not say men are foolish and boring creatures? Then what is she doing now? Why does her action seem so natural? Xiao Nua was also completely bewildered. He glanced at his sister, then at Chu He, and finally at Ka Chi's expression of course. Sister. Ka Chi's sister, this human. A love triangle? His head was a jumble, all plans, all drafts, everything. All of this was crushed in an instant. No, that's not right. Uncle didn't mention this in his words. He is your sister's person, which means he is my person. Kaki's eyes clearly reflected Chu He's face, his voice lazy, but his words were aimed at Shano. If you want to touch him in the future, you must first ask me if I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Shano's lips twitched violently. How is he supposed to play now? He originally just wanted to use Mother's will as a cover to scare his sister, to see her fearless expression and the cute look of being put in her place in front of him. By the way, he also wanted to weigh this unknown human brother-in-law, to figure out what made him so important to his sister. But when he saw his sister's face turn pale and heard her unfinished yet resolute words, the pleasure he should have felt didn't appear at all. Instead, a bitter pang of heartache took over him. It was as if the precious treasure he had protected since childhood was silently stolen away by this man named Chu He. This unnamed rage made him suddenly change his mind, he had to take care of this human. But what he never expected was that before his plan even started, Kaki had already arrived. Upon arrival, she clearly stood up for this human. For the first time, Shano felt what it meant to regret. In just a few minutes, he had inexplicably lost the love of two sisters at the same time. And Kaki was not like his straightforward sister. Her mind was as clever as a monster, his little schemes wouldn't last long in front of her. Right now, he felt like a clown, surrounded in the center of the stage by 3 audience members, unable to move forward or backward. On the playground, the pressure that could freeze souls eased a lot due to the master's chaotic mind. Those survivors who were already scared out of their wits now surprisingly tasted a strange sweetness from that extreme fear. What a big piece of gossip. Gods are fighting, no, it's gods fighting over a man. This is way more thrilling than any horror training. A white guy who was just sobbing on the ground quietly poked the dude next to him, who was dragging a toad, with his finger, mouthing silently, "Awesome." The despair in that guy's eyes was quickly replaced by the fiery passion of gossip. He nodded vigorously in agreement. This incredible twist made everyone temporarily forget their fear, each stretching their necks, staring wide-eyed, afraid of missing any detail. Meanwhile, the live broadcasts from various countries, which had been interrupted for a long time, went completely wild in the comments. My God! My God! The annual drama. The brother-in-law came with a knife only to discover there's not just one brother-in-law. I said Chu He is no ordinary person. Look at Kaki's small movements and her little glances, she's so skilled. These two definitely have something going on. Queen Xiaoyao's expression, my heart is broken, but I want to laugh, what to do? Green light? No, this is the light of a battlefield. Look at the instructor's face. Black as the bottom of a pot. When he came, his aura was 2 meters and 8, now he's so awkward he could use his toes to scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment. Today's best, my person is also my person. This is the ultimate aura of a master of the harem? Chu He hasn't even done anything, yet let two supreme beings fight over him. Brother has completely lost. The atmosphere became very strange at that moment. It probably held for about 10 seconds. Ahem. Shano coughed heavily twice, trying to regain control of the situation, but his voice revealed a hint of lack of confidence that even he couldn't hide. He put on awaiting further notice. The survivors felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambling back in a rush, yet every one of them turned back 3 times, their reluctant gazes seeming to watch an annual grand drama that was not yet finished. Soon, on the vast playground, only 4 people remained. However, the atmosphere grew even colder and eerier. Chapter 32, Xiaoyao vs. Kachi. The playground was dead silent. Xiaoyao stared blankly at Kachi's finger hooked under Chui's chin, that finger delicate and pale, but at this moment, it felt like a poisonous thorn deeply stabbing into her eyes. Her voice was very soft, yet extremely cold. Kachi, what are you doing? Kachi leisurely withdrew her hand, as if she had merely brushed off a speck of dust. She turned to face Xiaoyao, her starry eyes showing no hint of remorse, but instead, sparkling with an odd light. Yao, I thought about it all night, and I finally understood. Her words were light, yet they hit Xiaoyao's heart like a heavy hammer. I like him. She paused and added a sentence that nearly made Xiaonua's eyes pop out. We can compete fairly, of course, if you really don't want to. I can be the smaller one, that's also fine. Xiaoyao's breath caught sharply in her throat. She looked at her childhood best friend with disbelief, feeling she was terrifyingly unfamiliar. What did you say? Chu He didn't tell you he's my man? He said it. But you two aren't married, why can't I like him? Good things, no, good men should definitely be shared. Xiaoyao was so angry her chest heaved sharply, her voice rising. Aren't you the one who hates men the most? Did you forget what you said? Even if you die, you'd never look at any male creature. Oh, youth's ignorance, I misspoke. Kachi playfully stuck out her tongue, but her gaze shifted to Chu He, laced with nostalgia. I've changed my mind, he is very charming. You Xiaoyao pointed at her, unable to find words in her anger. If you changed your mind, then don't steal my man. Stop calling him your man. Kachi's smile gradually faded, replaced by a hint of provocation. I've slept with him too. Boom. This sentence struck like a thunderclap in Xiaoyao's mind. A terrifying aura beyond description erupted from Xiaoyao. It was no longer the deliberately released pressure, it was a pure will of destruction arising from the depths of her soul. The hard cement ground of the playground cracked around her, with dark cracks filled with heart-stopping void shadow swirling within. Chui's heart trembled. This was Xiaoyao's true power. It was far stronger than her brother. Beside them, Xiaonua was completely dumbfounded. 3 days. From the time this group of humans arrived until now, it had barely been 3 days. His fearless sister and this clever Kachi sister, 2 SSS-level beings, had both been taken down by this human? Could that kiss truly have such terrifying magic, enough to make them crumble to this extent? Facing Xiaoyao's nearly all-consuming dark aura, Kachi only sneered. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. In an instant, a completely different force erupted from her petite body. It was neither darkness nor destruction, but a brilliance so dazzling it was extreme. Countless starry phantoms surrounded her, the ground beneath her transformed into a deep starry sky, splendid and deadly. One black, one colorful, the two utterly different terrifying powers fiercely collided on the playground, the air tearing apart with sharp, piercing wails. PFF. Chu He was caught in the middle, a sweet taste rising in his throat, and he couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood that sprayed out. He had no doubt that if it weren't for his transformed physique, he would have already been torn to pieces by these two forces. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With all his strength, he shouted, Yao. You promised me last night. You said last night, if Kachi likes me too, then let her be junior. Although I was forced by her, I don't want you two to turn against each other and hurt each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyao's fierce momentum suddenly halted, a trace of conflicting confusion flashing in her eyes that burned with black flames. Upon hearing this, Kachi was first stunned, then her face broke into a joyous smile as she looked at Chu He, her eyes almost spilling with emotion. He really has feelings for me. But why should she share her man with someone else? Especially her best friend. I did say that, but we must fight. Then let's fight. Kachi's fighting spirit surged. It's inconvenient here, let's take it to the sky. As soon as she finished her sentence, she transformed into a brilliant streak of light and shot into the sky. Xiaoyao snorted coldly, and the black mist around her suddenly contracted, wrapping around her like a black lightning bolt, instantly disappearing from her place. Boom! A pitch-black void collided violently with a dazzling galaxy. The sky seemed to be torn open, one side engulfing everything in an absolute void, the other side a torrent of destruction made up of billions of stars. Countless blades formed from starlight shot toward the darkness like a rainstorm, but the moment they touched the edge of darkness, they were silently devoured, not even causing a ripple. Then, a huge hand made of pure darkness emerged from the void, blocking the sun and covering the sky, reaching fiercely for that galaxy. Xianhua tilted her head back, mouth agape, staring blankly at the celestial battle in the sky, feeling her worldview shatter repeatedly this morning. She just wanted to come and tease her sister, see her brother-in-law. How did it turn out like this? She glanced at Chu He, who was also looking up, her heart churning wildly. What kind of monster is this man? Chu He gazed up, watching the energy storms of destruction in the sky, his heart racing. Is this the battle of two SSS-class anomalies? It's terrifying. But unfortunately, his voice couldn't even escape the playground, getting shattered by the invisible energy waves. This situation, isn't it going to punch through this planet? He withdrew his gaze, looking at Xianhua, who was also in a daze, unable to help but ask, "Hey, brother-in-law, they won't really get hurt, will they?" Don't call me brother-in-law. Chapter 33, pushed to the limit, my man won't be spared either. He snorted coldly, looking at Chu He as if he were the source of all disasters. Are you satisfied now? Xianhua's voice carried a hint of bitterness. You have the ability to let them fight to the death for you, so how about making them stop? Chu He indeed felt a bit uneasy, but he would not admit it. He straightened his neck and retorted boldly. Can you blame me for this? Can you be more reasonable? On your turf, as a powerless human, what else can I do except follow your ridiculous rules? Chu He started counting on his fingers. And Kachi. She is just a. Xiano's eyes twitched at the corners, and his handsome face was filled with a cracked expression. Strong, is that so? That sister, Kachi, who treats everyone like fools, playing with them in her palms, would use such a rough method? And his cold and aloof biological sister, who seems untouched by the world, just because of a kiss, not only broke the rules but directly moved in with someone? Xiano stared hard at Chu He, his eyes filled with incomprehensible shock and curiosity. Both of them, are because of your kiss? Well, not entirely. Chu He touched his chin, revealing a profound expression, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if he were a seasoned romantic. After all, my damned, restless charm sometimes can't be hidden. He suddenly shifted his tone, his eyes becoming sharp. You must already know about me and your sister, and the peculiar nature of that kiss. Did you come here so aggressively to kill me? Chu He suddenly laughed, a laugh that sent chills down Xiano's spine. Then I must remind you, my kiss seems to have a compelling effect on beings like you who embody rules. Your sister fell for it. Although it's a bit embarrassing, if you really want to lay a hand on me. Chu He licked his lips, his eyes filled with aggression. I wouldn't mind taking you in too. After all, you are quite pretty. As soon as these words came out, Chu He himself felt a bit guilty. God knows if this ability works on men. If it does, with his current strength, he'd probably still be on the receiving end. Upon hearing this, Xiano's entire body stiffened. It felt as if he had been struck by an invisible lightning bolt. He instinctively took a step back, his legs tightening instantly, feeling a chilling sensation in a certain place, an unprecedented wave of fear rising. Holy crap! So overbearing? He didn't want to fall in love with a man. And he absolutely didn't want to be suppressed by a man. Ahem. Let's talk this out. Xiano was quick to retract all hostility, giving a heavy cough to cover up his embarrassing moment. I didn't intend to kill you. Looking at Chu He's "I don't believe you" expression, Xiano completely broke down, just letting go. Actually, my mom doesn't know anything about this. He deflated like a punctured ball. I just wanted to come and scare my sister, and at the same time, see what kind of person you are that made her so concerned. But then. Xiano's expression turned extremely gloomy, like a child whose treasured possession had been stolen right in front of him. I really didn't expect that you could win both of them over just with a kiss. Honestly, I'm really angry. He lifted his head, his deep sorrowful eyes seeming to pierce through Chu He. They used to dote on me the most. Now, just because I show you a bit of malice, they all protect you. I'm really not happy. Upon hearing this, Chu He instead smiled. You should be unhappy. They used to revolve around you, but now they revolve around me, so of course, you're uncomfortable. His words were so matter-of-fact that Xiano's handsome face flushed red with anger, yet he couldn't refute a single word. If you want them to be nice to you again, it's simple. Chu He patted his shoulder. From now on, stand on my side. I'll eat meat, and I promise there will be soup for you. Xiano was choked by this shameless remark, unable to speak for half a day. Finally, he could only kick a rock by his feet in frustration and turn his gaze to the sky. The problem is, until when will they fight? In the sky, the dark void collided with the brilliant galaxy every time, shaking the space, the energy released tearing the clouds apart, creating a horrifying sight. Who knows? Xiano's tone was filled with irritation. This is the first time I've seen them truly fight, and it's actually for a man. Crazy. Alright, it won't end anytime soon. Chu He retracted his gaze and pulled him over to the edge of the playground, plopping down. Let's chat for a bit. Xiano instantly became alert, staring at him. What's your mom's background? Chu He opened the door to the mountain. I see that every time Yao Yao mentions her name, her soul nearly flies away. And what about Chi-Chi? How can she be so unafraid? Doesn't her family care about her? Xia Nua's expression became somewhat complicated, filled with both the pride of being a child and a hint of schadenfreude. My mother is an SSR-level existence. SSR level? Chu He's heart skipped a beat. The terrifying weight behind this term far exceeded his imagination. Xia Nua was quite satisfied with the fleeting shock on Chu He's face and continued. Moreover, my mother has extremely high standards for my sister's partner. He deliberately elongated his tone. Their strength must absolutely not be lower than SSS level. Chi-Chi's mother is also SSR level, but she follows a hands-off policy. As long as Chi-Chi is happy, she wouldn't care if the sky were pierced. Xia Nua shrugged. Generally, our elders don't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. The playground fell into a dead silence. Xia Yao's mother is an SSR-level existence, setting a hard threshold that Chu He currently cannot reach. This is not a mountain, this is a chasm. Seeing Chu He's face instantly darken, Xia Nua finally felt a bit of relief from his pent-up frustration, believing he had finally gained the upper hand. What, scared now? He couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. Now you know it's not so easy being my brother-in-law? However, Chu He remained silent for a few seconds. He slowly lifted his head. His face wore not the slightest trace of fear, but instead blossomed into an incredibly radiant smile. SSR level. In his eyes, a flame named ambition ignited, shining brilliantly. This is interesting. Xia Nua looked at Chu He, whose expression was one of intrigue rather than fear, and a bizarre thought that made his scalp go numb grew wildly in his mind. He shouted. You're not thinking of wanting to take my mom as well, are you? Chapter 34, What the hell is this surprise? Upon hearing this, Chu He's heart skipped a beat, realizing he had just lost his composure, but he wasn't the least bit flustered, instead managing his expression instantly to show a look of heartbreak and anger at being misunderstood. Take? His voice was low but carried a sorrow of being tainted by a sacred decision. Am I the kind of person who disregards ethics and only cares for my own life, timid and cowardly? Little brother-in-law, you think too poorly of me, and your vision is too narrow. What I'm thinking is, I might die for love. Chu He's tone suddenly became incredibly serious. He looked up at the two balls of apocalyptic energy in the sky, his eyes reflecting a trace of a sacred, martyr-like glow. I, a mortal, have fallen in love with your SSS-level sister. And your mother is a lofty SSR-level existence. Do you think this is a tragedy? No. Chu He declared firmly, his voice not loud but resonating with determination. This is the beginning of a legend. A mortal fiercely challenges the highest divinity for love and ultimately becomes a martyr. How magnificent, how great this is. My name, Chu He, will thus be recorded in history, becoming the most tragic footnote of the word love. Xia Nua was completely stunned. He stared at Chu He, watching him ready to sacrifice himself for love, and a string in his mind called sister slave was harshly plucked. He envisioned that scene. This man named Chu He, covered in blood, standing beneath his mother's supreme might, spine straight, shouting his sister's name, and then turning to ashes. And his own sister, holding his ashes, tears falling like stars. Holy shit. So touching. This is just too romantic. This is the kind of ending a man worthy of my sister should have. I apologize for my earlier slip of the tongue. Xia Nua's eyes actually turned red, and he suddenly grabbed Chu He's shoulders, shaking them hard, his voice tinged with sobs. Brother-in-law. I can already imagine such a tragic scene. I will cry tears of joy because of you. He suddenly slapped his chest, his expression incredibly excited, as if he himself was a witness to this magnificent epic. From today on, you are my dear brother-in-law. Chu He's lips curled up slightly, secretly thinking, got it. But the next moment, Xia Nua's words made the smile on his face instantly freeze. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I will go back to tell mom right now. I must let her know what an amazing and strong-hearted man my sister has found. Go and die, I will definitely give you the grandest funeral after you die. Your tombstone will be placed at the entrance of mom's temple, so everyone can pay tribute to your greatness. When you die. The more Xia Nua spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see that legendary funeral. Chu He's mouth twitched crazily. No. That's not how the script goes. I'm just sketching a dream, how can you really take it seriously? How did we end up talking about death? Is there something wrong with this little brother-in-law's brain? Ahem. Chu He coughed heavily, casually slapping Xia Nua's hand away, forcing himself to calm down and showing a mysterious demeanor. Little brother-in-law, I appreciate your feelings. But there's no need to rush. Huh? Xia Nua looked confused, like a thirsty student eager for knowledge. Legends need to be built up. Chu He earnestly educated, going straight to death is called a fool, not a hero. We need to let your mother, your sister, and the whole different world see my value, see my deep feelings. When the time is right, my fall will shine with the brightest light, right? Chu He secretly cursed, how can this little brother-in-law be so one-track-minded, specifically choosing the dead ends? Dealing with someone with such a strange mindset is truly exhausting. Brother-in-law has thought it through, I see now. Xia Nua nodded repeatedly, his admiration almost overflowing from his eyes. He grabbed Chu He's hand and sincerely asked, so brother-in-law, what should we do now? What is the first step of building up? Cough, cough, it's very simple, Chu He said, you just got here, stay a few more days. And keep the thought of telling your mom about me and your sister dead in your stomach. Do you understand? Do you know what a surprise for her is? Xia Nua blinked his gray-black eyes, puzzled, what is a mother's surprise? No, it's not a mother's surprise. It's about what a mother's surprise is. What is a mother's surprise? It's your mother's surprise. Chu He felt his blood pressure rising, having to patiently explain, listen, the essence of surprise is in its suddenness. If we tell your mother now, that's called a report, not a surprise. What we need to do is keep building up, creating a setup, so she suddenly discovers what a great man her daughter has found, and that this man will die for love. Just think about it, that impact, that shock, won't it push this legend to its climax? Xia Nua's eyes shone, and he suddenly smacked his thigh. Brilliant! No wonder you can conquer my two sisters, you are truly exceptional. Xia Nua excitedly rubbed his hands, this way, your death will definitely be magnificent. Damn! Why are we back to that word again? Chu He felt his temples throbbing, talking to Xia Nua was like riding a roller coaster, without a safety belt. If this goes on, I might just pass out from a heart attack or some stroke. He took a deep breath, showing a pitying expression, little brother-in-law, listening to you makes my heart feel so at ease. But can we please stop talking about death? Got it. Xia Nua instantly understood, the fervor in his eyes nearly solidifying, it's a great sacrifice. A great sacrifice for love. Chu He. Forget it, let's give up on treatment. This kid is hopeless, let it be destroyed quickly. At this moment, a sound even more terrifying than before suddenly echoed from the sky. Boom! A dark wave of energy descended from the sky like a sword, grazing the edge of the playground, leaving a bottomless terrifying scar on the distant teaching building. The whole ground shook violently for a moment. Chu He and Xia Nua looked up at the two energy storms in the sky that had gone completely insane, their faces showing signs of distress. Brother-in-law, if this goes on, they are going to destroy this place. Xia Nua's tone finally carried a hint of urgency, we must stop them. I damn wanted to. Chu He shouted, then realized his outburst and quickly calmed down. He looked at his little brother-in-law, who had explosive combat power but clearly wasn't thinking, and a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Little brother-in-law, Chu He patted his shoulder, his expression serious, now, we are taking the first step to lay the foundation for a legend. What is it? Xia Nua immediately perked up, standing up straight. Chu He pointed at the sky and said slowly, word by word. Go, bring your sister down for me. Chapter 35, The Useless Little Brother-in-Law. Xia Nua's mind was filled with an epic love story called Martyrdom for Love, which he had concocted himself. He felt he was no longer just a simple younger brother but the promoter and witness of this great legend. For his brother-in-law's great sacrifice, for his sister's everlasting happiness, he had no choice but to step up. Brother-in-law, don't worry, watch me. Xia Nua's blood surged as he shouted loudly, his handsome face filled with a tragic determination. He transformed into a streak of black lightning that tore through the sky, filled with an unstoppable sacred momentum, charging fiercely towards the center of the two destructive storms in the sky. However, in less than 3 minutes. Ah! You two crazy women! A piercing scream filled with endless grievance echoed closer, as the black dot that shot up swept back down at least 3 times faster, trailing a long black smoke like an out-of-control meteor, plummeting straight down. Boom! In the center of the playground, the ground let out a painful groan, forcibly creating a giant pit the size of several meters in diameter, unfathomably deep. The violent shockwave swept up dust and debris, spreading outwards like a tsunami, shaking the entire ground violently. In the dormitory building a kilometer away, all survivors felt a sudden jolt beneath their feet, the window glass buzzing as if a magnitude 7 earthquake had struck. The onlookers leaning over the dormitory railing had their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. I didn't see it wrong, did I? That imposing new chief instructor just flew up to the sky. And then, a classmate asked, trembling. Then, it seems like he was knocked down. Ha! The entire dormitory building fell into several seconds of dead silence, followed by a wave of whispers that erupted like a mountain torrent. In my 30 years of life, I have never seen as many absurd things as I have this morning. So the situation now is that the younger brother wants to support his sister, but she and her friends started fighting over a man, the brother goes to mediate, and then, gets knocked down by the two sisters together? This is too messy. My CPU is about to fry. Oh my god, this is too strong. What did Chu He say to Xiaoyao's younger brother to make him willing to become this live target? Don't talk, just feel it. I just want to know, is this little brother-in-law still alive? Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation live streaming room, the white waterfall of comments had completely drowned the screen. Ha 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 ha. I'm sorry, even though it's tragic, I just can't help it. I'm dying of laughter. They told you to mediate, not to become a target. Now look, the designated victim for the mixed doubles. The mouth of Chu God is truly blessed. With just a few words, he tricked his brother-in-law into a state of confusion. What survival game is this? This damn thing is Chu God's harem comedy. And it's a global live broadcast version. I declare, the brother-in-law is crowned the sole comedic role of this show. He appeared with such arrogance, and now his fall is just as loud. Countless viewers laughed so hard they pounded their chests and furiously took screenshots, giving birth to the best meme of the year. Chu He had already teleported to a safe zone a second before Xiano crashed down. A few seconds later, Xiano, with a head full of messy grass, crawled out of the pit dirty and gray, spitting out mud while pointing at the sky and cursing. Chu He strolled over, looked him up and down, and spoke in a tone of pity mixed with a hint of inquiry. Why are you so weak, despite being SSS rank? Damn it! Xiano's handsome face turned red with anger, almost spitting blood. I went up to mediate. But those two crazy women found me a nuisance and stopped fighting, then teamed up to knock me down. I could handle one, but how could I fight against both of them together? In the sky, after a brief ceasefire, the fighting and arguing continued, with words growing increasingly foul. Xiaoyao. You fool with a head full of muscles. What can you do besides using brute strength? Catch's crisp voice was filled with poisoned daggers. She waved her hand, and billions of starlights transformed into countless intricate rune chains, wrapping around Xiaoyao from all directions. You little flat-chested girl. You think you can steal my man and still have the audacity? If I don't tear that ragged starry dress of yours today, I won't be called Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao's roar was like rolling thunder, completely ignoring the flashy chains and directly conjuring a giant dark hand that blocked out the sky, brutally smashing toward Catch, accompanied by a dark slash that could swallow light. Catch nimbly dodged, laughing so hard she trembled. Wow, what a temper. I'm not like some people, who cuddled with a man all night without making a sound. Me and him? We're having quite the fun. What the hell? When did you come to my room? How dare you eavesdrop? Xiaoyao's movement suddenly stalled, shouting angrily. From 10 at night until 3 in the morning, I was behind your door listening. My ears were almost calloused, and in the end, I heard nothing. Catch had a look of disdain. Humph. No wonder. Xiaoyao sneered, I was busy being affectionate with Chu He from 4 to 9, you came too late, I was already asleep. Damn it. You monopolized him for 5 hours. My little He shouldn't follow you, he'll be drained dry sooner or later. Catch was furious, and the starlit storm around her became even more violent. Xiaoyao, what do you mean your little He? Chu He is mine. Mine. Catch, come on. Whoever wins, Chu He will belong to them tonight. Boom, Xiaoyao erupted completely, and the intensity of the battle escalated again. Various malicious yet childish words echoed throughout the campus along with the devastating energy shockwaves. On the ground, Chu He and Xiano felt their eyelids twitch wildly. Xiano's grand epic of sacrificing for love was shattered by the vulgarity of this real-life scene. He began to doubt if he had been blinded by pig oil just now. This earth-shattering battle continued until 11 in the morning. At that moment, an indescribable, suffocating sense of terrifying oppression descended from the sky without warning, covering the entire campus. In the next second, the space above the playground twisted violently as if stones were thrown into water. A figure as tall as a mountain appeared out of thin air, followed by two multi-armed monsters carrying several large bags of fragrant ingredients. The newcomer was Summer Yen. He instantly spotted the giant pit on the playground and the terrifying gash on the distant teaching building that seemed bottomless. And the two energy storms clashed in the sky, stirring the clouds and chaos. His rugged face instantly transformed from shock into fury. What's going on? A roar, like thunder from the heavens, erupted with a deafening blast. You two brats, why are you fighting? Chapter 36, Kachi's Tiger and Wolf Words. Xiaoyan's roar was not just a sound, it was like an invisible hand, violently tearing apart the darkness and the galaxies entangled in the high sky. The two destructive energies instantly dissipated. The figures of Xiaoyao and Kachi reappeared, both with slightly disheveled hair and their clothes still lingering with each other's energy, glaring at each other in midair, neither willing to back down. But they dared not make another move, both descending and standing aside. Xiaonua saw Xiaoyan's face, darker than a pot bottom, and he shivered in fear. He hurriedly dusted off the dirt on his clothes, trying to tidy up his shabby outfit, forcing a respectful expression. Uncle! He called out, but his gaze uncontrollably drifted towards Chu He, filled with complicated emotions, both admiration and a tragic sense, as if he were looking at a martyr about to die for love. Xiaoyan's gaze sliced through the crowd like a knife. He shot a fierce glare at Xiaoyao and Kachi, making the two girls instinctively shrink their necks. Next, his eyes locked onto the disheveled Xiaonua, his brow knitting into a tight frown. Finally, his overwhelming presence firmly fixed on the only calm human in the crowd, Chu He. Speak up, what on earth happened? Xiaoyan's voice carried the pressure of a volcano about to erupt. If you dare to lie to me even a single word, I will immediately tell your mothers. As soon as those words left his mouth, Xiaoyao's face turned pale, her eyes revealing uncontrollable panic. Yet Kachi merely curled her lips, showing an indifferent attitude as if she were a dead pig afraid of boiling water. Xiaonua was the first to speak, recounting everything to him in detail. After hearing, Xiaoyan was utterly shocked. Two girls who previously found all men dirty were fighting over a human they had barely known for 3 days? Moreover, both of them had deep ties with Chu He. He secretly wondered, does he hold such charm? In a short time, he made them so invested. Xiaoyan said, after all this fuss, it's all because of you, Chu He, you really are something, stirring the hearts of my precious niece and her best friend in just 2 days, and now they shout for blood on your behalf. Uncle! This has nothing to do with him. Xiaoyao urgently interjected, panic written all over her face. Uncle, I am the one who approached him first. Kachi crossed her arms, her tone calm but her stance firm. After speaking, the two subconsciously glared at each other, as if competing for the chance to bear the blame for Chu He. Xiaonua, inspired by the tragic epic, puffed out his chest, wearing a look of elevated misunderstanding. Uncle. You don't understand. This isn't jealousy, it's a clash of souls. A duel to defend love. Xiaoyan's eyes twitched fiercely, nearly choking on his breath from anger at this reasoning. Everyone, shut up. I am speaking to Chu He. Chu He helplessly said, sigh, it's also out of necessity. I can only blame my damned charm, always finding nowhere to settle. He turned towards the two girls who had just stopped but were still glaring at each other, smiling, what do you say? As soon as Xiaoyao heard, she instantly forgot her conflict with Kachi. Without thinking she replied loudly, brother is the most handsome and charming man under the heavens, no, in the entire universe. Of course. Kachi crossed her arms, lifting her chin defiantly to take over the conversation. No one matters to me more than my little He. Matters? Xiaoyao's eyes instantly turned red at this statement, the flames that had just extinguished flaring up drastically. Kachi, you little shorty. Do you think caring can surpass me? Chu He is the one I have chosen. Kachi glanced at her with disdain. Who are you calling short? As for feelings, yours is just a moment's impulse, what else? Xiaoyao puffed out her chest, her determined gaze becoming even more apparent. She lifted the corners of her mouth, wearing a hint of a victor's posture. You are right, with this kind of determination, I can surpass you. Really? Kachi smiled slyly, a glint of mockery flashing in her starry eyes, but there is one thing you will never surpass me in. Xiaoyao instinctively asked, what is it? Kachi stated each word clearly, her voice crisp, the content causing the scene to freeze. I understand him more than you do. As her words fell, the whole playground fell into a brief silence. You're talking nonsense. Xiaoyao's face flushed bright red, fuming with anger. On the other side, the two big men were also stunned. Xiaonua's jaw almost dropped to his feet. The grand epic in his mind, called Martyrdom for Love, was shattered by these simple words, changing its flavor entirely. What sacred duel, what collision of souls? How did it turn into a competition of who understands the other better? He looked at Kachi again, the one in his heart who was sharp-witted, exceptionally clever, and distant from the mundane world, now seemed to have gained a bit of earthly charm. Besides Xiaoyan, his rugged face had gone from coal-black to a purple hue like liver sauce. The dignified SSS-grade ghost chef, a powerful boss in control of his realm, now found the quarrel between these two girls was enough to give him a headache. He could even feel the trembling of his two overly eager subordinates behind him, stifling their laughter. This is truly a headache. Chu He was also twitching at the corners of his mouth, wondering how these two girls were quarreling again. Kachi's mind was turning too quickly. He looked closely at Kachi, who was barely 5 feet tall, her face still innocent like a middle school student, the starry skirt showing off her petite and cute figure, pure enough to squeeze out water. But it was this pure face that always spoke words that could change the situation in an instant. This little clever girl. The two of them were exchanging words, and dangerous energy waves began to swirl around them again, ready to clash 300 rounds at any moment. Uncle, look. Chu He spread his hands, looking innocent. You saw it too. I don't want it this way, it's them who insist on it. He wore a pained expression, as if burdened with the world's love. Now, even if I want to stay away, they probably won't be happy. As he spoke, Chu He felt unprecedented clarity in his heart. At first, he was a bit worried, afraid that if the truth got out, Xia Yao, with her straightforwardness, would turn hatred into love, and in a fit of rage, wouldn't mind hurting him. But after experiencing the commotion this morning, he finally understood. Their feelings for him were strong to the point of being unreasonable. As long as they were determined, they would brainlessly protect him, and could never have any thoughts of harming him. So why worry? From now on, it was time to completely let go, without any psychological pressure. No, I am a pure love warrior, I should rein it in a bit, unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 37, Don't Die. Can't we just pay you back? Xiaoyan's face was as black as a pan's bottom, and his stern voice contained undeniable authority. What are you all doing? You two are each kings ruling your own territories, owning dozens of cities, SSS-grade beings with millions of lives at your command. And for one man, you're fighting like the heavens are collapsing and the sun and moon darkening. If this gets out, will you still have any dignity left? Where do I put the face of the Xiao royal family? He got angrier as he spoke, pointing at the two. What's the difference from those crazy women in blue star dramas, crying and causing a scene over trivial matters? Xia Yao and Kachi both turned pale. But in the next second, the two seemed to have a silent understanding, and they refuted in unison. He's different. As soon as the words fell, the two exchanged a fierce gaze, and again spoke in sync. Humph. Then, they both turned their heads away, refusing to look at each other, their stubbornness perfectly in sync. Still dare to retort. Xiaoyan was so angry he felt like he could explode. He genuinely wanted to grab one of them by the arms and spank them, but in the end, his deadly gaze remained locked on the source of all this trouble, Chu He. Chu He's heart sank. He clearly caught the key information in Xiaoyan's words. A king? Dozens of cities? Billions of lives? He actually managed to conquer 2 queen-level beings in just 2 days. This recognition made Chu He's blood boil, but right now, this irritable uncle had clearly taken him for a pig that destroyed his 2 precious water spinach. If today's matter wasn't settled, he might really end up as a dish called braised scumbag. Being tough likely wouldn't work, he could only take a softer approach. Chu He put on a tragic face, looking very sad and reluctant, as his heartfelt gaze swept over everyone present. Then that heartfelt gaze stopped on Xia Yao and Kachi, and he said with righteous dignity, seeing your deep friendship, yet being caught up in my mess, is both heartbreaking and touching. As he spoke, he casually raised his hand and poked his ear with his pinky. An unfamiliar, uncontrollable physiological impulse surged into his eyes. In the next second, he could no longer control himself, and crystal-like tears overflowed, sliding down his cheeks. That's right, ever since he was young, whenever he poked his ear, he couldn't help but cry. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. The tension between Xia Yao and Kachi instantly froze. Xia Nua watched, her heart roaring, here it comes. The legend is beginning. Chu He, with tears streaming down his face, spoke every word as if he were digging it out from his heart. What's painful is that you were best friends, yet now you must fight to the death. And what's touching is all of this is for me. In your hearts, I turn out to be so important. All right. Chu He took a deep breath, as if he had made a significant decision, his eyes becoming clear and resolute. You are kings, with billions of citizens behind you who need you to protect and rule. I am just an ordinary mortal. What right do I have to let 2 majestic kings turn against each other for me? If my death today can bring you back together, can bring peace back to this sky. He opened his arms, looked up at the sky, his face carrying a sacred glow of impending liberation. Then, everything is worth it. Love you all, Chu He. After speaking, he imagined a lasso in his mind, and the next second, a strange rope emanating an ominous dark red light materialized before him. The rope seemed alive, twisting in the air, releasing a deathly aura that lured one to downfall. Without a second glance, Chu He grabbed the rope and threw it around his own neck. The movement was quick and decisive, with not an ounce of hesitation. He was betting that the two of them would rush to save him immediately. Betting that they absolutely couldn't bear to see him die. Sure enough. At the moment the rope touched his neck. "Don't you dare die." With a sharp shout, Xia Yao's eyes suddenly shrank. A black lightning bolt, condensed to the extreme, struck at the rope. The eerie rope didn't even have time to cry out in despair before it instantly turned to nothingness. At the same time, Kaki's galaxy-like eyes locked onto Chu He tightly. An invisible force of space instantly bound him, making him unable to move. In the next second, two warm, soft bodies crashed into his embrace from left and right. One was tall and explosive, the other petite and delicate, yet both were trembling slightly. Chu He's heart had already blossomed with joy. On his face, he maintained an expression of extreme grief, his acting flawless. He shouted hoarsely, "Let me go. Let me die. If I die, you can go back to how it was. I can't be so selfish and ruin your relationship." "Shut up. You can't die." Xia Yao's voice was filled with unprecedented panic and tremor. "We won't fight anymore. We will never fight again. Do you hear me?" Kaki had long seen through Chu He's act, but she didn't dare to gamble. She couldn't bear that 1 in a million chance. Seeing Xia Yao clearly believe it now, she went along with it, playing into the act. In a panicked voice tinged with tears, she said, "Yes, we won't fight anymore. Little He, I didn't expect you to be so noble, willing to die for us, for millions of people." Xia Yao tightly hugged Chu He, feeling his body warmth, and decisively announced, "From today on, Kaki and I are both your women. We three will be together nicely. No one is allowed to mention fighting again." Chu He's roar suddenly stopped, his face revealing just the right amount of astonishment and emotion. "Really? You really are willing to?" His eyes turned red, his voice choked, looking like he was knocked out by immense happiness. "That's wonderful. Chu He, will definitely take good care of you." After saying this, he could no longer control his excited emotions and planted a forceful kiss on Xia Yao's blushing cheek. Then he turned and gave Kaki's pretty face a kiss as well. A system notification sound rang out. Name, Chu He. Target, Xia Yao, SSS level, current intimacy, deep love. The power of the Eye of Oblivion has greatly increased. Target, Kaki, SSS level, current intimacy, dependence. Space manipulation ability has greatly increased. Not far away, Xianhua stared blankly at this scene that changed faster than flipping pages, his eyes turning red. Brother-in-law, really so great. He actually wanted to use his life to restore the friendship between his sister and Sister Kaki. Although it always felt a bit off, as if there was something strange. But this touching scene, these genuine tears, this great spirit of sacrifice. How could there be any falsehood? Chu He looked at Xia Yan with great satisfaction. The latter's rugged face had turned from blue to purple, then from purple to a blank expression. He stared hard at the human kid in his arms, still wearing a smile of surviving a disaster, his chest heaving violently, a lump stuck in his throat, unable to spit it out or swallow it down. He wanted to explode in anger, but the two girls had already reconciled, and to get angry now would be unreasonable trouble. He wanted to make a move, but that kid was now guarded tightly. Whoever touched him would be declaring war against two SSS level beings simultaneously. As an SSS level himself, with Xia Yao and Kaki joining forces, he might not even be able to win. Moreover, he had a blood contract with Xia Yao. After a long time, Xia Yan sighed deeply, his gaze towards Chu He becoming unusually complex and solemn, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 38 Strange Arrival History. Blue Star, April 1, 2026. The deep black curtain of the universe was torn apart by an invisible massive force. It was neither the demise of stars nor the birth of nebulae, but a purely ominous tear. It lay along the orbit of Blue Star. From the depths of that scar, endless, sticky gloom surged forth. They writhed and spread, gently wrapping and devouring the entire Blue Star. Light disappeared. The whole world fell into complete darkness for 24 hours. People called that day the day of no Sunday. Then came a long month of endless night. The sun seemed never to have existed, and the moon and stars became forgotten myths. Fortunately, the brilliance of electricity still bravely pierced through the eternal midnight. Cities became isolated islands, flickering with the fragile flames of civilization in the ocean of darkness. The internet became humanity's only spiritual bond. Became the best breeding ground for panic and despair. The flames of doomsday theories burned fiercely in every forum, every chat group. People rushed to hoard supplies, and the once stable order crumbled immensely in just this month. Until May 1st. At that moment, every screen in the world, whether it was a big screen in a mall, a television at home, or a mobile phone in a pocket, regardless of whether they were powered on or damaged, lit up at the same instant with a force that was beyond comprehension and tyranny. A figure appeared synchronously on all screens. It was wrapped in thick, rolling black mist, making it impossible to see its exact features or determine its true form. Only a voice, cold and straight, devoid of any emotional rise and fall inherent to life, echoed through every mobile phone speaker, and every headphone, resonating in every corner of the globe. Survive, or perish. From today onward, your world will be connected to our world, to engage in a game. Every year, one person from each of your countries will be randomly chosen as a player and taken into our world. You will watch everything of the player through live broadcasts. Survive, and earn your country a chance to breathe. If the player dies, the live stream will be permanently shut down, and your country will face reckoning. The moment the voice fell, the screens went dark. The gloom surrounding the blue star also dissipated, and the sun once again shone upon the earth. Yet the crack still existed. As expected, after that mysterious being's words, every year people were chosen and summoned away. The chosen ones varied in identity. There were top-notch spies, battle-hardened warriors, and also ordinary people with no strength to crush a fly. On the other side of the screen, the beings in that unknown and terrifying world had a unified name in the mouths of Blue Star people. Weird. They possessed supernatural powers that mortals could not comprehend, and their existence itself mocked the laws of physics. For the beings of the weird world, such games had long been the norm. They followed a master of unimaginable power, executing an incomprehensible will. For countless years, they had linked one living planet after another. Sometimes, they chose direct slaughter, completely devouring that planet's resources and civilization. Other times, they opted for this more cruel game, enjoying the pleasure of their prey struggling in despair, gradually digesting a civilization. However, this planet named Blue Star seemed somewhat special. The time they spent here far exceeded that of any previous planet. Their master appeared to deliberately slow down the pace of devouring. Chu He felt a chill as he was stared at by Xia Yan, hair standing on end. His hands, which had just been resting on Xia Yao and Ka Chi's waists, now withdrew uneasily. He forced out an extraordinarily bright smile on his face. He. A low, muffled sound rolled out from Xia Yan's throat. Humph. He couldn't understand. He truly couldn't understand. 2 days. Just 2 short days. How could a human he could easily crush cause Xia Yao and Ka Chi, 2 beings with their heads in the clouds and hearts high as the heavens, to become like this? He watched her fight fiercely for this man, then saw her instantly reconcile for him. That kiss. A kiss could cause an SSS-level weird entity to fall this deeply, to develop a devotion until death? This was no simple charm ability anymore. He suddenly felt a wave of coldness. This world, ruled by weird for countless years, viewing multitudes of civilizations as food and games. This seemingly eternal and unchanging, hierarchically strict order. Would it change because of this small, seemingly harmless variable before him? A sudden change that no one could predict was coming. And at this thought, he actually felt a hint of anticipation. He deeply despised human strength, finding it extremely weak. He could destroy one with just a blink. However, he held immense respect for human civilization, especially the culinary culture of the Dragon Country, which was vast and profound, with countless varieties. That was his highest pursuit as the eccentric chef, and many of his proud dishes today were improvements based on Dragon Country recipes. Forget it. If it's too complicated to understand, don't bother to think about it. The fury and frustration on Xia Yan's rugged face gradually faded, transforming into a deep weariness. He raised the ingredients that his multi-handed subordinate was carrying and let out a deep bellow. It's almost noon, it's time to eat. At 12 noon, the sun blazed down fiercely. In the school cafeteria, voices roared amidst a backdrop of strange shadows. Surviving human students stood together with bizarre beings of various shapes, creating a bizarre and dazzling scene. When Xia Yan's towering figure appeared before them, all sounds came to an abrupt halt. The entire cafeteria fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Xia Yan's face was dark and stormy. His overwhelming presence swept across the room, and everyone who made eye contact with him, whether human or strange, immediately looked down in fear. Except for Chu He and a few of his friends. He shouted sharply, his voice filled with an undeniable pressure that echoed in the depths of everyone's soul. Everything you saw and heard on the playground today, swallow it down. If any of this leaks out. He paused, his gaze turning ferociously fierce. The 2 multi-handed subordinates had already brought up a giant cutting board over half a meter thick. The board was made of some unknown black beast's bones and was incredibly hard. Xia Yan gripped a massive bone knife, resembling a door panel, in one hand. With a swift action, the knife fell. Crack. A crisp sound that made one's teeth ache resonated. That thick bone board was cleaved in half, the crack smooth as a mirror. Just like this board. The moment that knife fell, the air in the cafeteria seemed to be sucked dry. All the strange beings' desire to gossip was instantly crushed to ashes by this overwhelmingly forceful blow. As for the surviving human contestants, they subconsciously held their breath, each one silent as a grave, afraid to make the slightest sound. Xia Yan's authority was vividly etched beneath that knife. Humph. He didn't even glance at the bisected heavy bone board and casually sheathed the door-like bone knife at his waist, his movements rugged and swift. He suddenly turned towards the two multi-handed subordinates, who were so scared their limbs had frozen, not knowing where to place their dozens of claws, and let out a thunder-like roar. What are you waiting for? Start cooking. Yes. Yes. My lord. The two multi-handed beings, as if receiving a divine decree, rushed to the kitchen, using all their limbs in a chaotic frenzy. The entire cafeteria was instantly filled with the symphony of pots and pans clanging furiously. This time, in stark contrast to yesterday's nauseating dark cuisine that could drive any normal creature crazy. The air was permeated with an aroma so exquisite that it sent shivers through the soul and made mouths water uncontrollably. Xia Yan took charge personally. His mountain-like figure appeared incredibly agile at the stove, wielding the door panel bone knife, sometimes broad and fierce, sometimes meticulously refined, like a wild and free-spirited artist. A strange creature resembling a fat wild boar, but covered in shiny, colorful scales, was swiftly processed by him and hung in a specially made gigantic oven, blazing with blue flames. The fat sizzled and crackled, dripping onto the ghostly fire and igniting billowing clouds of rich, enticing scent. The strange meat fragrance mixed with the sweet scent of unknown fruits, like an invisible hand, domineeringly drilled into every creature's nostrils, instantly occupying everyone's sense of smell. Following that, plate after plate of dishes, resembling pieces of art, were shakily brought to the long dining table by the strange beings. Those dishes, miraculously, bore the shadows of cuisines from various countries. The roast duck from Dragon Country was glossy and shiny, while the stir-fried pork exuded its rich aroma. The sushi from Cherry Blossom Country was as delicate as a painting, and the hamburgers from Eagle Sauce Country were stacked layer upon layer. Although the raw materials were bizarre creatures unheard of, those familiar flavors made all the surviving human contestants suddenly see their distant homeland. Though only 2 days had passed here, it felt like years, with every minute and second being a torment. Of course, this did not apply to Dragon Country contestant Chu He. Xia Yan's cold gaze swept over the group of humans. You all, choose a plate each, finish it all, no waste allowed. He paused, then turned his gaze towards the strange ones who couldn't hold back, their throats rolling as they anticipated, his voice dripping with undisguised mockery. As for you all, if you want to eat, you can. Pay for it yourself. As soon as the words fell, the strange beings were first stunned, then their faces revealed unparalleled joy. What they feared most was not spending money, but that Lord Xia Yan wouldn't let them eat at all. To taste the dishes hand-cooked by the legendary strange chef was such a great honor. This was an experience they could boast about for a lifetime. In an instant, all the strange beings pulled out their phones, like sharks smelling blood, rushing towards the dining table, fearful that if they were a second late, the legendary delicacies would be snatched away by their comrades. Heavens! It's ghost fire charred scaleless tuna. I can smell it. That flavor is unmistakable. Everyone, no pushing. Scan to pay. Anyone who dares cut in line, I'll tear him apart as ingredients today. The scene was incredibly chaotic, the strange being's primal desire for food nearly lifting the cafeteria's roof off. Brother, open your mouth, this leg meat is roasted to perfection, look how crispy the skin is. Xia Yao picked up a piece of duck leg that was beautifully golden on the outside and tender on the inside, carefully blowing away the steam before eagerly handing it to Chu He. Chu He smiled and opened his mouth to eat it. Before he could praise it, another delicate hand, pale as jade, had already picked up a piece of the crispiest duck skin and was bringing it over. Little River, the skin is the essence, the meat is too tough, this is the real flavor. Chu He unhesitatingly opened his mouth and ate the duck skin as well. Then, he naturally reached out his left hand, dotingly ruffled Xia Yao's hair. He extended his right hand to gently pinch Ka Chi's delicate face. The skill of the water server had reached perfection. Everything is delicious. What you feed me, everything is delicious. Chu He's tone was so gentle it could make water flow. The meat that Yao Yao feeds me has love, and the skin that Ka Chi feeds me is heart. To me, they are all masterpieces of taste. This one sentence made the two girls, who had just been exchanging glances with undercurrents flowing between them, immediately break into smiles, their faces filled with satisfaction. Beside them, Xia Nuo watched with wide eyes. The piece of roasted meat in his mouth that had made him want to cry now tasted bland. He glanced at his sister's fluttering eyelashes and delicate manner, a wave of immense sorrow churned in his heart. Finally, he gathered his courage and tentatively called out in a nearly humble tone. Sister, I also want to eat what you feed. Xia Yao cast a cold, piercing glance at him. Xia Nuo's neck shrank suddenly, silently burying his head in the plate. He screamed crazily in his heart, tears streaming down his face. The brother-in-law is treasure, but he is grass. This life is truly unbearable. In a nearby corner, Xia Yan continued to face away from this eye-scorching scene, alone, drinking an entire jar of unknown strong liquor like water. Thump, thump. Spicy liquor flowed down his throat, yet it could not extinguish the blazing fire of unnamed rage in his heart. He could clearly hear the strange whispers behind him, lowered in volume. My God, Lord Xiaoyao actually treats people like this. What kind of drug did that man from the Dragon Kingdom give them? How could it make Lord Xiaoyao and Lord Kachi act like this at the same time? Shu, are you looking for death? Didn't you see Lord Xiaoyan's expression? Although Xiaoyan had started to slowly accept, and even to some extent recognize Chu He's abilities, watching his delicate and stunning cabbage being so affectionate towards a human boy made him feel as if a ball of scalding cotton had been stuffed in his heart, stifling and burning. A meal came to an end slowly in this strange, harmonious atmosphere, yet filled with heartache and jealousy. Xiaoyan suddenly stood up. He slammed the empty huge wine jar onto the table with a loud bang, the noise causing the entire cafeteria to fall into silence once more. He slowly turned around, surveying the human contestants who had just eaten to their fill, still wearing a hint of satisfaction, his voice cold as the ice of Siberia. Are you all full? Everyone was puzzled, but still unconsciously nodded. Very good. Xiaoyan grinned, showing 2 rows of stark white teeth. There was not a hint of warmth in that smile, only endless chilling intent. From today onward, the free lunches are over. If you want to eat in the future, you'll have to go out, work, and earn money. Upon hearing this, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Xiaoyao was also stunned, quickly standing up, urgently asking, Uncle, how can this be? The task issued by the Lord is to let them stay in this school for 44 days, right? Xiaoyan's smile slowly faded, his expression becoming more serious than ever. He did not answer Xiaoyao, but raised his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating the cafeteria ceiling, looking towards the sky enveloped in strange power. That was the previous rule. The Lord has issued a new decree. Perhaps, Kay feels this game is too boring. Xiaoyan's gaze returned to those pale-faced humans, carrying a hint of pity, but more so, coldness. Starting tomorrow, this school will no longer be your prison. Nor will it be your sanctuary. The entire strange world will be fully open to you. Tomorrow, the connection with Blue Star will be completely cut off, no one will see you, and if you die, the nation dies. And tomorrow, new, more interesting rules will be announced. I wish you good luck. Chapter 40, Xiaoyan, my mentality has collapsed. Xiaoyan's words fell like an invisible mountain, crashing down on the hearts of every survivor. The entire strange world is fully open to you. What does this mean? It means the previous cage, although oppressive, at least had a defined scope, has been completely shattered. Instead, it is replaced by an endless, unknown, terrifying hunting ground. All the human contestants, including those unruly warrior kings and agents, showed expressions of uncontrollable despair. Only Chu He, after initial shock, had a strange light flash in his eyes. He instinctively connected this event to himself. Could it be, because of me? As this thought emerged, everything Chu He had experienced in the past 2 days flashed through his mind like a fast-forward movie. He had only been in this world for a mere 2 days. But in these 2 days, every single thing he did was enough to overturn the inherent understanding of this world. He possessed a kind of ability that even SSS-grade strangeness could not resist, and with this ability, he successfully made 2 queen-level beings completely infatuated with him. He made them jealous and fighting to the point of chaos. Then he made them willingly reconcile so he wouldn't seek his own end. Even reached an absurd consensus of 3 people traveling together. Such a thing, not to mention that it has happened, is probably something that no one has ever thought of in the long invasion history of this strange world. Chu He looked up, his gaze seemingly piercing through the cafeteria ceiling, looking toward that unknown sky. Kay, are you watching? If you've been watching all along, why don't you take care of yourself? Is it because you haven't noticed, or you simply don't care? Or perhaps, you find things more interesting now? Countless questions swirled in Chu He's heart. He loosened his grip around the waists of Kachi and Xiaoyao, and under the puzzled gazes of the 2 girls, he walked straight to Xiaoyan. The master you mentioned, Chu He spoke calmly, can you communicate directly with Kay? Xiaoyan's rough face twitched as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, and he let out a muffled grunt from his throat. Communicate? Who do you think that is? We are just following the commands handed down by the temple. Temple? Chu He caught this word. Xianhua had also shouted excitedly before about burying himself outside some goddamn temple. Seeing Chu He's puzzled expression, Xiaoyan took the rare step to elaborate. Every major family, which is what you humans call a kingdom, has its own temple. That is the residence of the royalty, and also the only place to establish a connection with the master. He paused, glancing at Xiaoyao and Xianhua beside him. To be called royalty, there must be at least one SSR-level powerhouse within the family. In every temple stands a divine pillar, through which the master's will is conveyed. Chu He instantly understood. It's pointless to say more. Xiaoyan's gaze sharpened again, locking onto Chu He tightly. I always feel that the master suddenly passing down this will is likely related to you, kid. He took another step forward, his mountain-like shadow completely engulfing Chu He. As for this change in rules, whether it is an early apocalypse or another chance for you humans, I can't say for sure. Xia Yan grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his voice lowered, carrying an indescribable implication. But for you, perhaps, it's a good thing? Chu He was taken aback, his heart stirred slightly. Oh? What good is it for me? Xia Yan's rough face leaned in closer, the mountain-like shadow enveloping Chu He as he asked slowly, in a tone only the two could hear, do you want to know? Chu He cooperated by showing an eager expression, nodding seriously and saying, Really want to know? Xia Yan's eyes crinkled with smug lines, seemingly satisfied with Chu He's response. Chu He looked dreamily and earnestly replied, yes, uncle, I want to know, please tell me. Seeing Chu He like this made Xia Yan feel extremely comfortable inside. Delight. Absolutely delightful. You little brat are trying to mess with my famil. It was as if everything had frozen because of that loud laugh. Xia Yan looked at Chu He's face, which had changed from anticipation to astonishment, then from astonishment to a livid expression, and his heart was already blooming with joy. He had turned the tide. Today, he had finally regained his face. However, the anger on Chu He's face lasted only half a second, retreating like a tide. Not only was he not angry, he slowly revealed his signature harmless smile. All right. One word, light as a feather, yet it made Xia Yan's laughter come to an abrupt halt. Since you don't want to talk, then forget it. Chu He spread his hands, the smile on his face growing even brighter, but the joy did not reach his eyes. Also, the outside world is so vast, full of unknowns and dangers. If you don't say, it's also for my good, fearing I might worry. He changed his tone. But don't worry, I'm someone with strong adaptability and courage. Tomorrow I'll take Yao Yao and Kaki out to explore, get familiar with the surroundings, and by the way, see if there are any opportunities to work and earn money. The smile on Xia Yan's face slowly froze. It seemed Chu He didn't see it, and continued with a relaxed and cheerful tone. I've heard the outside world is quite chaotic, all kinds of people exist. What if we encounter someone who is unwise and conflicts arise? Or if Yao Yao and Kaki find something fun and want to stay a few more days, and don't come back? He stretched his tone, looking meaningfully at Xia Yan. By then, you might not like what you see happening, one after another, so don't blame me for not giving you a heads up. After saying this, he no longer looked at Xia Yan, whose face was already starting to turn purple, and turned back to hug Yao Yao and Kaki with a natural ease, smiling as he said. Let's go back to the dorm, and we can discuss how to kick off our exciting otherworld adventure tomorrow. Xia Yan's body completely froze. He stared hard at the human boy who was hugging two girls and still wearing a blissful smile, his chest heaving violently. Damn! This kid knows how to make people angry. Lord, the rules for tomorrow must not allow this kid to be too comfortable. Xia Yan silently prayed. At this moment, Xia Nuo came to Xia Yan and said, Brother-in-law asked me to stay here for a few more days, where should I sleep today? Chapter 41, a queen is massaging legs below, and a lowly is walking on backs above. Brother-in-law? Xia Yan suddenly turned his head, the pressure from his height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters made the surrounding air freeze. He stared intensely at Xia Nuo's handsome face, which resembled his sister's to some extent. What did you call him? Xia Nuo shrank his neck, but still retorted defiantly, is there a problem? There is definitely a question. Xia Yan gasped for breath, nearly falling over, holy crap. Are you betraying him just like this? What do you think I brought you here for? To recognize relatives? Xia Nuo had an innocent expression, even showing some admiration for Chu He. Uncle, didn't you see? Brother-in-law risked his life for my sister and Kaki. He dared to put a noose around his neck in front of 2 SSS-level beings without hesitation. What great love! What great courage! He did what I was too afraid to do, he is my role model. What's wrong with me calling him brother-in-law? Your role model, my foot. Xia Yan was almost about to explode with anger, pointing at Xia Nuo's nose and cursing, you useless piece of trash. You still want to be the royal heir? With your brain, go dream. Xia Nuo looked somewhat wronged after being scolded. What does being the royal heir have to do with calling him brother-in-law? It's a huge deal. Xia Yan roared, your sister got messed up, and instead of thinking about taking that pig down, you're going to feed it. You? How could I take it down? Xia Nuo retorted, you didn't tell me he also managed to get Kaki. With Kaki helping him, if we fight, she will definitely help brother-in-law. Am I supposed to fight 3 people by myself? Am I crazy? Even if sister is afraid of mom's power, Kaki isn't afraid of her mom at all. Everyone knows Kaki is extremely intelligent since she was young. No one can fool her. Their brother-in-law can make her obedient, how could he be an ordinary person? Xia Yan was choked into silence. Damn, that makes so much sense. He had a lump stuck in his throat, and his face turned purple from holding it in. Get lost. Xia Yan pointed angrily at the cafeteria door and roared in frustration, hurry up and get back to the temple. With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain the complexity of this. Xianhua saw that his uncle was truly furious, and if he stayed here any longer, he would definitely get beaten, so he quickly prepared to escape. However, just as he turned, he heard his uncle's low voice from behind. Also, don't tell your mom about this yet. Xianhua stopped in his tracks, his eyes brightened instantly. He turned around suddenly with a look of realization on his face. Uncle, you see, this means you also acknowledge my brother-in-law. You just don't want to say it. I acknowledge crap. Xia Yan cursed, but his expression became unusually somber. I am just a bit interested in him, but it's far from enough for me to acknowledge him. He paced back and forth irritably, and that damn guy, Chu He, within a day, completely won over your sister. This is too outrageous. How could I accept this so quickly? Xianhua nodded in deep agreement. It is indeed hard to accept. Uncle, I understand you. Raising her for so many years, and for a guy you've known for less than a day, she directly turns against you and forces you to sign that deadly blood contract. Who says it's not true? You really understand me. Xia Yan finally found resonance and let out a long sigh. Then, he spoke in a low voice. However, if even Kaki can be subdued by Chu He, it shows that he is indeed no ordinary person. Xia Yan's gaze turned towards the empty cafeteria entrance, his expression thoughtful. He can easily subdue 2 SSS-level kings. That's already terrifying. What's even scarier is that I suspect he can replicate their abilities. Although it's still very weak now, it is indeed increasing. If that's really the case. Xia Yan's Adam's apple rolled slowly, his eyes mixed with caution and a hint of undetectable excitement. My clan's annihilation power, combined with Kaki's spatial power. If it could be fully mastered by the same person, that achievement would be limitless. Xianhua gasped in awe and murmured, now that you mention it, I am really looking forward to it. In the bedroom of the principal's office, the luxurious big bed that could fit 7 or 8 people had now become Chu He's exclusive dragon bed. He lay on the soft silk bedding, eyes closed, completely lost in pleasure and enjoyment. On him were 2 entirely different yet equally perfect bodies. Xia Ya wore a light purple silk nightgown, kneeling by the bed, her delicate hands gently massaging Chu He's calves, the pressure just right, soothing the muscles while teasingly tickling him. Kaki had changed into a pink nightgown, her petite bare feet carefully stepping on his broad back. 2 days later, on his left hand was a cold queen, and on his right hand a genius lowly. Both SSS-level beings could make the world tremble with just a stomp, and they willingly massaged his legs and stepped on his back. He couldn't even dare to dream of living like this. Continue, Chu He commanded lazily, once you have served me well, I will reward you properly. Upon hearing this, Xia Yao increased her efforts, her cheeks flushing with a charming red, softly replying Kachi let out a soft hum, but her movements became gentler, her eyes revealing a barely noticeable expectation. Chu He savored the double pleasure on his back and legs. In this moment, he wanted to compose a poem. Clearing his throat, Chu He raised his voice in a lyrical tone. In this moment, I want to recite a poem, listen closely. Both Xia Yao and Kachi paused their movements, curiously looking at him. Chu He shook his head and swayed, using an extremely flirtatious tone to recite. In life, one must enjoy every happiness. Embrace left and right, don't be idle. Beautiful feet step on backs, so easing bones. Delicate hands need legs, like immortal fairies. After finishing, he smacked his lips, lost in self-satisfaction as he praised, wonderful poem. Wonderful poem. What do you think? Kachi couldn't help but burst out laughing, her foot giving a slight shake, pouting playfully, little He, you really have talent. And beautiful feet step on backs, so easing bones, that is to say, I step well, making your bones feel weak, right? Yes, big brother, you're amazing. Delicate hands need legs like immortal fairies means I need well, making you feel as happy as an immortal, right? Xia Yao also smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, unconsciously tightening her grip a little more gently. Chu He naturally replied, yes, you are both very clever. This poem praises your great skills, making me very comfortable. Chapter 42, Kachi and Xia Yao are actually old ladies. The 2 girls, praised until their eyes curved like crescent moons, laughed like silver bells, one busy straightening Chu He's slightly rumpled clothes, the other bringing warm water, their actions filled with concern, as if they were competing to show who was more thoughtful. The air in the bedroom gradually became warm and peaceful. They chatted casually, covering small habits to slight visions of the future, creating a harmonious atmosphere. No one knew how long had passed. Outside the window, the sky began to brighten. On the luxurious big bed, 3 figures were quietly nestled together, only the faint and even sound of breathing remained. The bedroom was silent. Chu He half leaned against the soft headboard, Xia Yao sleeping peacefully on his left, while Kachi gently leaned against his shoulder on the right. 2 SSS-level beings capable of shaking the world were now as gentle as kittens, their beautiful faces holding serene smiles, hair cascading unevenly beside their cheeks, shedding their usual distant divinity for a touch of touching peace and intimacy. Speaking of which, I've always been quite curious. Chu He's fingers unconsciously tapped the headboard. Can you tell me about your currency? Yesterday was my first time seeing people here use money. Kachi lazily responded with a her voice colored with a strong nasal tone, oozing the lethargy of just waking up. Before you connected with our blue star, we were quite primitive here, just like what your history books say, bartering goods, where the strongest sets the rules. She seemed to be organizing her words, pausing before continuing. But it changed later. The master seemed to have a strong interest in your human civilization, especially that of Dragon Country. So now, our mainstream trading methods are almost identical to yours. We use QR code payments and electronic currencies, which are much more convenient than before. As Kachi spoke, she even added, moreover, many of your complete laws have also been directly adopted by us. When you go out tomorrow, you will understand. The outside world is much more normal than you can imagine. I have to say, you humans, the weak, have truly astonishing creativity. Summer Yao also opened her eyes, her tone filled with genuine emotion. That's natural. Chu He smiled, reaching out to pinch her small, pointed nose. By the way, how old are you both this year? We are both 18. Summer Yao answered succinctly. But at that moment, Kachi raised her head and corrected, Hey, Yao, make it clear. It's 18 from our side. 1 year here is about 1,000 days or so on your blue star. Chu He was momentarily stunned. He calculated quickly, and his expression changed into something strange. 1,000 days. So, if converted, doesn't that mean? He looked down at the two girls beside him, one appearing as a cool and breathtaking beauty, and the other looking like a cute and charming little girl, tentatively asking. So, I'm actually being accompanied by two ladies in their 50s? Ladies? Summer Yao tilted her head, her simple logic clearly unable to immediately grasp the deeper sarcastic meaning of the word. But Kachi instantly exploded with anger. She suddenly reached out and gently patted Chu He's arm, her strength filled with playful reproach. You are the old man. Old man. How long is the lifespan of you humans? In the blink of an eye, you grow old and can't even walk. She retorted angrily, her cheeks puffing out like a pufferfish. Ha ha ha. Chu He was amused by her adorable appearance, laughing loudly and pulling the two girls closer to him. All right, it's my fault. You are two eternally youthful, captivating, unparalleled fairy sisters, is that fine? Only then did Kachi hum contentedly, leaning back against his shoulder again. Chu He's smile gradually faded, his gaze becoming profound. Electronic currency, a social system leaning towards human civilization, and that unseen master who seemed to take interest in observing everything. This strange world was far more complex than he had imagined. And, much more interesting. A night passed without a word. The next day, the sharp assembly bell rang, like a knife cutting through the silence of the campus. All survivors almost jumped out of bed the moment the bell rang, the exhaustion and fear from a sleepless night making their faces pale, their eye sockets deeply sunken. They hastily got dressed with trembling hands, fear and despair about the unknown written all over their faces. Meanwhile, in the principal's bedroom, Chu He slowly opened his eyes under a gentle call. On his left, Summer Yao slept peacefully, her long black hair spread out like ink. On his right, Kachi leaned against him like a lazy little cat, her silver short hair smooth and neat. Too noisy. Kachi complained discontentedly, snuggling closer to Chu He, trying to block out the external noise. Chu He smiled, leaning down to lightly touch the smooth, full foreheads of the two girls. Get up, my little lazy pigs, it's time to gather. When Chu He appeared on the playground at a leisurely pace, all eyes were drawn to him as if by an invisible magnet. The entire playground instantly fell into a profound silence. The atmosphere was extraordinarily eerie. Those elite individuals from all over the world, at this moment, were disheveled, exhausted, and their eyes revealed undeniable fear. Chu He looked at them, and they looked at him. As a human, Chu He was well aware of the dangers of the last 2 days. It was already remarkable to have survived this far. And if it weren't for his unique abilities, he might secretly have been the cannon fodder mentioned by the elite present, probably dying on the first day. He still had a major question in mind: why was a weak, fragile college student like him chosen? Because in previous years, like other countries, they usually selected stronger elites from each nation. At that moment, a clear, crackling sound, like breaking glass, echoed throughout the space. Buzz. An invisible barrier, visible to the naked eye, enveloping the school, quickly dissolved and disintegrated like a sugar cube tossed into water, ultimately fading into nothingness. The scenes from the outside world were fully unveiled before everyone. At that moment, everyone gasped in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What they saw was not the imagined ruins of walls or the eerie, terrifying blood-red hell, but a city. A city so prosperous, even more bizarre than any city on Blue Star, a modern city. Towering skyscrapers boasted familiar glass facades, with rooftops adorned with Eastern ancient architectural flying eaves and brackets, sparkling with strange neon lights. In the distance, a giant screen displayed a beautiful female host delivering the news, but the corners of her mouth stretched to an inhuman angle. Cars were rushing, people were coming and going. Most of the pedestrians on the street wore normal clothing, but occasionally, you would see a man in a suit whose neck could twist 360 degrees. A cute girl dressed in a Lolita dress bounced along the sidewalk outside the playground, yet her shadow dragged behind her with 8 spider-like long legs. Familiar. Yet incredibly strange. Prosperous. Yet filled with an indescribable eeriness everywhere. Welcome to Wanchong City. Chapter 43, Playing House? A bare-faced target. Welcome to Wanchong City, survivors. The voice was devoid of any emotion, grand and empty, coming from all directions, as if directly resonating in everyone's minds. This voice carried an undeniable authority, causing the expressions of Jiang Shangyao and Kachi to instantly grow slightly serious. I am the City Lord Lilian of Wanchong City, and I will now announce the will of the Master. The brand voice gave no one time to react before it directly announced a new survival game. Game name, Playing House. Game duration, 3 months. Game rules, liven this city and earn enough weird coins. At the end of the game, those who do not meet the target amount will be completely erased. As the voice fell, the air in the center of the playground distorted, and a massive virtual screen appeared out of nowhere. On the screen, rows of cold text floated up, clearly stating everyone's worth. A-class roommate, task target, 50,000 weird coins. S-class roommate, task target, 100,000 weird coins. SS-class roommate, task target, 1 million weird coins. SSS-class roommate, task target, 10 million weird coins. Almost simultaneously, every survivor found a stylish new phone and a pure black bank card appearing in their hands. The phone powered on automatically, and the screen displayed a solitary app named Weird Coin Wallet. The survivors instinctively clicked it open, and everyone saw their initial balance as a glaring red number. Minus 3,000. It was clear that this was the phone and cards cost. Starting in debt, this is a very strange world. 10 million? Chu He looked at the SSS class target amount, his heart skipping a beat. And at that moment, the City Lord Lilian's emotionless voice rang out again, this time with a deliberate emphasis. Special note, Drago Nation contestant Chu He has 2 SSS class roommates, task targets combined. Total, 20 million weird coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the playground erupted from a deathly silence. 20 million? Ha ha ha. Earn 20 million in 3 months? My goodness, this is going to be a good show. He was so arrogant before, with his arms thrown around. Serves him right. This is karma. Our maximum goal is only 100,000, he's just multiplied 200 times. Those elite individuals from various countries, who were envious and jealous of Chu He before, now wore expressions filled with schadenfreude. They looked at Chu He with eyes full of unabashed malice and mockery. It seemed like he could already see his tragic end being erased 3 months later. Chu He's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. 20 million. This is not child's play, this is a deadly game. However, Kachi beside him snorted disdainfully, waved her little hand, and said in a childish voice, just 20 million, not even worth a hair of my assets. Xia Yao also had a blank expression, her eyes revealing a sense of inevitability. To her, money was just a number, not to mention 20 million, even 200 billion, was simply a snap of the fingers away. With these 2 incredibly wealthy SSS-level beings as support, the goal of 20 million seemed not so difficult. The mocking laughter of the survivors was instantly weakened by the aura of the 2 queens. Many people in their hearts muttered, damn, I forgot this kid lives off others. With 2 SSS-level big shots backing him, isn't 20 million just a matter of minutes? However, just as everyone was thinking this, Lilian's next sentence fell like divine punishment from the heavens, striking Chu He hard on the head. Supplementary Rule 1, all participants are not allowed to use their roommates' funds in any form. Roommates can only spend participants' money to survive, and any financial assistance to participants is prohibited. Boom! Chu He's head buzzed, his whole being dazed. No using roommates' money? I can only spend my own money? I'm 3,000 in debt. What do you expect me to spend? The northwest wind? With this rule out, Kachi and Xia Yao were instantly stunned. Among the crowd of survivors, after half a second of silence, laughter erupted even louder and more unrestrained than before. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. No using roommates' money. This is cutting off the supply. This tactic is too brilliant. Now, 2 SSS-level cash machines have turned into 2 SSS-level money-consuming beasts. He has to support 2 big shots for 3 months and earn 20 million. How is that possible? Of course, Lilian continued emotionlessly, to ensure the basic playability of the game, the master generously provides you with initial assistance. Supplementary Rule 2, all participants will receive a loan limit based on their roommate's level. Level A roommate, 50,000 limit, Level S, 100,000, Level SS, 1 million, Level SSS, 10 million. Dragon Kingdom contestant Chu He, your total loan limit is 20 million guibas. As her voice fell, Chu He opened his gibi wallet, and below the -3,000 balance, a line of small text appeared. Available loan limit, 20 million. This is not mercy. This is clearly pushing him into a fire pit. It gave him the ability to spend money, but also put a giant mountain on his back that could crush him at any moment. Not only does he have to earn enough for the 20 million task goal, but he also has to repay all usable loans. This is no longer targeted, this is clearly wanting him dead. Too much. A cold roar echoed through the sky. Xia Yao could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. A terrifying burst of energy erupted from her petite body, and the crimson killing intent swept through the entire playground like a tangible storm. The sky instantly turned dark, and a sweet, bloody smell filled the air. All the survivors were pressed down by this oppressive force, making it hard to breathe. She actually wanted to directly challenge the rules of the master. Don't be impulsive. Just as Xia Yao was about to take action, Kachi tightly grabbed her wrist and urgently shouted in her ear with an unprecedented tone. Yao Yao. This is K's rule trap. Once we act, we give K a direct reason to erase Chu He. For the first time, a complex expression mixed with tricky, anger, and a hint of madness appeared on Kachi's usually mischievous smiling face. She knew that from the moment they caught the master's attention, this game was no longer just about survival. Xia Yao's crimson eyes fixed fiercely on the sky, her chest heaving violently. In the end, the devastating power that could destroy the world was forcibly suppressed by her. This was the first time Chu He had seen Xia Yao angry. Her originally dead black eyes had turned terrifyingly crimson. In the distant and majestic temple, Xia Yan was sitting in front of a massive water mirror, which clearly reflected everything happening on the playground. When he saw Chu He's face change from black to white, then from white to green, and finally become deathly pale, he could no longer hold back. Ha ha ha. Xia Yan clutched his belly, laughing so hard that he nearly fell off his throne, his burly body shaking with laughter and tears streaming down his face. My lord. Well done. This is so damn satisfying. As he laughed wildly, he slapped his thigh hard, murmuring to himself. Let you kid mess with my family's vegetables. Let you kid fool my niece around. Let you kid make me sign a blood contract. 20 million. And you can't even use a single cent of their money. Ha 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 ha. Xia Yan's laughter echoed through the empty temple, filled with the pleasure of revenge. On the playground, Chu He's face could no longer be described as pale. This was no longer just bullying honest people. This was getting honest people killed. Chapter 44, Market Research, Are the Weirdos Eating Pig Food? 20 million. And he couldn't touch a single cent of Xia Yao and Kaki's money. Chu He's brain was racing. 3 months, 90 days, to earn a net profit of 20 million. This meant he had to make at least over 220,000 weird coins every day. This didn't even account for his own expenses, or the daily costs of these 2 SSS-level gold-devouring beasts around him. This was no simple targeting. This was a conspiracy. It was an open rule trap, waiting for him to become a joke, waiting for him to die without a burial place. Wasn't he holding the script of the Chosen One? Hey, little he. A soft, cool little hand suddenly grabbed his clothes gently. Kaki looked up with her exquisitely beautiful little face, her starry eyes shining with not a hint of panic, but rather a kind of almost crazy excitement. The game hasn't even officially started yet, why do you look like the sky is falling? Xia Yao took a silent step forward. Her cold, emotionless gaze swept across the entire area, like a king surveying his domain. Those elite people from various countries who had just been gloating suddenly felt as if an invisible giant hand had grasped their throats, breath halted, and they all bowed their heads in unison, not even daring to meet her gaze. After doing this, she finally turned her head. Her lifeless, deep black eyes seriously stared at Chu He. The food you made is very delicious. Boom! Xia Yao's simple 5 words struck like a thunderclap, instantly splitting open the chaos in Chu He's mind named despair. That's right. Cooking. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes, which had almost lost all brilliance, reignited with blazing flames at that moment. His greatest hobby and talent was cooking, wasn't it? The culinary skills that had been enhanced by the system, which even the SSS-level gourmet Xia Yan couldn't help but praise. How could I forget this? Chu He slapped his thigh hard, and he felt as if his soul had been instantly injected, his temperament changing dramatically, his spine straightened. Kaki blinked curiously, her long eyelashes fluttering like small fans. You really know how to cook? Of course. Chu He proudly lifted his chin, the regained confidence making his entire aura sharp and flamboyant. It's just a personal hobby, but I've really thought about it. If I have the chance, I'd like to open a little restaurant that belongs only to me. Xia Yao beside him provided the most crucial testimony with her cool voice. Yes. The uncle praises him, saying his dishes can really grasp the psychology and tastes of diners. Then it's easy. Kachi placed her small hands on her hips, puffing out her unremarkable chest, looking like a little strategist who had everything under control, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. With the two of us SSS-level queens supporting you, if we say it's delicious, won't those weirdos rush over to try it? At that time, won't the money just come pouring in? That would be great. Chu He looked at the two stunning beauties on his left and right. One is full of clever plans and extremely intelligent. The other has unmatched combat strength and is fiercely loyal. A surge of immense ambition suddenly rose in his heart, sweeping away the previous gloom. It's just 20 million, isn't it? Let's do it. Without hesitation, the three ignored the dazed survivors on the playground who looked like mere background characters and boldly stepped out of the school gate, officially entering this bizarre city. Market research begins. When he truly set foot in the all-encompassing city, Chu He was deeply shocked by the sight before him. Here it's so damn prosperous. On the exaggeratedly wide streets, there were hovering sports cars flying silently close to the ground, as well as vintage cars burning unknown black fuel, spewing thick smoke. The streets were bustling, a strange mix of weirdness and weird people coexisting. Restaurants, casinos, clothing stores, banks, large shopping malls, everything that exists on Blue Star is practically here, even more cyberpunk, even more bizarre. Surprised? Kachi, with her little hands behind her back, walked ahead like a little adult inspecting her territory, her tone filled with an air of pride. The original purpose of the all-encompassing city was to simulate and learn about your human society. Who would have thought that in just over a decade, the results would be so good? Now the weird ones know they have to work hard to make money to live comfortably. She paused and added, also, most of the management systems here are directly adopted from your Dragon Country. I must admit, Dragon Country is indeed the most stable and happy country on Blue Star now. So that's how it is. Chu He exclaimed in wonder, you actually know so much. Of course. Kachi lifted her chin proudly, like a little peacock showing off its feathers. I read books whenever I have free time, ancient and modern, heaven and earth, I know everything. Unlike some Yao, who just stares blankly at the sky all day, with an empty mind. Who are you calling empty-minded? Xia Yao raised an eyebrow, lightning fast, reaching out to pinch Kachi's delicate face. I think you're just itching for trouble, looking for a fight, right? Ow. Don't pinch my face. Little He, look at her. She's bullying me. Seeing the two girls about to quarrel again, Chu He quickly grabbed one of each of them, as if lifting two little kittens, and pulled them to his side. He cleared his throat, looking serious. Alright, stop arguing. From now on, you two are my virtuous assistants, love and care for each other, no pulling each other down. In my heart, both of you are amazing. His words instantly made both girls quiet down. Xia Yao felt sweet inside. Although she still felt a bit unconvinced, hearing virtuous assistants and you are amazing made her secretly determined to read more books, and she definitely couldn't let Kachi surpass her anymore. Kachi made a funny face at Xia Yao proudly, then like a koala, affectionately hugged Chu He's arm, rubbing her little head against him. The three of them strolled around, starting the real tasting. Soon, Chu He discovered that while there were many restaurants in the all-encompassing city, the dishes were shockingly scarce. Walking into a lavishly decorated barbecue restaurant, the signature dish was deep-fried eyeball skewers. Chu He took a bite with a research mindset, his teeth broke through the outer crispy membrane, and a warm, fishy-sweet liquid burst out instantly, splattering all over his mouth. That feeling was like biting into a low-quality jelly filled with a fishy taste. Walking into an old-fashioned soup shop, the specialty is slime soup. That slippery, cold texture, like the snot of someone with a bad cold, flowed down his throat, almost making Chu He vomit his overnight meal. And that cold, mixed tentacle, as hard as chewing a rubber tire soaked for 3 days. Most ridiculous of all, the bizarre customers around him were eating with great enjoyment, their faces filled with happiness. It seems that although this place mimicked human food culture, it clearly only imitated the surface of cooking things, completely ignorant of the word delicious. It looks like, in terms of food from Blue Star, you haven't learned anything here. Chu He sighed. Of course, that old guy Xia Yan probably needs to be excluded. Xia Yao nodded, you're right, the only one I know who can make cooked food delicious is my uncle. They strolled through the busiest commercial center, walking along the liveliest snack street. But Chu He's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. He suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with extreme confusion and disbelief. What's the matter? Xia Yao asked with concern. Chu He took a deep breath, asking with the tone of someone who has just discovered a new world. You guys here? Actually, there isn't even one hot pot restaurant? Yes. After walking around the whole city, not a single one. Kaki was also stunned. She carefully activated her mind, comparable to a supercomputer, searching quickly for a moment, then dumbfoundedly shook her head. It seems, there really isn't one. Xia Yao tilted her head, her pure and flawless eyes full of pure curiosity. Hot pot, what is it? Looking at her cute and innocent curiosity, Chu He smiled. An immense, magnificent picture instantly surfaced in his mind. The bubbling and rolling red oil pot base, gurgling with deadly fragrant bubbles. Fresh and tender beef tripe swirled inside, the crunchy yellow throat was a delight to the bite, and the marbled slices of snowflake beef just needed a quick dip, dipped in his own secret sauce. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. He would bet his life that this ultimate food, combining socializing, deliciousness, and stimulation, would absolutely conquer every taste bud in this city in an instant. Moreover, it was easy to prepare, and importantly, it could also be a little trickster. Hot pot. The corners of Chu He's mouth slowly curled up into a curve filled with confidence, almost arrogance. It is not a type of food. It will be our first step in conquering this city. Chapter 45, Feast House, a golden shop delivered to the door. Alright, stop thinking about it. Chu He looked at the two stunning women beside him, a big and a small one, and sighed deeply. When I make it, you will know what true delicious food is. Kaki and Xia Yao nodded vigorously at his words, their eyes filled with trust and anticipation. Looking at them, a sense of regret for his late realization quietly surged in Chu He's heart. In the end, he still was a bit inexperienced. Just now, facing the naked targeting of the city Lord Lillian and the enormous task of 20 million, his first reaction was confusion and panic. His brain was a complete mess. If it weren't for Xia Yao's "your food is very delicious" and Kaki's analysis and encouragement, he might still be rolling in the pit of despair right now. These two girls, although sometimes looking childish and proud in front of him, like kids who wouldn't grow up. But when it came to critical moments, that calm demeanor completely surpassed him. It seems that survival in this other world depends not only on external help but also on attitude. Chu He secretly marveled, looking at the two girls with a sense of genuine gratitude and softness in his eyes. Since we've decided to do this, let's aim for something big. Chu He swept away the distracting thoughts in his mind, his eyes sharpened, filled with fighting spirit. If we're going to do it, let's go for the highest end. Let's go directly to the most central area of Wanchang City, targeting, specifically going for those rich and powerful weirdos. That's exactly what I want. Kaki snapped her fingers excitedly, her small face filled with approval. Wanchang City is also divided into different levels. Those outer areas are filled with broke folks, with limited spending power, barely squeezing out any profits. The real wealthy and powerful people are all gathered in the central urban area. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xia Yao understood immediately, lightly tapping her jade foot on the ground. In the next moment, Chu He felt the world spin, and the scenery before him transformed into countless twisted streams of light. The three of them shot up like a shell that had broken free from gravity, racing towards the area filled with flashing neon and divine light in the heart of the city. As their feet touched the ground again, even though Chu He had mentally prepared himself, he was still deeply shocked by the sight before him. If the outer urban area was cyberpunk, then here was a godly version of Wall Street. Every building was extremely luxurious, twisting the laws of physics, exuding a cold aura of "I'm expensive, you can't reach me." The strange people on the streets were completely different from those in the outer areas. Their forms were even closer to perfect human shapes. A man in a custom-tailored suit, with a physique comparable to the top male models, passed by elegantly holding a coffee, and his head was actually a fierce lizard head covered in fine scales. A voluptuous and charming lady swayed her snake-like waist, with 9 fluffy fox tails gently swaying behind her, emitting a deadly allure. And there was a cute boy with cat ears and a girl with magnificent deer horns. Various subhuman species only seen in myths and anime were commonplace here. And the appearance of Chu He, a pure human, along with Xia Yao and Kaki, who both exuded royal-level beauty and presence, immediately became the focus of attention. Countless gazes, mixed with surprise, jealousy, envy, and greed, all turned towards them. That human can actually make the vague royal family and the Starlaw royal family accompany him at the same time? Did I not see incorrectly? Those are 2 royal-level beings. When did royalty become so cheap? Shoo! Lower your voice. Can't you see? Those 2 princes are looking at that human with such pampering. This guy must have hit the jackpot and become their favorite. Whispers filled the air. But Chu He didn't care at all. Instead, he stood tall, openly enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. So what if he was living off a woman? Living off a woman is also a skill. However, reality quickly doused him with cold water. They wandered for a full hour, touring the busiest commercial streets, only to find the results disheartening. There wasn't a single shop that was empty here. This is trouble. A prime location really is hard to come by. Chu He slightly furrowed his brow. At that moment, Kaki suddenly pointed with excitement in her voice. "Little He, look over there." Following her direction, Chu He saw a building that was completely different in style. Amidst a crowd of futuristic skyscrapers, an ancient-style three-story loft lay like an ancient beast, abruptly crouching at the core intersection. This loft was entirely pitch black, with two menacing, sky-piercing giant horns on the roof. The walls and tiles were made of pieces of black scales with a metallic sheen, reflecting a strange bluish glow under the sunlight. It seemed to be breathing. In front of the tightly shut crimson door of the loft stood a lonely wooden sign, on which were a few lines written in what looked like still fresh blood. Feasting house. Rent, free. Condition, must offer a meal satisfactory to this establishment. Warning, if the food does not suit your taste, the tenant will be directly devoured by this establishment. Free? Chu He's eyes instantly lit up. Isn't this just someone delivering a pillow when I've dozed off, and it's a dragon bed adorned with gold and jade? A perfect opportunity to take over a golden hotspot at no cost. This is it. Chu He slapped his thigh and immediately made up his mind. This condition is simply tailor-made for me. He wore a confident smile on his face, as if he could already see the beautiful future of making money hand over fist after conquering this feast house. However, just as the three of them approached the front door, it happened. Creak. The heavy vermilion door silently opened a crack inward. A dull, ancient, endless hunger surged like thunder, exploding directly in the minds of the three. Offer your tribute. Otherwise, become my food. Damn, Chu He's heart skipped a beat. This house is really alive? Not surprising. Xiaoyao's cold voice rang out at the right moment, clarifying things for him. This is the Taodai clan, a race that has nothing in its mind but eating. Later, the master established a legal society, prohibiting them from indiscriminately consuming living beings. To survive, they evolved into these rental houses, living off tasting their tenants' food. So that's it, Chu He suddenly understood, no longer feeling any fear in his heart, only burning fighting spirit left. Without saying a word, he directly pulled out his phone and opened the app called Mysterious Coin Wallet. On that 20 million loan limit, he clicked to borrow without hesitation. Please enter loan amount. 100,000. Loan successful. On his phone screen, his debt amount instantly skyrocketed from -3,600. Because he had just treated the two girls to some special snacks at a roadside stand, spending 600. Now, his balance froze at a shocking number. -103,600. Looking at this number, Chu He felt no pressure at all. Instead, he felt a fire surging in his veins. Let's go. Shopping time. He waved his hand grandly, leading the two queens straight to the nearby most upscale strange ingredient market. As soon as they entered the market, a rich and peculiar smell that could not be ignored hit them. The sights here once again refreshed Chu He's worldview. In the so-called fresh produce area, the giant metal cages did not hold chickens, ducks, or fish but instead housed terrifying monsters as big as rhinos, striking the cages violently and roaring. The vegetable area was even more outrageous. The cabbage had legs and was hopping around wildly inside the cage. Carrots were trying to burrow into the soil, leaving only a bit above ground twitching madly. Many of the ingredients here are captured by professional adventurer teams from the dangerous areas outside the city, Kaki diligently explained, so most are alive, ensuring absolute freshness. Chu He marveled in amazement while starting to select ingredients. He sidestepped the clawing monsters and set his sights precisely on the area of processed meats. However, just as he passed a huge garbage dumping area, he suddenly stopped, his nose instinctively wrinkling. He saw several strange beings in slaughtering clothes casually dumping buckets of bloody things into the garbage disposal channel. Inside, there were huge livers processed to perfection, as clean as white jade. There were thick, snow-white, crystal-clear slabs of fat. There were strong, tender, and bouncy intestines and stomachs. Even some seemingly crunchy blood vessels and tracheas. These, in Blue Star and Long Country, are treasures that gourmets would fight over at Hot Pot and B. His eyes, however, grew brighter and brighter, so bright it was terrifying. A brilliant, even sinister plan took shape in his mind in an instant. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a meaningful, even slightly evil smile. The essence of Hot Pot. You strange people, you could never imagine, huh? Chapter 46, Procurement. Chu He stared at the huge pile of animal entrails that had been thrown away as garbage, his eyes shining brighter and the strange smile on his lips growing larger. Beside him, Kaji and Xiaoyao looked at him with chills running down their backs. Hey, Chu He. Kaji asked in a tentative, slightly uneasy tone, You want to make these into food, right? Yes. Chu He turned his head, the smile on his face dazzlingly bright. These are all good stuff. Treasures. Huh? Kaji's delicate little face instantly showed an expression of utmost surprise, but these things smell really strong. They stink. Xiaoyao's face was filled with confusion, as she bluntly added, and inside the intestines and stomach, there's poop. Ha ha ha. Chu He burst into laughter at her straightforward words, just wash them clean with water. You have to trust my skills. He leaned closer to the two, mysteriously lowering his voice. By the way, you both have an important mission. You need to help taste test. When the delicious aroma floats out, many strange people will definitely be attracted, and you both have to eat hard for me. Chu He gestured, his expression exaggerated. It has to be the kind of expression like you haven't eaten for hundreds of years and suddenly bitten into an extraordinary delicacy. Understand? You have to perform with soul. Weren't you promised to help me promote? This is your debut stage. Kaji and Xiaoyao exchanged glances. Both could see the glaring disdain and deep disgust in each other's eyes. Make them eat these discarded, smelly, possibly poop-covered things? And they had to act like it was delicious? This was simply torture. However, a thought suddenly flashed through Xiaoyao's mind, recalling the bowl of meat floss that shook the soul, made from the deadly nightmare snake a few days ago. She remembered the bloody warning from the feast house. If it wasn't tasty, Chu He would be eaten. Looking at Chu He's eyes burning with absolute confidence, all her hesitation and disgust were instantly crushed. What replaced it was an unwavering determination. No matter what Chu He made, she would eat it without hesitation. Kaji keenly caught the change in Xiaoyao's expression, and saw Xiaoyao nodding heavily at her, as if saying, "Trust him." Gulp. Kaji struggled to swallow. Seeing he had successfully convinced the two queens, Chu He immediately perked up and walked towards the farmers who were dumping the garbage. The farmers looked like orcs, with robust builds, bulging muscles, wearing blood-stained leather aprons. After a brief exchange, Chu He received a clear answer. They really didn't want these things. Since you don't want them, why not do me a favor? I'll help you dispose of them for free, so you don't have to bother throwing them away. Chu He said sincerely, patting his chest confidently. The orc farmers looked at him with the eyes of a fool, muttering a few words, then carelessly waved their hands in agreement. Without holding back, Chu He rolled up his sleeves and jumped in. Soon, 5 or 6 large black bags were filled to the brim. A full 300 to 400 pounds. Looking at this heavy loot, Chu He felt satisfied. He arranged with the orc farmers to come back and take it away, and they readily agreed. Next came the big shopping spree. Cooking utensils, bowls, and chopsticks. Tables and chairs, these are all easy to say. The most critical thing is the raw materials for the hot pot soup base. Salt and rock sugar, these basic seasonings are all available. There is no white liquor, but there is a substitute called rye liquor, brewed from a strange plant monster called black-shelled wheat, with a very high alcohol content, burning like fire upon entry. Although there are other types of alcohol, this rye liquor is the cheapest, and with these strange pig food, there's no need for him to buy better liquor for seasoning the hot pot base. There is no white flour, only the dark flour ground from the black-shelled wheat monster. The most absurd thing is the chili, ginger, garlic, scallions, and onions. They actually are all alive. Each has tiny roots as legs, bouncing around in a special incubator, and when caught, they emit a sharp chirp. According to Kachiko, these are all the lowest-level D-class plant monsters, once wild, now oddly farmed in a complete industrial chain. Since Wushang City has no concept of hot pot, naturally, there are no matching hot pot tables. Fortunately, things like electric cookers and portable gas tanks are still available. The three of them hurriedly bought a large circle, finally gathering everything they needed. Kachiko waved her little hand, and various pots, bowls, utensils, tables, and chairs transformed into rays of light and were sucked into a seemingly ordinary little bag with a crystal pendant hanging from her waist. This is a storage bag? Chu He looked at it with wide eyes. This is called a Starlaw pocket, a specialty of our Starlaw tribe. Kachiko puffed out her little chest, explaining proudly, depending on the internal space size, the price ranges from 1 million to 100 billion strange coins. Mine is not much, just 1 billion. Look at Yao Yao's black belt, that's also a pocket made by my clan. Of course, there are various kinds like bracelets, necklaces, backpacks, etc. Chu He's jaw almost dropped to the ground. 1 billion? Just that? Although Chu He knew that Kachiko and Xiaoyao's families were very rich, he was still incredibly surprised. After the shopping was completed, the group returned to the slaughterhouse. The final challenge was the 5 or 6 large bags of animal entrails emitting a strong odor, essentially biochemical weapons. Chu He smiled and looked at Kachiko. Kachiko's little face instantly scrunched up, shaking her head like a rattle. No way, no way. Absolutely not. How can such stinky, dirty things be placed in my noble and cute Starlaw pocket? Chu He helplessly turned his pleading gaze to Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao had a blank expression, silently turning her head to the other side, her gaze drifting to the distant sky. Great. These two young ladies are not reliable. Chu He resignedly sighed, and could only bitterly take action himself, carrying 3 bags, looking like a refugee escaping disaster, stumbling down the road. The weight of 500 or 600 pounds was nothing for his current physique. But the overwhelming, mixed scent of blood and the unique stench of entrails was a double torment for his mind and sense of smell. Along the way, all the strange creatures that saw them instinctively took 3 steps back, covering their mouths and noses, their faces showing undisguised disgust and disdain. Ugh, what smell is that? That human, what is he carrying a pile of garbage for? Freshly taken from the slaughterhouse? Is he crazy? Dogs wouldn't even eat this stuff. Look at those 2 young ladies next to him. Oh my. Such noble bloodlines, how could they follow a garbage-picking madman? Kachiko and Xiaoyao suddenly felt a bit regretful, wishing they had endured. In front of the tasty house, on that open space, he directly set up the bot stove and a huge iron pot. He took a deep breath, tossed the processed pork lard into the pot, and lit the fire. Sizzle! The fat quickly melted at high temperature, filling the air with billowing smoke. Next, Chu He dumped an entire bag of lively chilies, howling ginger, and twisting garlic cloves into the pot all at once. Boom! A powerful, complex aroma, mixed with intense spiciness and spices, exploded like a sensory bomb, instantly filling the air. The scent was so strong, so aggressive, it pierced through the air, wildly sweeping away everything around and even overpowering the ancient, hungry smell radiating from the tasty house itself. The whole intersection fell silent. Chapter 47, What a Smell! Ah, how fragrant! The strange beings of various shapes on the street instinctively stopped in their tracks. Their noses twitched uncontrollably, and their gazes turned straight toward the source of the aroma. What is that smell? So overpowering. I've never smelled such a strong fragrance before. Just from the smell, my mouth is watering. Hey, it's that human. He's really setting up a stall in front of the tasty house? What on earth is he cooking in that pot? Many strange beings from the commercial street rushed over, drawn by the enticing aroma. Chu He chuckled, just as he expected. The fish have bitten the hook. But he knew very well that the process of cooking this special ingredient must not be seen by these future customers. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. As long as I can't see it, you could be using stinky old foot-pickled sauerkraut, and I could still eat it with drool. Yao Yao, create a barrier, Chu He instructed without turning his head. Xia Yao understood, lightly waving her jade hand. Buzz. A solid black energy field instantly expanded, like a huge bowl being inverted over them, perfectly enveloping the 3 people and the stove, cutting off all outside views and prying eyes. Inside the force field was another world. Chu He poured the bloody, slimy giant belly and tangled intestines onto the ground with a splash. A difficult-to-describe, primordial stench, mixed with fishy, foul odors, quickly filled the entire space within the energy field. Gag. Even Kaki, who had seen much and had a strong temperament, couldn't hold it anymore at this moment. Her delicate little face turned pale instantly, her small hand covering her mouth, her stomach churning, making violent retching sounds. Xiaoyao's expression was hardly any better, her elegant brows were tightly knitted together, her body instinctively taking 2 steps back, her deadpan eyes revealing endless disdain and rejection. They widened their eyes, incredulously watching Chu He, who remained calm in the face of such a strong, foul smell. In fact, he wore an expression of appreciation and excitement that a chef shows when seeing top-notch ingredients. Chu He, you really want us to eat this? Kaki's voice trembled, pointing at the filth on the ground, feeling her worldview shaken like never before. Is this thing really edible? Won't we just ascend to heaven after eating it? Trust me, I'm a professional. Chu He gave them a confident look and then activated his special skill. Eye of Annihilation. Activated. In his eyes, that dirty belly and intestines were instantly deconstructed. All the structures, textures, and impurities appeared clearly in his mind in a data format. Where is the essence, where is the dregs? It was all clear at a glance. With a swift motion, he brought down his knife, his actions as fluid as flowing water, so fast that only a shadow remained. Those filthy things, emitting a horrible stench, clinging to the inner walls, were perfectly stripped away with near-surgical precision. And the excess fat on the intestines was just right, removed by Chu He. With the Eye of Annihilation and its incredible ability to dispel illusions, handling these was simply child's play. Soon, the pile of disgusting things transformed into 2 entirely new ingredients. The belly, snow-white like jade, thick and elastic. The intestines, pink and crystal clear, full of toughness. The previous nauseating smell was completely gone, leaving only the pure essence of the ingredients themselves. Summer Yao and Kachi stood in stunned silence. What kind of divine operation is this? It's simply turning decay into magic. Chu He didn't stop, he fetched a basin of clean water. He gently blinked, and the next moment, an invisible, extremely frigid air shot out from his eyes. The basin of water didn't even have time to ripple before it turned into a completely solid, crystal-clear block of ice the instant it met the cold air. Chu He flipped the ice basin onto the wooden board, creating a perfect ice-cutting board. He placed the prepared belly and intestines onto the ice board, and delicate as a cicada's wing, the knife flew at his fingertips. Swish, swish, swish. Translucent slices of belly and intestines were evenly cut, then artistically laid out on the ice. After finishing all this, Chu He clapped his hands in satisfaction. He picked up chopsticks, dipped a slice into the boiling red oil pot, stirring it up and down while precisely timing it. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the moment the belly slice curled slightly, reaching the crispest texture, he quickly fished it out. That snow-white belly slice was now coated in a layer of vibrant, tempting red oil, garnished with a few sesame seeds and chili flakes, wafting an intoxicating aroma. He extended the chopsticks in front of the two women. Who wants to go first and give it a try? For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Summer Yao and Kachi exchanged glances, seeing deep hesitation and struggle in each other's eyes. Even though it looked delicious now, the psychological barrier of its previous life was still hard to overcome. Yao Yao, if you eat this first, you can be the boss in the future, and I'll serve you. In the critical moment, Kachi decisively chose to push Summer Yao forward. Summer Yao shot her a glare, but didn't back down. She had an almost blind trust in Chu He. If he said it was delicious, then it had to be edible. A serious expression that felt like facing death appeared on Summer Yao's face. She slowly lowered her head, opened her small mouth, and ate the slice of belly. However, as soon as it entered her mouth, Summer Yao's eyes widened in shock. The imagined fishy smell was nowhere to be found. In its place was an indescribable complex flavor. First, when her teeth sank into the belly slice, there came that crisp, bouncy, and strangely chewy crunch. Next, the domineering spicy red oil erupted like lava on her tongue, igniting all her taste buds in an instant. Spicy, fragrant, crisp. An unprecedented, utterly delightful taste experience swept through her entire mouth like a storm. After finishing, Summer Yao was dazed for several seconds before she slowly turned to Kachi, who was nervously waiting. It really tastes incredible. There isn't a hint of fishy taste at all. It's super spicy and delicious. Kachi knew that Summer Yao never lied. Looking into Summer Yao's stunningly bright eyes, she finally mustered all her courage, picked up a piece, and without hesitation, ate it. The next second, Kachi's starry eyes went wide. Wow! She let out an unintelligible cry, her small face turning red from the extreme deliciousness and spiciness. So good. Too good. How can something taste this amazing? She hadn't expected that this thing, which everyone else considered garbage, could be so fragrant and tasty. See, I definitely won't let you down. Chu He laughed heartily, with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment surging within him. He asked Summer Yao to lift the black force field she had set up. With a casual wave, Summer Yao did it. Boom! That force, suppressed for so long, freed itself at last. The rich smell of hot pot, intensified tenfold, surged forth with the suppressed gasps of Xia Yao and Kachi, spreading like a flooded river in all directions. The strange beings outside the force field instantly exploded. They saw that, after the force field disappeared, the human stall was already filled with neatly processed slices of tripe and intestines that they had never seen before. What made them even crazier was that the two legendary king-level beings, the princes of the royal clan and the Starlaw clan, were now shamelessly and even fighting over dips to put into the bubbling red oil pot. On their faces were their unreserved, extreme happiness and satisfaction. What is going on here? Those things that were thrown away like trash are actually supreme delicacies? An orc butcher selling meat happened to pass by and said this. All the strange beings became curious upon hearing this, so the butcher recounted everything about that human. Everyone was shocked after listening. Outside, it was crowded and dark, countless eyes were fixed on that boiling iron pot, their throats uncontrollably moving. Chu He ignored them, picked up a piece of boiled beef tripe, turned around, and loudly said to the tightly closed vermilion door. Feast house, it's your turn to taste it. As soon as his voice fell, a thick black gas erupted from the crack of the door, condensing in midair into a tentacle covered in muscle textures with no skin. The tentacle quickly snatched the beef tripe from Chu He's chopsticks, then shot back into the door like lightning. The entire feast house fell into a dead silence. Time passed second by second. Suddenly. Boom! The heavy vermilion door of the feast house suddenly exploded inward. A suffocating will, filled with endless hunger and ecstasy, crashed down. Then, something inside rushed toward Chu He. Chapter 48, I thought you were going to do something to me. Chu He was sharp-eyed, seeing the thick black gas spraying out from the door twisting and condensing in midair. A monster about only 1 meter 3 high burst out suddenly. Its head resembled the fierce ancient beast, Tao, with 2 huge horns piercing the air, covered in strange dark red patterns, and a huge mouth open with interlocking fangs, terrifying. But its body and limbs bizarrely presented the outline of a human child, except every fingertip had sharp, knife-like black claws. A fierce, violent aura, as if wanting to swallow the heavens and earth, rushed toward him. It didn't make sense. Could it be that my hot pot, infused with the essence of Blue Star culinary culture, isn't to its taste? This is unscientific. But at this moment, Chu He had no time to think carefully. The instinct for survival overwhelmed everything. He did not want to die. He must first control this monster. Chu He narrowed his eyes, his mind racing, a chain shape instantly forming in his brain. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and shouted. In the next second, several dark red chains, infused with the aura of spatial distortion, suddenly burst forth from his palm, like bloodthirsty snakes, swiftly wrapping around the charging little monster. Clang! The chains accurately hit the target, and Chu He's palm suddenly tightened. The chains instantly constricted, binding the little monster tightly. However, before Chu He could breathe a sigh of relief. Roar! The bound little monster let out an ear-splitting roar, its muscles bulging violently. Bang! The spatial chains capable of imprisoning S-level strangeness were instantly torn apart and shattered by its sheer brute force. Damn! This guy is so strong? As the monster broke free from its bindings, its speed did not decrease but increased, charging back at Chu He, causing his scalp to go numb. He quickly shouted at the two who were still immersed in eating, "Hey, hey! You two, don't just eat. The monster is coming. Help! Help!" Kaki was just about to put a piece of hot sausage into her mouth, blowing on it to cool it down, when she heard the shout and reluctantly raised her head. When she saw the little monster charging towards Chua, a hint of displeasure flashed in her starry eyes. She simply glared gently in the direction of that monster. Buzz, an invisible, supreme power of rules instantly descended. That small monster, full of aggression and fury, suddenly froze in place. Its whole body was suspended in midair, maintaining a forward pouncing posture, unable to move, only its big, copper bell-like eyes filled with anxiety and grievance. The monster finally spoke, but the sound was not the rough and violent tone one would expect, rather, it carried a crisp and youthful quality, like a teenage boy. "Let me go. I'm not going to eat him. I want to eat what's in the pot. I've never smelled something so delicious before. I've never seen something so tasty." In its voice, there was a pure longing for good food. So that's it. The heart that Chua had in his throat finally settled back down. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said to the little monster in annoyance, "If you want to eat, just say so. Why make such a fuss? I thought you were going to attack me." The little monster, upon hearing this, spoke with a tone filled with natural grievance. "Me? Attack you? Am I looking for death? Those two beside you could take me down with just a pinky finger, turning me into a mess. I'm not stupid." Chua was taken aback, then began to feel puzzled, "But you seemed pretty powerful earlier, I couldn't control you. It's a pseudo-SSS level, your ability is still too weak, so it's normal that you couldn't control it. And besides, he had no killing intent just now." Kaki explained without raising her head while eating. "All right." Chuha nodded, accepting this explanation. He cleared his throat, regained his confidence, and said to the little monster suspended in midair, "All right, little monster, there's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want to eat, let's first talk about rent." "Just call me Abeo," the little monster eagerly said, "rent is free. Our rules in the Taotai house are just like that, as long as you let me eat my fill." "Is it that simple?" Chua's heart filled with joy in an instant. At that moment, the usually silent Xia Yao suddenly spoke softly. "I've heard that the Taotai clan can eat a lot." Upon hearing this, Abeo's fierce little face showed a hint of human-like panic. It hurriedly explained, "That was in the past. That was in the past. I've separated from my enormous body. That house is just a big shell. My appetite is quite small now." "Really?" Chua looked at this fierce-looking little monster with a youthful voice, desperately trying to explain that it doesn't eat much, and suddenly felt a strange softness in his heart. This child is too pitiful. To eat, it has separated itself from its true form. And besides, how much can it eat when it's so small? For a moment, Chua, filled with fatherly no, its compassion surged, waved his big hand and said grandly, "Obeo, right? Don't worry. From today, I will take care of you. I will make sure you eat well." Saying this, he signaled Kaki to release the control. Kaki curled her lips and snapped her fingers. The binding was lifted. The moment Abeo regained freedom, it turned into a black shadow and rushed in front of the boiling iron pot in just 1 second. It couldn't even wait to get a bowl or chopsticks, directly extending its knife-like claws to scoop into the pot. Kaki's eyes once again grew cold. Abeo's claws froze in midair once more. "Go over there, get a bowl, get chopsticks." Kaki ordered in a tone that brooked no argument, "If you grab with your hands again, you won't eat anything today." Abeo looked at the delicious food boiling in the pot with grievance. He glanced at the cold-faced Kachi, and finally yielded, obediently running to the side and awkwardly picking up a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Seeing that Abeo had finally calmed down, Chu He nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and effortlessly picked up the remaining 4 or 5 large bags of biochemical weapons, 2 in each hand, and moved them into the wide-open vermilion door. The room was dimly lit, but surprisingly spacious, with tables and chairs already set up inside, along with a front counter. After settling the ingredients, Chu He walked back outside. He looked at the street outside, already blocked and filled with strange figures stretching their necks, saliva nearly dripping to the ground, and a merchant-like smile appeared on his face. He stood in front of the stall, cleared his throat, gathered his breath, and shouted loudly. "Dear neighbors! Dear villagers! Do you want to taste this unparalleled delicacy?" "Yes." The reply was deafening. "Great!" Chu He waved his hand. "Today, our shop opens with great discounts. Please line up neatly, no pushing, no shoving. Each person can enjoy a free taste." The crowd instantly became restless. Chu He quickly added, his voice not loud, but clearly audible to every strange ear. "Of course, if anyone thinks they can take on these two beside me, or can face the owner of this house, and wants to cut in line or grab food, feel free to give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, the strange figures, who had just been restless, suddenly calmed down. They looked at Xiaoyao, who was eating with grease all over her face, but whose breath was still unfathomable, and then at Bao, who had just rushed out and was now buried in a bowl bigger than his head, eating vigorously. Every strange figure wisely shrank back their necks. The next second, a line that seemed to stretch endlessly efficiently formed in front of the stall. Looking at this orderly scene, Chu He was extremely satisfied. He didn't rush to serve the tasting food to everyone but turned around and waved to Kachi, who was preparing to get another bowl. "Kachi, come here for a moment." "What is it?" "I haven't eaten enough yet." Kachi protested with her mouth full, speaking indistinctly. "Let's talk business." Chu He's expression became serious, about how to sell these delicacies at sky-high prices. He beckoned Kachi with his fingers, lowered his voice, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Come in with me, let's discuss the details and lay out the interior space." After saying that, Chu He turned around first and walked into the tasty house. Chapter 49, What a Witch, Good Thing She's My Woman. Kachi licked her lips, reluctantly put down her bowls and chopsticks, and followed Chu He into the tasty house. Inside the house, the light was dim, but the space was astonishingly large. On the first floor, there were at least 50 antique 8 Immortals tables, with chairs and benches all neatly arranged, spotless. Counters, kitchens, stoves, and even huge freezers, all the necessary facilities for running a restaurant were surprisingly present, and all looked top-notch. Chu He opened one of the freezer doors. Whoosh! A gust of cold air hit him. Inside was completely empty, not even a single hair could be found. He opened another one, still empty. The entire 3-story restaurant had every single space that could hold things so clean it could reflect a person's silhouette, without a single piece of food or drop of water. This was too strange. A sense of foreboding rose inexplicably in Chu He's heart. This tasty house surely had other tenants before, but where did they go? "Xiao He, have you thought about how to set the price?" Kachi, hands behind her back, like a little queen surveying her territory, broke the silence with her clear voice. "How are we going to make 2 million from this pile of scraps?" "I've already thought of that." Chu He temporarily pushed aside the doubts in his heart. Confidently snapped his fingers. He walked behind the counter, mimicking the gestures confidently. "Our hot pot, its taste is unmatched in the city, this is our core competitiveness. So, we must take the high-end route. I plan to divide it into several packages. The most basic will sell for 2,000 weird coins, the more luxurious one for 3,000, and the top-tier package for 5,000. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his eyes were shining. "Look, the first floor has 50 tables, the second floor has 40 tables, and the third floor has 30 tables, a total of 120 tables. Even if each table has an average spending of 3,000, a full house would bring in 360,000. If we turn the tables 3 or 4 times a day, wouldn't over $1 million be at hand? The key factor is the cost." Chu He grinned widely. "Our ingredients are basically free. The rent is zero. How much do utilities cost? The profit is frighteningly high. Starting tomorrow, we will go all out to acquire various animal stomachs and intestines from all the slaughterhouses in the city. Alright, we also need to hire a few waiters, paying them 7,000 a month, which is definitely considered a high salary in this bustling city." Chu He had already envisioned his beautiful future of paying off loans and reaching the peak of life within a month. However, his seemingly flawless plan sounded childish and laughable to Catch. Catch couldn't help but laugh. She walked in front of Chu He, stood on her tiptoes, and gently patted his face with her delicate white hand. "Little He, what you're doing is not making money. You're doing charity." "Ah?" He was confused, feeling that his pricing was already quite high. 2,000 to 3,000 weird coins for a meal, that would be considered a sky-high price hot pot in any city in Longwa. Most of the ingredients were basically free. How did this become charity? Catch ignored his bewilderment and walked over to an immaculate round table, gently sliding her finger across the clean surface, her starry eyes sparkling with an ancient and cunning light. Little He, you made 3 fatal mistakes. She raised a finger. First, you misjudged your product. What you're selling is not hot pot, it's a miracle, an unprecedented experience. For a group of peculiar beings who have eaten pig feet for many years, this food is worth the equivalent of a miracle. To price a miracle at 2,000 or 3,000? You are insulting the gods and insulting yourself. Catch raised a second finger. Second, you misjudged your customers. Who living on this street is a poor soul? For them, money is just a number. What are they pursuing? Status, display, a unique sense of nobility. You actually thought they would line up and quickly finish eating like ordinary weirdos? You are lowering their standards, they wouldn't even tear down your restaurant out of good nature. Luckily, with me and Xiaoyao here, we can handle the scene. As for the third. Catch turned around, smiling at the dazed Chu He, extending her third finger. You actually thought to use a low price with high sales, this foolish yet kind common mindset to earn their money. Little He, your heart isn't black enough. Chu He's throat bobbed, he felt his business logic crushed to dust in front of this little girl. Then what do you suggest we do? He asked humbly. It's very simple. Catch snapped her fingers, and the atmosphere in the hall seemed to change. My plan is also divided into 3 steps, which I call the 3-step squeeze plan, but. First step, filtering. Catch waved her small hand, pointing to the large crowd of weirdos outside the door. Most of these people don't even have the qualification to enter this door. What we need to do is not welcome customers but to set barriers. Want to eat? Sure. But not everyone is qualified to eat. We need to limit it. Only 30 spots will be available each day. How do we get the spots? Chu He asked instinctively. Good question. Catch nodded in approval. We don't sell meals, we sell gourmet tokens. 1 token equals 1 entry qualification. This token. We do not set prices. Those who want to buy can come and negotiate. If you don't have enough wealth or status, don't even think about it. We want the ones holding the Tao Tai Ling to walk in here and become the top symbol of identity in Wanxiang City. Chu He sucked in a cold breath. This is playing the hungry marketing game of luxury goods. The second step, exploit. Kaki's smile became even more innocent yet more chilling. Once you enter, the soup base is free. She changed her tone. But the dishes are sold by the piece. Sold by the piece? Chu He's eyes were about to pop out. Right. Kaki said it as if it was obvious. A slice of tripe, 100 Gue coins. A segment of fat intestine, 150 Gue coins. Dipping sauce is extra. Want to add soup? Sure, 5,000 at a time. What the hell? Chu He could no longer hold back and burst out a curse. What's the difference from robbing? Kaki shook her finger and said slowly, robbing is illegal. We are willingly providing high-end dining services. Chu He was speechless. He felt his heart racing wildly, a mix of shock, fear, and extreme excitement clashing in his chest. He seemed to see mountains made of Gue coins waving at him. So what's the third step? His voice was trembling a bit. Kaki walked up to him, stood on her toes, and mysteriously lowered her voice, each word dripping with devilish temptation. The third step, drain them dry. When they are full and satisfied, preparing to leave, what do you think their biggest regret is? Chu He thought for a moment and tentatively said, not eating enough? No. Kaki shook her head, a trace of condescension flashing in her sparkling eyes. It's the pot of broth that gathers all the essence of the ingredients, fragrant enough to melt even the strange souls. They can't take it away, and once they go back, they can only continue eating pig food. That kind of plunge from heaven to hell will drive them mad. So? Kaki's smile became even more strange, saying slowly. We can package the leftover broth and sell it to them. A pot of original broth, packaged price, 10,000 Gue coins. Let them take it home, even if they boil a lump of mud, they can taste mountain treasures and ocean flavors. This is called after-sales service and value extension. Chu He fell completely silent. He looked at the delicate, harmless little girl in front of him, but a chill ran down his back. Capitalists would cry and call for their ancestors in front of her. His little cleverness, compared to her interconnected, ruthless business empire plan, was simply at a kindergarten level. So it turns out, making money can be so inhuman. He took a deep breath, looking at Kaki with eyes filled with unprecedented awe. What a witch, thankfully she is on our side, thankfully she is my woman. Kaki. You are truly a genius. Kaki proudly lifted her chin, like a proud little peacock. This is just basic operation. She put her hands behind her back, speaking in an old-fashioned way. Let's go, little river, the theoretical class is over. Now, it's time for practical teaching. Chapter 50, Why limit the quantity? Because two queens stand beside me. Kaki walked with her hands behind her back, looking mature for her age. Chu He took a deep breath, his eyes not just filled with simple awe but ignited with a fanaticism called ambition. He followed Kaki and walked out of the heavy vermilion door of the Tao Tai house again. Boom! Outside the door, the repressed atmosphere burst forth like a materialized storm, hitting him face-on. That atmosphere mixed countless strange, greedy drool, anxious growls, and almost boiling desires. A sea of dark strange beings had completely surrounded the space at the door. The 100+ pounds of offal that were previously sampled had already been snatched away in one go. Those who had the fortune to taste a bite of the strange now closed their eyes, their faces showing ecstasy comparable to having consumed spiritual opium. Clicking his mouth, as if his soul was still drowned in that moment of spicy and crispy delight. And for those who didn't get to eat, they were straining their voices, anxiously shouting. Boss! Time to eat! I've waited so long the flowers have withered. Exactly. I've queued for half the day and didn't even get a single bite. Are you even running this business? Stop the nonsense. Get the pot ready. My strange coin is already craving. The uproar was so loud it felt like it would tear the roofs off the entire street. Chu He looked at this explosive scene, not rushing, clearing his throat slowly, raising his hand to gently press down. Everyone, quiet down. When he shouted, the place actually quieted down miraculously by a bit. Countless pairs of eyes glowing red, green, and blue, like spotlights, locked onto him in unison. A hint of sincere apology appeared on Chu He's face, a smile so genuine it was hard to doubt. First of all, I sincerely apologize. I never expected everyone's enthusiasm to be so high. The ingredients prepared today are limited, and many friends came for nothing. It's my fault for not being fully prepared. His words softened the faces of many who were previously full of complaints. But everyone, please don't worry. Chu He's tone changed, his voice suddenly loud and filled with a unique penetrating power. Today is just an appetizer. This shop, that is, this gourmet house, will officially open tomorrow at 4 p.m. At that time, there will be a richer variety of dishes that will ensure you all will leave excited. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. However, what Chu He said next was like a bucket of cold water, instantly dousing all the flames. His smile became inscrutable, every word distinct, clearly reaching every strange creature's ears. Of course, in order to ensure the top dining experience, starting tomorrow, this shop will implement a membership system. He paused, enjoying the sudden silence that filled the venue. Every day, only 30 gourmet tokens will be issued. Only guests holding gourmet tokens can enter. For all token-holding guests, the pot base will be free forever. As soon as these words came out, the entire place fell silent. 3 seconds later, the crowd exploded. What the hell? Gourmet token? Limited to 30? A big, burly figure jumped out, pointing angrily at Chu He. You, a seller of scraps, who do you think you are to impose limits? Are you some kind of master chef? Exactly. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Have you lost your mind trying to raise prices? Membership system? Why don't you just fly up to the sky? I have money, and if I want to eat anything, why do I need a token from you? Mocking laughter, angry curses, and voices of doubt surged like a tide. Many strange creatures felt their dignity and intelligence were insulted double. A human relying on a woman for support, selling the lowest scraps, actually dared to play this trick in front of them? Xia Yao's eyes turned cold at these words, but she was stopped by Chu He. Chu He had expected this, his smile unchanged in the slightest. He knew that those shouting the loudest were likely the ones who hadn't eaten just now, pent up with anger. Everyone, quiet down. Chu He's voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry magic, once again suppressing the noise. What this shop sells has never been just food. He scanned around, his gaze sharpened like a knife. What I sell is an unprecedented experience. A miracle that can make your souls tremble. I believe those who were lucky enough to taste it earlier can honestly say, have you ever eaten anything better than that? As soon as he said this, those who had tried the flavor instinctively nodded, their expressions becoming extremely strange. Indeed, that taste was absolutely incredible. Seeing this, Chu He felt assured, continuing to raise the stakes, his voice carrying a hint of pride. Perhaps everyone thinks I'm just a human, being too arrogant. But my culinary skills have been praised by the famous strange chef, Master Xia Yan. The words Xia Yan were like a true nuclear bomb. In the midst of the bizarre crowd, an explosion ignited. Who is Xia Yan? That is a legend in the world of strange chefs. He is a god. To invite him to act, one does not look at money, only at identity and emotion. In the entire bizarre world, only those 9 supreme royal families are qualified to be his honored guests. This human surprisingly claims that his cooking skills were praised by Xia Yan. At that moment, the strange crowd was half convinced and thought this person was bragging to the heavens. Chu He lazily pointed to Summer Yao and Kachi beside him, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. If I am lying, could it be that these 2 royal princes, who just ate until their mouths were dripping and were almost fainting with happiness, are also pretending? You don't have to believe me. But, do you dare to doubt the taste of the Sun Ye royal family and the Xinglu royal family? All strange gazes once again focused on Summer Yao and Kachi. This is solid evidence. At this moment, a demon peculiar, dressed in butler clothes and sporting a horn on its head, suddenly trembled all over, as if recalling some terrifying event, and screamed. I remember. Just now, when this human dealt with that glutton, the chains he used carried the breath of spatial distortion. That is the secret of the Xinglu royal family, the space divine chain. Chu He was taken aback. What space divine chain? Isn't that just a type of spatial power? A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The bizarre crowd started to recollect, and the more they thought, the more their scalps tingled. A human not only has 2 royal princes closely following him but also possesses royal secret techniques, and is related to the legendary chef Xia Yan. Who exactly is this person? The background is probably no longer heavenly but is pierced through the sky. For a moment, those who had just lost their minds in anger and shouted all shut their mouths, feeling a chill at the back of their necks. They knew with their toes that this kind of existence was simply not something they could offend. The previous mockery and angry curses turned into swords hanging over their heads. Many of the bizarre beings began to quietly shrink back, getting ready to sneak away. Chu He also sighed. Indeed, the appropriate fox borrowing the tiger's might is more effective than 1,000 explanations. He waved his hand and issued an eviction order. Alright, that's it for today, everyone please go back. Those who want to experience the ultimate delicacy, come at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, bring your sincerity, and arrive on time. The remaining bizarre beings, though reluctant, also knew it was indeed hopeless today, so they could only leave with 3 backward glances, their eyes filled with reverence and fervor. Soon, the front of the glutton house became quiet again. Chu He led the 2 women back inside and began to make final preparations for tomorrow's opening. He cleaned up the remaining large bags of internal organs completely. Then he simmered a large pot of broth, divided it into dozens of portions, and put them in the freezer to cool down. As for the trachea, liver, and so on, he prepared to make them into small dishes to sell separately. He felt very grateful to Kachi. With her method, not only did he save a lot of effort, but he would also earn more money. Summer Yao and Kachi were also not idle. One waved her hand to dissipate dust while the other neatly arranged the tables and chairs with remarkable efficiency. Everything was ready. Chu He slapped his thigh. We need a signboard. He immediately found a craftsman peculiar, and under the requirement of simple and clear, domineering, a huge signboard was quickly made and hung high above the glutton house's entrance. On the signboard, 5 large characters were carved in an elegant style: Chu He Hot Pot Restaurant. Next, he had someone set up an advertising board beside it, and the slogan on it was astonishing. The deliciousness praised by the royal chef Xia Yan. So tasty it makes the queen cry. Kachi stood by, looking at the dowdy shop name and the cringeworthy advertisement slogan, her mouth twitching wildly. She really couldn't hold it in and elbowed Chu He. Little River, I seriously doubt that your aesthetic will lower the style of our shop, thus affecting my 3-step training plan. You don't understand, do you? Chu He said proudly, this is called contrast. Extreme deliciousness paired with the most down-to-earth promotion, this is called being people-friendly. Kachi rolled her eyes dramatically, but her gaze contained a hint of pampering that she herself was unaware of. Forget it, this fool, as long as he's happy, that's all that matters. After finishing all their tasks, the night had grown deep. Chu He looked up at the sky. It's too late today, it's inconvenient to go back to school. Let's find a hotel nearby to stay. Hotel? Kachi and Xia Yao's eyes lit up simultaneously. For 2 royal figures accustomed to palatial grandeur, the word hotel was filled with novelty and temptation. Great! I've never stayed in a place like this for commoners. Kachi exclaimed, clapping her hands excitedly. Xia Yao nodded in agreement. The 3 of them locked the door of the restaurant and headed towards the end of the commercial street to a hotel called Weird Home that looked relatively clean. And here, Chu He witnessed a scene he would never forget. Chapter 51, Star Spirit Fox Clan, True 3D Beauty and the Beast. This hotel named Weird Home looked quite interesting from the outside. The neon sign flickered with a suggestive purple glow. A small 8-story building stood out prominently in the night. Each floor's windows radiated various lights, indicating a bustling business. Chu He pushed open the glass door, and a mix of calming incense and a peculiar sweet and greasy smell rushed at him, like ripe peaches mixed with cream. The lobby's decor style was very peculiar. If one called it retro, there were distorted modern paintings on the walls. If one called it modern, the carpet was of a dark red floral pattern typical of royal courts, blending a sense of decadence and lavish beauty. However, none of these were the main point. Chu He's gaze was instantaneously captivated by the receptionist at the front desk. Shiwa. If he was just with one woman, he might not even blink before asking for a large bedroom, but now there were two. It felt somehow wrong. What kind of person was he becoming? However, at the moment that the front desk beauty saw Xiaoyao and Kachi, the laziness and surprise on her face instantly froze. Her sea blue pupils suddenly constricted. The royal aura, no matter how well it was concealed, was still the sun in the night for certain peculiar races, impossible to ignore. Moreover, one of them was the supreme queen ruling over her tribe. In the next second, a scene that left Chu He dumbfounded occurred. The beast-eared beauty moved like lightning, swiftly sliding down from her tall stool, circling out from the front desk, and then respectfully and without hesitation knelt on one knee before Kachi and Xiaoyao. Star Spirit Fox Tribe, failing, pays respects to the great king. I have seen the Queen of Hollow Eyes. Her voice was filled with excitement and reverence, even trembling. Chu He's gaze involuntarily got drawn in by her posture. As she knelt, her upper body naturally leaned forward, and the lace lingerie, which was already on the verge of collapsing, completely lost its defensive meaning. A breathtaking expanse of snow white in depth was laid bare before Chu He's eyes. Gulpy. Once again, Chu He secretly and quietly swallowed a large mouthful of saliva. Do not look, Amitba, who can withstand this? Is it the Star Spirit Fox Tribe of the illusionary Star Forest? Please rise. Kachi's voice was clear but carried an innate majesty. She glanced at Failing, her tone bland. Yes. Failing quickly stood up, and when she looked at Kachi again, her eyes were filled with affection and admiration. She gently smiled and said, I am the owner of this inn, great king, what are your orders? Kachi did not answer directly, but turned to look at Chu He, pointing with her small hand. Follow his wishes, choose 2 excellent rooms. She paused, then added another sentence. Also, do not speak about our stay here tonight to outsiders. Kachi still decided to take care of Chu He's slight embarrassment. Yes. Failing understands. Failing nodded repeatedly, and her gaze towards Chu He instantly filled with respect. Anyone who could make both lady queens, especially her own queen, treat a human like this, was certainly not an ordinary character. Soon, the formalities were completed, and Failing personally led the 3 towards the elevator. The elevator stopped at the 5th floor. The long corridor was covered with dark red carpets, the walls adorned with dim yellow sconces, stretching the shadows of the peculiar beings long. In the air, the sweet and cloying scent of incense seemed even stronger, dense enough to be somewhat suffocating. At that moment, Chu He's footsteps slightly paused, as if he had heard a sound. The sound was very weak, almost absorbed by the thick carpet, but it truly existed. It was like a baby crying, the sobs intermittent, full of helplessness. He focused and listened closely, then a strange woo-woo-woo sound came from a room not far away, as if someone's mouth had been tightly stuffed, only able to emit desperate muffled groans from their throat. Before Chu He could think deeply, another sudden short and piercing scream rang out from the next room. The cry was sharp, more like the final tragic cries of a pig being slaughtered at a butcher's. Although the sounds were faint, they were still clearly audible in the corridor. Chu He's heart tightened, and his curiosity piqued, so he quietly activated the Eye of Extinction, his gaze penetrating the wall, first looking towards the room where the woo-woo sound came from. In an instant, the world in his eyes was deconstructed and reorganized. The scene in the room was vividly reflected in his eye. Wow, it was truly 3D Beauty and the Beast. Chapter 52, Caught Peeping. He saw in the room 3 burly orcs, as strong as small mountains, furiously attacking. The 3 orcs, each over 2 meters tall, were covered in bulging muscles and had rough, coarse brown fur on their skin, with menacing fangs protruding from their mouths. And that woman, appearing to be around 30 years old, was small in stature, only about 1 meter 60. She had a pair of small yellow ears resembling a puppy's on top of her head, and a matching tail behind her. But the tail was also stuffed into a hemp rope. It turned out her mouth was tightly blocked by something, so she could only squeeze out a desperate and helpless woo-woo sound from deep in her throat. Clothes were scattered all over the ground, and from the exquisite fabrics and the beautiful jewels rolling on the carpet, this dog-eared woman was clearly a noble lady of high status. What's even more outrageous is that the television in the room was still on, playing an exciting and touching love movie. Caribbean? Goodness, Chu He immediately recognized which blockbuster series this was from. Witnessing this scene in person, rather than watching 3D animation on a screen, actually gave a significant shock to his young heart. He instantly thought of the domestic area, certain wealthy lady from Magic Sea City, and a black person. Little He, why aren't you leaving? What are you looking at? Kachi's crisp voice rang out in the quiet corridor, pulling Chu He back from his shock. He jolted back to reality, realizing that he was so focused that he had actually stopped moving, leaning forward like a peeping thief. Xiaoyao's deep eyes also curiously glanced in that direction. Just for a moment. Her gaze quickly returned, and a suspicious blush instantly appeared on her face. Hearing Kachi's call, Chu He hurriedly retracted his eye of silence, standing up straight and forcing a chuckle. It's nothing. Just thinking about something, almost ran into a wall. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt a sharp gaze fixated on him. It was Xia Yao. That gaze sent a shiver down his spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck began to stand. It's all over. He could see that if he saw it, Xia Yao must have seen it too. As expected, Xia Yao's cool and charming face turned toward him, the corners of her mouth curling up into a playful arc, teasingly using an innocent tone. Brother, do you have a stomach ache? Why were you bent over just now? Cough, cough, cough. Chu He almost lost his breath from her directness, his face turning red as he could only stiffly continue to force a smile. I really need to pee. Yes, need to pee. Let's hurry up. Little He? Brother? And beside them, Fei Ling was completely stunned. These two high and mighty queen ladies actually addressed a human with such affectionate terms? This was too much information. Fei Ling's sea blue eyes were filled with stormy shock, and she couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, did you call him Little He? Upon hearing this, a trace of barely noticeable panic crossed Kachi's silver little face, but she immediately straightened her small back, adopting a queenly demeanor, and snorted. His nickname is Little He, is that a problem? What's wrong with that? Seeing Kachi's deliberately serious little face, Fei Ling's survival instinct kicked in, and she quickly swallowed her stomach full of questions and shock. But even if Kachi didn't say anything, Fei Ling's smart heart quickly guessed most of it. She recalled the awkward scene where Chu He stammered about needing 2 rooms, and now the two queens showed familiarity toward him, her heart began to race uncontrollably. Heavens! This seemingly ordinary human man was actually involved in an improper relationship with 2 supreme queens. This was too explosive. In an instant, Fei Ling looked at Chu He with eyes filled with a complex mix of inquiry and surprise. Curiosity and envy. At that moment, she suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. A bone-chilling cold instantly enveloped her entire body. She stiffly turned her head and met Xia Yao's emotionless gaze. Xia Yao quietly stared at her and said in a flat tone that stated a fact. You are not allowed to have any thoughts about this man. Otherwise, you will have to duel with me. Guess what, you might die. Boom! Fei Ling's mind buzzed, and it went blank. Well, this was no longer a hint, it was as if, he is my man, you will die if you even glance at him, was written on her face. She suddenly jolted, scared out of her wits, quickly lowered her head, her voice tinged with a sob. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Your Majesty's male friend. Fei Ling absolutely wouldn't dare to have any thoughts. She was now afraid that if she said a wrong word, she would be erased from this world by this aloof queen in the next second. After this little episode, the atmosphere in the corridor became particularly strange. Chu He dared not listen or look around recklessly, fearing he might see something shocking and ruin his image in front of the 2 queens. Fei Ling led the 3 to the 2 rooms at the end of the corridor and respectfully handed over the room cards. They were 2 adjacent luxurious suites. After arranging the rooms for Chu He and the others, Fei Ling almost fled quickly. She felt that if she stayed any longer, she might be silenced for knowing too much. She fled quickly, the turbulence ahead made her dizzy, and at the corner of the stairs, she jumped out. That's right, she was so scared that she couldn't stand the slow elevator and didn't dare to take it. She didn't care about putting up a front anymore and could only drag her feet to keep running. She finally stopped after running to the 3rd floor, panting heavily. She was indeed scared by Xia Yao. The Su-Ni royal family was almost universally recognized as the group with the strongest destructive capability in another world, and even the lowest-ranked Su-Ni tribe member was at SS level. Chu He took the room card and opened his own room. The room was large, decorated in a luxurious yet weird style. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the bizarre night view of the city of Wanxiang. From the ceiling hung a splendid chandelier made of countless white bones, emitting a soft light. The wallpaper was dark red, with golden totems of some unknown creature printed on it. The bed was large, a circular bed big enough for 5 or 6 Chu He's to lie down on, with silk sheets that felt cool and smooth to the touch. In the air lingered that familiar sweet scent of peach mixed with cream. Chu He had just closed the door and hadn't had a moment to catch his breath. Beep! The door next to him was swiped open. Then, with a bang, the door was closed again. Then, the doorbell of Chu He's room rang. He walked over to open the door, and standing outside were Xia Yao and Kachi. 2 girls, one cold and beautiful, the other petite and cute, were now looking at him with mischievous eyes. Before Chu He could speak, Kachi, with her little short legs, was the first to squeeze in. Xia Yao followed in, casually closed the door, and pressed the lock. Click. Kachi, with her hands behind her back, walked in front of him, looking up with her delicate little face, her starry eyes twinkling with mischievous light, asking in a teasing tone, Little He, what were you studying on the 5th floor, bending over and standing still? Were you interested in the architectural structure of that resident, or their biological structure? Yes. Don't think I don't know you secretly swallowed a couple of mouthfuls. Kaki pouted angrily, hands on her hips, just like a little girl who caught her partner distracted. She tiptoed, stretched out her finger, and poked Chu He's solid chest, saying with a humph. You really like looking at that boss lady. Should I call her over right now for you to have a good chat? If you still feel it's not enough, I'll simply take you to the illusionary Star Forest. The Star Spirit Fox clan does have quite a few handsome guys and beautiful girls. It will definitely open your eyes. Alright. It would be nice to take a look. Of course, Chu He only dared to think this in his heart, just a fleeting thought, a tiny bit. He could clearly smell a strong, choking scent of vinegar in the air, almost palpable. My two dear beauties really have sharp eyes and keen senses. My every little movement, indeed, can't escape your discerning eyes. Seeing that denial was useless, Chu He simply raised his hands in surrender, wearing a fawning smile on his face. He knew that at this moment, defending himself would be wrong. It was better to admit it generously and act like a pig not afraid of boiling water. He was not worried that they would really do something to him. Kaki was talkative. If she really got angry, she might scold him for a while. But Xiaoyao was different. If she truly got angry, she would definitely be tight-lipped and ignore him, not playing any trial games with him here. Sure enough, when the two girls heard Chu He admit it so openly, all their prepared questions got stuck in their throats, and for a moment, they didn't know how to continue. They actually understood that the boss lady named Fei Ling was indeed too outstanding in appearance, with a unique aura. Even a man couldn't help but take a few extra glances. Furthermore, the Star Spirit Fox clan inherently carried a lively aura. Most of their races had handsome men and beautiful women, and the attraction to the opposite sex was engraved in their genes. It's just human nature. Alright, it's just human nature, I understand. Kaki waved her small hand but didn't forget to give a warning. But don't casually get too close to other opposite sexes, okay? Even if I don't mind, Yao Yao will be unhappy, and then we'll have another argument. You don't mind? Who would believe that? Look at how passive-aggressive you've been, Chu He complained in his heart but quickly expressed his loyalty. Of course. Chu He, although I appreciate beautiful things, am also a principled and responsible good man. Unless necessary, I will definitely not easily get too close to others. Although I love to watch lively scenes, I certainly know my limits. Come on, my darlings, give me a smile. He bent down, gently pinched Kaki's pouting face, and then turned, smiling at Xiaoyao's cool face, slightly blushing. But that wasn't enough. He took Kaki's small hand, gently patted it, and then held Xiaoyao's hand, squeezing it gently. Feeling Chu He's sincere comfort, the jealousy and anger on the two girls' faces instantly vanished, and smiles returned to their faces. You're being smart. Kaki pouted, muttering softly. It's time to take a bath. Xiaoyao turned to get clean clothes. That's right. Let's tidy up and get ready to rest. Kaki was also excited, hopping into the bathroom, starting to run the water. In the spacious bathroom, a huge round bathtub quickly filled with hot water, steam rising and spreading, making the entire space hazy and comfortable. As soon as Chu He stepped into the bathroom, he was pushed onto a small stool by the two girls next to the bathtub. Today I will wash the towels. Kaki said excitedly, claiming her authority. Xiaoyao said, no way, I will wash. Why? Kaki puffed out her cheeks, feeling unconvinced. Last time it was you, this time it's my turn. No way. Xiaoyao's attitude was very firm. Rock, paper, scissors. Kachi proposed the most fair solution. Okay. So, the two SSS-level anomalies, who could shake the world, looked like two little girls eager to work, seriously stretching out their hands. Rock, paper, scissors. Kachi showed scissors. Xiaoyao showed cloth. Yay! I won! Kachi jumped up excitedly and made a face at Xiaoyao. Then, Kachi took a soft towel, dampened it with hot water, and seriously helped Chu He wipe his arms, while Xiaoyao held another towel, silently helping him wipe his back. Chu He also smiled and wiped the water droplets from their cheeks with the towels they handed him. This bath, filled with laughter and splashes, lasted for a whole hour. When Chu He dried his body and sat on the huge round soft bed, he felt like he was going to fall apart. Today was filled with market research, purchasing, and setting up stalls, consuming both mental and physical energy. But clearly, the two girls had no intention of quieting down. Since they were tired from a full day of work, the three of them just leaned together and chatted for a bit, sharing interesting stories from the day. The lamp in the room, made of countless bones, emitted a soft glow, casting the three cuddling figures against the wall, warm and peaceful. In the air, the sweet scent of peach and cream mixed with a faint fragrance of shower gel, fermenting into a more intoxicating aroma. This was a relaxed and pleasant time, without disputes, just the warmth of each other's companionship. Chu He felt like he found a stable harbor, unloading all his fatigue in the company of the two girls, his heart immensely calm. Late at night, the room was only lit by a dim bedside lamp. Chu He lay in the center of the bed, with the petite Kachi on his left and the tall Xiaoyao on his right. The two beauties were like tired, gentle kittens, tightly pressed against him, heads resting on his shoulders, breathing steadily, eyes closed, with satisfied smiles on their faces. Chu He kept his eyes open, looking at the chandelier made of countless bones on the ceiling, feeling a peaceful calm in his heart. He gently stroked the smooth hair of the two girls in his arms, feeling the warmth and faint fragrance from them, and a strong curiosity suddenly surged in his heart. He understood their powers, their tempers, even their little habits. But he knew almost nothing about their past, their origins, or the world they lived in. They were so powerful, so special, so different. What would their world be like? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but lower his head, gently touching Xiaoyao's smooth forehead, then rubbing Kachi's nose, asking in a voice that was almost a whisper, soft and gentle. Can you tell me the stories of your country? Chapter 54, Ryan Continent. The 9 Royal Families. The two bodies in his arms moved almost simultaneously. Xiaoyao and Kachi slowly opened their eyes shimmering like rippling water, the previous fatigue and joy not yet completely faded. For Chu He's world, they actually understood it better. For over 30 years, their supreme master had stretched its tentacles to all corners of Blue Star, devouring countless civilizations and lands. The geography, history, and culture of Blue Star had long been like an open book, placed on the shelves of the anomalous world. Our world, well. Kachi let out a dainty little yawn and lazily nudged closer to Chu He, adjusting to a more comfortable position. Actually, it's not too different from your world. There are mountains, rivers, plateaus, hills, basins, grasslands, rainforests, deserts, oceans, and so on. Yes, we have more than 1 billion species here, and just the groups that are similar to you humans number in the hundreds of thousands. Xiaoyao's cold voice followed, sounding clear. Hundreds of thousands? Chu He's heart skipped a beat. Just how many near-human species could there be? How terrifying must the biodiversity of this entire world be? Kachi seemed to see through his thoughts, giggling as she extended her delicate little hand and gently pointed in the air. The biggest difference between us and you is that here, most organisms can connect by nature. Connect? Chu He was taken aback and instinctively asked, like the internet in our world? Pretty much, but it's a higher level. Kaki's small face showed a proud expression. Many of our species are born with certain talents, able to perceive the laws of the world, thus unleashing powers that seem supernatural from your human perspective, what you would call magic or divine ability. After saying this, Kachi turned off the bedside lamp. Immediately, countless silver light beams burst from her fingertips, intertwining and sketching in midair, quickly forming a massive, three-dimensional dynamic map. It was an incredibly vast supercontinent surrounded by boundless oceans. Our planet is called Ruyan. Land makes up 45%, and ocean occupies 55%. Kaki's little finger gently tapped on the shadowed map, and instantly 9 gigantic territories of different colors lit up, each emitting a terrifying aura as if a god were present. The entire Ruyan continent is basically ruled by our 9 royal families together. Her little finger seemed to be playing the piano, tapping across the 9 massive territories one by one, with each tap, an imposing name echoed in the air. Master of destruction and ending, seeing all things as dust, void gaze. Guardian of knowledge and order, weaving the world's laws, star law. Understanding countless transformations, a thought turning into all things, thousand illusions, white ape. The body is eternity, the flesh crossing the stars, immortal giant spirit. Ruler of the realm of the dead, commanding millions of bones, skeleton king. Enchanting all beings' hearts and minds, suns flipping reality, siren sea demon. Harnessing the magma from the earth's core, using volcanoes as weapons, lava titan. Weaving nightmares of reality, diving deep into thoughts, nightmare weaver. And, the true ruler beneath the deep sea, ancient and noble deep sea giant dragon. With each name, Chu He's heartbeat quickened. This was no longer a nation, this was practically a collection of 9 mythical civilizations. After finishing her words, Kachi proudly puffed out her small chest and then nodded towards Xiaoyao beside her. Xiaoyao understood and gazed at the most complex and profoundly colored territory, a land of continuous plateaus, vast grasslands, steep mountains, fertile plains, and rolling hills. Her voice carried an innate pride. That's my hometown. The Void Gaze royal family is recognized as the most powerful race in terms of destructive capability. We are natural destroyers. Every clan member possesses the terrifying ability to erase concepts and shatter reality. Chu He felt a twitch in his eyelids. Looking at the complex topography map, he inadvertently exclaimed, "Wow, that terrain, it looks so much like our dragon country. It has everything." Put. Kachi and Xiaoyao both burst into laughter at his untimely remark. There's nothing to compare like that. It's exactly like that. Chu He said with confidence. Kaki's small hand swept across the map and lit up an area made up of fantastical forests, vast rainforests, and endless golden deserts, full of dreamy colors. This area is our Star Law royal family's territory. Her small face was filled with pride as she continued, our Star Law royal family is not as violent as Yao Yao and her family. We are not good at fighting, but we are the guardians of knowledge and the makers of rules. Most of the universal laws currently in effect, the spatial guidelines, the star chart mapping, and even the deceptive currency financial system you use now, all come from us. What we pursue is the ultimate truth and order of the universe. Chu He suddenly understood. No wonder Kachi's little brain works so well. When it comes to business plans, even capitalists have to call her their ancestral master. It turns out to be a racial gift. As for other regions, we can talk about them slowly when we have the chance later. Kachi's small hand pointed to a city light spot on the map that did not belong to any of the 9 royal families. And the city we are currently in, Wanxiang City, is roughly at the center of the continent. It is a no man's land established by the 9 royal families, a city used for various social experiments. The residents here come from all corners of Rune continent. It is a chaotic place where all kinds of people mix, and it's the most disorderly yet full of opportunities. The management of this city is handled by the Qianhuan White Ape clan, who are masters of countless changes. The current city lord is Lillian, who previously announced the playhouse rules without being seen. Chu He felt a surge of excitement as an incredibly grand and bizarre picture of a different world slowly unfolded before him. After digesting the information for a long time, he looked at the 2 royal queens of the highest status in his arms. Thinking of himself as just an ordinary college student from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, an overwhelming and absurd sense of dizziness surged over him. After a long while, he asked a question that instantly froze the air in the room. Chapter 55, The Trial of the 2 Royal Families. If I want to marry you, what kind of trials do I need to undergo? If I fail, what would happen to me? Chu He's voice was light and soft, yet it landed like an invisible giant hammer, shattering all the flirtation and ambiguity in the room. In midair, the magnificent light and shadow map built by Kachi's star power flickered violently, eventually unable to maintain its form, crumbling inch by inch, scattering into a cold, dim starlight that quietly faded away. The warm bed seemed to be injected with a polar cold current. Xia Yao and Kachi almost simultaneously tightened their grips on Chu He's arm, their warm, soft fingertips now icy and frightening. What did you say? Kachi's voice carried a barely noticeable tremor. She didn't even dare to look into Chu He's eyes. Xia Yao directly buried her face in Chu He's chest, her body tense like a bowstring, remaining silent. Silence. An utterly dead silence. The air that was sweet and ambiguous moments ago had now become thick and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Chu He could clearly feel the 2 girls in his arms trembling slightly. It wasn't because of the cold, but from a fear deep within their souls. He did not urge them, simply waiting quietly. Chu He knew that this question was one he would inevitably have to ask. He could indulge in the soft refuge before him, enjoy a king's life flanked by 2 beautiful girls, but he could not be an ostrich only thinking of his own pleasure. These 2 girls, one from the Destruction royal family and the other from the Star Law royal family, had identities so noble he could hardly imagine. Their willingness to submit to him was the result of the kiss of enchantment, but it was also the deep emotional desire within them. But behind them were 2 ancient clans powerful enough to crush stars. He, an ordinary person from the Blue Star, who was he to deserve this? After an unknown time, long enough for Chu He to think they would not answer, Kachi finally spoke again, her voice dry. He, let's not talk about this, okay? Isn't everything fine as it is now? Yeah, brother. Xia Yao also spoke dimly, you just have to stay like this. Just stay with us. They were afraid. Chu He understood in an instant. They weren't afraid that he wouldn't pass the test, but rather that he would go to take the test. This made the unease in his heart even stronger. Tell me. Chu He's tone was unquestionable as he gently lifted the chins of the 2 girls, making them look into his eyes. I want to know what exactly I will face in the future. But I'm afraid I'll scare you to death. Speak. Looking into Chu He's extremely serious eyes, Kaki's eyes instantly turned red. She took a deep breath, her expression heavy, each word coming out with great difficulty. Our Star Law royal family requires that the spouse of a clan member must first be of the same level. That means, the most basic requirement is an SSS level. If it's an external marriage, in addition to this basic requirement, one must also pass a test called the Debate of Truth. Kaki's voice grew softer. The suitor must go alone to our Starseed temple, and without using any force, debate with the 10 elders within. The content of the debate is the laws of the universe, the truths of time and space, the origins of order. You must, with your wisdom and words, refute them all. Chu He's heart sank. Debating cosmic truths with a group of ancient monsters who had lived for who knows how long? Isn't this nonsense? If I can't win the debate, he asked with a hoarse voice. Kaki's tears finally couldn't be held back, flowing down her cheeks and dripping onto Chu He's arm, cold and chilling. The loser will have their sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch stripped away on the spot, all senses. Then, they will be permanently imprisoned in the deepest part of a timespace cage. In endless darkness and emptiness, in absolute loneliness, unknowingly slowly fade away, leaving not even a trace. Chu He's throat moved. This was no longer death, this was a punishment 1,000 times more terrifying than death. It would make you acutely aware of your existence being slowly erased. However, this was not the most despairing part. He turned to look at Xia Yao. Xia Yao's face was pale as paper, looking at Chu He with eyes full of pleading and helplessness. Brother, don't ask anymore, I beg you. Speak. Chu He only said one word. Xia Yao closed her eyes, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. This time, it was still Kaki who spoke, as if using up all her strength. Yao Yao's family, the Su and I royal family's rules are 100 times more terrifying than ours. Their requirement is also SSS level baseline. But besides that, there are 3 layers of tests that are simply impossible to complete. Kaki's eyes sparkled with desperate tears as she continued. The first layer of the test is called Proof of Bloodline. The suitor must enter the forbidden area of the Su and I royal family, the blood pool of all ancestors. Inside they must soak for 3 full days and nights. What's inside is not water, nor blood. Kaki's voice trembled uncontrollably. It is the collective force of destruction of all the ancestors who have passed from the moment of the Suni's birth to this day. Xia Yao's body shook even more as she added, her voice filled with inescapable helplessness and sadness. Throughout history, countless self-proclaimed strong individuals have wanted to challenge this. But no outsider has ever been able to last even an hour in the blood pool of all ancestors. That's not a test, it's execution. Any being with a non-clan bloodline that touches even a drop will have their soul instantly dissolved, erased conceptually. Not even a chance of reincarnation will remain. Chu He's mind buzzed, going blank. Soul dissolution, conceptual erasure? What the hell? The second layer of the test is called the Peak of Power. Kaki gave him no breathing room, continuing with the even more suffocating second test. If a miracle happens, and the suitor lucks out and passes the blood pool test, then they must immediately enter the void arena. There, he will be all alone, facing the 3 SSS-level embodiments of destruction that Yao Yao's mother casually manifested with her will. He must defeat them. Boom! Chu He felt his worldview completely overturned. SSS-level embodiments of destruction? And he has to fight 3 against 1? This is no longer an ant shaking the heavens. This is dust trying to swallow the entire universe. What about the final, 3rd trial? Chu He felt that his voice no longer sounded like his own, dry, hoarse, filled with an unreal, floating feeling. Xia Yao opened her eyes, and in her beautiful gaze, only endless despair and pain remained. She spoke slowly and deliberately, revealing the most terrifying, final trial. The last trial is to present a betrothal gift that can please my mother. This betrothal gift is not wealth, not a divine artifact, nor any rare treasure. But, a unique thing that can shake the rules, even, something that can make her feel surprised. Something that can make that SSR-level terrifying existence feel surprised? What could that be? What would that be? Chapter 56, if both retreat and advance are dead ends, then fight forward to carve out a path for survival. What the hell, getting married? What's the difference from giving away your life? To lonely disappear in endless void. To be completely erased on a conceptual level. To stand alone against 3 SSS-level embodiments of destruction. And to offer a betrothal gift that can make an SSR-level being feel surprised. Chu He's head was buzzing. He suddenly remembered the cocky bragging he did with his dear little uncle Xianhua. Could it really come true? Would he truly perish heroically in front of these 2 stunning beauties? For a moment, all kinds of thoughts gathered in Chu He's mind, ultimately leading to one result: he must bravely face it. Once he hesitated, he would face utter destruction. The world he downloaded into was too bizarre and powerful. Besides the 9 royal families with divine power, there was also a mysterious master. In front of these powers, Chu He felt too insignificant, nothing more than a pawn to be played. Thinking of this, Chu He suddenly felt he had grown a lot, his mind turning a corner. The one he was about to marry was royal, an existence at the very top of the pyramid of billions of lives in the Ryan continent. If their marriage test was as simple as a common family marrying off a daughter, that would be absurd. It would be strange if it weren't weird enough to discourage almost the entire world. Looking at the tears rolling down Xia Yao and Kachi's faces, Chu He's heart softened. Although he used the otherworldly charm of kiss of seduction to make them fall in love with him, it was still all real. The meticulous care, protection, and possession were so genuine. As the saying goes, 100 days of love is not as good as a night in bed. Calculating the days, he had been in this strange world for 3 days, having slept with Xia Yao for 3 days and with Kachi for 2 days. Also, there were those 30 years in Kachi's illusion. Although they had no title of husband and wife, they had already been like one. 1 day as a husband means 100 days of affection. Memories surged to his heart. Thinking of Kachi and Xiaoyao bickering because of his grand gestures, he couldn't help but laugh. Put. A light laugh burst forth, like a needle puncturing the bubble of sadness and oppression in the room. Xiaoyao and Kachi suddenly looked up, their eyes brimming with tears, faces filled with disbelief. He could still manage to laugh? Chu He looked at their pitiable expressions, his heart melted, as he reached out to wipe the tears from their faces, grinning widely. Sorry, I suddenly thought of you two bickering about me, couldn't hold it in. What are you crying for? It's not a big deal. He spoke with an ease that bordered on arrogance. Since life has always been about death, dying early or late is still dying. Since that's the case, let's charge ahead, what if it works? When Kachi heard this, she forgot to cry, staring at him in a daze. Isn't it said, since ancient times, who can escape death? Let the loyal heart shine in history? That's almost it. As long as the spirit is there, it's fine. Chu He chuckled, showing no embarrassment at all being poked fun at. Xiaoyao was also stunned, sniffing, filled with confusion in her thick nasal voice. You can still laugh? What we said is all real. But you actually didn't faint, that's impressive. I'll just take it as a compliment from you. Chu He's mouth twitched. He gently wrapped his arms around the shoulders of the two girls, pulling them into his embrace. The playful smile on his face was gradually replaced by a serious expression. My dear beauties, there's no need to worry too much. As the saying goes, disaster lies where blessings begin, and blessings hide in disaster. Who can say for sure what the future holds? He paused, his voice was not loud, but it carried a heart-stirring power. Perhaps, I am the one who comes to break all the old rules of your world? Xiaoyao and Kachi stared at him blankly. Watching this man, after hearing a trial that could make even the gods despair, not only without fear or retreat but actually chatting with laughter and even comforting them instead. In that moment, this man became immensely tall in their eyes. It was a kind of boldness that dared to leap into an endless abyss knowing full well what lay ahead. It was a kind of defiance against all rules, a reckless declaration that his fate was in his own hands, not dictated by the heavens. An indescribable sense of admiration, mixed with burning love, surged explosively from the deepest part of their hearts. Kachi burst into laughter, her star-like eyes ignited with a light she had never felt before. I didn't expect little River to be so brave. Xiaoyao also smiled, her eyes, washed by tears, were astonishingly clear. She leaned in and gently pressed her lips to Chu He's. Yes, brother is really brave. Of course. You should check whose man I am. Chu He raised his eyebrows proudly. At that moment, a familiar system prompt suddenly exploded in his mind. Ding! Detected an SSS level abnormality. Kachi with intense emotional fluctuations, intimacy level increased. Current intimacy, deep love. Congratulations to the host, unlocking and strengthening Kaki's special ability, space power. Teleportation distance increased to 1,000 meters. Space chain strength increased. Illusion space realism significantly improved. Boom! A vast current of power surged forth, instantly washing over Chu He's limbs and bones. He clearly felt that his connection to the surrounding space became closer than ever. With just a thought, he could appear 1,000 meters away. He even had the illusion that he could easily fold the space in front of him, creating a world that could confuse reality and illusion. And Xiaoyao's intimacy had already been at the deep love level, and at this moment, it increased a bit more. It seemed that reaching that unique level was not that simple. This made his control over the Eye of Desolation even more at ease. Feeling the new power surging inside him, Chu He's eyes became incredibly bright. A bold guess took shape in his heart. He cupped the faces of the two girls, looking seriously into their eyes. My power comes from your love for me. As long as you love me enough, I will continue to grow stronger. Perhaps one day, I can truly replicate all of your powers completely. He paused, and then said the even more shocking hypothesis. And my physical enhancement is not a coincidence. Perhaps. I am copying your bloodlines. I even have a premonition that as long as I eat the things you usually eat, my bloodline will continuously converge toward you, evolving. As soon as this guess was spoken, both Xiaoyao and Kachi held their breaths. Yao, Chu He's mouth curled into a confident arc. You just said that the first hurdle of the royal family, blood pool of the ancestors, biggest challenge is the strong rejection of foreign bloodlines, and... Right? But what if, in the end, my bloodline is no longer considered foreign? Then the most terrifying trial will become, as simple as soaking in a hot spring? Boom! Yes. But what if Chu He possesses the illusory bloodline? Then the most terrifying execution ground would become a super supplement pool that allows him to crazily absorb the powers of his ancestors? An absurd but infinitely hopeful idea suddenly surged wildly in their hearts. Seeing the flames rekindle in their eyes, Chu He felt a sense of stability in his heart. He tightly embraced the two girls, using an irrefutable tone to make a vow. So, stop crying. From today on, forget those damned trials. What you need to do is love me without reservation and give me everything you have. And I will, for you, flatten the temple and overthrow the rules. Chapter 57, What the heck? Do you dare use me, Xia Yan, for advertising? The two girls spoke in unison, MHM. Xia Yao and Kachi, standing on either side, gazed with their beautiful big eyes, unblinking, at the man lying in the middle. Before them, Chu He looked completely different from the one yesterday, who was full of despair over a mere 20 million, almost moldy with hopelessness. In just one night, he seemed to have been reborn. The man who, after hearing a trial that would be enough to drive even the gods mad, not only wasn't scared stiff but could casually say things like flatten the temple, overthrow the rules, was irresistibly attractive to them. This damned, unplaceable charm. Perhaps they were all too exhausted. The three of them embraced each other and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as the three prepared to leave, the landlady, Fei Ling, seemed to have been waiting for a long time in the hotel lobby. At this moment, she had bundled herself tightly in a thick turtleneck coat, not even showing her neck. But her outrageously voluptuous figure could not be hidden by fabric at all. Instead, it was accentuated, outlining an even more astonishing silhouette. Esteemed guest, this is a small token from our shop. Fei Ling held a pure black card with dark golden patterns depicting a vividly lifelike fox, presenting it respectfully. Our store is willing to offer you permanent free accommodation in whatever intelligence services our Star Spirit Fox clan can provide, just hoping to form a good relationship with you, absolutely no other intentions. Chu He calmly took the seemingly valuable black gold card, casually pocketing it, and then winked mischievously at her. Fei Ling's body trembled violently, almost kneeling down in fear, her furry beast ears sticking flat against her head in shock. She was truly scared. Fearing that if her gaze was even slightly off, she would be immediately turned away by that illusory bloodline queen. Please, Lord Chu He, don't think of anything improper about me. I already have a husband, and I still have an 800-year-old mother. Chu He laughed heartily, just joking, I'm leaving. Saying this, he took the two girls and joyfully strutted away. They walked quite a distance before Fei Ling dared to look up, exhaling a long breath, her back drenched in cold sweat. Kachi poked Chu He in the waist, pouting, Little River, you're so bad, always bullying her. Xia Yao also chuckled, yeah, look at her face turned pale. Chu He smiled, no, that's not it. She's not afraid of me, she's afraid of you too. I'm just helping her solidify her stance, so she won't overthink. The three continued to chatter and laugh, the atmosphere relaxed. Chu He didn't return to the restaurant immediately. Instead, he took the two girls and leisurely wandered through the market again. Hot pot, how can it just be meat? He needs to buy some vegetables and mushrooms for the hot pot. The mushrooms in this world are astonishingly large, with the smallest being half a meter tall, and they grow in very peculiar shapes. Under their umbrella caps, many slippery tentacles stick out, and the tips of those tentacles are round and pink, contracting and expanding, easily leading one's mind to some unhealthy thoughts. Chu He bought a bunch of strange vegetables and also got new clothes for himself and two girls, including clothes for cooking, spending over 10,000 bazaar coins in total. The cost of living here really is unusually high. Returning to the feast house, Chu He was ready to officially open for business. He entered the kitchen, starting to process the ingredients he bought today. When he used his abilities again, the whole world looked different in his eyes. The newly enhanced Eye of Annihilation opened, and he could see not just the physical structure of the ingredients, but their conceptual essence. Which fiber has the purest life force, which tissue holds the most original sweetness, everything was laid bare. And the power of space felt like wings on his back. He reached out, grasping at a pile of spices before him in the air. Countless spicy molecules fragrance were forcibly stripped from the material, undergoing incredible folding, compressing, and merging on a microscopic level. This was no longer just cooking. This was creating a path. He was creating a culinary pathway called hot pot that this world had never seen before. His hot pot base would be even more fragrant. Meanwhile, inside a distant temple, a sturdy man about 2.5 meters tall was cursing. Damn it, I've finally found you little brats. Xia Yan was impatiently fiddling with a huge suspended water mirror in front of him. In the water mirror, Kachi and Xia Yao were talking. Although this thing could spy on the entire world outside the temple, it couldn't locate precisely like GPS. He had to manually swipe it, fishing for needles in the sea. The next second, Xia Yan's eyes nearly popped out. Holy crap! Chu He's hot pot shop. Praised for its deliciousness by the royal chef Xia Yan. A hot pot so delicious it makes the queen cry. This kid is unbelievably bold. Really bold. Daring to use my name and two princesses as a billboard. But then he calmed down again, thinking about it. That kid Chu He seems to not know about the water mirror in the temple, otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, so ostentatious. Moreover, his luck is truly sky high. Just in time for Xia Yao's mother to go into seclusion. Strangely enough, Xia Yao's mother's seclusion was suddenly proposed over 6 years ago, without any warning. Since then, Xia Yao and Xia Nuo, as well as the affairs of the entire Suanai royal family, mostly fell onto his uncle's shoulders. Even stranger is that not only the Suanai royal family, but the supreme rulers of the other 8 royal families also chose to go into seclusion almost simultaneously. Xia Yan vaguely felt that this might be the will of the master. Perhaps the master has also bestowed upon them something that requires a long time to digest, an incredibly precious power. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice, tinged with amusement, suddenly sounded behind him, breaking his contemplation. "Uncle, what are you looking at alone?" Chapter 58, I Make You Laugh. Have you ever seen a fist the size of a clay pot? Is it you, kid? Xia Yan turned around abruptly, his brows furrowing into a giant knot. The newcomer was none other than his most troublesome nephew, Xia Nuo. "Uncle, what are you staring at here? So engrossed, I've been in for a while, and you didn't even notice." Xia Nuo approached with a grin, his pure black eyes identical to Xia Yao's, sparkling with curiosity and cleverness. "Look, hum." Xia Yan was about to say something when his eyes caught the glaring advertisement in the water mirror, and the anger he had just managed to suppress surged back up like a fire. That face, as black as the obsidian floor tiles in the hall. He could not let this brat see it, he could not lose royal face a second time. "It's nothing, get lost, don't bother me." Xia Yan waved his large hand impatiently like he was shooing away a buzzing fly. "TCH, petty." Xia Nuo pouted. The more Xia Yan tried to hide it, the more curious Xia Nuo became, itching to know. His eyes darted around, and in an instant, his form turned into a blurry black lightning. So quick it defied logic, he immediately circled around the mountain-like body of Xia Yan, poking his head before the giant water mirror. "Let me see. I want to see what good thing can make my uncle so angry." The next second, Xia Nuo's handsome face suddenly froze. Inside the temple, an eerie silence fell. Time seemed to stop flowing. 3 seconds later, a thunderous burst of laughter erupted, like thunder crashing down in the empty hall, shaking the skeletal pillars as if they were trembling. "Twahaha! What the hell? What am I seeing?" Xia Nuo clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he doubled over, his body bending like a cooked shrimp, tears streaming out of his eyes. As he laughed wildly, he pointed at the image in the water mirror, gasping for breath. "Chu He Hot Pot Restaurant, famous dish praised by the royal chef Xia Yan, ha! He actually dared to advertise using your name. Uncle! You've become famous. So awesome." Xia Yan's face, at this moment, could no longer be described as black. It was a deep purple black, filled with destruction and finality. Veins on his forehead bulged, as if countless enraged worms wriggled wildly beneath the skin. "I'll make you laugh." A roar suppressed to the extreme, Xia Yan's fist, as big as a clay pot, carrying a terrifying aura that could tear through space, mercilessly smashed onto Xia Nuo's head. Bang! A muffled thud echoed. It was not the sound of flesh colliding, but a visible ripple of pitch-black energy exploded, centered around Xia Nuo's head. Xia Nuo's laughter stopped abruptly. He slumped down like his bones were pulled away, hugging his head as wisps of black smoke wafted from his hair. "What the hell? Uncle, are you serious? It hurts, it hurts. Your uncle's face has been completely ruined by that brat, and you still dare to laugh here." Xia Yan's chest heaved violently, clearly very angry. Xia Nuo held his buzzing head, looking up pitifully. "So should I cry loudly? But I can't help it. This is just too funny." He argued back defiantly. "Brat, do you want to be beaten again?" Xia Yan, furious, raised his fist again, threatening to hit him hard once more. "No, no, no." Xia Nuo waved his hands in fear, like a frightened rabbit, quickly retreating 2 steps, rolling back. Okay, I won't laugh anymore." I'm sorry, isn't that okay?" Xia Yan snorted heavily through his nostrils, releasing a surge of heated air, finally letting him off the hook. As Xia Nuo rubbed his head, he slightly leaned closer, unable to suppress the mischievous smile on his face. He looked at the man in the water mirror named Chu He and then at his furious uncle, suddenly feeling a bit balanced inside. Being beaten wasn't so bad, this guy had taken his uncle's reputation and used it for a signboard. "Uncle, seriously, this guy is so reckless, aren't you going to do something?" Xia Nuo's tone was laced with a hint of probing. "Or is it a new test?" Xia Yan's expression softened slightly, mentioning the test made his demeanor complex. "That's right, this test was personally assigned by the master." He said in a deep voice, "Chu He needs to earn 20 million demon coins within 3 months. 20 million? Just that?" Xia Nuo's eyes widened. "That's too little. My sister can easily let slip more than that from her fingernails." "You're thinking too simply. Xiaoyan shot him a glance, coldly saying, "The rule is that during the test, my sister and that girl Kachi can only spend the man's money, they can't use a single cent of their own." Xiaoyan's gaze returned to the water mirror, his tone carrying a hint of complex emotions he wasn't even aware of. However, that kid really can cook, and with the clever little girl from the stellar law royal family brainstorming by his side, 20 million, maybe it's not such a difficult task after all. After listening, Xia Nua's eyes spun quickly. So that's it. They can't use their sister and Kachi's power and wealth, they can only rely on themselves. Interesting, really interesting. In the next second, Xia Nua's figure had disappeared from the spot, turning into a wisp of barely noticeable black smoke, silently blending into the shadows of the temple. Only Xiaoyan was left, with a sullen face, staring at the advertisement board that had brought him humiliation, speechless for a long time. Damn kid. He muttered under his breath, but his gaze was firmly fixed on Chu He in the water mirror. I want to see what tricks you can pull. Chapter 59, earning over 3 million before having a meal. In the Gluttony House. Around noon, several slaughterhouses delivered truckloads of goods, with a stench filling the air. Those were bizarre creatures' internal organs, glands, and scraps, considered garbage by the residents of Mirage City, too troublesome to throw away. Chu He didn't even blink, he spent just 1,000 demon coins to bring all this waste into the kitchen. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the entrance of the Gluttony House was packed to the brim. The taste test seen yesterday had stirred up a storm in Mirage City overnight. This place had truly become the center of the storm. Bizarre creatures of all shapes crowded the street, with countless eyes focused on that simple sign, voices merging into a tangible wave of heat. This is the place. That boss is a frail human. Where does he get the guts to use Lord Xiaoyan's name? Doesn't he fear being ripped to shreds by that lord's insane followers? You don't understand. I saw with my own eyes yesterday, standing beside him were people from the Su and I royal family and the stellar law royal family. Not to mention the taste that taste was out of this world. I've lived for over 1,000 years and have never eaten anything so addictive. Just then, the wooden door of the Gluttony House creaked open slowly. Chu He walked out. He wore a brand new black chef's uniform, casually putting his hands in his pockets, looking relaxed with his chin slightly raised. A warm yet somewhat infuriating smile lingered on his lips. Beside him stood Xia Yao and Kachi side by side. The moment the three appeared, the noisy street fell into a dead silence. All eyes were on these three. Chu He cleared his throat, his gaze calmly sweeping across the crowd. His smile widened a bit more. Thank you, all you spirits and monsters, esteemed guests, for your support. Today is the grand opening of our establishment, and the rules are very simple. He extended a finger, gently waving it in the air, his movements carrying a rhythm of control over the entire scene. Today, we're only selling 30 gluttony tokens. 1 token allows entry for 4 companions. As for how to obtain them, Chu He's smile took on a playful twist, his tone stretching out. We will have a public auction, and the highest bidder wins. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously frozen air ignited, and the crowd exploded into chaos. Auction? This human boss must be out of his mind for money. 30 spots? Who does he think he is? A shop opened by a god? Chu He ignored the noise around him and slowly announced a number that made the entire venue fall silent once more. Starting bid, 10,000 ghost coins. Put. A nearby lizard man couldn't hold back and burst out laughing on the spot. 10,000? Just to eat a meal in your shabby shop? Why don't you go rob a bank? He's completely gone mad. 10,000 ghost coins would let me lounge in the top VIP room of the Ecstasy Cave for 3 days and nights. What kind of woman couldn't I have? Mocking and jeering sounds merged into a chorus. But those who were truly powerful and well-informed squinted their eyes. They fixed their gaze on Chu He, not missing any change in his facial expression. They didn't believe it. A person who dared to put Summer Yan's name on the sign and could make 2 royal families willingly play second fiddle couldn't just be a naive fool. Facing the doubts from the crowd, the smile on Chu He's face grew more mysterious. Is 10,000 ghost coins very expensive? He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but clearly cutting through the noise, pouring into every creature's ears. His calm demeanor made many who prepared to continue mocking swallow their words. I think it's not expensive. He asked and answered himself, then raised 2 fingers. First, what you are buying is not just a meal but an opportunity. An opportunity to taste the new world. I guarantee that what's in my shop is a path that you have never heard of, seen, or tasted across the entire Rain continent. His voice carried a strange allure. Many present have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, your taste buds have long been numb, and life has lost its fun. Don't you want to relive the first thrill of tasting a delicacy when your soul trembled? Those words precisely stirred a trace of weariness buried deep within many powerful beings. Secondly, Chu He raised his second finger, the smile on his lips widening. What you are buying is also a status. He elegantly turned sideways, completely presenting the figures of Xia Yao and Kachi to everyone. Being able to taste the same food as royalty, sitting in the same room, isn't that not an unparalleled glory? Later, when you brag, you can pound your chest and say, I've tasted food that even the Su and I and Star Rhythm royal families raved about. Isn't that face worth 10,000? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the venue instantly shifted. Rough, but very direct, and extremely effective. What kind of place is the Wancheng City? A mixed bag where power reigns supreme. Status sometimes matters more than life itself. The earlier laughing lizard man could no longer laugh, his triangular eyes darted around, clearly in frantic calculation. Chu He didn't give them much time to think. He picked up a pitch-black gluttony token, casually tossing it in the air with a carefree gesture. Of course, you can also choose not to believe me, thinking I'm just a flashy scammer. Then this will be even more interesting. He grinned, showing a row of white teeth, and that smile carried a hint of mischievous provocation. Spend 10,000 to come in and expose me. If my claims aren't real, you can smash my shop and rub my face in the dirt in front of the two princes. It's a total steal. Boom. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. This was a heart-stirring declaration. If you believe him, you gain a brand new experience and unparalleled status. If you don't believe him, you can gain a chance to humiliate the royalty and gain fame all over the city at a minuscule cost. No matter how you choose, it seems like there's no loss. This human has completely grasped everyone's psychology. I'll offer 20,000. A mighty-voiced minotaur roared first, its eyes bloodshot, clearly provoked by Chu He's taunts. I want to see what kind of potion this human has in his gourd. 30,000. I just want to see what it looks like when the royal family gets slapped in the face publicly. A sinister voice came from the corner, filled with malice. Kaki's eyes brightened, immediately stepping into the role of the auctioneer, her clear voice ringing throughout the hall, 30,000 once. Is there a higher bid? There are only 30 spots available. If you miss today, you'll have to wait till tomorrow. 50,000. A gem-encrusted goblin merchant yelled sharply, his small eyes shimmering with shrewdness. I don't care if he's a fraud. I only know that this meal today is the latest trend in Wuxiang City. Whoever gets to eat it will be the most influential person in the next month. This statement struck like lightning, awakening more people. Yes. This is no longer just a meal. This is a social feast. It's an investment. 100,000. 150,000. I'll bid 200,000. Nobody better compete with me for first place. Prices began to soar wildly, and the scene was completely out of control. Those who were originally there to watch the fun, to mock, were now all red-eyed. What they were fighting for was no longer just a meal, but a seat, an identity, an opportunity to showcase their strength and vision. In the end, all 30 Taotia tokens were snatched up in an instant. The lowest one sold for 80,000 Gue coins. And the first one was claimed at an astronomical price of 250,000 by that goblin merchant. Kaki excitedly moved closer to Chua, her little face flushed, her starry eyes shining brightly. Little He. How about it? My method isn't bad, right? We've already made over 3 million before the meal even started. Chu He laughed out loud at her eager look, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Not just good, it's simply heaven sent. Chapter 60, A Shout of Brother-in-Law. The entire venue fell silent. Inside the Taotia house, the atmosphere felt less like a restaurant and more like a courtroom. 30 lavish spenders, the lucky ones, sat upright, each with different expressions. Some curious, some doubtful, but mostly a kind of arrogant anticipation for the show. They scrutinized the room, notably simple to the point of shabby, their gaze sweeping over the oddly shaped copper pots and the red-hot charcoal below, making their inner doubts even heavier. The goblin merchant, who had paid 250,000 for first prize, was already sweating, his small eyes darting as he frantically calculated how he would retaliate against this audacious human if he were to be scammed. At that moment, the curtain of the kitchen was lifted. Chu He came out carrying a huge tray, with Xia Yao and Kaki following behind, each holding various items. When the guests saw what was on the tray, the air in the room grew heavy. There were plates of thinly sliced meat, red and white intertwined, which indeed looked beautiful. But those in the know recognized right away that this was nothing but scraps fed to low-level magical beasts in the slaughterhouse. And those unwanted organs. The mushrooms and vegetables nearby were also bizarre, either having slimy tentacles or giving off a faint earthy smell, failing to provoke any appetite at all. This is a feast worth hundreds of thousands? A wolf-headed orc growled in its throat, filled with rage at being played. This human thinks we're fools. He's dead. How dare he use trash to fool us? A commotion began to spread, powerful energies clashed inside the room, causing the copper pots on the table to hum. But Chu He seemed not to hear. He steadily put down the tray and brought a pot of bubbling broth to the goblin merchant's table. A peculiar pot was divided in two. One side bubbled with red oil, countless shriveled red fruits floating within, giving off a dominating and pungent aroma. The other side had milky white broth, rich bone fragrance mixed with strange freshness, gently wafting. Dear guests. Silence. Chu He clapped his hands, still wearing that warm yet annoying smile on his face. This dish is called hot pot, and it's very simple to eat. He picked up chopsticks, grabbed the cheapest piece of shredded meat, and, under the silent gaze of everyone, dipped it into the bubbling red oil. Like this, put it in, count silently in your heart for 7 or 8 seconds, and then you're good. He lifted the curled piece of cooked meat from the red oil, glistening with drops of oil and sprinkled spices. Then, without even looking, he popped it straight into his mouth. At that moment, an indescribable sense of satisfaction bloomed on his face. Not bad. He murmured to himself and picked up another piece, dipping it into the milky white broth. If you're afraid of spiciness, you can eat from this side, we call it clear broth. Watching him with such an enjoying and intoxicated expression, the strange beings present were stunned. Really, is it that delicious? I'll give it a try. The hot-tempered minotaur was the first to lose patience. He imitated Chu He's actions, using his large claws to grab a piece of meat and viciously jab it into the red broth. He didn't count at all. Once the meat changed color completely, he took it out and stuffed it into his huge mouth. In the next second, the minotaur's body stiffened suddenly. His large, bell-like eyes widened in shock, and the skin on his face rapidly turned a shade of liver color. Ha! Ha! A wave of hot white steam shot from his nostrils and mouth at the same time. He trembled violently, and his whole body twitched slightly. Seeing this, the surrounding strange beings all showed mocking smiles of I knew it. Look, this is not food at all, it's poison. However, before their laughter could fully form, the minotaur suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Oh whoa! Awesome! On his fierce bull face, an extreme exhilaration and delight emerged. Before anyone could react, he eagerly threw the second and third pieces of meat into the pot, his movements rough, like a refugee who hadn't eaten for 800 years. With the first brave one to eat, the others could no longer hold back. The goblin merchant carefully picked up a piece of mushroom dipped in the clear broth and brought it to his mouth. The slippery tentacles burst on his tongue, and an unprecedented sweetness instantly engulfed his entire mouth, sliding down his throat, a warm current soothing his weary soul. God! This is food only worthy of the gods! The goblin merchant screamed, his small eyes lighting up with fervent excitement. He understood. He had bet right. This is not just a meal. This is a doorway to a new world. Boom! The entire hot pot house went completely out of control. No one cared about status or dignity anymore. The spicy red broth, like a ball of raging fire, brutally tore open their taste buds, numb for centuries, bringing in extreme pleasure mixed with pain. The delicious clear broth felt like a spring, nourishing every single cell in their bodies, bringing warmth and emotion from the essence of life. Those scraps and organs they once viewed as garbage shone with amazing flavor under the baptism of the two magical broths. Whether crisp, tender, chewy, or flexible, every ingredient brought a completely new texture and taste experience. Don't grab. That piece of tripe is mine. Damn it! Who took all my duck intestines? Boss! Bring 10 more plates. No! 100 plates. The room was a mess, the sounds of roaring, chewing, and satisfied moans rising and falling, merging into a chaotic yet harmonious symphony. Kachi, holding the account book, wore a flushed excited face, quickly jotting notes while loudly directing, "Queue up for more dishes. Don't rush." Little he said, "Today's on the house." Xiaoyao stood quietly beside Chu He, watching the crazy scene he had created, her pure black eyes filled with unbreakable admiration and love. Just as this feast reached its climax. Bang! With a loud crash, the door of the hot pot house was kicked open entirely by a force from outside. A tall figure stood at the doorway. A chilling, pure, and terrifying aura of destruction and end was instantly engulfing the entire room, belonging to the royal family of Void Gaze. The once noisy gourmand house fell silent, as quiet as the drop of a pin. All the strange things froze in place. With food still in their mouths and obsession on their faces, their movements solidified at that very moment. However, Xiano was blind to these diners. His pair of pure black pupils, identical to Xiaoyao's, swept across the room, finally locking precisely onto Chu He, who was wiping his hands. Under everyone's gaze, Xiano's handsome face suddenly broke into an exceptionally brilliant and even somewhat flattering smile. He strode confidently through the crowd and stopped 3 steps away from Chu He. Next, a crisp and bright shout, filled with enthusiasm and joy, exploded like thunder from the heavens, resounding violently in the silent gourmand house. Brother-in-law! I finally found you! Chapter 61, The Scene of Social Death. At this moment, time stretched infinitely. The entire gourmand house was so silent that one could hear the faint crackle of burning charcoal. All the diners, whether with ox heads or horse faces, or snake bodies and human heads, held their previous poses, as if a petrification spell had been collectively cast on them. I didn't hear wrong, right? A wolf-headed beastman dropped the duck intestines in his hand with a plop into the boiling red oil pot, splattering little oil droplets, yet he was oblivious. His gaze was dull, moving back and forth between the stunning Xiano and the bewildered Chu He. Just now, that esteemed person called that little boss, brother-in-law? Oh my gosh. This meal is way too worth it. This isn't just delicious food, this is a front row seat to an earth-shattering scoop. Brother-in-law, of the royal family of void gaze. Hiss. The sound of gasps echoed in the room. Gazes shifted from initial shock to fervor, gossip, and a kind of schadenfreude that watched the fun. These gazes, like countless glowing steel needles, fiercely pierced into Chu He's body. The warm yet smug smile on Chu He's face stiffened, shattered inch by inch, and finally dissolved into nothingness. Xiaoyao's already cold and exquisite face was now shrouded in an observable layer of frost. The pure black deep in her eyes began to churn violently, a terrifying aura powerful enough to freeze the space was crazily probing at the edge of losing control. Only khaki, she blinked her starry bright eyes, her small mouth slightly lifted, revealing an enthusiastic smile. Ahem. Chu He, who was forcibly waking up from a state of shock, felt a layer of fine cold sweat immediately ooze from his forehead. The situation was out of control. He hurriedly squeezed out a smile worse than crying to the diners, his hands waving like a rattle. Misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. My friend and I are just sleeping, just a pure, solid, unbreakable, good friend relationship. Saying this made him want to slap himself. Seeing the increasingly skeptical expressions on everyone's faces, Chu He quickly came up with a clever solution, grabbing Xiano's shoulder and explained to the crowd. My little friend, he has some issues, born that way. Yes, he can't help but want to call anyone handsome brother-in-law, it's a condition. It's simply because I look too outstanding, too handsome for him, triggering his condition. Everyone, keep eating, keep eating. Don't hold back, please don't hold back. This explanation was an epitome of not a single ounce of truth here. Not a single person present was a fool. After hearing this, the looks everyone gave Chu He became even stranger. That gaze seemed to say, we understand, we all understand. After Chu He finished speaking, he felt as if he had already socially died. The smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by an expression as dark as Xiaoyao's. You. Come here. He squeezed these words out from between his teeth, one hand gripping Xiaonuo's arm like a vice, ignoring the other's cries of ouch, ouch, dragging him towards the kitchen. Xiaoyao's icy face was dark enough to drip water, silent and exuding a low pressure that made a few timid onlookers tremble. She took a long stride, radiating a bone-chilling cold, and followed after. Kaki glanced at the messy hall and then at the direction of the kitchen, ultimately letting her overwhelming curiosity win. She thought for a moment and took out a peculiar book. The pages of the book were made of metal, with gems embedded on the cover that alternated in brightness, pulsating like a beating heart. She opened the pages, and 5 or 6 palm-sized, translucent little spirits radiating starlight flew out, swirling around her and making crisp jingling sounds. Dear guests, please feel free to command them if you need anything. She said sweetly, but her eyes sparkled with a glint of mischief, then she jumped happily and followed into the kitchen. In the kitchen. As soon as the curtain fell, Chu He immediately released his grip. Little brother-in-law. What are you doing here? Chu He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Also, you look like you already knew I was here? Is that strange? Xiaonuo rubbed his arm, which had been painfully gripped, with a look of understanding. Didn't my sister tell you? We 9 great temples all have a world water mirror that can see anywhere outside the temple. Of course, some areas are blocked by special powers. At these words, Chu He stiffened, suddenly turning to look at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao's dark face tilted slightly to the side, but a suspicious blush appeared on the back of her ears, indicating her acknowledgement. Yes, it is true. The temple's water mirror can indeed spy on the entire world, she said in a soft voice, a hint of guilt in her tone. Just then, Kaki, who had followed in, cheerfully added, unless, a special method is used to block it. Like this. As soon as she finished speaking, Kaki's silver eyes suddenly became incredibly deep. Countless points of starlight whirled and converged deep within her pupils, as if absorbing the entire universe. The next second, the surrounding scene changed dramatically. The kitchen, filled with raw ingredients and greasy mess, vanished without a trace. In its place was an expansive, dazzling starry river. Splendid nebulae flowed gently beneath their feet, and distant galaxies felt almost within reach, completely isolating the 4 of them from the outside world. Kaki clapped her hands and declared with ease, all right, now no one can spy on us. This is called the Star Law Barrier, it's my little trick. Meanwhile, in the distant Void Temple, Xiaoyan, sitting cross-legged and enjoying the show, suddenly saw the huge water mirror in front of him flicker and turn into a patch of black snowflakes. He froze for a moment, then slapped his thigh and began cursing. Damn it! That little girl Kaki is really clever. Just at the crucial moment, she drops the ball. In the starry space, Xianhua was completely unconcerned about the change in the surroundings, still proudly showing off. That's right, I saw you wearing a maid outfit in the water mirror, that's why I rushed over. That scene, TSK, is too classic. I even specially imprinted it using rules, planning to make it a family treasure. Xiaoyao's face grew darker, her fists cracking ominously. Xianhua, oblivious, suddenly thought of something else and added excitedly, oh, and my uncle saw it too. It was a live broadcast, high definition. Boom! Chu He's head buzzed, feeling like the whole world was spinning, and his vision darkened. A bone-chilling aura. From the soles of his feet, a sudden rush shot straight up to the top of his head. His voice changed tone, carrying a hint of desperate tremble. What? Your uncle. Xia Yan saw it too? Such an important thing, why didn't you tell us earlier? Why didn't you say it earlier? Then doesn't that mean, your mom, my future, she also saw it? That was an SSR-level terrifying presence. Just thinking of that woman who even Xiaoya was scared to death of, Chu He felt a chill creep up the back of his neck, as if an invisible scythe was already resting against it. Not exactly. Xianhua pouted, a rare look of relief and fear appearing on his face. You are really unbelievably lucky. My mom, for some unknown reason, suddenly shut herself in 6 years ago, and she hasn't come out since, no one can contact her. Otherwise, Xianhua imitated his mother's tone, speaking oddly and sarcastically, she would have long since risked being punished by the master, smiling while tearing through space to appear in front of you, and then ask you in the gentlest voice, young man, how do you wish to die? Annihilation of your soul, or shall I make you the fertilizer in my garden? Phew! The breath that Chu He had been holding for so long finally escaped. His whole body shook violently, nearly losing his balance, the brand new chef's uniform on his back completely drenched in invisible cold sweat. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It was just a false alarm. The biggest, most terrifying boss was temporarily offline. One must say, his luck was truly outrageous. Yet, just as he was beginning to relax, he heard Xianhua beside him, speaking in an incredibly regretful tone laced with madness and fervor. What a pity. It's really a pity. Chapter 62, Brother-in-law, you have no idea how hard I worked. Chu He looked at Xianhua's regrettable expression, his heart suddenly jolted, a chilling sensation creeping up his spine. He swallowed hard and asked with difficulty. What a pity, what? Brother-in-law. If only you could let my mom see this move of yours in person, what a shocking surprise it would be. Xianhua slapped his thigh, his face glowing with excitement. If she's happy, she might not let you die so painfully, and she could even leave you with a whole corpse. How outrageous were these words? Chu He, Xiaoyao, and Kaki all froze in their expressions. Chu He stood completely still, a tingling current running through his brain. He stared at his little brother-in-law with the eyes of someone looking at a prehistoric creature. It's over. This guy had completely fallen into the tragic script he had woven for him, martyrdom for love, a grand exit, and could not extricate himself. Chu He never expected Xianhua to be this extreme. So? Chu He's voice waved. Suddenly, it transformed into an overwhelming rage. She swiftly appeared behind Xianhua, her slim white fingers precisely twisting his ear, then she spun him around 360 degrees. Do you want Chu He to die? Xiaoyao's voice was icy to the extreme, as if it could freeze souls. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. Sis, what are you doing? Are you murdering your own brother? Xianhua grimaced in pain, jumping up and down, only then realizing something was awry. He looked at Chu He with grievance, then at his sister. Did I say something wrong? I'm doing this for brother-in-law's noble ideals, sacrificing for his great love plan, right? Xianhua argued with conviction. Brother-in-law said it himself, he is willing to die for love. The more spectacular, the better. I'm helping him. Chu He felt a huge headache from this. The boast he made must be salvaged, tears or not. He knew well that explaining reason to someone like Xianhua, with such a peculiar way of thinking, was like playing music to a cow. Magic must be used to overcome magic. It was absolutely necessary, immediately, to completely change this guy's dangerously misguided thoughts. Chu He grabbed Xianhua's shoulders, his expression more serious than ever. Xianhua, tell me, do you want to lose your sister? Xianhua was stunned by the question, instinctively shaking his head. Of course not. She is my only sister. Then have you thought about it? If I die, your sister wouldn't want to live. Chu He stared intensely into his eyes, saying this with utmost seriousness. Xianhua's pupils suddenly constricted. Huh? Really? Brother-in-law, don't joke around, my sister she. Chu He was too lazy to waste words, turning directly to Xiao Yao. Yao Yao, you tell him. Xiao Yao met her brother's shocked gaze, her cold pretty face showing no hesitation. That's right. She said only 2 words, yet they weighed 1,000 pounds. If you harm Chu He, you will forever lose your most beloved sister. Xia Nuo was completely stunned, mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Kaki, who had been watching the drama unfold, bounced over, hugging Chu He's other arm, looking up with star-like eyes, seriously addressing Xia Nuo. If they all die, then I won't live either. 3 death declarations fell like 3 great mountains, crashing down on Xia Nuo's heart. His once proud logical reasoning finally short-circuited in that moment. He looked at Chu He, then at his sister, and finally at Kaki, his handsome face filled with fear and confusion. Ha! Is love really that terrifying? What is love in this world, but demands life and death? He posed with a weary air, melancholically reciting. You are still young, you don't understand. If you were a girl, I would kiss you right now, so you could feel what your 2 sisters feel. Xia Nuo was so startled that he took 2 big steps back, instinctively covering his mouth with both hands. Seeing him like this, Chu He knew the timing was nearly right. He put away his playful expression, his tone turning serious and solemn. Xia Nuo, listen carefully. What I said earlier was to make you accept me. But my ultimate goal has never been to seek death. My goal is to personally pass the ridiculously challenging tests of the Xuni royal family and the Xinglu royal family, then, straightforwardly, marry your sister and Kaki. I want everyone to know, they didn't choose the wrong person. These words struck the ground with force. Xia Nuo listened blankly, the mess in his mind finally starting to cool down, to solidify, to become clear. He finally understood. It turned out brother-in-law didn't want to die, but to live. To live and challenge the impossible, to live and bring happiness to his sister. And he just nearly sent brother-in-law down the path of no return, while also taking away his own beloved sister. Coming to this realization, Xia Nuo's face turned pale in shock. His back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Chu He, his eyes filled with guilt and fear, then thud, he knelt on one knee. Brother-in-law. I was wrong. I'm just a complete idiot. I almost did something terrible. From today on, you are my dear brother-in-law. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to chase dogs, I will never catch chickens. Seeing his sudden realization, the huge stone that had been weighing on Chu He's heart finally dropped for a moment. He released a long breath. Damn it, finally disarmed this time bomb. Xia Yao and Kachi also visibly relaxed, their tense bodies loosening up. They exchanged glances and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. Just now, they had silently agreed that if Chu He could no longer convince Xia Nuo, the 2 of them would join forces and use secret techniques to temporarily seal Xia Nuo away. Once Chu He's strength became strong enough, they would release him. After all, a foolish younger brother who always wanted to help his brother-in-law die was truly terrifying. Chapter 63, The Free is the Most Expensive. Alright, get up. Chu He stepped forward and personally helped Xia Nuo up. Remember what you said today. He patted Xia Nuo's shoulder, his tone returning to a playful lightness. Since you are now my person, you must follow my arrangements. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Xia Nuo pounded his chest with loud thuds, his face filled with loyal conviction. Through fire and water, I will not hesitate. Alright, no need for you to go through fire. Chu He waved his hand, just in time to arrange some real work for him so he wouldn't have time to think about bad ideas. As you see, my shop has special requirements for ingredients, focusing on things others don't want, intestines, stomachs, livers, and other strongly flavored parts. You are in charge of procuring these things. A small task. Xia Nuo immediately perked up. Very good. Chu He nodded with satisfaction. Then I leave this matter to you. Every morning, I want to see the freshest goods. Guaranteed to complete the task. Xia Nuo excitedly saluted, feeling he had finally found the right way to shine in front of his brother-in-law. Beside him, Xia Yao looked at this lively younger brother and shook her head helplessly, but the coldness on her brow finally eased a lot. Kachi, on the other hand, smiled as she put away the strange metal book, and the starry little fairy surrounding her whooshed back into the pages of the book. The starry space enveloping the back kitchen quietly faded away. The noisy yet satisfying voices of people surged back. Let's go take a look. Chu He led the 3 back to the hall. At this time, the restaurant had entered the final stages of dining. Almost every table's guests had put down their chopsticks, leaning back in their chairs with satisfied expressions, looking mesmerized. The most noticeable thing was their highly inflated bellies. Each of them looked like they were 10 months pregnant from overeating. Even more astonishing was the energy waves radiating from their bodies, which were much stronger than when they entered. My heavens! A snake man looked down at his arm, strangely amazed. His once dull gray scales now shone with a metallic luster, and pale, mysterious patterns even appeared on the surface. My petrifying scales actually evolved. This meal was not just delicious, it was simply a divine medicine. The three-eyed weird next to him was even more excited, trembling all over. His third eye, which had been tightly closed, now opened a crack uncontrollably, and a pure stream of mental energy leaked out. I have broken my mental barrier for 300 years, it's loosened. I feel like I can break through at any moment. Similar exclamations echoed throughout the corners of the feast hall. Chu He was also slightly amazed. The ingredients processed with the power of space and the power of extinction actually have such amazing effects. Soon, it was time to settle the bill. When the guests saw the numbers on the bill, no one showed surprise or dissatisfaction. 200,000? 300,000? Worth it. So damn worth it. Spending this little money for a leap in strength, where can you find such a good thing? In an instant, a long line formed in front of the cash register at the feast house, with mysterious figures rushing to make payments, fearing that if they were a moment late, the boss would be unhappy. Chu He watched the balance of strange coins in his account rapidly grow, feeling so good he might fly. In just one day, the revenue broke 10 million. After deducting various costs, the net profit exceeded 9 million. This speed of making money is faster than robbing. After sending off all the guests, Xia Yao and Kaki silently cleaned up the aftermath. Shanu eagerly leaned over next to Chu He, discussing where to buy ingredients tomorrow. The whole feast house was filled with the joy of harvest. However, Chu He soon could not smile anymore. A chubby little figure appeared at the kitchen door without him noticing. It was the landlord of this shop, a belle. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and looked as if he had just woken up. "Big brother, are you done working?" he asked in a childish voice. "Yeah, all done." Chu He was in a good mood and smiled while ruffling his hair. "Did I disturb your sleep?" "Not at all." A belle shook his head and waddled over to the table piled high with leftover ingredients. These were all prepared by Chu He for tomorrow's business. Just processing these things took him an entire afternoon. "Big brother, I'm hungry. It's time to pay the rent." A belle looked up with a pitiful face at Chu He. "All right, eat up." Chu He waved his hand generously. However, the next scene made the smile on Chu He's face freeze inch by inch, then shatter. A belle opened his small mouth that looked so tiny. Slurp. An entire plate of beautifully processed, crystal-clear duck intestines, along with the plate, was directly sucked into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. He chewed a couple of times, and the plate was spit out, intact. Then, he looked at the mountain of beef tripe next to him. Slurp. Another plate disappeared. Next came the yellow throat, kidney flowers, and brain flowers. Those top-grade ingredients that Chu He had painstakingly processed with the power of space and the eye of extinction disappeared plate after plate into a belle's mouth. His actions were so fast they dazzled the eyes, eating without using his hands, solely relying on his mouth to suck. That efficiency was higher than an industrial vacuum cleaner. In just a few minutes, the mountain of ingredients on the kitchen table, enough for 20 tables of guests, was all eaten clean by him alone. In the entire kitchen, apart from the empty plates, not even a leaf of vegetable was left. Chu He stood frozen in place, veins popping out on his forehead. He suddenly remembered what Xia Yao said before. The tasting tribe can eat exceptionally well. This wasn't just exceptionally good. This was simply a bottomless pit. He roughly calculated that the ingredients just eaten by a belle cost more than 4 million strange coins. He worked hard all day, earning over 9 million, only to have this little brat gobble up nearly half in one go? What drove him crazy was that after eating so much, a belle simply burped contentedly, and his little belly showed no signs of swelling. He even looked like he wanted more, licking his lips. It turned out that the previous tenants hadn't failed in their business, they were all eaten out of business by this little landlord. A surge of rage shot from the soles of Chu He's feet straight to his crown. With a dark face, he walked up to a belle, looking down at him, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "I ask you. Are you full?" Chapter 64 Crisis turns into adventure. Here I am in the atmosphere. Faced with Chu He's almost murderous questioning, a belle blinked his innocent big eyes and honestly shook his head. "Not yet." He extended 3 chubby fingers and gestured. "I've only eaten 3/10 full, didn't even taste anything yet." Boom. These words exploded in Chu He's mind. 3/10 full? Over 4 million ghost coins worth of top ingredients, and you can't even make it an appetizer? Chu He felt his blood pressure shooting up at a terrifying speed, veins on his forehead bulging, and he was about to explode with anger. He had never been so speechless in his life. No wonder this shop is in such a good location but has never been rented out. This isn't collecting rent, this is clearly raising an ancestor. With this kind of eating habits, forget opening a hot pot restaurant, even a gold mine would be eaten up by him. Almost losing half of the profit in one breath, the anger was stuck in his chest, rising and falling, leaving Chu He almost ready to explode on the spot. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. A familiar feeling of being betrayed and tricked surged up again. Here we go again. Here we go again. This damn softness. He remembered the days back on Blue Star, how many silent losses he suffered, how much anger he absorbed because of this so-called softness. There was a friend from college who borrowed money from him now and then. At first, it was only a few hundred, saying his family had an emergency. Chu He thought his friend was in trouble and transferred it without hesitation. Later on, the borrowed amounts kept growing, from a few hundred to a few thousand, with all sorts of excuses. When Chu He was also tight on money and gently brought up repaying, the friend was brazen. Bro, are you serious? It's just a few $1,000. I'm tight on cash too, but I promise I'll pay you back when I'm better off. Later, the friend not only didn't mention repaying but even wanted to borrow a larger sum. Chu He finally couldn't take it anymore and clearly refused. What happened next? The friend spread rumors among their mutual friends that Chu He was stingy and ungrateful, refusing to acknowledge a friend for just a bit of money. In the end, he didn't get the money back, but instead, created a mess, and the friendship was entirely broken. What hurt him even more was one rainy day. He saw an elderly lady slip on the side of the road, struggling to get up. He didn't think much, and out of goodwill, rushed over to help the old lady up and called for an ambulance. But when the lady's son arrived at the hospital and saw Chu He, he grabbed his collar without talking. You're the one who hit my mom, right? You might look small, but your heart is dark. Chu He was stunned at that moment, desperately trying to explain. But the son wouldn't listen at all, insisting that he was the culprit, spit flying into his face. You didn't hit her, so why are you helping? If you didn't hit her, why meddle in others' affairs? That shameless expression, those hurtful words, made Chu He tremble with rage, almost having the impulse to kill him on the spot. In the end, it was only after the police reviewed the traffic surveillance footage that his innocence was finally proven. And that family member didn't offer a single apology or even a thank you, dragging the old lady away, leaving Chu He alone in the cold wind, messy and confused. Since then, he thought he had learned his lesson, that his heart had become tough enough. But unexpectedly, today, in this strange and chaotic Wanxiang city, he stumbled over the same reason once again. The anger in his chest burned brighter and brighter. Chu He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to flip the table, staring at Bao. Bao, didn't you say before that you can't eat much now? Bao felt a bit guilty under his gaze, his eyes darting, whispering, yeah. I'm already eating less than before. By the end, his voice was almost inaudible. Put. Beside him, Xiano couldn't help but laugh. He walked to Chu He's side and patted his shoulder, wearing a look of excitement as if he was enjoying the show. Brother-in-law, this kid isn't honest, he's clearly an old hand. He turned to look at the cowering Bao, a wicked smile appearing on his handsome face. Do you want me to teach him a lesson, make him disappear forever, and solve everything in one go? Before he finished speaking, a devastating energy began to gather in the depths of Xiano's pure black eyes, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloping the entire kitchen. No, no. Bao trembled all over in fear, his chubby body shaking like a sieve, waving his hands repeatedly. I'm full. I'm so full I could almost puke. I'm not hungry at all. His terrified expression diffused Chu He's overwhelming anger inexplicably by half. Well, it doesn't need to be that extreme. Chu He shot Xiano a glare, signaling him to tone it down. Xiano pouted, retracting his frightening presence. Chu He sighed and began to contemplate. After all, many of the main ingredients didn't cost much, he would only lose 5 or 6 million at worst. He rubbed his swollen temples and squatted down, trying to make his tone sound calmer. Alright, Bao, I'm not going to kill you. Since I promised you back then, I will do my best to keep my word. But, you can't eat like this every day, right? If you do this every day, I might as well close the shop and rename it a Bao Buffet. Hearing Chu He was not pursuing the matter, Bao visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly explained, Big brother, don't worry. I may eat a lot, but one big meal can keep me full for half a month. Really? Chu He raised an eyebrow. Really, really? Bao nodded vigorously, we gluttonous clan, aside from eating, we just sleep, we consume very little energy. As long as I'm not hungry, I can sleep all the time, totally won't disturb your business. Once every half month? Chu He quickly calculated in his mind. Half a month's revenue, subtracting various costs, and then giving Bao 4 million, the remaining profit would still be astronomical. Thinking this way, it seems, it's not impossible? Consider it as spending money to hire a deity to protect the house. After all, what is free is the most expensive. This principle he grasped once again today. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Chu He stood up and clapped his hands. From today on, the 1st and 15th of every month will be your rent day, and I will prepare the ingredients for you in advance. At other times, you are not allowed to sneak a bite, do you understand? Understood, understood. Thank you, big brother. Abeo's face lit up with joy, his innocent and carefree look making it impossible to connect him with the insatiable pit from just moments before. A crisis that could bankrupt any boss had been resolved by Chu He in an almost absurd manner. Xiaoyao and Chi-Chi remained silent throughout, simply watching quietly. Xiaoyao thought that as long as Chu He didn't suffer a loss, a mere young glutton couldn't cause much trouble. Chi-Chi blinked her star-like eyes, seemingly pondering something, a meaningful light smile gracing her lips. Burp. At that moment, a satisfied Abeo suddenly let out a earth-shattering burp. Alongside this burp, a brilliant rainbow-colored light burst forth from his mouth. Ding-a-ling. A tiny round crystal, the size of a fingernail and radiating a soft gem-like glow, fell from the light and rolled to Chu He's feet. Oh. Abeo looked down, his small brows furrowing, displaying a look of disdain on his face. He bent down to pick up the crystal and casually handed it to Chu He. Big brother, for you. This is the chi crystal formed from the energy I couldn't digest, it's of no use, just feels a bit bloated in my belly. I couldn't sleep at all. Chu He instinctively reached out. The crystal felt warm in his hand, with an incredibly pleasant texture. However, just at the moment his fingertips touched the crystal, an unimaginable, pure, and immense energy surged through his fingertips, roaring into his body. Chapter 65, Gluttonous Alchemy. Boom! A torrent that could not be described in words surged through Chu He's fingertips, crashing into his limbs and bones with a gentle yet unstoppable force. This was not just energy, it was the essence of the original source, compressed and refined to an extreme. Chu He froze in place, as if billions of stars exploded within his body and instantly fell silent again. The spatial power and the power of annihilation within him reacted like sharks sensing blood, rushing wildly toward the external torrent, trying to swallow and assimilate it. However, that torrent of energy easily enveloped and contained the two streams that tried to provoke it, like a vast ocean. Three completely different forces formed a subtle yet dangerous balance within him. Silver spatial cracks and gray-black runes representing annihilation began to surface on Chu He's skin, intertwining horrifyingly. Brother-in-law. Xianhua was startled by the sudden change and instinctively moved forward. Don't touch him. A cool voice rang out as Xiaoyao stepped in front of him. Her expression was grave, and her black eyes, which held a royal disdain, fixed intently on Chu He, an aura that could freeze time and space flickering around her. But she did not intervene, as she sensed that the power flowing into Chu He's body, though immense, carried no malice. Instead, it seemed to aid him in some deep transformation. Oh my, this is really... Kachi had floated to Chu He's side without anyone noticing, her big eyes sparkling with star-like light as she curiously circled around him, her small nose sniffing near the crystal. So it's source-quality crystal, no wonder. She looked as if she had just realized something, her tone filled with surprise and envy. Big brother, are you okay? The clueless Abao looked up with a worried expression, tugging at Chu He's pants. He had no idea what was happening and only felt that this big brother, who had wanted to eat him just moments before, now looked a bit scary. Source-quality crystal? Xianhua heard Kachi's murmuring and looked over in confusion. Kachi glanced at him and kindly explained, it's the energy that was devoured, compressed, and refined to the extreme through the gluttonous clan's natural talent, the void stomach, after expelling undigested energy impurities. Impurities? Xianhua twitched at the corners of his mouth. This thing is an impurity? This energy wave is almost as powerful as a holy relic. For you, it's a holy relic, for them, it's just undigested waste. Kachi shrugged, a playful smile on her face. After all, the gluttonous clan only absorbs the purest essence of food, any other form of energy is considered waste to them. It's just that their way of expelling waste is quite special. Xianhua's eyes twitched, and he looked at Abao with a strange expression. So this little fatty just spits out treasures? In the brief moment they exchanged words, the storm within Chu He's body gradually calmed down. The incoming source-quality crystal energy was practically consumed by his spatial power and annihilation power. Chu He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. As that breath left his lips, it transformed into a gray-silver arrow of energy that shot against the wall, leaving a small hole that seemed bottomless. He looked down at his palm. The skin was still the same skin, but inside, there had been earth-shattering changes. He could clearly feel that his spatial power had become more refined and easier to control. And that obliteration power seemed to have an inexplicable vitality, no longer just pure death and endings. Most importantly, he felt that his connection to this bizarre world seemed to deepen further. It was as if he could see some things that were previously invisible. For example, when he looked at Xiaoyao, he could vaguely see a layer almost solidified, representing the obliteration of all things, wrapping around her body. When looking at Kachi, he saw her as if she were a miniature galaxy, countless tiny points of light moving within her body along mysterious trajectories. And when he looked at the innocent-faced Abeo, what he saw was a bottomless black hole, a terrifying vortex that could swallow and digest everything. Chu He's breath suddenly halted. Ingredients. The ingredients he had processed. Could it be the ingredients he had cut with spatial power and purified with obliteration power? Then, these ingredients were eaten by Abeo. After being digested and purified by Abeo's void stomach. In the end, they transformed into this source crystallization. This was not just a loss of 4 million. This was bloody profitable. Chu He felt his blood boil in an instant. This was not simply opening a restaurant for profit, this was a perfect closed loop that could infinitely cycle and continuously enhance his power. He, Chu He, provided the raw materials. Abeo acted as a biological alchemy furnace. The final product was the ultimate tonic that he could directly absorb to strengthen his abilities. The earlier frustration of being cheated and the anger vanished in that moment, replaced by an uncontrollable ecstasy. What is the crisis turning into an adventure? This is called a crisis turning into an adventure. Ha 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 ha. Chu He suddenly couldn't hold back his laughter, his voice filled with joy and pride. He grabbed the still-dazed Abeo and lifted him high, planting a kiss on that chubby little face. Abeo, oh Abeo. You are truly my lucky star. Big brother? Abeo was startled by Chu He's sudden enthusiasm, his small hands tightly gripping his clothes, asking in a baby voice, You're not mad at me anymore? Mad? How could I be mad at you? Chu He put him down, pinching his chubby little cheeks, his smile as sincere as could be. I care about you too much. From now on, whatever you want to eat, big brother will make it for you. All you can eat. Really? Abeo's eyes instantly lit up, saliva almost dripping out. Really? But you have to wait a few days. Once I earn 2 million, even if I lose everything I have, I'll make sure you're full. Big brother, you're so nice. Abeo nodded vigorously, then as if remembering something, added, I still have many shiny stones in my gluttony territory, I don't know if they're useful to you. Chu He's breath suddenly paused, his eyes bursting with terrifying brilliance. Then, if there's a chance, you must take me to see it. Okay. I'll go to sleep now. Abeo yawned, satisfied as he swayed back to his room. Chu He watched this walking treasure leave, then immediately turned to look at Xia Nuo. Xia Nuo. Yes, brother-in-law. Starting tomorrow, regardless of the cost, buy for me. Especially those ingredients containing unique energy. Okay. Xia Nuo excitedly replied. After that, the four exchanged contact information. They needed phone numbers, similar to WeChat, but the software was called Fantasy Connection. After thinking for a while, Chu He still transferred 1 million to Xia Nuo, considering that spending Xia Nuo's money might violate the rules. After tidying up the messy dishes. The night was deep. Chu He and the three people returned to the eerie house's room. The noise and excitement of the day gradually settled down, leaving only faint light in the room. Chu He looked at the two stunning girls beside him, who had already changed into pajamas in front of him. Chu He was silent for a moment, then spoke seriously. Yao Yao, Chi. Thank you both for these past 2 days. Chapter 66, Is delicious food also a sin? The feast house is closed by law. Xia Yao's body stiffened slightly. She instinctively avoided Chu He's gaze, her long black hair falling down to cover her reddened ears. She only softly murmured, her voice so weak it was almost inaudible. This sudden gratitude made her a bit flustered, a warm current surged in her heart, sweet to the point of being overwhelming. Ah, you really should thank us? But mainly you should thank me for giving you such a good suggestion, otherwise, following your way would be so exhausting. Chi sat on the bed hugging her knees, her silver short hair making her look like a delicate little sprite. Chu He and Xia Yao both nodded. After the three finished washing up, they fell asleep in each other's embrace. The next morning, sunlight poured through the window, casting golden spots. When Chu He walked out of the room, Xia Yao and Chi had already dressed up. Xia Yao wore a standard long-sleeve white shirt, a vibrant red bow tie tied at the collar, neat and tidy. She wore a pure black pleated short skirt that stopped perfectly above her knees, complementing her straight and long legs wrapped in white over the knee socks, exuding an aura of purity and restraint. Chi, on the other hand, wore a distinctive dress. The main body of the dress had a soft light color, glimmering under the light and shadow. The hem was carefully adorned with a fluffy, soft white fur trim, resembling gentle clouds embracing her, revealing sweetness and dreaminess. Several black lines flowed like lively brush strokes on the dress, outlining unique patterns, expressing a mysterious rhythm. A black belt at the waist skillfully gathered it, accentuating her slender waist, adding a touch of sharpness and elegance. Paired with black over-the-knee socks, the smooth fit of the socks echoed her black little shoes, creating a look that combined stage glamour with youthful vitality and playfulness. The three of them arrived at the feast house, where Xia Nuo was yawning across the counter. Upon seeing them, he immediately perked up. Brother-in-law. Sister. Sister Chi-Chi. You guys are here? Chu He saw the changes in the kitchen at a glance. The originally empty kitchen was now piled high. Various processed entrails, livers, and stomachs were classified and packed in huge containers, the surface covered with a layer of icy blue frost, clearly frozen by Xiaonua's power, perfectly locking in the freshness. That scene was incredibly spectacular. Xiaonua proudly pointed to the kitchen, his chest thumping with pride. Brother-in-law, how efficient do you think I am? There's even more than this, he said as if showcasing a treasure. The second and third floors, except for that chubby Bao's room, are all piled up too. Don't worry, they're all frozen, this will last us for several days. Chu He walked in to take a look, unable to help but marvel. Although Xiaonua had a peculiar way of thinking, his ability to get things done was impressive, efficient to the point of explosive. He had only instructed this yesterday and had already swept through the high-end ingredient market of the whole Wanxiang city by early morning today. You did a great job. Chu He patted his shoulder, genuinely complimenting him. Well then, I will personally do the cooking and show you my skills. Yay! I haven't had brother-in-law's cooking yet. Xiaonua jumped up in excitement. Chu He acted promptly. He walked into the small mountain of ingredients, selecting the very best materials. The power of space transformed into invisible blades, slicing through the ingredients. The eye of annihilation saw through the essence, removing any trace of impurity and fishy smell. Soon, a luxurious breakfast, deemed extravagant, was served on the table. A full spread of 9 dishes and 1 soup. One dish, 9 turns intestines, glistened with a rosy hue, its shape beautiful. One bite revealed a soft, rich texture that was fatty but not greasy, combining the 5 flavors of sour, sweet, fragrant, spicy, and salty, with layers of exquisite taste, words cannot describe. Another dish, spicy liver tips, featured thin and tender slices of liver, with slightly curled edges. It was smooth to the palate, full of freshness, with no hint of powderiness, perfectly cooked to perfection. Next was crystal goose intestines, processed to be crystal clear, shining under the light. The texture was crispy, tender, and bouncy, producing a satisfying crunch when chewed. Then there was blanched tripe, spicy brain, golden soup beef, stir-fried kidneys, couple's lung slices, and a refreshing garlic meat dish. Finally, a pot of mountain treasure mushroom soup, brewed with various rare mushrooms, presented a clear and bright color, extraordinarily delicious. Drinking a sip brought warmth radiating from the stomach to all limbs. Xiaonua was the first to lose control, picking up a piece of 9 turns intestines and stuffing it into his mouth, his eyes squinting in happiness, words tumbling out incoherently. It's so delicious. Brother-in-law. What kind of divine culinary skills do you have? I feel it's even better than what my uncle makes. Kaki sipped the mushroom soup slowly, her star-like eyes sparkling, her face radiating a satisfied smile. Xia Ya was also eating heartily, her eyes squinting into crescent moons from the deliciousness. This breakfast filled everyone with contentment, deeply admiring Chu He's culinary skills. However, this warm and harmonious atmosphere was shattered at noon by a sudden discordant sound. Dong, dong, dong. Heavy and steady footsteps came from outside the door. Then, a team of law enforcement officers in silver-white standard armor, holding metal long rods, walked into the restaurant. Each of them was tall, expressionless, with sharp eyes like blades, exuding a cold, harsh aura. The leader wore a silver monkey mask, only revealing a pair of red and blue eyes. Who is the owner here? I am. Chu He calmly looked at them. May I ask what the matter is? The masked man raised the metal rod in his hand. The top of the rod projected a 3-dimensional magic circle-like curtain, flowing with ancient texts from the Ryan continent. Tasty restaurant, Chu He hot pot shop. Suspected of maliciously disrupting market order, using unknown means to create abnormal addiction to products, inflating prices, posing a serious threat to economic stability and social safety in Wanxi City. Upon hearing this, Xiaonua exploded instantly. What the hell? What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean addiction? My brother-in-law's cooking is delicious, that's a skill. You are slandering. It's defamation. He stepped forward, standing in front of Chu He, pointing his finger at the masked man, cursing. Open your blind eyes and see, I am Xiaonua of the Sunni royal family. I cover this shop. Let's see who dares to touch it. However, the masked man disregarded Xiaonua's royal status, coldly saying, Your Highness, we are the order executors under the Qianhuan White Ape clan, solely responsible to the highest law of Wanxi City. Before the law, all identities are equal. He slammed the long rod heavily onto the ground, producing a loud clang. Now, seal it according to the law. Clang. The metal rod of the order executor struck the ground heavily, the cold echo vibrating through the air. The silver monkey mask turned to Chu He, with red and blue eyes devoid of any human emotion, only mechanical indifference. Take him away. With this command, two law enforcement officers stepped forward simultaneously, the metallic armor producing chilling sounds, their target aimed directly at Chu He. I will see who dares. Xia Nuo erupted in fury, a brutal, destructive aura bursting forth, dark arcs of electricity wildly jumping around him. Yet, the enforcement officer's steps showed no sign of hesitation, as if they ignored the power intense enough to tear space apart. At this critical moment, a hand gently pressed on Shino's shoulder, who was about to erupt. It was Chu He. Don't be impulsive. His voice was exceptionally calm, a hint of an enigmatic smile on his face, as if everything before him was merely a harmless farce. He stepped out in front of Shino, facing the two daunting enforcers, leisurely raising his hands and making an exaggerated gesture of surrender. Brothers, I'm so scared of this situation, but can I say a few words? The leading masked man raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to pause. Speak. His voice sounded like two pieces of iron scraping against each other, dry and harsh. If you're taking me away, you must have a solid reason, right? Chu He spread his hands, claiming I inflated prices? The bidding for items was initiated by the customers themselves. It's a willing trade. Hasn't the wondrous city made freedom of competition a crime? As for saying, Chu He's smile widened, taking on a hint of mockery, that the products are abnormally addictive? I understand that accusation even less. Is it a crime if the food tastes too good? To be honest, the only thing that makes me feel good is your strange chefs. Wouldn't it be a crime to cook poorly at one's own shop? The masked man fell silent. We received joint reports from over 50 merchants. He explained stiffly, your appearance caused a sudden 90% drop in customers at high-end restaurants in the west of the city overnight. This disrupts the market. As for the addiction, he paused, his red and blue eyes fixed on Chu He. We have reason to suspect that you added forbidden mental inducement agents to the ingredients. We need to take you back for inspection by our clan's experts. Oh, Chu He elongated his tone, his face reflecting an expression of I see. So it's just a pecking order, call the parents if you can't win. Alright then, I'll go with you. If you didn't do anything wrong, why fear the knock on the door? He acted extremely cooperative, even elegantly turning around and proactively walking toward the door. Xia Yao and Shino instantly panicked. Just as they were about to act, Chu He held them down with a calming glance. Just as Chu He was about to step outside the shop's door, a clear and sweet voice made everyone's actions come to a halt. Stop. It was Kaki. I am the order enforcer of the Thousand Illusion White Ape Clan. My name is Kaki Zingolf. May I ask if you know me? She smiled sweetly, but the silver in her eyes reflected the coldness of the starry river. The masked man's body visibly tensed up. The Zingolf royal family. This title equates to rules and law itself throughout the Ryan continent. I happen to want to ask. Kaki tilted her head, innocently extending a finger. You accuse him of maliciously disrupting the market based on Chapter 3, Article 72 of the Basic Commercial Order Law of Wondrous City, right? The masked man swallowed, but did not answer. The establishment of that regulation requires 3 prerequisite conditions. First, using fraudulent, coercive, or monopolistic unfair means. Kaki's voice suddenly turned cold. May I ask, which one did he use? She raised a second finger. Second, causing structural and irreversible damage to the market. May I ask, has the dining market in Wondrous City collapsed or become paralyzed? It's merely customers voting with their feet, choosing something tastier. Survival of the fittest, is this not the jungle law that your Thousand Illusion White Ape Clan holds most dear? Finally, the third white, delicate finger sprang up, its fingertip sparkling like it held the truths of the universe. Third, and most crucial, it must be proven that the actor possesses subjective malice. Now, please present your evidence. A series of questions fell like stars crashing down, each word striking heavily on the hearts of all enforcers. The leading masked man's eyes, red and blue, flickered violently. Driven back by the pressure, he took half a step back. As for exceptional addictiveness? Kachi's smile turned dangerous. The regulations on prohibited substances in Ryan continent lists a total of 13,726 kinds of mental stimulants, and I can recite them all. Tell me, in which report did you see these ingredients? Oh right, last night even the soup base was bought by the guests. Did you conduct any tests? You didn't do anything and just took people away for investigation. How impressive of you. We have the right to investigate. The masked man finally spat out a dry defense. Of course you have the right. Kachi's smile became even sweeter. But according to the Cross-Species Law Enforcement Procedure Act, in cases involving royal family members or defended by royal family members, you need to first submit a joint investigation application to the Star Law Temple. I am now Mr. Chu He's defense attorney. After 7 working days, when my colleagues review and approve the application, will you be able to take the next step? So, has your application report been written? The masked man was completely speechless. The enforcement officers behind him were sweating profusely, their hands shaking slightly as they held their long sticks. Arguing with the royal family members of the Star Law? What's the difference from competing with the royal family members of the virtual scorn? This is simply self-humiliation. Xianhua widened his mouth, looking at Kachi with eyes full of fervent admiration. So this is how cultured people fight? So damn cool. Chu He showed a look of contentment. Having a top student by your side is truly relieving. Watching the enforcement officers in a dilemma, Kachi's smile grew even more radiant. So, are you gentlemen going back to rewrite the report now? Or? Her words were not yet finished. A voice suddenly came from outside the door. No need. Chapter 68, The Thousand Illusions White Ape, Princess Lillian. This voice was not loud, but it had a unique penetrating power. It instantly pierced through the entire feast house, causing the tense atmosphere to pause. Everyone turned to look at the sound. They saw a girl walking gracefully into the feast house. Chu He's gaze narrowed slightly as he scrutinized her. The girl was of similar height to Xia Yao, standing tall and elegant. She was dressed in an extremely luxurious palace outfit, with intricate and ancient totems embroidered on the hem with gold and silver threads. As she moved, the totems seemed to come alive, shimmering with colors, dazzling and mesmerizing. Her hair was primarily silver white, delicate strands resembling moonlight turned into silk, radiating a soft glow. Part of her long hair was carefully styled into a fluffy bun, while the rest flowed down naturally, with the ends elegantly curled, light and airy. However, the most captivating feature was her eyes. They were a pair of irreplaceable eyes that couldn't be defined by common sense. 3 pure colors of red, yellow, and blue swirled and blended slowly in her gaze. At times magnificent, at times enchanting. It seemed as if all the possibilities and changes of the world were hidden within that small space. Her eyelashes were long and thick, with every blink, they fluttered like butterflies taking flight. Her brows were slender and beautiful, resembling a gentle crescent moon, lightly tracing above her brow bone. Below her small, straight nose was a slightly upturned cherry-like mouth, the lip color a tender pink, as if holding a hint of an elusive smile. That smile gave a sense of innocent sweetness. Yet she walked in casually, exuding an innate air of nobility. And a kind of careless laziness. As if everything in the world was merely an intriguing game she could play with a flick of her hand. Li. Princess Lillian. The leading order enforcement officer trembled at the sight of her, his silver ape mask-covered body jolting suddenly. He didn't even have time to think, his knees buckled, thud, he knelt heavily on one knee. He respectfully bowed his head deeply, as if in worship. As he knelt, the group of iron-like enforcement officers behind him also knelt down on one knee in unison. The metallic armor clashed, producing a crisp and orderly sound. Your Highness! Princess Lillian? The princess of the Thousand Illusions White Ape clan? Shano's mouth slightly opened, looking at the extraordinarily glamorous girl before him, his eyes filled with deep amazement and caution. Kaki's star-like eyes narrowed slightly, her sweet smile fading a bit. In its place was a sense of scrutiny and vigilance. She could sense that this girl's strength was unfathomable, far beyond what these enforcers could compare to. The Thousand Illusions White Ape clan was famously difficult to deal with throughout the Ryan continent. Not only were they powerful, but they were also notoriously clever, cunning, and unruly. The girl before them was evidently among their top figures. Lillian glanced at her kneeling subordinates, whose heads were almost buried into the ground, and impatiently waved her hand. Enough, enough, you bunch of useless metal monkeys. Her voice was sweet as honey, but her words were as harsh as a poisoned dagger. Step back, I will take over here. Yes. The leading masked man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, almost crying out in joy inside. Oh my dear mother, you've finally come, this is not incompetence at all. Standing across from them were 3 members of the royal family. One crazier than the next, one better at talking than the other. Could this job be done by monkeys? He didn't dare say a word, immediately got up, and shouted to the people behind him. Withdraw. In the next second, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The group of imposing enforcers performed perfect somersaults in place, one after another. Their bodies left blurred after images in the air. Whoosh! The figures instantly disappeared from the spot. Clean and efficient, with extremely high efficacy. This was a unique skill of their clan. A single somersault could cover thousands or even tens of thousands of miles, with minimal energy consumption. The shop fell silent in an instant. One could hear a pin drop. Lillian's unique 3-colored eyes finally turned towards the center of this commotion, Chu He. She did not speak immediately. Instead, she took great interest in examining him from head to toe, carefully assessing him. Her gaze was aggressive, as if she wanted to see through him, to break him apart, and then reassemble him. Xia Yao's body instantly tensed. The breath of annihilation surged wildly in the depths of her dark eyes. Barely visible black particles swirled around her, freezing the air into near solidity. Shano also stepped forward half a step, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu He. His handsome face was full of vigilance, his pure black eyes firmly locked onto Lillian. As long as this woman dared to make any move, he would definitely let her experience the wrath of the disdainful royal family. The tense atmosphere was ready to explode. "Oh dear, why are you all so tense?" Lillian finally spoke, her voice carrying a hint of playful pouting. "We are all of the same level, and I am alone. Can I really eat him up?" "You two clans, one is invincible in control, and the other is invincible in destruction. I don't want to taste that." As she spoke, her gaze never left Chu He. "You are Chu He?" She walked towards Chu He with a graceful step, like a cat. As she approached, a sweet yet strange fragrance rushed towards him. The scent forcefully invaded his nostrils, making his head spin slightly. She stopped just 3 steps away from Chu He, a playful curve rising at the corner of her mouth. "You stirred my Wanchong city into chaos, quite the audacity, huh?" According to the rules, Lillian extended a jade-white finger, gently tapping her beautiful lips. Her 3-colored eyes held a hint of cunning. "You must make reparations to me." No sooner had her words fallen than the auras of Xia Yao and Shano surged violently. Destructive power seemed almost tangible, causing the tables and chairs of the restaurant to slightly tremble. It seemed like it could turn into powder at any moment. However, as the threatened protagonist, Chu He completely ignored this tense atmosphere. There was not a hint of nervousness on his face. Instead, slowly, little by little, he cracked a mischievous smile. In the stunned gaze of everyone, he not only did not retreat but instead stepped forward. This step directly crossed the 3-step safety distance. He was almost nose-to-nose with Lillian. The distance between them was so close that they could clearly feel each other's warm breath. Close enough to see their complete reflections in each other's pupils. That sweet, exotic fragrance was now at its peak, wildly assaulting Chu He's senses. Xiao Yao's breath halted. Shanoa's eyes were about to pop out. Kaki also looked shocked, her small mouth slightly open. Even the provoker Lillian was stunned by Chu He's completely unconventional move. For the first time, a fluctuation beyond her plans appeared in her ever-changing tricolor pupils. "Oh?" Chu He lowered his voice, using an extremely ambiguous tone that only the two of them could hear, whispering in her ear. His hot breath gently brushed her sensitive ear. "I wonder how the beautiful lord of the city wants me to compensate you." Chapter 69 Lillian, Stinky Mother Monkey. Chu He's voice was very low, carrying a harsh magnetic quality that drilled into Lillian's ears like electricity. The distance between them had completely broken the boundaries of social interaction. Lillian's unpredictable tricolor pupils shrank sharply, and she quickly took a half step back. In her whole life, she had never been pushed to this extent by a man in such an aggressive manner. This was completely outside her script. Xiao Yao's breath even stopped, and deep within her dark pupils, a destructive force had coalesced into a storm. Shanoa looked like his eyes would pop out, his mouth hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. "Brother-in-law, this is too brave." After all, he was facing the mad princess of the Qianhuan White Ape clan. Kaki's face was equally dazed, her small mouth slightly ajar, with starry eyes filled with shock. The air froze. Lillian was momentarily taken aback by this unconventional move, pausing for a full 2 seconds. Then, the playful look in her eyes became more intense than ever. Not only did she not retreat, but she also extended a slender finger, gently tapping Chu He on the chest, pushing him away a little. That action carried a lazy, teasing attitude. "Interesting." Lillian smiled, a sweet yet dangerous smile, like a blooming poisonous flower. "You are very interesting. I'm very curious." Lillian's tricolor pupils danced, her gaze landing on Xiao Yao and Kaki behind Chu He. "Why would these two noble princesses lower themselves to be your roommates?" She deliberately emphasized the word roommates, her tone filled with probing and skepticism. "It seems your relationship is very close." Chu He's mischievous smile became even more brilliant. "Lord of the city, your question is quite dangerous." He responded slowly, then, under Lillian's playful gaze, dropped a real bombshell. "Not just close, we have been in close contact for several days now. The raw rice is already cooked into mature rice." Chu He's tone was calm, but the content of his words was earth-shattering. He walked over to Xiao Yao and Kaki, pulling the still dazed and blushing Xiao Yao and Kaki into his arms, his actions affectionate yet domineering. "Both of them are my women. In the future, I will marry them." As his words fell, the entire feast hall fell into dead silence. And in his arms, Xiao Yao and Kaki, upon hearing Chu He assert such a domineering claim in front of another exquisite woman. All the embarrassment and tension turned into indescribable joy and sweetness. Both of their cheeks suddenly flushed like ripe apples, but they obediently nestled in Chu He's arms without a word of protest. Liliana's effort to maintain a dignified and lazy posture, that calmness of playing with her prey, instantly cracked. Her tricolor eyes widened in shock, the gorgeous colors spinning wildly from disbelief. No way? She blurted out, her voice changing pitch. Yes. Chu He answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. No way? Yes. Liliana's carefully maintained grace and elegance vanished completely in that moment. She suddenly let out a curse. Damn it! She looked incredulously at Xia Yao and caught Chi's shy yet sweet expressions. No rebuttal. They actually didn't rebut. This meant that everything Chu He said was true. Liliana felt her mind was a bit overwhelmed. I thought the roommate was just nominal. Her voice trembled slightly. I didn't expect you two to be serious? Liliana looked up and down, front and back, examining Chu He carefully again. But no matter how she looked, this human was just a bit handsome, a bit muscular, and had a mischievous look in his eyes. There was nothing special about him. Why? Why could he simultaneously win over the two direct princesses of the Sun Yao and Xing LV royal families? This is not scientific. This is less scientific than if she could flip 100,000 miles with a single backflip. Liliana's gaze finally fixed on Xia Yao and Ka Chi's faces, where the absolute beauty was filled with sincere confusion. May I ask, what do you both like about him? This question was like a switch, instantly igniting two bombs that had long been suppressed. Xia Yao raised her head, her pure black eyes no longer holding an ounce of shyness, replaced by cold possessiveness and intense hostility. I like everything about him. Her voice was cold enough to freeze. And, just so you know, the charm of Chu He is something you, a filthy she-monkey, cannot comprehend. Filthy she-monkey? Liliana's tricolor eyes froze in place. Poof. Ka Chi also raised her little face, her star-like eyes sparkling with dangerous light, a mocking smile on her lips. You, a filthy she-monkey, don't deserve to know the taste of Chu He. Another filthy she-monkey. Liliana felt something was wrong with her ears. Who is she? A princess of the Thousand Illusion White Ape clan. The lord of the Wonder City. Wherever she goes, isn't she always the center of attention? Who dares to disrespect her? Today, unexpectedly called a filthy she-monkey twice? What, did you call me? Liliana's voice turned sharp with rage, the space around her began to distort, her gorgeous gown billowing without wind. Xia Yao looked at her coldly, repeating word by word, clearly. Filthy she-monkey. Filthy she-monkey. Ka Chi quickly followed up. Filthy she-monkey. Xia Yao added another. 3 consecutive filthy she-monkeys sounded like 3 resounding slaps, hitting Liliana's face hard and leaving her dumbfounded. Chu He, standing to the side, was completely stunned. He held onto both girls' arms, frozen solid, utterly unprepared for this situation to spiral into such an absurd direction. This fighting power is too fierce. In the corner, Xia Nuo's eyes gleamed like a wolf's. He secretly, excitedly, and tremulously took out his latest illusion phone, aiming it at this once-in-a-lifetime epic scene and started recording. Explosive. So incredibly explosive. Brother-in-law. You are my god. If it weren't for Chu He, how could she witness such an explosive scene? Xia Nuo's heart was screaming madly, renewed gratitude for Chu He bubbling up. Since childhood. Liliana finally snapped back to reality, trembling with rage, the fire of fury burning in her tricolor eyes. No one dares to call me that. Xia Yao scoffed lightly, her tone filled with disdain. Hey, stinky mother monkey, you're going to meet me today. Ka Chi fired back with full force, tilting her small face up, accusing boldly. You dare to stare so straightforwardly at our man, and we haven't even rushed to fix you? We're already giving you face. As soon as you walked in, you looked at our Chu He with those lewd eyes. Xia Yao's icy gaze swept over Lilian's gorgeous palace attire and enchanting face, filled with contempt. Exactly. Perverted stinky mother monkey. Give it up, our Chu He will never like you. Lilian. She felt like she was about to explode with anger, a wave of unprecedented humiliation and rage surging to the top of her head, making her vision darken. She wanted to retort, but found that she couldn't utter a single word. Lecherous? When has she, Lilian, ever suffered such humiliation? Chapter 70, How about cooking a meal with me? Lilian's curiosity. You are going too far, her voice was sharp, losing its usual calmness and sweetness. I was just looking at him, and you are already cursing me. Lilian felt wronged and wanted to cry. Who is she? The city lord of Wanchang City, the princess of the Thousand Illusion White Ape clan. Everywhere she went, she was treasured, respected, and feared. Today, first she was taken advantage of by a human boy, and now, she was being cursed stinky mother monkey by 2 fellow royal princesses. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Xia Yao's cold, beautiful face showed no signs of change, her dark eyes filled with the coldness of defending territory. Looking is fine. She stepped forward, the aura of the virtual disdain of royalty making the air around them thick. But why are you circling around looking? Up and down, inside and out? Your gaze clearly shows ill intentions. Right. You have ill intentions. Kaki immediately followed up, crossing her arms and tilting her exquisite little face up, her starry eyes sparkling with insight. Your gaze just now focused for over 3 seconds, your pupils clearly dilated, the corners of your mouth unconsciously lifting by half a degree. This completely fits the characteristics of drooling and coveting. How can you say you have no ill intentions? Lillian was going crazy. What is going on here? These two women are simply the epitome of unreasonable. More shameless than her infamous wild child reputation. She wanted to fight, but the only thing standing here was a clone she had created using her abilities, which couldn't withstand the overpowering strength of her true self, and definitely would suffer in a fight. But even if her true self came, facing one controlling oblivion and one wielding star law, no, it was two controlling oblivions. Today, she truly accepted this loss. What she couldn't understand the most was why. Why would these two high and mighty royal princesses truly surrender to this human? She had thought that Chu He's words about close contact and cooked rice were false, but watching Xia Yao and Kaki's crazy protectiveness, it was clear that it was all real. This had completely disrupted all her plans and rhythms. And Chu He, watching the tension between the three women grow, the aura of destruction and the power of star law had begun to clash, making a sizzling sound, causing the surrounding tables and chairs to tremble. Everyone stop. If this continued, they would really end up fighting, and the restaurant would be turned upside down by them. He walked directly between Xia Yao and Kaki, extending his arms and forcibly pulling both girls who were about to explode into his embrace, holding them tight. Okay, calm down. It's not worth getting angry over such a small matter. He gently patted their backs, his tone so soft it could squeeze out water. The terrifying aura from Xia Yao and Ka Chi miraculously dissipated by more than half the moment they were embraced by Chu He. Though they still glared angrily at Lillian, their bodies honestly softened, obediently leaning into Chu He's arms. After calming his two queens, Chu He finally raised his head and turned his gaze towards Lillian. The gentleness on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a calm scrutiny. City Lord Lillian. He spoke up. Tell me, what brings your esteemed presence today? Lillian took a deep breath, forcing down the furious anger that almost burst from her head. She thought, finally, there's someone I can communicate with normally. If I keep arguing with those two crazy women, my duplicate will be blown to bits. I really can't understand what this human has fed them, making them care this much. Poof. Lillian rearranged her posture, striving to make her voice return to its usual lazy and noble tone. Finally, there's a rational person. I'm here for no other purpose. She raised her chin, her tricolor eyes locking onto Chu He. Your tasty pavilion made a huge stir on opening day, and all customers who tasted your food showed varying degrees of strength growth. Moreover, you've been reported by several restaurants. As the city lord, I have the responsibility and duty to investigate whether there is any problem with your food. After all, the corner of her mouth curled into a cold smile. It's hard not to suspect that you've used something shady when the effects are this outrageous. So that's why she came. Chu He understood now. A confident smile spread across his face. I can assure you, with my character, the dishes I make are absolutely pure and pollution-free, relying purely on my culinary skills and a little unique secret recipe. She bit her lip, deciding to get straight to the point. Words alone are not enough. How about this, you now, in front of me, make your restaurant's signature dish from start to finish. A sly glimmer passed through Lillian's tricolor eyes. Let's do, hot pot. I will supervise you the whole time. If I taste it and find no problem, I will personally declare your name today, and severely punish those restaurant owners who slandered you behind your back. But if I discover even the slightest issue... Her words trailed off, but the threatening meaning was undeniable. That would be perfect. Chu He agreed without a second thought, his confident demeanor making Lillian feel a bit dazed. Could it be that he really isn't afraid? They all went to the kitchen. Xianhua put away her phone and happily followed in, ready to closely observe her brother-in-law's divine culinary skills. The kitchen was unbelievably clean and tidy, and various kitchen tools shone under the lights. Chu He took off his coat, skillfully tied on an apron, and his whole demeanor changed in an instant. He was no longer that slightly rogue man, but a master who controlled the soul of food. Watch closely. Chu He told Lillian and then ignored her, fully immersing himself in the cooking. Lillian stood not far away, arms crossed, scrutinizing every move of Chu He with the most critical gaze. First, Chu He started with a huge soup pot, rhythmically adding beef bones, chicken frames, and a dozen spices she couldn't name, inviting mountain spring water, and starting to boil. The entire process was methodical, full of rhythm. Then, he began to handle the ingredients. When Chu He took out those bloody entrails, especially that tangled large intestine from the preservation space, Lillian's brows instantly knitted into a frown, her stomach churned, and her face was filled with disgust. Ugh, you. She opened her mouth, finding it somewhat hard to endure. However, the next second, she found herself unable to speak anymore. Before her eyes, Chu He was handling the pig intestines and beef tripe, his left hand waving gently, and an invisible transparent barrier instantly enveloped him and the cutting board in front of him. The sharp knife in his hand danced up and down, scraping fat and cleaning, so fast that it left behind afterimages. Lillian stood a few steps away, her unique three-colored eyes wide open. She saw the filth being quickly cleaned, yet, she couldn't smell even a hint of odor. The stench that was enough to make any creature retreat completely was perfectly blocked by that invisible wall. She could even see the isolated odors being gently pushed together by a soft force, forming a current that floated out the open window. This is the power of space? The ability of the Star Law royal family. Lillian's heart surged with a storm of emotions. Before she could recover from her shock, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. While handling a piece of special energy magic cow liver, Chu He's eyes actually shimmered with a faint black aura. The aura flashed past, and the intricate energy veins inside the magic cow liver, invisible to the naked eye, were instantly shattered and obliterated by an invisible force. In that moment, the energy of the entire piece of liver became incredibly pure. The Eye of Annihilation. This is the core bloodline ability of the Void Gaze royal family. Lillian was completely dumbfounded. She stood there in a daze, watching Chu He process various ingredients as if it were an art performance. The power of space was responsible for isolation, shaping, and preservation. The power of annihilation was responsible for purifying, cleansing, and removing toxins. Two completely different, even opposing supreme powers, were perfectly combined by this man at this moment, just to cook a meal? What the hell? Before long, the rich and fragrant hotpot base was boiling vigorously, and plates of ingredients processed like works of art, along with bowls of secret dipping sauce, were neatly arranged on the table. The aroma wafted through the air, forcefully invading her nostrils, causing Lillian's stomach to betray her with a rumble. She forcibly suppressed her urge to grab chopsticks immediately, her three-colored eyes fixed intently on Chu He, her voice trembling slightly, a tremble even she hadn't noticed. How can you have the abilities of both the Void Gaze clan and the Starlaw clan? Chapter 71, Chu He, I really didn't intend to kiss her. Chu He wiped his hands, untying his apron as he spoke. Lord City Master, your question is very dangerous, oh. I can't tell you. And furthermore. His gaze slowly swept over Lillian's stunningly beautiful face, which appeared somewhat dazed due to shock, and he said slowly. I have Xia Yao and Kachi, that's already enough. So, you'd better not have any thoughts about me. Lillian? She was completely stunned, her unpredictable three-colored eyes filled with big question marks. Every word he spoke, she recognized, but why, when put together, did she completely fail to understand? What does it mean not to have any thoughts about him? What thoughts do I even have? I was asking about your abilities. Abilities? What does it have to do with how many women you have? Lillian felt like her brain was being forcibly dragged into a confusing pit. She took a deep breath, and forcibly pulled the topic back. I don't understand. Big brother. She blurted out, her tone tinged with a hint of madness. Why do you read and respond randomly? I'm asking how you have the abilities of those two clans. What does that have to do with having them both? Upon hearing this, Chu He wore an even brighter smile, with a I understand, don't pretend expression. This expression almost made Lillian explode on the spot with anger. She bit her pink lip, deciding on the next strong medicine, completely cutting off the other party's wild thoughts. Are you afraid that I will fall in love with you? Lillian raised her proud chin, trying hard to make her posture look disdainful. Then you don't have to worry, I already have a fiancé. He is the prince of the deep-sea giant dragon clan. In terms of bloodline and power, he is far superior to you. Oh? Chu He raised an eyebrow, a look of icy appearing on his face. If that's the case, fine then. He cleared his throat and assumed an extremely serious posture. Since you sincerely asked, I will generously tell you. In order to protect the peace of the world, to uphold love and justice. Are you going to say it or not? Lillian couldn't help but interrupt his ritual. She felt her blood pressure rising. What a mess this was. Cough cough, okay. Chu He put away his playful expression, and his face turned serious. I have a special ability that I was born with, or rather, a sweet curse. I call it the kiss of enchantment. As long as I kiss anyone, regardless of who they are, what race they belong to, or what their status is, they will immediately develop an irresistible deep feeling for me. In simple terms, they will directly fall in love with me. And in exchange, I will copy a part of their core abilities. Note that it's copying, and it won't cause any harm to the one being kissed. Lilian's tricolored pupils suddenly constricted sharply. Such a domineering ability. Her worldview was hit with an unprecedented shock at this moment. Absolutely true. Chu He spread his hands, looking very reasonable. So, it's no wonder that Xiao Yao and Kaki's abilities will appear on me. Alright, I've told you the secret, now hurry up and eat. If you don't, the hot pot broth will evaporate. Lilian looked at the sincere Chu He and then at Xiao Yao and Kaki, who were glaring at her with eyes that seemed ready to eat her alive. Finally, she suppressed the waves of shock and endless curiosity in her heart with great difficulty. She sat back down at the table and picked up her chopsticks. Forget it, let's eat first. This is the one that made her embarrass herself in public and piqued her curiosity. She wanted to see just how delicious this was. She picked up a slice of the thinly processed magic cow liver, its patterns clearly visible, and swished it up and down in the rolling red oil broth, then dipped it into Chu He's special sauce, carrying a hint of judgment, before putting it into her mouth. In the next second, Lilian's beautiful tricolored pupils widened in shock. A surge of indescribable freshness, fragrance, numbing sensation, spiciness, and heat suddenly exploded in her mouth. The magic cow liver was tender to perfection, melting in her mouth, needing no chewing at all, transforming into a pure energy warmth that slipped down her throat into her stomach. And that secret sauce elevated the deliciousness of the food to a level beyond imagination. Delicious. So delicious. In her many years of life, after tasting countless delicacies and treasures, she had never encountered such an astonishing flavor. What dignified city lord, what reserved princess, all of that was thrown out of her mind at this moment. Lilian's chopsticks turned into afterimages, frantically darting between various ingredients and the boiling pot. Beef tripe, yellow throat, duck intestines, brain flowers. She ate until her little face was flushed, fine beads of sweat popping on her forehead, making satisfied noises, completely losing the noble and lazy demeanor she had before. Xiao Yao and Kaki next to her were both dumbfounded. Even Xiano, who was in the corner recording, nearly dropped his phone in shock. This eating style is too wild. Chu He also watched with his eyes twitching. He knew his food was delicious, but he never imagined it could force a royal princess to this point. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Lilian seemed too engrossed in her meal, feeling that the glamorous palace shoes on her feet were a bit of a hindrance. She instinctively kicked off one shoe with the other foot. Her smooth, jade-like little foot was exposed just like that. Immediately, under the astonished gaze of everyone, this princess of the Thousand Illusions White Ape Clan, the lord of Wanxiang City, while crazily stuffing food into her mouth, couldn't help but use her other hand to play with her own little foot. That movement was both skilled and natural. The entire room instantly fell into dead silence. Xiao Yao and Kaki's expressions transformed from disdain to shock, then from shock to dazed confusion, finally shifting into a kind of I can't bear to watch disgust. The illusion phone in Xia Nua's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He stared at Lilian's unrefined actions, his worldview being reshaped. Chu He was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape, instinctively squeezing out two words from his throat. What the heck? The pronunciation of heck required curling his lips and slightly pouting. And it was precisely this lip shape. A miraculous scene unfolded. In the midst of savoring the delicious food and lost in a daze, Lilian instinctively raised her head, her dreamy tricolored eyes coincidentally locking onto Chu He's gaze. She saw Chu He's slightly pouted lips. In that moment, it seemed as if some ancient instinct had been triggered. Uncontrollably, she copied Chu He's action, gently pouting her own cherry lips, which were coated in red oil and looked delicate. At the instant their lips resembled each other. Buzz. An indescribably wonderful rule suddenly descended. The space between them seemed to be forcefully folded in half by an invisible hand. The next moment, amid the terrified gaze of Xianhua, Xiaoyao, and Kaki, Chu He and Lilian's bodies, like two metal pieces strongly attracted by magnets, transformed into two blurred shadows. Kiss. A clear and loud sound echoed. The lips of both were perfectly sealed together. The lips pressed together. The sensation was vivid. Soft, warm, bouncy, with the taste of peaches. Chu He's mind went blank. He felt entirely shut down. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? I just made an instinctive comment, my lips haven't even fully returned when I ended up kissing the lord of Wanxiang City? Is this tricky mysterious kiss skill supposed to be played like this? Can't even pouting be safe? What made him feel even more scalp-numbing and chilled to the bone was that he could clearly sense two terrifying presences beside him that seemed ready to become real. The energy was cold, fierce, filled with the impulse to destroy everything. Without a doubt, it was Xiao Yao and Kaki. It's over. There's no way to wash this away even if I jumped into the Yellow River. You are looking for death. Xiao Yao's voice was no longer icy, but filled with a kind of frenzied rage. Deep in her dark eyes, a swirling vortex of nothingness spun wildly, destructive power causing the entire room space to distort, fine cracks appearing on the surface of the solid metal utensils. Chu He. Kaki's voice lost its usual sweetness, turning sharp and brimming with killing intent. Her star-like eyes were filled with countless collapsing and exploding starlights, the power of the rules transforming into invisible chains that wrapped around Lilian. At that moment, Chu He finally reacted, quickly using all his strength to lean back forcefully, pulling his mouth away. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. As he struggled, he shouted with all his might. I really didn't mean to kiss her. This skill activated on its own. Meanwhile, the kissed Lilian was in an extremely strange state. Her ever-changing tricolored eyes were wide open, the brilliant colors swirling wildly due to the intense shock. Her entire being was frozen in place. Motionless. At the moment their lips touched, an indescribable strange feeling surged through her limbs and bones, like the most overwhelming electric current, instantly penetrating deep into her soul. She suddenly felt that the man before her exuded a deadly charm that she could not resist. That slightly rogue face, those somewhat panicked eyes, that masculine aura. Everything became so perfect, so stirring to her heart. An unprecedented impulse to want to fuse him into her body, to completely possess him, wildly surged and spread. This feeling was too strange. Too terrifying. Having grown up, she had seen countless talents, even the proud prince of the dragon clan had paid her court, yet she had never felt the slightest ripple of emotion. But now. Just when Lilian's brain was about to crash from this sudden feeling, Catch's attack came. Absolute confinement. Catch's small hand suddenly tightened. Buzz. Instantly, the space around Lilian froze, transforming into a prison a billion times sturdier than the toughest diamond, holding her firmly in place. However, at the moment of confinement, an extremely painful, twisted expression suddenly appeared on Lilian's face. Not good. She let out a short scream. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Lilian, whose body was tightly locked by the space, began to flicker violently, becoming illusory. Like a poorly signaled image, it crazily jumped between reality and nothingness. Finally, with a poof. That elegant and vibrant girl completely dissipated before everyone's eyes. In her place, 3 strands of pure white hair floated gently down from the air. Moreover, those 3 strands were soft and had a natural curl. Curly hair. Chu He. Xia Yao. Catch. Xia Nua. The entire room fell into a strange, dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the 3 slowly floating white curly hairs, their brains struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Swish. Xia Yao's figure flashed quickly, leaving behind an afterimage. She steadily extended her hand, catching the 3 strands of hair that were still drifting. Everyone immediately surrounded her, their eyes all focused on those 3 curly white hairs. We were all tricked. The shock on Catch's small face had not yet faded as she looked at the 3 strands of hair, her voice serious. The transformation technique of the illusionary White Ape clan has actually reached such a level. Xia Yao's cold, beautiful face also carried a hint of dread as she coldly spoke. That's right, their transformation techniques are unmatched across the entire Ryan continent. There are other clans in this world that can change form, but only theirs can blend the real and the false, deceiving even energy detectors. If the strengths are equal, even my desolation I cannot distinguish true from false. Hearing her sister's confirmation, Xia Nua, who had been hiding in the corner watching the drama, could no longer resist stepping forward. He looked at the 3 curly hairs in Xia Yao's hand, then glanced at his brother-in-law's face, which was darker than the bottom of a pot, and after a moment of silence, finally spoke in a tone of sudden realization. Oh. I understand. So, brother-in-law just kissed a mouthful of hair. This means, brother-in-law did not cheat. Xia Nua's voice was crisp and clear, full of innocence and purity. Yet, the content of this statement was like a poisoned knife, stabbing brutally into Chu He's heart. Chu He's face instantly darkened even more. What do you mean I didn't cheat? I never even thought about cheating, alright? I was just too surprised and accidentally said what the hell twice. I won't take the blame for this. However, Xia Nua's next words nearly made Chu He spit out a mouthful of old blood. He extended a finger, cautiously pointing at the 3 strands of hair, his face showing pure curiosity. Sister, look, these 3 strands of hair are all curved. Hey, where did this hair come from? It's so hard to guess. Boom. Chu He felt as if his brain had exploded. Xia Yao and Kachi's cheeks suddenly turned a shade of suspicious red. They instinctively glanced at the 3 curved strands of white hair, then looked back at Chu He, their expressions immediately turning strangely bizarre. I'll say it again. Chu He could no longer bear it, squeezing out a voice between his teeth, each word laced with a sense of collapse. Everyone saw it just now. It wasn't deliberate. It was completely because Lilian ate in such stark contrast to her person. I was simply amazed. Kachi coughed lightly, forcibly shaking off the chaotic images in her mind. She refocused on the 3 strands of hair, her expression turning serious. I heard that the 1000 Fantasy White Ape tribe has 2 types of avatars. One is an energy avatar, and the other uses its own hair or flesh as a medium to create an avatar. The latter type is stronger and more realistic. The key point is, this type of avatar can establish a remote energy and perception connection with the main body. Kachi raised her head, a glimmer of amusement and sympathy flashing in her starry eyes as she looked at Chu He. If we infer from this perception, that kiss of yours just now was very likely experienced remotely in its entirety by her main body. P.S. Please, dear readers who enjoy this book, give it a free 5-star review. I really put my heart into writing this book. If the rating is too low, it won't survive, and I will have to choose a different topic. Chapter 73, The Enchanting Kiss Upgrade, New Skill Enchanting Breath. Bang! Kachi's words struck Chu He's mind like an invisible heavy hammer. He froze, feeling the cold sweat on his back instantly soak his clothes. The color drained completely from his face. So, that means, in some corner he didn't know about, that crazy princess called Lillian truly experienced the kiss with him remotely? That feeling, that sensation. But He was about to argue, saying he hadn't even touched the opponent's abilities at all, so this didn't count. However, before he could finish, a cold mechanical prompt sounded abruptly in his mind. Kiss successful. Target is SSS level anomaly Lillian, first kiss, impact assessment is max. Current intimacy density, familiarity. Intimacy level, stranger-familiar-dependence-infatuation-deep love-only 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level anomaly Lillian exclusive ability transform, beginner. Can condense energy to change all things, and can also shapeshift using its own flesh and hair. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level anomaly Lillian exclusive ability skyward flip, beginner. With a thought, one somersault can reach up to 5,000 miles, capable of spatial jumping freely within this range, requiring a clear sense of direction. It's over. Now it's really over. From Xiaoyao and Kachi's expressions, Lillian must be feeling awful not seeing him, undoubtedly trying every means to abduct him. Chu He's vision darkened, and he felt no joy from gaining a brand new, extraordinary ability. His heart grew colder inch by inch, as if plummeting into an abyss. Kachi and Xiaoyao finally stabilized, and everything was progressing towards a beautiful tomorrow. Now adding another one would undoubtedly break this beautiful balance. And it's someone with a fiancé. The prince of the Deep Sea Dragon clan. Just hearing that title is enough to know they are not an easy character. I don't want to be the villain. Chu He's heart silently roared. The thing he despised the most in his past life was that kind of behavior of stealing someone else's love. But a crooked thought uncontrollably emerged from deep within his mind. Fiancé. Legally and in spirit of the contract, it seems, not quite officially married yet, right? Bah. Chu He quickly suppressed this dangerously extreme thought, shuddering in fear. What's the difference between this and marriage? Essentially, it's all about prying someone away. If that giant dragon prince finds out, wouldn't he turn the entire deep sea upside down, bringing billions of sea creatures ashore to tear him apart? Chu He's mind was a messy pot of porridge. On one side was the fragile moral bottom line, and on the other, the survival chances almost at zero. Lillian, this woman, was definitely a super nuclear bomb. So many issues. Chu He's headache was splitting, and he immediately made a firm decision. From now on, I must avoid Lillian. Draw a clear line. Let's pretend today's event never happened. Yes, never happened. However, just as he was set on this resolution, the mechanical prompt sound in his mind rang again. Detected host, successfully conquered 3 SSS level anomalies, congratulations to the host, charming kiss upgraded to LV2. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new SSS level auxiliary talent, charming breath. Charming breath, without needing to kiss, the host can use his breath and words to create a lasting charm effect on female anomalies of the same level or lower. It mainly manifests in making the other more willing to obey your commands and calming their negative emotions. The effect doubles for conquered targets, the closer the intimacy, the stronger the effect. Usage skill, quietly think of charming breath in your heart. Chu He's pupils suddenly constricted. His eyes instantly lit up. In this messy, desperate situation, a ray of light seemed to be torn open. This ability. Simply a divine skill tailor-made for the current situation. It was like a lifeline from the heavens. Resolving this deadly arena, it seemed. There might just be a slim chance? Though problems still piled up like a mountain, just thinking about it made his temples throb, but it was way better than that previous hopeless dead end. Little he. Just as his mind was racing, Kaki's soft, trembling voice rang in his ear, pulling him out of his chaotic thoughts. She looked up with her small face, her starry eyes filled with clear guilt and anxiety. Xiaoya beside her was the same. This princess of the aloof royal family, in her jet-black eyes, the storm that threatened to devour everything had calmed. It seemed, she really was too fierce, scaring him badly. But the moment she saw him so close to another woman, she couldn't suppress the impulse within her to destroy everything. Chu He looked at the two beautiful girls in front of him, each showing different expressions yet intertwined with guilt and rage. His heart was mixed with emotions. Taking a deep breath, he infused this newly found power into his breath. He opened his mouth and gently said, "I'm fine." He spoke. Simply 3 words, with a tone that was warm and calm, as if stating the most ordinary fact. However, just these simple 3 words made Xia and Kaki's bodies tremble violently. 2 pairs of stunning eyes instantly widened in shock. What did they just hear? Was this still Chu He's voice? Yes, but also completely different. That tone, that breath, every word carried an indescribable supreme power. Like the warmest spring breeze, it softly brushed over their restless souls. It was like a pure, warm current containing the laws of creation, instantly surging through their limbs, smoothing every cell agitated by jealousy and anger. The uncontrollable fury, grievance, and murderous intent that couldn't be suppressed just moments ago, at the moment they heard his voice, was easily suppressed by an irresistible great power. In its place, it is a kind of absolute sense of peace that comes from deep within the soul. It is an impulse to give everything to him, to trust him unconditionally, to follow him. His words seem like a holy decree. His breath feels like a blessing. Xiaoyao and Kachi stared blankly at Chu He, their hearts wildly pounding, as if they were about to leap out of their chests. Their cheeks turned a charming crimson at a visible speed, even the roots of their ears became scorching hot. They were shocked not only by the strange shift in their emotions, but also by the deep and unfathomable aura suddenly emanating from Chu He, vast like the starry sky and mysterious like an abyss. If before, Chu He was like a rare gem hidden in a rugged stone, then at this moment, this gem had been completely polished. It radiated a kind of deadly attraction that made their souls tremble, willingly willing to sink into it. Listening to him speak was like drinking fine wine, intoxicating. Chapter 74, The Unreasonable Request. Xia Nuo's worldview collapsed once again. He stood dumbly in the corner, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. What happened? What just happened? Just a second ago, his dear sister Xiaoyao and Kachi were 2 goddesses emanating an aura that could destroy the world, their fierce energy almost lifting the ceiling of the tavern. But his brother-in-law casually said, "I'm fine." Just those 3 simple words. And then, the storm just stopped? The volcano just went dormant? Xia Nuo even suspected he had fallen into some profound illusion. But the scene before him was incredibly real. This is not scientific. What spell did his brother-in-law use? While Xia Nuo doubted his life, Chu He was also shocked by the overwhelming effect of his new skill. This charming breath was simply the ultimate solution to family conflicts, the only designated treasure for harmonious harem. Why does it feel like the system is forcing him to open a harem? Just a second ago he was worried about a love battlefield, and now he awakened the charming breath. Chu He seriously suspected he was set up, but for now, he could only take one step at a time. He decided to test the limits of the charming breath. A bold thought wildly sprouted in his heart. He decided, if he was going to play, he would play big. Chu He silently recited charming breath in his heart, then cleared his throat, and in what he believed was the gentlest, most undeniable tone, proposed a revolutionary request to the 2 girls who had become incredibly docile. Tonight, I want to take a shower alone." He paused, observing their expressions, and found they only slightly stiffened, with no signs of an explosion, so he grew bolder. "Also, I want to sleep alone." As his words fell, Xiaoyao and Kachi both lifted their heads, their beautiful eyes filled with shock and strong unwillingness. Their lips moved instinctively, wanting to refuse. But, when they met Chu He's gentle eyes and heard the peculiar rhythm in his breath, all their rebuttals suddenly got stuck in their throats, not a word could be uttered. That irresistible great power once again calmed their inner turmoil. His request, though it was excessive and heartbreaking. But since it was he who proposed it, then, it must be obeyed. "All right." Xiaoyao bit her lower lip and almost squeezed out this word through her teeth, her voice filled with deep grievance. "Little He, do you find us annoying?" Kachi's eyes were already shimmering with tears, looking like she was about to cry, yet she still obediently nodded. Holy cow! Chu He felt a storm of emotions rising within him. He actually succeeded. This charming breath was simply powerful to the point of being heavenly. Seeing the 2 of them looking as if they were about to cry, pity etched on their faces. Chu He felt a bit reluctant in his heart, but he knew better that if he stayed clinging for too long, he would eventually suffer from mental exhaustion. Freedom! Even if it's just for one night, it is extremely precious. How could I find you annoying? I'm a bit tired today and want to rest well. Chu He quickly found an excuse, continuing to soothe with charming breath. Sure enough, upon hearing his explanation, the expressions of the two women immediately brightened a lot. Well, okay. Only for this one night, okay? Finally sorted out. Chu He made a victory V gesture in his heart, feeling that life had finally welcomed a glimmer of hope in this moment. Meanwhile, in the center of Wanxiang City, within a grand estate that was beyond imagination. This estate, rather than a villa, could be said to be a celestial mountain, forcibly moved to the city center using supreme power. On the mountain, waterfalls and springs flowed, strange flowers and herbs were everywhere, and ancient towering giant trees perfectly blended with modern, futuristic crystal palaces, showcasing both the mountain's wildness and aura, along with the luxury and exquisiteness of top modern mansions. At this moment, at the top of the celestial mountain, in a huge room that could accommodate a banquet of 100 people, a silver-haired girl, dressed in luxurious palace attire and incredibly beautiful, was pacing back and forth anxiously. She alternately tugged at her smooth silver hair and scratched her shiny arm, her enchanting tricolored pupils filled with bloodshot veins, and her lovely face twisted slightly due to restlessness, lacking any trace of dignity. She was like a monkey caged in a cage. This girl was Lillian. Her condition was very bad, extremely bad. Ever since that clone was destroyed, the sensation of the kiss was transmitted back to her original body through a remote connection. She had gone mad. Her mind was filled with the image of Chu He. His slightly rogue face, his pair of panicked eyes, the curve of his mouth when he spoke. Every frown and smile was clearly imprinted in her mind, impossible to erase. An impulse she had never experienced before, ruthless to the extreme, was wildly devouring her sanity. She wanted to see him. Right now. Immediately. She wanted to find that man, to press him down onto the bed, making him completely belong to her. However, reason told her that this was an almost impossible task. Summer Yao and Kachi, those two crazy women, treated him like their own lives. No. I can't be forceful. I can only use my wits. Lillian stopped her pacing, a sly glint flashing in her tricolored pupils. Soon, a brilliant idea took shape in her mind. Come. Her crisp voice echoed in the spacious palace. Swish. Swish. Two figures appeared silently before her, kneeling on one knee. It was two guards from the ape tribe, dressed in white, their pupils a mix of red and blue, exuding a powerful and reserved aura. Go to the Taotai house. Lillian regained a bit of the city lord's authority, speaking in an order tone. In the name of this city lord, invite Mr. Chu He to come to the estate for a banquet. Just tell him that this city lord deeply feels sorry for what happened today and has prepared a humble feast to apologize and discuss compensation matters. She paused, a calculated smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Tell him that if he is willing to come over right now, this city lord will personally take him to tour my estate. Yes, your highness. Although the two guards were extremely surprised by their princess's sudden move, they showed no hesitation and took their leave. Around 1 in the afternoon, there was already a long line at the entrance of the Taotai house. Various strange races craned their necks, the air filled with a strong aroma of hot pot and a sense of anxious anticipation. The arrival of the two Qianhuan white ape guards immediately drew everyone's attention. Aren't those the personal guards of the city lord? What are they doing here? Didn't you see? A team of enforcers came over here earlier today. Will anything go wrong? I haven't yet, but everyone who has come out says it's delicious and can enhance abilities. In the kitchen preparing ingredients, Chu He also noticed the commotion at the door immediately. When he saw that familiar white figure, his eyelids jumped. What you fear comes true. Xia Yao and Ka Chi were even more explosive, blocking Chu He on either side, their gazes cold and full of murderous intent. What are you here for? Ka Chi said coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. The leading guard, under immense pressure, bent down and bowed, trying to make his tone sound humble and respectful. Prince Ka Chi, Princess Xia Yao, Mr. Chu He, we are here on the orders of the city lord to invite Mr. Chu He to the city lord's mansion for a banquet. The city lord wishes to apologize to Mr. Chu He in person. Apologize? Ka Chi scoffed, his starry eyes filled with insightful wisdom. I see it's a weasel wishing a happy new year to the chicken. There's definitely no good intention behind this. Xia Yao was even more direct, her dark eyes swirling with killing intent, coldly warning, go back and tell that stinky monkey that Chu He is going nowhere tonight. The two guards trembled in fear at Xia Yao's murderous aura, their faces turning pale. Chu He sighed and stepped out from behind the two women, knowing that he had to make a statement now. He smiled politely yet distantly at the two guards. Thank you for running this errand. Please return to inform the city lord that I appreciate her kindness, but the misunderstanding from the day is already in the past and doesn't need to be mentioned again. As for the banquet, I won't be able to attend as the shop is busy. His words were flawless, giving the city lord face while clearly expressing his refusal. The two guards exchanged glances, knowing the situation was unmanageable, and could only bow and retreat to report back honestly. Inside the city lord's mansion. After hearing the guard's report, Lillian's smile instantly froze. The next second. Bang! A table made of precious jade next to her was smashed into pieces by her slap. Waste! Lillian's chest heaved violently, her three-colored eyes burning with fury. Can't even invite one person. A bunch of useless trash. Get out of my sight. The guards, scared out of their wits, fled the palace, rolling and crawling in haste. In the entire massive room, only Lillian was left alone. Refused? He actually refused the princess's invitation? Chapter 75, A Wonderful Night of Being Single, The Mysterious Girl. Night. The dazzling lights of the city of all things could not penetrate Chu He's curtains. This was the first night that truly belonged to him since arriving in this world. No fragrant beauty in his arms, no deadly gazes watching him from the dark. The air was filled with a sense of freedom and a sweet fragrance. Chu He slumped on the soft bed, feeling every pore on his body relax. So refreshing. The breath of enchantment, truly a divine skill. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This skill perfectly solved the most troublesome problem at hand. It not only got rid of Ka Chi and Xia Yao's incessant chatter. It also dealt with the hellish scenes. His physical strength needed to be increased quickly, otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't avoid working hard every day. He would let Xianhua go back home tomorrow to help catch a few magic lions. By the way, he needed to figure out what Ka Chi mainly ate since childhood. And he should also make time to visit the glutton territory. At the moment, it seemed he had fused 3 SSS-level bizarre abilities, and his overall strength definitely surpassed SS level, but it was still not enough against truly top-tier experts. As for the crazy princess named Lillian, Chu He turned over, rolling the quilt into a bundle and hugging it. He had clearly rejected the invitation. The other party was both the city lord and the princess of the mystic White Ape family. They should have some self-respect, right? They probably wouldn't bother him for now. With this beautiful expectation, Chu He fell into a deep sleep, even dreaming of returning to his university dormitory. The beautiful dream of playing games with my brothers. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Chu River stepped out of the door feeling refreshed and clean, just in time to run into Xia Yao and Kachi coming out from next door. Both girls had dark circles under their eyes, their brows showing a trace of undeniable grievance. Clearly, without the cushioned Chu River by their side, they both didn't sleep well last night. Upon seeing Chu River, the two immediately rushed towards him like fledgling swallows returning to their nest. Big brother Chu River. Little He He, good morning. Chu River's heart tightened, and he instinctively wanted to silently recite bewitching breath. But he held back. Moreover, seeing their dependent yet wronged expressions, a hint of softness arose in his heart. All right, how old are you both? Still acting like children. Chu River took one girl in each hand, gently ruffling their smooth hair, and spoke in his most normal, gentle tone. Are you hungry? I'll go make you a hearty breakfast. I promise you won't feel sleepy after eating. Simple physical contact and soft words surprisingly had an excellent effect. Though the two girls still clung to him, at least they no longer exuded the dangerous aura of, do you not love me anymore? In the first floor of the feast house, Xianhua, wearing 2 dark circles under her eyes, was yawning and cleaning. Seeing the 3 come down, she weakly greeted, sister, brother-in-law, Kachi. What did you do last night? Chu River asked curiously. Xianhua perked up immediately upon hearing this, leaning in with a mysterious air, saying, brother-in-law, I infiltrated the city lord's mansion last night. Oh? Chu River raised an eyebrow. What did you find? That Lillian has really gone mad. Xianhua whispered, her expression exaggerated. Last night, she smashed her own palace to pieces. She even had a fight with her fiancé from the Deep Sea Dragon clan, telling him not to bother her anymore, directly claiming she had changed her heart. When her parents wake up, she'll tear up the engagement. After the fight, she even smashed her phone. Chu River's eyelids twitched. This woman, is she serious? This is going to create a huge mess. He felt a chill at the back of his head. Even though he did nothing. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Xianhua patted her chest, wearing an expression of you can trust me. I've made the highest level Dream Thief encryption, backing up the footage of her going crazy last night, and all the recordings of her conversations with that dragon prince, 18 copies in total. If she dares to come find you trouble again, I'll make this public and let her face social death. Chu River twitched the corner of his mouth and didn't speak. This isn't helping, this is practically sending me away. Chu River took a deep breath and solemnly pressed his hand on Xianhua's shoulder. Can you listen to your brother-in-law? Xianhua was taken aback, then immediately stood upright. Of course. I promised you, you say east, I won't go west. Chu River spoke earnestly. All right, promise your brother-in-law that without my order, not a single bite of these things can leak out. Understand? Xianhua replied, okay, brother-in-law. Breakfast was still hearty, but Chu River ate somewhat absent-mindedly. Lillian's madness hung over his heart like a dark cloud. He had a premonition that this matter would definitely not end so easily. After eating, he told Xia Nuo to go back and catch the magic lion. Moreover, learning that Kachi had eaten over 100 different things since childhood, including starlight morning dew, concept red fruit, lava fruit, crystal scale fish, time delay cactus, and sandroot, and so on. In the afternoon at 3 o'clock, the feast house had just opened when trouble occurred at the door. A girl looking about 16 or 17, frail, dressed in ragged linen clothes full of patches, suddenly thudded to her knees at the entrance of the feast house. Her gray hair was scruffy, her ears small like a mouse's, her little face dirty, with only a pair of oversized eyes brimming with tears, looking extremely pitiful. "Please, I beg you. Boss. Please take me in." The girl's voice was tinged with tears, small, but just loud enough for all the waiting customers to hear clearly. "I can do anything. Washing dishes, sweeping floors, carrying plates. I don't want a paycheck, just give me something to eat every day." This immediately drew everyone's attention. Chu He was in the kitchen chopping vegetables, and upon hearing the commotion outside, he furrowed his brows and walked out. Xia Yao and Kaki had already positioned themselves at the door, coldly looking at the girl on the ground. Their instincts filled them with wariness towards this sudden intruder. "What is your race? Why don't you go to the relief station in Wanxiong City?" Kaki's voice was as cold as ice. The girl trembled in fear from her powerful aura and timidly answered, I'm of the Grey Mouse clan. The relief station is full. I can't get in line." "We're not hiring here, you should leave," Xia Yao said tersely, her eyes already showing a hint of impatience. "Please, I beg you." The girl cried harder, her frail shoulders shaking. "I haven't eaten for 3 days, if I can't find work, I'll really starve to death." While crying, she looked over Xia Yao and Kaki with her big watery eyes and pitifully gazed at Chu He behind them. The surrounding customers began to whisper to each other. "This girl is so pitiful, right? The business at the feast house is so good, what's wrong with taking in one more person? Yeah, look at how thin she is, a gust of wind could blow her away." Public opinion suddenly began to lean towards the girl. Chu He's frown deepened. He always felt something was off. This girl appeared at too convenient a time. However, in front of so many customers, if he directly chased her away, word would surely get out and the feast house's reputation would likely plummet, turning from a culinary paradise into a cold-blooded black shop. What a hassle. He stepped forward, crouched down, and looked into the girl's eyes. "What is your name?" The girl lifted her head, and in her big watery eyes, the figure of Chu He crouching down was reflected. Her gaze was timid and pitiful, like a homeless young beast in a storm, evoking the protective instincts of any male creature. My name is Mimi." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, with a hint of barely detectable tremor. Chu He stared into her eyes. They were clean, purely filled with fear and plea. But it was precisely this extreme purity that revealed its falsehood. So clean, it felt like a carefully orchestrated performance. How could a Grey Mouse clan girl, struggling at the bottom and starving for 3 days, not have a shred of numbness to the world, despair for the future, or awe and distance from the strong? In her eyes, there was only the emotion of pity, and it was a textbook-level standard portrayal. Chu He's heart immediately sounded alarms. This girl is off. Almost instinctively, he connected this dirty little face with yesterday's shoe-kicking, foot-fondling, and unexpectedly kissing mad princess. The Qianhuan White Ape Clan. Their ability is to change all things. Even the Eye of Annihilation can't see through it. A bold hypothesis grew crazily in his heart, one that he found outrageous even himself. Could it really be? Is it possible that the respected city lord, a royal princess, would go to this extent just to get close to him? That's quite the sacrifice. Chu He maintained a calm demeanor, but inside, he was tumultuous. If it really was her, then today's matter would be interesting. Mimi, is it? Chu He stood up, his face returning to that harmless, gentle expression. He didn't agree immediately but turned to the increasing crowd of customers around, speaking loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for causing you to witness this. The feast house has only recently opened and is indeed short-handed. This little girl does look quite pitiful. For both reason and emotion, I should take her in." As soon as these words were spoken, the guests around immediately showed approving glances. Boss Chu is such a good person. He helps the weak even after gaining power, his vision is so broad. However, Chu He suddenly changed his tone. But his voice suddenly rose a few notches, attracting everyone's attention. Wanxiong City has its own rules. In my Tao Tai restaurant, I must obey the laws and regulations. I cannot casually hire someone of unknown origin to work in the store. This is irresponsible to my shop and to all the customers here. This statement struck solidly, instantly pulling public opinion back. That's right, food safety is of utmost importance. If this person has any problems, wouldn't everyone suffer? The girl Mimi on the ground trembled, and the tears in her eyes flowed even more fiercely, as if she didn't expect Chu He to be so heartless. Xiaoyao and Kachi's expressions softened slightly. They knew that Chu He was not the kind of fool who would be blinded by beauty and sympathy. So, Chu He looked at the girl on the ground, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. I can give you a trial period. Starting today, for a period of 3 days. During these 3 days, you will be responsible for cleaning the first floor hall and washing the dishes. I will provide you with food and accommodation, but there will be no wages. After 3 days, if you can prove your value and have no issues, I will not only formally hire you, but I will also offer you the highest salary in all of Wancheng City. But if you make any mistakes during this period or if I discover any improper intentions. Chu He's voice suddenly turned cold, an invisible pressure enveloping the girl. The consequences are yours to bear. This series of punches was perfectly executed. It showed his kindness, upheld his principles, and gave the other party an offer they couldn't refuse. The surrounding guests nodded, feeling that this handling method was reasonable and flawless. The girl Mimi was stunned. She seemed to not expect the script to develop this way. She just wanted an excuse to stay and then wait for a chance to abduct Chu He. Even if SSS class beings had the ability to tear space, they still needed direction. But the other party directly slapped a set of formal workplace procedures onto her face. She raised her head, and in her pitiful eyes, a flicker of astonishment passed by. This fleeting emotion was captured by Chu He, who had been watching her closely. It's you, Lillian. Chu He sneered inwardly, almost entirely certain of her identity. Well, there's a path to heaven, and you won't take it, you barge into hell. You want to play, right? Okay, I will play with you to the end. What's wrong? Unwilling? Chu He feigned impatience and asked, my patience is limited. I am willing. I am willing. The girl, as if waking from a dream, quickly got up from the ground and repeatedly bowed to Chu He. Since she managed to stay, let things be as they are. In 3 days, she didn't believe there wouldn't be an opportunity. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I will work hard. Chu He nodded in satisfaction, turned, and said to the still frosty-faced Xiaoyao and Kachi, alright, let her in, find a corner storeroom for her to stay in first, and then get her a set of clean clothes. Brother. Chu He. Little. Chu He. This was arranged by Chu He, it was better to call him by name outside. The two girls spoke in unison, their faces showing clear protests. Their instincts were going off like crazy alarms, The anxiety and hostility in their hearts were instantly eased by more than half. Yes, with us watching, she surely can't pull any tricks. Moreover, Chu He's last words were clearly praising their strength, showing reliance on them. Thinking of this, the two girls' mood immediately shifted from cloudy to sunny. I'll listen to you this one time. If she dares to make any small moves, I will be the first to crush her head. Kaki and Xiaoyao stood left and right like two guardians, casting cold glances at the bowed Mimi, before reluctantly stepping aside. Come in. Chu He waved his hand at the girl, then turned and walked toward the kitchen. Mimi kept her head down and followed closely, and as she stepped over the threshold of the restaurant, a cunning sparkle of triumphant excitement flashed in her downcast eyes. First step, success. However, she didn't see that in front of her. Chu He wore a smile that was even more cunning and playful than hers. Chapter 77, Cleaning the Toilets, Scrubbing Dirty Plates, the Mad Princess is about to cry. In the kitchen. A small figure was engaged in a grueling battle against a block of black grease on the stove that had hardened for who knows how long, holding a cloth in hand. Mimi's freshly cleaned face was splattered with several streaks of black grease, making her look like a little cat that had just crawled out of a chimney. Her movements were very clumsy. Very clumsy. Clearly, this gray mouse tribe girl had never worked a day in her life, she probably hadn't even touched a cloth before. Not far away, Xiaoyao and Kaki stood like two ice sculptures, one on the left and one on the right, their gazes locked onto Mimi like searchlights. Hey, over there, you didn't clean it properly. Xiaoyao's voice was icy as she pointed her delicate finger at an insignificant corner of the stove. Mimi stiffened, silently moving over to continue scrubbing. Kaki crossed her arms, shaking her head, speaking in a tone as if she were a researcher observing a lab mouse. You're using the wrong strength and angle, at this rate, you won't get it clean by tomorrow morning. Mimi's shoulders quivered slightly, her voice carrying a sob, but she didn't dare to retort. She was the princess of the Thousand Illusion White Ape clan. How could she endure such a great humiliation? Inside her heart, 1,000 furious giant apes roared, wishing to revert to her original form and shred these two annoying women to pieces. But whenever that thought arose, the image of that man would appear in her mind. That impulse, domineering to the point of being unreasonable, originating from the depths of her soul, once again overwhelmed her anger and reason. Endure. As long as I can stay by his side, everything is bearable. Just then, Chu He walked in leisurely from the inner hall, holding a glass of homemade lemon water. How is it? He asked knowingly. Brother, look at her. Xiaoyao immediately complained, filled with disdain, so clumsy, she's been scrubbing the same stove for half an hour. Little River, I suggest we just kick her out, her presence seriously affects our kitchen's working efficiency. Kaki's words were even sharper, hitting the core. Hearing this, Chu He frowned, seeming slightly displeased. He walked to the stove, took a look at the stubborn grease, then glanced at Mimi's small hands, which were a bit red from scrubbing. Mimi sensed his gaze and trembled even more, her head burying lower, presenting a pitiful appearance as if ready to accept judgment. Lily, however, was sneering inside her heart. Don't men all fall for this routine? She was ready. As soon as Chu He spoke a word in her favor, she would immediately step down the stair and act even more obedient and pitiful to win his sympathy. However, what Chu He said next struck her like lightning. You are indeed too slow. Chu He shook his head, a hint of disappointment showing on his face. How about this? The kitchen is too greasy. It is not suitable for a delicate girl like you. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lillian's eyes in an instant. You still have a bit of conscience. Go clean the toilets in the store. Lillian? Xiaoyao and Kachi were also stunned, and their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Chu He. So clever. Truly brilliant. Toil. Mimi suddenly lifted her head, her big watery eyes filled with disbelief. She doubted that her ears were malfunctioning. Yes. Chu He's expression was incredibly natural, even carrying a hint of consideration. Cleaning toilets is much easier than wiping the stove, just dip a brush in cleaning solution and scrub back and forth, it's not technically demanding, very suitable for a newcomer like you. Go on, clean it well, especially the corners, there must not be any odor. After speaking, he even thoughtfully pointed to a set of brand new cleaning tools sitting in the corner. Put. Lillian felt a sweetness in her throat, almost spitting out old blood. He wouldn't discover anything, would he? But then she immediately denied it. Impossible, my acting skills have no flaws. What? Unwilling? Chu He raised an eyebrow, his tone starting to become impatient. It seems you don't really want to work, just want to come here to cheat meals and drinks? If that's the case, I will go. Mimi dropped the rag, grabbed the brush and bucket from the corner, and rushed toward the employee toilet in the backyard as if escaping. That back was full of tragic resolution. Watching her disappearing figure, Xiaoyao and Kachi exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of satisfaction in the other's eyes. This mysterious woman should be dealt with this way. For the next period, it was an inhumane dual torment of spirit and body for Lillian. After cleaning the toilet, she was assigned to wash the piled-up greasy plates full of food scraps. Just when she finally finished washing the dishes, she was ordered to take out the trash in the back alley. The several large bins emitting a foul smell almost knocked her out on the spot. Xiaoyao and Kachi supervised the whole process, scrutinizing every detail of her work with the most picky eyes. A slight mistake would earn her icy ridicule. As for Chu He, he acted like a wicked overseer, occasionally coming over to inspect the situation, then giving out even more inhumane instructions. Lillian felt like she was going crazy. She wanted to give up countless times, wanted to flip the table and quit. But each time, that binding force from her soul pressed her firmly in place. She did not understand why she would go to such lengths for a man. This feeling was too unfamiliar, too terrifying, and too addictive. And all afternoon she hadn't had a chance to be alone with Chu He. As night fell, the feast house ended a day of business. Mimi curled up alone in a corner of the kitchen, hugging her knees, dirty and exhausted, emanating an indescribable complex scent. To ensure the plan's success, she hadn't drunk a drop of water or eaten anything since last night. At this moment, she only felt dizzy, her stomach rumbling. Humiliation, anger, exhaustion, grievance, various emotions intertwined, causing a mist to fill her big eyes. Just then, a pair of clean shoes stopped in front of her. She slowly raised her head. It was Chu He. He looked down at her from above, without the teasing and difficulties of the day, his expression somewhat complex. He had indeed done it deliberately today, wanting to test this woman's bottom line, forcing her to reveal her flaws. But he didn't expect she would really endure it all. Looking at her now, disheveled, dirty, with red eyes like a little beast abandoned by the whole world, Chu He felt inexplicably softened. Forget it, I've play. There was a small bottle of medicine for treating wounds, placed in front of her. You've worked hard today, eat something to fill your stomach. His voice was gentle and soft, completely different from the demon supervisor he was during the day. Your hand looks hurt, apply some medicine, or it will hurt tomorrow when you work. Lillian was stunned. She stared blankly at the steamed bun and the medicine, then blankly at Chu He's gentle face so close to her. An unprecedented and overwhelming warm current surged, silently breaking down the dam built from anger and humiliation in her heart. Is he caring for me? He tormented me all day, and now he is caring for me again? What kind of man is he? Her nose turned sour, and tears instantly formed in her eyes, rolling down one after another. In the next second, under Chu He's astonished gaze. Wow! She plunged into his arms, tightly hugging his waist, burying her face in his chest, and started to cry loudly. Her cries were heartbreaking, filled with endless grievances. Chu He froze in place. What the heck? This is not how the script goes. Not far away, Xiaoyao and Kaji had just entered the kitchen, preparing to see if that little mouse was dead, and they witnessed this shocking scene. The expressions of the two women froze instantly. Chapter 78, The Crazy Monkey in the Arms, My Words Are Law. The temperature in the kitchen dropped to freezing point. Or rather, the time and space here were frozen. The air thickened, and the light twisted at strange angles, reflecting the boiling killing intent on Xiaoyao and Kaji. Buzz. Two gazes, two forces, had transformed into invisible blades, locking onto the small figure in Chu He's arms. This damn Grey Mouse clan. Filthy. Clueless about danger. How dare she? How dare she touch the man they revered like a deity with her dirty hands? Let go. Kaji's voice sounded. Every word carried the weight of a rule, roughly squeezing Nini's space. Nini's bones let out a cry of unbearable burden, her organs felt as if they were tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand. A storm rose in her heart. These two crazy women are serious. They really would kill her. The royal family's rule always only bows to stronger beings, the so-called law was just a piece of waste paper in their eyes. And she, Lillian, was just a poor soul, suddenly struck by gentleness, breaking all defenses, uncontrollably plunging into a man's embrace. The shadow of death, cold and piercing, instantly drowned every inch of her skin. If this continues, to save her life, she would have to reveal her true form. But once exposed, all plans would turn to nothing. No. Absolutely not. Today, she must not give up here. She decided to take a gamble. To bet on this man in her arms, the man who led her to this downfall, that he is not heartless. He is her only hope. Wah-ah-ah-ah-ah. She cried even louder. Her sorrowful wails even drowned out the buzzing of destruction next to Xiaoyao. With all her strength, she held on to Chu He tightly, he was her only lifeboat in this doomsday scene. While sobbing, she incoherently shouted in a barely understandable voice that everyone could hear. Woo-woo. Boss. Thank you. I didn't mean to. I just couldn't control myself. I just too long, really too long since anyone has treated me so well. I thought I was going to be kicked away like garbage again. Woo-woo, you even gave me food, you even gave me medicine. I really can't control myself. This explanation was flawless. A girl from the bottom, lingering on the edge of despair, was completely broken by a shred of kindness from the demon supervisor, her emotions completely out of control, which made perfect sense. But this set of words. For Xiaoyao and Kachi, who were already blinded by jealousy, it was completely useless. In their logic, there was only one rule: if you touched someone you shouldn't touch, you would completely disappear from this world. The moment the destructive power was about to touch Mimi, the line of law was about to cross. Chu He moved. He let out a light sigh, a helpless look appearing on his face. It seemed that this crazy monkey would have to be pulled back. After all, it was still his fault for harming her. If it weren't for that unexpected kiss, with her proud identity as the thousand-faceted white ape princess, how could she have fallen into her current state? So be it. In his heart, Chu He silently recited those 4 words. Charming and bewitching breath. The next moment, he raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Xiaoyao and Kachi, his tone carrying a sense of undeniable authority. Enough. This girl is indeed pitiful, you two stop it. His voice was not loud, but it contained the magical power of a royal decree. An invisible and deadly attractive aura spread from Chu He's breath. The moment the aura brushed past Xiaoyao, her violent destructive power receded abruptly, retreating into her body like a withdrawing tide. The rage and coldness in her eyes vanished, replaced by confusion and a tremendous sense of fulfillment and peace after obeying an order. His words must be obeyed. His will is everything. On Kachi's side, the lines of law that wrapped around the entire space also instantly collapsed, turning into scattered starlight. The absolute rationality in her eyes cracked slightly, a sense of sinking from the depths of her soul overwhelming her uncontrollably. His voice, why is it so pleasant to hear? His command, why is it impossible to refuse, even feeling joy? Chu He was once again stunned by the domineering effect of this new skill of his. This was simply the absolute decree of a king over his subjects. And Lillian, who was held in his arms, was also affected. Although she wasn't as deeply bound as Xiaoyao and Kachi, the moment the aura entered her nostrils, all her grievances, anger, and fear were instantly soothed. A strong impulse to worship him and obey all his arrangements crazily surged from her heart. This man, he. Alright, you two, go back to the hotel first, wash up and wait for me. Chu He looked at Mimi, who had quieted down in his arms, then spoke to the now less potent Xia Yao and Ka Chi. Xia Yao and Ka Chi exchanged looks. The killing intent had retreated, but their vigilance and reluctance towards Mimi had not diminished in the slightest. But brother, Xia Yao bit her lip and protested softly, this woman is suspicious. Ka Chi immediately followed up, her starry eyes flashing with wisdom, that's right, she could very likely be that crazy woman Lillian. Upon hearing this, Mimi's heart tightened again. In front of these two princesses, she felt as if she was walking on thin ice, every step was like walking on a tightrope. Seeing they were still unwilling to leave, Chu He's face darkened. What? My words are not useful? If you don't listen, you will be punished for a week, forbidden to sleep with me. A week. Those two words hit Xia Yao and Ka Chi's weakness like a heavy blow. Xia Yao's face instantly filled with fear and grievance, tears swirling in her eyes. Sleeping for a week without hugging brother Chu He would make her feel utterly miserable. Ka Chi also trembled slightly, although she didn't show her emotions as openly as Xia Yao. Just thinking about 7 consecutive nights without Chu He's warm embrace made her feel unbearable emptiness. The two had no choice but to obediently nod, glancing back 3 times as they walked out. However, just as they stepped out of the tavern and hadn't gone far, Ka Chi suddenly grabbed Xia Yao. Because her closeness to Chu He hadn't yet reached the level of deep love, Ka Chi still had a trace of rational resistance to the domineering law of charming and bewitching breath. But Xia Yao was already at the level of deep love, and her compliance with Chu He's words was almost unconditional. Submission from the soul. We will stay close by. Ka Chi whispered, his eyes serious. She raised her small hand, and the invisible power of the law instantly spread, enveloping the area within hundreds of meters around the Tao Tai house in a space barrier that outsiders could not perceive. But brother Chu He told us to go back and wait for him. Xia Yao said anxiously, she didn't want to disobey any of Chu He's words. Are you foolish? Ka Chi poked her forehead, I am 90% sure that Grey Mouse is Lillian. Think about it, we just left, and she immediately transformed back, using her 1000 illusion White Ape Clan's space-breaking flip to kidnap Chu He. With the vastness of the Wuxian city, where are we going to search for him? Upon hearing this, Xia Yao fell into a fierce internal struggle. On one side, there was the lover's unbreakable order. On the other side, there was the enormous risk of her lover being taken away. In the end, her desire to protect Chu He conquered her instinct to obey. Then, all right. Xia Yao nodded heavily, her eyes becoming resolute. We will keep watch here. If that stinking mother monkey really shows up, we will go over immediately. She paused, then added with a deep sense of grievance. If brother comes out, we will hurry back, I don't want to go a whole week without being able to sleep with brother Chu He. Chapter 79, Detective Chu He. In the kitchen, it was dead silent. The oppressive feeling that Xia Yao and Ka Chi had left behind, which could tear through space, finally vanished without a trace. Chu He pulled up a chair and sat leisurely, his calm gaze resting on Mimi. They left, go ahead and eat. Lillian was indeed starving to death. She grabbed a rye bun, ignoring any semblance of grace, and ferociously stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing up like a hamster preparing for hibernation. That shiny, fragrant 9-turn large intestine was swept away in a whirlwind, not a trace was left. As she devoured voraciously, her heart murmured. This guy really could cook so well that it was almost cheating. Once she swallowed the last piece of intestine and let out a satisfied burp, Chu He's slow voice finally floated out. His voice was plain, yet it made Lillian, immersed in the aftertaste of the delicious food, feel a chill run through her blood. Lillian, is that you? Mimi's body trembled violently. She raised her misty big eyes, filled with textbook-level panic and confusion. Boss, what are you talking about? I don't understand. She let out a cold laugh in her heart. Keep pretending, I'll keep pretending. This princess's acting skills had reached perfection, even the void gaze of the Void clan couldn't see through it. What gives you, a mere human, that right? Chu He watched her performance, which could be called that of an award-winning actress, and smiled. Alright, no need to act anymore. I admit, your performance is seamless. Chu He's tone suddenly shifted, his lips curling into a knowing smile. But it's precisely this seamlessness that makes me 100% certain that you are Lillian. Lillian's pupils shrank slightly and imperceptibly. Chu He didn't give her any chance to catch her breath, his deduction show began. First, you were too anxious. My invitation was just refused, and you appeared at my shop door in this guise. What are the odds of that happening? If you had waited 2 or 3 more days and come when my guard was down, perhaps I would have really believed you. He paused for a moment, his gaze piercing her soul like a needle. Second, and most importantly, you shouldn't have turned into such a cute gray mouse girl. I guess right now you're constantly thinking about how to tie me up, how to completely possess me, how to make me belong only to you, am I right? Don't deny it, women kissed by my charming kiss will breed this unreasonable possessiveness. Xia Yao has it, Ka Chi has it too. Chu He leaned slightly forward. Staring intensely into her eyes, which were now trembling violently, he spoke word by word. You are too clever for your own good. Becoming this harmless-looking person will only make those two possessive women regard you with the highest level of vigilance and hostility. If you transformed into a rough man to apply, your success rate would be 100 times higher than now. Every single word struck like a precise iron hammer, forcefully hammering on Lillian's heart defenses. The perfect script she had carefully built was torn to shreds in front of him. With her disguise seen through, the panic and pity in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by a kind of embarrassed fury from being toyed with. The small body of Mimi twisted with lights and shadows, instantly restoring to Lillian's stunning face, which carried a hint of wickedness. She dusted off the non-existent dust on her body, stood up, regained her princess posture, and looked down on Chu He with a dangerously wide smile. All right, Chu He, you are impressive. Now that you've discovered the truth, I won't pretend anymore. She moved her wrists, the joints cracking sharply. I'm laying it all on the table. I'm here to capture you today. Facing her unabashed threat, Chu He showed no sign of fear, instead smiling even brighter. Lillian, I advise you to think twice. He leisurely stood up, meeting her gaze, his eyes full of mockery. Guess what? Is the person standing in front of you really me? Lillian's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinprick, and her arrogant smile instantly froze. You already have the ability of our 1000 Mirage White Ape clan? Yeah. Chu He opened his hands, looking as innocent as a child. After all, I kissed you. And, Chu He's tone turned serious, let's assume this form really is my true self. If you can't even deceive me, how do you believe you can deceive Kachi, that genius of the Star Law Royal family? Do you really think those two would obediently go back? If I hadn't stopped them just now, you would have either been dead or skinned by their onslaught. Do you believe that if you dared to make a move, within 3 seconds, the forces of destruction and spatial rules would have this place completely arranged? Chu He's words were like a bucket of icy water, pouring over and extinguishing all of Lillian's arrogance. She wasn't stupid. She clearly understood every word Chu He said was the truth. She had just experienced the terror of those two crazy women firsthand. All her plans, all her disguises, all her threats, had turned into a grand joke at this moment. Lillian's eyes spun wildly, unwillingness and frustration surged like a tide. She was utterly deflated. The princess who had just been domineering seconds ago crumpled, her eyes reddened, her lips pouted, her voice soaked in teary grievance. But I'm really feeling so miserable. She stamped her foot heavily, like a child who hadn't gotten the candy they wanted. I can't control it. My head is full of you. I miss you so much. Seeing her 180-degree transformation was as shocking as a Sichuan opera face-changing performance, Chu He felt a headache coming. He sighed, his tone unconsciously softened. I know, this is not entirely your fault. If I hadn't kissed you that day, you wouldn't have turned out this way. Lillian's eyes instantly lit up. She seized the lifeline, climbing up the pole in excitement. Right. She put her hands on her waist confidently. It's all your fault. If you hadn't kissed me, how would I be like this? You must take responsibility for me. She declared like she was announcing a decree. Let me tell you, for you, I broke up peacefully with that dragon prince last night. I didn't even like him much anyway, so it's perfect. Chu He responded absent-mindedly, I know that. How did you know I broke up? Were you spying on me? When did you come? Why didn't you come in when you arrived? I won't eat you again. He, you won't eat me? In Chu He's mind, the image of that crazy figure punching and kicking at the air in Shano's video automatically appeared. If you believe it, there must be a ghost. He was crazy inside, but he squeezed out an awkward yet polite smile on his face. I guessed it, it's easy to guess. Oh really? Lillian tilted her head in thought for a moment, surprisingly believing it. Well, you guessed pretty accurately. Yesterday, I broke up with him very gracefully and peacefully. Hearing the words gracefully and peacefully from her mouth, Chu He's mouth couldn't help but twitch. To break the strange atmosphere, Chu He decided to change the subject. He cleared his throat, showing a pure, innocent, and curious expression on his face, and seriously asked. By the way, Lillian, I've always been curious about one question. That day, after your clone was crushed, those 3 strands of hair. He leaned in a little, lowered his voice, and spoke mysteriously. Where exactly did they fall from your body? I saw that hair, it looked quite curly, it's hard to guess. In Lillian's gradually petrified expression, Chu He added a deadly blow. It shouldn't be armpit hair, right? Though I know you love to pick at your toes, personal hygiene still needs to be taken care of. I don't like women who are too sloppy. Chapter 80, You Can Only Be My Woman. Upon hearing this, a shocking blush instantly consumed Lillian's neck, reaching her ears. Her face, which had regained its stunning beauty, was now so red it seemed like it would bleed. Is it hard to guess? But Lillian did not shrink back from embarrassment. She suddenly raised her voice, her words filled with a fierce, "I don't care anymore" attitude. "Besides armpit hair, where else on the body is there curly hair? Do you want me to take off my clothes now and let you feel around to see where it is?" Ha! This time, Chu He was truly taken aback. Who can withstand such wolfish words? He touched his nose, his gaze starting to wander. Okay, there's no need. Seeing him like this, Lillian instead became energized. The bit of shame in her heart instantly transformed into a powerful momentum of not backing down. "You are teasing me." She pointed a delicate finger, confidently poking Chu He's nose. "No way." Chu He firmly denied. "You just did." Lillian stubbornly insisted, her eyes turning red with tears, her voice already laden with a heavy sob, seamlessly switching her acting skills. "You kissed me and then used such words to humiliate me. I am completely dirty now. If this gets out, how will I ever face people again? You have tarnished me. I won't be able to get married. Woo, you must take responsibility for me." Damn. Chu He felt 10,000 beasts roaring in his heart. This woman is truly a fairy, sharp-tongued, and changes her face faster than flipping a book. He really shouldn't have said that extra word. Looking at her, "If you don't give an explanation, I will cry to death here." Unreasonable posture. Chu He only felt a splitting headache. He took a long breath, reining in all the teasing on his face, his expression becoming unprecedentedly serious. "Alright, stop being foolish." His voice calmed down, containing a strange power that could soothe all restlessness. Lillian's crying came to an abrupt halt, as if the pause button was pressed. She stared at him blankly, forgetting the next act. Chu He looked into her eyes, enunciating each word clearly, every word striking her heart. "I never said I didn't want you. You have been kissed by me. From now on, I'm afraid you won't be able to have any interest in any other man. So, you can only be my woman." This overbearing and unreasonable declaration did not provoke any resentment from Lillian. On the contrary, an indescribable joy, like an uncontrollable electric current, instantly surged through her limbs. Let her tremble all over. The voice in her heart, crazily clamoring to have him all to herself, received the highest affirmation and satisfaction at this moment. Really? The mist in her eyes was instantly dispersed by a bright light of surprise, sparkling like a child who had just received all the world's candies. "In matters of the heart, I never deceive women." Chu He's promise was firm and resounding. But as soon as he finished speaking, his brows furrowed tightly again, and a clear sign of difficulty appeared on his face. Lillian's heart immediately tightened, the joy that had just risen replaced by a heavy worry. "What's wrong?" Chu He rubbed his temple, his tone full of headache. "The biggest problem right now is how to make Xia Yao and Xiachi accept you. To be honest, they were once good friends, but because of me, they fought a few days ago. Now adding you to the mix. I'm afraid they will join forces and tear you to pieces." This was not an exaggerated warning. Even with the skill-charming breath, Chu He did not dare to guarantee that he could forcibly alter the will of two SSS-level royal families on a principle of core possessiveness. If things went south and the backyard caught fire, it would not be a joke. Upon hearing this, Lillian quickly calmed down. Her mind raced, flashing through countless plans: coercion? Bribery? Or continue to pretend to be pitiful for sympathy? But soon, she dismissed all these plans one by one. In front of those two equally terrifyingly possessive women, any false means would only backfire. Seeing her lost in thought, Chu He knew that this hot potato could only be handled by himself. "How about this? I'll take care of it. Just hang in there a bit longer, I'll find a way to help them slowly accept your presence." After speaking, Chu He took a step forward and kissed her softly on her smooth cheek before she could react. The warm touch lasted only for a moment. "This is a small compensation for the grievances you suffered today." Lillian froze entirely. She covered the kissed cheek, where it felt as though a fire was burning, stirring deep within her heart. "Now, transform back into Mimi and come with me." Chu He didn't give her a chance to continue being dazed and directly gave the order. "Oh, okay." Lillian subconsciously nodded, like a well-behaved puppet, obediently doing as told. The light twisted, and the tall, commanding princess transformed back into the small, timid gray mouse girl. In the shadows at the street corner not far from the gluttonous house, Xia Yao and Xiachi saw Chu He and a small figure coming out of the store, one after the other. "What should we do?" Xia Yao's voice revealed an uncontainable restlessness. Xiachi's brows were tightly knit, her starry eyes flashing with deep hesitation. "Look at Chu He, he doesn't seem to show any signs of coercion. Could it be I really misjudged? This Mimi is truly just an ordinary gray mouse?" Once this thought arose, it caused her previous judgment to waver violently. After all, she had witnessed Chu He's intelligence and methods firsthand. "Let's go back." Xiachi decisively grabbed Xia Yao, who was still staring at Chu He. "We need to go back and clean up while we wait for him. This is his order, we cannot disobey." As she spoke, she did not give Xia Yao a chance to refute. The power of the laws surged, and the two vanished, directly returning to their hotel room. As soon as they entered, Xiaoqi pushed Xia Yao toward the bathroom. Hurry up and wash. If he comes back and smells our sweat, he will definitely be unhappy. On the other side, Chu He entered the hotel with Mimi. He walked straight to the front desk and found the plump, sweet-faced Star Spirit Fox Clan hostess, Fei Ling. Please give me another room, just on the 5th floor. As soon as Fei Ling saw Chu He, in her sea blue eyes, a sparkle of starlight emerged, and a nervous blush spread across her face. Also, from now on the 5th floor, besides me, do not arrange any other guests. The entire 5th floor is mine. As Chu He spoke, he added Fei Ling as a friend and directly transferred 50 ghost coins to her. This won't do. That's too much money. Fei Ling was startled by the sudden large sum and quickly waved her hands. Take it as a prepayment. Chu He's tone left no room for refusal. If anything happens in the future, you can contact me directly. Under his powerful aura, Fei Ling dared not refuse any longer and had to accept the money with a blush, then flusteredly found another room card and handed it to Chu He with both hands. Chu He took the room card and led Mimi toward the stairs. He did not notice that, at the moment he turned around, Fei Ling at the front desk secretly lifted her head and stared at his back, her sea blue eyes filled with complex emotions. There was awe, gratitude, and a hint of a deep admiration that even she was unaware of. In the quiet hallway on the 5th floor, Chu He brought Lillian to a door near his room and handed her the room card. You stay here first. Remember, without my permission, absolutely do not reveal your identity in front of Xia Yao and Kachi. Do you understand? Lillian nodded vigorously. She held the thin room card tightly, looked up with Mimi's watery eyes at Chu He, her voice tiny and trembling with a hint of hope. Chu He. Will you come over tonight? Chapter 81, they agreed, but they broke. Facing the unmasked hope and desire in Lillian's big watery eyes, Chu He felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. This was outrageous. The aftermath of the kiss of deception was unreasonably domineering. Just a kiss, and his mind was filled with thoughts of her, wanting to be glued together at all times. Chu He looked at her pitiful appearance, the corners of his mouth twitching as he cautiously asked. Are you in a hurry? Very urgent. Lillian nodded vigorously, showing no trace of a princess's modesty. I feel terrible all over. She frowned, feeling wronged and anxious. All I can think about is you. I can't calm down at all. Whenever I close my eyes, it's just your face. Without you, I'm definitely going to lose sleep and go crazy tonight. Great. This symptom was just like Xia Yao and Kachi when it first happened. Chu He was completely at a loss and sighed helplessly. He raised his hand and rubbed Lillian's fluffy head, his tone carrying a hint of self-deprecation and comfort. You being able to endure an entire night is already quite impressive. Believe it or not, the day they were kissed, those two followed me closely without leaving my side. Lillian's eyes widened in surprise, sparkling with gossiping light and a hint of competitive spirit. Chu He didn't give her a chance to dig deeper and directly ordered. Go into the room, wash up, and change your clothes. After a day of running around, rest well. As for whether I will come over, I'm unsure. Upon hearing this, the anxiety on Lillian's face significantly calmed down, replaced by extreme obedience and trust. I understand. She clenched the room card tightly, glancing back 3 times as she entered the room, and before closing the door, she couldn't help but poke her little head out, eyes full of expectation, reminding him softly. Then you quickly think of a way. Chu He looked at the closed door, his mouth twitching. What a sweet trouble. He turned and walked toward his room. As soon as his hand touched the doorknob, the two familiar and fiery auras inside penetrated through the door and intertwined around him. He pushed the door open. As expected. Xia Yao and Kachi had changed into fresh cotton pajamas, one with flowing black hair and the other with silvery hair like stars, sitting by the bed, 2 pairs of stunning eyes firmly locked onto him. Seeing Chu He, both of them almost simultaneously rose from the bed, surrounded by a fragrant breeze. Brother! He. That anxious intense look made Chu He's headache worsen again. Stop. Chu He stretched out a palm, blocking in front of him. We'll help you prepare some clothes. The two girls spoke in unison. Chu He. After a long while, the atmosphere in the room gradually calmed down. Xia Yao and Kachi nestled beside Chu He like 2 docile kittens, their pretty faces showing a hint of weariness, and even their voices were softer. With Xia Yao on one side and Kachi on the other, Chu He knew the moment to be honest had arrived. He cleared his throat, and his voice was especially clear in the quiet room. There's something I need to tell you. The two girls lazily responded him, their nasal tones full of post-relaxation softness. Chu He dropped a heavy bombshell. Today's Grey Rat Tribe girl, Nini. She is Lillian. As soon as the words fell, Chu He distinctly felt the bodies on both sides suddenly stiffen. The air in the room, which had just been peaceful, was instantly frozen by two palpable waves of cold. Xia Yao and Kachi's eyes opened wide suddenly. All the laziness and softness in their eyes were replaced by shock and a chilling wariness. What did you say? Kachi's voice trembled as she pushed herself up, her star-like eyes staring hard at Chu He. Xia Yao sat up straight, her long dark hair falling, unable to hide the dangerous black flames reigniting in her eyes. Brother, I'm going to ask clearly right now. Chu He grabbed Xia Yao, who was about to stand up, and forcibly pressed her back down. He looked at the two girls, who appeared like they were facing a great enemy, sighed in his heart, and continued speaking. I have already kissed her. Do you know what this means? From now on, she and you will have only me in your hearts and cannot accommodate anyone else. So what? Xia Yao gritted her teeth, her tone filled with strong rejection. What if you kissed her? She's not allowed to compete with us for brother. In Kachi's starry eyes, reason and jealousy were clashing fiercely. Do you want to keep her? She asked the most central and concerning question. Facing the nearly piercing gazes from both girls, Chu He nodded. That's right. He did not hesitate at all, nor did he reveal any hints of concealment. Can you both accept her? The moment he asked this question, Chu He secretly activated mysterious breath. An invisible aura, carrying a special law, quietly blended into the air with his breath, brushing past the souls of the two girls. He knew this request was quite abrupt, but he had already decided to face everything. Upon hearing his words, Xia Yao and Kachi's entire beings froze. The overwhelming resistance and wariness in their eyes seemed to be forcefully pressed down by an invisible hand, beginning to fluctuate and struggle violently, finally slowly fading away. What replaced it was a kind of eerie daze and confusion. At this moment, time became thick and slow. Chu He could feel that their hearts were engaged in a silent war. Chu He's heart rose to his throat. He nervously watched the two girls, a terrible thought emerged. Could it be that this mysterious breath skill has side effects he did not know about? Just as he was feeling unsettled, the two girls moved. Their expressions shifted from daze to a slowly forming smile. A smile that was extremely sweet yet exceedingly hollow. They exchanged a glance, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if manipulated like puppets. Then, they turned towards Chu He in unison and spoke together in a tone devoid of emotion. Sure. This word sure echoed in the silent room. Yet, it made Chu He feel all the hairs on his back stand up in an instant. His entire body was soaked in a bone-chilling cold. The voices were still their voices, clear and pleasant. The smiles were still their smiles, sweet and enchanting. But everything felt wrong. That voice lacked the usual vitality and emotion. Like a preset program playing. In that smile, not a trace of true feeling could be seen, sweet enough to send chills down his spine. Chu He looked at the strange appearance of the two of them, and his heart sank straight to the bottom. He trembled and tentatively reached out his hand, his fingertips gently touching Xia Yao's icy cheek. Are you guys all right? Chapter 82, Chu He in despair and collapse, the mysterious person. We are fine. Xia Yao and Kachi spoke in unison, still wearing that sweetly chilling smile. Chu He's heart sank, it dropped sharply. This is not them. Absolutely not. He trembled and withdrew his hand that touched Xia Yao's cheek, where the skin felt cold, lacking the warmth that a living person should have, more like touching a piece of high-quality mutton fat jade, beautiful yet lifeless. Yao Yao, you. Chu He's throat went dry, struggling to find words, trying to awaken the girl who would puff up her cheeks out of jealousy and threaten everything with the devastating black flame. Didn't you say that anyone who dared to have ideas about me, you would tear them apart? Lillian, she is an SSS class anomaly, and she also wants to monopolize me. Are you really not angry at all? He stared hard into Xia Yao's eyes, hoping to find even a hint of familiar emotion deep within those dark pupils. Xia Yao tilted her head adorably, her beautiful eyes blinked, and the curve of her smile showed no change whatsoever. Brother's decision is the best decision. As long as it's what brother wants, Yao Yao will support it. A cold feeling shot up his spine, straight to the top of his head, and Chu He suddenly turned to Kachi on the other side. Kachi. What about you? His voice unconsciously rose, carrying a hint of panic he hadn't realized he felt. Aren't you from the celestial rhythm royal family? Where is your pride? Where is your wisdom? I used the breath of enchantment to influence your judgment. What's the difference from directly brainwashing you? Kachi blinked her starry, silver eyes at his words, and she even reached out her small hand to gently pat Chu He's chest, her movements gentle, her tone unprecedentedly soft. Little He He, what silly things are you saying? To be influenced by Little He He is Kachi's honor. Little He He's will is the supreme law. Kachi will always obey Little He He's arrangements. Boom! Chu He's mind went completely blank. The two of them seemed Like two flesh and blood beings that breathe and speak, yet had their souls extracted, being utterly obedient puppets. An unprecedented panic, like the cold seawater of the deep ocean, pressed in from all sides, nearly suffocating him. He refused to believe it. "I don't believe it!" Chu He shouted lowly, flipping over and pressing the two girls back down beneath him. He lowered his head and viciously kissed Xia Yao's lips. Her lips were soft but silent. Gone was the once passionate response, the shy tremble, and the days of love. She merely passively endured, like a delicate doll, neither resisting nor accommodating. Chu He's heart turned cold. He grew desperate again, turning to kiss Kachi. The result was the same. That genius girl from the celestial rhythm royal family, who always liked to say some wolfish words during intimacy, leaving him both crying and laughing, now simply closed her eyes quietly, letting him do as he wished. Damn it! Chu He suddenly sat up, running his hands through his hair, frustrated and agitated. He wouldn't give up, reaching out both hands, directly probing into the most ticklish soft flesh at their waists. Ha ha, giggle. The two girls let out laughter. However, this laughter did not bring Chu He any comfort. Instead, it made the hairs on his whole body stand on end. The laughter was clear and pleasant to hear. Yet, their bodies did not move at all, and their expressions remained that sweet, hollow smile. The laughter and their expressions, actions, were completely severed. This laughter is fake. Useless. Is completely useless. Kissing them, hugging them, pinching them, scratching their itches. He tried every method he could think of. The result was always the same. Damn it! Chu He fiercely punched the soft mattress, making a muffled sound. He was collapsing. Things had completely, utterly surpassed his expectations and control. Intense regret and fear spread like poison in his heart. He regretted it. He regretted being so eager to confront them, regretted making such an excessive request. But, he couldn't help but think of Lillian's somewhat mad state. That woman was nearly losing her sanity from the aftereffects of the kiss of enchantment. Chu He had a strong intuition that if he didn't give her a clear answer soon, if he didn't provide an outlet for her uncontrollable desire, who knows what that crazy princess would do to destroy everything. So, he thought, better to suffer short-term pain than long-term agony, to confess as soon as possible, and then use breath of enchantment to ease the conflict. But he didn't expect. This breath of enchantment, damn it, was full of poison. This didn't ease the conflict, it directly formatted both sides of the conflict. Chu He painfully held his head, sinking deeply into self-blame and powerlessness. At that moment, a nearly imperceptible shadow flashed by the window of the room. Ha! Chu He suddenly raised his head, his sharp gaze instantly locking onto the window's direction. What was that just now? Did he see things? He shouldn't have been mistaken. The air in the room seemed to thicken and become heavy at that moment. A feeling of being watched climbed up his spine, clammy and chilling. At that moment, a voice, unable to tell if it was male or female, with a strange electronic quality, abruptly rang out in the room. Were you looking for me? Chu He's pupils suddenly shrank to needle points. He quickly turned his head, looking toward the sound. Only to see someone sitting on the single sofa in his room without him noticing. That person was enveloped in a thick layer of black mist, only a vague outline similar in height to him was discernible. His face, his clothes, every detail was obscured by that eerie mist. Eye of Oblivion. A thought crossed Chu He's mind. However, the Eye of Oblivion, which had been invincible before, failed at this moment. The mist before him remained mist, he could see nothing through it. Alarm bells rang wildly in Chu He's heart. This person was very powerful. What shocked him even more was that Xia Yao and Kachi beside him also reacted. The two of them, their originally hollow eyes, simultaneously turned toward the mysterious figure on the sofa. They still had no expression, but a hint of killing intent began to seep from their bodies. That was the instinct of an SSS-level royal family, even with their souls suppressed, the instinct to protect Chu He still existed. Chu He immediately rolled out of bed, shielding the two women behind him, his muscles tensed, adopting a defensive stance. Who exactly are you? His voice was somewhat hoarse due to nervousness. What are you doing here? The mysterious person on the sofa didn't rush to answer him. It seemed he looked down briefly, then slowly pinched out a red rope from the sofa's crevice. The next second, the mysterious person let out a chilling, electronic-sounding laugh. Oh well. Kid, you're young, but you're quite playful. Chapter 83 Master. Chu He's face instantly turned red. But this burning sensation lasted only a few seconds before being completely extinguished by the overwhelming chill rising from within him. He really had no mood to bother with such trivial matters. What I do is none of your business. Chu He's voice was heavy, each word pressed down with immense anger. Who exactly are you? However, the mysterious person shrouded in black mist on the sofa didn't respond. He didn't care at all. The man casually raised a finger. Buzz. The lid of the teapot on the table floated up on its own. Immediately, clear tea poured out from the spout, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, accurately filling an empty cup. The whole process made not a single sound, eerily quiet. The cup filled with tea floated gently towards the mysterious man. Stop! Chu He shouted angrily, instantly using the power of space laws, trying to trap the cup in midair. But his power felt like a mantis trying to stop a cart in front of the cup. He felt like he wasn't pulling a small cup, but trying to shake a colossal mountain beyond imagination. No matter how his temples throbbed with veins, the cup still maintained its original speed, floating slowly and steadily to the mysterious man. Moments later, the empty cup returned, silently landing on the table. The mysterious man's voice returned, mixed with electric tones, carrying a hint of chilling amusement. How you play, I don't care. But you can play like this, all thanks to me. What does this mean? Chu He's heart jumped wildly, an absurd and terrifying thought uncontrollably emerged. Sure enough. The next second, the mysterious man gave him the answer. What do you mean? The man chuckled lightly, his laughter filled with playfulness and mockery. The ability I gave you, how is it? Useful? Boom. Chu He's mind felt like it was struck by thunder, instantly blank. His ability was given by him? How is this possible? Before Chu He could recover from this shocking revelation, the world before him changed dramatically. The walls, ceiling, windows, and floor of the bedroom melted away like dripping wax, swiftly disappearing. What replaced it was an endless, brilliant, magnificent galaxy. Countless stars slowly flowed around them, trailing long tails of light, breathtakingly beautiful. Only the bed, sofa, and table in the room floated safely in this vast universe. Chu He was all too familiar with this scene. This was the illusion space of the Star Law royal family. He forcibly suppressed the tumult in his heart, each word spoken with immense difficulty. Who, exactly are you? Me? The mysterious man seemed to think. I don't even know who I am. However, all the creatures here call me Master. Master? Just as Chu He was chewing on this word, the mysterious man suddenly made his move. A jagged black lightning bolt, wider than Chu He's thigh, shot out from the black mist, targeting Chu He's face. It was incredibly fast. Chu He didn't even have a moment to react. But, the two delicate figures behind him moved. Xia Yao and Kachi's bodies remained stiff, their faces still expressing that hollow look. Yet their movements were as fast as ghosts. In an instant, they blocked in front of Chu He, joining forces to stop that destructive black lightning. If you dare to hurt him, you seek death. Xia Yao's voice shot out, cold as ice. Her eyes, in that moment, turned bright red, like burning blood flames. Following that, a giant war hammer engraved with countless blood-red spells materialized out of thin air, carrying the momentum to smash this galaxy, crashing toward the mysterious man. At the same time, Kachi's hands came together. Absolute confinement. The space around her solidified visibly, layer upon layer, creating a perfectly sealed cage of laws, trapping the mysterious man tightly within. However, facing the all-out attack of the two SSS-level royals, the mysterious man didn't even bother to move. He just sat there, motionless, letting the bloody warhammer capable of crushing stars howl toward him. An eerie scene occurred. Just as the warhammer was about to hit him, a small black vortex appeared in the black mist before him. The powerful, blood-red warhammer was silently swallowed by the whirlpool, without even causing the slightest ripple. Then, the mysterious man seemed to feel some restrictions and gently shook his shoulders. Crack! Crack! The space cage capable of imprisoning deities shattered like a fragile glass artwork, crumbling into dust. Ha, interesting. The mysterious man let out a low laugh. Your mother had no such courage when she saw me. Two little ones, daring to make a move on me, how amusing. As soon as he finished speaking, two strange purple beams suddenly shot from the black mist of his face, so fast that they were impossible to dodge, accurately piercing into the eyes of Xia Yao and Chi-Chi. Sleep. He softly uttered these two words, almost in a hypnotic tone. In the next moment, Xia Yao and Chi-Chi's bodies softened, their eyelids closing uncontrollably, and they fell straight back. Yao Yao! Chi-Chi! Chu He exclaimed and teleported over, barely catching the soft bodies of the two girls in his arms. He quickly laid them gently on the bed. Checking for their breath, it was steady and even, seeming to only be asleep. Chu He let out a small sigh of relief, but then a deeper chill and fear gripped his heart. This master before him was powerful to the point of despair. SSS-class Xia Yao and Chi-Chi couldn't even make a single move in front of him. Chu He slowly stood up, turning to face the mysterious man again, suppressing the coldness and tremor in his voice. What have you done to them? Didn't I say? The mysterious man shrugged, his tone as relaxed as discussing the weather. Just let them take a nap. As he spoke, The thick black mist enveloping him began to slowly dissipate. Chu He stared at him, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. He was about to see the true face of the K. The mist grew lighter, thinner. A slender silhouette gradually became clear, then a black hooded robe appeared. Chu He's pupils constricted violently to pinprick size. When the last wisp of black mist vanished, the mysterious man's full appearance finally emerged in his sight. The man slowly raised his head. In that moment of raising his head, Chu He felt like his world had completely shattered. He stood frozen, his mind blank, and the blood within his body seemed to freeze in an instant. He opened his mouth but couldn't make any sound. Because the person sitting on the sofa, that face, was shockingly identical to his own. And that person was quietly looking at him with a strange smile on his face. Chapter 84, You Must Defeat Me. Are you surprised? The mysterious man, no, the guy with an identical face, curved his lips into a playful arc, his voice drifting over. Chu He's throat felt like it was choked with boiling iron, completely blocked. Every word was painfully squeezed out from the cracks of his vocal cords. Why do you look just like me? His voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing together, the heartbeat in his chest like a chaotic war drum, thumping loudly in his eardrums. The mysterious man enjoyed his dazed expression and laughed. What's there to be surprised about? As his words fell, his face, identical to Chu He's, rippled like water. Light and shadow twisted. The bones shifted. In a second, the figure sitting on the sofa had transformed from another Chu He into a Xiaoyao with hair down to her waist, her features exquisite. Just a little transformation technique. Can't you do it too? Her voice also became indistinguishable from Xiaoyao's, cold yet holding a hint of unique softness. Chu He's pupils shrank to a dangerous pinprick. This monster! Not only could he change, but he could transform perfectly, even mimicking Xiaoyao's bone-deep cold grace with extraordinary precision. Chu He forcefully suppressed the overwhelming thoughts, and his brain started operating at an unprecedented speed. You know everything about me? Xiaoyao lazily leaned on the sofa, her jade fingers lightly tapping on the armrest, her posture exuding an indescribable ease. Pretty much. If I want to know something, I can know it. This casually stated sentence turned into an invisible mountain of starry giants, crushing down on Chu He's soul, leaving him breathless. Omniscient and omnipotent? What level of existence is this guy who calls himself master? Chu He took a deep breath and asked the question that lingered deep in his heart. Why choose me? I'm asking, why bestow this ability upon me? Hearing this, Xiaoyao sat up straight. The incredibly beautiful face belonging to Xiaoyao became solemn. Her gaze penetrated the brilliant galaxy, as if staring at a certain original point at the end of time's river. Because. She paused. Chu He's heart was instantly gripped by an invisible hand, and even his breath stopped at that moment. He had a premonition that this answer would reveal a corner of the iceberg of all secrets. Perhaps, there was a secret within him that even he didn't know? As countless earth-shattering reasons flashed through Chu He's mind, Xiaoyao finally spoke again. A playful, mocking smile returned to her face. Because I want to choose you. Puff, Chu He almost choked, nearly suffering a heart attack on the spot. Are you kidding me? Was this somehow hard to say? You paused for such a long time, making it sound so profound. I thought it was an epic reason concerning the rise and fall of the universe. And it turned out to be this? Looking at the teasing expression on her face that said, I enjoy watching you choke and have no way to take revenge, Chu He completely gave up on pursuing this question. He understood. In the face of absolute power, the strong do not need to explain too much to the ants. He changed the topic and pointed directly to the most core, and also the most painful issue at hand. Fine, I won't ask that question. Since my ability is given by you, then tell me, what exactly is happening to them right now? Chu He pointed to the two quiet bodies on the bed, his voice filled with uncontrollable urgency and pain. What do I need to do to bring them back to normal? Upon hearing this, the mysterious person looked at Xiaoyao and Ka Qi on the bed with amusement, the smile on their face becoming even more pronounced. Aren't they doing just fine now? So obedient. Whatever you tell them to do, they will do, absolutely compliant, following your every command. Such a good thing, others can't even ask for it. Every word from the mysterious person was like a poison ice needle, piercing deep into Chu He's heart. No! Chu He roared, his eyes instantly turning red. They are now soulless puppets. I don't like this. I don't want them this way. I want them to return to their original selves. The ones who can cry, can laugh, can feel jealousy and go crazy. Seeing Chu He on the brink of collapse, the smile on the mysterious person's face finally softened slightly. But have you thought about it? All of this is caused by you. You used the charming breath to forcibly twist their will, making them accept another woman. But their instincts, the core power ignited by the charming kiss, is an absolute possessiveness towards you, one that allows no sharing. On one side, they must obey your commands unconditionally, on the other, from the depths of their souls, there is an uncontrollable jealousy and desire to possess. These two extremely contradictory forces are tearing each other wildly within them. Guess what will happen in the end? The mysterious persons spread their hands. Very simple, to avoid disappointing you and to prevent themselves from suffering to the point of destruction, their souls chose the most direct way. Shut down emotions, format themselves, becoming a perfect doll that only executes your commands. Boom, these words struck like a divine thunder from the heavens. A loud explosion resounded in Chu He's mind. He stood frozen in place. So that's how it is. It turns out, he himself had forced them into this state. A wave of regret and self-blame, so thick it couldn't dissolve, instantly drowned him like a tidal wave of darkness. His cheeks flushed red, hot enough to scare anyone. That was shame, that was regret. It's my fault, he painfully admitted, his voice shaking violently. I was truly, dead wrong. I'm such a bastard. Smack. A crisp loud sound echoed under this silent starry sky. He slapped himself hard, the force so great that his cheek turned instantly swollen. Please, teach me, what should I do? Damn it. Admitting wrong so quickly. And so harshly. At this moment, it was the mysterious person who was stunned. It seemed that Kay also did not expect Chu He to so decisively take all the blame upon himself. After a moment of silence, Kay slowly spoke. There's no need to worry. When they wake up, they will return to normal. These words were like a divine decree, making the fallen Chu He suddenly grab onto a lifeline. Really? I never lie. The mysterious person said calmly, but I can give you a little hint. Think about it, last time they fought because of you, how did you resolve it? Last time? Chu He was taken aback, then blurted out. I pretended to break down, crying and making a scene, and finally pretended to commit suicide, then they stopped. Then used the same method. The mysterious person offered the answer. Chu He's face instantly fell. No way. Last time the trick, Kachi seemed to see through it, using it again will definitely not work. He irritably grabbed his hair, suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Got it. Oh right. His eyes lit up as he looked at the mysterious person, his tone urgent. Since the root of the conflict is Lillian, I only need to resolve Lillian, right? Help me, eliminate the influence of Charming Kiss on Lillian. As long as she stops bothering me, won't everything return to normal? This idea was simply perfect. Cutting off the source, a one-stop solution. However, the mysterious person's next words were like a bucket of icy water from the depths of the abyss, pouring from his head to his heels. No. 2 words, simple, straightforward, leaving no room for debate. The hope on Chu He's face instantly froze. Why? The mysterious person slowly stood up. On the beautiful face that belonged to Xia Yao, an extremely strange smile slowly emerged. Kay's figure shifted again, restoring to a youth that looked exactly like Chu He. Kay walked step by step to Chu He's front, their eyes meeting. In those deep eyes that resembled a black hole in the universe, Chu He saw madness, he saw fighting spirit, and he saw something called fate. Kay leaned close to Chu He's ear, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear, clearly uttering the answer that made Chu He completely collapse. Because you must defeat me. Chapter 85, 3-year deadline, if not God, then Ash. Chu He doubted if his ears were playing tricks on him. His entire head buzzed, like 10,000 flies partying inside. He stared hard at the face before him that looked just like his own, the mocking smile on that face sent chills deep into his bones. Defeat him? What kind of cosmic joke is this? Chu He's lips trembled, his throat moved violently, the voice he squeezed out was hoarse and unrecognizable. I said, noble and powerful master, what did you just say? The master with his face took great interest in watching his ghostly expression, the curve of his lips grew even wider, and he clearly repeated. I said, I want you to defeat me. Boom. This time, Chu He heard it loud and clear, crystal clear. And because of this, a sense of absurdity, 100 times stronger than before, swept through his entire mind like a cosmic storm. He seemed to have all the strength drained from his body, almost collapsing to the ground. This is impossible. Chu He screamed out, his voice completely cracking. All my abilities, you gave them to me. How can I defeat you? Use the power you gave me to fight against the source of that power? This defied the most basic logic. Yet, the master seemed to hear a huge joke, and actually let out a soft laugh. On that face, identical to Chu He's, a playful smile appeared. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? I'm easy to defeat. 1 hit and I'm done. Try? How would one try? This was like instructing an ant to topple an entire mountain. Chu He's brain was racing, desperately trying to find even the slightest chance of escape from this seemingly unsolvable deadlock. Kiss the female monsters, replicate their powers. Xia Yao had the power of annihilation, Kachi had spatial power, Lillian had the shifting abilities of the Thousand Illusions White Ape, capable of long-distance teleportation. Wait a minute. A lightning bolt that tore through the darkness suddenly pierced his mind. He jerked his head up, locking eyes with the master. How do I try? My abilities, they rely on kissing those powerful female monsters, replicating the core abilities of their species. His voice became frantic as he grasped that thread of mad possibility. Could it be? Could you mean, for me to seduce all the princesses of the royal families and conquer them? When he spoke the word conquer, Chu He himself found it absurd. What was this? The ultimate solution to save the world was to become a wandering stallion, seducing women everywhere? But what he never expected was for the master to actually nod in approval, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face as if he had taught a child well. Yes. Isn't the answer right there in your heart? After receiving this affirmation, Chu He didn't feel any relief. Instead, he felt his blood pressure shoot through the roof. His face instantly collapsed, full of despair. But I don't want to. Chu He began to complain recklessly, no longer caring about how terrifying his opponent was. Do you know how hard it is to maintain this kind of relationship? It's not just about giving a kiss and being done with it. Each of them is an SSS class royal, each one with world-destroying powers and an absolute possessiveness. He pointed at Xia Yao and Kachi, who were peacefully sleeping on the bed, then thought of Lillian, who was waiting for him in the room. His voice was filled with bitterness. Just the three of them have almost ruined me. More? That's not a harem, that's a battlefield. It's hell. I was planning to stop after taking Lillian and keeping my mouth shut, never kissing another woman again. But I never expected something like this to happen today, turning them into human puppets. And now, you want me to seduce more women? However, his heartfelt accusations were met with the master's suddenly frozen gaze. The playful smile that had been on his face just a moment ago disappeared without a trace. In its place was a cold indifference, a divine might that could freeze one's soul. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? The master's voice was no longer mocking, but cold and bone-chilling. Every word felt like a block of ancient ice, crashing violently into Chu He's heart. You think it's that easy? Looks like you've forgotten who you are. The master slowly stood up, stepping closer. The invisible pressure was like a moving star, suffocating Chu He's chest, making it impossible to breathe. You are a weak human from Blue Star. You didn't come here on vacation, you didn't come to play, and you certainly didn't come to satisfy your pitiful fantasies. This is a death game, a national survival battle that risks the lives of billions on your home planet. You are here to extend the life of your civilization, your species. The master's voice grew colder, like a final judgment from the depths of hell. And Chu He, you have no choice. I don't have time. He has no interest in listening to you complain about these boring lovesickness stories. Kay walked to Chu He, almost close enough to touch. Those eyes, just like his, but as deep as a black hole, coldly stripped away all his disguises. If you fail this time, your dragon country, your blue star, all the relatives, friends, and homeland in your memory, everything will be completely erased from the timeline of the universe, leaving not a speck of dust behind. They will disappear completely, as if they never existed. Cold. Bone-chilling cold surged up his spine, freezing his brain, his heart, his soul. He opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. This monster in front of him, with the calmest tone, declared the cruelest oath. Kay paused, as if giving Chu He time to digest this desperate information. Then, Kay raised his hand and gently patted Chu He's frozen cheek, the action resembling soothing a frightened child. But what Kay said next was more brutal than any torture. The power to defeat me, I have already given you. The time limit is 3 years. The corner of Kay's mouth twisted into that eerie smile again, drawing closer to his ear and whispering softly. Live well, don't die so easily. Oh, and here's a little tip. If the person you kiss for the first time cannot gain satisfaction from you within 3 days, she will completely lose her rationality, at any cost, to find you, and then. At the moment Kay finished speaking, his figure and the entire starry illusion shattered like bubbles. The room returned to normal. Only Chu He remained, standing dazedly in place, like a statue frozen in despair. Chapter 86, A Complete Bastard. The room was dead silent. Chu He stood there in a daze. His brain was blank, buzzing, with only those few mocking phrases echoing like the most venomous curse, crazily reverberating, amplifying, distorting in his mind. 3 years. You have to defeat me. If the person you kiss for the first time cannot gain satisfaction from you within 3 days, she will completely lose her rationality. Madman. A complete madman who regards everything as mere tools. A lunatic. Chu He's lips trembled, cursing that bastard who called himself master in a whisper only he could hear, again and again. He wanted to rush to the window, tear apart this fake starry sky, and scream into the black night outside, hurling the most venomous words at that lofty presence. But he knew that was the anger of a weakling, futile except for emotional release. Yet he couldn't accept this damn reality. Make him the savior? Don't joke around. Who was the opponent? It was the one who could put two SSS-level royals to sleep with a snap of the fingers, could change reality at will, and granted him this incredible power. Was that kind of existence something he could defeat? 3 years? Was it really possible? And why did this madman want him to defeat him? Was it because he had been invincible for too long and felt lonely? Or did he simply find it amusing, treating himself and the entire Blue Star as an experiment, a game? Fear, anger, confusion, and unwillingness, countless emotions clashed wildly in his chest, churning into a pool of burning lava, scorching his sanity. He felt his worldview, his moral bottom line, being crushed and reshaped inch by some invisible hand. This feeling of being forced to follow a script written by someone else, step by step, with no way to resist, made him sick to his stomach. But he had no choice. Time passed second by second, as Chu He stood there, from cold hands and feet, becoming numb, until the night outside seemed to fade a little. The storm in his mind, from chaotic roars, gradually calmed down. Finally, all the unwillingness and despair had settled into a fierce resentment, a madness driven to the edge of a cliff. Damn it! You think you can play with me? You think I'm easy to bully? Fine. Chu He slowly raised his head, his eyes, once filled with panic and confusion, now cold and crazed like an abyss. Since you've given me this chance to defeat you, then I'll take it. This grudge, I've written it down. One day, I swear I will pin you to the ground. And beat you so badly your mom won't recognize you. No, a guy who can do such things probably has no mom. Realizing this, Chu He felt the suffocating pressure in his chest ease significantly. He let out a long breath, then turned towards the bed. On the bed, Xiaoyao and Chi-Chi were still sleeping peacefully. Xiaoyao's sleeping face was serene, her long eyelashes casting tiny shadows beneath her eyes, the usual coldness gone, replaced by the softness of a girl. Chi-Chi curled up, her little mouth slightly pouting, her silver short hair spread out on the pillow, looking like a little cat that needed to be held. Seeing their tranquil faces, the softest part of Chu He's heart was touched. That overwhelming resentment instantly transformed into boundless tenderness and guilt. He leaned down, his warm lips gently landing one by one on the smooth foreheads of the two girls. The touch was warm, carrying the breath of life. Yao Yao, Chi-Chi. His voice was soft and hoarse, with a near farewell tone. I'm sorry. From today, I will be a complete bastard. Tomorrow, I will tell you everything. After saying that, he straightened up, expressionless, and raised his hand to pull 3 hairs from his head. He held the 3 hairs in his palm, his gaze firm as he activated the miraculous transformation ability of the 1000 Illusion White Ape. Transformation Technique Illusionary Body Manifestation. A glimmer of light spilled from his palm, and the 3 hairs seemed to come alive, melting, writhing, and intertwining in his hand, ultimately forming a thumb-sized figure that looked just like him at a visible speed. This was a perfect substitute, possessing his breath and warmth, connecting with his true self. He let this dummy act as his eyes, allowing him to monitor Xiaoyao and Chi-Chi's condition. After doing all this, the real Chu He took one last deep look at the heartwarming scene on the bed, his gaze extremely complex. He had made up his mind. Tomorrow, when they wake up, he will confess everything. About Lillian, about the master, about the terrible things he had to do. What would happen then? God knows. Maybe it would be earth-shattering, maybe he would be torn to shreds on the spot. But no matter what, he would face it with all his might, to prevent the worst from happening. This time, he would not use that breath of enchantment bullshit ability to distort their will. Chu He turned around, his footsteps showing no hesitation as he walked straight to the door. He opened the door, revealing an empty corridor on the 5th floor of the hotel. The entire floor had been booked by him, and it was so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat, like a drum. Step by step. His footsteps echoed dully on the carpeted corridor, each step felt like stepping on his own heart, like stepping on his own bottom line. He was walking towards Lillian's room. This feeling was absurd, fucked up, yet contained a kind of reckless determination. Chu He stood in front of Lillian's door, pausing. He could clearly feel a burning, eager presence behind the door, almost melting the wooden panel. That was T. The fingertips even trembled slightly. Then, all the trembles transformed into determination. He knocked heavily. Bang! 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 The 3 knocks on the door sounded especially clear and heavy in the dead silence of the hallway. Inside the door, the restless breath paused for an instant. Soon after, a voice filled with intense suppressed joy and disbelief, trembling slightly, urgently came from behind the door. Is it you? Chu He? Chapter 87, I Will Be a Bastard With You. The door was torn open with great force from inside. A scorching wave hit him, carrying an overly sweet fragrance and a soul-burning restlessness. Lillian stood behind the door, her pair of eyes that should have been lively now reduced to two clusters of burning ghost fires, covered with a layer of crazy mist. Her silver-white hair was soaked with sweat, messily sticking to her cheeks and neck. The silky nightgown was wrinkled, with its neckline open wide, and her snowy skin was covered with red marks scratched by herself. She was like a flower nearly wilted from the scorching sun, using her last strength to release a dangerous fragrance. At the moment she saw Chu He, the madness in her eyes slightly receded, replaced by a kind of joy like a drowning person grabbing a piece of floating wood. You really came. Her voice was hoarse, with a hint of tears, like a beast finally waiting for its master after being abandoned. Chu He said nothing and walked in expressionlessly, closing the door behind him. Click. The sound of the door locking was the last shackle that fell for the prison in his heart. As soon as he turned around, Lillian pounced on him like crazy. Her burning body entwined around him like an octopus, her hot cheeks rubbing wildly against his neck. I feel so uncomfortable. Chu He. I'm going crazy. She murmured incoherently in Chu He's ear, her heated breath spraying on his skin. My mind is full of you, your smell, your lips. I'm about to burn to ash. Chu He's body tensed like iron. The trembling of the body in his arms and the fragrance in the air that could drown a person's sanity seemed to mock his situation. This is hell. A hell wrapped in a seductive candy shell. He walked toward the messy big bed step by step, like a death row inmate walking to the execution ground, holding her. In his mind, the sleeping faces of Xia Yao and Chi-Chi, along with the mocking smile of that bastard master, flickered alternately. 3 years' time. If unable to satisfy within 3 days, she will completely lose her sanity. These words hung like a sword over his head, urging him to finish this dirty deal. This is not how he wanted it. He placed Lillian on the bed. She lay back, her dazed eyes staring at him dreamily, actively undoing the tie of her nightgown. Chu He leaned down and kissed her. A storm raised by crazy desire instantly exploded. Lillian's response was so intense it burned, raw yet reckless, as if she wanted to pour her entire soul into Chu He. Chu He forced himself to respond. Kisses, caresses. He acted like a skilled craftsman, precisely performing each step, trying to ignite himself and also trying to satisfy the woman beneath him about to ignite. The actions were standard. The gentleness was just right. But he knew, all of this was fake. His soul had already detached, coldly watching his own body performing a farce called intimacy. The lips were warm. The heart was cold. The hands were wandering. But the gaze was hollow and unfocused. Time was frying in hot oil. The poison web called guilt and self-loathing tightly strangled his heart, making him suffocate. Just as the storm was about to reach its peak, Lillian's movements stopped. The burning body beneath him stiffened slightly. The arms entwined around his neck also loosened a little. Chu He's movements halted as well. He opened his eyes in shock, meeting Lillian's eyes that were gradually regaining clarity. The tide of desire was receding from those tricolor pupils. Instead, there is confusion, there is bewilderment. Finally, there is a sharp pain of feeling deceived. She quietly looked at him for a few seconds. Then, she reached out a slender finger and gently stroked the frown between Chu He's brows. The fingertip was slightly cold, but what it touched was his unshakable pain. You. Lillian's voice was very soft, carrying a trace of hardly detectable tremor. Unhappy? Boom. These 3 words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering all of Chu He's disguises. His body trembled violently, and he awkwardly shifted his gaze, not daring to look into her eyes anymore. No. No. His denial was dry and hoarse, pale and powerless. Lillian did not press further. She propped herself up, silently adjusted her slipping nightdress to cover the spring scenery. Then, she knelt on the bed, cupped Chu He's face, forcing him to look into her eyes. Look at me, Chu He. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a penetrating force that could not be disputed. I like to be playful, but I am not foolish. Your lips are kissing me, your hands are touching me, but your eyes tell me that you are not really here. Your soul is screaming, is crying. Her fair fingertip traced his cheek, her gaze sharp. Your body is warm, but I feel, you are so cold. Cold like a piece of ice that is about to shatter. You make me feel like you are completing a task that torments you. Lillian's eyes began to redden, misting with a sense of grievance. Do you think I am troublesome? Dirty? Only to fulfill a duty, do you have to come find me? You really don't want me, do you? Every sentence was like a poison needle, precisely stabbing at Chu He's most guilty spot. His heart felt like being tightly clenched by a big hand, painful enough to choke him. He looked at the woman before him, whose eyes had transformed from fervent to clear, then from clear to filled with grievance and loss. The long-suppressed pain and regret finally broke free. He pulled her tightly into his arms, burying his face in her silver hair, his voice breaking and hoarse. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lillian. It's not your fault, it's my fault, it's all my fault. He repeated apologies like a child who had made a mistake, his body trembling from extreme pain. Lillian was taken aback by his sudden collapse. She could feel Chu He's arms tightening, the strength almost crushing her bones. But she did not struggle. She simply reached out her hand, patting his back awkwardly, comforting this wounded beast. What happened? She asked softly. Chu He did not mention the master, but he poured out his guilt over Xiaoyao and Kachi, the pain of having to hurt others, and his deep disdain for himself for about to become a bastard, all in fits and starts. He didn't know why he was saying these things. Maybe he was really close to being crushed by this heavy secret. Lillian listened quietly. From shock to realization, then to heartache. When Chu He finally stopped, the room fell into prolonged silence. After a long while, Lillian slowly pushed him away. She looked at his red-rimmed eyes, saw the unmasked pain and remorse on his face, and suddenly smiled. That smile was light, soft, yet contained a knowing cunning and a kind of determined recklessness. Silly. She stuck out her tongue, licking her dry lips, her three-colored eyes shining with an enchanting light. So it turns out you are in pain because of this. I thought you simply looked down on me. She leaned closer to Chu He, her nose nearly touching his, her warm breath fanning against his face, her voice carrying a hint of seductive madness. Because it's painful to be a bastard? Because of guilt from hurting others? Lillian's smile grew brighter, increasingly dangerous. Then don't feel pain anymore. She raised her hand again, cupping Chu He's face with a declaration-like tone. I will accompany you. From today on, I will accompany you to be a bastard. Chapter 88, Accept everything, break and then stand. Chu He stared at her blankly, looking at those three-colored eyes shimmering with enchanting light, as his heart felt like it was struck by a warm current without any defense. These words were stronger than any comfort. They did not urge him to be kind, nor did they blame his selfishness. Instead, they were like a key, piercing directly through the moral cage he had set for himself. Indeed, it seemed he had really thought too much. He was afraid, he felt guilty, he was in pain. In the end, it was because he had no confidence in himself, and even less in the love they had for him, born from the kiss of deception, which was so real. He always thought of finding a way to have it both ways, but he forgot that in this crazy world, being a good person pushed to the edge of a cliff was the dumbest choice. The kiss of deception, you, truly so overbearing and unreasonable. Chu He let out a long sigh, as if the huge stone pressing on his chest had really been completely lifted. The pain and struggle in his eyes transformed into clarity. Thank you, Lillian. His voice was no longer hoarse, but instead carried an unprecedented firmness. I know what to do now. Oh? Lillian mischievously blinked, the cunning light in her three-colored eyes shining even brighter. Now. Her hand boldly slipped back into his clothing, her fingertips with a cool touch gliding gently over his burning skin, igniting a series of delicate tremors. Her voice stained with a hint of seductive hoarseness, her breath like orchids, whispered in his ear. Let me see what a man deciding to be a jerk looks like. Chu He was completely stunned. He looked at this woman with resolute eyes and a radiant smile, as the ice in his heart shattered with a thunderous crash at that moment. Countless shards of ice erupted, revealing the long-suppressed molten lava underneath. So this is her, the unruly, unorthodox, yet perceptive princess of the thousand illusions. Yes, since he had decided to be a jerk, why bother pretending here, torturing himself? That so-called guilt, that so-called pain, all seemed so pretentious, so laughable at this moment. A surge of wicked fire erupted from the deepest part of Chu He's heart, instantly burning through his limbs and bones. The last trace of hesitation in his eyes faded away, replaced by a deep, passionate flame filled with madness and desire. You will see. He growled, suddenly rolling over, pressing this audacious woman back down. The mattress let out a groan under the burden. This time, it was no longer a task, no longer a transaction. His kiss was no longer a perfunctory touch, but a fierce gnawing, domineeringly seizing every inch of sweetness between her lips and teeth. His hands, no longer hesitantly wandering, carried the imprint of possessiveness, igniting flames all over her trembling body. This was two jerks deciding to sink together, in the most primitive and absolute manner. Outside, the night was thick and deep. The next morning. The first ray of morning light streamed through the curtain's gap, casting a narrow beam of light in the room. Chu He opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, as the gloom that had weighed on his heart last night vanished completely. He turned his head and saw Lillian in his arms, sleeping soundly. Her silver hair flowed like a waterfall across the pillow, with a few playful strands sticking to her smooth cheek. Her sleeping face was serene and content, where a sweet smile lingered on her lips, like a cat that had finally found its home. He lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss on her forehead. The person in his arms fluttered her eyelashes, slowly opening those beautiful three-colored eyes, still carrying the haziness of waking up. Woke up? Chu He's voice was husky from sleep, yet gentle enough to drip water. Lillian didn't say a word, she merely nestled closer into his embrace. Like a spoiled pet, she reached out her arms and tightly wrapped them around his waist. The two held each other quietly, enjoying the peace after the storm. After a long time, Chu He gently spoke, "You should go back to the Lord's mansion, but be ready for battle." Lillian lifted her head, and the daze in her eyes faded away, replaced by her usual cunning and confidence. "Don't worry, don't underestimate me too much." She extended her finger and drew circles on his chest. "I'm quite capable, just afraid you might be scared after you see me." Her words concealed a hint of subtle testing and tension. Chu He smiled and pinched her pert little nose. "I won't." He looked into her eyes, every word serious. Chu He, will never let down anyone who cares for me." Lillian's heart felt like it was filled with honey, sweet to the point of being overwhelming. She stared at Chu He's serious face, her eyes slightly warmer. "Chu Bao, I believe in you." She leaned in and planted a heavy kiss on his lips. "Chu Bao?" Chu He was momentarily stunned, then smiled helplessly. This title was so cheesy it made him feel goosebumps. But deep down, it felt incredibly sweet. Whether it was Xia Yao, Kachi, or the Lillian in front of him, they all made him feel like the happiest man in the world. This feeling truly made one want to forever sink into their gentle embrace. "All right, get up quickly." Lillian rolled off the bed, full of energy. "I'll help you get dressed." "No need." Chu He's refusal hadn't finished before Lillian forcibly made him sit still. Thus, under Lillian's strong insistence, he was forced to experience the supreme treatment of being personally served by the princess of the Thousand Illusions White Ape. She clumsily picked up his t-shirt, examined it for a long time inside out, and then, like dressing a doll, carefully pulled it over his head. When helping him put on his pants, her restless little hands always intentionally brushed around. "Hey, Lillian, don't touch there." Chu He finally couldn't hold back, grabbing her mischievous hand, both angry and amused. Lillian stuck out her tongue, her face showing a mischievous smile of success. After a round of playful fighting, he was finally dressed properly. "I'm leaving." Lillian stood at the door, reluctantly looking at him. "I'll wait for you at the Lord's mansion, you must come." "MHM." After sending off the clingy yet troublesome Lillian, the room returned to quietness. Chu He stood still, tidying the slightly messy collar that Lillian had caused, then turned and walked towards his own room. The carpeted corridor was long and quiet. His footsteps were slow, each step taken steadily. As his body calmed, his mind also began to operate at high speed. Everything that happened last night replayed in his mind like scenes from a movie. The mysterious person who called himself the master, every word, every action, every subtle expression. Wait. Chu He suddenly stopped. A doubt that had been overshadowed by a large amount of information and emotional fluctuations now clearly emerged in his mind. It was that question. Why choose me? Chu He clearly remembered when he asked this question. The master, who had transformed into Xia Yao, had a solemn expression, her gaze penetrating the starry river as if staring at something extremely distant. Because. Kay paused. That was a very obvious, several seconds long pause. Chapter 89, Confrontation. For a terrifying existence that could wipe out SSS-level royalty in an instant and casually twist reality, does answering a question require thought? No, it doesn't. So, that pause was definitely not for pondering the answer. Was Kay hesitating? Or was she fabricating an answer? Chu He narrowed his eyes, replaying that segment of the dialogue in his mind. After that long pause, the solemn expression on Kay's face vanished. Reappearing with a mocking smile, he gave a completely casual answer. Because I want to choose you. At that moment, he was so angry that he almost had a heart attack, thinking the other person was playing him for a fool. But now, after calming down and thinking it over, this answer was not just playing him so simply. It was more like a shield used to cover up the real answer. That real answer was either something Kay couldn't say, or something Kay didn't want to say. Why? What kind of reason could make such a high-level existence be so secretive? Was there something hidden within me that was a difficult secret even for myself and Kay? Or was it that choosing me came with some huge cost or risk that Kay was unwilling to mention? One question after another emerged, like bundles of unresolvable fog, shrouding Chu He's heart. He suddenly felt that he was a bit closer to that so-called truth, but the mystery wrapping the truth became even larger and odder. That guy who called himself the master, Kay's purpose, was definitely not just to watch a show of ants defeating the gods. There must be a deeper, crazier scheme behind this. A chill quietly crawled up Chu He's spine. He found that he seemed to have fallen into a vortex deeper than he had imagined. Oh Lord! What are you really thinking? Unknowingly, he had arrived at the door of his room. Chu He pushed the door open and locked it behind him. On the bed, the dummy transformed from his hair was quietly standing by the bed, dissipating into wisps of black smoke at his will. The room was very quiet, with only 2 steady and even breathing sounds. It was just past 8 in the morning, and Xiaoyao and Kachi were still deeply asleep, clearly exhausted from being stirred by the master last night. Chu He walked to the bedside, not lying down but sitting on the carpet, leaning against the bed's edge, quietly watching them. He took the opportunity to bring up the system panel. Name, Xiaoyao. Affection level, deeply in love 12.55%. Name, Kachi. Affection level, infatuation 98.7%. Name, Lillian. Affection level, dependence 50.9%. Chu He clearly felt that after reaching deeply in love, the increase in affection level became extremely slow, like a turtle crawling. He was quite curious, if the affection level reached 100% and the gray word unique at the end of the progress bar was lit up, what would happen? Time flowed quietly. Finally, when the hour hand pointed to noon, the people on the bed started to move. Xiaoyao's long eyelashes trembled, then slowly opened her eyes. Chu He's heart instantly rose to his throat. He held his breath, staring fixedly at those dark eyes. At first, those eyes were a bit confused, like covered with a thin mist, but soon, the mist dispersed, returning to their usual coldness and sharpness. She sat up, her black long hair cascading down like a waterfall, rubbing her temples in confusion. Brother, her voice was hoarse from just waking, but it was no longer that hollow tone. I seem to have had a very chaotic dream. Restored. Thank goodness. They returned to normal. A huge stone fell from Chu He's heart, and he relaxed. But the next moment, another heavier stone hung in the air. The real test was just beginning. What dream? He asked, pretending to be calm. Xiaoyao frowned her beautiful brows, trying to remember. In the dream it seems you told us to capture that monkey spirit too, and then I got very angry, extremely angry, wanting to burn the whole world down. As she spoke, her gaze gradually became dangerous, and a familiar, destructive aura began to spread from her. And then I can't remember clearly after that. It felt like my brain was all muddled up, becoming very obedient. Whatever you said was what it was. She looked at Chu He with a hint of fear and confusion in her eyes. Brother, that feeling was so strange. So terrifying. At that moment, Kachi next to her also let out a discomforted groan, sitting up while hugging her head. Ugh. My head hurts. Her silver short hair was messy, like a frizzy little kitten. It feels like someone used mental power to plow my brain 100 times. My head is throbbing. She shook her head, her starry silver eyes sharp as they locked onto Chu He. He, honestly confess. Kachi's tone was filled with interrogation. Did you use some forbidden ability on us last night? I remember being so angry that I was ready to mobilize the Stellar Law Armed Forces, and then my brain buzzed, and I couldn't remember anything. Here it comes. Although their memories were chaotic, the core parts were still intact. Chu He took a deep breath, knowing he couldn't avoid it and could no longer use charming breath to gloss over everything. He stood up and sat on the edge of the bed, looking seriously at the 2 girls in front of him. Yao, Chi. His expression was unusually serious, causing the 2 girls, who were still grumpy from just waking up, to freeze, instinctively sitting up straight. That dream was not a dream. Chu He's voice was heavy, each word squeezing out painfully from his throat. The matter with Lillian is real. I affected you both with charming breath, that is also true. Boom. The air in the room seemed to be sucked empty at that moment. The last trace of sleepiness vanished from Xiaoyao's face, replaced by a frozen chill. In her dark eyes, the red flames of destruction reignited, burning even more fiercely than in the dream. Say that again? Her voice was icy, dropping shards of ice. Kachi narrowed her silver eyes, her usual playful smile completely gone, replaced by a proud and regal air that pressed down like an invisible mountain. He, do you know what you're saying? Her voice was soft, but it was more chilling than Xiaoyao's anger, using abilities to brainwash us, forcing us to accept another woman. What do you take me and Yao for? Mindless pets? He did not explain. Instead, he reached out his hands, gently grabbing each of their hands. I know, what I did was utterly despicable. He looked into their eyes, with no hint of avoidance, only deep, unshakable pain and resolve. So, I will not use my abilities to influence you anymore. This time, I will tell you everything. After hearing it, whatever you want to do, I will accept. But before that, please, let me finish talking. Chapter 90, Come, Choose Your Death. His calm and determination made the fierce aura around Xiaoyao and Kachi slightly pause. The red flames in Xiaoyao's eyes flickered, her lips pressed tightly together, not saying a word. Kachi tilted her head, a trace of inquiry flashing in her silver eyes. All right. Kachi spoke first, her voice still light but filled with scrutiny. Chu He nodded, quickly organizing his words. The root of all this begins with a mysterious being. He calls himself. Chu He was about to utter that forbidden word. Master. Boom. Without warning. Chu He felt an indescribable terrifying force instantly pierce through the crown of his head, traveling down his spine all the way to his heels. Every nerve in his body ignited in an instant, a mix of sharp pain and numbness exploding, making him convulse violently. Ugh! When he finally managed to steady his mind, he felt a tickling sensation on his scalp, every hair standing on end, a burnt smell wafting from above. Brother? Chu He. Xia Yao and Kachi exclaimed in unison. The anger on his face was instantly replaced by shock and worry. From their perspective, Chu He was just fine moments ago, speaking halfway when suddenly, he shivered as if electrocuted, his hair standing up like a super saiyan, his face showing extreme pain. What's happening? Is he going crazy? What's wrong? Summer Yao quickly supported him, her palm against his back, sending a gentle surge of energy, only to discover his body was empty, with no signs of energy going berserk. I'm fine. Chu He shook his head, a buzzing still ringing in his mind. He forcefully kept his dizzy feeling at bay and looked at the two girls. A tumultuous storm surged in his heart. It's the master. Good heavens. The enchantment breath cannot be used, and now they won't even let him speak the truth? This is too much to bear. Chu He's anger flared up instantly. He couldn't believe this evil. He looked again at Summer Yao and Kaji, gritting his teeth, every word squeezed out between clenched teeth. That guy is... Boom! Crackle! Another more violent flash of electricity flashed. This time, Chu He didn't even make a sound before he fell straight back, eyes rolling back, a wisp of green smoke escaping from his mouth. He felt like his soul was about to be shocked out. Brother! Summer Yao and Kaji completely panicked, hastily helping him lie down on the bed. Kaji reached out her finger, poking at the tip of his nose, there was still breath. She then opened Chu He's eyelids, checking, his pupils were not dilated. He's not dead, but his spirit has been severely damaged. Kaji's expression was extremely serious, there are no traces of energy, his body is intact, but his soul seems to be torn apart repeatedly. Chu He, what's happening to you? Chu He lay on the bed, gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. Now he finally understood. That Dog Day Master had no intention of letting him expose everything. He just wanted to watch the show. He just wanted to see him caught in a dilemma between Summer Yao, Kaji, and Lillian, struggling in pain. He was being toyed with like a monkey. An uncontrollable fury exploded from the deepest part of Chu He's heart. To hell with it. I can't tolerate this anymore. Chu He suddenly leaped up from the bed, appearing by the window in a flash, causing Summer Yao and Kaji to stare in shock. He flung the window open, sticking his head out into the clear sky, using all his strength, and screamed hysterically. I damn you. However, that last word, the one representing all the culprits, was choked by an invisible hand, unable to come out. In the air, only his frustrated and unwilling roar prefix remained. Summer Yao and Kaji looked at Chu He, his hair standing on end, shouting at the sky but unable to let anything out, completely dumbfounded. Is this going insane? Too much pressure, mentally disturbed? Brother, calm down. Chu He, get down quickly. Let's talk nicely. The two girls hurriedly approached, each grabbing one of his arms, trying to pull him down from the windowsill. But Chu He was deaf to their words, his mind filled only with that bastard's mocking face. At that moment, a playful, weirdly electronic voice echoed directly in his mind. You're so bold, daring to curse at me. It's the master. Chu He's body stiffened, and the anger burned even brighter. He retorted furiously in his mind. What's there to be afraid of? You won't let me speak the truth, won't let me use my powers, what do you want me to do? Come, strike me with a lightning, now, immediately. The more Chu He thought about it, the angrier he got, shouting defiantly. You perverted freak. Peeping Tom. Do you just love watching me go through this hellish scene? Is that especially entertaining? As soon as the words fell. Boom. Thunder. Another invisible bolt of lightning crashed into his consciousness. Ah! Chu He screamed in agony. His body went limp, and he nearly fell off the windowsill, but luckily, Summer Yao and Kachi held him tightly. In his mind, the voice of the master paused for a moment, seemingly caught off guard by Chu He's fearless attitude. You are more interesting than I thought. I have my reasons for arranging things this way. Bullshit reasons. Chu He gasped for breath, continuing to roar in his mind, your reasons are just to satisfy your twisted, perverted tastes from your high and mighty position. Are you looking for death? The voice of the master finally took on a true tone of anger. Oh, as expected of you. Chu He used all his strength to mock, you even figured out my obvious intentions. Truly impressive. The voice in his mind fell silent. But Chu He could feel it, a murderous intent so cold it could freeze his soul, locking onto him. After a moment, the voice of the master rang out again, no emotion left in it, only pure, detached indifference. You little brat, since you want to die so badly, I will help you. As soon as the words fell, the world before Chu He's eyes began to twist and melt. Summer Yao and Kachi's anxious faces, the hotel room ceiling, the blue sky and white clouds outside the window, everything was like paint thrown into water, spinning, blurring, and fading rapidly. The next second, Chu He realized he was no longer in the hotel room. A nauseatingly strong smell of blood, mixed with the stench of decay, rushed into his nostrils, stirring his stomach in violent upheavals. He found himself standing in the middle of a dim, lifeless wasteland. The sky was a strange dark red, with no sun and no clouds. The ground beneath his feet was stained dark brown, thick liquid soaking into the soil. The most horrifying thing was the sight before him. Corpses. Mountains of corpses. It was a small mountain made of incomplete body parts. Some corpses had no heads, with their necks torn apart, flesh and blood a blur. Others had been cut in half at the waist, their intestines and organs spilling out onto the ground. Some appeared to have been torn apart by immense force, their limbs and torsos separated, scattered all around. Others still had their skin completely peeled off, revealing bloody muscles and tendons beneath, their death a horrifying sight. Countless hollow, desperate, vengeful eyes from different corners of the corpse mountain stared at him, unblinking. Ugh! Chu He couldn't hold it in any longer. He leaned on his knees and began to retch violently. His legs grew weak, and finally, with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, his face drained of color, and his eyes filled with unprecedented fear. At that moment, a figure silently appeared beside him. Chu He turned his head sharply and saw the master who looked exactly like him. Kay was wearing simple black clothes, a smile full of amusement on his face. Against the backdrop of the mountain of corpses and blood, he appeared strangely calm and composed. Kay stretched out his hand, pointing at the corpse mountain, and in a tone as if introducing a collection, he lightly chuckled and spoke. Lingqi, quartering, disembowelment. With Kay's words, 3 objects appeared out of thin air on the ground beside Chu He. A wooden bed covered in knife marks and a set of sharp knives. 2 ancient war chariots, each pulled by fierce war horses. And a huge guillotine, glistening with a chilling light, its blade still stained with dark red blood. The master lowered his head, smiling as he looked down at Chu He, who was collapsed on the ground. The gaze was like that of someone admiring a toy about to be disassembled. Kay's voice carried a cruel delight. Kay's voice, dripping with cruel joy, gently fell. Come, pick one. How do you want to die? The master who looked exactly like him, his voice soaked in a sweet playfulness, every word dripping with the thrill of blood. The words floated into his ears, making Chu He's soul tremble. His stomach churned violently. The thick smell of blood and decay, like countless invisible maggots, desperately tried to crawl into his nostrils and brain. The mountain of corpses in front of him, those hollow, desperate eyes, constantly reminded him that this was not an illusion. At least, the feeling was real. Master saw that he didn't react, and the smile on his face grew even wider. What's wrong, can't choose? Kay bent down and picked up one of the sharp knives. Kay stuck out his tongue and slowly licked the cold blade, making a hair-raising hiss sound. Well, let me help you choose. Kay's eyes were full of mockery, like a cat eyeing a mouse in its palm. Let's go with slow slicing. Don't worry, I'm really good at it, with superb knife skills. I guarantee, I'll slice exactly 3,600 pieces from you, not one more or less. And, before the last cut is made, you will definitely not die. Chu He's pupils suddenly shrank. 3,600 cuts. Alive, feeling each piece sliced off. An icy chill exploded from his tailbone, instantly freezing Chu He's limbs and bones, making it hard for him to breathe. However, in this extreme fear, a thought suddenly and clearly formed in his chaotic mind. Something was wrong. This was way off. If this guy really wanted to kill me, would he need to go through all this trouble? One thought, one of those invisible lightning strikes like before, and I'd just be reduced to ashes, right? Why go through such a big spectacle, with a mountain of corpses, torture tools, like in a horror movie, and even narrating it himself? This isn't about killing. This is damn well about scaring me. That's it, Kay doesn't want to kill me. Kay wants me to submit, wants me to bow down, wants me to pay the price of fear for what I just said. The moment this thought appeared, it was like a light, instantly dispelling most of the fear in Chu He's heart. He looked at the face in front of him, with that mocking smile, and a bold idea crazily grew in his heart. Chu He's body was still trembling, he supported himself on the sticky liquid-covered ground, and shakily stood up. His chest rose and fell, forcing down the nausea surging in his throat, and he looked up, meeting the master's playful eyes. If I'm not mistaken, Chu He's voice was still shaking, but his tone had already changed. You don't actually want to kill me, you're just trying to scare me. The smile on the master's face froze for a moment. That stiffness lasted only half a second, then it widened even more as Kay watched him with interest. Oh? You guessed wrong. Kay played with the knife in his hand, the sharp blade skillfully jumping at Kay's fingertips. I do want to kill you. No, Chu He shook his head, his eyes became incredibly firm. You don't want to kill me. Master raised an eyebrow, seemingly finding the game more interesting. Give me a reason not to kill you. Reason? Chu He smiled, although his face was still pale, there was a sense of certainty in the smile. You want to kill me, with one thought you could turn me into nothing, so why go through all this trouble? Your actions back in my hometown would be called taking off your pants to fart, a pointless move. You just want to see me scared out of my mind, begging for mercy. If I really bowed to you today, that would be the end. A freak like you, seeing me submit, would probably get bored and actually kill me for real. The mockery on Master's face finally disappeared a little. That's right. Kay admitted. You little brat, you've pissed me off. I gave you such a powerful ability, so you could easily get stronger, and you still dared to curse me. Old man? Chu He sharply caught that word. He froze for a moment. Master instantly realized what he had said, and a moment of panic appeared in his expression. But Kay quickly adjusted, forced a serious face, and used a stronger aura to cover up that hint of unease. What's wrong? Is there a problem? As the noble and powerful master, what's wrong with me saying old man? Is that not allowed? No, no. Chu He quickly waved his hand, his expression turning strange. It's just, your tone makes me feel a bit familiar. It reminds me of my dad. When he scolds me, he always says I. Cough, cough. Master coughed twice suddenly, glancing at him quickly, swiftly resuming that nonchalant expression. You little brat, it seems you are really scared. Don't try to get cozy with me. Chu He felt a little amused inside. Scared? I'm sure you don't dare to kill me, why should I be scared? You're thinking too much, Chu He said seriously, nonsense spilling from his mouth. I was just inspired. But back to the point, how do you know I like this way of getting stronger? Of course. You think I don't know? 80% of the study materials in your cloud drive are from Sakura country, with a guy challenging many girls in action movies. TSK, very unique taste. Boom, Chu He felt his brain explode. His whole body went numb from head to toe. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell, he knew all this? This, you know all this? Chu He's voice changed pitch. Is it hard? Master sneered, curling his lip. As long as I want to know, I can know. In front of me, you have no secrets. Chu He's face instantly turned beet red. That intense sense of shame made him wish he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He was actually a shy boy, Chu He thought, previously saying Kay was a perverted voyeur. He really wasn't wrong, this guy is a thorough super pervert. I was just trying to study. Chu He said with a flushed face, stubbornly defending himself. Learning critically. Understanding cultural differences in different regions. In reality, I think having a girl who loves me is enough. And if I have no secrets in front of you, how can I defeat you in the future? Alright, stop explaining. Master waved his hand impatiently. The more you explain, the worse it gets. Anyway, how you defeat me is your business. Chu He looked at Kay's indifferent face, his teeth grinding in anger. Suddenly, he thought of a key question. Is there some kind of relationship between us that I don't know about? Chu He stared intently into Kay's eyes. Otherwise, why would you choose me? This time, Master did not immediately deny it. Kay paused, and a complex and difficult to understand emotion flashed through his eyes, identical to Chu He's. After a moment, Kay slowly spoke. There is a relationship. Kay admitted, but only if you defeat me, you will have the right to know what that relationship is. So that's how it is. Chu He's heart began to beat uncontrollably. This answer was like a strong stimulant, filling him with energy. Good. Chu He's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Then let me out now. I want to get stronger and defeat you. Dream on. Master's lips curled back into that wicked smile. If you dare to insult me, you must pay a price. Don't you want to find death? Since you want to experience it so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Let you, in the illusion, truly die once. Kay's gaze fell on the huge guillotine. Let's choose to be torso chopped. The moment his voice fell, Chu He didn't have time to react, and his body was uncontrollably lifted. An invisible force firmly pressed him in the middle of that cold guillotine. He couldn't move, he used all his strength but couldn't even wiggle a finger. The cold iron feel and the shadow of death enveloped him again. I was wrong. I was wrong. Master. Big brother. I will never dare insult you again. Chu He shouted desperately, shamelessly begging for mercy. Joking. Even if he knew it was fake, who would want to experience the feeling of being cut in half? However, Master simply smiled at him and slowly raised his hand. The huge guillotine shining with a cold light began to rise. Then, it suddenly fell. The whistling wind roared in his ears, death came rushing at him. "I'm going to kill you," Chu He shouted with the last of his strength, a roar rising from the depths of his soul. However, the last word just wouldn't come out. His mouth was sealed by divine power. In the next second, his vision spun wildly, severe pain shot through his waist. The work was put in a small black room. "I give up. Did I write something too filthy? I didn't even start a car." Sob, sob, sob. Chapter 92, Your harem is your armory. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream burst forth, and Chu He leaped up from the bed. His entire body curled up like a scalded shrimp, hands gripping his waist tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his face completely twisted in excruciating pain. Severe pain. Not the pain of the flesh, but the absolute torment of his soul being sliced in two, every nerve howling in a near-death wail. Cold. When the blade fell, the chilling sensation of cutting through flesh and bone, the life force gushing out from the severed end, still deeply imprinted in his perception. He gasped for air, cold sweat immediately soaking the sheets. He felt as if he had just been pulled from a morgue. "Brother! Little He!" Two trembling voices erupted in his ears. A soft body hugged him tightly from behind, Xiaoyao's voice breaking with unshed tears. Kaki's face, which always wore a playful smile, was now filled with unprecedented seriousness, her eyes fixed on Chu He's, as if confirming whether his soul was still intact. Chu He trembled and lifted his head. In his sight was the familiar ceiling of the hotel room and Xiaoyao and Kaki's faces that were about to shatter. He was back. From that hell of corpses and blood, he returned. But that experience of being bisected by death was so real that his soul trembled. Just then, a voice that was no longer teasing, but rather cold and indifferent like a deity, rang directly in his mind. "The road has been paved for you, strengthen yourself as soon as possible. Don't die easily. If you perish, those who carry your mark will be buried with you. They are waking up soon." Buried together? Mark? Chu He's pupils constricted violently. What is the mark? Who are they? He roared madly in his mind. All that responded to him was dead silence. That voice did not appear again. "Brother, what exactly happened to you? Just now, your heart stopped beating." Xiaoyao clung to his arm, trembling incessantly, her hot tears splashing onto his back. "Little He, your soul's wave fluctuated to the brink of collapse." Kaki's silver eyes flashed with countless data streams, her tone filled with shock as if she had survived a disaster. What on earth happened? Chu He looked at them, blood surging in his chest. He knew he could no longer cover up the truth with lies. This time, he carefully avoided that forbidden name, meeting the gaze of the two women, and with a voice that felt like it had been sanded down to a rough edge, he spoke with difficulty. "What I said is all true. There is an existence that likes to turn into my likeness. K is the one who granted me powers. K gave me a task, with a deadline. 3 years. In 3 years, I must defeat K. If I fail..." Each of Chu He's words felt like they were squeezed out between his teeth. "My hometown, Blue Star, everything, will be erased. Also, a funeral. K said, those who carry my mark will be buried with me. I guess, it's you two whom I have kissed." He watched the two women's faces instantly freeze, exposing the cruelest truth. "You guys lost control last night. The real reason was K's power interference. K does not allow me to take shortcuts. K wants to watch me struggle in pain. I used the charming breath. It was my weakness, my stupidity. I was wrong. K is very strong enough, that last night, even with you two working together, you couldn't touch a piece of K's clothing." In the room, a dead silence fell. In Xiaoyao's eyes, the red flames of worry that had temporarily retreated erupted again. But this time, the last fury in the flames was extinguished, leaving only the coldness that freezes the soul and the surging murderous intent. She released her grip on Chu He, extending her icy fingertips. Gently caressing his face, which still bore the remnants of fear and pallor, her eyes were filled with unending heartache. "So, you almost really died just now, because of K?" Xiaoyao's voice was so soft that it could be blown away by the wind. Chu He nodded with great difficulty. Beside him, Kachi, after the initial shock, had her starry silver eyes shining with a brilliance comparable to a supercomputer. She hit the nail on the head and said something that shocked even Chu He. "I understand." Kachi's expression became exceptionally serious, like a marshal overlooking an interstellar battlefield. "This is not a matter of emotional disputes, nor a moral judgment about your infidelities. This is a forced, survival game." Her sharp gaze swept over Chu He and then fixed on Xiaoyao. "The so-called harem you speak of is not your emotional burden at all. That is your armory. You, Chu He, are that one-of-a-kind weapon. And we, Lillian, and all the royal family members who bear your mark in the future, are your ammunition." "Armory?" Ammunition? Chu He gasped. What he imagined to be a scene of chaos and destruction did not happen. The common threat from the master loomed like an insurmountable dark mountain, instantly suppressing their intense possessiveness and jealousy beneath it. What replaced it was a strange yet unbreakable alliance formed for the utmost goal of survival. If your life and our lives are tied together. Xia Yao squeezed Chu He's hand, her eyes burning with the flames of destruction, showing an unprecedented determination. Then we have no other choice. She looked at Kachi, who nodded seriously and firmly in response. From today on, Xia Yao's voice was resolute, like a queen's oath, we are not just your lovers. We are also your sword bearers. Your will is the direction the sword points. Kachi also put away all her playfulness, her face displaying the rare seriousness and pride of the Star Law royal family. Your armory must be expanded, and quickly. That monkey named Lilian, from the Thousand Illusions White Ape tribe, possesses extremely strange and powerful abilities, and is a core fighting force we must strive for at this stage. She looked at Chu He, a cold yet warlike smile curling at the corners of her mouth. We will help you. Chu He looked at the two girls before him, one with a determination as deep as the abyss, the other with a gaze as sharp as a star, and finally ignited a faint but burning hope in his heart. With the strange, full support of these two SSS-grade royal members. Perhaps there really was a glimmer of life. Okay. The three reached a consensus, there was no time to lose. They must find Lilian immediately, tell her the whole truth, and pull her completely and thoroughly into this life and death alliance. Without a moment's hesitation, Kachi activated her space powers. A silver light enveloped the three of them, and the space distorted violently, their figures disappearing from the hotel room in an instant. The next second, they appeared above Lilian's enormous estate, which looked like an independent kingdom. However, before they could lock onto Lilian's position, the sight before them made their pupils constrict in fear. Booming! The ground beneath their feet was violently shaking and cracking. A deafening dragon roar, mixed with a defiant ape howl, exploded with world-destroying energy. Beneath the clouds, a giant ape, towering over 100 meters, completely snow-white with muscles like mountain ranges, was wildly pounding on something with its fists that blocked out the sun. And opposite it, a similarly colossal figure, covered in azure dragon scales, exuding a terrifying presence, was opening its massive mouth, unleashing a dragon breath capable of annihilating mountains. The sky was wailing, and the earth was tearing apart. Could that giant ape be Lilian? But then who was that azure dragon? The voice of the giant ape was exhausted, mixed with uncontrollable irritation, shaking the sky. Ao Chang, I made it clear over the phone, I don't like you. The blue dragon circled angrily in the sky, its roar filled with unacceptable grievance and unwillingness. Lily, I have pursued you for so many years. Our clan set our marriage contract long ago. Why didn't you oppose it back then? Because I was young and didn't understand. The voice of the giant ape suddenly turned cold. The past is too painful to look back on, we are too familiar, only suitable as friends. She paused and added, you are a good dragon. In the high sky, Chu He's mouth twitched violently. Goodness, do people in another world issue good person cards so bluntly? Lily. How can I live without you? The blue dragon's roar carried a hint of naive love-struck madness. The giant ape, known as Lilian, was clearly disgusted by this statement. With a heavy punch, she smashed the incoming dragon breath into countless glowing points, producing a deafening roar. The continent of Ryan is so vast, are all the female dragons dead? I've already said, I slept with the man I like last night. He is now the only one in my heart, don't push me anymore. Boom! This sentence was more terrifying than any dragon breath. The large body of the blue dragon froze in the air, its lantern-like eyes instantly filled with blood vessels. I don't care. His voice had gone completely mad, filled with destructive fury. Today, you must return with me to the Dragon Palace. Ao Ching, don't be ridiculous. I can't possibly go with you. Jealousy had burned the Prince of Dragons' rationality to ashes as he emitted a thunderous roar. Fine. Lily Ann. If you dare to make me suffer like this, I will tear that man apart. Upon hearing these words, Lily Ann instead stopped her attack. Her massive ape face displayed a strange expression, almost pitying. Don't joke. I forgot to tell you, by his side, besides me, there are also the princess of the Su and I tribe and the princess of the Xing LV tribe. Lily Ann's voice grew chillingly cold in that moment, carrying a warning from a superior perspective. Be obedient and return to your dragon palace. Don't rush to make yourself a clown. The massive body of Ao Ching froze completely in midair. The princess of the Su and I tribe? The princess of the Xing LV tribe? Those two are mysterious bloodlines at the top of the entire royal family hierarchy? At the same time following the same man? Ao Ching's enormous dragon brain crashed directly, he couldn't process this information and could only instinctively emit a roar of disbelief. What did you say? She's not wrong. A calm male voice unexpectedly resonated in the center of the battlefield. "This dragon brother, please leave quickly." At the moment his words fell, the figures of Chu He, Xiaoyao, and Kachi appeared in front of the giant ape, wrapped in brilliant silver light. Spatial authority. Ao Qing's dragon pupils suddenly shrank to a needlepoint. It really is the Xing LV royal family. Chu He looked up, smiling at the enormous figure before him, a smile carrying a hint of just the right kind of provocation. "You should be the prince of the dragon clan, right? I'm sorry, I accidentally made your ex-fiancée fall in love with me. You can leave at ease. As for Lillian, I'll take good care of her." Every word of this struck Ao Qing's reverse scales accurately. Not highly lethal, but extremely insulting. When Lillian saw Chu He appear, her fierce giant ape face unexpectedly revealed a clear joy and shyness, her enormous eyes closed happily. This strange contrast made even Chu He freeze in astonishment. He quickly noticed the few charred wounds on Lillian's snowy white fur, burned by dragon breath. Chu He's heart felt like it was tightly clenched by a hand. His smile instantly vanished, replaced by deep heartache. "All right, leave this to us, you retreat first." Lillian's massive head nodded obediently. A massive body quickly shrank in a burst of white light, transforming back into a graceful, stunning woman. Her clothes were torn in many places during the battle, revealing large patches of snow-white skin, adding a touch of tragic yet alluring charm. Ao Qing looked at this scene, his eyes turning completely red. That proud, untouchable princess of the Thousand Illusions white ape actually looked as tame as a pet cat in front of this man. "You must be the Chu Bao that Lilia mentioned?" Ao Qing glared at Chu He, forcing the words out from between clenched teeth. A big man, with such a childish name. The corner of Chu He's mouth twitched violently. This Lilia, social death always comes so suddenly. But he kept a calm face, puffing out his chest, appearing arrogantly entitled. "My name is Chu He, big silly dragon. That's a pet name Lilia gave me. Do you have a problem with that? You insignificant human." Ao Qing was completely ignited, and the terrifying dragon might crash toward Chu He like a real tidal wave. The hatred of stealing a wife cannot coexist. "You are dead." However, that power immense enough to crush mountains was effortlessly torn apart by two even more domineering forces, one left and one right, just 3 meters away from Chu He. Xiaoyao's cold gaze locked onto Ao Qing, with distorted black whirlpools appearing around her, the aura of extinction causing the very space to mourn. Kachi smiled at him, yet in his starry eyes, there was a cold, lifeless void of dead silence. Ao Qing's heart trembled violently. The Void Princess. The Star Law Princess, they were actually real. His gaze returned to the human protected by the two top princesses, jealousy and anger nearly burning his sanity to ashes. "If you're a man, come out and duel." Ao Qing howled madly. "Don't hide behind a woman like a turtle. My man doesn't need you, this long worm, to talk nonsense." Xiaoyao's voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss. As she stepped forward, the terrifying power of extinction dimmed the heavens and earth. Yet, a hand gently pressed on her shoulder. It was Chu He. Xiaoyao turned back to see Chu He shaking his head at her. "Let me try first." Chu He's expression was calm, but his eyes burned with an unstoppable wild fighting spirit. He took a few steps forward, completely leaving the protective range of Xiaoyao and Kachi, standing alone against the furious five-clawed azure dragon. This is a duel between men. He needed a fight. A hearty fight, to release the fear and frustration that lingered deep in his soul after being cut by the master. He also needed to prove to Xiaoyao, Kachi, and the newly joined Lilia that he, Chu He, was not a worthless coward hiding behind women. Lilia tightly clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes full of worry as she looked at Chu He's not-so-mighty figure. "Good. Very good." Seeing Chu He really step out, Ao Qing smiled instead of getting angry, with a cruel tone in his laughter. "Human, I will make you understand the consequences of provoking a giant dragon. I will tear you apart into pieces." Before his words fell, a massive dragon claw made of pure energy gathered on the azure dragon's right paw, letting out a piercing scream as it viciously clawed toward Chu He. The air was compressed to emit a loud bang. Ao Qing's lantern-like giant eyes contained nothing but pure destruction and brutality. He wanted to crush this human who dared to touch his reverse scale, along with that damned arrogance on his face, into splattered meat paste. "Little He. Brother. Chu Bao." 3 voices filled with alarm sounded almost simultaneously. Lilia's heart stopped beating from nervousness, and the black whirlpool surrounding Xiaoyao had already boiled, emitting a deathly aura strong enough to make the very space tremble. Kachi's fingertips, colorful ripples of space were rapidly converging, gathering strength to strike. However, facing the dragon's claw, Chu He did not retreat but advanced. "Come well." In Ao Qing's gigantic dragon eye, Chu He's figure suddenly became erratic. His outline was like ink soaked in water, leaving a fuzzy afterimage in place, while his real body had already ghosted away. The dragon claw smashed down. Boom! The earth was torn open, revealing 5 terrifying chasms that seemed bottomless. Charred soil and shattered rocks surged towards the sky, dust storming out like a giant wave. In the claw's palm, it was completely empty. What? A trace of astonishment flashed in Ao Qing's dragon eye. The next second, a voice, tinged with mockery, sounded from above his massive head. Hey, big long worm, are you a bit nearsighted? Ao Qing suddenly looked up. Chu He had somehow appeared above his head. In his left palm, a black sphere condensed to the extreme was slowly rotating, devoid of light, devoid of sound, only pure nothingness. Without hesitation, he pressed that black sphere fiercely against Ao Qing's indestructible dragon scales. Bang! 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 As the black sphere touched the dragon scales, there was no earth-shattering roar, only a series of teeth-gritting, subtle cracking sounds. Ao Qing felt a slight numbness at the top of his head. On the dragon scales, strong enough to withstand landslides, a needle-sized, absolutely black dot appeared. A cold, soul-annihilating pain began to seep from that tiny dot. This bit of damage was insignificant to his massive body, not even a tickle. But the essence of this power made his heart suddenly tighten. The extinction power that looks down upon royalty? You're looking for death. Ao Qing let out a deafening roar, his dragon tail sweeping towards Chu He above him like a blue mountain, carrying winds capable of flattening a city. Chu He lightly tapped his toes on the hard dragon horn. The spatial perception Kachi bestowed upon him made the trajectory of the dragon tail clearly present in his mind. He dodged at an unbelievable angle, narrowly avoiding the devastating strike. Yet that furious dragon tail struck brutally against its own neck. Ow! Ao Qing let out a painful muffled roar. His massive dragon head was hit by its own tail, making his eyes sparkle with stars, plunging headfirst into the deep ravine he had just dug, kicking up clouds of dust. Chu He was taken aback. This guy was so ruthless against himself. Is this all you can do? No skill in hitting, but you have a big size. He hovered in mid-air, looking down to mock. Being toyed with by such a tiny human, Ao Qing's reason was completely consumed by fury. He suddenly burrowed out of the ground, his massive dragon head was covered in mud, looking utterly disheveled. Roar! He opened his blood-gulping mouth, no longer relying on simple physical attacks. The ancient and convoluted dragon language magic began to chant. Wind Blade! In an instant, thousands of azure wind blades coalesced out of thin air, forming a rain of knife-like blades that sealed off all of Chu He's retreat routes from all directions. Chu He's gaze sharpened, immediately using spatial power to pull countless fragments of stone from the ground around him, trying to build a shield. But he felt uncertain. This hasty defense couldn't possibly withstand such a dense attack. Water Prison. Ao Qing's dragon roar sounded again. Suddenly, in the 5 bottomless chasms, mighty waves surged up, forming a gigantic waterball that covered the sky, wrapping Chu He along with the wind blades completely inside. No way up to the heavens, no way down to the earth. Now, let's see how you dodge. Ao Qing's voice was filled with cruel delight. Brother! Chu Bao! Xia Yao and Lilian both exclaimed in shock. Watching helplessly as Chu He's figure was completely swallowed by the raging waters and the cutting winds. Only Kachi, with her innocent little face, had the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Ao Qing looked at the chaotic water sphere and let out a mad laugh of victory. Now let's see if you live or die. Inside the water sphere, a voice leisurely rang out. Big silly dragon, what are you laughing about? Grandpa is here. Ao Qing's laughter came to an abrupt stop, and he abruptly looked up. He saw that above the water sphere, Chu He's figure had somehow escaped, hands raised high, forming a massively unstable purple thunderball made of the power of annihilation, space, and illusion, crackling with energy. Ao Qing's massive dragon eyes were filled with disbelief. When did he end up above me? He had no time to think, as that purple thunderball, with the aura of destruction, crashed solidly down on his head. Boom! Xia Yao and Lilian were so shocked they covered their mouths. He could actually use 3 powers to such a proficient level. Just at that moment, he had created an illusion in the water prison using Lilian's clone technique, then used Kachi's spatial ability to teleport out, and finally, combined Xia Yao's annihilation power into this deadly strike. Kachi, however, had long expected this, a glint of approval flashing in her silver eyes. Her clan's bloodline gave her an innate, sharp perception of the flow and change of energy. Lightning come! Utterly enraged, Ao Qing's patience ran out, and he roared to the sky. The sky changed color, heavy dark clouds gathered from all directions, and bolts of azure lightning, thicker than barrels, rampaged through the clouds as if the apocalypse had arrived. Since you like using lightning so much, then taste mine. Boom! A terrifying azure lightning column, with supreme power to judge all things, tore through the clouds and struck down towards Chu He. This blow seemed to lock onto his soul, leaving him no thoughts of evading. Chu He's face finally changed completely. The 3 powers within him had already consumed more than half in that extreme operation. Facing this world-destroying strike, he truly sensed the breath of death. Chu He cursed in his heart, as the instinct to survive instantly overwhelmed all dignity and pride. He shouted at the top of his lungs, using all his strength, with a cry that echoed to the heavens. Help! Yao Yao! Chi Chi! Lillian! This shameless cry caught Xia Yao and Lillian off guard, their faces showing a mixture of laughter and tears. And Ka Chi reacted the fastest. Just as the lightning column was about to fall, her silver eyes shimmered as if the galaxy was flowing, and the concepts of time and space became blurred in that instant. Freeze! She parted her cherry lips and softly uttered a single word. In an instant, the wind stopped, and all sounds ceased. That raging lightning column, along with the fierce azure dragon Ao Qing, instantly froze in midair, as if a massive three-dimensional painting had been paused. Time and space stood still. Chu He thudded to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat. He looked up at the lightning column hanging less than 5 meters above him, still exuding terrifying pressure, feeling residual fear. He was so close, he could have truly perished. An SSS-level existence was just too terrifying. Whether in physical strength or magical might, it far exceeded his current limit. Even exhausting all his effort had only given the opponent some superficial injuries. Ao Chung, you can go die. Xia Yao's icy voice rang out as she stepped forward, appearing like a specter in front of the frozen Ao Qing. On her palm, a black sphere, condensed to perfection, was slowly rotating. It felt like a silence point that could obliterate everything. Xia Yao, wait. A figure flashed by. Lillian blocked Xia Yao's path. Don't kill him. Lillian bit her lip, her expression complex. Our two clans have some connections. I grew up with him. He's just a love-struck fool, getting lost in his emotions. Xia Yao paused, her cold gaze sweeping over Lillian, then looking towards the terrified Chu He in the distance. Chu He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head at her. He wanted to defeat this guy with his own hands, in a fair way. Also, to unite the power of the 9 clans, tearing apart relations with the Dragon Clan now was not wise. Kachi understood. With a small wave of her hand, the pillar of lightning that could destroy mountains was effortlessly drawn into the void, vanishing into nothingness. She released the confinement, letting out a gentle breath, her little face slightly pale. Indeed, the power of the Dragon Clan is truly formidable. Roar! The freed Ao Qing instinctively let out a dragon's roar, but quickly noticed something was off. Xia Yao and Kachi hovered beside him, one on each side. Two completely different yet equally soul-shaking terrifying auras locked onto him tightly. He had no doubt that any sign of the unusual from him would mean his doom in the next second. Ao Qing's massive body slowly shrank, finally turning into a young man dressed in a luxurious blue robe, handsome but with humiliation and unwillingness written all over his face. His golden dragon eyes stared intently at Chu He, who was helped up by Lillian, filled with rage. Humph, a useless person who can only hide behind a woman. Ao Qing sneered disdainfully. Even if I don't know what despicable means you used to gain the powers of 3 clans, in the end, you still can't defeat me, and still need a woman to save you. Chapter 95, A 1-Year Agreement. Lillian's absolutely beautiful face instantly flushed red, not from shame, but from anger. Fury raged in her tricolored eyes. Do you really want to die? She shouted, her chest rising and falling violently, pointing at Ao Qing's nose. Zhubao spared your life, how dare you? Humph, spare me? Ao Qing straightened his back suddenly, lifting his chin high, the pride engraved in the blood of the Dragon Clan resurfacing on his handsome face. He glanced at Chu He with contempt, his golden dragon eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Did I ask him to spare me? He'd better kill me today, otherwise, this matter isn't finished. This dragon, like a stone in the latrine, smells awful and is hard. Lillian was so angry she nearly transformed back into a giant ape, but a warm and strong hand pressed on her shoulder, strangely calming her boiling rage. It was Chu He. He stepped forward towards Ao Qing. His steps still carried the weight of exhaustion, his face somewhat pale, but his eyes were calm like an unfathomable deep pool, making one feel uneasy. Ao Qing. It seems you are very unconvinced. That's right. Ao Qing met his gaze fiercely, flames of humiliation almost bursting out from his golden pupils. I am unconvinced. He waited for Chu He's embarrassment and anger, for the other's fury to be unleashed. But Chu He actually nodded, even smirking self-deprecatingly. You are unconvinced. I am also unconvinced. These simple 6 words immediately blocked all of Ao Qing's prepared mockery. He was stunned, his brow furrowing into a tight knot, his face full of confusion. What are you unconvinced about? You are unconvinced because you think I am relying on the woman beside me, using her to boost my power. Chu He openly spread his hands, the gesture natural as if stating a fact. I am unconvinced because you are SSS level, while I am still far behind. His dark eyes stared directly at Ao Qing, showing no signs of retreat. If I were on the same level as you, who wins and who loses, it can be discussed. This declaration was neither humble nor arrogant, surprisingly stopping the violent tumult within Ao Cheng's heart. However, Chu He paused, his gaze sweeping over Ao Cheng, and his whole aura suddenly changed, becoming playful. Of course, in this world, there is no such thing as whether one is satisfied or not. His tone carried a hint of mockery, as if he had seen through the world. The weak or the disadvantaged never have a voice. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and that smile held an air of reckless mischief that made Ao Cheng's eyes twitch violently. I can rely on my women, I'm not ashamed. If they are willing to protect me, that's my skill, my charm, there's nothing I can do about it. So strictly speaking, they are part of my strength. If we can fight in a group, why must it be one-on-one? Don't you agree? This shamelessly twisted logic, paired with his "I'm a rogue, what can you do" expression, nearly made Ao Cheng's dragon blood boil over. You despicable and shameless human. Ao Cheng's handsome face turned a deep shade of purple, his teeth grinding audibly. Just as Ao Cheng was about to lose his temper and transform, Chu He's next words made him freeze again. But I have a flaw. Chu He retracted his playful smile, his eyes becoming sharp as a blade. I have never liked picking on the fewer. He stepped forward, close enough to see his own reflection in Ao Cheng's pupils. So today, I am giving you a chance for a duel. If I lose this battle, I accept. He said this with absolute certainty, without a hint of hesitation. To calmly admit defeat is more powerful than any excuse. The anger in Ao Cheng's eyes was indeed doused somewhat by these words, replaced by deep astonishment. But Chu He's voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable arrogance. There will come a day when I will personally defeat you. And it won't be long. He stared at Ao Cheng, enunciating each word. In a year. 1 year later, we will battle again. Next time, they definitely won't interfere. A 1-year agreement. Ao Cheng's golden pupils constricted violently. This human actually dared to set a life and death agreement with him, a dragon prince? Was he crazy, or did he truly have nothing to fear? After the absurdity came an even stronger feeling of humiliation. Is he pitying me? Ao Cheng's pride took a heavy blow, he scoffed, good. If I win, you will leave Lillian's world. This was his deepest obsession. However, Chu He laughed, his smile carrying a touch of pity. Ao Cheng, don't you think that's quite demeaning? His voice was not loud, but it struck Ao Cheng's heart like a heavy hammer. And this is very disrespectful to Lillian. Who she likes is her freedom, how can you use her as a wager? These words made Lillian's body tremble suddenly. She looked at Chu He's profile in disbelief, her eyes instantly turning red. Ao Cheng's face changed from pale to red to pale again. Chu He's words precisely pierced through his pride as a royal, unveiling the childish selfishness behind his actions. But Chu He changed his tone, giving him an out. You can try. See if after a year, if you defeat me, she will fall in love with you. If she really chooses you, I, Chu He, will not hold her back. He turned, looking tenderly at Lillian, his gaze so trusting, it was stronger than any vow. Those who want to stay won't leave. Those who want to go can't be held. Chu He knew very well that Lillian, marked by the kiss of enchantment, had an infinitesimal chance of betrayal. But still, he gave Ao Cheng an apparently reachable hope. After all, hope always gives people the motivation to keep going. Ao Cheng fell silent. He looked at the gaze in Lillian's eyes that seemed to want to melt into Chu He, and the last ounce of unrealistic fantasy in his heart turned to dust. But he needed this step, this excuse for a year, to preserve the last face of the Dragon Prince. He felt as if he had exhausted all his strength. Good. 1 year later, we will see Lillian's choice. After saying this, he turned and was about to transform into a dragon and leave. Fleeing from this place that had completely destroyed his dignity. By the way, Brother Long. Chu He's leisurely voice rang out once more. Ao Cheng's movements froze, and he impatiently turned his head. What now? Chu He wore a harmless, sincere smile on his face. He rubbed his hands together and curiously asked. Do you have a sister or a younger sister? Chapter 96, The Forbidden of the Dragon Clan, the Frozen Princess. The air froze in dead silence after Chu He's earth-shattering question. Ao Cheng, who had just turned around to maintain the last bit of dignity of the Dragon Prince, was now completely stiff. He abruptly turned back, his golden dragon eyes filled with humiliation and anger, now replaced by a stronger alertness and suspicion. Chu He, why are you asking this? Why? You stole my fiancée, and you're still not satisfied? Now, you even want to set your sights on my family? Damn. Chu He's heart skipped a beat. Ao Cheng calmed down, and his dragon brain turned quick enough to cut off all of Chu He's follow-up words with a single sentence. However, hearing him mention family, Chu He had a rough idea in his heart. It appeared to be true. He cleared his throat, hiding the calculating glint in his eyes, and feigned a nonchalant demeanor, shrugging his shoulders. Ahem, don't be so nervous, Brother Long. I was just asking out of curiosity, pure curiosity. After all, you are so outstanding, your sisters must also be stunning. He paused and flashed a mischievous, radiant smile. Alright, you can go now. Mumbling. Ao Cheng stared at Chu He for several seconds, seemingly trying to see some scheme in that smiling face. But after staring for a long time, besides the blood pressure-raising handsomeness and shamelessness, he saw nothing else. In the end, he seemed to give up, or perhaps he thought it beneath him to tangle with Chu He further. He snorted coldly, slightly lifting his chin. I can tell you. I have a younger sister. As he spoke, a complex expression flashed across Ao Cheng's proud face, filled with pride, affection, but more so, a bottomless sadness. That emotion flickered away so quickly one might think it was an illusion. Her name is Ao Shui. If you really have the guts and aren't afraid of dying, you can go find her. After finishing, Ao Cheng no longer looked at anyone, his body radiated a brilliant blue light, and he suddenly let out a dragon roar filled with unwillingness and repression, turning into a stream of blue light, slashing fiercely in the air. Slash! The space was torn open into a pitch-black crack, rich void energy spilling out from within. Without looking back, he dove inside, the crack slowly closing, completely swallowing that overwhelming anger and embarrassment belonging to the Dragon Prince. Until the heart-pounding dragon might completely dissipated, Lillian let out a long sigh of relief. She quickly walked to Chu He's side, first carefully examining him from head to toe to confirm he was just exhausted and not seriously injured before she felt at ease. But the next moment, her beautiful tricolor eyes narrowed with scrutiny. Hey, Chu Bao. What were you just asking him about his sister for? Aren't 3 of us enough for you now? He forced a smile, knowing this couldn't be hidden. He recounted the mysterious existence, the 3-year appointment, and the need to gather the divine powers of the 9 royal families for a chance of survival in detail to Lillian. Of course, he omitted the specifics about the master and his painful experience of being bisected. After listening to Chu He's story, the blood drained from Lillian's beautiful face in an instant. Her expression shifted from initial confusion to shock, and finally, it turned into deep terror. No way! Without thinking, she grabbed Chu He's arm, her fingertips turning slightly pale from the force. Chu Bao, you absolutely cannot go. Ao Shui. Princess Ao Shui, she is a taboo for the entire dragon clan. She is an existence that must not be touched. Her voice carried a tremor, revealing how deeply terrified she was inside. Taboo? Chu He furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Liliana took a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm her emotions, but the fear in her eyes would not fade away. Princess Ao Shui is the most beloved youngest daughter of the Dragon Emperor, and the only sister of Ao Cheng. She once was the brightest pearl in the entire royal family, her talent even higher than Ao Cheng's, and her character was sweet and kind, everyone liked her. But 2 years ago, everything changed. Liliana's gaze became a bit wandering, lost in memories. That year, she went out to train, and on an extremely northern ice field, she accidentally touched a stunningly beautiful ice blue flower. Then, she was cursed. A terrifying, unbreakable curse. Liliana's voice dropped low, as if she were telling a horror story. From that day on, her body became a moving source of ice. Wherever she exists, within a radius of 500 or 600 miles around her, everything will be frozen. The air, the earth, the ocean, everything will freeze into cold ice. She cannot control it, nor can she stop it. Chu He's heart sank suddenly. 500 or 600 miles? What does that mean? A walking super-large ice age? This curse makes it impossible for her to return to the Dragon Palace, to hug her family. The Dragon Clan has exhausted all means, even spending a fortune to invite SSS-level experts from the Lava Titan clan. But the flames that can melt everything cause Princess Ao Shui immense pain just by getting closer, leading them to give up. Now, only SSS-level existences can barely approach her to deliver some essentials. She can't even have a warm meal. Any food brought to her mouth instantly turns into ice harder than steel. She hasn't tasted food in its original flavor for 2 years. Fortunately, the Dragon Clan's teeth are good, she can still gnaw on those ice blocks to fill her hunger and avoid starvation. Hearing this, an image involuntarily surfaced in Chu He's mind. A beautiful and kind dragon princess, sitting alone on her self-created ice throne, gnawing on frozen food. Day after day, year after year. How lonely and desperate that must be. She is naturally kind-hearted and cannot bear for any living being to die because of her. So, she ultimately chose a place for self-exile. An abandoned ancient city near the endless sea. Now, it has become a true city of ice and snow, a desolate ice city where she is the only living being. Liliana finished, letting out a long sigh, her tone filled with remorse and sympathy. Chu He rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of headache. After just finishing a fierce battle, exhausted both physically and mentally, now another unsolvable problem had appeared. He must approach Princess Ao Shui. He must obtain the divine power of the Dragon Clan. But the reality is that with his current strength, he couldn't even attempt to contact Ao Shui. He would probably be frozen into an ice sculpture just by stepping to the edge of that ice city. He had clearly recognized the insurmountable gap between himself and true SSS-level experts during his battle with Ao Qing. No matter how many skills and abilities he had, they all seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength. If it weren't for Kaji acting in time at the end, he would already have turned into charcoal. Wanting to see Ao Shui, wanting to obtain the divine power of the Dragon Clan. He must become stronger. Strong enough to have a body that can withstand that extreme cold, strong enough to possess the power to face off against SSS-level existences. Then, Chu He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the three stunning women before him. A thought emerged. Inside his mind, it was crazily breathing. How can I, as quickly as possible, reach SSS level? Chapter 97. A warm week, the Night Prince awakens. Chu He held tightly to Lillian's icy fingers. That warmth and strength passed through the skin. His gaze was more determined than ever before. Lillian, no matter how dangerous she is, I have no choice. This is not just about my life and death, it concerns all of us. His eyes swept over Xia Yao and Kachi. The two women also returned with eyes full of trust and determination. If we work hard together, we will find a way. The three women nodded heavily. Due to the battle between Lillian and Ao Qing, much of her luxurious mansion had become ruins. As the lord of the city, Lillian quickly arranged for her capable subordinates to start rebuilding and repairing the work. After that, Chu He and the others temporarily returned to the hotel in Fei Ling. After acquiring the shapeshifting technique from the Qian Huan White Ape clan, Chu He's life became more convenient by several levels. He no longer needed to run to the feast house kitchen to stir the pot himself. A doppelganger made of hair perfectly took over everything. That doppelganger not only possessed his cooking skills but even learned his strictness towards ingredients and precision in cooking, producing dishes equal to the original. As for Chu He himself, he only needed to transmit a bit of energy within a 10-kilometer range to keep it running occasionally. He tested it, and with his current strength, he could maintain up to 5 of these hair doppelgangers simultaneously, and keep clear mental connections within 10 kilometers, with energy consumption fully within acceptable limits. As for those pure energy doppelgangers, although they were stronger in combat, they were unstable and had weak ties to the original, only suitable for confusing enemies in battle as one-time illusions. With concerns resolved, Chu He completely became a hands-off boss. He took the three women and started a true honeymoon trip. To avoid drawing too much attention, whenever they were in crowded places, they would slightly disguise themselves. Lillian's ability proved exceptionally useful at these times. Chu He transformed into a handsome, slightly wicked fox-eared man, imitating the star-spirit fox guard Fei Ling he had seen earlier. Xia Yao and Kachi, under Lillian's divine hand, turned into a cool black-haired cat-eared girl and a cute silver-haired bunny girl. Lillian herself transformed into a spirited wolf-eared beauty. They explored every corner of this strange world city together, splurging at the biggest mall, playing in the outdoor hot springs, sharing interesting stories from their respective worlds under the starry night sky. When tired, they returned to the hotel, embracing as they fell asleep. And so, a week quietly passed. This was probably the most comfortable, the most peaceful week since Chu He arrived in this world. No deadly threats, no scheming, only pure relaxation and companionship. Occasionally, a few unwelcome street thugs would try to cause trouble. Before they could get close, a cold glance from Xia Yao scared them into running away, or Lillian would bind them and throw them into prison directly. Meanwhile, with the diligent work of the feast house doppelganger, Chu He's personal assets had already surpassed 20 million. The quest was completed, and there were still 2.5 months left until the end. Everything seemed so beautiful. It was as if all the previous crises were just a nightmare. However, Chu He knew in his heart better than anyone else. This was merely the last calm before the storm. The peaceful days were completely shattered on the 8th day by a loud pounding on the door. Bang! 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 The sound was violent, hurried, filled with a sense of urgency to tear down the door. Who is so lacking in public morals? Brother-in-law! Open the door! It's me! Xiang Nua! Outside, a familiar voice, enough to give a headache, seemed almost to howl. Something big has happened. Mom has woken up. Chu He was stunned for a moment, not yet able to react. At the same time, in the endless ocean, 10,000 meters beneath the dark abyss. The water pressure here is enough to crush steel into powder in an instant, yet there exists a magnificent palace stretching thousands of kilometers. The entire Dragon Palace is wrapped in a huge translucent shield, isolating the terrifying depths of the ocean, the inside bright and clear, like a divine kingdom. In the deepest chamber, Ao Qing knelt down on one knee, his expression respectful yet unable to hide his excitement. Mother, you have finally woken up. On the throne, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in luxurious royal attire slowly opened her eyes. Her appearance resembled Ao Qing's, but her aura was more noble and majestic. In her golden dragon eyes, it seemed to contain the rising sun. She is the queen of the dragon clan, Ouchie. Seeing her. Ouchie's mouth held a gentle smile, her voice soft. How long have I slept? Mother, you have been asleep for more than 6 years. Ouchie nodded, about to say something more when Ouching suddenly looked up, his voice trembling slightly. Mother, Sister Ouchiue is in trouble. Ouchie's smile instantly froze. An indescribable terrifying pressure suddenly descended, shaking the entire palace. Speak. What happened to Schwer? Ouching dared not hide anything and quickly revealed everything about Ouchiue being cursed and self-exiling to Ice City. Hearing that her daughter was still alive, Ouchie's icy gaze softened slightly, and she sighed with relief. But in the next second, her figure vanished from the throne. The space did not tear, time did not stop, she simply disappeared from sight so naturally. In the next moment, above the endless ocean, above a lifeless city covered in eternal ice and snow, Ouchie's figure appeared out of nowhere. She spotted the lonely, frost-covered slender figure on the throne at a glance. Schwer. Hearing this familiar voice, the figure sitting on the immense ice sculpture throne trembled violently. She slowly looked up and saw her mother's figure, tears instantly breaking free. But those scalding tears, as soon as they left her eyes, condensed into transparent ice crystals in the air, clanging and smashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. Mother, don't come closer. Ouchie's voice was hoarse from long loneliness, filled with terror. The cold here will hurt you. Yet Ouchie did not listen. Her figure flashed again and she was already standing in front of the throne, ignoring the bone-chilling cold, tightly embracing her daughter she had longed for day and night. Zzzzz. An extreme cold, enough to freeze the soul, frantically burrowed into Ouchie's body. Ouchie frowned slightly, feeling a prickling coolness on her skin. This curse was surprisingly tyrannical. Fortunately, as an SSR-level powerhouse, this bit of cold couldn't harm her. Silly child. Ouchie gently stroked her daughter's cold and stiff back, her voice filled with unbearable heartache. Don't be afraid, mother is back. Feeling the warmth of her mother's embrace, Ouchiue could no longer hold back, letting out a suppressed whimper that had been bottled up for 2 years. Ouchie held her daughter for a moment, as if making a decision. She released her embrace, gently wiping away the constantly forming frost from her daughter's face. Schwerer, wait for me. Mother will go to plead with the master to help heal you. Chapter 98, The Crisis Descends. The 3 empresses are about to arrive on the battlefield. Who's mom? Xia Yao's. The empress who looks down on the royal family? Oh no. Chu He, with his bare body, sprang out of bed, his muscles instantly tensed. The previous second of indulging in sweet dreams vanished without a trace, replaced by a jolt of electricity racing through his spine. Fear, guilt, and a tinge of bizarre thrill from challenging hellish difficulty exploded in his heart. His mother-in-law woke up? This is 100 times scarier than facing that SSS-level foolish giant dragon, Aoching. Aoching only wanted to kill him, but his mother-in-law, she is someone who could make him disappear completely from existence. Clothes. My clothes. Chu He hurriedly rummaged through the clothes on the ground, putting them on in a chaotic manner with the fastest speed of his life, not even realizing his pants were on backward. His frantic actions also startled the 3 stunning beauties sprawled next to him. What's wrong? Kaki rubbed her sleepy eyes, her fluffy silver short hair making her look like a dazed little animal, incredibly cute. Who is it early in the morning, about to tear this place apart? Lillian lazily turned over, her silver long hair spreading a dazzling glow on the sheets, her breathtaking body curve faintly visible. Only Summer Yao remained frozen. Upon hearing the horse shot from outside, catching the words mom woke up, her whole body stiffened as if struck by a petrification spell. It's over. Completely over, the good days are coming to an end. These 2 words were the only things left in her mind, screaming wildly. Just imagining the consequences made Summer Yao's stunning face turn pale as paper. Hurry! Get dressed! Summer Yao no longer cared about modesty, throwing off the soft silk quilt, oblivious to the spring scene revealed. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, urgently urging the other 2 still half-asleep women. Seeing Summer Yao looking like the sky was falling, combined with the shots of Summer now outside, Kaki and Lillian instantly woke up, shaking off their sleepiness. Realizing that Summer Yao's mother woke up, Kaki's delicate face tightened, her eyes filled with seriousness. Because she immediately realized that since the Queen of the Void had awakened, her own mother, the ruler of the Starry Royal Clan, was also most likely awake. She wasn't too afraid of being beaten, the Starry Royal Clan valued reason and knowledge, rarely resorting to violence to solve family problems. But what she feared was Chu He facing the test of the Starry Royal Clan. Lillian felt the same way. Her situation was worse than Summer Yao's. The 1,000 Phantom White Ape clan seemed carefree, yet their clan rules were as strict as iron. She was betrothed to the deep-sea giant dragon Aoching. This marriage concerned the face of the 2 great royal families. Now she was not only breaking off the engagement but also completely bound to Chu He, turning raw rice into half-cooked rice. If her mother woke up, her father would definitely bring her to Wanchang City to find her, and her lie would soon be exposed. In fact, that night when the engagement was broken, Ao Qing angrily contacted her father. Lillian came up with a quick lie, saying they were just a young couple arguing, and would be fine in a few days. Now, her father was probably still lost in the wonderful fantasy of marrying into the dragon clan. In an instant, chaos erupted in the room, clothes flying, the fragrance of perfume wafting, yet filled with a sense of doom and desperation. The three women dressed as fast as they could, but the deep-rooted tension and panic on their faces couldn't be hidden. Chu He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, walking to the door, and turning the lock. At the door, Summer now was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, his handsome face full of worry. As the door opened, he was about to speak, but his gaze passed straight over Chu He, fixing on the three stunning figures in the room. Especially when he saw Lillian, with her long silver hair and a hint of panic left in her eyes, he became completely petrified. His mouth slowly opened, getting wider and wider, almost big enough to fit a fist inside. What the hell? Summer now's finger trembled, pointing at the room, then pointing at Chu He. The sound split apart. Brother-in-law. You took down the Lord of Lillian City, the Thousand Illusions White Ape? It was bad enough that his own sister and her best friend were captured, but how could even the Lord of Wanchang City be? What kind of battle god is his brother-in-law? Chua's mouth twitched fiercely. He shut the door behind him, cutting off Xiang Nua's shocked expression like he had never seen the world, and said irritably. What do you mean by taken down? Can you not say it so crudely? You make me sound like a scumbag. Xiang Nua stared blankly at him, and after a long while, finally squeezed out a sentence between his teeth, isn't it, not? Chu He helplessly replied, alright, actually I just thought about having 3 wives and 4 concubines in my heart, but now I'm being forced into having 3 wives and 4 concubines. He briefly recounted what had happened after he left, especially the fight with Ao Chang and Lillian's involvement. Xiang Nua's eyes grew wider and wider, his mouth hanging open the whole time. Especially when he heard that the kiss of charm could connect the lives of both sides, he gasped, feeling like his worldview was being rubbed against the ground repeatedly. Brother-in-law's life is indispensable now. Alright, stop standing there foolishly. Chua interrupted his wild thoughts, getting straight to the point, his voice unusually serious. Little brother-in-law, let's talk about serious business. Where is your mom now? When did she wake up? Have you mentioned anything about me and your sister? This was the crucial question that determined their lives and deaths. When Chua asked, Xiang Nua instantly came back to his senses, his expression again filled with urgency. Just woke up. This morning. She said she wants to see the master once. She should have already gone to pay her respects to the master. Xiang Nua spoke quickly. She just asked where my sister was. I only told her that my sister is in Wanchang City, completing the game task assigned by the master. Lillian took over his story, her voice already trembling with an unrestrained quiver. The two families of Kaji might have also awakened together. Right now, they are very likely all at the master. This sentence fell like a 10,000-ton iceberg, crashing down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Chua's mind raced, a terrifying inference instantly formed. How much time does it take to see the master? If it's quick, it could be today. At some point today, it is very likely that 3 queens representing the highest combat power of the Ryan continent would descend upon Wanchang City. An unprecedented 3-way trial is about to unfold. Moreover, since Xia Yao's mother has awakened, that probably means that the 9 great royal families have all awakened from their slumber. The journey to becoming stronger is no longer simply about seeking targets, but about pulling teeth from the jaws of a tiger under the gaze of 9 pairs of eyes. The difficulty has skyrocketed from hard mode to hellish mode. Chapter 99, The Gathering of the 9 Emperors. Ryan Continent. In each royal family's leader's heart, there is an indescribable coordinate. It is a taboo space detached from the real world. There is no concept of heaven and earth here, only an endless sea of stars. Countless brilliant nebulae flow slowly, condensing into rivers within reach, beneath smooth, mirror-like black crystal ground reflecting the brilliance above. In the center of the space, a circular courtyard woven from pure light quietly floats. A tall figure was the first to arrive. On the hem of her gown, dark golden threads embroidered with intricate, twisted symbols of destruction. With each step she took, those symbols seemed like a hungry abyss, greedily swallowing the surrounding light and spitting out a void that sent chills down one's soul. She had a face that resembled Xia Yao with 9 parts, but her temperament was as cold as ancient ice, chilling to the extreme. Her long black hair was held up by a pale bone hairpin. She was the queen of the void-gazing royal family, Xia Qingyuan. Almost the moment she appeared, the space beside her rippled outward in a circle. A petite figure jumped out. The newcomer wore a long robe with gold threading and star patterns, her silver hair playfully sticking up. On her face sat a delicate monocle, and the starry eyes behind the lenses sparkled with a wisdom and cunning that seemed to pierce through the river of time. Her looks resembled cocky, yet carried an unshakable calmness that time could not erase. The ruler of the starry rhythm royal family, Kakia. Xia Yuan, you always get ahead of me, can't you wait for me just once? Kakia skillfully linked her arm with Xia Qingyuan's, her tone filled with familiarity yet tinged with complaint. Xia Qingyuan shot her a blank glance and said nothing, yet did not withdraw her arm. Sigh, I wonder why the master awakened us this time. I just woke up, and there are so many new discoveries I haven't had time to organize. Kakia pushed her glasses and spoke to herself. As her words fell, two figures approached from the opposite side of the courtyard. One was Aoshi, dressed in a luxurious gold dragon-patterned palace gown, tiny dragon horns hidden within her golden-green long hair, her noble face shrouded in an unshakable worry. The other woman was much livelier. She wore a vibrant green short skirt, her silver-white long hair braided into dozens of delicate little braids, swaying gently with her movements. Her features were exquisite, her smile sweet, and her eyes sparkled with a cleverness. The queen of the 1,000 illusion white monkeys, Ailey. Sister Aoshi, don't worry too much, the boss can do anything, there is definitely a way to solve Schwer's curse. Ailey comforted Aoshi beside her. As soon as she saw Kakia and Xia Qingyuan, her eyes lit up, pulling Aoshi along as she hurried over. Ah, Kakia, Qingyuan, you're here too. Ailey greeted warmly and then announced mysteriously, just in time, I have great news. My Lillian is about to have good fortune with Aoshi's ouching. Upon hearing this, Aoshi managed a faint smile, which seemed like an acknowledgement. Oh? A glint flashed behind Kakia's lenses, that sounds like a strong alliance, please save a good spot for me at the wedding. That's a must. Ailey proudly puffed out her chest, I plan to hold the wedding in Wanchang City, inviting all prominent figures from across the continent to witness. Kakia chuckled softly, I really envy you, your clan doesn't have so many old rules, allowing you to choose partners freely. Ailey huffed proudly, humph, unlike your two clans, who treat outsiders so harshly for the sake of so-called pure bloodlines. Times have changed, you have to learn to be flexible. At her words, Xia Qingyuan's calm face instantly clouded over with frost. Kakia's smile also vanished. Seeing this, Ailey quickly laughed awkwardly, aha, I was just casually suggesting, sorry for reminding you of unhappy things. Just then, several drastically different terrifying auras descended one after another. A fiery woman with red hair and a lava dress strode forward, the temperature of the air rising with her presence. She was the queen of lava titans, Ignis. Alongside her was a woman shrouded in black gauze, with only her haunting eyes visible. She was the queen of siren sea monsters, Lorelei. Lorelei's gaze fell on Aoshi, and she let out a soft laugh. Oh, the dragon queen has come? Haven't you come across any of my clan's corpses on the sea lately? I've heard your patrol teams really like to accidentally injure us. Aoshi's face turned dark, her golden dragon eyes gleaming with cold light. Mind your people, don't let them cross the sighing sea gorge, and we shall naturally coexist peacefully. He, the entire ocean is the home of the sirens, where are the boundaries? Lorelei stood her ground. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Alright, let's say a little less, do you want to be punished by the boss again? A hoarse voice with a strange magnetism sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a woman in a black dress embroidered with white bones, her deep gray-purple eyes captivating. She was playing with a skull-shaped jade pendant on her fingertips. The Bone King, Morana. Next, a tall woman, over 2.5 meters tall, with a muscular and graceful physique and bronze skin, walked silently to the side. She was the queen of the immortal giants, Rock Princess. The last to appear was a woman in a translucent gray-purple gauze dress. If one looked closely, they would see she was wearing nothing underneath, her purple hair translucent like mist, and her long eyelashes made her look perpetually sleepy. She held a patched-up doll, its eyes two glowing pearls. She was the Nightmare Weaver, Phoebe. The 9 supreme rulers of the Ryan continent gathered once again after many years. In the midst of this strange atmosphere, each harboring their own thoughts, the Nebula River in the center of the courtyard suddenly came to a standstill. All light flows and energy movements halted at that moment. An indescribable majesty enveloped the entire space. The 9 queens simultaneously retracted all their auras, stood up, and bowed towards the entrance of the courtyard. A figure silently appeared there. The newcomer wore a deep purple hooded cloak with bright yellow edges. He slowly lifted his head, revealing a face. That long face bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu He, handsome but with a detached indifference that seemed to perceive everything. Master. 9 voices representing the pinnacle of power in the Ryan continent converged into a respectful flow. You may rise. The master's voice was very calm, devoid of any emotion. His gaze slowly swept across everyone present, finally landing on the most anxious Aoshi. I know about your daughter. Aoshi's heart tightened, and she immediately stepped forward, earnestly saying, I implore the master to take action and save Schwer. The master did not respond immediately. He shifted his gaze from Aoshi and looked at Xia Qingyuan, Katia, Ellie. A strange smile suddenly flickered in his deep eyes. He spoke, his voice not loud but clearly reaching the ears of every queen. It seems your daughters have been having a lot of fun lately. Chapter 100, Deadlock, Only Gamble Left. At this moment, the three queens standing at the pinnacle of power in the Ryan continent showed various expressions, vividly diverse. Xiaoqing Yuan's eternally icy face had her eyebrows barely twitch. Fun? Her daughter Xia Yao, besides destruction and battle, what else could she understand about fun? Absolutely impossible. Katya adjusted her monocle, and countless data streams raced through her starry eyes, trying to analyze the deeper meaning behind the master's words. Her daughter, Catch, had been a bookworm since childhood, her greatest joy being buried in piles of books. Only the queen of the thousand illusions white ape, Ellie, felt her heart leap, a strong sense of foreboding tightening around her heart. Other people's daughters were playing, but her precious daughter Lillian was known for causing trouble that could pierce the heavens. Could it be? Could she have created another huge mess outside? The master noted their subtle expressions, a meaningful smile creeping up at the corner of his mouth, sending chills down the spines of the three queens. Good things, they're all good things. The master waved his hand like an audience enjoying a show. Your daughters cough, this surprise will be left for you to discover yourselves. Discover by yourself? The hearts of the three empresses sank together. To be called a surprise by the master very likely means fright for them. At this moment, Aoshi couldn't care about any of that, her heart was completely tied to her cursed daughter, and she pleaded again, Master, my swear. As for your daughter's tricky curse. The master's gaze turned to Aoshi, his tone leaving no room for doubt, do not panic. Just wait at home peacefully, soon, someone will go to save her. Someone will go to save her? Who? Who has this ability to unravel a curse that even the master finds tricky? Aoshi was filled with doubts, but the master's words were sacred orders, she didn't dare to ask another question, only able to press her astonishment deep down. The master's gaze slowly swept across the 9 empresses present, his voice suddenly becoming serious. Next, listen to my arrangements. No matter what you see or hear next, everything must follow the rules, do not overstep, do not hold back, and do not mention me to anyone. His voice was soft, yet it carried a pressure that solidified the entire space. Otherwise, I don't mind abolishing the current royal family and selecting 9 new ones. The moment the words fell, even the most fiery-tempered lava titan Empress Ignis turned pale, and along with the other 8, they knelt on one knee, trembling slightly from extreme fear. We will obey the master's decree. They dared not have any dissent. Because they knew better than anyone that the master could make anything he said come true. To defy him was to defy the entire world. This mysterious and immensely powerful being was the true god of the Ryan continent. He ended the bloody era of countless clans in conflict and established the current order of the 9 emperors. He taught them the secrets to surpassing racial limits, creating the SSR realm that should not have existed. Any rule, any power of the Ryan continent, whenever he cast his eyes upon it, he could grasp it instantly and unleash terrifying power far beyond that of the original creator. To defy him is to defy the entire world. Looking at the 9 silent subjects below, the master nodded in satisfaction, his figure began to become illusory, gradually merging into the sea of stars, leaving behind one last sentence echoing in the space. Go, the good show has begun. In the Foam Ling Hotel, in Chu He's room. The atmosphere was suffocating. The news brought by Shanhua felt like a giant rock, heavily pressing on everyone's hearts. Brother-in-law, what do we do now? My mother and the others must have met the master already, and it won't be long before they come to kill us. Shanhua turned in panic, he knew too well his mother's temper, she was someone who could conceptually erase anyone. It's over. Lillian rolled around on the sofa, clutching her head, her long, silky silver hair a mess like a bird's nest. If my mom finds out I kicked Aoqing out and still with you, she'll definitely beat me back to my original form and lock me up for hundreds of years. Kaki sat by the window, resting her chin on her hands, her brow furrowed as she quickly analyzed the current situation. Going head-on won't work at all. The SSR level power is not something we can counter, it can strike with terrifying force over 10,000 miles. Running away is also unrealistic. On the Ryan continent, as long as my mother wants to, we could run to the ends of the earth, but with just a thought, she could bring us back. Lying won't work either. My mother controls the star law and is best at seeing the truth, any lie would have nowhere to hide in front of her. Every word from Kaki was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. This is a deadlock. Everyone's gaze finally gathered on Chu He. He was the center of this whirlpool and also the only one who could break the stalemate. Chu He sat on the edge of the bed, silent for a long time. He was not afraid, he was thinking. He quickly reviewed all his experiences from the past month in his mind. From the initial Blue Star campus instance to now, the glorious city of Ryan continent. The people he faced were getting stronger, and the situation was becoming more complicated. But he discovered a pattern. The more seemingly unsolvable the dire situation, the less it could be played by common sense. The more desperate the circumstances, the more one must take risks. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over three beautiful faces filled with worry and tension, and suddenly smiled. What's everyone so flustered about? He stood up and walked to the center of the three women, stretching out his arms and pulling them all into an embrace, holding them tight on both sides. Isn't it just meeting the parents? What's the big deal? Huh? The three women, along with the nearby Shano, were all stunned. Big brother, is this what you call meeting the parents? This is sending people to their doom, it's a sentencing ground. Brother-in-law, are you feeling okay? Shano asked cautiously. My mother is not just an ordinary mother-in-law, she's a super scion who can crush a small asteroid with one slap. No, wait, she's a super empress. I know. Chu He's smile remained, but his eyes became sharp. They are very powerful, but we also have our trump cards. What is our trump card? Summer Yao instinctively asked. Our trump card is you. His voice was not loud but carried a peculiar power that calmed hearts. Hiding can't be hidden. Dodging can't escape. Since it's like this, let's be straightforward. Chu He took a deep breath and said word by word. Be honest. Let's take a gamble. Bet that they are, after all, your mothers. Bet that their love for their daughters will outweigh so-called royal face and rules. These words struck like thunder, exploding in the minds of the three women. They were all stunned. Yes. Why didn't they think of this? They were only focusing on their mother's majesty and coldness as queens, but subconsciously neglected that they were also mothers who loved their daughters. But Summer Yao was still hesitant. My mom, her personality is very cold, she hates it most when others defy her. That's because nobody has dared to truly enter her heart before. Chu He held her face, looking intently into her eyes. Now someone has. My mom may not advocate violence, but rules are above everything, and the bloodline of the Starlaw family cannot allow. Kachi voiced his concerns. Rules are dead, people are alive. Chu He's twisted logic came out. Besides, why wouldn't you want such an excellent son-in-law like me? Lillian blinked her red, yellow, and blue big eyes and weakly raised her hand. My mom has a Dragon Clan marriage contract issue. Chu He waved his hand dramatically, exuding dominating confidence. Perfect. Let that goofy dragon come too. In front of everyone, let's settle this once and for all. New loves and old flames gather together, performing an epic true love defense battle. Seeing Chu He's confident and even slightly excited appearance, the three women in Shano were dumbfounded. How did it get more and more ridiculous? But for some reason, the overwhelming fear in their hearts was truly diluted by Chu He's seemingly reckless words. Indeed, it was a deadlock anyway. Why not go a little crazy? All right. Summer Yao was the first to nod, her resolve replacing panic in her eyes. I'll go crazy with you. Count me in. Kachi also clenched her tiny fist. I'll risk it too. Lillian gritted her teeth. Shano stood by, staring wide-eyed, murmuring. They're crazy, they're all crazy. Chapter 101, The Three Emperors Arrive at Glorious City. The sky above Glorious City darkened unexpectedly. It was not dark clouds blocking the sun, nor was it an eclipse. It was a strange feeling that the world's light source had been artificially adjusted to a lower color temperature. A sense of oppression, rooted in the instinct of life, gripped every being's heart in the city. The patrolling soldiers of the Thousand Illusions White Ape Tribe. The dagger at his waist let out a restless soft whine, making him instinctively tighten his grip on the hilt. Countless beings at this moment all felt a strange sense of unease, as if something incomprehensible and irresistible had descended upon this city. Above the ruins of the Lord's Manor, thousands of craftsmen were enthusiastically engaged in repair work, turning this place into a vast construction site. Three figures suddenly appeared out of thin air above the ruins, quietly hovering in the air. Their existence did not disturb anyone below, as if separated from this space by an invisible dimension. The illusionary White Ape Queen, Ally, looked down at the manor completely reduced to ruins. Her once sweet and lovely face instantly collapsed. My manor. In the next moment, her figure vanished, directly appearing in front of the elderly White Ape steward, the chief in charge of the construction site. The poor old steward was loudly directing with blueprints in hand when he suddenly felt the air around him freeze. Raising his head, he saw his queen, who should still be asleep, along with two other women whose terrifying auras made his soul shiver. Why you? Your Majesty? The blueprint in the old steward's hand fell to the ground with a thud, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. His beard trembled as if shaking a rattle. My heavens! The queen woke up. And she brought along the royal family and the Starlaw royal family. What is happening? Ally's voice sounded very calm, but those who knew her understood it was the calm before the storm. Who did this? Reporting. Your Majesty. The old steward was so scared his tongue twisted, yet he still forced himself to explain the earth-shattering battle from a few days ago, detail by detail. He did not dare to lie. Before the three queens, any deceit would insult their wisdom, leading to a terrible outcome. So, Miss Lillian, she said in front of Prince Ouching that she already had a beloved person, and then they fought. Ally's beautiful three-colored eyes gradually widened, her expression frozen in disbelief. Her own daughter called off the wedding? And fought with the Dragon Clan's prince over a wild man who appeared from nowhere? She even destroyed her own home? Beside her, Kachia and Xia Qinyuan initially wore expressions of amusement, as if enjoying the spectacle. Especially Kachia, who even had a tiny arc on the corner of her mouth. Letting you just proudly announce the engagement, huh? Now you're in big trouble. Who is that man? Ally demanded through clenched teeth, each word squeezed out from between her teeth. He is a human named Chu He. Human? The three queens simultaneously froze for a moment. How could a weak human enchant their fearless daughter so much? Ally felt that this matter was ridiculous. That Chu He is kind of special, the old steward swallowed hard, mustering all his courage to continue reporting. He possesses the shapeshifting ability of our illusionary White Ape clan, the spatial power of the Starlaw royal family, and the annihilating power of the virtual royal family. As soon as this was said, the expressions of Kachia and Xia Qinyuan, who were watching the drama, instantly froze. What did you say? Xia Qinyuan's icy voice, for the first time, carried no emotion but left the old steward's soul frozen in fear. How could a single human possibly possess our clan's powers? I don't know. The old steward was about to cry. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes, that Chu He indeed utilized the three royal powers, and even managed to stall Prince Ouching, who was at the SSS level, for a moment. Now, even Xia Qinyuan could not maintain her calmness. Behind Kachia's glasses, starlight flashed wildly. This matter had surpassed their understanding. Ally's mood at this moment, however, became even worse. What she cared about the most was not this, but her daughter's lifelong affair. In the end? Did Ouching win? Was that dead girl Lillian taught a lesson? She pressed on. No. The old butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice even quieter. At the last moment, it was Miss Xia Yao from the Shuni royal family, and Miss Kachia from the Xing royal family. They teamed up, using time freeze and annihilation power, instantly suppressed the furious Prince Ouching. The air was as dead as silence. Ailey's mouth opened slightly, looking at her two good sisters beside her whose expressions suddenly became incredibly vivid. Xia Qingyuan and Kachia exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. A strangely awkward atmosphere spread among the three empresses. Where are they? Xia Qingyuan's voice had turned icy enough to drop ice shards. Your Majesty, Miss Lillian and the others have been staying at the Eerie House Hotel of the Xingling Fox Clan's failing these days. However, at this time, they should be at the Feast House in the city center, a hot pot restaurant opened by Chu He, which is said to be very delicious. Feast House? Kachia frowned. Hot pot restaurant? The three empresses. A mysterious human who could fight against an SSS-class dragon and had run away with three royal daughters was actually running a hot pot restaurant? What even is this? Ailey no longer wanted to waste words, she just wanted to immediately grab that kid named Chu He and see if he truly had 3 heads or 6 arms. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the busiest commercial street of Wanxiang City, in front of the feast house. A long line had already stretched to the street corner, various strange beings craning their necks, anxiously waiting, chattering non-stop. Suddenly, the entire street's noise was like someone had pressed the mute button. All the strange beings felt a tremor from deep within their bloodlines, fearfully raising their heads, seeing 3 figures slowly descending from the sky. Ailey was leading the way, wearing a sincere smile on her face. Kachia followed beside her, pushing her glasses, her expression serious. Xia Qingyuan walked last, her face expressionless. Where she passed, even the light seemed to be swallowed. 3 empresses. In the line, an experienced old strange being recognized them, screaming in fear. Ailey spoke, 1 minute's time, everyone immediately disappear from here. If I see you, you never need to leave again. Splash. The whole long queue exploded instantly, countless strange beings scrambling in all directions, rolling in fear. Those running the shop quickly pulled down the rolling shutter. People shopping directly crashed into neighboring stores. In less than 30 seconds, the bustling commercial street that had just been filled with voices turned quieter than a graveyard, with only the sound of the wind stirring a few scraps of paper in desolation. Ailey was very satisfied with this effect. She stopped and looked up at the shop's sign. Kachia read the advertisement on the sign word by word with great interest. Chu He Hot Pot Store. Praised for its deliciousness by the royal strange chef Xia Yan. So delicious, that it made the queen cry hot pot. You certainly have some guts. Ailey's smile grew even more kind, and the air around her began to make cracking sounds under the unbearable pressure. To enchant my daughter to the point of distraction and even offend the Dragon Clan, today I want to see what extraordinary skills he possesses. Xia Qingyuan said nothing, she just quietly stared at the tightly closed shop door, but deep within her eyes that could destroy everything, a storm was already gathering. Chapter 102, The Gambling God, Chu He. And at this moment, inside the hot pot restaurant. Silence. Chu He, Xiaoyao, Kachia, Lillian, and Xianhua sat around a table, and no one spoke. They heard the commotion outside very clearly. The three terrifying auras descending like heavenly might pressed the temperature in the restaurant down a few degrees, making everyone breathe carefully. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's my mom's aura. Identical. Lillian held her head, about to mess up her beautiful silver-white long hair into a nest. Kachi's little face was tight, her hands resting on her knees, her fingertips unconsciously tapping. That was her habit when she thought fast. Xiaoyao didn't say anything, but her hand clenched tightly around Chu He's clothing, revealing her inner unease. The three princesses never expected to reunite with their mother in such a manner, in this kind of situation. Even the usually loud Su Nuwa was quiet as a quail at this moment, huddled in her chair, wishing she could shrink into a crack in the wall. Only Chu He remained calm. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, his heart pounding like it was about to burst out of his chest. Panic and fear, all these emotions were present within him. Every time crisis came, that sense of helplessness, like being crushed in the next second, suffocated him. Every time felt like betting his life. But he was not a mindless gambler. He had two chips. First, he bet that they wouldn't really kill him because his life was tied to their daughters' lives. Second, he bet that the high and mighty master wouldn't easily let him die. He was still waiting to overturn his chessboard. Thinking of that jerk master who toyed with him, Chu He felt a surge of anger. He really wanted to give that guy a good beating. Alright, stop looking like you're about to go to the execution ground. Chu He suddenly stood up, patting non-existent wrinkles off his clothes. It's just meeting the parents, what's the big deal? At this moment, Chu He was dressed sharply in a black suit, the collar of his white shirt buttoned meticulously, paired with a pure black tie. He even styled his hair into a slicked-back look. In that moment, he seemed like a gambling god. The betting game has started, now it's time to meet our dealer. He lightly tapped his phone screen. A grand, passionate synthesizer music blasted loudly, the final countdown. Dun dun dun, dun dun dun. The strong and steady rhythm began to turn like a huge gear-driving fate, each beat weighing heavily on everyone's heart, completely driving away the suffocating fear, replaced by a compelling, powerful aura. Chu He turned around and walked towards the door. His back, set against the music, was straight and resolute, carrying the epic feel of walking towards destiny. Xiaoyao, Kachi, Lillian, and Su Nuwa all stared in awe. This scene was so handsome it felt unreal. In their pupils reflected that solitary figure walking towards the divine, their eyes couldn't help but feel warm. Su Nuwa unconsciously murmured, "Brother-in-law, so handsome." Xiaoyao, Kachi, and Lillian exchanged glances, seeing a spark of determination in each other's eyes. They immediately stood up, with no hesitation, closely following behind Chu He. Su Nuwa gritted her teeth and hurriedly caught up. They had agreed to scale mountains and seas of fire, they could not falter at a crucial moment. At that moment, the system notification sound rang out, and after a week of living together, the intimacy level of Xiaoyao and the other women had already reached deep love. Xiaoyao's intimacy, deep love 95.66%. Kachi's intimacy, deep love 90.78%. Lillian's intimacy, deep love 80.69%. Chu He gave a faint smile at this result, seeming like something big needed to happen to dramatically increase intimacy. Chu He reached the door and placed his hand on the doorknob. He could clearly feel the three presences outside had locked onto every inch of the shop space. He took another deep breath. Then, suddenly, he yanked open the shop door. Afternoon sunlight poured in, a bit blinding. Chu He squinted, finally seeing the three stunning women standing outside the door. The one at the front had a sweet face, but her eyes held an unfathomable cold pool. The one beside her was knowledgeable and elegant, her gaze behind single glasses sharp as a scalpel. It seemed to peel him apart from the inside out. The last one, cold and silent, stood there as if even the light and air were frozen. Without a doubt, this was their mother. 3 SSR-level super queens. As Chu He examined them, the three queens, for the first time, set their sights on this audacious human. Then, the moment they saw Chu He's face. Whether it was the furious Ellie, the intrigued Kiki, or the ice-cold Xia Qingyuan. The three queens standing at the peak of power in Ryan continent, at this moment, had their expressions freeze completely in unison. All their expressions, anger, scrutiny, coldness were instantly replaced by an extreme shock, then shattered, collapsed. Their pupils contracted violently. That face. That face, how could it be? Wasn't that the face of the master who just summoned them? No, it couldn't be said to be identical, but that outline, those brows and eyes, that spirit, were at least 80 to 90% similar. What shocked them even more was that from this man, there emanated a faint aura that was extremely similar to the master. It was a kind of charm that compelled one to approach and want to submit. Though weakened to countless degrees, the essence was surprisingly consistent. This was naturally Chu He silently activating the charming breath. He thought this skill might have no effect on SSR level powerhouses, but still held a try-it-out attitude. What if it worked? In an instant, the three queens' minds went blank, all the prepared words of accusation were forcefully swallowed back, stuck in their throats, neither up nor down. The overwhelming momentum from before instantly wilted. Ellie's lips trembled, the first one to speak. You are. As soon as the words came out, Ellie's head was suddenly hit by a sharp pain, as if a burning iron rod had been fiercely stabbed in. She instantly remembered the master's recent command, do not mention me to anyone. This scene stunned Chu He behind them as well. Kiki, Xia Yao, Lillian, all of them were completely dumbfounded. This was completely different from the script they had imagined. In their mother's eyes, they did not see raging anger, but surprise, shock, and undeniable panic. Chu He's mind raced, attributing everything to the charming breath, and marveled how terrifying this skill was. But Chu He did not dare to let his guard down. He forced a standard and warm smile, gathered his courage, stepped forward, and actively spoke. I guess the three of you must be the mothers of Yao, Chi, and Lili, right? Ladies, my name is Chu He, very glad to meet you. Chapter 103, Mother-in-law like a little kitten. The faces of the three queens were cloudy and changeable, waves of turmoil surged in their minds. Yao, Chi, Lili. Master He, how could he use such a familiar term to call their daughters? The deep meaning contained made them hesitate to think further, feeling a chill rush from the depths of their souls to their very heads. For a moment, no one dared to respond, no one dared to move. Seeing them just staring at him without speaking, Chu He felt his scalp go numb, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. This pressure was terrifying 100 times more than facing Ao Ching. He felt like an ant locked onto by three prehistoric beasts, their mere glance could erase him from existence. This situation was definitely not the normal effect of the charming breath. Did it go wrong? But Chu He forced himself to calm down, taking a pure white handkerchief out of his pocket, and elegantly wiping the sweat from his forehead. Why are the three of you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Oh dear, the weather is getting a bit hot. Upon hearing this, the three empresses quickly averted their gaze, not daring to look at Chu He again. The three girls, hand in hand, were ready to argue with their mother, even prepared to be immediately suppressed. But what they saw before them completely shattered their understanding. Lillian pinched her thigh hard, the sharp pain making her gasp. This was not an illusion. Chu He. Lillian quietly tugged on Chu He's clothes with a breathless voice. What did you do to them? Chu He also wanted to know the answer. He had imagined countless openings. Fury like thunder, cold words to threaten, even to fight directly. He had prepared several sets of witty replies for the situation. But what was going on right now? Three mothers-in-law, all looking as if they had been cursed, with expressions so complex they could be called art, but not saying a word. Especially the white ape empress, Ai Li, who looked utterly haunted, making him doubt for a moment if he looked too stunningly out of this world. He had no idea that his face would so closely resemble that of the true boss of this world. And the breath of enchantment he activated not only failed to charm but instead became the last straw that broke the psychological defenses of the three empresses, due to a faint shared aura. It was exceptionally effective, but everything had completely gone off course. But who was Chu He? The gamble had already begun, and even if the dealer's hand was shaking, he had to see it through. Although he felt scared inside, his smile grew even more radiant as he took another step forward under the pressure. Why are you three not speaking? Are you tired from the journey? Or do you simply find me, your future son-in-law, too satisfactory that you don't know how to praise me? As soon as he said this, Xia Yao, Kachia, Lilian, and Xianua almost collectively felt their legs buckle and nearly knelt down. He's gone mad. Chu He is definitely insane. At a time like this, how dare you throw a torch into the powder keg? However, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. In response to Chu He's nearly provocative banter, the three empresses not only did not get angry, but their bodies also trembled slightly in unison. Xiaoqing Yuan and Kachia's eyes uncontrollably glanced towards Ai Li, who was pale beside them. Look! It's happening again. These ordinary words were filled with mocking, testing, and a tone of control. Isn't this the master's usual style? Satisfied? Praise? Who dares? Who dares to evaluate the avatar of the master? They were now 1000% sure this was a trap set by the master, an ultimate test targeting the three of them, and perhaps even the entire 9 royal family. Every word he said, every expression he made, could be a trap leading to their destruction. I don't dare. Xiaoqing Yuan's cold voice rang out, these two words sounded extremely stiff, as if squeezed out from between her teeth. We have no objections. Kachia immediately followed up, pushing up her glasses, her tone cautious to the extreme. Ai Li nodded desperately, her lips moving for a long time but daring not to utter a word, fearing to invoke another soul-shattering pain. This time it was Chu He's turn to go silent. Not daring? No objections? He suspected he was hallucinating. These three were SSR-level existences capable of smashing asteroids with a single slap, the power ceiling of the Ryan continent. How come now they all seemed as obedient as little kittens? Could it be that his powerful aura had leaked out to such an extent? Brother-in-law, so amazing. Xia Nuo had completely petrified behind, looking at Chu He's back, his mouth mumbling without consciousness. In all his years, it was the first time he had seen his mother, who always looked down on the world, so. With the other two royal aunts, exposing this, almost fearful posture in front of a man. The always brilliant Kaki stood dumbfounded, unable to figure out what was going on. Ahem. Chu He cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous waves in his heart. No matter the situation, he absolutely could not lose momentum. He turned to the side, making a pleased gesture, his smile still impeccable. I initially planned to visit personally another day, but I didn't expect the three of you would come on your own, truly an unexpected honor. 3 mothers-in-law, ahem, 3 empresses, please don't stand outside, come in and sit down. Try the hot pot base I personally made, I guarantee it will leave you unforgettable for a lifetime. Unforgettable for a lifetime. These 4 words, when heard by the 3 empresses, felt like a judgment filled with killing intent. They had no doubt that if today's performance could not satisfy this master's incarnation, their lifetime would probably end right away. The 3 women exchanged glances, seeing in each other's pupils the utmost seriousness and a hint of despair. There was no choice. They could only brace themselves and go on. They took stiff steps, entering the hot pot restaurant called Tao Tai House. Upon entering, a strong, overwhelming smell mixed with beef tallow, chile, and various spices struck them. The 3 empresses had never encountered such an ordinary and mundane smell, and they couldn't help but frown. They examined the shop's decor. Simple wooden tables and chairs, with red menus stuck on the wall, displaying words like premium fat beef, handcrafted shrimp paste, and fresh beef tripe. Everything appeared so ordinary. But the more ordinary it seemed, the more unusual it felt in their eyes, exuding a sense of depth and mystery. This was the master's trial ground. Every table, every chair, even every word on the menu might hold some profound meaning beyond their understanding. Please sit, don't be polite. Chu He, acting like a true host, naturally pulled out a chair, signaling them to sit down. The 3 empresses dared not let him do it, almost simultaneously pulling out chairs and sitting upright. Their postures were as straight as 3 new recruits awaiting inspection, hands placed flat on their knees, not moving an inch. Xia Yao, Kaki, Lillian, and Xia Nuo also sat down, but they felt completely uneasy, watching their mother's unprecedented obedient demeanor. The atmosphere in the entire space had become unbearably tense. Chu He felt that continuing like this wasn't a solution. He decided to take the initiative to break the impasse. His gaze swept over the 3 extraordinarily elegant mothers-in-law, landing finally on the coldest presence, Xia Qingyuan. She was Xia Yao's mother and appeared to be the most difficult one to deal with among the 3 empresses. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Chu He steadied his mind, displaying the most sincere smile, and spoke. Aunt, do you misunderstand me? I don't know if it's just my feeling, but why do I sense that you seem to be afraid of me? Fear? Xia Qingyuan's heart suddenly contracted, a chilling sensation crawled up her spine. Did he see it? Did he see that we are afraid of him? Is this a warning to us? What kind of new workplace PUA is this? How did I not notice before how twisted the master is? In her mind, alarm bells were ringing, every cell screaming danger. Facing this unpredictable master who could upend the imperial order with a snap, admitting fear was equivalent to admitting weakness, which might be interpreted as a doubt of his authority. Deny it? A single lie might require countless lies to cover, and lying in front of him was like lighting a candle in the sun, humiliating oneself. For the first time, a flustered emotion appeared on Xia Qingyuan's stunning face, even though the change was extremely subtle. But could not escape the eyes of Chu He. No. Xia Qingyuan almost used all her willpower to control the tremor in her voice, making it sound consistently cold. It's just that Mr. Chu He looks very outstanding, dashing, and impressive, which surprised me, a lot. The corner of Chu He's eye twitched. Ah? Mr. Chu He? He couldn't help but repeat this address, feeling goosebumps all over his body. This title, coming from Xia Yao's mother, the super strong person, sounded so abstract. She was high and mighty, almost a divine existence. How could she be so respectful and cautious towards him? Every word was filled with a sense of careful detachment, afraid of upsetting him. This matter was full of oddities. Chu He's mind raced, and a thought suddenly jumped out. That master. Could it be, this matter is related to that mysterious master? That's right, his enchanting breath was a power given by the master, and since they could meet the master in person, they must be familiar with the master's aura. In that case, everything made sense. Goodness, was he unknowingly using the guise of a powerful boss to intimidate others? Chu He felt a storm rise in his heart, yet his face remained calm. No matter the situation, as long as the other party had concerns, his chances of winning this hard battle would increase. Seeing their mother's unusual demeanor, Xia Yao and her two companions exchanged glances, and the stone that had been hanging over their hearts quietly fell by more than half. Xia Yao took the lead. She took a deep breath, took the initiative to stand beside Chu He, and in front of her mother, tightly linked her arm with his. Yes, mother. Xia Yao's voice was clear and pleasant, filled with an unprecedented joy and happiness. Chu He is very outstanding. Not only is he handsome and capable, but he also has a sense of responsibility. Being with him makes me feel unprecedented happiness and joy. She looked up, gazing at Chu He's profile, her eyes filled with an unbreakable deep affection. He makes me experience what it truly means to live, and what the joy of being a woman is. And Xia Yao paused and declared firmly, he has already decided to marry me and is willing to accept the most rigorous tests of marrying into our clan. Boom! These words detonated like a mental bomb in Xia Qingyuan's mind. Xia Qingyuan's body trembled slightly, and her gaze was fixed on her daughter's face. That sweet face radiated happiness that she had never seen before, and those eyes that should have been lifeless were now shimmering with a light she had never seen. Since the age of 7, when Xia Yao learned the truth about her father's death, she had never smiled like this again. Her world was left with cold rules, destruction, and battle. Xia Qingyuan had thought her daughter would live in such loneliness for a lifetime. But now, a complex emotion that was hard to articulate surged in Xia Qingyuan's heart. There was shock, bewilderment, but more was a kind of bittersweet joy that even she herself had not noticed. Xia Nuo, standing beside her, was already dumbfounded. He opened his mouth, staring blankly at his sister, who was cold as the moon, now snuggling up to a man and speaking such straightforward, cheesy love words. Heavens! This world is so crazy. Seeing Xia Yao so brave, Keiji was also greatly encouraged. She stood up unwilling to be outdone, walked to the other side of Chu He, and with her small hand, also linked her arm with his, saying to her mother Keijia. Mother, I truly love Xiao He too. He is my destined only partner, and our compatibility is as high as 99.99%. Keijia. True love? Destined by fate? How did my big bookworm daughter become such a love-stricken fool? Lillian glanced and saw both sisters charging ahead, how could she fall behind? She slammed the table, stood up, hands on her hips, and, mustering all her courage, loudly declared to her mother, Ellie. Mom! Chu Bao and I are also in love, born to be a pair. I've already kicked that proud Ching out. In this lifetime, I will marry no one but Chu Bao. He is my one and only. My true love. My heart, my liver, my sweet treasure. Ellie's body swayed, nearly tumbling off her chair. Her sweet and lovely face was now twisted into an expression comparable to an abstract painting. It's over. All over. Her precious daughter has completely fallen into this. Meanwhile, Xiano, with a curiosity bordering on madness, felt his mind was experiencing a cosmic storm, being crushed and reshaped repeatedly. One man, simultaneously handling the three most difficult princesses of the Ryan continent. And before the three empresses, he was crazily confessed to by their daughters. What an epic and insane event this is. In that moment, his admiration for Chu He soared, reaching a terrifying height that required looking up and worshipping. If it weren't for the terrifying aura of the three empresses holding the situation down, he might have slid to the ground, hugging Chu He's leg and shouting, 666. Chu He stood in the middle, embraced by girls on both sides, inhaling the sweet scent of their young bodies, feeling the softness of their arms, maintaining a calm exterior, while inside, he was panicking. Sisters, it's all fun and games, but don't joke with my life. However, the reactions of the three empresses once again surprised everyone. Facing their daughter's rebellious declaration, not only did they not get angry, but they exchanged glances filled with uncertainty and suspicion. Finally, it was the most rational Keijia who identified the key issue. She pushed her glasses up and cautiously asked. But Mr. Chu He, there is only one person. Once this was said, the confessions from Xia Yao and Lillian abruptly stopped. They suddenly realized this fundamental problem. Yes, there is only one Chu He. They instinctively looked at Chu He, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hot pot restaurant became incredibly subtle. All eyes focused on Chu He. Chu He's handsome face blushed rarely. He coughed twice, facing the scrutinizing, probing, and uncertain eyes of the three mothers-in-law, as well as the eager yet anxious gazes of the three girls. He knew this was the final showdown. The gamble had reached the stage where one must reveal their cards. Either he swept the table, or he would be thrown off. Chu He released the hands of the two girls, stepped forward, standing straight. He slightly bowed to the three empresses. Although saying this may make the three aunts think I'm shameless, I must be honest. He raised his head, his eyes clear and firm, showing no signs of evasion. I love each of them. So? Chu He spoke each word slowly, his voice not loud, yet it exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. I want to marry all three of them. Chapter 105, settled, Ellie, I'm truly a clown. Chu He's words, I want to marry all three of them, sucked all the sound out of the hot pot restaurant like a light spell. In the hall, one could hear a pin drop. Xiaoyao, Catch, and Lillian, the three girls' brains crashed simultaneously. 1 second later, a scorching blush spread visibly from their necks to their ears, even their eyes glimmered with a charming pink. They hurriedly avoided each other's gazes, yet couldn't help but steal glances with their peripheral vision. In the flicker of their eyes, there was undeniable joy, overflowing happiness. The corners of their mouths couldn't help but rise wildly, and they could only desperately cover their mouths with their hands to prevent that sweet, sticky laughter from spilling out. He really said it. In front of their mother. This madman, this bastard, this man they deeply loved, wants to marry them all. On the other side, the expressions of the three empresses could no longer be described as splendid, it was an art exhibition collapsing before their eyes. The illusory white ape empress, Ellie, had muscles on her sweet face twitching in a chaotic spasm. She wanted to flip the table. She wanted to point at Chu He's nose and let out a thunderous roar. What do you think you're doing with the royal daughters? Is this your own vegetable garden? Want to pull out whatever cabbage you fancy? You want to take the whole cart away? But that towering rage reached her throat, only to be tightly clutched by a deeper fear, turning into a silent tremble. Rationality was screaming. The man before her was the embodiment of the master, the test set by the master. This outrageously absurd demand was the test itself. She didn't dare to move, only could use her fiery eyes to glare frantically at her daughter, Lillian. Lillian's back stiffened, instantly feeling the suppression from the depths of her blood, and immediately gathered her spirit, sitting like a good child. Xiao Qingyuan and Kachia were deeper in their thoughts, but the storm in their hearts also left traces on their faces. They looked at their daughters, whose souls seemed to be stolen away, feeling a mix of emotions. Ahem. Xiao Qingyuan shot a cold glare. Kachia pushed up her glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Xiaoyao and Kachia looked like balloons that had been popped, quickly gathering their silly expressions, sitting properly again, restoring the grace of a royal daughter. For a moment, the room was terrifyingly silent, the awkward atmosphere almost solidifying. Ah, ha ha. Chu He touched his nose, breaking this deadly silence. He had to regain control of the rhythm. 3 ants, I understand. Waking up to find 3 beautiful, stunning little cabbages from my own family being ravished by just me. This surprise might be a bit explosive for you. Xia Nuo almost bit her tongue off. Brother-in-law. You call this a surprise? You're throwing a party in your mother-in-law's minefield. However, Chu He's expression suddenly became incredibly serious, his eyes sincere enough to almost drip water. But the truth is, you all can see, they now love me so deeply that they can't extricate themselves. The night, can't live without me. Any one of them is irreplaceable to me. I also have reasons to be with all of them, our feelings are intertwined with life and death. Chu He's voice suddenly became deep, filled with magnetism. I, Chu He, vow here. I am willing to shine like the stars and the moon, illuminating each night with pure light. This love and this heart, the heavens and earth shall bear witness. After saying this, he calmly spread his arms. If you have any questions, 3 ants, please feel free to ask, this boy knows nothing but the truth. As soon as his voice fell, energy rippled around Chu He's body like water waves. 3 energy avatars, identical to him, silently appeared. Each avatar seemed almost solid, with a well-defined aura, and even graciously nodded at the 3 empresses. This bizarre scene made the pupils of the 3 empresses instantly shrink to pinpoints. It's getting late, you 3 must be hungry. Chu He's main body stood calmly in place, like a king strategizing. The 3 avatars turned in unison, gracefully making their way to the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen, one avatar effortlessly lifted the 5-headed magic lion that Xia Nuo had brought, its massive, ghastly corpse as light as a feather in his hand. Another avatar began to process various vegetables and mushrooms, moving precisely and gracefully. A third avatar set up a large pot and began to prepare the mysterious hot pot base. The entire process was harmonious and calm, radiating an aura of mastering all things. In the hall, Ellie's eyes instantly widened. Avatar technique. This is the innate ability of her 1,000 Illusions White Ape clan. It's confirmed. This is definitely the master. Even if it is not the true form of the master, it must have a huge connection with the master. Could it be the master's son? In Ellie's mind, the indifferent prohibition of the master boomed. No matter what you see or hear next, everything must follow the rules, no exceeding authority, no leniency, and you must never mention me to anyone. Follow the rules, act. Ellie muttered to herself, her lips losing their color. Ellie secretly transmitted her inference and the master's prohibition to her two sisters beside her. Upon hearing this, both felt it made perfect sense. The man before them was not ordinary. The first to speak was Xiaoqing Yuan. In the depths of her cold eyes, a trace of ununderstandable sadness and resignation swept across. Since Yao Yao chose you, I have no objections. Her voice remained icy, yet lacked the sharpness of life and death, adding a hint of helplessness. As long as you can pass my imperial family's test, Yao Yao will be your woman. Kachia followed closely, adjusting her monocle, the starry eyes behind the lenses flickering with calculation and deduction before eventually settling into calmness. Kachia's will is my will. Since she likes you, I respect that. Her tone contained a hint of indescribable complex emotions, pausing before adding. I am quite looking forward to whether you can be the one to break my stellar law clan's test. These words carried hidden meaning. Ellie was momentarily stunned, her heart losing balance. Well. You two old foxes have ready-made steps down. You both have your so-called tests. Yet my Thousand Illusions White Ape clan has no test for marrying off daughters. Thinking back to every word said in the starry space, now felt truly foolish. What should I do? Agree directly? What about the face of my royal family? No, the royal family's face has already been thrown away by her and her daughter. Now all 8 sisters know her family matters. Ellie felt a wave of madness yet was helpless. Ellie's mind twisted in turmoil, but her face could only squeeze out a smile even uglier than crying. Chu He took in the fleeting anomaly on Xiaoqing Yuan and Kachia's faces. He understood in his heart that there must be hidden circumstances behind this. However, it was not the time to dig deep. First, get through today, and later slowly find out. Thank you 3 ants for your support. Chu He smiled slightly, his attitude balanced and respectful. As for the test, I will complete it as soon as possible. Soon, from the kitchen direction, an unprecedented aroma erupted without warning, like an invisible giant hand instantly grasping everyone's sense of smell. The hot pot base was ready. The richness of beef tallow, mixed with the heat of spicy peppers, the numbing fragrance of secret pepper, and dozens of unheard spices, intertwined into a storm of bold and domineering aroma, crazily drilling into the nostrils, roughly awakening the most primal appetite. The 3 avatars brought out large and small plates, starting to serve the dishes. On the ice plate, the essence of 5 magic scar lions was sliced into meat pieces as thin as cicada wings, red and white patterns, beautiful like an artwork. Handmade deep-sea shrimp paste, fresh marshland beef tripe, crunchy sharp-horned beast yellowthroat. A dazzling array of dishes quickly filled the table. In the center of the table, the huge divided pot bubbled furiously, crimson oil splashing, milky soup swirling, aromas mingling, like Tai Chi. Everything seemed so bizarre. Is this really just a meal? Come, 3 ants, please take your seats. Chu He naturally pulled out the chair at the main position. Made a gesture of please. Try my personally made hot pot, I promise it will make you unforgettable for a lifetime. Unforgettable for a lifetime. These 4 words, like a magic sound, made the 3 empresses' hearts tighten. They moved stiffly to their seats, sitting upright, hands flat on their knees, expressions solemn as if awaiting final judgment. Chu He picked up the public chopsticks, took a piece of the best magic lion brain meat, and dipped it briefly in the boiling red soup before precision placing it in the dipping dish in front of Xiaoqing Yuan. Aunt, please try it first. Xiaoqing Yuan looked down, watching the piece of meat coated in bright red sauce, exuding lethal temptation. Is it really just a meal? Chapter 106, Conquering the Empress begins with a hot pot. Chu He looked puzzled. It's just hot pot. Why do they seem so serious, as if they are pondering some complex problem? Aunt, Chu He's voice sounded again, carrying just the right amount of concern and calm. This piece is the essence of the magic lion's brain meat, focusing on 7 up and 8 down. Too long will be overcooked, too short will be raw. Please try it. If you don't like it, I can get you something else. His tone was as natural as that of a neighborly boy hosting friends, with no hint of pressure. Xiaoqing Yuan's gaze moved away from the meat and met Chu He's clear eyes. In those eyes, there was no mockery, no test, only a sincere invitation. Finally, Xiaoqing Yuan moved. She picked up the chopsticks and lifted the piece of meat. Under the watchful eyes of her daughter Xia Yao, Sun Xia Nua, and the other 2 empresses, she sent the meat into her slightly pale red lips. The moment the meat touched her tongue, a fierce and unparalleled wave of flavor exploded in her mouth. The richness of the beef fat and the delicious broth washed over every inch of her taste buds brazenly. Then, the fiery pleasure of the chili and the electric thrill of the pepper like 2 elite troops, fiercely attacked her tongue, stirring waves of shivers that made her scalp tingle. That thin piece of meat was so tender, it was almost unbelievable, melting in her mouth without the need for chewing. The meat's inherent sweetness and the broth's dominance blended into an exquisite taste never experienced before, layered yet unified. A warm current slid down her esophagus, spreading instantly throughout her limbs. Xiaoqing Yuan's body trembled imperceptibly. Deep within her cold, moon-like eyes, something was quietly collapsing. She had lived a long life but had never tasted such indulgent flavor. Ailey, watching from the side, was already drooling, seeing Xiaoqing Yuan eat without issue. She could hardly hold back. I want to try too. She mimicked Chu He's actions, grabbed a piece of meat, impatiently dipped it into the red soup for a few seconds, and without car. Finally, like ice and snow, it melted away. Mom, this shrimp paste is delicious. It was made by Chu He himself. Lillian eagerly served her mother, Ellie, a spoonful of shrimp paste. Mother, you should try this yellow throat, the texture is very crunchy. Kachiya also recommended something to her mother. Xia Yao quietly cooked vegetables that she thought Xiaoqing Yuan would like. For a moment, the hot pot restaurant was filled only with the bubbling sound of the boiling broth and the satisfied sounds of chewing from everyone. Mr. Chu He. Just as the atmosphere was most harmonious, Kachiya suddenly spoke up. She put down her small notebook, adjusted her glasses, and looked at Chu He with intense eyes. This hot pot, did you invent it? As soon as she said this, Xiaoqing Yuan and Ellie also paused their chopsticks and looked over in unison. I can't say invented. Chu He humbly waved his hand. This is a traditional dish from my hometown, which emphasizes sitting around the stove, close and intimate. Whether it's emperors or commoners, in front of this pot, there is no difference. Everyone eats the same thing, enjoying the same warmth and joy. The core meaning is not about what you eat, but who you eat with. It can turn strangers into friends and make family members closer. Chu He's gaze swept over the three magnificent queens, his voice gentle yet powerful. Just like we are now, although there were some small misunderstandings at first, but after this hot pot, don't we feel like one family? One family. These three words struck the hearts of the three queens like three warm electric currents. In their minds, flashed the words and deeds of Chu He from before. He didn't oppress them with power. He didn't intimidate them with status. He resolved everything in the most ordinary, most equal, and warmest way. He personally cooked for them, arranged the food for them, and explained the warmth and philosophy behind this ordinary food. Every word he said, every action he took, radiated a kindness and friendliness that was completely opposite to the indifference, absolute power, and coldness of the master. The three queens exchanged glances, and saw a glimmer of realization in each other's eyes. They may have misunderstood from the very beginning. This was not the master's avatar to toy with them. The person before them could not be the master. But he certainly had countless connections with the master. And the so-called test was not a test for them. But rather, they had to test this young man. He might be the master sent to break the ancient dull rules of the 9 royal families, the breaker. So that's how it is. Ellie murmured, her gaze toward Chu He had completely changed. In her eyes, the fear diminished, replaced by a strong curiosity and scrutiny. Xiaoqing Yuan set her chopsticks down, elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and her previously cold voice now had a hint of barely perceptible softness. Thank you, Chu He, I enjoyed this meal very much. Kachiya secretly smiled and transmitted to Chu He, you are not him, right? Chu He's heart jumped, thinking something was wrong. Did she discover something? But her next words put his heart at ease. But you are also very special. I am starting to anticipate what kind of surprises you will bring to the Star Rhythm clan in the future. Chu He awkwardly smiled, then please wait and see. At this moment, the atmosphere reached an unprecedented harmony. This meal was enjoyed by both hosts and guests. After the meal, the three queens did not linger long and quickly vanished into the sky. Watching the three queens disappear into the horizon, Chu He let out a long breath. At this moment, surrounded by three stunning girls, breathing in their fragrant presence, all of Chu He's fatigue vanished. Although the process was perilous enough to almost stop his heart, the outcome was good. Not only did he save his own life, he legitimately obtained the official permission to continue developing with the three women. However, on Chu He's face, the smile slowly faded, and his eyes became deep. He clearly knew that being able to pass today relied 90% on that huge misunderstanding, was a show of power, although it was ultimately seen through. But it also made him realize that he must have an extraordinary relationship with the master. But what kind of relationship is it? He couldn't understand. Having lived 20 years, he was clearly quite ordinary. Wait, it seems there really were some things hinting at the strange, and Chu He couldn't help but fall into memories, some intentionally forgotten, bizarre fragments of memories began to surface uncontrollably. Chapter 107, Frightening Upon Reflection. Those forgotten memories. When he was 8, during summer vacation, he went to his grandmother's house in the countryside with his parents. There was a river at the village entrance, not deep, and in the summer, the village children loved to play in the water there. That afternoon, he and a little friend chased and played by the riverbank, and he slipped, falling into the river. He couldn't swim. The cold river water instantly enveloped him, choking his nose and throat, bringing suffocating pain. He struggled desperately, flailing his arms and legs, but he could only feel himself sinking. Consciousness was slowly fading. Just when he thought he was going to die, an irresistible, powerful force suddenly lifted him from beneath. Puff. He was thrown aside like a sack, tossed straight onto the grass by the riverbank. He lay on the ground, coughing up several mouthfuls of murky river water, gasping for breath. Once he caught his breath, the little friend who had been playing with him ran over, crying out. The little friend said he was scared silly, there was no third person by the riverbank. All he saw was a whirlpool in the river, and then Chu He flew out. At that time, everyone thought the child was so scared that he saw hallucinations, and Chu He himself believed it was an illusion. But now that he thought about it, that power, that unreasonable flying, all hinted at the bizarre. There was also another thing. In his first year of middle school, there was a notorious bully in the school. His family had a bit of money, and he acted tyrannically. Once, Chu He accidentally bumped into him and was blocked in the stairwell, beaten by him and several lackeys. Chu He's mouth was split, and his school uniform was torn. The bully stepped on his face, arrogantly warning him to walk around next time he saw him. Chu He was indignant and immediately told his homeroom teacher. He detailed the development of the incident. But the teacher, who had glasses and a slightly thoughtful demeanor, only frowned and said to Chu He, "One hand cannot make a sound, be careful while walking in the future." That incident left Chu He with a deep shadow. This was clearly obvious school violence, and there were pages in the moral education class discussing it. And the homeroom teacher taught geography and moral education. How to deal with school violence was part of what he taught his students. For the first time, he felt how chilling the indifference from adults was. Chu He loathed the bully, wishing for him to be hit by a car. He was even angrier at the homeroom teacher, cursing him to die suddenly. However, a bizarre event happened the next day. That bully was hit head-on by a runaway truck on the way to school. Later it was said that the truck driver had fallen asleep due to fatigue, losing control of the brakes and crashing onto the sidewalk. Sent to the hospital, diagnosed with a sudden massive myocardial infarction, and could not be saved. For a moment, rumors swirled in the school. At that time, Chu He only felt it was a great relief that evil people get what they deserve. Now, when Chu He thinks back, he feels it is all too coincidental. Too coincidental. Everything is just too coincidental. Coincidental like a script. Hiss. Chu He gasped. He remembered. There was another even stranger thing. Also when he was 8 years old, shortly after the drowning incident. One night, he got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Passing by the living room, he inadvertently glanced at the dressing mirror standing in the corner. In the mirror, reflected was his small figure. But just as he was about to look away, he saw that the himself in the mirror actually smiled at him. That was not a smile a child of 8 should have. The upward curve of the lips carried a wisdom of seeing through the world, and a cold indifference to all beings. What made his scalp tingle even more was that the face in the mirror, although identical to his own, had a completely different aura. In those eyes, there was no childlike innocence, only a deep and haunting void. Chu He was so scared that his soul almost left his body, screaming as he ran back to his room, covering his head with a blanket. The next day, when he told his dad and mom about this incident, he only received comfort of kids shouldn't think so much. Since then, he never dared to look in the mirror at night again. This incident became the biggest psychological shadow of his childhood. At this moment, these forgotten fragments of memory surged like a flood, stitching together a horrifying truth that suffocated him in his mind. That mysterious master. That existence feared by empresses. That death that protected him all the way, clearing obstacles in the most cruel way. And that self who had smiled weirdly at him in the mirror. Perhaps they are the same person. Chu He's body began to tremble uncontrollably. If all of this is true, then what am I? A pet raised to experience the joys and sorrows of mortals? Or, that terrifying existence, projecting a clone onto the earth for some purpose? A puppet? Brother? Xiaoyao's clear and sweet voice suddenly pulled him from his abyss of thoughts. He looked up and saw the 3 girls staring at him in fright. Your face, Lillian pointed at him, her voice trembling. How did it become so pale? Chu He subconsciously reached out to touch his face. Cold, devoid of any color. He forced a smile. It's nothing, maybe I was just a bit tired earlier. He wanted to go to the bathroom to wash his face and calm down. But as soon as he stood up, he felt a wave of dizziness, and the world went dark before his eyes. The energy around his body, at that moment, seemed to lose control, starting to disperse uncontrollably. In the kitchen, the energy clone he used to wash dishes suddenly turned into spots of golden light and vanished into the air. Immediately, another clone that was wiping the table also disintegrated and disappeared. Not good. Chu He shouted in his heart, feeling his energy draining at an unprecedented speed, a strong wave of weakness engulfing his whole body. His body swayed and fell forward stiffly. Chapter 108, Scolded by the Master Again. Chu He. The scream pierced through the warm ambience of the hot pot restaurant. Under the horrified gazes of the 3 girls, Chu He fell forward stiffly. Xiaoyao was quick and rushed up, narrowly catching him to prevent him from colliding with the hard floor.
Chu Bao. Chu He. Brother-in-law.
Lilian, Xiaoqi, and the others also rushed over instantly.
What happened? He was fine just a moment ago. Lilian almost cried, reaching out to check Chu He's forehead, but her hand instantly felt icy. The warmth completely unlike that of a living person. Don't panic.
Kachi forced herself to calm down, placing her two slender fingers on Chu He's carotid artery, closing her eyes as the Star Rhythm Clan's innate ability quietly activated, trying to explore his condition. However, the next second, Kachi's body trembled violently, letting out a muffled groan, her fingers pulled back as if shocked.
No!
Her voice was filled with unprecedented confusion. His body is a chaos. The moment my spiritual energy entered, it was shattered by a violent and disorderly force.
I can't detect anything.
Xiaoyao rested Chu He's head on her lap, feeling the warmth of his body slipping away, her heart sinking little by little. She gently stroked Chu He's pale cheek, a face once full of jest and warmth, now only a lifeless stillness remained.
Brother-in-law, he won't die, right?
Xiaonghua asked beside her, trembling, her voice laced with tears.
Shut up.
Xiaoyao and Lilian shouted back in unison. Lilian had tears welling up in her eyes, gripping Chu He's hand, constantly pouring her energy into him, but it was as if that energy vanished without a trace the moment it entered Chu He's body. It's useless, Lilian's voice was filled with despair, his body is like a bottomless pit, no energy can fill it. In the hot pot restaurant, which just moments ago was filled with victory and sweetness, now is shrouded in a deep, unshakable fear and helplessness. 3 girls, 3 princesses capable of stirring up storms in the outside world, now surrounded a man who had lost consciousness, utterly powerless.
Darkness. Endless darkness.
Chu He felt like he was floating in a warm dead water, with no up or down, no left or right, even the concept of time had vanished. He could not feel his body, only a faint consciousness remained, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment.
What happened to me? Where am I? Am I dead? Thoughts lagged, slowly surfacing in his mind.
The feeling of drowning, the bully crushed by a truck, the teacher who collapsed on the podium, those bizarre memories he had forcibly forgotten now replayed in the darkness with startling clarity.
Finally, the images froze.
Frozen in the night of his 8th year, at his grandmother's rural house.
A glimmer of light appeared in the darkness.
Chu He's consciousness was drawn to that light. Without realizing it, he floated over. It was a dressing mirror standing in the corner, with an old wooden frame that still bore some mold. In the mirror, a small figure was reflected. It was him at the age of 8. Wearing washed-out cartoon pajamas, barefoot, with baby fat still on his face.
Chu He's consciousness floated in front of the mirror, quietly watching the self within. At that moment,
the little boy in the mirror slowly lifted his head. His movements were exactly the same as in memory. Then, he smiled. The curve of his lips carried a kind of wisdom that saw through all, and a coldness that disregarded humanity.
Those innocent eyes now held an unfathomable void. We meet again. The little boy in the mirror spoke.
His voice was tender and clear, yet his words caused Chu He's consciousness to tremble violently.
Or rather, you finally dare to see me. Chu He's consciousness couldn't speak, only wildly transmitting a thought. Who exactly are you? Me? The smile on the figure's face in the mirror deepened. I am the past you dare not face, the power you cannot comprehend, the deepest fear of you. The figure in the mirror began to change. He quickly grew from the appearance of a little boy into that of a middle school student, then a high school student, until he transformed into a youth identical to the current Chu He. But his aura was completely different. He wore a fantastical and luxurious dark purple cloak, with a high collar and decorated with mysterious gems on his chest. On his face was an expression that was playful, compassionate, like a god looking down at ants. He was the master. You are too weak, this person in the mirror is just a joke I made for you. The master in the mirror shook his head, disappointment lacing his tone. Merely recalling some trivial past has brought your mental world to the brink of collapse. Your strength and decisiveness, in my eyes, are nothing more than children playing house. He extended a finger and lightly tapped the mirror's surface. The mirror rippled like water, and then the person actually stepped out from the mirror. You want to know what our relationship is, don't you? As I said before, once you have the strength to fight me, I will naturally tell you. For now, just immediately grow stronger, don't think about other things, knowing the outcome too early is not good for you. I can tell you, you are not my avatar, nor a puppet, you are an independent individual. Chu He angrily questioned, but have you ever thought about my feelings? Every moment of my life has been under your surveillance, I have no privacy. The master seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He let out a chuckle, childish, pretentious. After all this, you still cling to such mortal emotions. You fool, how could I have? Without my help, you would have died long ago.
If you are unconvinced, tear apart my gaze with your power. Complaining here will only make me find you more boring. He paused, and his void-like eyes glanced at Chu He. Continuing, alright, considering you have provided quite a bit of amusement, I will try not to look at your privacies as much in the future. Don't worry, the scene of you rolling in bed with them is, for me, even more boring than watching cells divide. Chu He's mind froze. Well then, this is what you said, though it feels like being watched all the time. The master's eyes suddenly turned cold. Chu He hurriedly corrected himself, cough cough, though it feels very uncomfortable to be gawked at, I still thank you for all your help and care. The master's expression became strange, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately just snorted, don't always think about testing me. If you cannot defeat me in 3 years, be ready to turn to ashes with your loved ones. The moment his voice fell, the master's figure suddenly transformed into a sky full of purple light and vanished without a trace. An indescribable sharp pain and fear, like a tsunami, instantly ripped apart Chu He's consciousness. He suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 109, Wives, please train me hard. Cough, cough, cough. A violent, heart-rending cough shattered the suffocating silence of the room. Lying in Xiaoyao's embrace, Chu He's chest heaved violently, the sound more like a drowning person expelling water than that of a living person. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. His dark pupils suddenly shrank, then expanded rapidly, greedily, desperately grabbing every breath of air. The air rushed into his parched lungs, bringing a burning sting. The chaotic darkness in his vision receded like a tide, and 3 gorgeous faces, marked by tears and filled with panic and joy, occupied his entire world. Brother Chu He. Chu Bao. Little He, you're awake. The suppressed joy burst forth in an instant, transforming into a solid embrace. 3 soft bodies held him tightly, almost squeezing out the air he had just taken in. The cool fragrance from Xiaoyao's hair. Lillian's sweet fruity scent. Kaki's unique scent, mixed with books and stars. Their bodies trembled slightly, the fear and relief of having survived, passing through their closely pressed skin. Branded into Chu He's perception. I'm fine. Chu He raised a soft hand, gently patting Xiaoyao's back, his voice raspy like rusty metal scraping against itself. It's just too tiring. Of course, he couldn't say it. He couldn't say that he had just faced a terrifying existence named Master in the darkest abyss of his spirit. It was an encounter that could overturn all his understanding, making him realize he was just a small piece on a chessboard. Kachi spoke softly about the chaotic energy within him, the strange situation where his mental strength was shattered upon probing in. Chu He's heart rippled, yet his face remained calm. Just as Master said, he was too weak now. Weak to the point that he did not even have the right to seek the truth. Rather than sinking into unknown fear, it was better to hold tightly to the only thing that could change his fate. That is to become stronger. At any cost. To become stronger like never before. I'm okay now, really. Chu He slowly sat up from Xiaoyao's warm thigh, looking at the 3 girls crying on their pretty faces, feeling both heartbroken and amused. He stretched out his hand, gently wiping away their tears with his fingertips. The warmth of the tears and the coolness of their skin, this real touch, made him feel incredibly at peace. Alright, stop crying, or you'll look ugly. His tone was as relaxed as always, carrying his usual teasing. But deep within his pitch-black eyes, there was an unprecedented gravity and determination. Chu He's gaze swept slowly across the faces of the 3 girls. Xiaoyao's coolness, Lillian's cuteness, Kachi's wisdom. Then, he spoke word by word, his voice not loud, yet every word was like iron. I am now too weak. This statement was like a giant stone thrown into a still lake, instantly solidifying the joyful atmosphere. The 3 girls were stunned. You have the supreme abilities of your 3 clans, yet you can't even make good use of the most superficial skills. To fight one Ao Ching, you still need to rely on your teamwork from behind. His voice carried a heavy self-deprecation, but more so, an unmasked sharpness. What kind of skill is this? Rather than daydreaming about truths I cannot touch, it's better to do something substantial. Chu He's chest slightly heaved, his gaze locked firmly on Xiaoyao, Kachi, and Lillian, his lips curling up into a familiar, slightly mischievous arc. So, my 3 dear wives. From today on, you will be my personal trainers. His voice suddenly turned serious. Teach me. Teach me how to truly wield your abilities, teach me how to fight. I want to become strong enough to press the dragon brat Ao Ching down like kneading clay. He paused for a moment, a deep purple light flashing in his eyes. Even stronger, to crush the gaze of that so-called master with my own hands. This declaration left the 3 girls stunned in place. But soon, the same fiery light ignited in their eyes. This was the Chu He they had fallen in love with. A man who would never be defeated by adversity, a man who would always dare to punch the abyss. Okay. Xiaoyao was the first to respond, her voice cool, yet carrying undeniable determination. Everything I have, I give to you. Lillian crossed her arms, lifting her snowy white chin, haughtily snorting.
Humph. It was about time. I have so many skills, I'm just afraid you'll end up begging for mercy.
Chu He habitually pushed up her non-existent glasses on the bridge of her nose, excitement and curiosity sparkling in her silver starry eyes.
Interesting. The systematic deconstruction and reconstruction of power is my forte. Little He, I will record all your body data and energy models to tailor the most efficient growth path for you. Brother-in-law. I am here too.
Xia Nua jumped out from the side, desperately raising her hand.
I'll teach you how to look cool. I guarantee your fighting poses will be 100 times cooler than anyone else's. Watching everyone full of fighting spirit, Chu He's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. A warm current flowed through. Having you guys is really great. He silently vowed that this time, he would do everything to protect what was in front of him.
At that moment, a soft and sleepy voice rang out from the corner.
Hungry. Chu He, I'm hungry.
On the sofa, Bao rubbed his sleepy eyes, jumped down with bare little feet, and looked eagerly at Chu He, pouting his little mouth.
Chu He suddenly slapped his forehead. He almost forgot this most important part. This kid was not just a little landlord, he was my supercharger for becoming stronger.
Without a moment's hesitation, Chu He focused his mind, and a large amount of high-energy ingredients appeared out of nowhere in the storage space, instantly piling up into a small mountain in front of Bao. Beast meat glowing with energy aura and strange shimmering plant roots filled the scene.
Wow! Bao cheered and dashed forward like a shadow.
His gluttonous instincts were fully activated. He opened his small mouth, which was completely mismatched with his size, and a terrifying suction force burst out, sweeping everything away. A few minutes later, the mountain of ingredients disappeared without a trace.
Burp.
After a world-shaking burp, Bao contentedly patted his belly, and with a puff, spit out a crystal. The crystal was a whole circle bigger than last time, with colorful light swirling inside, resembling a condensed nebula, the immense energy almost overflowing.
Here you go. Bao casually handed the crystal over. Chu He took it. In an instant, a pure and magnificent energy torrent surged in.
That power precisely washed over every crack in his spiritual world, filling the energy void caused by the master's pressure. He not only regained all his strength but his foundation was even more solid than before.
Bao, once I'm done with my work, I'll take you to the Taotai ancestral land. Chu He patted Bao's head, making a solemn promise. Yay!
After everyone returned to the hotel, Chu He arranged a room for Shano on the 5th floor. To facilitate the upcoming hellish training, Chu He condensed a silver-white light ball using spatial power. With this light ball, she could sense its location. She asked Lillian to go outside the city to find a suitable training place. Once found, a simple tap on the light ball would suffice.
While waiting for Lillian to return, Chu He walked to the wall near the teleportation in Chu He's room, stretched out her slender little hand, and lightly drew in the air. Countless star-like runes appeared out of thin air, intertwining, spinning, and constructing under her fingertips' guidance. The space buzzed and distorted, and a shimmering portal slowly took shape. Done.
Chu He clapped her hands, a hint of pride on her face. I used the spatial coordinates left by Lillian to set up secret teleportation points in the Lava Sands Desert, Beast Mountain Range, Extreme Cold Ice Field, and Black Gold Prairie outside the city, allowing for scene switch training anytime.
Chu He curiously leaned towards the door.
The scene inside the door changed rapidly, finally settling on an expansive grassland. The grass there was as black as ink. What made his eyes widen even more was that on the grassland, a group of splendid horses were galloping, each horse having a pair of huge and magnificent wings on its back. What made his eyes nearly pop out was that on the grassland, a group of magnificent horses were galloping, each horse having a pair of huge and magnificent wings on its back.
What the heck? These horses have wings?
Chu He looked at the extraordinary heavenly horses, instinctively licking his lips, and a thought uncontrollably popped up.
These winged horses, the meat should be very firm, right?
When everything was set, it was already past 10 in the evening. Chu He arranged a room for Shano on the 5th floor to stay in. Considering the huge mental drain he had today, the 3 girls were exceptionally thoughtful, helping him freshen up, and after that, urged him to rest early. They didn't torture Chu He like in the previous days but instead helped him relax, massaging.
Chapter 110, Queen Xia Yao's Training.
The next day, at 8 in the morning, the sun was just right. Chu He, Xiano, and 3 stunning wives were all set and full of spirit. First stop, the melting gold desert, let's go. Chu He gently waved her little hand in front of her. A starry portal appeared out of nowhere, with a dazzling galaxy twisting inside.
One by one, everyone stepped in. In just a moment. The previous second was the comfort of a luxurious hotel room, the next second it was utterly transformed.
A terrifying wave of heat, burning everything, rushed at Chu He, making his skin feel a sharp pain. The air was distorted, each breath he took was filled with the smell of sulfur and burning metal, scorching through his throat. This was an endless sea of golden sand. Under the blazing sun, the sand showed a strange, flowing molten texture. In the distance, jagged peaks stood tall on the horizon, countless summits billowing thick smoke, even dark red lava could be seen slowly erupting, adding a touch of magnificence to this apocalyptic scene.
Damn. Chu He couldn't help but curse. He felt he wasn't here for training, but to experience a teppanyaki. Roughly estimating, the temperature here must be over 40 degrees. Then his gaze was quickly drawn to a peculiar plant around him. These plants looked a bit like lotus flowers, their stems presented a translucent reddish-brown, covered with sharp golden thorns, and their crowns were a rich emerald green. They rooted in the scorching sand, looking both eerie and resilient. Lillian noticed Chu He's gaze, crossed her arms, raised her snow-white chin, and explained with a hint of pride in her tone. That is the fire sunthorn lotus, a kind of energy plant that feeds on magma and geothermal heat, very resistant to high temperatures. She paused, her tricolored eyes scanning this hellish environment, and added with a smile. This place is near the border of the Lava Titan Empire, so the temperature is indeed outrageous. The current surface temperature is about 80 degrees. By noon, when the sun is at its hottest, it can easily soar to 600 degrees. 600? Chu He's eyes nearly popped out, his jaw almost dropped in shock. 80 degrees was almost cooking him, 600? Wouldn't that turn a person to ash right away? He immediately felt like retreating, forcing a pleasing smile as he looked at Kaki. Kaki, I think, training should be gradual, right? How about we change places? I thought that dark prairie from yesterday looked pretty good, we can catch flying horses to roast and eat, I'm really good at. Before he finished his sentence, a cold, emotionless voice interrupted him right beside him. Are you ready? Chu He. Chu He shivered all over and stiffly turned his head. Xia Yao was quietly standing beside him. At this moment, she was entirely different from the girl who would blush, act spoiled, and puff her cheeks when jealous. Her eyes, which should be filled with love and dependence when looking at Chu He, now held only pure, elevated authority. All warmth was completely retracted, replaced by an indifference that overlooked all beings. That was not his wife, Xia Yao, but a majestic queen. Under this terrifying pressure, Chu He felt his soul tremble. He stood up straight inexplicably, stammering in response. I'm ready. Very good. Xia Yao nodded slightly, her voice still cold. Our Void Gaze tribe's power is called annihilation. You must remember, annihilation is not the simple destruction you think, nor is it a violent outpouring of energy. Her voice was not loud, but each word was clear, piercing the soul with a profound force. Its essence is to declare end. It is the supreme law of the universe, that all things will ultimately return to nothing. Everything that exists will inevitably move toward its end. We are not creating destruction, we are merely declaring and accelerating this process. As her words fell, Xia Yao casually waved her hand. An invisible force suddenly appeared, condensing into a black, void-like hand that effortlessly ripped a sun-blazing thorn lotus, taller than a person, from the ground, suspending it in midair. She released no visible energy attack. Yet, that tenacious thorn lotus, full of life, underwent terrifying changes at a visibly rapid pace. The emerald crown of leaves quickly turned yellow and curled. The scarlet golden thorns dimmed and decayed. The translucent stem turned to a shriveled charcoal. The entire process was eerily quiet. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the plant lost all vitality. Finally, with a poof, it turned into a delicate cloud of ash, which was blown away by the hot wind, vanishing without a trace. Chu He watched in shock, his back feeling cold. This was more shocking and terrifying than any explosive energy burst. This was an erasure on a conceptual level. What you need to feel is not the explosion of power, but the end of existence. Xia Yao turned her head, her gaze locking onto Chu He with abyssal eyes. When you can understand this, you can truly begin to master the power of loneliness. Chu He was entranced by her words. This statement opened a door to a brand new world for him. It turned out that behind this world-shattering power was such profound cosmic philosophy. He swallowed hard and asked, then how should I feel? Close your eyes and empty your mind. Xia Yao's instructions were clear and concise. Perceive everything around you, this sea of sand, the distant volcano, the flowing air, even every speck of dust in the air. Don't look at what they look like now with your eyes, use your heart to see them turning to dust and returning to chaos after billions of years. Chu He followed her advice, taking a deep breath of the scorching air, and slowly closed his eyes. Emptying his mind? Easier said than done. He struggled to imagine the end form Xia Yao described, but his mind became a chaotic mess. Various images surged forward, memories from childhood to adolescence, robust experiences from Blue Star to the continent of Ren. And thinking of this, numerous alluring images rushed in. Some indescribable, enchanting scenes played out like a slideshow. Xia Yao's skin, glistening under the moonlight. Lilian's mesmerizing waist, swaying hypnotically. And Kachi's tiny figure, embodying astonishing curves. So stimulating. So comfortable. So exhilarating. At this moment, he felt that no novel protagonist was as impressive or as thrilled as he was. He hadn't stopped since the very first day. Wait, is it the right time to think about this? Chu He, you lecher, can't you focus on the matter at hand? Chu He silently cursed, feeling his nose heat up a bit. Calm your mind. Xia Yao's voice suddenly rang out. This time, there was a slight softness in her tone, like a clear spring flowing into his restless, boiling mind. Accompanying her voice was a mildly sweet, uniquely refreshing scent of Xia Yao that gently brushed against his nostrils. This scent carried a particular magic, instantly calming his chaotic thoughts. The various enticing images in his mind actually receded like a tide. Chu He's heart became extraordinarily tranquil. He began to follow Xia Yao's guidance and extend his perception outward. He saw the grains of sand beneath his feet, no longer as independent individuals, but as a collective about to be weathered and broken down. He saw the distant volcano, no longer a magnificent giant, but a mound of earth that would eventually cool and collapse. He saw those tenacious sun-blazing thorn lotuses. Even the most vibrant life will ultimately turn to dust under the great power of time. Life and death, existence and nothingness, the process is infinitely compressed. He could only see that one unique and final outcome: extinction. A realization exploded in his heart. In that very instant. Boom! An invisible, indescribable, terrifying energy, centered on Chu He's body, suddenly burst forth. This was not something he actively released. Instead, at the moment he understood the true meaning of extinction, it resonated with a part of his power belonging to the Void Glare royal family within him, causing an uncontrollable rampage. Not good. Quickly, raise the shield. Chapter 111, Exceptional Talent. Xia Yao reacted with incredible speed. Her snow-white arm spread out, grabbing hold of her dazed brother Xia Nuo, while her other hand pressed forward into the air. A pitch-black, ink-like spherical shield took shape instantly, enveloping Lilian, Kachi, and Xia Nuo tightly within. Almost at the same moment the shield formed. That invisible, indescribable extinction energy, centered on Chu He, like a cosmic singularity collapsing, swept out madly in all directions. This was not an explosion. It didn't even stir up a grain of dust or make a sound. Wherever it passed, the concept of time seemed to accelerate infinitely, the very foundation of existence erased completely. Centered on Chu He, within a radius of 100 meters, the scorching sandy ground, and the hundreds of tenacious sunthorns growing upon it, didn't even have time to turn to ash, simply vanished abruptly. It became an absolute, soul-chilling void. That space, along with everything in it, seemed to be forcefully torn away from the world canvas by an invisible hand of a god, leaving behind a pure scar of blankness that could not be filled by anything. The energy storm came quickly, and left just as fast. When everything calmed down, only a massive circular pit, over 100 meters in diameter with edges as smooth as mirrors, remained. Bottomless. At the bottom of the pit was pure darkness, where even light could not enter, as if it led straight to a forgotten dimension of death. And there stood Chu He, gasping for breath, right in the terrifying center of this pit, with a dazed expression on his face. I can't believe it. Chu He looked down at his unscathed hands, then lifted his gaze to the surreal, completely cleared out terrifying scene around him, his throat dry, and for a moment he couldn't utter a single word. He just gained some insight, right? How did it feel like he dropped an atomic bomb? This power is simply too absurd? Xia Yao slowly withdrew the shield, her cool, stunning face betraying little emotion, but in the depth of her deep, lonely eyes, a flicker of uncontainable shock and pride flashed by. She took long strides to the edge of the pit, looking down at Chu He from above, her cold, queen-like voice rang out once more. Very good. You have touched the threshold of extinction. As long as you use the power of extinction in this manner, it will produce incredibly strong destructive capabilities. Xia Nuo peeked out from behind Xia Yao, his eyes shining with admiration. He exclaimed, "Wow! Brother-in-law, you are too awesome. The power of this blow is almost on par with my serious strike. Back then, it took me a year or two to touch this threshold." Upon hearing this, Chu He immediately straightened his back, his vanity greatly satisfied. He placed his hands on his hips, laughing towards the sky. Ha ha ha. So I'm a genius. What does exceptional talent mean? Tactical lean back. He grinned and winked at the three women by the pit, as if saying, "Look closely, this is the power of us men." Xia Yao watched him with amusement, feeling a mix of admiration and exasperation. The corner of her mouth raised slightly, and her cold voice carried a hint of laughter. Indeed, very talented. Maybe it's because we have a deep connection, you understand exactly what I say. She paused, her gaze vaguely glancing at Kachi and Lilian beside her, and added, "Sure enough, we are the perfect match." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere changed instantly. Oh, listen, is this where it begins? Kachi crossed her arms, speaking in a sarcastic tone, her silver starry eyes full of "I've seen through you" mischief. What deep connection. I see it as a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. I haven't even started teaching yet, wait until it's my turn, I guarantee that little He He's progress will be 10 times faster than yours. Lillian also looked dissatisfied, raising her snow-white chin and snorting. Exactly. The power of annihilation is basically the job of a demolition team, simple and crude, with no technical skill. Just wait to see my 1000 illusion technique, that will be real art. I will definitely be the one who teaches fast and well. Xia Yao shot a cold glance at them. Oh? Is that so? Then we shall see. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Just remember not to cry if you lose. Then, the three princesses, capable of shaking the city with just a stomp, began to chit-chat at the edge of the pit, arguing over who was the best coach for the honor. Xiao Nuo watched with great interest from the side, secretly pulling out his phone to record, his mouth curling into a mischievous smile. He he, exclusive and rare footage. Chu He stood at the bottom of the pit, looking at the three girls bickering at the edge, could only smile helplessly. As long as they didn't end up fighting, he didn't care. Considering the side effects of the enigmatic breath, Chu He had already decided that he would absolutely not use it on the three girls unless it was absolutely necessary. The consequences were too terrifying, it directly drove him to collapse. Wait, collapse. He suddenly realized something very important. That guy who called himself the master seemed to show up every time when he was on the brink of collapse, when his mental world was about to collapse. Whether it was drowning at 8, the school bully, or Kachi and Xia Yao turning into obedient dolls, or the memories of the hot pot restaurant yesterday. It's just that during those 20 years on Blue Star, that master never jumped out to scold him like he did now. But not to say, although that guy's methods were extremely twisted, and his words were venomous, he indeed provided him with real help, repeatedly pulling him back from the brink of collapse. Thinking this way, the master seemed to be quite good to him? Could it be he is a tough guy with a soft heart hiding under his pride? As soon as this thought popped into Chu He's mind, he shivered. Impossible, which good person is as twisted as him? Right, he even boasted that if he couldn't defeat him in 3 years, he would let himself and his lovers turn to ashes. He is a super big bad guy who toys with everyone. Just as Chu He felt a chill in his heart, the debate competition at the edge of the pit finally yielded a result. Talking without action is just a show. Kachi proposed, let's take turns, 1 day each. In the end, see whose teaching results are the best. The loser shall be punished with 1 month of not washing in front of Chu He. Good. A deal. Lillian immediately agreed. Xia Yao only snorted coldly, tacitly accepting it. She regained the icy aura of a queen, looking seriously at Chu He, and declared, since I start first, I will set the standard. I thought it would take you a long time to understand the essence of power, it seems I underestimated you. But remember, understanding and controlling are two different things. That just now was only a release of the uncontrolled outburst of your power, flashy but impractical. She paused, a proud gaze flashing in her eyes like she was looking down at the world. Next, I will teach you the 10 most commonly used combat techniques of our clan. Chapter 112, Sansi Shark Beast, this shark has legs. Chu He jumped out of the deep pit. No one knew how Kachi did it, but with a casual wave of his small hand, the pit was instantly filled with quicksand, as if it had never existed. Xia Yao's teaching officially began. First move, Annihilation Ray. As soon as the words left her mouth, Xia Yao formed a sword-like gesture with her fingers and lightly pointed at a jagged mountain peak, several kilometers away, belching black smoke. There was no earth-shattering sound, no world-destroying light effect. Only a very thin black line flashed briefly. The next second. In the center of the towering mountain, several hundred meters high, a smooth, perfectly round hole suddenly appeared. It seemed as though there had always been nothing there. Second move, Annihilation Storm. Xia Yao lightly flipped her wrist. Within a palm-sized area, the space instantly became dim, and countless tiny black energy particles appeared out of nowhere, swirling like a frantic swarm of bees, forming a miniature black tornado. Wherever the tornado passed, the scorching golden sand instantly disappeared, not even raising a speck of dust. The range, shape, and internal annihilation intensity of the storm can all be controlled at will. Xia Yao's explanation was simple and clear, yet it contained terrifying amounts of information. Third move, Destruction Shield. Fourth move, Destruction Pulse. Fifth move, Decay Curse. Use this one with caution. Once afflicted, unless the caster actively removes it, the victim will gradually feel their entire being, including their soul, rot into nothingness in endless despair. Seventh move, Shattered Phantom. Can form energy clones, or create any weapon form you desire, like a giant hammer or a spear. Eighth move, Eye of Destruction. Ninth move, Void Collapse. 10th move, Annihilation of all things. Xia Yao quickly introduced all 10 moves, each name carrying the soul-chilling aura of finality. Xia Yao said, today, we will start with the first 2 moves I demonstrated, the simpler attack methods. For the demonstration, I have reduced their power to the minimum. What you need to do now is start from the first move and try to imitate it. Remember, don't focus on making the moves flashy. First, feel the concept of declaring the end. Who? Chu He exhaled a deep breath, looking at his unharmed hands, recalling the earlier unconscious explosion that could have destroyed the world. He then glanced at Xia Yao's effortless demonstration. He finally understood that his move earlier was nothing more than a slip-up that blew up an arms depot. Xia Yao, however, was the one who could make every bullet come to life like a godly agent. The gap was too large. But this only fueled his fighting spirit even more. Here we go. Annihilation Ray. Chu He mimicked Xia Yao's stance and raised his finger, feeling the power of destruction flowing within him. He focused all his attention, concentrating his mind on his fingertip, imagining a black line shooting out, declaring the end of all things. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds passed. His fingertip remained unresponsive. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Put. Lillian was the first to laugh out loud. Kachi also pressed his lips together, his silver starry eyes glinting with a mischievous gleam. Even Xianhua, who usually admired her brother-in-law, blushed and tried to hold back her laughter. Chu He's face turned red, and he stiffly said, "Ahem. I'm just brewing my emotions." Yes, brewing emotions. He closed his eyes again, trying to recall the enlightenment of all things returning to oblivion. This time, the power inside him finally responded. A dark and powerful energy surged through his meridians, rushing toward his fingertip. Got it. Chu He was overjoyed, suddenly opening his eyes and pointing at a rock the size of a human head ahead of him. Annihilation Ray. Whoosh. A black energy shot from his fingertip. But this ray was crooked, uneven in thickness, more like ink splattering out than a focused beam. In less than 10 meters, it suddenly poofed in the air, scattering into nothingness. Chu He. Xia Yao's cold voice timely sounded. Continue. Do not get distracted, do not care about the result, repeat this process until your body and soul remember this feeling. For the next morning, Chu He fell into a frenzy of practice. Chu He truly resembled a primary school student just learning to write, repeatedly performing the action of releasing annihilation rays. There was no way around it. Using the energy within his body according to Xia Yao's thoughts was quite different from what he imagined freely with his mind. Chu He was like a martial arts novice with profound internal skills, and what he had to do was learn to accurately unleash the terrifying energy within him. From initially having no response at all to later being able to shoot out a crooked ink. Then to barely forming a straight black line, each failure reinforced the beliefs Xia Yao had taught him. When he finally managed to shoot out a stable line that left a nail-sized void on a massive rock 500 meters away, he was already soaked in sweat, panting heavily. Under the blazing sun, he felt like he was about to dry up. Strangely, his body, apart from being tired, felt no discomfort from the high temperature. It seemed his body had completely become immune to such extreme conditions. Hungry. This was Chu He's only thought at that moment. The intense training had greatly drained his physical stamina. He wiped the sweat from his brow and called up to the queen, Report, Coach Yao Yao. Requesting a break. I'm hungry. Xia Yao glanced at the sky, nodded slightly, and the queenly aura instantly dissipated, transforming back into the gentle girlfriend who cared for her man. You've worked hard. Her voice softened a lot. Your speed of progress has exceeded my expectations. Chu He laughed and crawled out of the deep pit along the energy ladder Xia Yao had lowered, moving closer to her to take credit. Of course, who do you think I am? While saying this, he glanced around the desolate golden sandy sea, licking his lips. This place, is there any wild food to eat? Shall we hunt a little? Let me show you some skills? As soon as the word eat was mentioned, Lillian and Kaji's eyes sparkled. Xianhua was even more excited, shouting, Yay! I can eat my brother-in-law's cooking again. Kaji tilted her head, her silver pupils sparkling with a wise gleam, pointing with her little finger into the distance. If all you want is to fill your stomach, beneath this sandy sea, there are countless sandy-scaled fish and crystal shell shrimp that taste pretty good. However, if you want to challenge something. Before she could finish her sentence. Rumble. Suddenly, a part of the sandy sea nearby began to violently surge without warning. Golden sand waves were lifted high, and huge, swift shadows darted rapidly underneath the sand layer, creating a series of sand trails, clearly targeting the location where Chu He and the others were, surrounding them. The speed was astonishing, fierce, and carried a bloodthirsty rage. Damn! What the heck? Chu He was startled by this sudden change, instantly adopting a combat stance. The next moment. Crash! Along with a loud noise, the shadow closest to them suddenly burst out of the sandy sea, soaring sand everywhere. When Chu He finally saw the creature in full, his worldview was violently shaken once again. That was clearly a shark. A giant shark the size of a medium-sized truck, over 10 meters long.
Its skin was not the ocean's bluish-gray but a yellow-brown hue that blended with the desert, and its dorsal fin formed a row of sharp, bone-spike-like protruding spikes. The most outrageous part was that beneath its smooth white belly, it actually had 6 robust, powerful, was filled with jagged scales and massive claws. It was a true ultimate fusion monster of a shark and a crocodile. At this moment, the monster opened its enormous blood-red mouth, exposing a dense row of sharp teeth like steel saws, and its murky eyes were filled with brutality and greed, locking onto Chu He. Immediately after, 5 or 6 more of the same monsters leaped from the surrounding sea of sand, encircling them tightly. This is a shark in the desert? Chu He felt his mind was a bit overwhelmed. To be precise, it's an S-grade sand sea shark beast. Kaki still appeared calm, as if introducing flowers and grass by the roadside. It's a relatively common mid-level predator in the molten sand desert, a social creature, with keen senses and a fierce temperament. She paused, adding a sentence that shattered Chu He's worldview completely. After all, beneath the sand lies a complete ecosystem with all sorts of fish, shrimp, and of course, other animals on the surface. Chapter 113, Battle with the Shark Beast. Chu He looked at the few giant-legged sharks that burst from the sea of sand, surrounding them, and instead of feeling any fear, he instinctively licked his lips. His eyes were like an old man at a market, spotting lively wild grouper jumps. There was no helping it, he had seen too many strong figures from the Ryan continent, and the weakest beside him was someone like Sano, an SSS-grade monster. Looking again at these so-called S-grade sand sea shark beasts, apart from their unique appearance which surprised him a bit, they really brought no sense of oppression. Well, Yao, Lillian, Kaki, little brother, you all should step back a bit. Chu He moved his wrist and revealed an eager smile. Just right to practice a bit and test the results of this morning's learning. Unless absolutely necessary, no one should interfere. Even if you do, don't ruin my ingredients. Xiaoyao showed a hint of helpless laughter on her cold face, nodding slightly. Kaki grinned mischievously at him. Got it, my king, go ahead and show off. Lillian crossed her arms and looked on with amusement. As her words fell, the 4 figures flashed and instantly vanished from the spot, appearing thousands of meters in the sky, curiously overlooking the beast arena below. Roar! Seeing only Chu He left, the leading sand sea shark beast seemed to feel its authority was provoked and let out a deafening roar. Its 6 strong claws pushed off abruptly, its massive body charging toward Chu He like an out-of-control heavy truck, with the stench of blood rushing toward him. Bring it on! Chu He did not retreat but instead advanced, a thought crossed his mind. Swish! 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 5 energy clones identical to him appeared out of nowhere and rapidly spread in different directions. This was the ability of Lillian's 1000 Illusion White Ape clan, which Chu He now borrowed. Though the clones didn't have strong attack power, their speed was extreme, each capable of short-distance spatial jumps following his will. The intelligence of those sand sea shark beasts was clearly low, their murky eyes flashing with confusion. They could not tell which was real and which was fake, and were instantly thrown into chaos by the 5 clones jumping and flickering around, zealously chasing and biting without even touching the hem of a clone's clothing. Toying with these simple-minded giant beasts was simply child's play. Meanwhile, Chu He's real body had already maintained a comfortable distance, his expression becoming unprecedentedly focused. He did not use any flashy abilities, instead, he brought together his index and middle fingers, targeting the largest shark beast from afar. The proclamation of conclusion state he grasped under Xiaoyao's guidance that morning once again surged in his heart. The obscure and terrifying annihilation power belonging to the royal family began to gather crazily at his fingertips with unprecedented obedience. This is the feeling. Chu He felt a thrill in his heart. This time, it was no longer an unconscious rampage, nor a forced imitation. He could clearly see the energy condensing at his fingertips, compressed into an almost invisible, pure point of end. Annihilation Ray. Whoosh! A black line, thinner than a hair but dark enough to distort space, shot out explosively from his fingertip. Its speed surpassed the limits of visual capture. It hit the target squarely. However, the scene he had envisioned, where it pierced through the giant beast and killed it with one strike, did not occur. The annihilation ray struck the coarse, yellowish-brown skin of the shark beast, causing its massive body to shudder violently and let out a painful howl. The hit left a bull-sized, constantly smoking black wound, with yellow-black blood gushing out. It actually didn't penetrate? Damn, this skin is way too thick. Chu He was dumbfounded. With the eye of annihilation, he could see clearly. This creature's epidermis, fat layer, and muscle tissue added up to an outrageous thickness, easily 1 or 2 meters thick. His most powerful strike, concentrated to the extreme, turned out to just scrape a bit of skin off. Roar! The excruciating pain completely enraged this desert predator. It abandoned the pursuit of the clone and locked its furious, murky eyes on Chu He's main body, clawing at the sand as it charged forward. Not only that, as it charged, it suddenly opened its massive mouth wide. Whoosh! A dark red flame containing a sulfuric breath erupted like a dragon of fire toward Chu He. This shark not only had legs, it could breathe fire too. Chu He's eyelids twitched, he pushed down with his feet, and his figure instantly blurred as he dodged the flames at an incredibly tricky angle. Boom! The ground where he had stood was charred dark and even showed signs of being vitrified. In the instant he dodged the attack, Chu He didn't pause for a moment, his fingertips once again condensed the black line. Annihilation Ray. Here it comes again. Whoosh! 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 Black lines shot out in continuous succession, hitting the same wound on the shark beast with precision. One strike wasn't enough, then 10 strikes. He refused to believe he couldn't break through its thick shell. The shark beast, in pain, became even more violent, its claws stirring up waves of sand, its massive body crashing around, but it still couldn't touch the slippery Chu He. Finally! After Chu He shot his 17th annihilation ray. Put! That black energy, concentrated to the extreme, finally completely penetrated the shark beast's absurdly thick defenses and burst out from the other side. Roar! The colossal creature's charge abruptly halted, letting out a reluctant wail, crashing to the ground, thrashing a few times before it was lifeless. Ha ha! Chu He stood in place, breathing heavily, his forehead drenched in sweat. The intense energy output left him feeling weak and exhausted. At that moment, the remaining few desert shark beasts seemed to realize their companion's death, immediately stopping their pursuit of the clone and turning their savage gazes toward Chu He. With 5 S-class predators locking on simultaneously, Chu He instantly felt chills run down his spine. Struggling against one was already so exhausting, facing 5 at once, he would surely be torn to shreds. Just when he was about to call for outside assistance, an indescribable aura of terrifying pressure, coming from the pinnacle of life itself, descended from the sky. Xiaoyao, Lillian, and Kaki's figures slowly landed. They hadn't even done anything, just quietly standing there. At the moment the 5 originally ferocious desert shark beasts sensed this aura, they froze in place. As if seeing a ghost, their bodies stiffened, and then they let out a series of terrified wails. They turned and ran, at an unprecedented speed, diving deep into the sea of sand, disappearing in the blink of an eye, as if fearing that if they slowed down by even a step, they would cease to exist. Good job, Chu He. Chapter 114, Ryan Continent is really huge. Kaji bounced her way to Chu He, her petite body appearing lively and energetic, her small hand gently patting his back. A cool and gentle energy instantly surged into Chu He's body, like a field experiencing a long-awaited rain, replenishing his nearly exhausted body due to the continuous high-intensity release of Annihilation Ray, washing away all fatigue. Chu He let out a long breath, feeling as if he had revived in place, a true hero once more. He twisted his neck, producing crackling sounds, his gaze fixed on the massive, now cold shark beast's corpse on the ground, rubbing his hands together with uncontainable excitement on his face. This thing must be edible, right? Can we eat roasted shark meat later? Of course we can. Xiaoya walked up to Chu He, taking out a pristine white handkerchief, naturally and gently wiping the sweat beads off his forehead, her cool face adorned with a faint smile. For a first-time combat experience, achieving this level is already great. What do you mean by great? Lillian also came closer, her eyes bending in a smile as she praised, my Chu boss fighting just now was super cool. Especially that last move, it was simply amazing. Chu He laughed foolishly, the sense of satisfaction in his heart nearly overflowing. He didn't bother to argue, as he always happily accepted the compliments and care from his wives, the more the better. Kaji looked around this unbearably hot golden sea of sand, her silver eyes blinking as if they contained the entire galaxy. Alright, save the praises for later. It's not suitable to stay here for long, it's too hot. Let's find another place to handle the ingredients. She stretched out her delicate hand, as white as high-quality jade, and casually made a gesture in the empty space in front of her. Buzz. The space ahead rippled violently, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm pond, a dazzling portal flickering with brilliant starlight and filled with the deep starry sky appeared out of thin air, stabilizing and taking shape. Let's go. Kaji put her hands behind her back, like a small leader, stepping in first. Chu He let Shano carry the shark beast's corpse. Without saying a word, Shano effortlessly lifted the shark beast's corpse, which was several times larger than him and weighed tons, and strode in after her. The scene before him twisted and changed. 1 second, the scorching air and sulfur scent that could roast a person filled his nostrils. The next second, a fresh coolness mingled with the scent of grass and strange flowers rushed towards him, relaxing every pore in his body. Chu He took a deep breath, feeling refreshed as if his lungs had been cleansed. They arrived at a vast and boundless oasis. But this oasis was unlike any he had ever known, filled with a dreamy and surreal feeling. Beneath his feet was not dirt, but a soft, top-quality carpet like green moss, giving way underfoot while exuding a faint glow, as if he were stepping on stars. Not far away, there was a crystal-clear lake. The water was not the usual blue but presented a dreamlike, slowly flowing rainbow of colors, as if someone had poured liquid rainbows here. On the lake's edge grew strange trees, their trunks made of translucent crystal material, flickering with tiny lights within. The leaves were palm-sized pieces of light that constantly changed colors. The breeze passed by. The entire forest then rang out with a series of delightful chimes, like wind chimes, peaceful and wonderful. The temperature here is pleasant, probably just over 20 degrees, a world away from the hellish temperatures of hundreds of degrees just moments ago. Wow, is this paradise? Chu He was completely stunned by the sight before him, standing still with the giant shark on his shoulder, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Kaki, with her little hands behind her back, looked like a proud little master waiting for praise, wearing a satisfied expression that screamed, "Praise me, please." "So, little He He, how do you like the environment here?" She extended her fair finger and pointed to the east. Chu He instinctively looked in the direction she pointed, gazing far ahead. At the end of this magical oasis was an endless expanse of a gigantic forest that seemed to connect with the sky, with trees that towered into the clouds, casting shade, and appearing majestic. And within that vast forest, many uniquely shaped buildings filled with sci-fi and magical styles could be faintly seen. Some looked like crystal spires hanging upside down from the sky, their tips shimmering with mysterious runes. Others resembled giant metallic rings floating in midair, slowly rotating and radiating a gentle glow. That scene was magnificent, like a heaven from a mythical epic descending to the human world. That place is. Chu He felt his throat go dry, stammering as he spoke. Kaki slightly lifted her chin, her silver starry eyes sparkling with indescribable pride, casually saying something that could overturn Chu He's worldview. "So, how do you like it, little He He?" "Everything here, including the endless spirit forest you see, and the 720 cities within it, all belong to my family. He He, of course, my king, when I inherit the throne, all of this will belong to you. A total of over 52 million square kilometers of territory, along with all its subjects and wealth, will be under your command." Boom! Over 52 million square kilometers. This number exploded in Chu He's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him completely stunned. The Dragon Kingdom he came from had a land area of only 960,000 square kilometers. This was no mere wealthy lady, this was truly an empress. A walking treasury. A moving territory. Chu He's understanding of the terrifying power of the 9 royal families was completely refreshed, and he gained a more vivid sense of this vast land called the Ryan continent. A fortune beyond measure finally belonged to me, Chu He. The opportunity was right in front of him. As long as he could marry these queens, everything would belong to him, Chu He. Just you wait. Chu He's heart roared, a wave of unprecedented excitement surged in his chest, the desire to grow stronger and control his destiny had never felt this intense. Seeing Chu He's dumbfounded look, Kaki laughed even more happily, while Lillian and Xia Yao couldn't help but smile, finding their man's naivety quite adorable. "Tomorrow I will take you to see our virtual empire. Whether in land or scenery, it is absolutely no less than the Starry Empire." Xia Nuo stepped forward, proud as a peacock. Lillian joined in the comparison, her hands on her hips, playfully lifting her chin. "From the Thousand Fantasy Empire, guarantee that you will see the most fantastical world." Chu He laughed heartily. "Ah, that's great. I am so excited that I cannot express my feelings. Of course, even if you all had nothing, I would still love you with my life. Chu He, am truly not the kind of person who covets wealth and glory." Xia Nuo immediately looked at him with admiration. "Brother-in-law, I believe in your character. To face the pressure of the 3 emperors alone with your small body and without fear, just this courage alone surpasses many of us." Chu He was internally complaining, "Wasn't I forced into this? I had no other choice. If I had a second option at that time, I would definitely run faster than anyone. That's not courage, that's a desperate act driven by being forced to face death." On the surface, however, he wore a profound expression and patted Xia Nuo's shoulder. "Ha, little Nuo, what nonsense are you talking? Am I that outstanding? Keep it low-key, low-key." He shifted the topic and threw the shark carcass onto the ground with a muffled thud. "All right, little Nuo, stop staring. Go skin this shark and clean out the guts. Your brother-in-law is a bit tired. Today, let you guys taste my exclusive special grilled meat." "Sure. Leave it to me." Xia Nuo replied eagerly and immediately started to work on the ingredients with excitement. Before long, the huge Sanxi shark beast was cleaned up, and Chu He set up the grill, skillfully skewering large chunks of shark meat while humming a tune and brushing it with his secret sauces. Sizzle, sizzle. The meat quickly changed color under the flames, dripping fat and making irresistible sounds, the rich meat aroma mixed with the scent of spices, instantly filling the air. "Wow! It smells so good." Xia Nuo couldn't hold back and was almost drooling. When the outer skin turned golden and crispy and the inside was tender and juicy, Chu He happily announced, "Dig in." The 5 of them sat around the campfire, feasting happily. The meat of the Sanxi shark beast was surprisingly firm and chewy, without any fishy taste, carrying a unique sweetness. With Chu He's cooking skills, it was simply a heavenly delicacy.
Chapter 115, Training. Training. The last spark of the campfire finally settled into silence. The lingering aroma of grilled shark meat was carried away by the cool afternoon breeze. Xianhua lay comfortably on the soft moss that felt like a top-quality carpet, patting her belly with a satisfied expression, as if she had achieved the fulfillment of life. Chu He leaned against a crystal trunk, eyes closed, savoring the dual aftertaste of battle and good food. Break time is over. Xia Yao's cold voice sounded. She had somehow gotten up quietly, her long dark hair shimmering with a dreamlike glow under the colorful reflection of the lake. In the afternoon, the training continues. Chu He opened his eyes, sat up straight, excitement sparking in his gaze. Every time he used that power, he felt a deeper grip on the end. That feeling of dominating the end of all things intoxicated him. This morning's annihilation ray is the ultimate condensation of power. Xia Yao walked to an open space and slowly raised her hand. Now, it's the second form, annihilation storm. Xia Yao's voice was steady, without a ripple. She approached an open area, her posture as cold as a fairy under the moonlight, slowly raising her hand, her voice clearly echoing in the enchanting oasis. Annihilation storm expands the power of obliteration into a domain, summoning a black storm that devours all. Wherever the storm goes, all matter and laws return to nothingness, and its size can be moved at will. You give it a try. Chu He took a deep breath, stood upright, the amazing sensation of controlling the end of all things resurfacing in his mind. He imitated Xia Yao, slowly raising his palm, stirring up the heavy and obscure power belonging to the Void Emperor clan within him. However, the imagined world-destroying storm did not appear. A ball of black mist struggled to take shape in his palm, but it was highly unstable, with its edges bursting with tiny black arcs, making a painful crackling sound, as if it would collapse and backfire at any moment. This out-of-control energy started wildly pulling at the surrounding air, forming a chaotic force field. Even the nearby crystal tree leaves began to shake uneasily. Not right. Chu He furrowed his brows tightly, feeling as if he were trying to massage a bomb with both hands. A small mistake, and the first one to be shattered into fragments would be oneself. The harder he tried to control it, the more violently that black mist raged. Don't rush. You are not using power, you are the end itself. Xia Yao's voice was soft, yet it carried a strange magic that pierced straight to the essence. You don't need to imitate the form of the storm, that is merely the external manifestation of power. You just need to give your command to that space. Disappear. Command? Chu He was stunned. No. Not a command, but a declaration. In that instant, he realized. He was not a believer requesting the arrival of power, nor was he a craftsman borrowing tools. He was the master of this power, the king who set the rules. I am the law. I am the end. I declare here, all things return to nothingness. Disappear. Buzz. This time, the process was 100 times smoother. The once violent force of annihilation, which almost tore him apart, was now as gentle as a house cat. Above his palm, a strand of pure, darker-than-ink smoke appeared out of nowhere, starting to slowly spin. It spun faster and faster, pulling at the surrounding light and air, making no sound, yet bringing a profound fear that originated from the soul. Finally, a palm-sized, exquisite yet deadly black tornado stabilized above his palm, quietly spinning. There were no howling winds, no flashes of lightning, just a profound silence. As if it itself was the embodiment of the concept of nothingness. Though small in scale, the pure essence of annihilation was indistinguishable from Xia Yao's earlier verbal description. It worked. Chu He's eyes lit up, a feeling of indescribable joy and accomplishment surged in his heart. My goodness! Brother-in-law! Xianhua, who had been rubbing his belly, bounced up from the ground, his eyes wide in shock, pointing at the mini tornado in Chu He's hand, letting out a strange noise. This is unscientific. It took me 3 months just to understand the concept of declaration when I learned this move. You did it in an instant? And it's so stable? Brother-in-law, what kind of monster are you? Chu He raised an eyebrow in pride, continuing to move his hand, expanding the annihilation storm to 5 meters in diameter, steadily controlling its low-altitude spiral. Not bad. A barely noticeable look of satisfaction appeared on Xia Yao's cool face. Next, the third move, collapse shield. As soon as she finished speaking, Lillian cheerfully stepped forward, hands on her hips. I'll test this. She winked at Chu He with her unique tricolored eyes, her tone full of provocation. Chu Bao, are you ready? My attack doesn't have eyes, you know. Chu He shifted his intention from expansion to protection. The collapse shield does not block. Xia Yao's voice echoed again, but rather directly collapse and destroy any attack that touches the shield, erasing its very composition and rules. Chu He understood immediately. The force of annihilation quickly gathered in front of him, forming a semi-transparent black barrier about 2 meters high, its surface covered with countless tiny black runes flowing and fading. Here it comes. Lillian shouted sweetly, casually pointing. Boom!
A spear made of pure energy, radiating blinding white light, appeared out of thin air, crashing toward the shield with the power to pierce mountains. There was no earth-shattering explosion. As soon as the spear of light touched the black shield, it dissolved in silence, like an ice cube thrown into concentrated acid, breaking down into the most primal energy particles, vanishing into nothingness. Throughout the process, Chu He's shield didn't even ripple. "Wow!" Lillian exclaimed dramatically, unabashed admiration shining in her eyes. "That defense is quite impressive." Chu He was stunned as well. This was absolute defense. Continue, the fourth move, Destruction Pulse. Xia Yao didn't give him much time to beam with pride. Destruction Pulse is to take the force of annihilation and, centered around oneself. A sudden explosion of area attack burst forth around. As she explained, she gently tapped the ground with her finger. A visible black ripple spread out from her fingertip like water waves, touching the ground. Where the ripple passed, the fluorescent moss, colorful lake water, crystal trees, everything was wiped away, leaving an absolute circle with a radius of 10 meters, smooth as a mirror. This precise control made Chu He's scalp tingle. He tried to imitate her, sinking his power into the ground, then suddenly detonating it. Boom! A surge of uncontrollable black energy erupted violently. Unlike Xia Yao's neat waves, it was a chaotic explosion of energy that turned the ground around him within several meters into a mess, pockmarked and uneven. Control the surface of the explosion, not the point. Xia Yao frowned slightly. "Little river," Kachi added, swinging her legs beside him in her unique way. "You can imagine it as stomping your feet hard, wanting the whole ground to shake, not like using explosives to blow a hole in the ground beneath your feet." This metaphor was easy to understand. Chu He immediately grasped the trick. After several attempts, he finally managed to release a relatively neat destruction pulse. Though the range was only 5 or 6 meters, it had taken on its initial form. An entire afternoon flew by in this extreme learning. As the sky darkened, Chu He glanced in the direction of Universal City. "I have to return to the shop." Kachi understood, waving her little hand, and the starlight teleportation portal opened in response. With a thought, Chu He summoned the power belonging to the Qianhuan White Ape clan within him. 2 energy clones appeared out of thin air, looking exactly like him, but with slightly dull eyes. These energy clones could last a whole day if not engaged in combat. "You two, go to the shop and properly attend to the guests. Remember, provide smiles in service," Chu He instructed seriously. The 2 clones nodded mechanically and walked into the portal. After finishing all this, Chu He sat back down on the ground, feeling more tired than after a full day of work. Techniques are dead, people are alive. Xia Yao sat down beside him, her cool voice carrying a hint of warmth. All techniques, at their core, are born from intention and released from the heart. Kachi leaned over, sitting on Chu He's other side. When you truly merge with your power, a casual strike becomes the strongest technique. Lillian nodded in agreement. That's right, adapting to changes is the way to go. Listening to the insights of 3 top powers, a light of understanding flashed in Chu He's eyes. These techniques are just fish, while the true meaning of silence is the fishing. Alright, today's training ends here. Xia Yao stood up, back to Universal City. Kachi opened the teleportation portal. Everyone passed through one by one, returning to their residence. A day's extreme training left Chu He physically and mentally exhausted, yet his spirit was unprecedentedly exhilarated. But he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. "Master!" Chu He clenched his fist. He not only wanted to survive, but also to firmly grasp his destiny in his hands. "P.S. Seems like the urge for updates has decreased. Maybe I wrote something a bit boring, not good at writing daily life, and the upcoming training will be briefly mentioned, just a simple outline before continuing the harem. SSS level Chu He is about to go live." Chapter 116, Getting Stronger While Traveling Around the Ryan Continent. In the hotel, 5th floor, Chu He's room. After an exhilarating session, the room was filled with a peculiar and fragrant scent, a blend of 3 different body fragrances. Since there was more hellish training planned for tomorrow, Chu He briefly fulfilled his duty as a man, giving each of his 3 hungry wives an hour of reward. Although the 3 women were clearly left wanting more, they understood that their man's critical development period had to be handled carefully. So they wisely refrained from further insisting and followed Chu He's instructions to another room on the 5th floor, unable to sleep in the same space with Chu He, nor could they help it. Chu He lay on the soft big bed, sprawling out. Every cell in his body felt hollowed out, yet his spirit was immensely satisfied. He stared at the ceiling, beginning to plan a clear and survivable route for his bizarre journey to this other world. To avoid being crushed like garbage by that damn master, to hold his 3 stunning wives close and sleep soundly, he had to become strong, absurdly strong. He extended a finger, drawing in the air, already crafting a plan that could be described as mad in his mind. Step 1, set a small goal first, to raise his overall combat power to a level where he could stand firm in front of any SSS-level powerhouse, able to escape even if he couldn't win. Maintaining an unbeaten ground was the foundation of survival. Step 2. Take down the arrogant guy named Ouching, rescue his sister Ano, save her, and then use this as a starting point to turn every princess from the other 6 empires that he hadn't met yet, one by one, into his own family. Step 3. The most crucial step. Find every possible way to discover the master's weakness, and then eliminate him completely. Thinking of this, Chu He hesitated again. Let's see, after all, strictly speaking, without him, he wouldn't be able to live this kind of fairy tale life either, such a troublesome guy. In the days that followed, Chu He completely entered a frenzied state. For nearly a month, he absorbed knowledge and power from his 3 royal wives like a sponge thrown into water, crazily soaking it all up. During this month, it was all training and eating. The meals were all based on the top-tier configurations of the 3 royal families. The royal family of Su Ni usually consumed large ferocious beasts containing wild and destructive energy, their meat tough, but rich in energy. The Xinglu royal family preferred various spirit fruits containing unusual laws of power from heaven and earth, each worth a fortune. As for Lilian's Qian Huan White Ape clan, their menu was much wilder. Anything that could fly in the sky, run on the ground, swim in the water, or burrow in the earth was fair game. As long as it contained energy, there was nothing they wouldn't eat. One day, Lilian happily brought a heavyweight dish to Chu He, grandly calling it the supreme enjoyment of the soul. It was 100-flavored worm living in the swamp. This thing was nearly half a meter long, looking like a thick intestine, pink all over, and covered in sticky liquid, wriggling on the plate. You call this a dish? Chu He's face turned green, his stomach churning. It was scarier than facing 10 sand sea shark beasts. Of course. Lilian said with her hands on her hips, an expression of you have no experience on her face. This is a great tonic, eating it can let you experience the 100 flavors of the world, and it's excellent for nourishing the soul and spirit power. It will make you feel energized. I'd rather feel lethargic. Chu He shook his head like a rattle. In the end, it was only after Lilian coaxed and tricked him, even sacrificing her looks, whispering highly damaging conditions in his ear, that he bravely closed his eyes and swallowed that thing in one go. That taste. At the moment he bit into it, it felt like millions of needles were stabbing his tongue. Sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, salty, and fresh. Countless flavors exploded simultaneously on his taste buds, surging into his mind, making him experience a second of all kinds of life. He vowed never to eat it again in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Lilian was beside him, laughing so hard she trembled, looking utterly pleased with her cunning plan's success. The huge effort brought a transformation like being reborn. At the end of this day's training, Kaki took out her star chart that recorded the information of all things, scanning Chu He carefully. Energy output is stable, mastery of laws is preliminary, reaction speed okay. Kaki pointed at the virtual screen that emerged on the star chart. With a serious tone, he commented, overall rating, SSS level 3 stars. Just barely passing, my king. Beside him, Shano's eyes nearly popped out. 1 month. From 0 to SSS level 3 stars? Brother-in-law, what kind of monster are you? You must understand, above SSS level, each star's difference is like a chasm. Kaji and Xiaoyao are at 6 stars, Lilian is at 7 stars, and Shano himself is only 5 stars. And the mysterious chef, Xia Yan, has already reached the peak of 9 stars. In this 1 month, Chu He not only learned the core combat abilities of the 3 tribes, but even mastered spatial summoning under Kaji's guidance. This is a long-distance summoning ability that involves 2 steps, sealing and summoning. The first step, seal the caged beast along with the environment it generated onto a book, equivalent to a spatial exchange, transforming 3 dimensions into 2. The second step is the summoning, open the book, and with a thought, you can summon it. Now he also has his first summoned beast, a pseudo-SSS level abyss worm. Looking at his breathing book, Chu He finally understood why Kaji's library had so many strange books. Every book could seal a terrifying creature. During training breaks, Chu He explored nearly every corner of Ryan continent with the 3 girls and Shano, except for the deep sea. He truly realized how vast this world is. The total land area of the entire continent is at least dozens of times that of Blue Star. The 9 royal families divided this continent, establishing 9 vast empires that stretch endlessly. Beneath the empires are hundreds of thousands of kingdoms, principalities, and various independent city-states and mysterious forbidden lands. And SSS-level powers are not only possessed by the royal families. Chapter 117, Bottleneck, and 99% of Love. Although Kaji's star chart gave out SSS level 3 stars comprehensive assessment, Chu He knew better than anyone that this was just a false prosperity. With mere output and speed, yet lacking a matching soul. Xiaoyao's words struck true. This is just an assessment. Her calm voice echoed after training, your energy output and reaction have touched the threshold. But there is still a vast chasm between you and a true SSS level powerhouse. A true SSS level must either possess their own domain or have reached a qualitative level of understanding and application of a certain law. Right now, he could only use it, he was still a crucial step away from true mastery. At first, Chu He thought it was his lack of effort. But when he subconsciously summoned that panel he hadn't focused on in a long time, he froze.
Xiaoyao, intimacy, deep love 99%. Kaji, intimacy, deep love 99%. Lillian, intimacy, deep love 99%. Those three glaring 99% pierced his mind like needles. He previously thought his feelings weren't deep enough, the time hadn't ripened. But now, combined with Xiaoyao's words, a chilling guess emerged clearly in his mind. His power comes from their love. So, was the bottleneck of his power corresponding to that last 1% that couldn't be broken through in this emotion? Because their love hadn't reached only and everything, the power he borrowed was always separated by a thin veil, unable to reach the realm of mastery? Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. In the following half-month, Chu He completely lost his mind. He was no longer satisfied with learning skills, but desperately tried to comprehend the fundamental laws behind each type of power. He pushed himself to the point of mental exhaustion, his vision going dark, and he fainted upright. Waking up, he continued. But no matter how he crashed, that invisible membrane still existed resiliently. He could feel the cold patterns on that door, yet he could not push it open. Restlessness gnawed at his nerves like a dull knife. The three girls keenly sensed his change. They believed he was just anxious because of his stagnant strength. So, she accompanied him more gently and thoughtfully, finding ways to help him relax. But the more they did this, the heavier the feeling of powerlessness in Chu He's heart became, like a mountain. What was the problem? Was it that he wasn't good enough? Unable to earn that last 1% of their unconditional love and trust? Or was it that he wasn't strong enough to give them absolute security, causing them to always keep a sliver of retreat deep inside their hearts? A strong sense of defeat almost drowned him. That night, the city of Wanxiang was brilliantly lit, as if the stars had fallen to earth. Chu He sat alone on the edge of the highest building's rooftop, his legs hanging in the air, letting the cold wind of the high altitude mess up his hair. Below him was a vibrant city, and in the distance was an endless dark wilderness. Such a stark contrast made him feel a loneliness that pierced to the bone. Three figures quietly appeared behind him. Lillian held a coat in her hand. Without saying a word, she gently draped it over his shoulders. Kachi magically pulled out several bottles of juice, placing them beside him one by one. Xiao did not do anything, she just quietly sat beside him, accompanying him as they both gazed at the bustling city below. I seem to be in trouble. Chu He picked up a bottle of juice and took a big gulp, the corners of his mouth curling into a bitter arc. We all know. Lillian sat down beside him, her palm gently massaging his hair. Don't push yourself too hard, you're already doing great, so much better than any of us expected. Yeah, little He. Kachi sat cross-legged in front of him, her small face filled with seriousness, reaching SSS level 3 in just a month. If you told the old fossils of the 9 royal families, they would scare themselves out of their coffins. You've become the greatest monster in history. But that's not enough. Chu He shook his head. His gaze pierced through the endless night, as if he could see that high above, viewing him as an ant, the master. It isn't enough at all. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes scanning the girls one by one, his expression unprecedentedly serious. I found an issue my power cannot break through, it seems to be stuck at the same place as our relationship. He spoke his guess about the 99% clearly, word by word, with honesty. The three girls fell into silence immediately after hearing this. They evidently had never thought about this problem, but Chu He's reasoning was reasonable, like a key precisely fitting into an incomprehensible lock. So? Chu He's voice became a bit dry. He looked at the three girls before him, each one breathtakingly beautiful, each deeply caring for him. But what was that final shackle? He took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of determination, and spoke a guess that even made his own heart race. I'm wondering what is needed for your love and my power to break through that last 1% together? His voice was soft, yet it froze the atmosphere on the rooftop instantly. Even the howling night wind seemed to be cut off by those words. Perhaps it needs a real life or death trial. Let me experience a perilous situation where even you would feel helpless and desperate. Chu He's eyes became dark and profound as he spoke word by word. Perhaps only in that extreme pain of feeling like you would lose me forever will the last bit of reservation in your hearts completely break down. Only then will your love transform into the purest, most unreserved one. And my power will be able to break through that final shackle as well. The three girls were shocked, standing frozen in place. Little He. Kachi couldn't hold back anymore, she suddenly leaped into his arms, using all her strength to hold him tight, her voice filled with tears. We don't want you to become stronger, we just want you to be okay. Please, let me. Don't have such terrible thoughts anymore, okay? Chu He stood stiffly in place, holding the small trembling body in his arms, and looked at the other two people. Xiaoyao's stunning face drained of color, and her lifeless eyes revealed a flicker of terror. Lillian asked slowly, have you gone mad? Chu He's mind was a chaotic mess. He knew this thought was crazy, cruel. But what else could he do? Chapter 118, The Shackles of Bloodline. I'm sorry. Chu He's voice was a bit hoarse as he gently patted Kachi's back. I was just too anxious. Forget it, I won't do that. He promised, but the blunt knife named anxiety continued to cut at his nerves. He turned his gaze away, no longer looking into their eyes, as that would shake his already confused heart even more. His eyes finally fell on Xia Yao and Kachi. The inference about the power barrier inevitably led him to think of another question, a question deep-rooted in family, bloodlines, and rules. A question he had never dared to touch. But tonight, he wanted to know the answer. Because that might be the root of all problems. Yao Yao, Shi Chi. Chu He's voice was gentle, as if afraid to disturb something. I have never heard about your father's matter. Can you tell me? In an instant. The temperature on the rooftop seemed to suddenly drop to freezing point. The atmosphere, which had just eased, froze instantly, even heavier and more oppressive than before. It was a sorrow born from the dust of history, seeping out from the cracks of time, cold and piercing. Kachi stiffened in his arms. She slowly raised her head, and her star-like eyes dimmed in an instant, all light extinguished, leaving only endless, dead star remnants. Xia Yao lowered her lashes, long eyelashes shading the emotions in her eyes, but the space around her began to exude a faint aura of desolation, making the air thin. He. Kachi's voice trembled. Why do you want to ask this? Chu He remained silent, only holding her tighter. Lilian sighed, having heard of the twisted trials of the Void Glance royal family and the Star Law royal family. Chu He. Xia Yao spoke, her voice colder than ever. My father. He died. Before I was born. Her words were brief, without extra embellishment, just stating a cold fact. But each word was like a heavy hammer, striking hard on Chu He's heart. He didn't pass the trial of the Void Glance royal family. He was an outsider. Chu He's heart sank sharply. He looked at Kachi. Kachi broke free from his embrace, sitting cross-legged opposite him, forcing out a smile more distorted than crying on her small face. My dad, he was slightly luckier than Yao Yao's dad. Or maybe, even more unfortunate. He didn't die. He was just locked away. Locked in a time-space cage. We have not heard about him for a very long time. We don't even know if he's still alive. Chu He felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Dead. Permanently imprisoned, unknown if alive or dead. This was the outcome of failing the so-called trial. He had imagined it would be a sad story, but never expected such a cruel ending. He had just uncovered the deepest scars in their hearts. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It's okay. Kachi shook her head, a little glimmer returning to her starry eyes, but like damp fireflies, it could extinguish at any moment, anyway. I'd become used to it. Used to it. These two words made Chu He's heart ache. But a greater cloud of doubt rose in his heart. As far as he knew, both Xia Yao's mother Xia Qingyuan and Kachi's mother Kachia were SSR-level experts standing at the pinnacle of this world. Who, besides the mysterious master, could possibly be their opponent? If they insist on breaking the rules, who can stop them? After thinking for a long time, Chu He finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been swirling deep in his heart. Your mother is so powerful, what in the world could go against her will? This time, it was Kachi who wiped away tears and gently replied. Many years ago, our mother was not at the SSR level. At that time, they could only obey the clan's arrangements. Xia Yao nodded and continued the conversation. However, after my mother took office, she established new rules. Her gaze turned to Chu He, and in her lifeless eyes, a rare glimmer ignited. In the future, if someone can pass the family test, this test will forever disappear. Kachi nodded vigorously. That's right, my mom said the same. She said that if you can pass, He, she will personally shatter the time-space prison. There's nothing we can do, those old fossils in the clan value bloodline too highly. Chu He's heart suddenly sank. He finally understood that the burden he carried was not just his own life. It was the only hope to end this tragedy that had lasted for countless ages. But another question surfaced in his mind. A fundamental, logical contradiction. If that's the case. Chu He took a deep breath and asked the sharpest, most core question. Why is your bloodline so pure? Why doesn't it contain any traces of other bloodlines? As soon as the words fell, Xia Yao and Kachi both showed an indescribable pain on their faces. It was an expression deeper than sadness, more silent than despair. It seemed that Chu He's question touched a forbidden, bloody truth. The wind on the rooftop stopped. The world fell into a dead silence. In the end, it was still Xia Yao who slowly spoke up. Because of origin. Every baby born from the union of royal and foreign blood undergoes a ceremony. It is not a cruel separation, but a return. A rule-level calibration to ensure the royal bloodline remains absolutely pure. Xiaoyao's voice was very flat, as straight as a line, but Lilian and Kachi could no longer hold back their mouths, their eyes filled with fear. Every life is made up of two blood sources, one from the father and one from the mother. Origin ceremony is about extracting that foreign part completely in the baby's most primitive chaotic state, including his bloodline mark, his rule affinity, the deepest qualities of his soul. It will not be destroyed. Xiaoyao paused and spoke a sentence that made Chu He's soul shudder. It will be distilled. Distilled into the purest original energy without any impurities. Then, it will be used as the first nourishment for the baby to awaken the royal bloodline, fed to him, her. Boom! Chu He's mind went blank. He seemed to see an unimaginable, most bizarre, most cruel scene. A newborn baby, on the altar of the ceremony, devouring everything of its own biological father. His genes, his power, his traces of existence, everything of his, transformed into the purest energy, becoming the first cornerstone for his child's path to strength. This is the so-called truth of pure bloodline. So, Chu He's voice was so dry it was almost inaudible. The cost of failing the test is not just death, but being completely devoured by your own child from this world. Xiaoyao closed her eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears finally slipped down her beautiful cheeks. Yes. Chu He finally understood. He finally understood what that insurmountable bottleneck was. He finally understood what that last 1% was. It wasn't that the love was not deep enough. On the contrary, it was because the love was too deep. That 1% was the last line of defense they had reserved for him with all their strength. It is the fear that comes from the depths of their souls. They are afraid. Afraid that after they give their all, their unconditional love, he will, like their father, be completely devoured by their future children after failure. That 1% is not reserved. It is protection. Chapter 119, Peace of Mind. The wind on the rooftop was heavy, cold, and leaden. Chu He held the trembling Kachi in his arms, and reached out to pull the pale-faced Xiao close, letting both girls rest their heads on his shoulder. It's okay, he awkwardly patted their backs, his voice soft, afraid to disturb the countless years of sadness they had buried inside. I'm just guessing, talking nonsense, I wouldn't do anything foolish. Damn it, what kind of thing is this? To have a child, you first have to eat the father as a starter pack? Which twisted mind thought up such a perverted setup? After comforting them for a while, Kachi's sobs gradually subsided, and Xiao's air of frozen silence also began to fade. They simply leaned against him quietly, like 2 small wounded animals that had finally found a safe haven. Chu He let out a sigh of relief, his gaze drifting over them, ultimately landing on the silent and still figure of Lilian who stood quietly nearby. He understood the reasons for Xiao and Kachi. One had a father who died a tragic death, while the other's father was permanently imprisoned. Anyone would carry psychological scars from that. But what about Lilian? He remembered clearly that Lilian had said her father was well and truly a devoted father. She had no root pain, so what was the reason for her last 1%? Could it be Ao Cheng? Chu He began to have his guesses in his heart. He gently adjusted his posture, making it more comfortable for Xiao and Kachi, then looked up at Lilian, whose tricolor eyes were swirling with a complex emotion he had never seen before. He gently reached out with his other hand, holding Lilian's cool hand. Xiao and Kachi's fears come from the tragedy of bloodlines. Chu He's voice was very soft, but it was like a stone, accurately dropping into Lilian's heart lake. Lilian, is your 1% reservation due to Ao Cheng? Lilian's delicate body quivered suddenly, clearly caught off guard by Chu He's question. She instinctively wanted to pull back her hand, to turn her head away, to brush it off with a "you're overthinking it." But when she saw the pure tenderness in Chu He's eyes, all her pretenses got stuck in her throat. The wind on the rooftop lifted her silvery long hair, like flowing light under the moon. After a long while, she smiled self-deprecatingly and tightened her grip on Chu He's hand. You, sometimes, are annoyingly perceptive. She did not answer directly, but instead began to recount a past she had never spoken of to anyone. Actually, when I was young, I admired Ao Cheng very much. Lilian's gaze became distant, as if she had traveled back in time to long ago. He was so talented, so powerful, and he treated me very well, very well. Our families had a good relationship, so the children from both clans would be arranged to train together. Ao Cheng had protected me many times from harm, while he himself was injured because of me. He always said to me when I cried, "Lilian, don't be afraid, I'm here, no one can hurt you." At that time, I thought he was my hero. Chu He listened quietly with a smile on his face. He could imagine that scene, a boy so powerful he was almost invincible, protecting a girl with his life. It sounded quite romantic. But later, I felt he changed, or maybe he didn't change. Lilian's tone turned cold. His love carried a suffocating element from the very beginning, control. He forbade me from talking to any male of my age.
Sometimes, he would silently appear behind me, checking what book I read today, what I wrote in my journal, and asking who I had seen. All the gifts he gave me carried his scent, like a declaration of ownership. The scariest moment was on my birthday. My father gifted me a snow velvet fox as a pet. The little guy was completely snow white and exceptionally cute, and I loved it very much. As Lillian spoke, her voice trembled slightly. That afternoon, I was basking in the sun in the garden while holding it. A Ching came, and he looked at the little guy in my arms with cold eyes. He said, "It just looked at you the wrong way, with a trace of desire that should not exist." I thought he was joking at the time and laughed, calling him crazy. Then, Lillian closed her eyes. He simply extended a finger and gently pointed at the little guy in my arms. There was no energy fluctuation, no sound. That snow velvet fox turned into a fine white powder in an instant, flowing through my fingers. After doing all this, he acted as if nothing had happened, smiling at me and saying, "All right, the potential threat has been removed, it's safe now." On the rooftop, there was a deadly silence. Xiaoyao and Kaki both looked up, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Chu He felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. A pet, just because its look was wrong, was erased? This is no longer possessiveness, this is madness. From that day on, I felt that his so-called love was not love. Lillian opened her eyes, her tricolor gaze icy. It was imprisonment, it was possession, it was a desire to turn me into a thoughtless trophy that belonged solely to him. She looked at Chu He, finally expressing her deepest fear. After my mother became the emperor, my clan no longer had strict rules concerning marriage. I could choose as I liked. My feelings for Qing may have been liking at first, but after understanding his obsessive control, my feelings for him became complex. What I truly fear is, when a man gains absolute power to dominate everything, does he become like Qing? Do they all take their loved ones for granted as their possessions? I hold on to that 1% not because I don't love you. She held Chu He's hand, her fingertips cold. I am scared. I fear that when you become incredibly strong, your love might also turn into a magnificent cage. That 1% is my final protection. It is the last bit of distrust I hold against love under absolute power. Of course, Chu Bao, I believe you are not that kind of person. You have always respected our thoughts, but I just can't cross that hurdle. Boom! Lillian's words struck like lightning, shattering all the fog in Chu He's mind. He completely understood. Everything instantly connected into a clear line. Xiaoyao feared loss. She was afraid that after giving her all, she would end up with a fate like her mother's, watching helplessly as her beloved failed the test and vanished. Kaki feared imprisonment. She was afraid that all her trust would ultimately lead her beloved, like her father, into an eternal time prison, lost in endless darkness and nothingness, slowly perishing in absolute solitude. And Lillian, she feared possession. She was afraid that when she gave everything without reservation, after Chu He gained absolute power, that love would transform, becoming another Qing-style, suffocating cage. 3 entirely different fears pointed to the same bloody core: peace of mind. Yes, only by ensuring their peace can one break through the final barrier. Make them believe that no matter how strong they become, they will never become another Qing. Let them believe they have the ability to break the damn test and rules, and will not repeat their father's mistakes. This is the key to breaking through that last 1%. Understanding all of this, Chu He felt a wave of relief wash over him, as the anxiety that had lingered in his heart for so long vanished like smoke. He loosened his grip, stood up, and faced the cold wind in the sky, opening his arms, as if to embrace the splendid galaxy beneath him. I might know the reason now. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unprecedented confidence and determination, clearly reaching the ears of the 3 girls. But such matters require timing, location, and harmony. He turned, looking at them, with a long-lost, slightly mischievous smile on his face. If any one of these is missing, it won't work. Chapter 120, you have nothing to do with the master, right? Let's go back. As the words fell, Chu He's figure transformed into a beam of silver light, shooting straight toward the inn called the Strange House. On the rooftop, only 3 girls remained, along with a wind that grew colder and colder. Xiaoyao and Lillian's figures were frozen in place, as if all their strength had been drained away. Chu He's last mischievous smile lingered in their minds, yet they couldn't piece together any warmth from it. Rather, it was Kachi, with eyes reflecting the stars, whose gaze momentarily halted like the flow of a galaxy, before rippling out with complex waves as if a stone had been thrown into it. She seemed to have guessed something. Kiki. Xiaoyao's voice was weak, trembling uncontrollably, as she looked at Kachi, like a drowning person grasping at the only piece of driftwood. Just now what brother said about timing, location, and harmony, what does it mean? Kachi did not answer immediately. She gazed at the night sky where Chu He had vanished, then softly spoke a few words. It means the literal meaning. Oh Kiki. Lillian said somewhat anxiously, what time is it, and you're still keeping us in suspense? Kachi's gaze shifted from the night sky, slowly sweeping across Xiaoyao and Lillian's anxious and pale faces. Xiao He's words could not be clearer. His power comes from us. And it is closely tied to our love for him.
If we cannot love him wholeheartedly, he will never become a true SSS-level powerhouse, and will never grasp the essence of the laws. Kachi paused, every word felt like an ice pick, striking hard into Xiaoyao and Lilian's hearts. He already knows why we cannot love him unconditionally. So, Chu He is already prepared to face death. Boom! The last few words exploded in Xiaoyao and Lilian's consciousness more destructively than any obliteration of laws. But Xiaoyao's lips instantly lost all color, her voice trembling uncontrollably. He promised us he wouldn't do anything stupid, right? Kachi looked at her, her starry eyes filled with helplessness, and she countered with a question. But have you ever thought about? If he doesn't do anything stupid, how will he earn our unconditional love? Xiaoyao and Lilian felt a coldness emanate from every pore of their bodies, a layer of fine goosebumps spreading from their necks to their entire bodies. They finally understood the meaning of Chu He's smile. After a long silence, Lilian spoke first, her voice strangely calm, chillingly so. It seems we need to prepare ourselves psychologically to marry him. This was not a question, but a statement. Xiaoyao took a deep breath, her chest violently rising and falling. She looked at Lilian, then at Kachi, as the last trace of fear in her eyes was replaced by determination. If the Mark brother mentioned is real, then we also need to prepare ourselves psychologically to die with him. Kachi looked at them, suddenly smiling, a bittersweet yet relieved smile. Looks like Chu He really hit the nail on the head. She gently shook her head, as if chanting an ancient prophecy. In this world, what is love? It makes people dedicate their lives and deaths. Lilian was taken aback. Huh? When did Chu Bao say that? Kaki blinked and revealed a mischievous smile. You weren't there at the time, he said it while fooling that silly Xianhua. Immediately, Kaki vividly recounted how Chu He used this line of poetry to leave Xianhua dumbfounded. Pooh. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Lilian burst into a clear, cheerful laugh, her laughter echoing in the silent night sky, dissolving the nearly suffocating heaviness. The night deepened. In the hotel, in Chu He's room. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window was the dazzling galaxy of the city. Inside, Chu He lay comfortably on the soft bed with his upper body bare. Xiaoyao was massaging his calves and ankles. Kaki was using her tiny feet to exert effort, stepping on Chu He's broad back. Lilian was sitting cross-legged on Chu He's head, her slender fingers gently pressing on his temples. The fragrant aroma lingered in the air, creating a warm and enchanting atmosphere. This game of house is about to reach its end. Chu He closed his eyes, speaking lazily with a hint of a satisfied nasal tone. I just wonder what new game that lofty master will arrange next. I guess it's very likely related to you. Kaki said with some certainty while continuing to step on his back. Chu He didn't even lift his eyelids. Why do you say that? Don't you think so? From the start of the instance until now, this year's game seemed to revolve around you alone. First, arranging for us royal daughters to meet you. Then this game of house feels less like a survival challenge and more like a large reality show, observing how we fall in love and overcome challenges in a high-pressure environment. In the past, there has never been such a bizarre setting where anomalies complete games with humans. Let alone anomalies falling in love with humans. Upon hearing this, Chu He fell into deep thought. He had to admit that Kaki made a very valid point. From the national fortune instance to meeting Xiaoyao, and then to the appearance of Lilian and Kaki, everything showed traces of some deliberate arrangement. Now that you mention it, it really is. Chu He muttered to himself. At that moment, Kaki, who had been patrolling on his back, suddenly froze in her movements. It was as if she had stepped on a crucial point, a hidden switch of the core truth buried beneath the complex clues. The ease and comfort on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a shocking disbelief. An overwhelming suspense that connected all clues, ultimately pointing to the most absurd, yet the most possible answer anxiety. Almost at the same time. Lilian, who was quietly sitting on Chu He's head and massaging his scalp, also stiffened suddenly. It seemed she and Kaki had both thought of the same thing. After a moment of heart-stopping silence, Lilian's voice floated down from above Chu He, filled with unprecedented shock and uncertainty. Chu Bao. You won't have any connection with the master, will you? And your ability. Chapter 121, Be quiet, the master is watching us. Chu He was jolted, almost instinctively, he sprang up from the bed and covered her mouth before she could say anything. Don't say it out loud. Chu He's voice was very low, he can hear us. Buzz. Lilian's mind went blank in an instant. The shocking guess brought by her recent thoughts was completely overshadowed by the warmth from Chu He's palm and the warning whispered in her ear. He can hear. He can hear. These simple 4 words carried a horror far more direct and chilling than any speculation. It was a suffocating feeling, shrouded in an all-seeing gaze. It turned out, the relaxed and rogue demeanor he always wore on his face. They are just masks worn for them to see. Beneath the masks lies the madness of bearing alone, betting against the gods.
Xia Yao's eyes, dimmed like dying stars, slightly contracted. She may have reacted a bit late, but at this moment, she understood completely. The mysterious existence that Chu He aimed to defeat was that master. The astonishing abilities possessed by Chu He, abilities that belonged entirely outside the three races system, also came from that master.
Everything was a game.
And they, including Chu He himself, were merely pawns.
Kaki took a deep breath, forcing down the tumultuous waves of emotions surging within.
So this is how it is. The question that had lingered in her heart about why the queens of each race instinctively felt a sense of fear when they first met Chu He now seemed to have an answer. That fear might not have been directed at Chu He himself. Instead, it was that they saw through Chu He the higher dimensional, indescribable existence behind him. If everything was intentionally arranged by the master, then this gift truly made one feel both love and hate. But at this point, no amount of shock or fear could change anything. They were already deeply trapped, unable to withdraw. Kaki looked at Chu He, her star-like eyes flashing with rational light.
It seems the next game is about to begin. I think we've already guessed most of it.
Her voice was not loud, but it instantly brought the warm atmosphere in the room to a freezing point.
Silence fell upon the room, as if the air itself had solidified.
In this oppressive atmosphere, Chu chuckled. Very good. He released his hand from covering Lillian and sat back on the bed, wearing that irreverent smile again.
In any case, my mind is made up.
His gaze swept over the three girls, a newfound firmness and tenderness shining in his eyes.
Then next, we can't waste this little free time we have.
He looked at Kaki, his expression turning serious.
Kaki, you need to tell me what your race knows about the entire universe. Yao, you have to tell me all the strengths and weaknesses of your virtual gaze race's power system, especially those flaws and vulnerabilities that only the royal core knows. Both Kaki and Xia Yao understood that Chu He was preparing for the test.
Finally, his gaze landed on Lillian, and his eyes became incredibly gentle.
Lillian. I will let you know that I will always be myself.
Even if I become stronger, possessing power to dominate everything, I will remain the same as I am now in the future.
Your will, your thoughts, your freedom, I will always respect. One sentence hit the mark.
It precisely shattered Lillian's heart, the most solid yet fragile defense born from pride. She looked into Chu He's clear eyes, seeing the sincerity within that held not a trace of impurity, and her eyes instantly turned red. The three girls fell silent. They looked at the man before them, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. He was clearly making the final arrangements for his own death, yet each arrangement was paving the way for their future.
What kind of deep affection is this? And what kind of cruelty is this? The next day, in the morning. On the continent of Ryan, in the Lava Titan Empire, in the Zhuke Kingdom.
Above a massive active volcano large enough to swallow a kingdom, a grand circular altar floated. Above the altar, 7 strange runes swirled, connecting back to each other, forming a giant energy cycle. And at the center of the altar stood a crimson flame divine tree towering 10,000 feet high. The branches of the divine tree twisted fiercely, and every leaf was a burning, radiant crimson gold flame feather.
Surrounding the divine tree were 9 huge fire crystal floating islands. Above the floating island, there were faint traces of luxurious buildings.
The islands were connected by flame bridges formed from liquid fire, magnificent and spectacular. Under the divine tree, a peerless woman dressed in green sat cross-legged, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, her brows and eyes like a painting. She was none other than Xia Qingyuan, the current empress who looked down on the royal family, and the mother of Xia Yao. Facing her, silently floating in the void, was not a peerless powerhouse, but rather, a small cluster of flames, only the size of a fist, emitting a faint red glow of flame. That flame flickered like a dying candle in the wind, its light dim, as if it could extinguish at any moment.
Chu Qing, do you know?
Xia Qingyuan spoke slowly, her voice cold yet carrying a trace of barely noticeable tenderness.
Our daughter has fallen in love with an outsider, just like I did back then. And, it's someone from that fragile blue planet.
As soon as she finished speaking, the small cluster of flames suddenly flickered violently, its light wavering as if expressing extreme worry and unease. Seeing this, Xia Qingyuan's lips curled into a helpless yet affectionate smile.
Look how anxious you are.
Don't worry, he is not an ordinary human. She paused, as if organizing her words, and after a moment, revealed an earth-shattering piece of news. That child seems to have a great connection with the master. He not only looks very much like the master, but he also carries a kind of very similar aura to the master.
Master.
When this word slipped from Xia Qingyuan's lips, the previously restless flame suddenly fell silent. All flickering and fluctuations disappeared, and it just floated there quietly, as if lost in deep thought, or listening to an undeniable oracle.
Seeing the flame's reaction, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Xia Qingyuan's eyes. Alright, I won't talk about this anymore.
She stood up, stretched lazily, her perfect curves accentuated by her clothing, looking even more breathtaking. She walked up to the small flame, extended her delicate fingers, and gently poked the somewhat ethereal fire. Behave and recover slowly here. After all these years, you've only recovered this little bit, it's really too slow. Her tone carried a hint of reproach, but more than that, an unshakable longing and heartache. Then she changed the subject, a sly yet alluring smile appearing on her face as she playfully said to the small flame. I must tell you, I'm almost dying of thirst. If you don't hurry up and mature, do you believe I'll go find another man? Chapter 122, Marriage? And having children? After hearing this, the small flame flickered anxiously. It swooped to Xia Qingyuan's cheek, using its ethereal form to rub against her like a spoiled pet. Ah! That's ticklish, come down. Xia Qingyuan scolded playfully, yet she didn't truly push it away, just symbolically waved her jade hand. The flame, however, was persistent, rubbing endlessly against her smooth face, skillfully dodging her outstretched fingers. Xia Qingyuan's movements were gentle, afraid to accidentally hurt the fragile flame even slightly. In the end, the cold aura of the queen around her softened slightly, and she intentionally glared at it with her beautiful eyes. The small flame trembled, as if it saw a fierce mother tiger, and finally obediently floated away from her face, hovering in front of her. Xia Qingyuan looked at its pitiful appearance and couldn't help but chuckle softly, the frost in her eyes instantly melting into a pool of spring water. Alright, you focus on recovering. Everything at home is fine with me. I will come see you again. She paused, her voice turning incredibly serious, filled with a promise and anticipation. If that child named Chu He can really pass the test, I will bring our child to see you together. After saying this, she looked deeply at the small flame, then resolutely turned and vanished into a black stream of light, disappearing at the end of the volcano. The small flame floated quietly in place. The light flickered, as if responding to her farewell, lingering for a long time. 3 months of the playing house game came to an end. All participants, no matter where they were or what they were doing, were instantly enveloped by an irresistible energy. In the next second, the world spun around. Chu He only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself in a vast, boundless white square. The ground of the square was paved with some unknown pure white jade stone, smooth as a mirror, reflecting the somewhat pale light from above. And in the center of the square stood an enormous statue. The statue was dozens of meters high, depicting a majestic and stunningly beautiful woman, crowned and clad in armor, with a towering phantom of 1,000 illusion white ape behind her. She was none other than the Empress of the 1,000 Illusion Empire, Lillian's mother Ai Li. In the square, there were only a few shadows. Chu He glanced around and discovered that, including himself, among the Blue Star humans who initially entered the game, only 20 remained. The others had all disappeared. He felt a hint of emotion in his heart. A seemingly simple task of earning 100,000 in 3 months had eliminated so many people. It seems the problem did not lie with the task itself. It seems the problem was never with the task itself. Unlike his Yao Yao and Chi Chi, who not only didn't cause trouble but also helped brainstorm. Comparing people like this is truly infuriating. Oh my god, it's Chu He, the big shot. He is still alive. He looks like he just came back from vacation? The survivors quickly noticed the completely different Chu He. Most of them were in rags, looking haggard, their eyes filled with the terror and numbness of surviving a disaster. Now looking at Chu He. He was dressed in clean casual clothes, hands in pockets, lazily standing there, and even had a hint of satisfaction on his face as if he had just enjoyed a massage. The aura he gave off was calm and restrained, yet it carried an unfathomable sense of pressure. The contrast was too strong, too striking. Everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with shock, envy, and a trace of indescribable awe. A burly, bearded golden-haired man approached. Though he looked somewhat disheveled, his gaze was exceptionally sharp, the iron-blooded soldier aura on him completely undiminished. Hello, Mr. Chu He. The big man's dragon language was a bit stiff, but still fluent enough. I am Jackson from Eagle Sauce Country. Chu He raised an eyebrow and sized him up. He had a bit of an impression, he seemed to be the so-called soldier king sent by Eagle Sauce Country. Hello. Chu He nodded politely. I have studied you. Jackson was very direct. Your business model is very successful. I imitated you by selling burgers and fried chicken in the suburbs and also took over a shop. But I am more curious, your roommate seems to have caused you no trouble at all. Chu He smiled. Perhaps I just have charm. Jackson was indeed a smart person, understanding the essence through the surface. Others gradually gathered around, chattering about their tragic histories, filling the entire square with a sense of oppression and despair. At that moment. Buzz. The ground of the square lit up with countless strange runes. The sky turned pitch black in an instant. Then, huge, cold, devoid of any emotion, golden words floated above the sky. Playing house game ends, congratulations to the 20 survivors. The new game continuation is about to start. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the sky. The game rules are as follows. 1. All participants must find a beloved partner in this world and successfully establish a marriage relationship within 1.5 months, 45 days. Upon seeing the first rule, the square erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Marriage? What a joke! They were struggling just to survive. Where would they find the time and energy for love, let alone marry a local? Isn't this nonsense? However, the golden letters in the sky did not pay attention to their noise and continued to emerge. 2. After successfully forming a marriage relationship, the physical conditions of both parties will be equalized, levels, abilities, and bloodlines will be completely shared, and all assets of each other will be inherited. Boom! The clamor in the square came to an abrupt halt. Levels, abilities, bloodlines, completely shared? Inherit all assets? What does this mean? This means, as long as you can find a powerful local native to marry, you can rise to the top in one step. Jackson's breathing suddenly became heavy. Does it mean, if I marry an SSS level, I can also become SSS level? Instantly, everyone's eyes turned red. Just a second ago, they thought it was nonsense, but now, it turned into a ladder to heaven. Even Chu He squinted slightly. This lord really knows how to play. First, give a blow, then give a sweet date so big it's absurd. This cake drawn is simply too tempting. Chu He had long expected marriage. This game was designed around him. Just as everyone was fantasizing about marrying a rich beauty and reaching the peak of life, a third rule slowly emerged in the sky. That line of text appeared extremely slowly, each word carrying a tremor-inducing sense of pressure. 3. After successfully forming a marriage relationship, you must help the other party successfully conceive. Task failed. Erased. In the square, a pin drop could be heard. Just a second ago, the crowd was bustling with greed, but now it was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone's expressions froze. On their faces, extreme shock, absurdity, and an indescribable daze were written. Married. And, have kids? What the hell kind of hellish game is this? The survivors all stood there like ducks with their necks gripped, blankly. Chu He was also stunned. He never expected that this lord would actually add a KPI. Make the partner get pregnant. Is this really that big of a play? Looking at the cold erased in the sky, and then at the surrounding faces like they'd seen a ghost, Chu He's mouth twitched madly. Damn it! No acting anymore, damn. Chapter 123, My son's wedding, must livestream to the whole world. Chu He's mouth moved. A curse directed at the lord's whole family was rolling on the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed it with all his might. No, I can't curse. The last time he cursed, that twisted lord directly cut him in half, and that feeling, thinking about it now, makes him feel a chill in his kidneys. What if this time he angered that old six again? Who knows what kind of more bizarre death he might experience? Chu He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the grass mud horse in his heart, and squeezed out an even uglier smile than crying. Marriage, having kids, fine, you're awesome. I'll endure. Just as Chu He was struggling with his psychological construction, the other 19 survivors in the square, like vultures smelling rotting flesh, buzzed and surrounded him. Big guy. Chu He, big guy. Big guy, please help. How do we do this task? Yes, big guy, how did you connect with that SSS level queen? Please teach us a few moves. If we can also find an SSS level to marry, isn't that worth it for life? Big guy. Please share your girl-chasing secrets. One by one, their eyes were feverish, their faces filled with greed and urgency. Looking at these people whose heads were clouded by desire, Chu He's eyelids twitched violently. Teach you? How can I teach? Do they want me to tell them that just pouting at those high and mighty queens, being cute, and putting on a pitiful look will make them drop their IQ, flood with maternal love, and uncontrollably fall in love with me? If he said that, this group would probably imitate him and end up getting slapped into meat paste on the spot. That picture was too beautiful, he dared not imagine. Chu He cleared his throat, wearing a profound expression, and slowly spoke, well, secrets cannot be revealed. The crowd suddenly looked disappointed. Chu He suddenly changed the subject, speaking earnestly to everyone. But I can advise you all on one thing. He looked over the crowd, his expression becoming serious. Whatever you do, don't provoke those SSS-level beings. The trials behind their marriages can really cause death. And it's the kind of death that obliterates the soul, leaving no trace behind. Before his words even faded, without waiting for anyone to ask for details, Chu He's figure evaporated like water vapor, instantly disappearing from the spot. He was just joking. If he didn't leave now, this group of people would drive him crazy. Time was precious, he had no time to waste here with their nonsense. Moments later, Chu He's figure rematerialized in a room at the mysterious home hotel. The room was empty, devoid of any trace of people. The familiar sense of Xia Yao, Lillian, and Kachi had also vanished without a trace. His heart sank, and he quickly pulled out his phone. In the chat group, there were indeed new messages from the three girls. Xiaoyao, brother, the game is over, I've been forcibly teleported back to the virtual empire, here are my coordinates, location info. Lillian, Chubao, I'm back home too, I'm waiting for you to come marry me in the Thousand Illusions Empire, location info. Kachi, little He, I'm in the Star Rhythm Empire, waiting for you. Location info. Seeing the three messages that almost came at once, Chu He's anxious heart finally relaxed, but then a headache followed. The game was over, they were all taken back by their respective rules of power. 45 days. He had to quickly choose a target and complete the task of marrying and having children. But, where should he go first? Should he go to Xiaoyao's house and barge into the blood pool trial, confronting the three SSS-level destructive avatars of his mother-in-law head-on? Or should he go to Kachi's house and challenge the Star Rhythm royalty that could forever imprison someone in a time-space cage? Or perhaps, should he go to Lillian's house, facing the enigmatic queen of the Thousand Illusions? Chu He rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of vexation that made decision-making difficult. He walked to the window and gazed at the unfamiliar splendor outside, a surge of indescribable emotion suddenly welled up in his heart. Sigh. He let out a soft sigh. I'm about to get married. What a pity. Mom and Dad won't be able to see it. Thrown into this godforsaken place, he didn't even know if he would ever have a chance to see them again in this lifetime. At the same time, Blue Star, Dragon Country, U Province. In an impressive three-story countryside villa. On the genuine leather sofa in the living room, a middle-aged man with a well-built physique was sitting with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds while thoroughly enjoying the show A Mortal's Cultivation Journey on TV. On the screen, old Demon Han was breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. This man looked about 80 to 90% like Chu He, with a carefree and unruly quality about him, though a hint of unfathomable depth was hidden in his calm eyes. Chu Changsheng. A furious shout came from the kitchen, followed by a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing an apron, her stunning beauty still evident even as she stormed out. She was none other than Chu He's mother, Zhai Jingmei. Your son has been missing for 3 months, and you still have the heart to watch TV. Zhai Jingmei's brows furrowed as she pointed a finger at Chu Changsheng, reprimanding him fiercely. The man, known as Chu Changsheng, paused his sunflower seed munching, immediately stopped the TV, and his leisurely expression transformed into one of deep concern as he sprang up from the sofa. Worry. How could I not worry? Honey, please calm down, I was just trying to distract myself by watching some TV. He hurried over, a playful grin on his face as he took the fruit platter, but there's nothing we can do, we can only worry, right? However, dear, you can rest assured. Chu Changsheng patted his chest, you've seen it in the video, right? Our son is so amazing. He started by capturing an SSS-level fairy, who knows, that little rascal might be about to have one already, and we will be grandparents soon. Not mentioning this matter is better, but once it's brought up. Zhai Jingmei's anger grew even stronger. How dare you say that? She shot her husband an angry glance, I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. That girl named Xiaoyao came in and started killing people, blood flowing like rivers. When it was our son's turn, do you know how desperate I felt? I know. Chu Changsheng nodded repeatedly, I was also very desperate, I was so scared that I dropped a sunflower seed. But in the end? Our son not only came out fine but also ran off with that girl. That's some skill. Zhai Jingmei looked at him with disdain, what skill? They just met, and because our son kissed her, she dragged him into their girls' dormitory. Is that what a decent girl should do? And then that doll named Xiaoqi, she's not reserved either, she just went up to let our son kiss her. They chatted for a bit and then she took him somewhere and it all went dark. God knows what those two little kids did. These words made Chu Changsheng's ears nearly calloused, for the past 3 months, his wife had repeated them at least 800 times. Yet he seemed unusually tolerant of women, patiently explaining. Oh dear, you don't understand. This shows that both girls are passionate people, and they have a strong sense of protection for Chu He. Even I, no matter who approaches our son, they will be alert, fiercely protective, and I think that's good. Regardless of whether they are traditional good girls, they will surely treat Chu He well. That's enough. He paused, and suddenly his gaze grew deep, calmly saying. And, you can relax, our son will definitely be fine. Otherwise, this world of ours probably wouldn't exist anymore. Hearing these words, Zhai Jingmei's worries eased a bit, but she couldn't help but frown and say, oh, let's hope so. But I still worry, those girls are too pretty, what if they get tired of him and dump our son, my poor boy? As she spoke, her eyes turned red again. I really want to see our son. Chu Changsheng glanced at his wife's longing face and didn't reply, instead, he quietly pulled her into his arms and gently patted her back. His gaze, however, pierced through the wall, looking into the endless void. In his deep eyes, a complicated light flickered that no one could understand. He thought for a moment. All right then. On the day of their son's wedding, let's give this world a grand live broadcast. That would also be a surprise for my wife. Chapter 124, Proposal. Chu He rubbed his swollen temples. He finally decided to go to the Su-Ni Empire. It's better to follow the order since Xia Yao was the first to be bound to him. It is right to respect her position as the main wife, and the other two wouldn't say anything. If the order is messed up, who knows what kind of trouble might arise. Su-Ni Empire, here I come. A smile curved at the corner of Chu He's mouth, and with a thought, his figure instantly vanished from the hotel room. Space tore apart and then reformed. When his vision cleared again, a hot air mixed with sulfur and metal rushed towards him. Before him stood a giant city that was too magnificent to describe in words. The city walls were made entirely of jet-black volcanic rock, towering into the clouds, resembling an ancient giant beast sprawled on the ground, filled with a simple yet dominating aura. Above the city gate were two giant golden characters dancing like dragons and phoenixes. Xia City. At the city gate stood 2 rows of heavily armored soldiers. Their figures were much larger than humans, and what stood out the most was their completely different heads. Some had fierce leopard heads with angry eyes. Others had chilling wolf heads with fangs exposed. These beast-headed soldiers exuded an incredibly fierce aura, making passers-by bow their heads and hurry past, not daring to look directly. At that moment, Chu He's figure appeared out of thin air. He wore casual clothes, with hands in his pockets, and that delicate human face stood out awkwardly among this group of monsters. Stop! A soldier with a leopard head immediately noticed him, swinging his thick arm to block his way. The gazes of other soldiers turned sharply toward him, filled with vigilance and scrutiny. A human? No, look at his appearance, he resembles our royal family a bit. But those eyes are deep brown, not the black pupils unique to our race. The leopard-headed soldier sized up Chu He and spoke in a deep voice. Show your identification and household registration proof. Chu He froze. Identification? Household register? Are you kidding me? I'm a guy thrown here from Blue Star, where on earth am I supposed to get that stuff? Seeing that Chu He was taking too long to produce anything, the wolf-headed soldier's eyes grew impatient. No documents, no entry. Go back where you came from. Chu He raised an eyebrow. It's pointless to reason with you guys. He sighed, showing a look of I'm in a dilemma. The wolf-headed soldier saw his expression and thought he was afraid, sneering as he prepared to scold him. But he just blinked once. When he looked again, there was no sign of Chu He. Where is he? The wolf-headed soldier was shocked, frantically looking around. The surrounding soldiers also appeared confused. A living person had just vanished right before their eyes. At this moment, Chu He had strolled onto the streets of Summer City. With his hands behind his back, he looked around curiously like a tourist. The splendor of this imperial capital rivaled that of Kachi's Mirage City. The streets were wide enough to accommodate several horse-drawn carriages side by side, and the architectural style was remarkably uniform, featuring tall, pointed spires with intricate Gothic carvings. Various shops, hotels, and parks lined the streets, the signs written in the imperceptible characters of the venerable empire, but he could instantly recognize their purpose from the unique symbols. As he walked, Chu He felt as if he were not in another world but wandering through some ancient city in the land of fragrance. Tisk, nice taste. After strolling around, the urgency in his heart was greatly lessened by the unique exotic charm. But the important matters should not be forgotten. He looked up, his gaze piercing through layers of towering spired buildings, toward the most splendid and imposing Gothic palace at the heart of the city. Seems like I've explored enough, it's time to get the proposal done. Chu He mumbled, quickening his pace. 45 days, get married, and have a baby. With the KPI hanging over his head, he had no time for an elaborate tour. However, when he reached just outside the palace, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Here, unlike the loose city gate, it was heavily guarded to the extreme. Around the palace, a soldier from the venerable race in pitch-black armor stood every 10 meters. They were no longer the beast-headed men but had beautiful or enchanting human appearances like Xia Yao, but their pitch-black eyes held no emotion, like 2 bottomless abysses. Their presence was far stronger than the soldiers at the city gate. What concerned Chu He more was that the entire palace was enveloped by an unimaginably large black translucent shield. In his Eye of Annihilation vision, this shield emitted an incredibly terrifying energy fluctuation. That energy was pure, domineering, filled with the breath of ending everything. It was the annihilation power, the same source as Xia Yao. Thinking of just strolling in, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Chu He rubbed his chin, his eyes flickering. However, he was an SSS level 3-star big shot, nearly mastering all the core abilities of the Star Law royalty. A mere shield, could it really stop him? With great skill comes great courage. Chu He decided to test the waters first. He slightly swayed his body, activated spatial leap, and instantly, he transformed into a barely perceptible ripple in space, directly piercing towards the palace interior. However, just as half of his body merged into the shield in that instant. Buzz! The entire huge black shield suddenly trembled, and its surface instantly lit up with billions of complex runes. A wave of destructive pressure crashed down. Not good. Chua's heart rang with alarm. In the next second, within the shield, a torrential downpour suddenly descended without warning. That was not rain. It was an endless black divine thunder formed of pure annihilation power. And countless energy arrows flashing with extinction runes. These attacks poured down from above, yet precisely locked onto Chua's position, forming an absolute death cage. Damn! This security system is more dedicated than my college dormitory manager. Chua exclaimed, not thinking further, and immediately activated space jump again, trying to penetrate from another position. But as soon as his figure appeared, the divine thunder and arrow rain above his head seemed to have eyes, instantly adjusting direction and crashing down again. And their power was 3 points stronger than before. No matter how he shifted, wherever he appeared within the palace range, those attacks stuck to him like leeches, refusing to let go. This was a top-level defense system that combined tracking, blocking, and attacking. Infiltration utterly failed. The soldiers around the palace obviously sensed the energy fluctuations, and countless powerful presences were rushing over here quickly. Damn it! Chua cursed, no longer daring to entertain any luck, and in a pathetic state, activated space teleportation, escaping the palace's attack range. Outside the palace, Chua rested for a while, took out the craving 7-color crystal from his star law bag to absorb and recover. This was taken from the Tiantian territory some time ago, where it was piled up like a mountain, all this stuff. After recovering, with a flash of light and shadow, he appeared in front of the majestic palace entrance. Here, 2 rows of royal guards clad in pitch-black armor, their auras deep and unfathomable, stood like sculptures, blocking the entrance completely. Their gazes were colder than those of the soldiers outside. Upon seeing Chua suddenly appear, they merely raised their eyebrows, not showing an ounce of surprise. The leading guard slowly stepped forward, dark pupils locking onto Chua. Who is the newcomer? Chua patted the non-existent dust on his clothes, tidied himself up, cleared his throat, and displayed a smile he deemed very handsome. Don't be nervous, I'm one of you. I've come to propose to your Princess Xiaoyou. As soon as those words came out, the scene fell into dead silence. The dozen or so royal guards with deep and vast auras displayed subtle changes in their expressions. First, shock and bewilderment. Then, that shock turned into unabashed mockery and pity. Ha! One guard could not help but laugh, his laughter filled with disdain. Another foolish guy who has come to deliver himself to death. Another guard looked at Chua with a dead man's gaze and coldly said, Kid, before you, the people who wish to marry our princess, their ashes could pile into a mountain. You, who are you? Facing this blatant mockery, Chua's smile remained unchanged. Whether I live or die is my business, doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, right? Indeed has nothing to do with us. The leading guard stepped forward, towering over Chua, looking down at him, a cruel curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. However, if you want to go in to see the princess, if you want to participate in that so-called test. He paused, a black long spear suddenly appearing in his hand. Boom! The hard obsidian ground instantly cracked open with spiderweb-like fractures. A surge of violent momentum shot into the sky. Then defeat us first, and we'll talk. The voice of the guard commander carried a metallic friction-like texture, full of undeniable dominance. More than a dozen royal guards stepped forward behind him. Boom! Their synchronized movements instantly turned their momentum into a towering black wave, pressing down towards Chu He. The air let out a groan under the overwhelming weight, and even the hard obsidian floor showed fine cracks. This united force was enough to make any SS-level powerhouse kneel on the spot. However, Chu He still stood in place, hands in pockets, not even raising an eyebrow. It felt less like facing an elite army, and more like watching a group of kindergarten kids doing morning exercises. A playful smile formed at the corner of Chu He's mouth. Alright then, since you're so eager. I'll play with you. At these words, the guard captain and all the guards' faces instantly darkened. Play? This human is arrogantly off the charts. Seeking death. The captain was completely enraged, too lazy to say another word. Everyone, annihilate Ray. Turn him into dust. With a command. More than a dozen royal guards' eyes erupted with terrifying black light. Buzz. The air shook violently, emitting a piercing hum. The next second, dozens of pitch-black rays, condensed to the extreme, shot out from the tips of their long halberds. These rays didn't shoot in a straight line, but curved wickedly through the air, weaving an impenetrable giant net of death from all directions, sealing off all of Chu He's escape routes. This was the most basic, yet proudest joint technique of the Royal Guard of the Virtual Gaze Empire. They aimed to use the purest and most overbearing power of the Virtual Gaze race to crush this oblivious human, along with his bones and soul, into oblivion. As the energy net, capable of instantly evaporating a mountain, was about to close in, Chu He still stood in place, even taking the time to comment with interest. Clever angles, great cooperation. Not bad, you have professional standards. The corners of the captain's and other guards' mouths twitched violently. Still pretending even when death is imminent. Die for me. Just as the dozens of annihilation rays were about to touch Chu He's body in 1/10 of a second, a layer of almost invisible black shield appeared silently on Chu He's surface, like a ripple spread out in water. On that shield, mysterious runes flowed, emitting an aura of ultimate termination. This was the secret, not passed down to others, of the virtual gaze royal family that Xia Yao personally taught destructive shield. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion. No deafening roar. Those more than a dozen terrifying annihilation rays, upon hitting that thin shield, were like blazing coals dropping into a 1,000-year ice cave. All the energy, all the destructive aura, were silently devoured and shattered by that shield, not even a trace of ripples. No, not even a speck of dust was disturbed. As if it wasn't an attack capable of destroying everything, but just a few gentle candle flames extinguished by the wind. In front of the palace gates, a death-like silence fell. All the guards' snarls and cruelty were frozen in place. Their pupils contracted dramatically at this moment due to extreme shock. The captain was struck by lightning, standing paralyzed, almost dropping the long halberd in his hand. He stared intently at the layer of slowly dissipating black shield on Chu He's body, his lips trembling, as if he had seen a ghost. His voice changed pitch. Destructive shield? How could you possibly know our royal family's secret not passed down to others? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The destructive shield is a top-tier defensive technique only comprehensible to those whose virtual gaze royal bloodline has awakened to the utmost. In the entire virtual gaze empire, apart from Her Majesty the Queen and Princess Xia Yao, only a handful of royal direct princes know this move. How on earth did this foreigner learn it? Faced with the leader's shock, Chu He grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. I've already said it's a warm-up, of course I have to use moves you're familiar with, otherwise, how boring would that be? And... His tone shifted, a gleam of cunning flashing in his eyes. I know many more. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu He's figure suddenly swayed, becoming blurry like a reflection in water. In the next moment, a scene that would shatter the worldview of all the soldiers appeared. 1, 2, 3. 10, 20, 50. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 identical Chu He appeared out of thin air in the square at the palace gate. These Chu He surrounded more than a dozen soldiers, each with a different expression. Some winked at them, making silly faces. Some placed their hands on their hips, arrogantly laughing up at the sky. Some even wiggled their hips, dancing a sexy dance while humming an unknown tune. What was even more outrageous was that one Chu He appeared directly in front of the leader, making a universally recognized friendly gesture towards his dark face, then beckoning with his finger. Come on, hit me, you fool. This directly ignited the fury of all the soldiers. Bastard. Daring to toy with us using illusions. Kill him. Smash all his avatars. The soldiers roared, unable to distinguish who was real and who was fake, and could only launch random attacks. In an instant, annihilation rays were wildly shooting across the square, energy beams darting between countless Chu He avatars, blasting deep pits into the hard obsidian ground. However, those avatars were as slippery as loaches, always managing to dodge just before the attacks arrived, at an extremely tricky angle. After fighting for a long time, not only did they fail to hurt Chu He's real body, they didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Enough! The leader roared. His eyes were blood red, clearly infuriated. As the leader of the royal guard, being toyed with by an outsider in this way was nothing short of a great humiliation. All of you step back. He shouted fiercely, his muscles tensing up violently, raising his spear high over his head. A burst of destructive power, many times stronger than before, began to gather wildly at the tip of the spear. Void gaze. Breakthrough kill. He intended to use a sweeping attack that covered the entire area, to crush all these annoying flies at once. The terrifying energy fluctuations made the entire space begin to distort. However, just as the destructive shockwave was about to spread, in the square, those 50 or more Chu He, jumping and mocking, suddenly became illusory, and then disappeared collectively. It wasn't that the illusion was broken. But at the moment before the shockwave arrived, they actively vanished. That was spatial jump. The leader's long-prepared, unparalleled blow struck nothingness. Boom! The raging energy instantly went out of control, plowing a terrifying trench over 100 meters long into the ground before him. Where are they? The leader panted heavily, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Captain, your move is no good. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The range is too wide, the power is too scattered, and it's easy to hurt the flowers and plants by the roadside. Look, you broke the floor, you'll have to pay for it later. The leader's body instantly stiffened. His pupils contracted sharply due to fear. He felt a hand gently resting on his right shoulder. That hand even kindly patted off the dust from his armor that had accumulated when he unleashed his power just now. Cold sweat drenched his inner armor. He even dared not turn around. Because he knew that if the other party wished, that seemingly powerless hand could crush his neck in 0.01 seconds. At this moment, all the soldiers also stopped attacking. They stared at the figure, looking as if they had seen a ghost, not knowing when. A man, appearing like a ghost, suddenly appeared behind their commander. Everyone's brain went into a crash state. Power of annihilation. Power of illusion. And that bizarre collective disappearance just now. Is it space jumping? Void gaze, illusion, star law. The three supreme royal families of the Ryan continent's top abilities actually appeared on an outsider human? What the hell is this monster? Their worldview, at this moment, was hit by an unprecedented, almost destructive shock. The commander, Rasha, suddenly turned around, standing close to Chu He. He looked at Chu He's face, still wearing a harmless smile, and the shock and disbelief in his eyes were overflowing. His voice, due to extreme fear, became dry and hoarse. What exactly are you? In response to this question, Chu He withdrew his hand, showing an innocent shrug. I've said it before. I'm here to propose. I'm your Princess Xiaoyao's fiancé. We're one of our own. He showed an incredibly bright smile to Rasha and the surrounding group of royal guards who had completely petrified. Chapter 126, One of Our Own turns on one of our own. Chu He's smile was dazzling, but to the others, it felt chilling. Their hands holding the long spears trembled uncontrollably. A human possessing the core abilities of the three supreme royal families. This exceeded their cognitive scope. Fear, like invisible vines, tightened around their hearts. However, as the royal guard of the Void Gaze Empire, their dignity did not allow them to retreat. Rasha's eyes turned red, staring fiercely at Chu He, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. I don't care what you are, or what sorcery you've used. This is the Void Gaze Palace. Sacred and inviolable. Rasha roared in anger, turning his inner fear into towering rage. Form the Annihilation Prison formation. Seal the space. Wear him down. At the command, all the guards seemed to find a backbone, suppressing their shock, and quickly changed positions. Buzz. As they became the nodes, the ground instantly revealed an incredibly complex black magic formation. These patterns spread rapidly like living creatures, intertwining, and finally forming a gigantic black dome that enveloped a 1,000-meter radius, completely trapping Chu He inside. A powerful and suffocating force of confinement descended instantly. The surrounding space seemed to turn from flowing air to solid cement, not to mention space jumping, even raising an arm became incredibly difficult. What was even more terrifying was that an invisible draining force was crazily surging from every corner of the formation, like billions of greedy leeches, trying to infiltrate Chu He's body and completely suck away his energy and life force. They admitted that this human was strange and powerful, but he was still just a human. No matter how much energy, there is always a limit. As long as they trap him here, continuously depleting him, they will surely eliminate him in the end. However, in the center of the absolute formation, Chu He, facing the soul-ripping draining force, merely raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, he actually found it somewhat pleasant. He simply closed his eyes and frantically activated his Destruction Siphon ability. In an instant, an invisible vortex formed within him. The annihilation power surging from all directions not only did not consume his energy, but like a flood finding an outlet, under his clever manipulation of space laws, it reversed its flow and transformed into a continuous charging current pouring into his body. Hey! Chu He opened his eyes and waved at the increasingly pale-faced Commander Rasha. Haven't you eaten? Put in a bit more effort. It feels like you're just scratching an itch. At this statement, Commander Rasha's lungs were about to explode with anger. Increase the energy output for me. Make him a human dry. The guards were also stirred up with ferocity, each roaring, pouring all their extinction power into the magic array without reservation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire extinction cage shone brightly, and the pulling power soared several times compared to before. Chu He's smile also became more radiant. Yes, this is the strength. Comfortable. He even stretched his muscles and bones, making a series of crackling sounds, his spirit visibly becoming even more abundant. The guards. Rakshasa. What kind of monster is this? Is he treating the extinction cage like a sauna? As he saw the guards' faces beginning to pale from overexertion, Chu He knew that this charging was almost complete. He grinned playfully and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. Okay, warm-up is over. Now, let's play a different game. The moment his voice fell, the power of illusion quietly activated. In an instant, the scene before all the guards began to spin wildly. They were horrified to find that their comrades, who stood by their sides, had actually all turned into Chu He's appearance.
Moreover, every Chu He wore a mocking smile that made them grind their teeth with hatred, with dark long spears pointing at them. Brothers, take him down. Kill him. Under the onslaught created by the illusion, these guards who were already at their mental limit instantly fell into chaos. How could they tell who was a teammate and who was an enemy? They roared as they launched the most ferocious attacks towards the nearest Chu He. In no time, a hilariously chaotic melee unfolded in the palace square. The annihilation rays flew wildly, long spears waved wildly, the sounds of energy clashing echoed continuously, accompanied by the sounds of armor shattering and painful groans. They fought fiercely but didn't touch the hem of Chu He's clothes even once, all smashing into their own people. The real Chu He stood leisurely outside the battlefield, like a director, crossing his arms and watching with great interest the grand drama that he had personally directed. Enough! A deafening roar exploded across the venue. It was Rakshasa. He, with his extraordinary willpower, actually broke free from the bonds of the illusion. His eyes were red as blood, staring at the fallen comrades and the culprit still watching leisurely, the rage in his chest almost burning the sky. Ah, 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 ah. Rakshasa howled upwards, gathering all his strength, all his dignity, and all his anger onto the long spear in his hand. At the tip of the spear, a condensed black light point suddenly appeared, exuding a terrifying aura capable of annihilating everything. Die for me. He used all his might to throw the long spear. Whoosh! That long spear turned into a black light that tore through space, ignoring distance, ignoring obstacles, rushing toward Chu He's chest at an extreme speed. Chu He didn't dodge, he stared blankly for a moment. He watched as the beam of destruction instantly pierced through his heart. Puff! Chu He's expression froze instantly, revealing a hint of pain. His body began to shatter inch by inch, turning into specks of light, dispersing with the wind, soon turning to ashes and vanishing. It's done! Rakshasa, seeing this, was initially stunned, then his face filled with ecstatic joy. He won. He personally ended this monstrous being. He defended the dignity of the Sunye royal family. However, just as he was lost in joy, a faint voice, like a devil's whisper, suddenly sounded behind him. What are you so happy about? Rakshasa's smile froze instantly. A chill ran from his tailbone straight to the crown of his head. He stiffly turned his head inch by inch. Then, he saw a shoe sole. A shoe that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils. The sky was obscured by a giant shoe sole, ready to stomp down. He wanted to block it, but soon realized he couldn't move at all. Smack! The sound was crisp, like a watermelon bursting. The rascal didn't even have time to react, as he was slammed down hard by that giant shoe sole, causing a large imprint of his body on the tough obsidian ground. Before he could recover from the pain and confusion, that enormous shoe instantly transformed into a massive iron shovel, whoosh, lifting him out of the pit and throwing him high into the air. Immediately, a brutal combo attack began. The shovel turned into a gigantic frying pan, brutally frying the rascal from both sides in midair. The frying pan morphed into a giant spiked club, swinging him back and forth like a baseball. The spiked club changed into a gigantic plunger, landing right on his face. With the power to control, transform, and destroy, Chu He was a god without answer for the already dazed rascal. Time seemed to stand still. When the rascal, smoking and with broken armor, climbed up from the ground, he crazily chased after the one responsible, yet couldn't even touch their shadow. He knew he had lost. Lost in complete ruin, lost with no dignity. From the beginning, the opponent had never taken this battle seriously. If they wanted to kill them, all it would take was a single thought to freeze their bodies, and then their heads would roll down to the ground like ripe watermelons. The rascal gasped, tossing away his bent spear, kneeling on one knee, lowering his proud head. I concede. These 3 words almost drained all his strength. The rascal fumbled in his pocket, pulling out a completely black token carved with complex patterns. His voice was hoarse and dry, filled with defeat. This is the Imperial Domain Pass. With it, the palace's defense formations will no longer attack you. He paused, lifted his complex eyes, and stared hard at Chu He. But, kid, don't think defeating us means anything. The Empress's trial is the real despair. It cannot be passed through sheer strength. Chu He took the token, tossing it in his hand. It felt cool and had an extraordinary texture. He grinned at the rascal. Thanks, brother. But despair, well, I've seen plenty of it, not missing this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the ordinary casual outfit on Chu He suddenly shattered into countless tiny light points, dispersing with the wind. In the next second, a well-tailored, sleek black tuxedo appeared out of nowhere on him. The nonchalant street vibe he had was instantly replaced by an elegant and mysterious noble aura. He even pretended to smooth out the non-existent wrinkles on his collar and checked his reflection against the shiny armor of a nearby guard. Not bad, clothes make the man, old sayings truly don't deceive me, I look handsome. The rascal and the guards couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes.
At that moment, a court servant in royal attire quickly walked out from the depths of the palace, bowing respectfully to Chu He. "Mr. Chu He, please follow me." The female servant had clearly been given orders, ignoring the chaos at the entrance, with a humble yet respectful demeanor. Chu He followed the servant, stepping into the heavily guarded imperial palace. As they walked, countless hidden and powerful presences swept by from the shadows, filled with scrutiny and caution. But when they sensed the imperial domain pass in Chu He's hand, they quietly receded. The servant led the way, whispering explanations. "Mr. Chu He, according to the Empress's decree, before you undergo the formal trial, we must first gain Princess Xia Yao's approval. This is a death order set by His Majesty. No matter how outstanding you are, if Her Highness does not agree, everything is off the table." Chu He raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Xia Qingyuan has this kind of power? It seems this mother-in-law cares quite a bit for her daughter." Soon, they arrived in front of an extremely luxurious palace. At the palace entrance, two powerful female guards stood straight, their expressions cold and indifferent. "Please wait here for a moment while I go in to announce." The servant bowed and walked into the palace. Inside the palace, Xia Yao sat restlessly in front of the dressing table. Today, she wore a splendid pure white long dress, with intricate star patterns embroidered in silver thread on the hem. Her long black hair was meticulously styled, revealing her swan-like graceful neck. She looked like a spirit under the moonlight, noble, pure, but with a hint of otherworldly chill. She was not used to this outfit. But it was the Empress's order, saying she must welcome the forthcoming hero in the most grand manner. Hero? A faintly icy smirk appeared on Xia Yao's lips. In this world, apart from that person, who else qualified to stand before her? Just then, a voice from the servant sounded at the door. "Your Highness, there is a human male named Chu He outside, who says he has come to propose to you." The two words Chu He exploded in Xia Yao's mind like thunder. "It's him. He has come. He really came to find me." In an instant, the princess, who just a second ago was as cold as an iceberg, suddenly sparkled with incredible brilliance in her lifeless eyes. Swish! Before the servant could finish, she felt a blur in front of her as a breeze brushed by. The princess, who was still sitting at the dressing table, had vanished into thin air. Servant? At the palace entrance, Chu He was idly studying the carvings on the door. Suddenly, a familiar breeze, with a faint fragrance, rushed toward him. Next, a soft and warm body recklessly crashed into his arms. The tremendous force made him take half a step back. The person in his arms held him tightly, trembling slightly with excitement, burying her face deep in his chest, greedily breathing in his scent. The two female guards at the door, along with the servant who had just chased after, were all frozen in place. Their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Is this the Xia Yao princess who was cold as ice to any male creature, barely even sparing a glance? She actually took the initiative to throw herself into his arms? Chu He felt the person in his arms' excitement and reliance, and his heart softened completely. He gently patted Xia Yao's back and whispered in her ear. "I'm here." Xia Yao didn't raise her head, merely murmuring a soft mmhm. After a long while, she slowly lifted her head, her breathtakingly beautiful face filled with both joy and worry, emotions blending to an extreme. "How come you came so quickly?" Chu He looked at the light in her eyes and couldn't help but pinch her soft cheek. "What's wrong, my princess? Don't you want me to come find you quickly?" "Of course I do." Xia Yao almost blurted it out, but then shook her head vigorously. "But I don't want you to." Chu He smiled. He immediately understood the meaning behind Xia Yao's conflicting words. "All right, don't just stand at the door." Chu He took her hand gently and said softly, "Let's go in and talk." In the dazed gazes of everyone, Chu He was led in by Xia Yao, entering the princess's palace. The interior of the palace was exceptionally luxurious. A huge crystal chandelier hung down from the ceiling, casting a soft glow. The floor was covered with thick, soft carpets, and the walls displayed artworks by unknown artists, with golden carved furniture. Every detail exuded in extreme delicacy and elegance. It's exactly the princess's room in a fairy tale. Xia Yao seemed to be completely boneless, lounging in Chu He's arms as they sunk into the soft sofa together. She was like a little cat, rubbing against him, finding the most comfortable position before contentedly closing her eyes. Chu wrapped his arms around her and recounted the latest task issued by the master. Get married, have children, and within 45 days, successfully make the partner pregnant. After hearing Chu He's account, Xia Yao suddenly opened her eyes wide, a chilling anger flashing in her gaze. It seems Chi was right. Her voice turned a bit cold due to anger. He is blatantly targeting you. Yeah, he doesn't even bother to pretend now, he just wrote "I wanna mess with you" on his face. Chu He chuckled self-deprecatingly. He gently stroked Xia Yao's long hair and comforted her. But you don't need to worry too much, Yao Yao. Don't you remember? Our intimacy is only a bit short, which shows our bloodlines are very close, possibly even highly compatible. Your Void Clan's so-called 10,000 ancestors blood pool probably can't kill me, at most, it can give me a bath and rub off a bit of skin. Chu He spoke with a teasing tone. Wait, I've now merged 3 clan bloodlines, maybe my blood can actually suppress that pool. Who knows, that pool might even have to take the surname Chu in the future. Xia Yao couldn't help but giggle, her worries diminishing a lot, though a lingering trace of sorrow remained on her brow. She nodded absent-mindedly. Yes, this man in front of her was no longer the human she needed to protect back then. He had created too many miracles. Perhaps, this time too. The two of them embraced quietly, enjoying this rare moment of warmth before the storm. Neither spoke again, but their feelings flowed silently in the air. Unnoticed, a light knocking echoed after some time. Your Highness, Mr. Chu He, Her Majesty the Queen requests your presence in the central hall. It has come, what needs to be faced must be faced. Chu He and Xia Yao exchanged a glance and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They stood up and adjusted their clothes. Xia Yao naturally linked her arm with Chu He's. Let's go. From the palace to the central hall, there was a long corridor. With their current strength, they could reach it in an instant with just a thought or a blink. But they didn't. They walked like an ordinary couple, step by step, slowly along that empty and magnificent corridor. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the silent palace, unusually clear. Their shadows were stretched long on the smooth stone surfaces of the walls on either side. No one spoke, just walking quietly, feeling the warmth of their arms touching, savoring this last moment of tranquility that belonged to the two of them. They knew that once they finished this path and pushed open that big door, what awaited them would be an unpredictable storm. Chapter 128, Blood Pool Trial. The sight behind the door made Chu He, who was used to grand scenes, slightly narrow his pupils. It was a magnificent palace capable of holding thousands of people. The dome was so high it seemed limitless, with countless crystal stones emitting a soft glow, forming a dazzling starry river. The floor was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the starlight from the dome, leaving one unable to tell if they were standing on Earth or floating in the universe. The entire hall's style was luxuriously extravagant yet contained a cold sense of order, resembling a beautifully elaborate giant cage. On both sides of the hall, hundreds of figures stood in neat rows. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes, their auras profound as the sea, their gazes either scrutinizing, curious, disdainful, or cold, like numerous invisible probes. The sharp points aimed directly at the arriving Chu He. These are the core aristocrats of the Void Gaze Empire. Each one possesses terrifying power capable of stirring up bloodshed in the outside world. However, Chu He's gaze merely scanned over them casually, landing instead on two familiar faces in the crowd. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and without hesitation, waved his hand in that direction. In the crowd, the tall and sturdy Xia Yan, with a fierce look on his face, twitched the corner of his mouth, his gaze no longer filled with previous contempt. This kid, after just a few months, has really managed to pierce through the royal guard of the Rakshasa unscathed and walked proudly to this place. Just this level of strength and courage is enough for him, as the uncle, to look at him with newfound respect. Beside him, Xia Nua's eyes lit up, and he secretly gave a thumbs up. The surrounding noble figures of the Void Gaze were stunned upon witnessing this scene. Who is this human kid? He actually knows Prince Xia Nua and Prince Xia Yan? Seeing Prince Xia Yan's complicated expression, this relationship is not simple. Whispers began to spread among the crowd. Yet, Chu He had already withdrawn his gaze, no longer glancing at them again. He held Summer Yao's hand, walking steadily, step by step, through the long central passage, moving toward the deepest part of the grand hall. At the highest, and the only throne, sat a woman. She wore a complex black royal robe, with long black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her aura, like an ancient, unmelted dark ice, brought the temperature of the entire hall down several degrees just by her presence. She is the supreme ruler of the Void Gaze Empire, Summer Yao's mother, the Empress Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan's gaze calmly fell on the tightly clasped hands of Chu He and Summer Yao, with no signs of emotion. She spoke softly, her cold voice echoing in the hall. Chu He, it seems you are prepared. Chu He stopped, looking directly at the woman seated on the throne, this nominal future mother-in-law. He still wore that signature smile, neither humble nor arrogant. Yes, I am prepared. He glanced around at the aristocrats on both sides of the hall and spoke loudly. To all the uncles, aunts, sisters, brothers, and younger siblings present, today please witness. I, Chu He, wish to marry Summer Yao. At these words, the hall erupted in chaos. Outrageous. A mere human dares to speak such wild words. Ignorant fool. Is the princess's name something you can so casually call? Your Majesty. Please allow me to take action and eliminate this reckless madman who has desecrated the dignity of the royal family. Angry shouts rang out, killing intent locking onto Chu He. Summer Yao's face instantly turned cold, the power of extinction within her body restless, but was gently calmed by Chu He as he squeezed her palm. On the throne, Xia Qingyuan remained expressionless. She turned a deaf ear to the surrounding uproar, simply nodding gently at Chu He. Good. You know the rules. You can start whenever you wish. With her single word of good, all opposition and anger were silenced. This is the Empress's authority. Chu He pondered for a moment, showing no hesitation whatsoever. It can be done right now. Xia Qingyuan looked at him deeply. Good. The moment the words fell, Chu He felt the space around him twist. The luxurious palace before him shattered like a broken mirror, and the next second, a mixture of bloody and decaying warm air penetrated his nostrils. The scene had already changed. They had arrived in a massive underground cavern. In the center of the cavern was a giant blood pool over 100 meters in diameter. The liquid in the pool was thick like blood plasma boiled for 1,000 years, bubbling dark red bubbles one after another. Beneath that thick blood plasma, countless twisted and struggling shadows could be vaguely seen. Silent howls, floating and sinking. A fear and oppression that came from the depths of the bloodline rushed forward, as if it wanted to freeze and tear apart the human soul. Here is the foundation and forbidden place that looks down on the royal family, the blood pool of 10,000 ancestors. Xia Qingyuan's figure had unknowingly appeared at the edge of the blood pool. She extended her delicate finger, pointing toward that disgusting blood pool, her tone devoid of any warmth. Go in. Soak inside for 3 days and 3 nights. If you can still come out alive, it means you have passed the test. She paused, as if stating a trivial matter. If you have any last words, say them now. Don't wait, there won't be another chance. This statement was made as if Chu He was already a dead man. Not far away, Xianhua trembled with excitement, not expecting that this man really dared to gamble his life for love. At this moment, he had lost the playful demeanor of the past, his face serious. Chu He remained silent, recalling the events of the over 3 months since he came to this world. They were more splendid and thrilling than the 20 years of his past life combined. Too many images, too many people, and too many things flashed through his mind one by one. 1,000 words were stuck in his chest, yet he did not know where to begin. In the end, all emotions transformed into a deep gaze at the girl before him. He turned around, looking at Xia Yao's face, filled with tension and fear, and spoke seriously. Wait for me to come out. After saying that, he turned to walk towards the deadly blood pool. However, a soft yet powerful hand firmly grasped his arm. In the next second, Xia Yao suddenly threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly, her body shaking violently from fear. With a cry carried through the tears, a plea emerged from his chest. Don't go. I won't marry anymore. I don't want you to not marry. Isn't it good this way? I just want you to live. She cried. That cold and proud princess, who regarded all things as dust, was now crying like a helpless child. Chu He's heart twisted painfully. He certainly understood Xia Yao's meaning. But the arrow was on the bow, and it had to be released. The master's mission was a guillotine hanging over his head. The test before him was a dead end, yet it was the only opportunity he could grasp. He needed stronger power. Moreover, this was an opportunity to completely reassure Xia Yao. It was better to take a gamble now than to live cowardly for more than 40 days. Chu He gently pushed her away, cupping her tear-streaked face with both hands, tenderly wiping away her tears with his thumbs. Then, he lowered his head and pressed an extremely serious kiss on Xia Yao's smooth forehead. Be obedient. His voice carried an undeniable firmness and tenderness. Xia Yao's crying suddenly stopped. She stared blankly at Chu He, looking into the resolve in his eyes. She knew that Chu He had made up his mind. In Xia Qingyuan's eyes, a trace of unnoticeable emotion flashed. This scene before her was so similar to her own years ago. In Xia Yao's gaze, mixed with endless despair and pain. Chu He turned around without any hesitation. He faced the terrifying aura capable of dissolving everything, taking a step forward and leaping into the blood pool of 10,000 ancestors. Splash! The thick blood plasma instantly engulfed his figure, leaving not a ripple behind. Chapter 129, If he dies, I will not live alone. The thick blood plasma instantly swallowed Chu He's figure. Xia Yao's heart sank into an abyss without bottom. Extreme cold and fear seized every nerve within her. Blood pool of 10,000 ancestors. These 4 words represented ultimate fear and awe for everyone in the royal family of Void Gaze. It was the source of bloodlines and also the cruelest execution ground. For countless years, who knows how many monstrous beasts that had committed heinous crimes, or outsiders attempting to challenge the royal authority, had been thrown into this blood pool. Not even a single bone would be left, his soul destroyed, never to be reincarnated again. Chu He. It's over. Xia Yao's mind went blank, her body swaying, almost collapsing to the ground. However, just when everyone thought Chu He had been completely dissolved. Gulu. A bubble suddenly rose from the calm surface of the blood pool. Then, a hand stretched out from the thick blood, gripping the edge of the pool. Next, a wet head emerged. Chu He shook his hair, covered in blood, in a manner so graceful it looked like a shampoo commercial. He wiped his face, then grinned at the breathtaking beauty on the shore who was already crying, on the verge of collapsing. Yao Yao, don't cry. It's just a fancy hot spring, the water temperature is perfect. He even dramatically scooped up some of the blood with his hand and sniffed it, then exaggeratedly frowned. Apart from the strong metallic taste, it's actually not bad. By the way, do you guys offer scrubbing services? How much is an extra hour? The entire place fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's expression froze on their faces. Those nobles who were waiting to see the show, to watch Chu He be corroded into a pile of white bones, now had their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, their mouths wide open enough to fit a fist. Xia Yan's massive body stiffened, his jaw nearly dislocated. What was he seeing? That kid turned the Grand Ancestor blood pool into a bathhouse? And he actually asked if they offer scrubbing services? This was a forbidden place that could dissolve even the soul of an SSS-ranked powerhouse. Xianhuo was stunned for 3 seconds, then nearly jumped out of his skin in excitement. Awesome! Brother-in-law is awesome! I knew it! This man always creates miracles. Xia Yao was also frozen. She stared at the man still showing off in the blood pool, forgetting to cry. In the previous second, she was in hell, but in the next second, this sudden show-off made her heart almost skip a beat. The huge contrast made her heart, which was hanging in her throat, suddenly drop back down. Looking at Chu He's mischievous grin, she let out a soft laugh, her tears still hanging on her long eyelashes, but the corners of her mouth were already curling upwards. This guy, he's always like this. No matter how desperate the situation, he always finds a way to make people feel at ease. Ding! Detected a sharp emotional fluctuation from Princess Xia Yao, intimacy plus 0.1%. Ding! Current intimacy, 99.1%. Ding! Intimacy plus 0.1%. Ding! Current intimacy, 99.2%. A series of system notification sounds rang wildly in Chu He's mind. Chu He was overjoyed. He was right. Even on the throne, that cold, otherworldly empress, Xia Qingyuan, whose eyes had never changed for millennia. For the first time, her black eyes clearly showed an emotion called astonishment. She had imagined countless possibilities. Chu He might cry out in pain, or he might endure using some secret treasure she didn't know about. After all, Chu He had an intricate connection with that person, he couldn't possibly die so easily. But what she never expected was this scene in front of her. He was actually enjoying it? Chu He felt the warm energy in his body and the intimacy continuously rising, and his mood was great. He thought, maybe it was time to show off some more, and completely win over his future mother-in-law. However, just as he was about to strike a more handsome pose, his smile suddenly froze on his face. Without any warning, a pain that could not be described by words exploded from every cell, every corner of his body. It wasn't the pain of corrosion, nor the pain of tearing. It was a deeper, terrifying pain that came from the depths of his soul, as if millions of sharp thorns were simultaneously piercing through him. Ugh! A muffled grunt escaped from Chu He's throat. He summoned all the energy in his body to protect himself, yet he could not shield anything at all. Because this was not an attack on a physical level at all. Within his spiritual world, the entire realm was instantly dyed blood red. Countless twisted, vengeful, mad remnants of ancient royal souls crawled out from every corner of the blood pool. They had no solid form, no specific shape, only swirling masses representing extreme negative emotions. They screeched and roared, transforming into invisible sharp arrows, wildly rushing into his sea of consciousness, aiming to completely tear apart his soul, his will, his very existence, and then devour it entirely. Ah! This time, Chu He could no longer suppress himself and let out a shrill, painful scream. His handsome face twisted into an indescribable shape in an instant, the veins on his forehead and neck protruding like sinister worms. His eyes became blood red in a flash, filled with madness and agony. He felt his consciousness being frantically torn apart and consumed by countless greedy mouths. Fragments of memories not belonging to him, filled with hatred, unwillingness, and madness, forcibly surged into his mind. The control over his body was rapidly slipping away. His soul was being assimilated, polluted, and decomposed by this blood pool. This was the true horror of the blood pool of all ancestors. The destruction of the flesh was merely a surface issue, the annihilation of the soul was its ultimate goal. Chu He. On the shore, Xia Yao's raised smile instantly froze, replaced by boundless fear. She watched helplessly as Chu He struggled in the blood pool in pain, the twisted face, that agonizing scream, every second felt like the sharpest knife cutting through her heart. Chu He's struggle lasted less than 10 seconds. His gaze began to scatter at a visible speed, ultimately becoming hollow and devoid of spirit. In the end, He slowly sank weakly into the thick blood pool. This time, not even a bubble arose. The surface of the blood pool returned to a dead calm. Time stood still at that moment. The color drained from Xia Yao's face at a terrifying speed, turning pale like paper. Her world had collapsed. No! A scream so piercing it didn't sound human erupted from deep within her throat. Boom! A visible surge of black energy, like a volcano that had accumulated power for millions of years, erupted violently from her petite body. The power of annihilation had completely gone berserk. Black lightning surged wildly around her, tearing apart space and extinguishing light. The entire underground cave trembled violently under this terrifying force, as if it could collapse at any moment. Xia Yao transformed into a black streak of light, recklessly charging towards the blood pool that had devoured her beloved. She wanted to tear apart this blood pool. She wanted to bring back her Chu He. Even if it meant she would be destroyed alongside him. Just as she was about to touch the blood pool, a cold hand, yet filled with an irresistible force, suddenly appeared and tightly grasped her arm. Xia Qingyuan's figure appeared like a ghost before her. This is his trial, you must not intervene. The queen's calm voice rarely showed signs of intense fluctuation, carrying a hint of barely perceptible tremor. Let me go. Xia Yao's eyes were red with rage, resembling a madwoman as she desperately struggled, sending the annihilation force recklessly crashing toward her mother. However, the difference in strength was like a chasm. Xia Qingyuan just stood there, allowing the black energy capable of annihilating everything to crash against her without moving an inch. She held her daughter tightly, preventing her from taking even half a step forward. Let me go. Please, let me go. Xia Yao was firmly held in place, forced to watch helplessly as the eerily calm blood-red water of the pool loomed before her. All the strength, all the pride, at this moment turned into the deepest helplessness. She screamed madly, pleading. 2 lines of blood tears slid uncontrollably from her beautiful eyes. On her extremely pale face, it left 2 shocking marks. Her voice became hoarse, broken, filled with endless despair and sorrow. If he dies today, I will not live alone. Chapter 130, Did he eat the blood pool? Xia Yao's hoarse, broken voice, with blood tears of determination, floated in the dead silence of the cave. Xia Qingyuan's hand, holding her daughter's arm, trembled uncontrollably. Those black eyes, as if frozen for a millennium, violently contracted. She looked at her daughter's face, so pale that it had no trace of blood, yet burning with a mad flame, and in an instant, her heart, sealed for countless years, was fiercely struck. Once upon a time. She once stood by the blood pool like this, watching her beloved man get swallowed, feeling the despair of the sky collapsing, as her soul was drained. She had thought about leaping down and going with him. But she couldn't. Because in her belly, 2 new lives were already growing. For the children, she had to live on. She buried all her love and hatred deep in her heart, wearing a cold mask, becoming a decisive, merciless queen. She knew that one day, a godlike figure descended before her, easily elevating her to an SSR level unreachable by mortals. The first thing she wanted to do after gaining power was to destroy this blood pool that took away her beloved. But the master stopped her. And that being jumped into the blood pool right before her eyes. It soaked in there for a full hour and then came out unscathed. Moreover, it brought out a flickering flame from the bottom of the pool, so tiny it was like a needle. The master told her that her husband was the vermilion bird, possessing the power of rebirth, and had not truly died. As long as she brought this spark back to the vermilion bird realm, one day, he would rise from the ashes. And this blood pool must remain. She clearly remembered the words of the master. When a fated one uses their own strength to break through life and death, its mission will finally end. She has followed the master's will until now. Looking at her daughter, who seemed worse than dead at this moment, she wavered for the first time about the master's arrangement. If she had known this, even if she defied the master's will and faced divine punishment, she should have destroyed this damned place long ago. Just when the air in the cave became suffocating, and everyone believed Chu He had perished completely, a sudden change occurred. Gulu. An extremely faint sound echoed in the silent cave. On the surface of the blood pool that had returned to calm, a small whirlpool appeared in the place that had swallowed Chu He, without warning. The whirlpool was initially the size of a fingernail, rotating steadily. Xia Nua rubbed her eyes, thinking she had seen it wrong. But the next second, that tiny whirlpool suddenly accelerated. It expanded and rotated at a visible speed, wildly growing from the size of a cup to a basin, and then into a huge grinding wheel. Whoosh! A terrifying, unimaginable force of suction exploded from the center of the whirlpool. The entire blood pool began to shake violently, making a gulu-gulu sound like an ancient beast drinking water. What the hell is going on? Look! The blood pool! It's moving! What is that? A whirlpool? Oh my god! It's swallowing the blood pool! All the noble families, including Xia Yan, were dumbfounded, staring at this unimaginable scene before them. The thick pool water, like blood plasma, was frantically pulled by an invisible force, forming a huge blood-colored tornado connecting heaven and earth, crazily pouring into the center of the whirlpool. The water level of the blood pool dropped at a horrifying speed. 1 meter. 5 meters. 10 meters. The pool walls, stained with countless years of blood plasma, became dark red and smooth, inch by inch exposed. Xia Yao stopped struggling. She stared blankly at the terrifying whirlpool. In those red eyes, streaming with blood tears, the despairing ashes were dispersed, and a flame called hope reignited. Xia Nuo was even more excited, trembling all over. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms without feeling, his mouth constantly mumbling. I knew it. I knew it. My brother-in-law is not an ordinary person. He is the chosen one. He is the only one. This is guaranteed. Xia Qingyuan also released her grip on her daughter. For the first time, a look of shock appeared on her cold face, her gaze firmly fixed on the center of the whirlpool. As the blood plasma was frantically sucked away, the scene at the bottom of the pool finally came into everyone's view. At that moment, everyone present saw a scene they would never forget in their lifetime. Chu He. He was quietly lying at the dry bottom of the pool. He was not dead. At his lower abdomen, a massive black whirlpool, over 3 meters in diameter, spun like a real black hole. All the sucked blood plasma, along with countless twisted, struggling, wailing souls of the venerable royal ancestors, were mercilessly devoured by that black whirlpool. He was not passively enduring. He was actively swallowing. He was treating the entire blood pool of 10,000 ancestors as a buffet. I can't believe it. He is eating the blood pool? A noble stammered, his voice trembling. Xia Yan's sturdy body swayed, he felt his brain wasn't functioning well enough. Is this something a person can do? To absorb the foundation and forbidden ground that the noble royal family relies on to maintain blood purity and punish traitors as if it were an energy snack? What kind of monster is this kid? The frenzied swallowing continued. In less than 10 minutes. The once feared forbidden ground for countless noble royals, the blood pool of 10,000 ancestors. It was completely drained. When the last trace of blood-colored energy, accompanied by a final scream of resentment and unwillingness, was sucked into Chu He's abdominal whirlpool. That massive black whirlpool suddenly shrank, ultimately turning into a black dot, vanishing without a trace. Boom! Without the support of the blood pool's energy, the entire massive underground cave began to tremble violently, the ceiling's crystals flickered, as if it would collapse at any moment. The whole world became quiet. Inside the huge cave, there was only an empty, bottomless massive pit. And the figure at the bottom of the pit, radiating an eerie red glow, remained motionless. Did he succeed? Is he still alive? Chapter 131, Intimacy 100%. Breakthrough. Silence. The entire underground cave was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All the noble royals, including Xia Yan and Xia Nuo, held their breaths, their gazes fixed on the center of that bottomless pit. That man, that monster who devoured the entire blood pool of 10,000 ancestors, what was his situation now? Is he alive or dead? By the throne, Xia Qingyuan released her hold on Xia Yao. She herself was in huge shock, her expression utterly complex. Whoosh! Xia Yao became a dark shadow, almost too fast to see, instantly tearing through the air and appearing beside Chu He at the bottom of the pit. In her footsteps, it seemed as if space did not exist. She knelt beside Chu He, watching him, his entire body glowing with an eerie red light, eyes tightly closed, completely still. Her heart, which had just ignited hope, tightened once more. She trembled, extending her jade-like finger with the utmost care, slowly reaching towards Chu He's breath. Closer. Even closer. The skin at her fingertips could feel the residual heat from Chu He's face. But why, could she not feel any breath? Xia Yao's pupils suddenly contracted, the boundless cold and despair. A madness surged again from the depths of her heart. No. Don't. In the moment when her belief was about to collapse once more. A faint but almost imperceptible, yet incredibly real flow of air gently touched her fingertips. Warm. Carrying the breath of life. Boom. In Xia Yao's mind, something completely exploded. The tightly stretched string finally snapped. Fear, pain, and despair all faded away at that moment, replaced by volcanic joy and relief. She felt as if all her strength had been drained, her petite body softened, completely collapsing against Chu He's chest. Wow! Uncontrollable sobs overflowed from her throat. Scalding tears could not be restrained, pouring out like a breach in a dam, soaking the fabric on Chu He's chest. And at that moment, lying on the ground, with consciousness still in chaos, Chu He heard a series of dense prompt sounds in his mind. Ding! Detected Princess Xia Yao's emotions reaching a peak, intimacy plus 0.1%. Ding! Current intimacy, 99.9%. Ding!
Detected Princess Xiaoyao offering her unconditional unique love, intimacy plus 0.1%. Ding. Xiaoyao's intimacy has reached 100%. Special relationship unlocked, unique beloved. Boom. As the last prompt sound fell, an indescribable terrifying energy erupted violently, centered on Chu He's body. The invisible energy shockwave swept through the entire underground cave like a tsunami. Oh no! Xiao Qingyuan's face changed drastically. She did not expect Chu He's power to break through at this moment. The level of this erupting energy had far exceeded the ordinary SSS level breakthrough. She flashed, instantly appearing in front of Xiaoyao, pulling her crying daughter behind her for protection. Then, she extended her delicate hand and slashed at the raging torrent of energy in midair. SZZ. A pitch-black crack suddenly appeared in front of her. On the other side of the crack was endless void and chaos. All the terrifying energy erupting from Chu He seemed to have found an outlet, being completely drawn in, wildly flowing into that spatial crack without a trace leaking out. After more than 10 seconds, the energy storm gradually calmed down. Xiao Qingyuan closed the spatial crack, and the entire cave once again fell silent. Finally, under everyone's anxious gaze, Chu He's eyelids twitched a few times and slowly opened. What met his eyes was Xiaoyao's face, like a pear flower bathed in rain, full of worry and heartache. At the same time, an incredibly clear thought echoed directly in his mind without any words. That thought was filled with the relief of having survived a disaster, overflowing love, and immense grievance and heartache. Did I make it? Chu He felt the new power surging and roaring within him, his voice hoarse as he spoke. As soon as he finished asking, the next second, Xiaoyao's anxious and angry thought resonated in his mind once again. Idiot. Big idiot. You scared me to death. Do you know that I thought you were really dead just now? Whoa. You bastard. In his mind was the girl's wronged accusation, and in front of him were her swollen, red eyes and the blood streaks on her face. Chu He's heart warmed, and he raised his hand to gently wipe away the blood and tears from Xiaoyao's delicate face. His fingertips just gently touched, and those shocking blood-stained tear streaks instantly vanished, her skin returning to its original fair and delicate state. Chu He looked at her, his eyes filled with tenderness and apology. Sorry for scaring you. Tonight I'll reward you well. Xiaoyao's pretty face instantly flushed, both embarrassed and angry, playfully scolding in Chu He's mind. Hey! So many people are watching, can't you be serious? I don't want your reward. Though she said this, the heart that had just gone through the test of life and death was completely soothed by this familiar teasing. It became incredibly solid and sweet. The intimate interaction between the two, oblivious to their surroundings, made Xiang Nuo smile brightly and nod repeatedly from a distance. In her heart, she harbored immense hope that her sister and brother-in-law would be forever happy. However, just as the atmosphere gradually warmed, an untimely voice pierced through the moment sharply. Your Majesty the Queen! A nobleman with a golden crown and a grey beard stood up, pointing at the empty blood pool pit, his face full of sorrow and anger as he shouted loudly. This person! He has destroyed the Wan ancestor blood pool that has been our family's heritage for countless eras. This is a desecration of our ancestors. It is a shake to the foundation of my noble family. Such crimes deserve the harshest punishment. As soon as he spoke, several rigid-minded old ministers immediately echoed in agreement. That's right. He must be severely punished. The Wan ancestor blood pool is our family's forbidden ground and foundation, and it cannot be desecrated by outsiders. Even if he is the one chosen by the princess, it is still unacceptable. Your Majesty the Queen, please uphold justice for our countless ancestors and execute this scoundrel on the spot. These stubborn old men, filled with righteous indignation, spat as they spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiang Nuo's face turned black instantly. I swear, you old fossils. He pointed angrily at the old nobles, cursing wildly. Are you all filled with cement in your heads? Can't you see my brother-in-law just walked back from the gates of death? What nonsense about foundations? That thing almost killed my brother-in-law. Now that my brother-in-law has swallowed it, it deserves it. What are you even shouting about? Besides, the rule is that as long as you can survive, it counts as passing. My brother-in-law used his skills to swallow the pool, so what's the problem? Is something wrong with your heads? As Xiang Nuo vented, the faces of the old nobles turned the color of liver, pointing at him, you, for a long time, unable to say anything. Xiaoyao, on the other hand, coldly stared at the few shouting nobles. A vague sense of annihilative power instantly enveloped them. The old men immediately stiffened, their mouths closing instantly. Xiao Qingyuan looked expressionlessly at the terrified nobles, her domineering voice echoing throughout the cave. The rule is that if he survives the 3 days and 3 nights in the blood pool, he has passed the test. Regardless of the means he used, whether he resisted with treasures or drank the blood pool dry. He survived, therefore he passed. Regarding this matter, Chu He has no fault. Her words rang firm and left no room for refutation.
The leading old noble still felt discontent and wanted to argue. Xia Qingyuan's cold gaze suddenly fell upon him. If there's still dissatisfaction, face me one-on-one. If you win, you have the final say. The queen's voice was calm, yet carried a terrifying pressure that froze the entire world. Let's see if you live or die. Chapter 132, he was actually eager for him to marry his daughter. The leading old noble who had been shouting, with his grey beard, trembled violently. He felt that he was not being stared at by a person, but rather by an ancient fierce beast, ready to devour him, with its bloody jaws wide open. That solid-like substance pressure made all his bones moan, and his blood nearly freeze. A one-on-one fight with the queen? Let alone a single move, he was afraid he couldn't even withstand a glance from the queen. Thud. The old noble's legs softened, unable to support himself any longer, and he slumped to the ground. The surrounding nobles, who had just been echoing, turned pale with fear, burying their heads lower than quails, wishing they could dig a hole to bury themselves instantly. Chu He watched the scene with great interest, glancing at the breathtaking woman who calmly spoke the harshest words. He secretly clicked his tongue in his heart. Impressive. Indeed, she is Xia Yao's mother. Her way of handling problems is simple, brutal, and effective. Xia Yao's personality truly follows her roots. Everyone get lost. Xia Qingyuan casually uttered 2 words. The gaze didn't even linger on those soft noble figures for a second. Those noble people, as if pardoned from a crime, scrambled and crawled, using all their strength to madly flee from this place that terrified them. The vast underground cave instantly fell silent. Only Chu He and the Xia family remained. Xia Qingyuan turned around, and the queen's aura that could freeze everything vanished without a trace. She looked at Chu He, and in her deep, night sky-like black eyes, there was actually a softness that made Xia Yan and Xia Nua's skin crawl. Chu He. Her voice was gentle, as if she had become a different person. Your performance today truly surprised me. I thought you would only endure inside, but I didn't expect you swallowed the entire pool. Xia Nua couldn't hold back any longer, rushed over, and excitedly patted Chu He's shoulder, spitting as he spoke. Yeah. Brother-in-law. That whirlpool. Wow. So big. It spun so fast. It sucked all the water from that pool into your belly. I was dumbfounded. Chu He scratched his head, revealing a confused look as if he had just woken up. Aha. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. Actually, I don't really know what happened. At that moment, I felt like my soul was being ripped apart, and then everything went dark, and I knew nothing. He said this half true and half false. It was true that he was attacked by the lingering souls, but for the swallowing part, he actually had some vague awareness, he just didn't expect the fuss to be so big. But at this time, pretending to be silly was the right choice. Xia Yao held his hand tightly, and hearing him mention the pain he felt at that time, her little hand tightened a few more degrees, her eyes full of inseparable heartache. Xia Qingyuan chuckled lightly. You did very well. Her words made Chu He, Xia Nua, and Xia Yan all stunned in unison. Did well? You treated the pool where your ancestors bathed as an all-you-can-eat buffet. How is that called doing well? Xia Qingyuan's gaze turned to the empty giant pit, her eyes becoming distant and complex, a deep sadness and relief intertwined. Even if you hadn't destroyed it today, before long, I would have personally leveled it. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, but soon, they realized something. Everyone didn't know how to comfort this powerful queen. Xia Yao and Xia Nua hugged Xia Qingyuan from both sides, trying to bring her a bit of warmth with their body heat. Xia Yan sighed deeply as he watched the scene. Chu He nodded, indicating that he understood. He cleverly changed the topic and curiously asked, by the way, Your Majesty, do you know how I swallowed that blood pool? I'm a bit unsure about what new thing has appeared in my body. Xia Qingyuan glanced at him, seemingly a bit surprised. What, you really didn't know anything all along? Xia Yao immediately rushed to answer. While gesturing, she used her mind to directly convey the scene from that time to Chu He. It was right here. She pointed to Chu He's lower abdomen. At that time, you fainted, and suddenly a super huge black whirlpool appeared here, spinning really fast. Then all the blood and those souls inside were all sucked in. Chu He received the image conveyed by Xia Yao, looking at the whirlpool that was like a black hole, also feeling a rush of shock. So that's how it was. No wonder he felt a huge and chaotic power in his body, yet it was firmly suppressed by a more overwhelming force. It seems to be an advanced version of the Destruction Siphon ability? Or maybe it's some kind of mutation that occurred after merging with Qianhuan and Xing LV's powers? He pretended to suddenly understand and nodded, so that's it, I really fainted and knew nothing. Xia Qingyuan looked at him deeply, seeming to want to say something but ultimately just waved her hand. Forget it. Perhaps this is also your chance. You should first go back and take a few days to rest, stabilizing the surging power within you. When you feel ready, come find me for the second trial. I think Yao Yao has already told you, which is to defeat my 3 destructive avatars. Their strengths are SSS 1 star, SSS 3 star, and SSS 6 star. She paused, her eyes becoming sharp, speaking each word clearly. Remember, I won't go easy on you. After hearing this, Chu He showed no signs of tension on his face. He looked at Xia Qingyuan's face that was marked with "I am serious," and felt joy bubbling in his heart. The answer was practically written all over her face. Not only did she clearly state the opponent's strength levels, but she also emphasized, "will not go easy." According to the routine, those who say such things usually ease up more than anyone. This mother-in-law practically can't wait for me to pass the trial and take her precious daughter home. Chu He understood, but on his face, he wore a serious expression as he solemnly nodded at Xia Qingyuan. I understand. I will give it my all. Seeing his serious look, Xia Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction, but a hint of laughter flickered in her eyes. This kid can really put on an act. She turned around, her figure turning into flowing light, instantly disappearing from the spot, leaving behind a floating phrase in the cave. I will give you 5 days to prepare. As the queen left, Xia Nua could no longer hold back and jumped in front of Chu He. Brother-in-law. This is tough. The SSS 6-star avatar. My mom is serious this time. Chu He looked at his exaggerated performance and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Alright, stop acting. He turned to Xia Yao, who had been worried the whole time and was holding onto him tightly, and gently pinched her delicate nose. Don't worry, your mom is just giving me points. Ha? Both Xia Yao and Xia Nua froze in confusion. Chu He smiled without saying a word, but his eyes sparkled with confidence. He turned to look at the bottomless pit, feeling the new power within him, which was from the same source as the power of oblivion, yet even more domineering and purer, roaring and surging. The corners of his mouth slowly rose. 5 days? It won't take that long. 3 days is enough. Chapter 133, Chatting. In Xia Yao's room, on the sofa. Are you really okay? Is there any discomfort left in your body? Is the energy running wild? Does your head still hurt? She asked rapidly, her flawless and beautiful face filled with anxiety. Chu He reached out and pinched Xia Yao's smooth cheek. Don't worry, I'm doing great. Not only am I fine, but I also feel full of energy. I could knock out 10 of my previous selves with one punch, haha. Chu He spoke lightly, but his mind sank into his dantian. There, the once empty Chi Si was no longer. A black vortex, about the size of a fist, hovered in silence. It did not spin, did not emit light, and released no energy, quiet as a tombstone deep in the universe. But Chu He could feel that beneath this silence lay a terrifying torrent of energy. This was the ancestral remains of the Void Glimpse Empire accumulated over thousands of years, the source power of the entire blood pool, a chaotic entity filled with destruction and resentment. At this moment, all this energy was compressed in this small vortex, as if an ancient giant beast was shackled by iron chains around its throat. Though temporarily quiet, it could break free at any moment and shatter this cage. Chu He thought to himself that this thing was simply a super bomb, not knowing when it would explode. Just as he was thinking, Chu He suddenly remembered something, took out his phone, and opened a chat group named Loving and Caring Family. There were only 4 people in the group. Himself, Xia Yao, Lilian, and Kahi. Chu He thought for a moment and composed a message to send out. Chu He, ahem, just reporting my safety. Everything is smooth on the Void Glimpse Empire side, my mother-in-law is very nice. The hospitality is truly exceptional. The test is quite simple, just let me soak for free in an energy hot spring, the water temperature is just right, so comfortable that I almost fell asleep. Message sent successfully. Almost at the same moment. Ding dong. Ding dong. Lilian and Kachi's replies came back almost immediately. Lilian, T, *degree S, really? That's great. As expected of my Chu darling, I knew you were the best. Kachi, wow. Is it that amazing? Chu He, I only saw a glimpse of that blood pool from afar, the aura inside looked so terrifying, you actually soaked in it like a hot spring? Looking at the praises from the 2 girls, Chu He's mouth curled up wildly, almost reaching his ears. Chu He? Of course. Of course. Just after sending the message, he felt his ear being pinched by a cold, soft little hand. When Chu He looked up, he met Xia Yao's gaze, which was half smiling, half teasing. She also saw the messages in the group. What does the water temperature is just right mean? What does so comfortable that I almost fell asleep mean? This guy, clearly he was in such pain that he passed out, but now he is here bragging, trying to fool them like they are fools. Xia Yao felt both angry and pitying in her heart, but the strength in her grasp as she pinched his ear was very light, more like a playful act. Chu He chuckled, took her little hand in his, and gave it a gentle kiss. Xia Yao's cheeks turned red instantly. At that moment, a maid walked in with a crystal plate, which was filled with a dish of bright red, strange berries. Xia Yao waved her hand to take it, then sent the maid away. The phone screen lit up again. Lilian, T, asterisk degree asterisk, S, I didn't expect you to act so quickly, you've actually completed one test already. Immediately after, the smart Kachi grasped the focus right away. Kachi, wait a minute, the playing house game just ended a day ago, why are you in such a hurry? Is it because the master released a new game? A flash of approval crossed Chu He's eyes. Chu He, Kiki, your little brain may not be big, but how come you are so clever? That's right, the new game, complete a wedding within 45 days, and successfully conceive. Epsilon Satface Omicron asterisk, Psi. After sending the message, there was silence in the group for 2 seconds. Lilian, Sigma, you really don't even pretend anymore, he is clearly targeting you. Lilian, asterisk happy face asterisk, but, perfect. Chu darling, come quickly. I can't wait to have a bunch of little monkeys with you. Kachi, Sigma, degree, what? Having kids, my gosh, I'm not ready to be a mom yet. Chu He, ahem, I'm not ready to be a dad yet either. Chu He, no, I have decided, in order to improve the pregnancy rate, I can only marry both of you. Once I complete the second test, I will come for you too. Kachi? Okay, come on, I am ready now. Lilian, yay. It must be the grandest wedding. By then, the entire Ryan continent will tremble for us. Maybe we can even see the legendary 9 emperors gather, huh? The 9 emperors gathering? Chu He was startled, thinking solely about the wedding he had overlooked one thing, the 3 he was marrying were actually real princesses. This made socially anxious and low-key Chu He suddenly feel the pressure building. The Empress of Illusions, the Empress of Thousand Fantasies, the Empress of Star Laws, not to mention several unknown emperors, a vast array of SSS-level powerhouses, all staring at him like observing rare animals. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to reply calmly. Chu He, okay, let's talk here for now, wait for me at home. After sending the message, he quickly locked his phone, as if this way he could also lock away the terrifying image of the 9 emperors gathering. Come, open your mouth, eat this. Xia Yao's gentle, soothing voice rang in his ear, pulling him back to reality from the fantasy of social embarrassment. Chu He came back to his senses, only to see a fair little hand holding a bright red berry, offering it to his mouth. The other hand held a crystal plate stacked with the same fruits stacked in abundance. The fruits were translucent and plump, their surfaces formed by countless small fruitlets coming together. It looked like a giant, exquisite mulberry, topped with a few tender green leaves, releasing a breath of refreshing sweetness. Chu He did not eat it immediately. Curiously, he asked, what fruit is this? It looks so strange, but it smells really nice. Chapter 134, Touching. This is a scarlet shadow comfort berry, a type of berry that helps soothe the restless energy inside your body and can help you calm down. Hurry up and eat it. As she spoke, she brought the berry closer to Chu He's mouth, her fingertip almost touching his lips. Chu He opened his mouth instinctively. The bright red berry entered, and as his teeth lightly closed, a wave of cool, sweet juice burst forth. It wasn't just sweet, it was an incredibly pure life energy. The juice flowed like a cool stream down his throat, instantly spreading throughout his limbs. Where it passed, the volatile heat that lay hidden deep in his dantian, due to the blood pool, was gently soothed by a soft power. It was like a tranquilizer accurately injected into a volcano about to erupt. So delicious. Chu He sincerely exclaimed, his eyes narrowing in comfort. The corners of Xia Yao's mouth couldn't help but lift, her brows and eyes forming the most charming crescent moon. Then, as if recalling something, a glimmer of curiosity appeared in her clear eyes, and she tilted her head, asking, just now, you seemed lost in thought after looking at Lilian's message. Chu He sighed and did not hide it. I was thinking about that wedding. 9 emperors gathered. 9 SSR-level big shots, plus countless SSS-level powerhouses behind them, that scene. Xia Yao blinked, somewhat puzzled, oh, so what? Isn't it just a bigger crowd? Her slender fingers pinched another scarlet shadow comfort berry and brought it to Chu He's mouth, but her words instantly opened up his thoughts. Aren't you still looking for other princesses? When all 9 emperors gather, they will probably bring their families to attend the wedding, and you can take the opportunity to observe and see which one is your next target. As she spoke, her voice noticeably dropped, and the action of feeding him the berry paused. In her beautiful eyes, a hint of grievance and reluctance emerged, like a child who has to share their most beloved toy, her face written with I don't want to. Chu He's eyes suddenly brightened. Right. This wedding was simply a large-scale princess blind box reveal event. But then, that little spark of excitement in his heart was instantly doused by a bucket of cold water. Xia Yao's thinking was too naive. Observe? By then, Chu He, would be marrying 3 different races princesses at once. Once this news spread, it would definitely be cosmic-level super news.
The other 6 emperors, as long as their brains weren't caught in the door, would not be the first to think, oh, my daughter has a chance, but would immediately, without hesitation, lock their daughters in a safe with 1,000 locks. This would undoubtedly make the already hellish difficulty of the game even more challenging. The more Chu He thought, the more complicated his expression became. He chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, as you said. Mainly, I'm a person who prefers to keep a low profile. Just think about it, marrying 3 at once wouldn't look good. Before he could finish, Xia Yao looked at him with an extremely serious gaze, bluntly saying, "Indeed. What you're doing is no different from the scumbags in the TV dramas I've seen from Blue Star who play with multiple girls. There will surely be irritation and caution from other emperors." After saying that, she gently shoved the berry that had stopped midair into Chu He's already stunned mouth. Chu He. He stared blankly, the sweet taste of the berry spreading in his mouth. But inside, it felt like a bottle of flavors had been tipped over, all sour and bitter. Even though he was used to Xia Yao's straightforward way of thinking, hearing scumbag come from his wife's mouth felt. Why was it so awkward? Seeing Chu He's expression as if he had eaten a fly, Xia Yao suddenly burst into laughter. She leaned in closer, her warm breath gently brushing against Chu He's cheek, and in her onyx-like eyes reflected his stunned face. "But in my heart, you are not." Her voice was soft but filled with the strength of a rock. "You are a good man who is willing to jump into the sea of blood without hesitation for me, risking complete destruction just to pass the test." "I know." Xia Yao stretched out her other hand and gently caressed Chu He's cheek, her eyes full of pain and understanding. "You definitely don't want it this way. But since you have to defeat that lofty existence, this is the only way, you must do it. Since it's something that must be done, there's nothing to be ashamed of, you don't have to care about how others see you or what they say. You just need to hold your head high and boldly do it." Her words were like a holy light piercing through heaven and earth, instantly dispelling all the gloom and entanglement in Chu He's heart. Then, Xia Yao's gaze suddenly became moist, filled with a hint of the humblest hope and plea as she softly asked, "I believe in you. You won't stop loving me just because there are more people around you in the future, right? You will always love me, right?" Chu He's heart was hit hard. All the calculations, all the disguises, all the pressure, at this moment, were shattered by her pure words. He stared dumbly at the girl in front of him. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Even if the way ahead is a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, even if he has to fight against the gods, what is there to fear? Yao Yao. Chu He's voice was a bit hoarse, and his eyes couldn't help but turn warm with tears. He tightly wrapped Xia Yao in his arms, using all his strength as if he wanted to rub her into his very bones. "You are so good. What you said is more effective than any elixir. I feel charged up again, full of endless energy." He buried his face in Xia Yao's softly fragrant hair and made the most determined promise of his life. "You can be assured. No matter what happens, no matter how many uncertainties the future holds, I, Chu He, will always love you. Forever." Xia Yao's petite body trembled slightly in his embrace, then she reached out her arms and tightly hugged him back, as if to give all her trust and love to this moment. At this moment, the whole world seemed to quiet down. The two of them quietly embraced for a long time until Xia Yao in his arms suddenly moved. Hurry up and finish this berry, then take a good rest." She muttered softly. "In 3 days, you still have to face my mother's second test." This reminder instantly pulled Chu He back from countless emotions. He released his embrace and looked at the girl who had given everything for him, feeling a surge of fighting spirit like never before. Love really can fill one with strength. He took the crystal plate and ate the remaining pieces of the blood shadow berry one by one, feeling the gentle energy merging with the suppressed blood pool power in his dantian. A brand new, stronger, and more restrained power was being nurtured within him. Chu He looked at Xia Yao with eyes full of confidence. "Don't worry." Chapter 135, Second Test, Blade of Space Annihilation. 3 days passed in an instant. In the palace, the central hall. When Chu He's figure appeared, all eyes in the hall instantly focused on him. Xia Yao was right beside him, her stunning face showing an unshakable tension. The pair of clear black eyes never left Chu He. Xia Nuo looked completely like someone enjoying the show, arms crossed, with a smug smile at the corner of his lips, as if he had already seen his brother-in-law slaughtering everything ahead. Beside him, the sturdy Xia Yan remained silent. His pair of pure black eyes, identical to Xia Yao and Xia Nuo, stared over the crowd, firmly fixed on the aloof and extraordinary figure at the top of the main hall. Xia Qingyuan. She stood quietly before the throne, with dozens of core powers of the empire staring at her from behind. These old men had various expressions, some scrutinizing, some disdainful, some purely curious, but more so, a high and mighty indifference. They were all waiting to see if this mysterious young man could continue his miraculous luck. Xia Qingyuan's gaze fell on Chu He, still cold and confirming, "Are you ready?" Chu He nodded, his face calm and unruffled. With the positive answer, Xia Qingyuan spoke no more nonsense. She lightly raised her hand and casually waved it toward the empty space ahead. The space tore open like a fragile curtain, creating a pitch-black rift with an invisible blade. The rift rapidly expanded, revealing a heart-stopping scene behind it, an endless, dead silence, floating with countless shattered stars and fragments of land. There was no light, no sound, and even the laws of the universe were thin and chaotic, with pure nothingness and death endlessly spreading. This was the void battlefield.
Come in. Xia Qingyuan's voice was indifferent as she stepped into the rift first.
The crowd followed closely, feeling the scenery change, and they found themselves on a floating platform made of pure energy at the edge of the battlefield. Here was the observation seat, able to see everything clearly in the battlefield, yet protected by a layer of invisible barrier. Chu He did not hesitate, his figure moved as he flew alone toward the center of that vast battlefield. Alone, he hovered amidst the shattered stars, feeling so small as if he could be swallowed by the endless darkness at any moment. He could sense the terrifying pressure this space brought, as if the weight of the whole world was pressing down on his soul.
The test begins. Xia Qingyuan's voice echoed clearly throughout every inch of the battlefield.
At the moment her words fell, she raised her hand, and 3 dazzling lights appeared from her palm. The light clusters rapidly expanded, twisted, and shaped, turning into 3 figures indistinguishable from her in appearance but with completely different auras and expressions. One on the left held an energy whip sparkling with colors, with sharp eyes and an aura that firmly rested at the SSS-1 level. The one in the middle had a pair of huge energy wings, every slight flap sent ripples through the laws of space, and its aura was evidently at the SSS-3 level. The person on the right was the most terrifying. She simply stood quietly, her body surrounded by countless complex and mysterious destruction runes, each containing the terrifying power enough to flatten a mountain, pressuring towards SSS-6 level. 3 incarnations of destruction, 3 insurmountable mountains, just their existence made the nobles at the observation seat shiver, their breath stalled. Xia Nuo's careless expression faded, his brows furrowed. If it were him stepping onto the stage, it was highly likely he wouldn't be able to defeat them even if he exerted all his strength. Xia Yan instinctively clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, even he would need to expend considerable effort for the difficulty of this test. Xia Yao's heart twisted, this test was life and death for her. The test officially began. Whoosh! The SSS-1 level incarnation struck first, swinging its arm as the energy whip shot out like a venomous dragon, tearing through silence with a shrill cry, aimed straight for Chu He's head. Wherever the whip passed, even the light was twisted and devoured by that force of extinction. However, just as the long whip was about to touch Chu He, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Space leap. In the next moment, he appeared at the other end of the battlefield, as relaxed as if he had just changed places while taking a walk. The ability of the Star Law royal family. An elder on the observation platform exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. How could he? And, so skillfully. The nobles' faces were filled with astonishment. This human actually mastered the core abilities of other supreme royal families. Before they could digest the shock, the SSS-3 level avatar moved. The energy wings behind her suddenly flared, and in an instant, tens of thousands of thin yet deadly extinction rays fell like a torrential rain, each capable of easily piercing through a mountain from top to bottom. Falling from the sky, they covered all possible landing spots and evasion routes of Chu He, forming a net with no blind spots. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Chu He did not evade this time. He simply raised his hand calmly, and a round shield as black as ink, as if it could devour everything, expanded in front of him. Countless extinction rays shot towards him, crashing into that seemingly flimsy shield, yet not even a ripple was stirred, as if a muddy cow had entered the sea, silently collapsing and being devoured. If the previous space leap only surprised the nobles, now their expressions had escalated to one of horror. Star Law royal family. Virtual glare royal family. What kind of monster is this kid? Seeing everyone like this, Xiano was indifferent, jokingly, as he knew his brother-in-law had almost learned all the core abilities of the virtual glare royal family. Xiano excitedly punched the energy barrier and shouted at Xia Yan beside him, Uncle, did you see that? Did you see that? My brother-in-law is amazing. This is our family's move. Xia Yan did not respond to him, but the tight lines on his rugged face seemed to soften a bit. In the center of the battlefield, Chu He decided not to passively take the hits anymore. With a thought, the illusion clone was activated. Dozens of Chu He appeared out of thin air, each with a flamboyant stance, rushing towards the 3 destruction avatars from all directions. Upon closer inspection, each clone had a destruction fist condensed with dark energy in their hands. This was a boxing technique of the virtual glare royal family, gathering the force of extinction into the hands, the destruction fist. However, the destruction avatars were not to be underestimated. Faced with this illusion army that could easily deceive, the strongest SSS-6 level avatar didn't even raise an eyelid, but slowly opened her mouth. Buzz! An invisible wave of destruction, centered on her, rapidly expanded outward in a spherical shape.
Where the sound wave passed, those vivid illusion clones burst like bubbles in the sunlight, unable to persist even for a moment, turning into a sky full of light spots. Even the real Chu He in the distance was swept by this sound wave, feeling as if his chest had been hit by a heavy hammer, his blood surging. Simple illusions were ineffective against an energy conglomerate of this level. In an instant, Chu He understood and immediately changed his strategy. His gaze sharpened, no longer having any thoughts of teasing or testing. In his left hand, silver spatial power rapidly gathered, causing the surrounding space to twist and fold. In his right hand, the pitch-black force of extinction surged violently, emitting a terrifying aura that devoured everything. In the next second, he abruptly closed his hands together. Space and extinction, two completely different yet equally domineering supreme powers, began to forcibly merge in a mysterious way under his control. Sizzle! A piercing sound of energy friction rang out, as a uniquely shaped weapon slowly gathered and took form in Chu He's palm. It was a blade with a texture of spatial distortion, yet the edge was surrounded by a circle of pure darkness. Space Extinction Blade. This is the new technique he has comprehended in the past few days. At the moment the knife was fully shaped, Chu He's entire aura suddenly changed, a sharp killing intent that transcended simple annihilation or space shot up into the sky. He lifted his head, his gaze like lightning, directly staring at the three powerful embodiments of destruction, ready to launch a real strong attack. Chapter 136 Trinity. The mother-in-law is going to kill her son-in-law. In the spectator seats, the contempt on all the nobles' faces solidified completely. That knife. He fused two supreme powers. This is impossible. The principles of space and annihilation are inherently contradictory, forcing them together would only lead to energy self-destruction. How did he do it? Xiayan's mountain-like body suddenly tensed, his pure black eyes locked tightly onto the long knife in Chu He's hand, and for the first time, a look of gravity appeared on his rugged face. This kid can always produce some monsters that overturn common sense. In the center of the battlefield, Chu He did not give anyone room to think. He moved. Target, the weakest SSS-1 level embodiment. Pick the soft one to squeeze. His figure turned into a streak of light piercing through the darkness, the space annihilation blade in his hand dragging out a pitch-black trajectory that seemed to engulf even light, charging forward fiercely. However, Xiaoqing Yuan's embodiment possessed perfect combat instincts. The moment Chu He moved, the other two embodiments attacked simultaneously. Whoosh! The SSS-3 level embodiment's wings flared in anger, transforming into an unpredictable illusion of light, swiftly patrolling at high speed above the battlefield. Countless energy light bullets capable of piercing through stars poured down like a rainstorm, precisely cutting off all of Chu He's possibilities of advancement and evasion. On the other side, the strongest SSS-6 level embodiment stood in place with her hands clasped, ancient and obscure syllables overflowing from her mouth. The destructive energy of the entire void battlefield responded, gathering above her head into a visible giant vortex, the power to annihilate worlds brewing within. Encirclement, harassment, charging power. A seamless combination of killing moves. The nobles in the spectator seats, upon seeing this, involuntarily let out a sigh of relief, the corners of their mouths curling back into a cold smile. After all, still too young, daring to challenge royal might with a bit of adventure? Under Her Majesty the Queen's perfect tactics, any tricks are just a dying struggle. Chu He moved rapidly through the rain of death, the space annihilation blade waving into a dense curtain of blades, slicing apart the incoming light bullets one by one. But his advancing momentum was indeed hindered by this endless harassment. His brow furrowed slightly. This won't work, he would be worn out to death. Must end this quickly. In the blink of an eye, he no longer dodged, forcefully enduring the violent barrage, his figure tearing open a passageway, charging right in front of the SSS-1 level embodiment. Die! The SSS-1 level embodiment's gaze was icy, the energy whip let out a soul-rending scream, enveloping the rules of annihilation, striking down. This whip was fast to the extreme, fierce to the extreme. As the whip shadow fell, Chu He's figure suddenly turned momentarily illusory. Thousand Illusions Power, True Shadow Substitute. At the moment the attack was locked on, an entity substitute with completely identical aura and energy fluctuations was created, taking full force of this killing blow. Bang! The substitute burst apart on the spot into countless points of light. And Chu He's true body, like a phantom, appeared at the side and back of the SSS-1 level embodiment. It's my turn! He shouted low, the space annihilation blade in his hand drawing an eerie arc that disregarded distance, striking directly at the embodiment's arm. PFF. There was no loud noise, only the dull sound of a blade cutting into rotten wood. The SSS-1 level embodiment's entire arm holding the whip was severed at the shoulder. The severed arm dissipated in mid-air into the purest energy. But the wound did not heal instantly. Silver spatial power tore madly like millions of steel needles, while the pitch-black annihilation power greedily devoured the embodiment's energy source like maggots crawling on bones. An irreversible cycle of destruction formed at the wound. What a domineering attack! Xia Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. Xia Nua's face flushed with excitement as he slammed his fist down on the railing and shouted frantically at Xia Yan. Did you see it? Uncle! Did you see it? My brother-in-law is amazing. However, before Chu He could pursue, an incredibly terrifying suction force suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. The chanting of the SSS 6th level avatar was complete. A gigantic black magic array, covering a radius of 1,000 meters, unfolded beneath him, with countless destructive runes flowing, transforming into dark chains of law that coiled around Chu He, wanting to squeeze him dry. Annihilation Prison. Xia Yao's heart was instantly gripped by an invisible large hand. This is the top-tier killing formation of the Void Glare royal family. Once completely locked down, the energy would be drained in an instant, turning into fish meat on the chopping board. But just when everyone thought Chu He was in imminent danger, he not only did not panic, but the corner of his mouth instead curved into a playful arc. Power bank, arrive? He sneered, and the blood pool power suppressed within his dantian trembled slightly. Destructive siphon, reverse activation. The annihilation prison, which was originally madly extracting his energy, suddenly stagnated. In the next second, the power of the magic array was forcibly reversed. The surging destructive energy surged along those chains, turning into the purest supplements, pouring frantically into Chu He's body. This scene made all the nobles in the viewing area drop their jaws in astonishment. What's happening? He is absorbing the energy of the magic array? In front of the throne, Xia Qingyuan, who had always maintained a calm expression, finally had a flicker of unusual light in her cold eyes. This kid's understanding of energy had already surpassed common sense. The destructive avatars seemed to be enraged by this unprecedented provocation. The SSS-1 avatar with its arms severed and the SSS-3 avatar that hovered in the air simultaneously abandoned their attacks and turned into two streaks of light, fiercely charging towards the central SSS-6 avatar. Buzz! The three destructive avatars, in front of everyone's eyes, actually began to merge with each other. With dazzling light, energy boiled over. Their bodies melted, twisted, fused, ultimately forming a terrifying shape that would make even souls shudder. A destruction giant over 10 meters tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads increased in pressure layer by layer, while the 6 arms each gathered different forms of destructive power. The aura of K skyrocketed, wildly exceeding a simple SSS 6 level, reaching an indescribable, terrifying critical point. 3. Trinity. An old noble's voice trembled, his face filled with fear stemming from deep within his bloodline. In the viewing area, Xia Yao's face instantly turned as pale as paper. She clenched her hands tightly, her sharp nails digging deep into her palms, drawing blood without her noticing. She could sense that the power contained within that fusion form was enough to completely erase her in an instant. This was not a test at all. Her mother really wanted to kill him. Xia Qingyuan seemed to notice her daughter's shocked, confused, and pleading glance, but she did not explain. Chu He. Xia Yao murmured, as the annihilation power around her began to uncontrollably seep out, corroding the nearby railing with a hissing sound. The 3 heads of the fusion avatar, with 6 eyes, simultaneously locked onto the tiny figure below. K slowly raised its 6 arms, palms facing up. The laws of the entire void battlefield wailed in despair, and endless dark energy gathered from all directions. Between K's 6 palms, they coalesced into a black singularity, nearly 3 meters in diameter, yet purely ultimate, as if it could swallow all light and all existence. The space around the singularity displayed visible collapse and shattering. Death. An unprecedented death crisis turned into a tangible chill, piercing through Chu He's soul. He knew this was a strike that would determine victory and defeat, as well as life and death. On the 3 faces of the fusion avatar, with a cold and indifferent expression, they raised that condensed point of ultimate destruction high, and suddenly hurled it towards Chua. Boom! Where the black sphere passed, the space of the void battlefield was torn apart, creating a hideous, dark, everlasting scar. All laws, all matter, were nothing before it, fading into nothingness. Chapter 137 Unlocking the Power of the Blood Pool. Confronting the mother-in-law. Chua watched as that pure black singularity ripped through the void, ruthlessly charging towards him. It seemed small, and its speed was not fast, yet it carried an ultimate law that made the entire void battlefield tremble and wail. Where the black sphere passed, space was torn apart, creating a hideous, dark, everlasting scar. All laws, all matter, faded into nothingness before it. Death. An unprecedented crisis of death transformed into a tangible chill, piercing through Chua's soul. A warning bell rang loudly in his heart. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the power of the Starry Law royal family. Space jump. However, his body remained completely still. The surrounding space was utterly locked down by an unstoppable great force, as if it had been poured with hundreds of millions of tons of cement, solid to a despairing degree. Failed. Chua's heart sank, and he immediately switched abilities. Time and space suspension. The gray law power rapidly spread, trying to freeze that black singularity. However, that energy sphere only stalled for less than 1,000th of a second before breaking free of its constraints, continuing to crush towards him in an unstoppable manner. Put! A terrifying backlash force surged through him, and Chu He spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body staggering in the void. Damn! The space authority was completely suppressed. At the moment he forcibly controlled it, he clearly felt the pure and terrifying destructive power contained within that sphere. With his current strength, it was impossible to confront it head-on. Resisting would mean death. As he saw that death singularity approaching closer and closer, Chu He completely lost control, roaring in desperation towards the spectator stands. No, mother-in-law! Are you serious? Is this going to kill your own son-in-law? This roar, full of energy, echoed throughout the silent void battlefield. In the spectator stands, the nobles who had been sneering just moments ago froze, their expressions instantly stiffening. Mother-in-law? This kid must be crazy. How dare he call Her Majesty the Empress that? And he's talking back, damn. Xiano and Xian were also taken aback. And Xiaoyao, with her stunningly beautiful pallid face, drained of its color. Mother! She screamed, unable to maintain her composure any longer. Quick, tell that avatar to stop. He will die. But Xiaoqing Yuan remained unmoved, her cold and beautiful face showing no sign of emotional fluctuation. She simply watched the tiny figure at the center of the battlefield, observing that black singularity capable of annihilating everything. What she wanted to see was Chu He pushing his limits with all his might. She wanted to know how great the capacity of this man, chosen by the master, was, the man who dared to challenge the gods. Of course, if he truly couldn't withstand it. Xiaoqing Yuan's hand hidden in her sleeve had quietly begun to gather a power that was utterly different from that of destruction, deeper and more unfathomable. An SSR-class method, sufficient to secretly deliver power without anyone noticing, preserving his life. Anyway, others wouldn't be able to see it. Seeing her mother's calm and unwavering demeanor, Xiaodao's last line of defense completely collapsed. With a scream, her body exploded with extermination power, rushing into the battlefield without a care. But as soon as she moved, an invisible force locked her firmly in place, rendering her unable to move. It was Xiaoqing Yuan who had acted again. Xiaoyao looked in despair at her mother, then at the figure shrouded in the shadow of death in the battlefield. Blood tears slid down her perfect cheeks once again. In the center of the battlefield, Chu He had given up all unrealistic fantasies. There was no escape, no way to hide, no way to block it. At this point, the only trump card left was that one. His mind sank into the Dantian. There, a fist-sized black vortex that had swallowed the entire blood pool of 10,000 ancestors hung in silence. After days of exploring, he roughly knew how to mobilize this terrifying energy that had been sealed away. The method was simple and brutal. It was to crazily inject different energies into the vortex from the outside. When the impact of the energy reached a critical point, it could tear open a gap and draw out the compressed primal power of the blood pool inside. But because of this, the power was extremely difficult to control. The night before last, he had only made a small attempt, and when he failed to control the force of the injection, that tiny gap spat out a faint energy shockwave. As a result, that faint shockwave directly pierced through the walls of his room, along with several palaces behind it and a large defensive array surrounding the palace, creating a perfectly circular hole. The power was absurdly great and equally dangerous. After experiencing that incident, Chu He decided that unless absolutely necessary, he would never use that power. A slight misstep would be playing with fire and getting burned. But now, he had no choice. If he failed, he would die as well. A flash of desperate madness crossed Chu He's eyes. Come on! He roared, completely releasing all suppression of his own power. With a thought, the three supreme royal powers within him were unleashed to their limits without any reservation. The silver cosmic law power turned into a dazzling river of stars, surrounding him. The pitch-black force of emptiness condensed into destructive runes, branding the void. The ever-changing force of thousands of illusions wove enchanting illusions, distorting reality. Then, he also called upon the immense pure destructive energy he had just absorbed from the destruction siphon within the prison of annihilation. For completely different yet equally powerful forces, under his guidance, transformed into four torrents of violent energy. The target was his Dantian. Open, for me. Chu He's eyes widened in fury as he crazily, recklessly poured all four energies into that dead black vortex. Boom! It was as if a nuclear bomb had fallen onto a calm lake. That black vortex that had been quietly floating suddenly erupted with unprecedented violent tremors as it was struck by the four massive foreign energies. It came to life. An indescribable aura filled with rage, resentment, destruction, and chaos roared to life from deep within Chu He's Dantian. That was the ancestral soul power accumulated over 10,000 years of the Void Emperors. It was the primal source power of the entire blood pool of 10,000 ancestors. It was a conglomerate of chaotic energy that had been forcibly compressed billions of times. At this moment, this ancient giant beast, choked by iron chains, finally had its mouth pried open. Chu He's body expanded in that instant, his skin bursting into countless blood streaks, golden blood gushing forth and instantly evaporating under the eerie red glow emanating from his body. Excruciating pain. Soul-rending pain. Yet he laughed, wildly and madly. He could feel a terrifying power far beyond his imagination surging into his veins through the torn gap. He raised his right hand high, covered entirely in the eerie red glow. All power, all chaos, all destruction, were converging into his palm. And opposite him, that condensed endpoint of extreme destruction was now within reach. Chapter 138, A Pyrrhic Victory. The concept of time was completely erased at this moment. Before that black point representing the end, Chu He raised his right hand high. The eerie red glow concentrated into an ominous blood-red sun. His skin was cracking inch by inch, golden blood streaks like spider webs crawling all over his body. From his 7 orifices, boiling blood was winding its way down. He was like an exquisite porcelain piece struck with countless cracks, about to shatter completely in the next moment. His soul was wailing, his consciousness tearing apart, every nerve transmitting pain so severe it could make even gods collapse. Yet Chu He was laughing madly. It wasn't joy, but an extreme, disdainful madness and determination. He forced every shred of reason from his mind, turning the terrifying power within him, mixed with the resentment of countless ancestors and chaos itself, into his final gamble. Facing the black singularity that was crushing towards him, he exerted all his strength and fiercely pushed back. Break! For me! A hoarse roar drained the last bit of clarity from his mind. In the next moment, a gray-black torrent of chaos roared out from his palm. It was not pure black, but a rainbow of darkness. Within that torrent, it enveloped the eerie blood red of the ancestral blood pool, the purest jet black aimed at the royal family, the dazzling silver of the starlight royal family, and the enchanting colors of the power of 1,000 illusions. Multiple supreme powers were forcibly twisted together by a crude force, forming a chaotic surge that could overturn laws and corrupt all things. Boom! The torrent of chaos and the ultimate singularity, 2 forces representing absolute destruction, crashed head-on in the center of the void battlefield. There was no sound. Not silence, but rather, the very concept of sound was completely erased in that moment of collision. A pure, all-consuming white, swallowing all light and darkness, suddenly burst open at the point of impact. The singularity, condensed by the Trinity Giant of Destruction, had its internally stable laws of destruction polluted, twisted, and swept away the moment it came into contact with the torrent of chaos. It hadn't even lasted 1/100th of a second. Crack! A sound so faint it was nearly non-existent echoed deep within everyone's soul. That singularity shattered. A devastating energy storm transformed into an invisible shockwave, rushing madly in all directions. Damn it! Defend! On the spectator stands, the leisure and contempt on all the nobles' faces instantly turned into horror and fear. Their energy barriers, which they relied on, suddenly showed dense cracks like glass before the storm's aftermath. Xianu and Xia Yan both erupted with all their strength, desperately holding up a shield to withstand the impact that could tear them apart. And at the explosion's center, Chu He was the first to bear the brunt. His instinctively opened destruction shield, faced with the chaotic energy he had created himself, only held for a moment before shattering explosively. Puff! Chu He felt like he was struck by a star coming right at him, the entire world spinning wildly. The crisp sound of bones cracking resonated throughout his body. He was thrown high into the air, leaving a dazzling golden bloodline in his wake, then fell helplessly into the void 100 meters away. Everyone was in shock. Xiaoqing Yuan's calm, moonlit face vanished, replaced by endless astonishment. She stared intently at the chaotic beam that pierced through the battlefield. The chaotic rules contained within even made her, an SSR-level supreme being, feel a primal heart palpitation. However, everything was not over yet. The gray-black torrent of chaos, having shattered the singularity, showed no signs of slowing down, shooting straight towards the Trinity Giant of Destruction in the distance. The Destruction Giant roared, crossing its arms in front of its chest, trying to resist. But as the beam touched it, an extremely strange scene occurred. The giant's body, composed entirely of pure destructive energy, was not pierced. But at the moment of contact, he began to collapse and shatter from the inside. The chaotic law in the beam of light seeped in like an all-pervasive poison, instantly contaminating its energy core. On the body of the destruction giant, uncontrollable twisted space cracks, flickering strange phantoms, and blood-colored runes representing decay appeared. In just 2 seconds, its massive body was torn apart layer by that chaotic force. In the end, not even a cry of despair was uttered before it completely vanished, transforming into the most primal energy particles, returning to nothingness. The final form of the trial, the fusion of 3 embodiments of destruction, was eliminated in seconds. In the observation area, there was a deathly silence. All the nobles stood with their mouths agape, their eyes vacant, utterly devoid of thought. Gulch. Xia Nua swallowed hard, twisting his stiff neck to glance at Xia Yan, his voice trembling. Uncle. I'm not seeing things, right? Brother-in-law, he just eliminated our mother's embodiment, in seconds? Xia Yan didn't answer, but his hands, due to excessive force, turned white and bulged with veins, revealing everything. The chaotic torrent showed no signs of abating, like a divine spear that splits the sky, piercing through the entire void battlefield, striking heavily against the barrier at the end of this isolated space. Boom! The entire void battlefield shook violently. Where it was hit, a bottomless void appeared, and the power of chaotic laws spilled out, beginning to collapse the entire spatial structure. Ferocious spatial cracks ripped open out of nowhere all over the battlefield, and this world was about to face its end. At this moment, Xia Qingyuan finally made her move. Her cold gaze swept over the soon-to-shatter space, and she simply raised her hand. A power far beyond destruction, deeper and more unfathomable, spread from her palm. The spatial cracks smoothed out, and the raging energy was suppressed. The teetering void battlefield regained stability in the blink of an eye. With a flick of her elegant hand, the scenes before everyone changed, and in the next second, they were back in the resplendent Imperial Palace Hall. As the embodiments of destruction faded, the trial came to an end. In the center of the hall, Chu He was covered in blood, floating unsteadily in midair. He raised his hand and wiped the blood from his face, revealing a smile more twisted than a cry. With the last bit of strength, he hoarsely but clearly declared towards that unmatched figure before the throne. Ha! Ha! I won! As soon as the words fell, he could no longer support his collapsing body, and consciousness was completely swallowed by boundless darkness, causing him to fall straight back. No! At the moment he fell, a piercing scream echoed throughout the hall. Xia Yao had broken free from her mother's grip without anyone noticing, and the power of silence turned into a black torrent, recklessly charging towards the falling figure. Just before Chu He's body was about to smash onto the cold floor, she finally arrived. She tightly embraced his battered, unconscious body, as if wanting to meld him into her very bones and blood. Feeling the faint life force within her embrace, nearly on the verge of disappearing, and seeing his horrifying, bone-deep wounds, Xia Yao's heart shattered. She held him, scarred and already lost to consciousness, letting out the most desperate cry of her life. Chu He. Chapter 139 Source Resonance, Devour the Empress. She held him tightly. The body in her arms was rapidly growing cold, its overwhelming life force had already ceased. Scalding blood tears fell, but under the violent energy remaining on his body, they instantly evaporated into nothingness. Xia Yao's heart, with that cold touch, froze and shattered inch by inch. At that moment, the man who should have perished, whose consciousness should have sunk, had his eyelids twitch ever so slightly. He seemed to hear her call. In the endless darkness and excruciating pain, he forcibly concentrated the last trace of his fading will and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Those eyes that should have been dim now carried a hint of familiar, carefree laughter. Everyone present, including the nobles who were slumped on the ground, trembling in fear, all shuddered. Not dead? He actually isn't dead. Xia Yao was stunned, her blood-stained tears hanging on her long eyelashes, staring blankly at him. Chu He's lips moved with great difficulty, and in a voice that was almost a whisper, only she could hear, he weakly forced out 3 words. I am fine. As his words fell, the last light in his eyes completely extinguished. His head tilted, and he fell unconscious again. This time, it was real, complete unconsciousness. Xia Yao stared at him in a daze. 2 seconds later, a wave of despair and panic, 100 times more violent than before, completely overwhelmed her rationality. The last glimmer of light. That was his final glimmer of light. No! A shrill scream tore through the palace. The suppressed force of annihilation within her surged forth, sweeping everything away in flames. A black wave of energy soared into the sky, causing the entire palace hall to shake violently under this uncontrolled power, the hard floor cracking and turning to dust. She wanted to destroy this place. Destroy this trial. Destroy everything damned. Then, holding him close, fall into the void forever. However, just at the moment her power completely erupted, a cold figure silently appeared by her side. It was Xia Qingyuan. With just a gentle wave of her hand, a soft yet irresistible force enveloped them, and the chaotic wave of annihilation that could overturn the palace was instantly smoothed out, suppressed, and vanished without a trace. As if it had never appeared. Xia Yao's raging power was forcefully suppressed, her body going limp, yet she still held onto Chu He tightly, refusing to let go even a bit. Xia Qingyuan ignored her daughter, teleporting in front of them, kneeling down, and extending her fair, slender fingers to rest on Chu He's wrist. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. This queen, who had faced the Trinity embodiment of destruction without much change, showed an incredibly serious expression on her cold, unparalleled face. The situation was 1,000 times worse than she had imagined. Broken meridians were just flesh wounds. The most fatal was that his soul had already been torn apart under the backlash of forcibly activating the blood pool power in that last moment. Moreover, that terrifying power, mixed with the resentment of countless ancestors and the origin of chaos, was running wildly in his body, devouring the last bit of his life source in reverse. And that black vortex, which should have absorbed everything, was now silent, having stopped spinning and lost any suppressive effect. The current Chu He was like a human bomb filled with high explosive materials, with the fuse lit. Any conventional treatment, any external energy injection could instantly ignite the chaotic energy within him, turning him to cosmic dust on the spot. Xiao Yao noticed her mother's change, her heart sinking. She grasped Xia Qingyuan's sleeve, her face full of blood and tears, pleading, a lowliness that was willing to give up everything. "Mother, please, please save him. As long as you can save him, I will do anything. Anything." The despair of her daughter pierced Xia Qingyuan's heart like a needle. She retracted her hand, slowly standing up. "There is only one way." Her voice carried no emotion, yet it made the temperature in the entire hall seem to drop a few degrees. "Use the forbidden technique of my royal family origin synchronization." "What? Origin synchronization?" As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Yan and Xia Nua's expressions changed dramatically at the same time. An old noble who had just crawled up from the ground, still shaken, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, absolutely not. This technique uses one's own essence as a guide, forcefully entering the spiritual sea of the injured to sort out their raging energy. The practitioner themselves will suffer tremendous damage. At best, they will need to recuperate for decades. At worst, there is the risk of a fall in their realm." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room was in an uproar. A fall in realm. For those who pursue ultimate power, this is even more terrifying than death. Yet, Xiao Yao seemed to grasp at a last straw of hope. She raised her head without thinking, urgently saying, "I'll do it. Mother, let me perform the technique for him." "You?" Xia Qingyuan shot a cold glance at her. "Nonsense. You and the chaotic power within him share the same origin. If you intervene, it will only add fuel to the fire, causing his death faster." "But..." "No buts." Xia Qingyuan did not give her daughter any chance to refute, declaring powerfully, "I will perform the technique myself." She lowered her head again, looking at the unconscious Chu He, whose face, usually adorned with a cheeky smile, was now covered in blood, pale and frightening. Suddenly, she whispered to herself, her voice very soft but clearly reaching Xiao Yao and Xia Nua's ears, "You little brat, if I had known, I wouldn't have pushed you so hard. I didn't expect you to fight so hard, even using powers you haven't fully mastered recklessly." After saying this, she hesitated no longer, gently swiping her elegant hand in the air. SZZ. A pitch-black rift in space appeared out of nowhere. She waved her hand, wrapping up the unconscious Chu He and Xiao Yao, stepping into it. In the next second, the three of them disappeared from the palace hall. As the light and shadows shifted. When Xiao Yao could see the surroundings again, she discovered they were in a foggy cave. In the center of the cave was a pool of water about 10 meters square. The water was not clear, but displayed a deep, mysterious blue that seemed to contain the essence of starry cosmos, emanating a rich life force that only taking a breath revitalized Xiao Yao's exhausted power, drained by despair. The Fountain of Silent Stars. Located at the core of the Void Gaze Empire's palace, it is a sacred place for healing only usable by the royal bloodline. Xia Qingyuan gently placed Chu He's body into the water. She glanced at her daughter, trapped by an invisible barrier at the edge of the spring, then finally fixed her gaze upon Chu He's forehead. She closed her eyes, her fair hand slowly pressed against it. Hum. A force surpassing SSS level, as deep as the starry universe, SSR level, slowly surged from her body, carefully injecting into Chu He's brow along her arm. At the moment the power surged out, Xia Qingyuan's icy face turned pale by 3 parts. By the spring, Xiao Yao looked on anxiously. Her heart was filled with tension, worry, and a tangled mix of emotions towards her mother putting herself in harm's way to save him. Time passed ever so slowly. Just as Xia Qingyuan's immense and pure divine soul power carefully probed into Chu He's dantian, a strange change erupted suddenly. The black vortex, which had swallowed the entire myriad ancestor blood pool and had remained eerily still, began to spin wildly without warning. A terrifying sucking force exploded from the center of the vortex. Its target was not the raging energies within Chu He, but the pure SSR-level divine soul power that Xia Qingyuan had just injected in. This lurking beast considered the source divine soul of this void gaze empress as a more delectable prey. It sought to devour her whole. Ah! Xia Qingyuan's pupils constricted sharply, caught off guard, she emitted a suppressed groan. A strand of brilliant, gold blood, carrying the aura of a supreme monarch, slowly oozed from the corner of her lips. Chapter 140, Danger, almost fell in love with son-in-law. Xia Qingyuan was extremely shocked. Her source divine soul had indeed been pulled away by that strange vortex. In the next moment, Xia Qingyuan felt the world spin around her. Her entire consciousness was overwhelmed by an unmatched brute force. Forced to be dragged down, he fell into an endless abyss. When she regained her composure, what met her eyes was a terrifying scene that even this emperor, used to the rise and fall of planets, could not help but feel moved. Here, is this the Sea of Spirit of Chu He? No. What is this place? This is clearly a battlefield of apocalypse, completely torn apart, filled with chaos and destruction. The sky is a strange color of blood and black, and a violent energy storm sweeps everything, emitting a silent roar. On the ground, countless twisted black shadows, radiating overwhelming resentment, are madly howling and roaring. Those are the souls buried in the pool of blood. And in the center of this chaotic battlefield, being crazily besieged by countless remains of souls, is a golden soul illusion. That illusion is Chu He. At this moment, he is extremely weak, the golden light flickering uncertainly, as if it would be completely swallowed by the surrounding darkness at any moment. On his soul, there are numerous hideous cracks, wounds ripped apart by the backlash force. However, even so, that tiny golden figure still stands tall, emanating a stubborn will that prefers to be utterly erased rather than to submit. It is this will that allows him to withstand the insane erosion of the myriad ancestral resentments, without collapsing in spirit at the first moment. Xia Qingyuan's heart suddenly trembled. As an SSR-level powerhouse, her soul is incredibly strong. She caught sight of Chu He's plight with just a sweep. Just as her divine thought continued to delve deeper, trying to explore the origin of that backlash force, she suddenly touched a completely different, higher-dimensional strange power. That power hides in the very core of Chu He's soul, elusive yet genuinely existent. The moment she touched that power, an indescribable feeling surged up in Xia Qingyuan's heart without warning. It is a deadly attraction, a closeness and desire born from the instinct of life, involuntarily making her feel a hint of affection for this kid, Chu He, that she should not have. What is this? Xia Qingyuan's consciousness stirred violently, even more shocked than when her soul was torn apart just now. She abruptly cut off the probe, feeling a wildly absurd sensation rise in her heart. Could it be that she actually harbors such thoughts towards her son-in-law? That power is poisonous. She did not know that this was the source of Xia Yao's madness for loving him, even willing to go against her, the enchanting power. But saving him is urgent. She forcibly suppressed the surging waves in her heart and no longer hesitated. Her SSR-level soul power explosively erupted at this moment. A cold bright moon slowly rose above the chaotic battlefield. The bright radiance fell, carrying the supreme law of purifying everything, forcibly dispelling the blood-colored storm and suppressing the roaring souls. Those frenzied royal resentments let out shrill cries under the moonlight, their black gas rapidly evaporating, revealing their true appearances. The sudden relief of external pressure finally allowed Chu He, on the brink of collapse, to catch a breath. His consciousness gradually awakened from the endless tearing pain. He opened his eyes in confusion. The first thing he saw was that transcendent figure that turned into a cold bright moon and suppressed everything in his spiritual world. Chu He was instantly stunned. Mother-in-law? How did you get in? His weak soul made a fragmented thought. Are you here to inspect work in my spiritual world? Couldn't you knock before coming in? The ticket is very expensive. Xia Qingyuan's cold thought, carrying an unquestionable authority, thunderously descended. Shut up. If you talk more nonsense, this empress will leave immediately, letting you be completely eaten clean by these ancestors. One sentence made Chu He instantly wake up. He immediately understood the situation before him. Don't! Mother-in-law, save me! The two people instantly formed a life and death partnership. Xia Qingyuan no longer wasted words. The bright moonlight shone brightly, crushing and breaking apart the suppressed resentment of the royal family with absolute power. And Chu He, enduring the intense pain of his soul, exerted all his strength to guide the black vortex in his dantian. A marvelous scene unfolded. Under Xia Qingyuan's suppression, the madness and violence within those resentments were ground away, leaving behind only the purest source energy. And this energy was an exquisite feast to the vortex in his dantian. With a thought, Chu He's vortex erupted with an even greater suction, rapidly swallowing the purified energy and quickly replenishing his nearly exhausted source. One suppressed and decomposed, the other guided and devoured. The two of them worked together seamlessly. As the resentments on the battlefield grew fewer, Chu He's golden soul, full of cracks, began to visibly repair and solidify. Just as all resentments were about to be swept away, Xia Qingyuan suddenly stopped. She intentionally left behind the most powerful resentment, the aura of which was even older and more terrifying than the fusion of her three incarnations trinity. Gazing at the soul of the first emperor, she wanted to see just how great this man's character truly was. That ancient emperor's soul broke free from its confines, letting out a roar that shook the soul, transforming into a black light and charging toward Chu He. However, in the face of this ultimate test, Chu He's soul not only did not retreat, but instead erupted with an unprecedented radiance. This is my territory, I am the master. He roared as he actively charged forward, mobilizing all his restored will and meeting it head-on.
Old man, roll out of here. Seeing this scene, the cool and distant moon in the sky revealed a hint of genuine approval and recognition.
In the next moment, the moonlight cascaded down like a waterfall, crashing down. That invincible ancient emperor's soul, under the full strength of SSR-level pressure, did not even have time to scream before being completely obliterated, turning into the purest nourishment. At this point, all hidden dangers in the mental battlefield were swept away. The massive energy that had been refined not only fully healed Chu He's soul and body wounds but also pushed him to an even higher level. Additionally, some of that energy, through the marvelous connection of a source synchronization, nourished Xiaoqing Yuan, quickly replenishing her previously consumed vitality. Outside, the water of the starry silent spring was being consumed at an unprecedented speed. Rich, deep blue life energy surged in madly. The bone-deep wounds on Chu He's body had already healed, his skin radiated a pearly glow, broken bones were reconnected, and his aura rose higher and higher, growing stronger. In the space of the soul, Xiaoqing Yuan prepared to withdraw. Before leaving, her thoughts transformed into a complex phrase that echoed in Chu He's mind. Chu He, I don't care what means you used to make Yao Yao devoted to you, but your willingness to risk your life for her, I recognize this sincerity.
You have passed all tests. Yao Yao is now your woman.
As her voice fell, the cool moon quietly faded away.
Chu He's consciousness instantly returned to reality.
He slowly opened his eyes. What met his eyes was Xiao Yao's extremely beautiful face, marred by dried bloodstains and withered from extreme worry and despair. Seeing Chu He awake at this moment, she was overjoyed and quickly grasped his hand.
Chu He's heart ached suddenly.
Chu He gently stroked the smooth back of her hand and said softly, Yao Yao, I'm fine now.
From now on, you are truly my Chu He's woman. Now I need to rest a little more, wait for me. Xiao Yao nodded in agreement.
Chu He immediately turned his attention inward, feeling the surging strength flowing through his meridians, his injuries completely healed, even stronger than before.
His thoughts sank into the Dantian. That massive black vortex was steadily and powerfully spinning,
filled with a certain pattern. And in the very center of the whirlpool, the position of the singularity that devours everything.
A brand new, brilliantly bright blood-red light is quietly nurturing within, like a star about to be born, emanating a terrifying aura that comes from the same source as the power of extinction, yet is even more domineering and chaotic. Chapter 141, Chaos Blood Crystal. Marrying three at once, shocking the Empress. 2 hours passed silently.
In the misty cave, the pool of star silence, just 10 meters square, had consumed nearly half of its water. The originally profound deep blue water had dimmed a lot, and the rich life force that was thick enough to dissolve had also thinned considerably. In the center of the pool, Chu He's body floated quietly. His injuries had long since healed, and his skin even glowed with a layer of shimmering luster, which was a manifestation of his body being tempered to perfection. At this moment, all of his mind was immersed within his own body. Surging power rushed through his limbs and bones, and every vein had become several times tougher, filled with explosive power. In the sea of his soul, that golden phantom which had once been full of cracks was now solidified, as if forged from divine gold, radiant and resplendent.
Death and rebirth, a complete transformation. His will finally sank into his Dantian.
The black whirlpool that had devoured the blood pool of countless ancestors and nearly swallowed the Empress's source had now undergone earth-shattering changes.
It was no longer a mere black hole that devoured everything.
Instead, it had evolved into a slowly rotating dark red nebula. The shape of the nebula was somewhat similar to the unique power of extinction of the Void Gaze royal clan, but it was much deeper and more chaotic. In the very center of that dark red nebula, in the position that once devoured everything, a thumb-sized, crystal-clear blood-red crystal quietly floated. It seemed to contain a complete world, and every faint pulsation emitted a terrifying aura that came from the same source as the power of extinction, yet was even more domineering and primal.
What is this? A brand new core born from the fusion of the blood pool of countless ancestors and chaotic origin?
Chu He tried to mobilize a thread of thought to touch it. At the moment of contact, an indescribable understanding surged in his heart. This blood crystal seemed to be the final furnace and controller of all the power within him, capable of fusing and amplifying the three royal powers of Star Law, Thousand Illusions, and Void Gaze, along with the chaotic power of the blood pool, to a higher level.
Chu He was overjoyed.
With the assistance of this blood crystal, he could better combine different energies to design more perfect combat moves. Chu He's consciousness emerged from his body. He saw Summerqing Yuan, the SSR-level Supreme Empress, and at this moment, a trace of lingering pallor was present on her once cold peerless face. Clearly, using forbidden techniques to save him had taken a tremendous toll on her. Chu He stood up from the pool and, facing Summerqing Yuan, earnestly bowed.
Thank you, mother-in-law, for your rescue. This kindness will be remembered for a lifetime. Summerqing Yuan nearly nodded slightly, then softly asked. What do you plan to do next? When will you marry Yao Yao?
Chu He was taken aback for a moment, then replied, I plan to set off tomorrow, first to the Star Law Empire to find Chi-Chi, complete her family's test, and then go to the Thousand Illusions Empire to find Lillian. Summer Qing Yuan's brows moved slightly, almost imperceptibly. Have you prepared? I have heard about the final test of the Star Law Royal Clan. It is not a contest of strength, but a debate. The content of the debate is the laws of the universe, the truths of time and space, the roots of order. You need to, with your own strength, refute all the elders participating in the test from the Star Law Royal Clan and make them acknowledge that your law is superior to their law. How do you plan to refute them all? Chu He cleared his throat and replied somewhat vaguely, well. Kaki had mentioned some things to me before, teaching me a lot. I had thought about it from a pretty good angle, but I still did not have complete confidence. Xia Qingyuan coldly looked at him. Without complete confidence, you still dare to go? The punishment for failing the trial is the time-space prison. There, your perception, thinking, and even the concept of self will be stripped away, sinking into eternity. In theory, that is scarier than death. Hearing this, Chu He smiled faintly. Then he sighed, his face full of helplessness. I also want to be fully prepared before going, but there's no time. I really have no time, I still need to hurry to have a child. As soon as he spoke these words, the air in the entire cave suddenly froze. Xia Yao's face, which had just regained some color, turned red to the roots of her ears. Xia Qingyuan's calm and cold expression disappeared, replaced by shock and confusion. Have a child? Chu He nodded. Yes, the latest side quest issued by the master requires me to find someone I like on this Ryan continent within 45 days, complete the wedding, and successfully conceive. To increase the chance of pregnancy, I have carefully decided to marry Xia Yao, Kaki, and Lillian at the same time. After saying this, he cautiously glanced at Xia Qingyuan, tentatively asking. Mother-in-law, you don't think I am a bad man, right? Beside him, Xia Yao was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig into the ground upon hearing Chu He talk about having a child in front of her mother. At the same time, she had some uncontrollable anticipation. In her mind, she could not help but imagine scenes after marriage. To increase the chance of pregnancy, Chu He would surely work very hard, cherish time, and toil diligently. No, I need to prepare him more supplements. They must be the best kind. After listening to Chu He's explanation, Xia Qingyuan fell into a long silence. She could not immediately understand the deep meaning behind the master's operation. But she could only obey. To her, the favor of the master surpassed life and death. She would never defy the master's will lightly. After a long time, she finally digested this unbelievable information. She looked at Chu He, her expression becoming somewhat strange. I see. You are certainly not a bad man. As long as Yao Yao is happy and willing, let alone 3, even if you marry 30, it has nothing to do with me. Her tone shifted as she looked at her daughter, who was already so shy that she was almost steaming. You probably don't know, ever since Yao Yao was 7 years old, after learning about her father's matters, she has hardly been truly happy. On the other hand, Xia Nua, carefree and heartless, was sad for a few days and then bounced back. Yao Yao has a personality more like mine. Xia Nua is carefree and somewhat like her unreliable father. Xia Qingyuan spoke slowly, her cold tone carrying a softness that even she was unaware of. In any case, from today on, I formally entrust Yao Yao to you. In the future, you two should take care of each other and live happily every day. At this point, she looked at Chu He again, and in her deep eyes, genuine recognition was revealed. Also, I believe you can still create miracles, just like what you've done in these past few days. Go ahead, and I wish you smooth sailing. Simple words, yet they carried immense weight. That was the entrustment from a mother and a blessing from a sovereign. Xia Yao's eyes instantly turned red. This time, what flowed down were hot, joyful tears. Chu He's heart was also deeply touched. He stepped forward, took Xia Yao's hand, and seriously promised Xia Qingyuan. Mother-in-law, please rest assured. In this life, I will definitely not let Yao Yao down. Chapter 142, Humans are too weak? The next moment, the Star Law Guardians knelt down. After receiving Xia Qingyuan's entrustment and blessing, Chu He rested in the palace for a day, completely adjusting his body and mind to their peak. The next day, Chu He and Xia Yao bid farewell to the Empress. He held Xia Yao's hand. The fingertips casually drew a line in the void. Sizzle. A stable rift in space opened in response. The two stepped forward together. Light and shadow twisted and transformed. When vision became clear again, they found themselves in another world. This was a city. A giant floating city, hundreds of meters above a fantastic forest, vast and endless, stretching out far beyond sight. The entire city was forged from solidified starlight, with countless dazzling, crystal-like buildings soaring up, piercing the clouds, their surfaces flowing with radiant runes. Between the buildings, strips of colorful energy light wove in and out like the Milky Way, carrying various uniquely shaped flying vehicles, silently and efficiently zipping around. The most incredible thing was that the ground beneath their feet was completely transparent.
Standing here felt like floating high in the sky. Looking down, they could see the vibrant, lush fantasy forest below, even the outlines of tribal settlements deep within the woods. Chu He marveled sincerely. Wow, Chi-Chi's skills are not to be underestimated. For those who can't travel through space, they probably wouldn't even find the door. Xiaoyao linked her arm through his, her voice soft. This city of law is the pride of the Starlaw clan. From any angle on the ground looking up, it only appears as a sky, it is folded into another layer of spatial dimension. Chu He smiled. No wonder it's the Starlaw clan, they understand the laws of space completely. Xiaoyao nodded. Their clan deeply understands spatial laws. Almost every clan member has spatial talents from the moment they are born, and they are all very intelligent. I agree with that, Chu He said earnestly. That girl Chi-Chi is so smart it's almost scary. As they walked and talked, they soon arrived at a palace that was even more magnificent and solemn than all the surrounding buildings. It was entirely made of silvery crystal, its surface flowing with star-like brilliance, every line and corner exuding an indescribable beauty of order and law. Just as they reached the palace entrance, the space rippled slightly, and two figures silently appeared before them. They were two guards dressed in silver formal armor, their faces expressionless. Their figures were tall and straight, the lines of their armor smooth, and the most striking feature was their eyes, identical to Kachi's, with deep pupils where stars and galaxies flowed slowly. They instantly recognized Princess Xiaoyao of the royal family, and uniformly bowed in greeting. Xiaoyao inclined her head slightly in return, the most basic courtesy among royalty. Then, one guard's gaze precisely landed on Chu He beside Xiaoyao. Sir, please state your identity and purpose for visiting. His words were emotionless, as if executing a pre-written program. Chu He's expression remained calm. Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, Chu He. I am here to marry your princess. The moment the words fell, the flowing galaxy in the eyes of the two guards froze for an instant. Human? Another guard spoke, though his words still maintained a procedural politeness. The scrutiny was unmistakable. Sorry, human life forms are too weak. According to Article 119 of the Empire's highest code, the candidates for the princess's spouse must reach an SSS level in energy rank and essence. Upon hearing this, Chu He suddenly laughed. He turned to Xiaoyao and said, being looked down upon again. I'm impressed. Xiaoyao simply looked at him quietly, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Chu He's laughter quickly faded. In the next moment, an invisible force field erupted violently from within him. The flowing light strips around them dimmed in an instant, the structure of the air began to disorder, as if being twisted and squeezed by an invisible massive hand. The two guards, whose powers did not reach SSS level, trembled violently. They were horrified to find that their proud spatial perception had been completely blocked, like being thrown into concrete. The surrounding space became thick and heavy. Crack crack. Their solid silver armor emitted groans under the unbearable weight, with fine cracks appearing on the surface. Their legs uncontrollably bent, and the immense pressure made it extremely hard for them to even stand. Chu He continued to smile as he looked at them. Now, am I qualified? The hearts of the two guards surged with a roaring wave. A human! How could a human release such terrifying power that could directly interfere with the laws of space? The dominance and chaos of this aura were more outrageous than anything they had seen from any SSS-class powerhouse. One guard's face turned pale as he struggled against the pressure that nearly crushed him, taking out a palm-sized hexagonal star disk from his waist space bag. Respected suitor, according to Article 372 of the Empire's Supreme Code, I need to conduct a qualification assessment on you. This is the final procedure. He aimed the star disk at Chu He. A gentle silver light shot out, enveloping Chu He. However, the expected clear energy data did not appear. The star disk, representing the highest technological crystal of the Starlaw clan, began to shake violently, emitting a sharp buzzing sound. Into the pure silver light, a bizarre blood red representing destruction flooded in, a thread of deep black symbolizing transformation, and a hint of chaotic gray that even the disk's core could not analyze. Beep. Beep. Alarm. Unknown chaos law detected. Logic conflict. Law database collapse. Alarm. Energy model cannot be constructed. ZZZ. At last. Crack. A clear cracking sound echoed. The seemingly indestructible surface of the star disk violently exploded, creating a terrifying crack. The two guards were completely frozen in place. The mechanical synthesized voice of the star disk, before it completely failed, intermittently spat out the last message. Assessment failed. Qualification level exceeded the limit. Permissions passed. Another guard instantly reacted, quickly sheathing his weapon and deeply bowing to Chu He, his posture extremely respectful. Esteemed guest, you have passed the final qualification verification. At that moment, a ripple of space gently radiated around everyone, and a petite figure joyfully bounced out from it. Little He He.
The newcomer was cocky. She wore a long robe with golden edges, adorned with star patterns, and the loose robe accentuated her petite figure. Like a fledgling returning home, without any hesitation, she dove directly into Chu He's arms. Her thin little legs expertly wrapped around Chu He's waist, securing her position. You finally came. I've waited for you so long. Her small head affectionately rubbed against Chu He's cheek, her silver short hair brushing against him, making him feel a bit ticklish. This scene nearly made the two guards, just regaining their composure from the shock, pop their eyes out. That was Princess Kaki. Known for her intelligence and calmness, she usually spent her time in the Supreme Library or the Law Laboratory, never having shown such intimacy towards any male. Their worldview had been crushed repeatedly in just a few minutes. Xia Yao silently stepped forward. With a blank expression, she reached out her hand, precisely pinching Kaki's collar like plucking a pendant, lifting her off Chu He. Then, she naturally linked her arm with Chu He, pulling him closer to her, using the most direct action to assert her claim. Kaki was not angry at all from being lifted. She made a cute face at the expressionless Xia Yao, then turned to Chu He, excitedly announcing. Let's go. The trials can wait until tomorrow. Today, let's just have fun. Chapter 143, Their chessboard is too small. Under Kaki's lead, the three entered a hall that was grand beyond imagination. The ceiling of the hall was the deep night sky. Stars are scattered. A huge beam of energy floats in the center, which is a living galaxy, flowing with colorful brilliance, emitting a deep and pleasant hum. The figures of the three were drawn in by the light, slowly merging into that dazzling beam of energy. The feeling of weightlessness disappeared in an instant. Chu He found himself in a wondrous space. Beneath him were floating circular light steps, wide as a plaza, with surfaces rippling like water, reflecting ever-changing historical scenes. This is the Stairway of Time, the place where our Star Law tribe preserves historical memories. Kaki's voice carried a hint of pride. As long as you step on different steps, you can relive that moment in an immersive way. Isn't it amazing? Without waiting for a response, she took Chu He's hand and lightly jumped onto a step. The world instantly twisted and reassembled. An eerie silence of the starry sea stretched before them, countless dim stars moving silently along an irreversible path, playing the universe's oldest and coldest melody. Wow, this is way more real than any VR experience. Chu He exclaimed with genuine admiration. He turned to Kaki and smiled slyly. Are there steps for the future? Let me see what tomorrow's lottery numbers are. Pooh ha ha. Kaki burst into giggles. The future is the greatest uncertainty, full of chaos and the unknown, and cannot be observed or recorded. This is one of the foundations of our Star Law rules. Our Star Law tribe loves order and rules the most. Leaving the Stairway of Time, they arrived at an even larger pure white plaza. In the center of the plaza floated hundreds and thousands of huge light spheres, emitting a gentle and rational glow. Inside the light spheres, figures flickered as if engaged in fierce debates, yet no sound escaped. The whole plaza was filled only with the hum of energy produced by the collision of thoughts. This is the Plaza of Truth. Kaki's tone brimmed with pride rooted in her bloodline. Any tribesman can condense their teachings into a debate light sphere and accept challenges and questions from the whole tribe. Only after being tempered through countless trials, an unassailable truth is qualified to be etched into our supreme code. Chu He glanced at those light spheres, each representing a different understanding of the universe. He pondered, it sounds like your tribe is filled with scholars and debate maniacs. Of course. Kaki lifted her snowy little chin proudly, like a peacock showing off its feathers. Our Star Law tribe does not revere brute force, but honors wisdom. Having a debate light sphere of one's own here is the greatest honor every tribesman pursues in their lifetime. Her finger pointed to the largest and brightest sphere, radiating pure golden light. Do you see that? That is the debate left by our founding emperor. Order is the only meaning of the universe's existence. To this day, no one can refute it. Her voice was filled with reverence. But when she spoke the words refute, her starry eyes dimmed for a moment. She thought of tomorrow, where Chu He would face 10 living fossils whose thought realms were comparable to the founding emperor. Next, Kaki, like a tireless tour guide, led them to experience the unique culture of the Star Law tribe. In the concept restaurant, they tasted food wholly imagined by mental power. Chu He directly conjured a full banquet. The taste was so real and layered that Kaki and Xia Yao widened their eyes, and the three of them feasted heartily. In the emotion archive, they saw countless extracted and preserved emotion samples. Joy was a pulsating golden sphere, sadness was a cold blue crystal, and anger was a raging red lightning bolt. Kaki pointed at a dark purple crystal with chaotic light inside and whispered to Chu He. This is love, very rare. Because our tribesmen generally believe that love disturbs logic and order, it belongs to a dangerous item that needs strict control. After she finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Chu He, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Chu He laughed heartily, reaching out to pull her and the quietly standing Xia Yao into his embrace. A dangerous item? I actually think it helps people see what they truly desire. A whole day slipped away in what seemed to be a joyful atmosphere. When the sunset pierced the barrier of space, bathing the city of starlight in a gentle golden hue, all the laughter and joy came to an abrupt halt at the edge of the city. Looking down, it was a magical forest, gradually consumed by darkness as twilight enveloped it. Kaki's voice, trembling slightly and barely detectable, broke the silence. This day has gone by so fast, there are still so many fun things I haven't shown you. Chu He seemed to catch the effort in her words. Feigning ease, he said, it's okay, we have plenty of time in the future. Once I marry you all, I can take you out every day. Little Kaki could no longer pretend. She turned around, her small hand cold, tightly clutching the corner of Chui's shirt. Tomorrow, what you will face are 10 living fossils who have been immersed in the cosmic laws since ancient times. Their thoughts, their souls, even their very existence have long merged with the fundamental laws of the Star Law Empire. Do you really have confidence? This sentence she had held onto all day, using all her strength before finally asking it out loud. Xia Yao also raised her head, her cold and stunning face carrying the same inquiry and deep concern in her eyes. The test from the Star Law clan is not something that can be resolved with strength. It is a pure, philosophical trial regarding the roots of the world. Chu He did not answer immediately. Because he truly had no absolute confidence, but the universe is vast and boundless, no one can guarantee that what one says is wrong and what another says is right. In the immense universe, every creature feels extremely insignificant. And after all, Ryan is not several times bigger than Blue Star. Even if the creatures here can connect with the universe, perceive the laws of nature, and possess extraordinary world-destroying powers, they are still just slightly larger ants in comparison to the vast universe. The more abilities Chu He acquires, the more he feels the profound mysteries of the cosmic laws. Many people only catch a glimpse of a tiny bit of it. Don't worry. Chu He calmly spoke these two words from his heart. His gaze pierced through the night, accurately locking onto the distant sea of stars temple that grew even more brilliant in the night sky, radiating the aura of supreme laws. They want to debate with me about the truths of the universe and the origins of order? That's fine. However, a trace of tyrannical chaotic bloodlight flickered in Chu He's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. They are accustomed to playing chess on a board, following the rules they set. And my strategy is simple. First, I will flip their chessboard. Kaki's clever mind was now filled with confusion. Chessboard? Chu He smiled. Yes, their chessboard is too small. Chapter 144, Cosmic Debate. The next day, the light pierced through the layered spaces, casting a rational glow over the city of laws. Under Kaki's guidance, Chu He and Xia Yao arrived at a magnificent temple suspended at the highest point of the palace. The Sea of Stars Temple. The moment they stepped into the temple's entrance, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and all material structures were decomposed and reorganized. There was no spinning of the world, only an absolute silence that detached from reality. Chu He found himself in an endless sea of stars. Beneath his feet was a solid ground paved with solidified light particles, and above him and all around was the profound and boundless universe, with billions of stars silently moving within, sketching precise and cold trajectories. Chu He inwardly complained, this Star Law clan's love for the cosmic stars was truly ingrained in their bones. Inside the temple, the Star Law people had already filled the space, standing densely packed. They all wore uniforms styled in the same way. The precisely tailored silver-white robe, embroidered with complex geometric runes in starlight silk. Everyone's posture was upright and solemn, their eyes resembling Kachi's, with deep pupils containing miniature starry galaxies slowly flowing, exuding a sense of all-knowing reason. All gazes converged at the center of the temple. There, beams of law intertwined to form a complex throne, which was not a solid entity but a singularity of order made up of countless folded and nested spatial planes. On the throne sat a woman whose appearance and temperament were quite similar to Kachi's. She wore a scholar's robe adorned with gold trim, and delicate single-lensed glasses perched on her face. Behind the lenses, her starry eyes sparkled with wisdom and calm as if they could pierce through the river of time. The ruler of the Star Law's royal family, Kachia. Having already met Chu He, her composed face now bore a solemnity. Her gaze precisely landed on Chu He. Chu He, are you ready? Chu He calmly looked around, facing the hundreds and thousands of probing and scrutinizing eyes, and spoke steadily. Of course. I'm not ready at all. As soon as the words were spoken, the silence of the entire Star Sea Temple was shattered. The Star Law clan members, who had been calm and unperturbed, felt the starry rivers in their eyes come to a standstill, and even faint murmurs of unrest arose among the crowd. Not ready? Does this human know what he is saying? Kachia was stunned as well, and a hint of surprise flashed through her starry eyes behind her glasses. Oh? You came here unprepared? Why? Chu He smiled. Because it's impossible to be truly prepared. He paused, meeting everyone's eyes, his voice becoming clear and powerful. After all, what you all have exhaustively searched for over countless ages, the laws, may just be a rule on a larger chessboard from the very beginning. It is meaningless to prepare on a flawed chessboard. Like all of you, the universe is vast and wonderfully mysterious, and we have only understood a tiny bit of it. This statement was like a bolt of thunder, resounding in the hearts of all the Star Law clan members. Like us? What arrogance this is! Our Star Law clan has exhausted ages to decipher the laws of the universe and seek the truth. How could a mere human possibly compare? In an instant, countless gazes filled with immense spiritual pressure gathered toward Chu He. However, upon hearing this, Kachia's surprise quickly transformed into deep interest. She felt that things were becoming interesting. Interesting, I am looking forward to what you will say next. As soon as she finished speaking, Kachia's wise starry eyes became incredibly profound. In an instant, the world around them changed again. The light particle ground beneath their feet vanished, and the brilliant stars above transformed into a backdrop, as everyone found themselves in a grander, older void. Chunks of varying-sized meteors quietly floated in this void, forming a natural courtroom. In front of Chu He, 10 towering and gigantic figures, almost as high as mountains, silently appeared. They were seated on the 10 largest floating meteors, their entire bodies composed of pure starlight, their specific faces indistinguishable. Only the ancient, profound, cold, and emotionless vastness of the universe could be felt. They were the 10 Law Elders of the Star Law Empire. Kachia, along with Shio and Kachi, were gently lifted by a soft power, standing on a nearby meteor platform, bearing witness to this trial. And Chu He stood alone at the center of those 10 towering figures. The meteor platform beneath his feet seemed as small as dust. Suitor, Chu He. A grand and aged voice resonated from within one of the starlight giants, sounding not through the air. In the spiritual sea of Chu He, it echoed. The meaning of our existence is to uphold the law of the universe. Now, explain your law. If your law can surpass our law, you will pass the test. Chu He took a deep breath. What I consider as law is rooted in one fundamental reality, change. From the explosion of the singularity, the universe has been a process of continuous change and development. Stars are born, and they also perish, life evolves, and it too fades away. Nothing is eternally unchanged. Therefore, to follow change and guide development is the most fundamental truth of the universe. His words were clear and firm, as if stating the simplest common sense. This was the first step of his plan. He threw out a point they were most adept at refuting, yet also looked down upon. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the first elder launched an attack, his grand voice carrying an undeniable tone of judgment. Change is chaos, development is disorder. What you call law is merely an excuse sought from chaos. If the universe has an ultimate form, it must be an eternally unchanged absolute order. All changes are merely a process of returning from disorder to order, a process, not a purpose. Every word turned into an invisible chain of laws, ruthlessly binding Chu He's spiritual world, attempting to imprison his active thoughts within the framework of absolute order. Chu He did not refute. He simply listened quietly. The second elder's voice followed closely. You confuse time with events. The flow of time is consistent and irreversible. This is the most basic law of the universe. What you refer to as change is merely different events occurring within the uniform flow of time. The river always flows, but the law of the riverbanks determines it will never deviate from its course. The third elder's voice approached from another angle. You deny the absoluteness of space. The space we inhabit is a solid structure built upon strict laws. Your change attempts to introduce uncertainty, which will lead to the collapse of that spatial structure. The elders spoke one after the other, using the ancient wisdom they had accumulated over millennia to completely dismantle Chu He's seemingly reasonable theory of change. Those voices turned into a true spiritual storm, crushing toward him. Before Chu He, an uncontrollable image began to surface, a boundless cage. The cage's bars were formed by twisted time and solidified space, with absolute nothingness inside. A space-time cage. The final resting place for those who fail the test. The terror of that pressure made his soul tremble, but he felt no fear. Instead, his heart was clear. Just as Chi had said. Their thinking was solid, powerful, and logically coherent, yet equally comically rigid. Outsider, your law is shallow and chaotic, easily crushed. The fourth elder made the final judgment from on high, his voice lacking any compassion, only maintaining the absolute adherence to the law. Admitting defeat is your only way out. The grand voice turned into the final spiritual hammer, striking hard against Chu He's soul. In the distance, Kachi's small face turned pale with anxiety, her hands clenching tightly together. Xia Yao instinctively clenched her fist, the power of extinction faintly flickering in her eyes. However, just when everyone thought Chu He was about to be completely crushed by this spiritual force, Chu He smiled. He raised his head, facing the 10 towering giants of starlight, smiling easily and poetically. What you all said is correct. He spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly spreading across the void. What I just said was indeed easily crushed. Because that was not my law at all. What? Upon hearing this, even the 10 calm rule elders were shaken. That's just an appetizer I prepared for everyone. It's to test your law, just how unchanging it really is. His words swept over the 10 massive figures, posing the question he had long prepared. I have a question. You believe law is the supreme truth of the universe, law creates and maintains order. So, may I ask? Chu He's voice paused, the entire judgment hall fell into deathly silence. What was the universe before law was born? This question precisely pierced into the core of the entire theoretical system of the Starlaw clan, the most touchy point. The singularity of the first cause. Seeing the elders fall into silence, Chu He continued. If there was nothing before law, then where did law come from? Something born from nothing, what right does it have to define something? If there was something else before law, does that mean law is not supreme? Chu He's voice grew louder, like thunder, exploding deep within the souls of every member of the Starlaw clan. The 10 towering giants of starlight, built from pure starlight, began to fluctuate violently, unprecedentedly unstable. Why are you not speaking? Is it too hard to explain? Your chessboard is built on law being eternal and singular. Yet you cannot even explain where your law comes from. A law that cannot even explain its origin, a law that needs to avoid its own origin. Chu He's words carried a sarcastic curve. You call this truth? No, this isn't called truth. This is called faith. Faith. These two words, for a race that regards reason and logic as the highest creed, are no different from the most malicious curse and the most thorough denial. And my law means to break every unclear and undefined faith. Now, answer my question. Chu He stepped forward, facing the 10 mountain-like figures alone, his momentum completely overwhelming them. Law, where does it come from? If you cannot answer, does that mean I win? The final question turned into a tangible impact, sweeping across the entire void of the judgment hall. On a distant meteorite platform, Ka Chi's starry eyes burst with unprecedented brilliance. Her small hand unconsciously gripped the railing, her knuckles trembling with force, excitement coursing through her. So right. So thrilling. Flip the chessboard. He really is flipping the chessboard. Beside her, Xia Yao tilted her head, her beautiful brows slightly furrowing. She scratched her head, looking bewildered. What law? What method? What faith? Although she couldn't understand it all, she sensed that Chu He looked amazing. Ka Chi's calm expression was shattered for the first time, her wise star eyes behind her glasses shining with brilliance. She had envisioned countless possibilities of what Chu He might propose, even deducing hundreds of debate directions. Yet she never expected this human to be so direct, so barbaric. He didn't argue. He directly attacked the very legitimacy of the scripture's existence. This was a total undermining. After a brief, suffocating silence, the first elder's grand echo resounded once again. But this time, it wasn't the arrogant judgment, but a chillingly cold explanation. Before law, there was nothing. Law was born from nothing, it is the beginning of being. This is an axiom, no need for proof. Every word of this speech was as hard as the most stubborn material in the universe, trying to forcibly smooth out the paradox posed by Chu He with an undeniable stance. However, they were facing Chu He. Ha 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 ha. Chu He laughed out loud, filled with disdain and delight, echoing painfully in the dead silence of the judgment hall. Axiom? No need for proof? He laughed until he was doubled over, pointing at those 10 massive figures. With just one phrase, no need for proof, you think to cover up the foundation of your entire theory. Is it built on a void beach? When logic cannot be self-consistent, it is defined as an axiom. What is the difference between this and those who kneel before idols, praying for the existence of deities? Is your pride, your wisdom, really built on such a self-deceiving faith? How truly ridiculous. Every word from Chu He became the sharpest blade, shredding the last shred of shame from the Xing'Elf tribe. Arrogant. Blasphemy. Shut up. This time, it was no longer one echo, but 10 waves of spiritual fury exploding together. The 10 elders of the laws were completely enraged. They have existed for endless years, witnessing countless civilizations rise and fall, their wisdom and existence have long merged with the law. They embody the law. To question the origin of the law is to question the very foundation of their existence. The second elder's cold echo, filled with uncontainable anger, resounded through the void. Outsider, you uphold change, embracing chaos. Then we shall let you witness it, let you experience it firsthand. A world without law is what endless despair. What horror! As soon as the words fell, the starry bodies of the 10 elders suddenly exploded with billions of brilliant lights. Their spiritual power no longer merely suppressed but intertwined and fused in a way never seen before, constructing an indescribable vortex in the center of the void. The vortex was colorless, formless, it was just pure twisting. Time and space were torn apart within it, rules were crushed within it.
An irresistible, terrifying suction instantly enveloped Chu He. His consciousness, his soul, at that moment was forcibly stripped away from his body, helplessly being dragged toward that twisted vortex. Chu He! Xia Yao and Kachi exclaimed at the same time. Kachiya also stood up instantly, the playful expression on her face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. The Primordial Chaos Realm. Chapter 146, Creating with Poems. This is a world without time, and without space. As far as the eye can see, is an endless, violently raging energy storm. Matter is torn to nothingness the moment it is born, laws are chaotic to the point of being nonsensical, even existence itself is an unbearable torture. This is pure chaos. It is the primordial soup before the birth of the universe. It is the absolute nothing in the theories of the Xingl tribe. Chu He looked at everything before him, muttering to himself, is this the world of chaos? The voices of the 10 elders of the laws transformed into divine punishment, exploding within Chu He's soul, carrying an ultimate sense of judgment. Feel it, human. This is the truth you uphold. An energy garbage dump where even life cannot be nurtured. Here, your soul will be erased into nothingness in a billionth of a moment. They want to shatter Chu He's will with the most primordial, purest chaos. They want to prove the supremacy of the law, prove the superiority of order with the cruelest reality. However, at the center of the chaotic storm, Chu He, despite his soul being washed by the violent energy, showed no hint of pain. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes. That expression was not endurance, nor confrontation, but an extreme enjoyment. Like a traveler who has trekked through the desert for months, finally diving into a cool oasis. So comfortable. The chaotic blood crystal within him, sensing this source of power, began an unprecedented mad spin, emitting an insatiable hum. These destructive energies that could obliterate everything in the eyes of the Xingl tribe, were for him the purest, most delicious supreme nourishment. Obliteration? No, this is nourishment. Chu He was not only not obliterated, but instead spread his arms, his spiritual body transformed into an endless abyss, greedily devouring the primordial chaotic power in this spiritual world. A torrent of violent chaotic energy was swallowed into his belly. It tastes good, thank you for the hospitality. Chu He sighed contentedly, his voice clearly resonating in the chaos, transmitted precisely back to the minds of every member of the Starlaw clan through the spiritual link. In an instant, the entire Void Trial Arena fell into a chilling silence. Those 10 towering giants of starlight, constructed of brilliant starlight, began to flicker violently, their brightness wavering, as if they would completely extinguish at any moment. Dumbfounded. The 10 elders of laws, who had survived since the ancient times of Ryan and prided themselves on their understanding of cosmic truths, found their Tao hearts cracking for the first time, utterly befuddled. The ultimate dire situation they used to punish heretics and showcase the greatness of the law had actually become someone else's buffet? How could this be possible? On the distant meteor platform, Kachiya's solemn expression was torn by an ultimate shock. She grasped the edge of the platform tightly, and her delicate monocle even made a crackling sound, appearing a tiny fracture. What kind of monster is this human? Under the horrified gaze of all the Starlaw clan members, Chu He's golden spiritual body in the primal chaos realm not only did not collapse but instead became even more solid, shining brilliantly. He was like an insatiable glutton, absorbing all the violent chaotic energy around him into his body. The chaotic blood crystal within his dantian, under the infusion of vast amounts of source energy, shone even more brilliantly and eerily, its surface even starting to reveal some mysterious, ancient patterns, undergoing an unknown transformation. You are wrong. Chu He's voice resonated again, this time grand and mighty, as if he had merged with this chaos. You only see the destruction of chaos, but have never witnessed its other side. Creation. At the moment his voice fell, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. 2 exceedingly domineering beams of chaotic blood light burst forth, instantly piercing through the rolling energy storm. Centered around him, the chaotic energy that he absorbed and forcibly tamed began to reorganize according to a brand new, mysterious and incomprehensible rule. No longer was it a violent tearing and annihilation. Instead, in endless chaos, the first thread of gravity was spontaneously born. In absolute disorder, the first spark collided. A grain of imperceptible dust appeared out of thin air. Then came the second, the third, billions of grains gathered, forming a rotating miniature nebula. The nebula continuously spun, collapsed, and heated under the influence of gravity. Finally, under the shattered worldview of all the Starlaw clan members, a miniature star, burning with chaotic flames, slowly took shape in his palm. Though small, this star contained infinite vitality and possibilities. Its appearance gave this dead, cold, and utterly destructive primal chaos realm its first concept of light and heat. This is impossible. The third law elder let out an incredulous roar, his starlight body violently fluctuating, with edges even starting to dissipate, almost on the verge of collapse. How can order be born from chaos? This is a blasphemy against the universe. It is heresy.
Chu He held up the small universe in his palm, calmly looking at the 10 starlight giants who had completely lost their composure.
This is not order. This is evolution.
It is a brand new structure that spontaneously formed from the endless collisions and changes of chaos. It is unstable, it will continue to change, but it exists and is full of infinite possibilities. This is what I call law, to follow change, to guide development. His actions were 1,000 times more impactful than any words.
He no longer debated.
He directly used facts to shatter the foundation of their most proud theoretical domain.
Chaos is not absolute destruction.
The world before the law was not a meaningless garbage dump.
The Star Law clan worships the ancient, viewing it as the ultimate truth of the universe, the law. How did its supreme position come to be? He is not debating.
Kakia murmured as she watched, her starry eyes reflected the newborn star, filled with bewilderment and confusion.
He is using his own way to create a law on sight. A law powerful enough to overturn the foundations of the Star Law Empire.
Completely shattered perceptions, the ancient authority faced the gravest and most direct challenge. The 10 elders of the law finally became truly angry. Their anger no longer stemmed from being offended, but from a fundamental fear arising from the overturning of a theory. They could not tolerate the continued existence of this heretical doctrine, as it would fundamentally shake the beliefs of the entire Star Law Empire.
Since you do not worship the law,
then use the ultimate form of the law to completely erase your thoughts, along with your absurd law.
The first elder's roar echoed through the void.
This time, the 10 elders' mental powers were not released outward but collapsed inward, compressing and fusing toward a singularity. Their wisdom, their understanding of the ancient cosmic laws, everything they believed in, was condensed at this moment into an incredibly complex, flickering with contradictory light logic rune.
As the rune appeared, the entire mental universe trembled violently. It seemed like a collection of paradoxes, an absolute deadlock. Existence and non-existence coexisted within. Beginning and ending overlapped within. Any attempt to understand it, or even just observe it, would be completely torn apart by its inner, irreconcilable absolute contradiction.
The Star Law clan's ultimate logical weapon, truth paradox.
Now, use your law to unravel this knot.
The grand voice carried the meaning of ultimate judgment. The paradox rune transformed into a streak of light, striking fiercely towards Chu He's soul at the center of his forehead.
Chapter 147, Complete Victory.
On the distant meteorite platform, except for Kakia and Xiaoyao, all other members of the Star Law clan instinctively closed their eyes, their souls trembling violently. Just seeing that rune made their logical chains show signs of breaking, their thoughts nearly collapsing.
It's over.
A scholar from the Star Law clan murmured blankly, "This is the spear of godslaying. Anyone trying to use logic to understand its existence will be bitten back by their own thoughts, soul extinguished. The only possibility is that his law truly surpasses the law of the Star Law royal family." Kakia's little face instantly lost all color. She understood better than anyone how terrifying this rune was.
Kakia shook her mother's arm, anxious, and said, "Mom, you must intervene and stop this. You promised not to use force, the elders have broken the rules. Calm down."
Kakia pressed her hand on Xiaoyao's shoulder, her face also lost its composure, becoming extremely serious.
"This is a pure mental trial, we cannot intervene.
I believe Chu He's law will surely surpass our clan's law, let's wait for the result in peace." At the center of the judgment arena, that truth paradox rune, like a bomb locked on the soul, slowly floated toward Chu He. The aura it emitted was enough to make any intelligent life instinctively shudder.
However, Chu He looked at that rune and laughed again. What a bunch of stubborn old fools. Everything you showcase is merely a part of chaos. Unravel? Why should I unravel?
Amid everyone's astonished gaze, he not only did not think of any way to crack it but instead proactively approached it. His soul body opened its arms toward that rune, capable of destroying all thoughts. "Your chessboard is too small, we are not even thinking about this issue on the same dimension."
Chu He's soul waves were filled with unparalleled dominance, an absolute truth that cannot be self-consistent.
"You are not qualified to be called the truth." Before his voice even faded, he suddenly opened his mouth wide. In an instant, the chaotic blood crystal in his dantian erupted with an unprecedented, terrifying force of attraction. This force ignored the distances of space, acting directly upon the mental realm. He actually swallowed the truth paradox rune, capable of shattering the souls of any SSS-ranked powerhouse, whole.
Boom! In that moment, the sea of his soul surged into a colossal wave, violently shaking.
The paradox rune within his soul erupted with unmatched contradictory power, trying to tear his entire consciousness into fragments. But the next second, the chaotic blood crystal burst forth with rich gray-black bloodlight, forcibly wrapping and suppressing the rampaging rune. On the surface of the blood crystal, countless runes flickered wildly, shining and dimming, as if they were in a most unreasonable way, forcibly analyzing and refining this violent and contradictory power.
Devour. Digest.
My law does not explain, it only devours, fuses, and evolves everything. Chu He declared with the voice of a victor. Your ultimate weapon is now a part of me. Puff. The 10 towering starlight giants trembled violently, the starlight that composed their bodies fluctuating with unprecedented intensity. Their proudest crystallization of wisdom, their final weapon that they had upheld for eons, had been eaten in the most savage, unreasonable, and beyond their understanding way. This delivered a devastating blow to their ancient faith. Crack! A crisp shattering sound did not come from elsewhere, but from the core of their solid and eternal beliefs. Next, the entire mental judgment arena began to collapse violently. The meteors beneath their feet turned into points of light, and the distant void fragmented like a shattered mirror, peeling away inch by inch. Everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, and their consciousness was thrust hard out from that chaotic void by a tremendous repulsive force. The light faded away. Inside the Starsea Temple, everything returned to normal. All the Star Law clan members still maintained their postures from the Judgment Arena, but every face was filled with the dazed and endless shock of having survived a catastrophe. Their gazes instinctively converged at the center of the temple. Chu He stood quietly there, his expression calm, as if the thrilling battle of souls just now was merely a fleeting dream. And opposite him, the 10 stone statues representing the supreme wisdom of the Star Law Empire had long lost their previous grandeur and brilliance. The starlight on them dimmed to the extreme, as if it could extinguish at any moment. On the surface of the statues, visible cracks even appeared. Defeated. Defeated so completely. Defeated without any reason to speak. Kaki and Xiaoyao rushed to Chu He the moment their consciousness returned. Little River. Are you okay? Kaki's small hand grasped Chu He's arm, inspecting him up and down, her starry eyes filled with excitement and admiration. So cool. Xiaoyao, however, said nothing, only reached out to tightly hug Chu He's waist, burying her face in his chest, feeling his real heartbeat. Only in this way could she feel at ease. The entire temple fell into a dead silence. All the Star Law clan members looked at Chu He with eyes as if gazing at a monster, their worldview thoroughly overturned by this human today. Just then, on the throne, Kakia slowly stood up. She gazed deeply at Chu He, her wise starry eyes behind the monocle filled with complex and unfathomable light. She slowly spoke, her clear declaration resounding throughout the entire temple. The trial has passed. Kaki jumped up excitedly, hugging Chu He's other arm, laughing and shouting. Xiaoyao also raised her head, her cool and stunning face bursting with a smile that could outshine the stars. Kakia stepped down from the throne and came before Chua. Chua, I am very curious, she said, why do you know so much about chaos and from the very beginning were confident that it would surely defeat our clan's order? This question is also in the hearts of all the Star Order clan members. Chua comfortingly patted the 2 girls in his arms, then looked at Kakia and answered calmly. Because I now possess 3 completely different powers within me. The power of annihilation from the Void Gaze, the power of space from the Star Order, and the power of illusion from the Thousand Illusions White Ape. He paused, recalling the fierce battle from not long ago. Not long ago, when I fought the Void Gaze Empress's destructive avatar in the final round, I personally experienced that combining different types of rule powers together creates a terrifying energy far surpassing any single power. If they can be fused, it indicates that these seemingly entirely different powers may perhaps share the same origin. And the common source I can only think of is one answer, the distant beginning of all things, the original chaos. His words plunged Kakia and the surrounding scholars of the Star Order into deep thought. Chua continued, the order pursued by the Star Order clan is actually not wrong. After all, if the order were wrong, there wouldn't be such a strong Star Order empire today. However, when compared to the entire universe, it seems too absolute. Order might just be one of the many laws of the universe. Otherwise, how else can we explain the existence of so many diverse and conflicting yet equally powerful forces on this ruined continent? His words were logically clear and well-grounded. It was a conclusion drawn from personal experience. This was far more persuasive than any hollow philosophical speculation. A brilliant light suddenly flashed in Kakia's wise starry eyes. She gazed at Chua and said word by word, what you said is correct. Although another person did not say it directly, the power he demonstrated happens to confirm everything you just said. Chapter 148, Kakia's Secret. Chua met Kakia's gaze, but his heart was already clear. Oh? Who is it? He asked, knowingly. The lens of Kakia's monocle shimmered slightly, as if isolating some kind of probing. You don't need to ask who it is. Her voice returned to the calm of ancient well water. I cannot mention his name. This sentence made the atmosphere in the temple, which had just eased, tighten again. Chua's heart sank completely at that moment. An existence that cannot be mentioned. Who else could it be? The Master. It turned out that the Master, who stands above everything, also walks the path of chaos. Chua could even assert that the other's understanding and control of the path of chaos had reached a terrifying level that he could not currently aspire to.
That seemingly distant, yet increasingly imminent 3-year agreement transformed into an invisible shadow, shrouding his soul. At that moment, a cold mechanical prompt sound precisely exploded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the intimacy with the Star Order Princess Kakia has reached 100%. The bond of the one true love has been unlocked. Boom! A vast and profound power surged up from deep within his limbs and bones. Chu He could clearly feel that his connection with the surrounding space underwent a qualitative change. If before, space was like a pool of water he could stir, then now, this space had become a part of his body, an organ he could breathe and manipulate at will. With just a thought, he could fold, twist, and even tear apart the space before him. This explosive growth of power was like the most intense stimulant, instantly diluting the heaviness in his heart caused by the master. The power of annihilation from the void gaze. The power of space from the star law. Only one last piece of the puzzle remains, Lillian from the Thousand Illusion Empire. He increasingly looks forward to what astonishing, earth-shattering change the chaotic blood crystal within him will evolve into after gathering the bond of the one true love from the 3 princesses. Chu He is still feeling the surge of power flowing within him, while Kaki can no longer wait. She rushes a few steps to her mother, looking up at the small face that is 7 parts similar to Kaki's, her voice urgent. Mom! You said. As long as someone can surpass the fundamental laws of my clan in debate, the test for foreign marriage will be immediately nullified. The restrictions of the time-space prison must also be lifted. Her small hand clutches tightly onto Kaki's scholarly robe, her starry eyes shimmering with tears, her voice uncontrollably filled with a crying pitch. Hurry and take me to see Dad. Is he still alive? At this question, even Xiaoyao beside her casts a concerned glance. However, the Starlaw Empress Kaki, who has always projected a composed, wise image, shows a faint crack of panic on her usually tranquil face at this moment. A moment of chaos briefly flashes through her all-seeing starry eyes, like a shooting star, so fast it is almost uncatchable. Why, yes. Kaki's response comes with a half-second delay as she instinctively reaches out to adjust her already meticulously kept scholarly robe. Wait for me. I'll change into another outfit. Ah? Kaki's face is filled with question marks. I think you look good in this outfit. Chu He and Xiaoyao also nod in agreement. Yeah, Your Majesty, this outfit is very appropriate. Ah, okay. Kaki seems to realize her excuse is too clumsy and quickly changes her tone, regaining her calm. Then please wait a moment, let me prepare alone for a bit. Everyone instantly understands. It turns out she is feeling shy upon nearing home. After all, the time-space prison is the most brutal punishment of the Starlaw Empire, where people have been imprisoned for long years, and no one can guarantee whether those inside are dead or alive. As a wife, fearing the worst outcome and needing to sort out her emotions alone is completely reasonable. Though Kaki is anxious to the point of wanting to jump in place, she can only force herself to hold back her temperament and nod understandingly. Then hurry, Mom. The sooner we go, the more hope Dad has. MHM. Kaki does not say much more, just quickly nods, then turns, moving with an almost fleeing urgency into the back hall of the temple. However, no one present noticed. At the moment she turned around, what was left on the face of the Starlaw Empress? It was clearly a pure, unmasked joy and exhilaration that seemed about to burst from her eyes and brows. Being an SSR-level existence, Kaki has long mastered the power of space. On the surface, she goes to the back hall to prepare alone. But as soon as her figure leaves everyone's sight, there is no more hesitation. In a flash of thought, she completely disappears amidst a circle of silent space ripples. When she reappears, she has already crossed billions of miles through the Starry River. Here, at the northernmost tip of the Ryan continent, the ever-frozen icefield. In the center of the icefield stands a giant city built of unknown black metal and ice crystals, the ancient Armor City. Territory of the Xuanwu Kingdom. Kaki's figure appears like a ghost at the top of the tallest astrological observation tower in the city. At the top of the tower, a handsome man dressed in elegant robes, with a warm, jade-like temperament, is intently manipulating the giant star disk before him, observing the secrets of the cosmos. Xian Chen. Kaki's voice is filled with uncontrollable joy as she hops over like a little bunny, pressing down on the spinning star disk. Stop looking at that broken star disk, come with me. The refined man known as Xian Chen. First, there was a daze, then a pampering smile spread across her face. Where to? Of course, back to the Starlaw Empire with me. Kakia excitedly stomped her feet in place, with not a trace of the Queen's majesty remaining. Someone broke the marriage trial of my clan. We no longer have to sneak around like this. Her eyes shone astonishingly bright, sparkling with cunning light. I will take you back right now, first stuffing you into the timespace cage, then in front of the whole clan, publicly rescuing you. She even added a special note. Kaki also really wants to see you, her eyes are dropping little pearls. Xian Chen's face instantly bloomed with huge surprise. Aha! There really exists such a talent in the world, who can make your Starlaw clan's old stubborns speechless. He happily stood up, spun around with Kakia in his arms. But soon, he stopped and looked down at himself. But in my current state, am I not a bit too sprightly? He touched his smooth, reflective chin with some distress. I don't look at all like someone who has been imprisoned for many years, suffering torment. Makes sense. Kakia nodded seriously, her mind racing, and immediately came up with a plan. Let's go. We won't go to Starlaw first, we'll detour to the Thousand Fantasy Empire. To find Ailey, only her Thousand Fantasy clan's ability can truly achieve perfect mimicry. Upon hearing this, Xian Shen's smile deepened. He reached out his hand and naturally held Kakia's hand, their fingers entwined tightly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chapter 149, Speechless Xian Shen. In the Thousand Fantasy Empire, in a secret forest hidden behind towering trees and enchanting vines. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of strange flowers, and the light filtered through the layers of tree canopies, casting colorful spots of light. Hey, Kakia, what kind of nonsense is this? Why did you bring me to this birdless place? A crisp voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, shattered the tranquility of the forest. Kakia walked up with a smile, affectionately linking her arm with Ailey's. Aren't we good sisters? Ailey shot her a sideways glance, huffing, get to the point, don't come with this nonsense, I'm not falling for it. Though she said this, her body was honest and didn't pull away her arm. Kakia wasn't upset, and continued to smile as she asked, can you keep my secret? Of course. Ailey immediately puffed out her little chest, making a loud sound, my mouth is the tightest, you know that. Hee, if your mouth is tight, then all the creatures on this ruined continent would become mute. To be honest, if it weren't for the urgency of the situation, and only your Thousand Fantasy power can achieve perfect concealment, how could I possibly come to find you, the universe's #1 loudmouth, for help? Kakia secretly complained in her heart, but on the surface, she looked extremely moved. Yes, I know. That's why I trust you the most, and I'm entrusting this life and death matter to you, Ailey. She cleared her throat and shouted towards the empty forest behind her. Come out, husband. Ailey was about to mock her for being crazy, when the next second, her sparkling eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In Ailey's incredible gaze, a ripple of space slightly stirred, and a handsome man in a scholarly long robe, with a gentle and refined demeanor, actually walked out from the air. Xian Chen. The one imprisoned in the most cruel time-space cage of the Starlaw Empire, the husband of Starlaw Queen Kakia. Ailey's mind instantly crashed, she looked at Xian Chen, then at Kakia, her mouth forming an O shape, unable to say a word for a long time. This. Kakia was extremely satisfied with her shocked expression and directly got to the point, pointing at her husband and giving orders. Make him look very miserable, the more miserable, the better. The kind that looks like they've been locked up in a pitch-black prison for 20 years. Not eating, not drinking, not sleeping, enduring inhumane torture. With a face yellow and emaciated, body hunched over, clothes tattered, hair long enough to drag on the ground, eyes hollow and numb. In short, how miserable it looks. After a brief shock, Ellie's clever mind quickly started to race, her eyes whirling, instantly figuring out every connection. She suddenly realized, and then revealed a knowing smile of I understand. All this fuss, but your husband has never been in any time-space cage. You sneaked him out long ago, hiding him in a golden house. Ellie walked around Xuanqing twice, clicking her tongue in amazement. I wondered why you didn't care about that old taboo against intermarriage with outsiders. It turns out you had a backup plan all along. Now, someone has passed your family's twisted test, right? Ahem. Kakia, caught off guard, even with her thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed and could only chuckle awkwardly. Aha, Ellie is truly sharp-witted and insightful, instantly uncovering the key to the matter. Ha! Ellie proudly lifted her chin, of course. Just now, my daughter Lillian excitedly messaged me, saying Chu He broke your 10 stubborn elders to pieces in an argument, their beliefs collapsed. Such explosive news is easy to connect. Kakia no longer hid her intentions and urged, since you understand, hurry up and take action. Time is tight, my precious daughter is still waiting for me to save her father. Alright, I'll do it because you asked me. Ellie snapped her fingers, looking eager. With a wave of her hand, an invisible mist of colors enveloped Xuanqing, unseen by mortal eyes. Within the light, Xuanqing's figure began to change dramatically. His once straight posture became hunched as if crushed by invisible burdens. The elegant long robe embroidered with star maps rapidly turned tattered and dirty, full of burn marks and tears, transforming into tattered rags hanging off him. His handsome face quickly grew gaunt, cheekbones jutting out, eye sockets sunken, skin taking on a deathly waxy yellow with patches of abnormal bruises. His once smooth silver hair became as messy as withered grass, oiled and tangled, its length dramatically increasing, nearly reaching his ankles. In just a few seconds, a gentle and elegant scholar transformed into a tortured, near-breakdown prisoner that seemed to have crawled out from the abyss of hell. The sheer misery of it was heart-wrenching, making those who heard it sorrowful and those who saw it weep. Even Ellie, who was casting the spell, couldn't help but take half a step back,
pinching her nose in disgust. Xiuya, am I tragic? Xuancheng moved his stiff body, asking in a weak tone, as if he could collapse at any moment. However, what he received was not his wife's sympathy and comfort. Kachiya was first stunned, then covered her stomach and burst into thunderous laughter. Ha 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 ha. Husband. You look so tragic. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die of laughter. She laughed so hard that she doubled over, tears streaming down her face, completely devoid of any regal air of the Star Law Empress. Xuancheng's face darkened. On his face, which had turned pitiful due to the illusion, there was now a look of speechlessness. Hey! Kachiya! Your husband has become this wretched looking, aren't you supposed to be devastated and heartbroken? Why are you still laughing? Ellie was also completely stunned. What is this? What an odd reaction is this? A normal wife, seeing her husband so pitiful, would rush over to embrace him, crying uncontrollably, right? Kachiya laughed while waving her hand, panting as she explained, ha. I don't know. When I see you like this, I just can't help but want to laugh. A dignified, handsome scholar has actually turned into this ghostly figure. Ah, so funny. At Xuancheng's forehead, veins were subtly throbbing. He was completely at a loss for words. Hurry up and stop. Don't laugh. If you act like this in front of the clan later, our whole act will be ruined. I'll try my best. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Kachiya not only couldn't stop but instead laughed even harder. Until Xuancheng silently stood there, staring at her with an expression that said, if you look at me once more, I'll admit defeat. Without saying a word, Kachiya finally forced herself to stop laughing, though her shoulders kept shaking. She wiped away the tears of laughter, stood up, and seriously said to Xuancheng, let's do this, just to be safe, you shouldn't speak later. I'm afraid the moment you open your mouth, I won't be able to help but laugh again. Xuancheng. The vein at Xuancheng's forehead was bulging, but he didn't say a word. Sister really has a unique sense of humor. Ailey watched in amazement from the side, then shook her head, you really are something. Alright, the show is over, I should head back. I wish you all a successful performance. Without waiting for Kachiya to respond, Ailey's figure transformed into a flash of camouflage light, instantly blending into the surrounding shadows of the forest and disappearing without a trace. Let's go, dear. Kachiya didn't delay any longer, stepping forward to grasp Xuancheng's arm that had been transformed into a skinny branch. Xuancheng's body stiffened, but he still allowed her to pull him. Kachiya's mind stirred, and in front of her, a smooth, mirror-like space vortex tore open. On the other side of the vortex, there was an independent space filled with turbulent time and space chaos, the very time and space prison of the Star Law's empire that held serious criminals. She pulled the terribly thin Xuancheng and stepped into it, then skillfully avoided several deadly time-space gaps, arriving at a relatively stable spatial anchor point. She used her powers to silently send Xuancheng into the independent cell that had been tailored for him. After doing all this, she retreated to the entrance of the space passage and waved at Xuancheng in the cell. Wait a moment for me, I'll be right there. Chapter 150, The Empress's Performance, Laughter Born from Extreme Sadness. In the back hall of the Star Sea Temple, it was quiet. Kachiya had just suppressed her overwhelming joy and was preparing to return to the front hall to perform the carefully planned extreme sorrow. A look of heavy determination unique to a grieving wife had just appeared on her face. She turned around. At the door of the back hall, three heads were peeking in, sneaky and cautious. Kachiya, Xiaoyu, and Chua's faces were clearly filled with worry. When their eyes landed on Kachiya's face, where the traces of tears had not been completely wiped away, the three understood everything. It seemed Mother had indeed not been able to hold back, crying alone here for a while. Mom! Catch couldn't wait any longer. He rushed forward and grabbed his mother's arm, his voice urgent. Are you okay? We couldn't wait any longer, so we came to see you. Kachiya's heart skipped a beat, but her face flowed with the moment, the intensity of her sorrow deepening threefold. She nodded heavily at her daughter. Let's go. Her voice trembled slightly but contained an incredible strength. No matter the outcome, we will face it together. This sentence was filled with maternal strength and tragic courage, instantly striking Catch and Xiaoyu's hearts. The two nodded heavily, their eyes turning red. Kachiya no longer hesitated, walking to the center of the Great Hall, under the gaze of all the Star Law's clan members, she raised her hand and gently scratched the air in front of her. Swish! The space silently tore apart, and a smooth, mirror-like vortex suddenly opened. On the other side of the vortex, it was no longer a brilliant starry sky, but a bizarre sight filled with distortion and chaos, a shattered dimension. Countless time-space currents swirled like raging giant snakes. In the midst of chaos and entanglement, a suffocating silence enough to freeze the soul radiated. Time and Space Prison. The most fearsome ultimate prison of the Star Rhythm Empire.
Kakia said nothing and took the lead as she stepped inside. This time, she no longer had the calmness from before, her steps appeared particularly heavy and difficult. She deliberately slowed her pace, taking each step with great caution, as if struggling against the violent energy of time and space around her. Beads of sweat even seeped from her forehead, and her face visibly turned pale. Chu He followed behind, clearly sensing the superb acting skills of this mother-in-law. It seemed that maintaining the stability of this prison and accurately locating an independent cell was a tremendous burden, even for an SSR-level star rhythm queen. He silently gave a thumbs up to his mother-in-law in his heart. The group passed through layers of twisted space and finally stopped at a dimension deep within, where the energy was most violent, almost forming a pitch-black fault. Kakia pointed to the center of that chaos, her arm slightly trembling. He is right inside. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats. Kakia took a step forward, her hands forming an incredibly complex seal in front of her chest. With each seal she cast, the surrounding spacetime turbulence would emit a groan of unbearable burden. Finally. Open. With her low shout, the center of the violent energy slowly opened a giant black door made of countless mystical runes, accompanied by a heart-wrenching creak sound. Boom! A flood of decay, despair, and death silence, accumulated for ages, surged forth like a breached dam. The scene inside the prison was then revealed before everyone. There was a ragged, emaciated figure, slumped helplessly against the cold wall corner. He was so thin that he was just a skeleton, the once elegant robe had become tattered rags, and his greasy silver hair was tangled together, almost touching the ground. His breath was weak to the extreme. The whole person appeared to be a living corpse on the verge of soul scattering. Father! Kakia's tears burst forth the moment she saw that figure. She let out a heart-wrenching wail and rushed towards the prison without a second thought. Xiaoyao stood by, watching Kakia, who was crying her heart out for the reunion with her father, with a touch of envy and melancholy on her cold face. Father. This was a term that felt incredibly unfamiliar to her. At that moment, a warm, big hand gently held hers. Chu He said nothing, just silently conveying comfort and support through his warmth. Xiaoyao's body trembled slightly and instinctively leaned closer, quietly dispelling the sudden wave of sadness. Outside the prison, the grand drama had already begun. Kakia's eyes were red, and her body trembled uncontrollably as she slowly walked toward the lover who had been imprisoned for ages. A deep, emotional gaze that transcended time and space unfolded dramatically under the watch of all-star rhythm people. Xian Chen. Kakia's voice was filled with heavy sobs. You have suffered. Inside the prison, that tragic figure slowly raised his head and the most feeble tone responded affectionately. For you, no matter how much pain I endure, it is worth it. Touched the heavens and moved the earth. Caused tears to flow. All the star rhythm people present, including the 10 elders whose faith had just collapsed by Chu He, were moved by this great love. Kakia cried so hard that she almost fainted. The atmosphere reached its peak. Kakia stepped into the prison and finally stood in front of Xian Chen. She looked at her husband's face, meticulously crafted by AI Li to be tragic to the extreme, the deep-set eyes, the waxy skin, the frail appearance as if he hadn't eaten for days. I don't know which string in my brain suddenly snapped. But a very inappropriate faint sound came from Kachia's mouth. Immediately after. Po-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. An earth-shattering laugh erupted unexpectedly. Husband, you look like this, ha-ha-ha-ha, this is too tragic. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. The whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone's actions froze at that moment. The elders' moved expressions were stuck on their faces. The scholars of the Star Law tribe had tears hanging on their eyelashes. Kachia's cries were abruptly cut off, like a duck with its neck grabbed. Everyone was bewildered. What is happening here? In the cage, Xuanshan's tragic face turned completely stiff in an instant. His heart raced with alarm, a million wild horses stampeded through his mind. It's over. It's over. The unreliable woman is going to expose it. Chu He was also confused. He was dazed for a full 4 or 5 seconds. Then, all the clues in his mind instantly connected. Kachia's nearly fleeing back, the tear marks in the back hall, and her explosive laughter at this moment. Chu He stroked his chin, and suddenly had the answer. Seeing that the situation was about to completely spiral out of control, as the expressions of several elders were already showing deep confusion and misunderstanding, Chu He decisively stepped forward. His voice was steady and solemn. Everyone, don't misunderstand. Her Majesty the Queen, she is, laughing from extreme sadness. Once he spoke, everyone's attention was instantly drawn in. Laughing from extreme sadness? What does this mean? Chu He began to explain seriously. When human emotions reach their peak, they will turn to the opposite direction. The saying joy turns to sorrow reflects this principle. Similarly, when sadness reaches its peak, it can be released in the most extreme way, through uncontrollable laughter. He looked at the elders who appeared to contemplate, emphasizing his tone.
Her Majesty the Queen must have seen her husband tortured into this state, reaching the pinnacle of sorrow, losing her composure, thus expressing the pain that nearly tore her apart in this manner. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly realized. Especially those few elders whose worldviews had just been overturned by Chu He's transformation wisdom, they were even more convinced. That's right. Transformation. Opposites united. The extreme of sadness is wild laughter. These words contained a profoundly deep law. Chu instantly reacted, almost wanting to give a respectful bow to her quick-thinking son-in-law. She immediately seized the opportunity, changing her laughter into a more piercing wail. Yes, Chu He is right, I am too sad, woo. Only that sobbing still mixed in with a few uncontrollable laughs. Xianxin was completely dumbfounded in the cage. He stared blankly at the young man outside who was seriously talking nonsense. How can this work? What kind of structure does this guy named Chu He have in his head? Chapter 151, I tricked you. Your father is living well. Kachiya's laughing from extreme sadness, under Chu He's flawless forced explanation, really smoothed over the situation. Although the Star Law people felt something was off, since Her Majesty the Queen had become insane with grief, who would dare to ask more? Moreover, there was a monster human beside them capable of shaking the very faith of 10 law elders in debate. Who would dare to question? Who would dare to ponder deeply? What if their own logical chain collapsed along with it? Who would they seek reason from? Thus, a family farce that could be recorded in the annals of the Star Law Empire forcibly concluded amidst a strange harmony of "So that's how it is, Her Majesty the Queen, grieveless, and welcome back, Prince." Kachiya immediately grabbed this opportunity. As she wiped away the non-existent tears with her sleeve, she issued orders in a heavily nasal weeping tone. Everyone, Xianxin, his body is too weak and needs absolute rest. Let today's matter end here, you may disperse. She waved her hand, perfectly blending the Queen's majesty with the fragile sadness of a wife. Yes, Your Majesty. The Star Law tribe members, as if granted a reprieve, bowed deeply and then hurriedly exited the Star Sea Temple at the fastest speed they could muster. They truly feared that staying even 1 second longer would expose them to an even more shocking scene that could overturn their worldviews. In an instant, only Chu He and a few key individuals remained in the empty temple. Kachiya immediately put away her heart-wrenching expression and waved to her daughter. Catch, hurry over and support your father. He can barely stand now. Father. Catch, having now regained her senses from earlier shock, rushed forward with her little face full of concern. She instantly used all her warmth to carefully support Xuancheng's gaunt as a stick arm. Xuancheng's body was as stiff as a rock. Feeling the genuine warmth and heavy worry from his daughter's arm, a mix of emotions flooded his heart, guilt overwhelming him. He could only tough it out and lean most of his weight feebly on his daughter's delicate shoulders. Let's go. Kachiya waved her big hand, tearing open a spatial rift again, leading the 4 of them into it. Light and shadow swirled. When they appeared again, they were in a heavily guarded, private chamber where the walls and floor flowed with the runes of spatial laws. This was the absolute domain of the Star Law Queen. Without permission, not even the elders of the laws could step in half a step. Buzz. Kachiya waved her hand again, and an invisible, brilliant barrier instantly enveloped the entire chamber, completely isolating it from the outside world. After doing all this, she clapped her hands as if relieved. Just at that moment when the barrier was completed. Puff. A barely noticeable soft sound echoed. It was as if a soap bubble had been gently popped. The woeful illusion surrounding Xuancheng, enough to qualify for the universe's most miserable prisoner award, shattered like glass. 1 second, he was a hunched figure, ragged and so emaciated a gust of wind could blow him away. The next second, he transformed back into a handsome man in elegant robes, his aura refined like jade, except for a strange expression on his face, full of spirit as if he could perform star observation on the spot. In the chamber, an instant silence fell. Catch was carefully helping her father onto the soft bed, her small face filled with the sadness and joy of a long-overdue reunion. But halfway through, the sensation in her hands changed. That bony, uncomfortable arm suddenly grew strong and powerful. The tattered, dirty robe that smelled of mold suddenly transformed into something smooth and brand new. She looked up in confusion. Right into her father's face, filled with speechlessness, awkwardness, and deep resentment. Catch's actions turned to stone completely. Her brain crashed in that moment. She looked at her father, now lively and even standing straight, brushing off his sleeves. Then slowly turned her stiff neck to look at her mother, who stood with her arms crossed, wearing an expression that said end of the performance, time to pack up. The sadness and heartache that had just gathered on her little face quickly receded like a receding tide. What took its place was extreme shock. And an eruption of anger like a volcano. Xia Yao silently pulled the corner of Chu He's clothes, her cold face filled with astonishment. She also found the Queen's earlier reaction very strange, yet could never have imagined the truth would be so absurd. Chu He appeared very interested, leisurely watching the family storm about to erupt. Sure enough, it was just as he suspected, nearly right on the mark. This mother-in-law never spoke a single word of truth from start to finish. As an outsider, he had a clearer view than Catch, who was immersed in the event, and when Kachia suddenly burst into laughter, his mind quickly analyzed why that was. Until I suddenly sensed the thousand illusions power within Xianchen, I finally knew the answer, then I performed the play with Kakia. You all. Kaki's voice began to tremble, not because of sadness, but because of anger. The clever Kaki realized it in this moment. She extended her finger, pointing at her mother, then pointed at her father. You all, just, were acting? Years of worry, day and night longing, the endless panic of her father being in a desperate situation. At this moment, all turned into tremendous grievance of being deceived and raging anger. Kaki's tears once again burst from her eyes. But this time, they were boiling hot, angry tears. You lied to me. You lied to everyone. I have worried about you for so many years. As a result, this was just a cruel joke you two scripted for yourselves? Facing his daughter's questioning, Xianchen opened his mouth, but not a word came out, his face full of guilt. Kakia, seeing the matter exposed, helplessly spread her hands and sighed deeply. All right, I'll lay it all out. Her tone carried a hint of indifference after being caught. Your father, actually was only locked up for a very short time. When I broke through to the SSR level, I silently rescued him. She stepped forward, seeming to want to comfort her daughter who was on the verge of collapsing. Smack! Kaki shook her hand away. Why? Kaki's small universe erupted completely, she cried, using all her strength to shout. Why did you deceive me about something so important? Do you know I think every day whether my father would die in there? I flip through ancient books daily, trying to find a way to break the time and space prison. Do you know, I even prepared for the worst, ready to raid the prison once you abdicated. And what now? You too. One living freely outside, the other at home watching me spin around like an absolute fool. Is it fun? Facing her daughter's breakdown and cries, Kakia's previously cynical expression finally slowly faded away. Her expression became unprecedentedly serious. She did not attempt to approach her daughter again, she just quietly stood still, taking a deep breath. Then, she gazed into Kaki's starry eyes, now blurred with tears, speaking clearly, word by word. Because, this is not a joke at all. As her words fell, the temperature in the chamber seemed to drop to freezing point. An indescribable heaviness pressed on everyone's heart. If I didn't do this, your father would have long been dead. Kakia's voice trembled with a hint of fear that even she hadn't realized. And you? She paused, looking at her daughter's flushed face from anger, finally speaking the cruelest truth. Would never have survived to today. These words halted all sound in the chamber. The immense sense of crisis hidden within made Kaki's cries choke in her throat. What did you say? Kaki's small face, flushed with anger and grievance, rapidly turned pale. She stared blankly at her mother, those starry eyes that had just burst with angry tears now filled with confusion and sheer terror. She could feel that Kakia was not kidding. When she spoke those words, a trace of fear and tremor emerged from her soul, real and undeniable. This meant that there truly existed a power that could silently kill her daughter under the eyes of the Star Law Empress. Xianchen silently stepped forward, placing his hand on his daughter's cold shoulder, silently transmitting strength. His refined face was also filled with a weight of heaviness and fear. Chi-Chi, Kakia's voice no longer held any playfulness. Became serious and low. You should know, although my clan is hailed as one of the most intelligent races in the universe, we attempt to categorize everything in the world under law, even emotions are recorded and regulated. Yet, because of this, we are seen by other races as the most stubborn clan. Once something is established, it is like a law forged from steel, almost impossible to overturn. And the highest tenet of my clan is the absolute purity of bloodline. Unions with outsiders, in the eyes of those old stubborns, are the ultimate blasphemy against the law, a pollution that must be eradicated. Kachi's body trembled slightly, she seemed to sense something. You might not know, there is a secret only known to the kings of the Star Law throughout generations. Kachi instinctively tightened her grip on her father's arm and asked with a trembling voice, what secret? A terrible curse. Its name is the Pact of Ashes, the Mark of No Trace. As the name was spoken, Kachi, Chu He, and Xiaoyao all shrank their pupils. Those hit by this curse, once it is triggered, their body and soul will fade away from the universe like burnt ashes. This is not just simple death. Kachi added with emphasis, the most terrifying part is the no trace. Not only is there a physical disappearance, but all memories, objects, and marks related to the cursed person, whether written records, video materials, or personal belongings, will be erased from the universe simultaneously. In the end, it will be as if this person never existed. Chu He's eyes narrowed, a chill climbed up his spine. This erasure on the level of causality is many times more domineering and malicious than mere destruction of the soul. This is a spatial forbidden technique that I only had the permission to access after becoming the king of Star Law. Once this technique is used, there is no solution. Unless one's strength far exceeds that of the spellcaster and the curse itself. And you, Kachi. Kachiya's gaze fell upon her daughter's pale little face. From the moment you were born, you were planted with this curse. Boom! Kachi's mind went blank, her whole being struck as if by lightning, staggering back a step, firmly supported by Xianchen. Xia Yao also covered her mouth, her cold face filled with disbelief. Who? Kachi's voice was so weak it was almost inaudible. It was the previous king of Star Law. Kachiya calmly spoke this cruel answer. After I broke through to the SSR realm and completely grasped the Star Law Empire, I was able, through absolute power, to perceive and break the curse on myself. But I cannot help you, because an SSS-level body cannot withstand my powerful strength. Kachi asked trembling, this curse, how will it be triggered? Kachiya explained, the trigger condition for this curse is to break the rules. According to clan rules, if you have any form of contact with him, the curse will immediately take effect, completely erasing you from this universe. The only ways to break it are two. First, like today, an outsider suitor able to pass the ultimate test must thoroughly defeat the 10 elders representing the ancient laws on the level of law. This proves that there is an existence stronger than the law of the Star Law clan. When the old law is shaken, the curse based on it naturally collapses. Second, Kachiya looked at her daughter, is to wait until you break through to the SSR realm, gaining the power to surpass the constraints of the law, so you can perceive the curse imprint residing deep within your flesh and soul and break it with strength. My original plan was to wait until you reach the peak of SSS level, then go to ask the master for permission to teach you the secret of breaking through SSR. That way, you could break the shackles yourself, and our family could truly reunite. The truth became clear. All the deceit, all the concealment, all the farce, stemmed from a heavy reason that suffocated. Kachi could no longer hold on. Slumped in her father's arms, tears surged out once again. But this time, it was not anger, but fear, guilt, and endless gratitude. It turned out that she had been living in a safe greenhouse built by her parents with lies. The pain and longing she thought she felt were nothing compared to the pressure and danger her parents bore. I'm sorry, Dad, Mom, Kaji cried out, unable to voice her words. I'm sorry, I was too reckless. Xianchen hugged his daughter tightly, and this silent man had his eyes redden as well. Kajiya walked over, embracing both her husband and daughter, her serious frost finally melting into a mother's warmth. She gently patted Kaji's soft back and soothed, silly child, your reaction is very normal. If I were kept in the dark for over 20 years like you, I would have made an even bigger fuss. Chu He and Xia Yao stood by, quietly watching this delayed embrace from years ago. Even though they were accustomed to life and death and deceit, at this moment, Chu He couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. This is the best family. After a long while, the emotions of the three finally calmed down. Kajiya held her daughter, turning seriously to Chu He and bowed deeply. Thank you so much for today. It is you who allowed our family to truly reunite so early. Chu He nodded earnestly. I want to marry Kaji, it is my responsibility to protect her. So this is something I must go through and must do. Kaji smiled sweetly at his words, like she had just eaten something very sweet. Xianchen also gave Chu He a gentle and grateful smile. All right, all the big troubles have passed. Kajiya regained her briskness, waving her hand, today is a day of great joy, we won't stop until we're drunk. Chu He, could you please make us a hot pot? Royal Banquet Hall. In the center of the oval table, there were no complicated royal dishes, only a huge, steaming copper pot. Chu He skillfully mixed various dipping sauces, while Xia Yao and Kaji curiously surrounded him, watching as he neatly arranged thinly sliced snowflake beef, various rare mushrooms with unpronounceable names, and the translucent sea beast meat. The rich aroma of bone broth mixed with spices boldly filled the entire room. Kajiya and Xianchen sat nearby, watching this scene full of warmth and cheer, smiles gracing their faces. Soon, the hot pot feast officially began. This tastes so good. Dad, you should try this. Kaji cooked a piece of tripe and handed it to Xianchen. Dad, try this, the shrimp paste is so tender. This one is delicious, and this one too. Xianchen spoke little, but he wore a satisfied smile, patiently eating everything his daughter handed him. The atmosphere was warm and lively. Xia Yao quietly sat beside Chu He, mostly eating in silence, occasionally picking out his favorite dishes for him. However, when her gaze swept over Kaji and Xuanchen's affectionate interaction, a hint of envy and loneliness subtly crossed her cold face. This subtle change did not escape Kajiya's keen eyes. This starry monarch was so perceptive. She put down her chopsticks, pondered for a moment, and suddenly spoke. Xia Yao. Xia Yao looked up in confusion at the sound. Kajiya's face held a mysterious smile as she lifted her glass, taking a gentle sip, then casually dropped a bombshell. Your father is not dead.
Chapter 153. Homesick. Xia Yao's chopsticks clattered to the table, the crisp sound in the dead silence was particularly jarring. She froze completely, her beautiful face that was flushed with emotion and happiness was visibly losing color. She could not believe her ears. The pair of cold eyes now sharply contracted, firmly fixated on Kachia, as if trying to discern from her slightly mysterious smile whether this was yet another cruel joke or a truth that could overturn her entire world. What did you just say? Xia Yao's voice trembled, filled with an extreme, disbelieving hope. My father. Yes, you heard correctly. Kachia leisurely set down her wineglass, her smile unchanged, repeating in an undeniably affirmative tone. Your father is not dead. At that moment of confirmation, Xia Yao sprang up from her seat. The intensity of her movement caused the luxurious chair behind her to slide back half an inch, producing a faint scraping sound. Her chest rose and fell violently, her lips moving as if 1,000 words and questions were stuck in her throat, yet no sound emerged. She could only stare at Kachia with eyes full of shock and ecstasy, utterly motionless. Sit down, child, sit down to talk. Kachia saw her reaction and gently reassured. Her voice seemed to carry a calming power, making Xia Yao, on the brink of losing control, slowly and stiffly sit back down. Chu He, in astonishment, silently reached out and held Xia Yao's cold, trembling hand under the table. Kachia did not keep them in suspense, fully revealing the information she obtained from her friend Xia Qingyuan. Your mother, Xia Qingyuan, told me herself. On Xia Yao's face, shock, ecstasy, confusion, and heartache, a tangle of complex emotions intertwined, ultimately spilling out as two streams of hot tears, silently sliding down. So, her father was still alive. Xia Yao had no doubt about Kachia's words. She knew that her mother Xia Qingyuan and Kachia shared an unbreakable bond, having fought alongside the master through countless battles to bring peace to the chaotic Ryan. Certainly, Kachia would never joke about something like this. Your mom didn't tell you, Kachia looked at Xia Yao and added, probably because she didn't want you to see what he's like now, afraid you would worry and affect your cultivation. Xia Yao shook her head desperately, tears flying everywhere, her voice catching and breaking with a hint of relief. I understand, thank you for telling me this, I don't blame my mom, I believe she never meant to hide it. Child, it's good to think that way. At this moment, the quiet Xian Chen finally spoke, his voice gentle yet powerful, rest assured, your father miraculously survived, and surely there will be blessings to come. Yes, Yao Yao. Kachia chimed in, nodding vigorously, the Zhuke clan is known as one of the most resilient races, their recovery ability ranks among the top 3 on the Ryan continent. Your father will definitely get better. Chu He wrapped his arm around Xia Yao's shoulder, letting her lean on him, sincerely feeling happy for her. Today's family gathering first reunited Kachia's family, and now Xia Yao also received the astonishing news that her father was still alive. Everything seemed to be heading in the best possible direction. However, amidst the joy, Chu He's heart grew increasingly complex about that mysterious master. From Kachia and Xia Qingyuan's experiences, they seemed to both be old associates of the master, and every word revealed a deep admiration and awe from the bottom of their hearts. To have even the SSR-level powerhouse Xia Qingyuan and the top-notch strategist Kachia so convinced, the master must be a leader with extraordinary charisma. In this light, that lofty existence seemed not so bad. But why was he so abnormal toward himself? Marriage, children, all with time limits. The last time they met, the master personally acknowledged some kind of relationship with him. What kind of relationship? Chu He really racked his brain but couldn't come up with an answer. Both of his parents were the most ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. His mother was a Chinese language teacher in elementary school. His father used to work on a construction site. Then the National Luck Dungeon descended, the world pattern changed drastically, and the Dragon Kingdom constantly saw players failing, resulting in large areas of coastal territory being frozen. Countless people were forced to migrate inland. The former leaders of Shanghai and Beijing had no choice but to move their families to the relatively slow-developing Central Plains. The population of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly became incredibly crowded, especially in Hunan Province, a traditional grain-producing area. Because of this, the self-built house in his family's small rural village became a hot commodity. His parents simply quit their jobs and became landlords who only needed to collect rent and play mahjong every day. Ordinary, plain, and even a bit mercenary. No matter how you looked at it, it had nothing to do with that master, who could easily erase cause and effect and grasp the laws of the universe. Thinking of this, Chu He murmured to himself. I wonder how mom and dad are doing now. He even started to miss the scene when he did poorly on his exams, and his father chased after him with a feather duster, scolding loudly, I'll beat you to death, you little brat. While Chu He's thoughts were drifting, a little hand waved in front of his eyes. Little He, what are you thinking about? Kaki's curious little face leaned in, her big starry eyes blinking. With one sentence, all attention was drawn to Chu He. Kakiya and Xian Chen looked over with great interest. Xia Yao also came back to her senses from immense joy, raising her rain-soaked but happy face, looking at him with concern. Chu He pulled himself out of his complex thoughts. He glanced at the joyful Xiaoyao, then at the harmonious Kaki family. An indescribable emotion churned in his chest. He smiled, a smile that carried warmth and a touch of loneliness that even he didn't notice. It's nothing, just seeing you all reunite as a family makes me a bit homesick. He paused, his gaze scanning Xiaoyao and Kaki, and said softly, "We're about to get married, but my parents can't see it." Chapter 154, 2 Ways to Bring Out the Master? Chu He felt a pain in his waist. As soon as Chu He finished speaking, the noise in the banquet hall was instantly sucked away. The bubbling sound of the bone broth in the copper pot stood out starkly in the silence where you could hear a pin drop. The rich aroma that rose up seemed to freeze in the air. Xiaoyao's arm around Chu He's shoulder suddenly tightened. Kaki, with a piece of hot tripe in her mouth, forgot to chew. Her bright starry eyes blinked as she looked at the unmistakable loneliness on Chu He's face and then at her mother beside her. Everyone understood the undeniable feeling of loss in Chu He's words. Yes. The Kaki family had gone through hardships and finally reunited. Xiaoyao also received the astonishing news that her father was still alive. Only Chu He, the one who personally created this perfect situation, became the loneliest one. He could only think of his parents back on Blue Star, across the vast sea of stars, in this alien place light years away. "Mom!" Kaki swallowed hard and tugged at Kakiya's sleeve, her tone urgent. "You're so amazing, you must have a way, right? Can you let him see his dad and mom?" A rare look of difficulty appeared on Kakiya's face. She looked at her daughter's expectant eyes, then at Chu He's hopeful gaze, and shook her head gently. "No. The essence of spatial travel is to fold the paper of space, making 2 points overlap." Kakiya patiently explained, her voice lacking the usual teasing and filled with a sense of reverence for the laws of the universe. "But the bigger this paper is, the thicker it is, the more force is required to fold it, increasing geometrically. I can move through the Ryan continent because the whole continent is in a relatively independent dimensional space, barely counting as a piece of paper. But Blue Star, it is in another galaxy, no longer just a paper, but a book thick beyond imagination." She put down her wine glass, her expression extremely serious, scanning the crowd. "To fold such a vast universe scale, to form a stable passage, it is absolutely impossible with my SSR level power." Kachiya paused and added a conclusion, her voice as soft as a sigh. "Such great power, I'm afraid only the master can achieve." Master. This name struck like lightning splitting chaos, piercing through the dim clouds in Chu He's heart. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes which were just immersed in loss now ignited with scorching flames. He stared intensely at Kachiya, his body unconsciously leaning forward, demanding, "Do you have a way to find the master? You are his old subordinate, you should know his whereabouts." "Ah, well." Kachiya shrugged, a helpless smile on her face. "I really can't help you with that. Master has always been elusive, when he wants to see you, you can't escape. When he doesn't want to see you, even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you won't find a thread of his clothing." Chu He silently nodded, not asking again. He picked up his chopsticks again, mechanically reaching into the boiling soup pot, picking up a piece of meat, but stopping mid-air. His mind was filled with the voices and faces of his parents, where was there any trace of appetite left? Once the thought of his parents broke through the soil of his heart, it spiraled up like maddeningly growing vines, tightly binding his entire soul, no longer able to be restrained. He had to think of a way. He must see the master. How could he force that high and mighty, erratic guy to show up? Chu He's brain raced quickly, replaying the few encounters he had with the master frame by frame. The first time, he misused his powers, leading to Xiaoyao and Kachiya turning into obedient dolls, mentally collapsing completely. The master appeared. The second time, he pointed to the sky and cursed the master. The master also appeared, then gave him a lifelong unforgettable decapitation experience. The ultimate pain of being split apart, the strange perspective of watching oneself being severed, even just thinking back, Chu He's body instinctively tensed, his abdominal muscles convulsing. Too painful. The third time, he doubted his origin, denied the past 20 years of his life, falling once again to the brink of mental collapse. The master appeared again. The pattern seemed very clear. To actively draw out the master, there were only 2 methods. First, mental collapse. Second, direct insult to his name. Collapse? A self-deprecating smile curled at the corner of Chu He's mouth. After numerous life and death trials, his will had already been forged as hard as iron. It was impossible to collapse easily again due to external stimuli like before. His heart had hardened. So, only the second option was left. Insult him again? As soon as this thought emerged, a vivid phantom pain shot through Chu He's lower back, as if an invisible blade was slowly slicing through his spine. Once was a decapitation. What about next time? 1,000 cuts? Soul extraction? With that being's creativity and twisted sense of humor, it would definitely be worse. Chu He shook his head, forcibly expelling that terrifying thought.
The risk was too high, the cost too great. This path was impossible. If hard won't work, then how about soft? Chu He's mind began to race. If insulting him would make him appear, then how about wildly praising him instead? With the most sincere feelings, the most magnificent words, to celebrate his greatness. He immediately began to organize his language in his mind. Oh, great and merciful master! You are the lighthouse of the universe, the ultimate of all things, your supreme wisdom. Not good. Chu He felt a wave of goosebumps rising on his skin, his stomach churning like a storm. He was almost nauseated enough by his own thoughts to throw up right there. It felt worse than being killed. His thoughts were stuck in a deadlock. Chu He irritably put down his chopsticks, deciding to set the matter aside for now. The urgent task was to complete the mission first. He lifted his head, scanning the crowd, and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow, I'm going to the Qianhuan Empire. Perhaps, along the way to complete the mission, he could find new clues." Xia Yao almost immediately responded, "I'll go with you." She paused, looking at Chu He, her tone unconsciously softening a bit. "Before we get married, could we go meet my dad together?" "Of course." Chu He replied without hesitation, tightening his grip on her hand. "I want to go too. I want to go too." Beside them, Kaki raised his hand high in the air, excitedly shouting, lifting the previously heavy atmosphere. They spoke little throughout the night. The next morning, soft light pierced through the fantastical clouds above the city of laws, reflected by countless prism-like buildings, scattering colorful spots of light. The three bid farewell to Kakia and Xianchen. Kaki skillfully stretched out his little hand, drawing a series of complex, beautiful runes in the air. Buzz. The space ahead emitted a low hum, rippling like water thrown with stones, sending out circles of silver waves. In the center of the ripples, the space was torn open by an invisible force, revealing a deep, dark whirlpool sparkling with points of starlight. "Let's go!" Kaki turned back with a smile and jumped in first. Chu He took Xia Yao in his arms and followed closely behind. The next second, a strong blend of damp earth, strange floral fragrance, and wild musk hit them in the face. In their ears were the sounds of millions of insects and birds, merging into a symphony of primal vitality. Chu He opened his eyes. They were standing on the edge of a cliff. Before them stretched endless green mountains, each peak resembling a slumbering ancient giant. Between the mountains, oddly shaped tribes and cities could be vaguely seen. Massive, glowing fungus plants formed forests. Colorful spores drifted in the air like fireflies. In the distance, a giant bird with a wingspan of over 100 meters let out a loud cry, soaring into the sky from a gigantic waterfall that pierced the heavens, stirring up a mist of water. This was the Qianhuan Empire. A wild, primitive world full of endless possibilities and unknown dangers. Chapter 155, Initial Exploration of Qianhuan. Chu He stepped onto this unfamiliar land for the first time. He decided to measure the last leg of the journey with his own feet. Chu He said, "Since it's our first time here, let's go down and take a walk, experience it firsthand." Kaki's eyes lit up instantly, sparkling with the glow of an explorer discovering a new continent. "Great! I've never been here either, it's perfect to see if there are any unique creatures to study." Xia Yao said nothing, only slightly nodded coldly, her gaze never leaving Chu He's side. The three of them leapt from the edge of the cliff, floating down like three feathers, gracefully sinking into the bizarre mushroom forest below. As soon as they landed, Kaki's starry eyes were completely mesmerized. She immediately crouched down, reaching out her delicate fingers to curiously poke at a giant mushroom emitting a faint blue glow at her feet. The mushroom's cap had a unique texture, akin to smooth, warm jade. In the air, countless colorful spores slowly drifted, disturbed by her movement, swirling and dancing like they had a life of their own around her pale fingertips. "Wow! The energy particles here are so active!" she exclaimed in delight, pulling out a highly intricate set of miniature instruments from her space pocket. Carefully adjusting the probes of the instruments, she began to collect spore samples from the air, murmuring to herself. Completely immersed in her own world. Unknown composition, stable structure, possesses extremely high mimicry energy. My god, this is simply a textbook-level environmental gene sample library. In stark contrast to Kachi's excitement, Xia Yao, at the moment of landing, fully expanded her perception to the extreme. Her cool phoenix eyes, like the finest radar, vigilantly scanned every inch of the dim forest depths around her. The flow of the wind, the fluctuation of energy, even the slightest tremor of a fungal leaf could not escape her capture. Chu He unfolded the coordinates map given by Lillian, comparing it with the outline of the mountains before him. The coordinates are correct, the destination is deep within that mountain range over there. He put away the map, his gaze profound, directed towards the distant mountains that were undulating like the back of a giant beast. We must be careful, everything here may not be what our eyes see. Let's go. The three of them set off immediately. Chu He held a dark long knife, condensed from the power of virtual glance, paving the way ahead. Xiao followed behind, a layer of imperceptible shield formed by the power of annihilation surrounding her, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Kachi, full of curiosity, was protected in the middle, walking and continuously collecting various peculiar plants and spores with her instrument. They traversed through a vast forest made of gigantic fungi. Underneath their feet was a soft and elastic fungal carpet, silently absorbing all sounds of their footsteps. Around them, it was eerily quiet. The deafening cacophony of millions of insect chirps and bird calls they had heard on the cliff instantaneously muted, as if the mute button had been pressed the moment they entered this area. In the air, only the barely audible breaths of the three remained. Danger often lies in this deathly silence. Just as they passed through an area draped with countless vines, something unexpected happened. Those deep green vines, which had appeared inconspicuous, even adorned with a few harmless white flowers, suddenly came to life without warning. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of vine tips instantly morphed into sharp spearheads, like venomous snakes coiling for a strike, wildly lunging from all directions, accompanied by a shrill scream that tore through the air, aiming at the three. Be careful! Xiao shouted loudly, and the power of annihilation erupted around her. A dark purple divine light spread out from her as the center. The several vines that shot toward her were instantly transformed into the finest ash, dissipating into the air the moment they touched that divine light, without even a chance to struggle. Kachi's reaction was equally swift. Her fair little hand waved gently in front of her, and the surrounding space instantly twisted and folded, forming invisible and intangible but indestructible barriers. The attacking vines violently lashed against the spatial barrier, producing a series of dull bangs, only stirring up transparent ripples but unable to penetrate. However, the sheer number of vines was overwhelming. They seemed endless, madly bursting forth from every shadowed corner of the forest, from beneath the fungal carpet below. In the blink of an eye, they wove into an impenetrable green web, continuously contracting, squeezing their living space. These vines were incredibly tough, each lash packed with colossal force. The spatial barrier Kachi had raised began to violently shake and ripple under the continuous brutal strikes. Kachi furrowed her delicate brows, softly exclaimed, "Time and space, freeze!" A circle of silver ripples spread out from her as the center. The next moment, within a radius of 100 meters, all the wildly thrashing vines froze in place. They maintained their striking and piercing postures, suspended in mid-air, like a bizarre three-dimensional painting. Xiao seized this fleeting opportunity and let out a cold snort. Annihilation storm. She raised one hand high, and a miniature, pure annihilation energy dark vortex formed in her palm, which she hurled forward violently. The vortex rapidly expanded in the air, transforming into a devastating storm that swept everything, precisely enveloping those frozen vines. As the storm passed, there were no violent explosions, only silent annihilation. Those resilient vines vanished quietly, like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser, dissolving into nothingness. However, just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the mycelium carpet beneath them cracked open again. More, thicker vines surged in like enraged monsters, coming from all directions with even more ferocious momentum. Kachi's small face grew serious. "There are too many of these vines, we can't kill them all. We must find their source." Xiao's phoenix eyes flashed with cold light, really reckless. "If it weren't for the concern of harming the innocent beings of this forest, I would turn this place to ashes." "There's no need for that." Chu He, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up. "Just watch me." Chu He slowly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a strange and mysterious wave centered around him, gently spreading like ripples on water, enveloping Xiao and Kachi. The surfaces of their bodies, skin, clothes, and even hair began to undergo a visible and bizarre change. Their outlines became blurred, and their textures started to alter. In just a breath's time, the three of them, along with their clothes, became completely indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. They just stood there, yet it was as if they turned into a large glowing fungus, a moss-covered rock, or a deep shadow among the forest. The three of them perfectly merged with the entire forest in breath, energy, and form. Those frenzied attacking vines suddenly lost their target. Their mouths at the tips, like flower buds, swayed aimlessly in the air, unable to capture any trace of life, losing their direction to attack. At that moment, in Chu He and Xiao's vision, the world was already different. After using the annihilation eye of the Phantom Royal family, the entire vine network became clear before their eyes. Countless energy flows twisted underground, ultimately converging toward several incredibly hidden core nodes that flickered with eerie red light. Chu He couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly well hidden." He and Xiao exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's intent. Both raised their hands simultaneously, with their fingertips condensing two dark purple beams as thin as hair, yet containing an ultimate aura of destruction. Annihilation rays. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two rays silently cut through the space, precisely piercing the ground, instantly striking those flickering core nodes. No explosions, no noise. As the furious vines were destroyed at their cores, they stiffened simultaneously, then collapsed weakly to the ground, quickly withering and rotting.
The crisis was averted. The group continued to move forward. As the terrain gradually rose, the moisture in the air became denser, and the distant thunder sounded like a stampede of thousands of horses, increasingly clear and deafening. On the way, they began to see many white monkeys darting and leaping through the forest. These white monkeys were agile, their fur pure white like silver, moving soundlessly like ghosts in the woods. When they noticed Chu He and the others, they would stop on the treetops in the distance, gazing at them with pure curiosity, neither approaching nor showing any hostility. "Are these the 1,000 illusion white monkeys?" Chu He asked in a low voice. "Sort of, but not entirely." Kachi pointed to the eyes of one of the white monkeys, explaining to Chu He and Xiao. "The 1,000 illusion white monkey tribe has two basic forms, one of which is the beast form we see now. There is another way to transform into a human, but that requires a strength level above SS." She paused, pointing to another white ape resting on the glowing fungus cap. "Look at their eyes." Chu He carefully observed the direction she pointed, and indeed found a clue. The eyes of those white apes were of different colors. Some were pure gemstone blue, some were fiery flame red, and others were earthy yellow. But without exception, each white ape's pupils displayed only one pure solid color. "Those with solid color pupils can only be considered ordinary members in the clan," Kachi added, her scholarly demeanor evident. Xiaoyao chimed in, "Since we can see so many white apes, it means we have officially entered the territory of the 1,000 illusions white apes." The three exchanged glances, saying no more and silently quickening their pace. The closer they got to the source of the booming sound, the harder the path became, the terrain sharply rising. They continued toward the thunderous sound for about half an hour. Booming. The deafening sound was no longer distant thunder, but transformed into a tangible shock wave, like the battle drums of the gods thundering in their ears, rushing towards them. The solid ground beneath them trembled slightly in response. The air was thick with a humidity so intense it was nearly suffocating. Finally, they arrived at the end of the primitive forest. What lay before them was a gigantic waterfall. It seemed to spring not from the mountain peak, but from the clouds high above, as if it connected heaven and earth, crashing down with an overwhelming grandeur into the deep, bottomless pool below. The impact sent towering waves of mist soaring high into the air. The mist enveloped the entire world, sunlight refracting through it, twisting into countless vibrant rainbows. Yet these fleeting rainbows shattered in the next moment, disrupted by the more violently surging mist, transforming into bizarre and unimaginable scenes. As far as the eye could see, everything was a white blur, the raging sound of water striking painfully against their eardrums, even resonating with their hearts in rhythm. The coordinates Lillian provided were right behind this heavenly curtain of water. Behind that. Kachi closed her eyes, her silver short hair moving as if stirred by an invisible wind, and invisible waves spreading out from her center. She was using her spatial sensing ability to carefully probe the area completely obscured by the waterfall. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes again, confidently pointing to a certain point within the water curtain. There is a very stable spatial anomaly point, like in trance. Almost simultaneously, a faint dark purple glow enveloped Xiaoyao's body, her cool voice providing an annotation for Kachi's discovery. This water curtain holds an extremely powerful illusion energy fluctuation, forming a cyclical barrier. This force will repel and distort any outside probing, and if you forcefully intrude, you'll be caught in the illusion and fall into the deep pool. Chu He took a few steps forward, standing at the edge of the deep pool. The cold raindrops whipped against him, driven by the fierce wind. He decided to try it himself. Since the reward for the mission was the core ability of the 1,000 illusions white apes, perhaps the power of the 1,000 illusions white apes already existing in his body was the key to this place. He focused his thoughts, activating the unique power that belonged to the 1,000 illusions white apes within him. A layer of nearly invisible thin membrane rapidly covered his body. He took a deep breath, extending his hand slowly towards the fearsome water curtain, like a solidified torrent. The moment his fingertip touched the water curtain. Buzz! A massive and irresistible repulsive force suddenly burst forth from the water curtain. That feeling was unlike crashing into water. It was more like being pressed onto a high-speed spinning steel mill, covered in countless sharp spikes. At the same time, a powerful illusion rushed through his fingertips, straight into his mind. Countless chaotic, malicious images screamed to tear apart his consciousness. Chu He's body jolted, his arm going numb from the shock. It was indeed not that simple. Humph! A cold, soft snort came from behind him. Seeing this, Xiaoyao immediately stepped forward, standing side by side with Chu He. She extended her delicate finger, and a thread of pure extinction power, distilled to the utmost, formed a dark purple light thinner than a hair. She did not unleash earth-shattering power, only gently touched this extinction ray onto the water curtain in front of Chu He. Hiss! There was no violent energy clash, just a barely audible soft sound. The raging water curtain barrier, upon contact with the extinction power, seemed to encounter its natural enemy, silently erasing a tiny gap. The energy flow of the illusion momentarily showed a brief disruption. Now!
Kaki shouted, having already locked onto that spatial anomaly point, her fair little hand pointing into the air. An invisible spatial power instantly crossed the distance, forming an invisible pulling field that firmly adhered to the stable space behind the gap, forcibly opening a fleeting safe passage in the raging energy flow.
Go! Chu He whispered, no longer hesitating. He wrapped his arm around Xiaoyao's waist, and with the other hand grabbed Kaki. The three turned into a streak of light, accurately rushing into the gap just before it could be filled again by the surging illusion energy. The moment they passed through the water curtain, the world changed suddenly. The expected deafening roar and the rush of moisture did not appear. Instead, there was absolute silence. As if stepping from a noisy battlefield into an isolated quiet room. Chu He opened his eyes, shocked by the sight before him. Behind the waterfall was not the dark, damp cave he had anticipated. Here was a gigantic semicircular passage, larger than imaginable. The floor of the passage was paved with a strange kind of crystal stone that emitted a soft white glow, as smooth as a mirror. The walls and the ceiling of the passage were embedded with countless uniquely colored crystals, each radiating dazzling red, blue, or green light, illuminating this vast space like a dreamlike realm. The entire width of the passage was at least 50 meters in sight. The height was even more astonishing. Looking up, all he could see was the colorful light merging into the deep darkness hundreds of meters above, with no end in sight. This place was simply like a temple passage built inside an excavated mountain.
So beautiful.
Kaki couldn't help but exclaim, her starry eyes filled with the desire for research and exploration.
Chu He's shock was even deeper. Such a magnificent underground project was certainly not formed by nature.
This proved that the Qianhuan white ape tribe possessed an extremely high level of civilization.
Passing through this great door should lead to Lily's home. Chu He suppressed the waves in his heart and said in a deep voice. The great door he mentioned was at the end of this grand passage. The three stepped forward. The crisp echo of their footsteps on the crystal floor sounded especially clear in this silent space. Soon, they arrived at the end of the passage.
A magnificent giant door, entirely carved from colorful crystals, stood before them.
The giant door was 100 meters high, and on its lintel, ancient and dynamic pictographic characters, which Chu He had never seen before, were inscribed with two large words. Though he could not recognize the script, the meaning automatically surfaced in his mind the instant he laid eyes on them.
Illusion City. The giant door was not closed.
In the center, a huge and colorful starry whirlpool is slowly and silently swirling, emitting a mysterious and extraordinary ancient aura. Through that whirlpool-shaped gate, no city scenes can be seen.
What the eye can see is only an endless, surging white fog, completely obscuring everything behind it.
Chu He looks up at the words Illusion City and then glances at the deep whirlpool gate. He no longer hesitates, taking the lead, stepping towards the magnificent gate that radiates vast starlight.
Chapter 157. Who dares to move my man? His palm passes through the starry whirlpool without any obstruction.
There is no imagined coldness or heat, only a gentle pulling sensation. In the next second, an irresistible sucking force comes from deep within the whirlpool, and Chu He is instantly pulled in, his vision completely swallowed by endless colorful light.
Chu He. Seeing this, Xiaoyao quickly follows, rushing into the surging starlight. Wait for me. Kachi gives an excited shout and quickly follows him in.
The feeling of passing through the whirlpool lasts for only a brief moment. The strange lights and surging fog suddenly dissipate. It's as if an invisible big hand has torn away the curtain that obscured the world.
A paradise that seems like a fairyland unexpectedly appears before their eyes. They are standing on a white jade square floating in the air.
Beneath them is a constantly swirling sea of clouds. In the distance, countless meticulously carved emerald peaks rise in order between heaven and earth. Strangely shaped and imaginative buildings are either built against the mountains or simply grow on the mountains, perfectly blending with nature.
Rainbow bridges made of pure light connect these peaks and islands.
Countless ethereal white monkeys, some maintaining their beastly forms, leap and play lightly among the mountain forests and on the rainbow bridges, others transform into human forms, wearing flowing garments, chatting and laughing in pavilions and towers. And at the highest and central position of all the floating mountains, a magnificent palace made entirely of golden and white crystal stands above the clouds, overlooking this dreamlike realm, radiating a solemn and sacred aura.
This is Illusion City?
Kachi looks up with her small face, her starry eyes reflecting this incredible scenery. Even she, a princess accustomed to miraculous creations, can't help but exclaim in awe. Xiaoyao does not speak, but a rare flicker of shock shows in her cool phoenix eyes.
The waves in Chu He's heart rise even higher.
However, the three have yet to savor this shock in detail. Swish! 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 Dozens of agile white figures appear like ghosts from all directions, silently surrounding the three of them. These are dozens of white monkey soldiers clad in silver light armor, wielding crystal spears that flicker with energy light.
Each of them possesses a powerful aura and moves in perfect unison.
There is no curiosity in their eyes, only cold vigilance and scrutiny. A murderous atmosphere instantly replaces the peace of this place. A clearly defined white monkey soldier steps forward, his armor more delicate, with red and blue eyes that faintly have a hint of yellow, coldly staring at them. He points his spear sharply at Chu He, who is standing at the front, and speaks in a deep voice. Outsiders, how did you pass through the sky curtain barrier? Raise your hands immediately for inspection and state your intentions. His words carry an undeniable authority. Chu He prepares to explain, but Xia Yao steps forward first. She takes a half step forward, protecting Chu He behind her. A layer of nearly invisible destructive power begins to ripple around her. The air temperature seems to drop a few degrees at this moment. The surrounding white monkey soldiers immediately sense this terrifying pressure. Everyone's body tensed, the spears in their hands glowing brightly, taking up battle stances as a great war was about to begin.
Oh dear, don't be so tense. Kachi cheerfully stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. We're here to find someone, we mean no harm. But the captain of the guards remained completely unmoved, his purple eyes staring intently at Xia Yao. Raise your hands now, and submit to inspection. The atmosphere froze, instantly dropping to freezing point. At that moment, a crisp and slightly delicate voice suddenly rang out from the top of a nearby building. Everyone, stop. They are friends of this princess. Who dares to lay a finger on them? Just try it. With these words, all the tense white ape guards were taken aback. Everyone turned towards the voice. Not far away, on the roof of a floating building, a graceful figure stood at the edge of the eaves. She wore a lively short skirt woven from blue-green feathers, exposing a pair of long, straight, fair legs. Her silvery hair flew in the wind, and her bright eyes, a dazzling mixture of red, yellow, and blue, looked down with intense dissatisfaction at the guards below. It was Lillian.
As soon as the guard captain saw Lillian, his previously fearsome expression melted instantly into one of panic and respect.
Your Highness.
He quickly put away his spear, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head. The other dozens of white ape guards followed suit, kneeling in unison and paying their respects.
We greet your Highness.
Lillian ignored their bowing, light on her feet as she jumped down from the high roof, like a feather, silently landing in the center of the square. She didn't even spare a glance at the kneeling guards and quickly rushed to Chu He's side. Her unique tricolor eyes were filled with uncontainable joy and excitement. Under everyone's gaze, especially Xia Yao's, she naturally stretched out her arms, linking her arm through Chu He's, pressing her soft body tightly against him, her little face tilted up, grinning like a cat who has stolen fish.
You finally came. I've been waiting for you for so long.
Chu He only felt an astonishingly soft sensation on his arm, a faint fragrance like fresh grass after the rain surrounding his nose.
She excitedly shook Chu He's arm, proudly saying, You came just in time.
Today is the last day to register for our Thousand Illusion Empire's annual Illusion Shape Competition.
If you miss it, you'll have to wait another year. Illusion Shape Competition?
Chu He was a bit confused.
Yes. It's a competition to see whose transformation skills are more powerful.
Lillian's eyes sparkled. The champion can win our 1,000 Illusion White Ape Clan's treasure 10,000 transformation stone, and also get a chance to enter the origin pool for a baptism. It will greatly benefit your abilities. She paused, announcing in a naturally confident tone, I have already registered you. With your skills, winning the championship will be a piece of cake.
Chu He. When did he agree to join the competition?
However, it sounded like a great reward. Although Lillian sometimes teased him on purpose, she never did anything to harm him.
Alright, enough about that.
Lillian seemed to remember something more important, pulling Chu He and turning to leave. It's your first time here, let me take you to meet my father and mother, mainly my father.
Your Highness, absolutely not.
The captain of the guards, kneeling on the ground, turned pale upon hearing this and hurriedly spoke up to stop her, forgetting all about etiquette. He anxiously whispered a reminder, Her Majesty the Empress is in seclusion and has ordered that no one is to be seen today. You taking an outsider to see her now, this goes against the rules.
It will anger His Majesty.
Lillian paused her steps at these words. She turned around, her tricolored eyes narrowing slightly, the joy and excitement fading away, replaced by a natural arrogance and authority belonging to royalty.
Rules?
She let out a scornful snort and glanced at the captain of the guards. In this illusion city, my words are the rules. They are my friends, not outsiders.
Do I still need your permission to take my friends to meet my mother? I dare not.
The captain of the guards lowered his head even more in fear, his body trembling slightly. Lillian ignored him, turned back, and wore a sweet smile again. She pulled Chu He with force and walked towards the most magnificent golden palace.
Let's go. You've met my mom, and my dad is very nice too. He will definitely like you when he sees you.
Chu He was dragged along, stumbling slightly, feeling overwhelmed.
He wondered about her and Ao Qing's situation. Seeing Lillian's demeanor, there probably wasn't much of a problem. He was uncertain and looked again. Chapter 158, Getting Straight to the Proposal.
Along the way, countless eyes of the 1,000 illusion white monkeys in Illusion City were glued to this unprecedented scene.
Heavens! Who is that human holding the princess's arm? Am I seeing things? Look at the princess's smile and posture. Is this still our princess who could pierce the heavens? This is simply like a little bird leaning on a person. And the two women beside her. Look! Look at her eyes, that's a member of the nobility. The other one with silver short hair, she's from the stellar royal family. Not to mention, her face is simply carved from the same mold as the stellar empress, Katya. My god, that is definitely the stellar princess. A nobility female and a stellar princess, both obediently following a human man. Who is this man? Whispers swelled like waves, flowing through every corner of Illusion City. Under Lillian's lead, the three moved through without obstruction and finally entered the Golden Palace. As soon as they stepped inside, Chu He's breath caught in his throat. The interior space was astonishingly alive. The walls, dome, and floor were all made of a peculiar crystal that radiated a myriad of colors, constantly flowing and changing subtly. One moment, it was the vast galaxy swirling beneath them. The next second, it transformed into mountains and trees growing on the walls. Magnificent, dreamlike, filled with an indescribable uncertainty. How about it? Beautiful, right? Lillian raised her small face, her tone like showing off her treasure. These are all dream crystals. Chu He sincerely praised. Indeed, it's an exquisite work of art, stunningly beautiful. Passing through a corridor that continually morphed in shape, Lillian led them to the entrance of a side hall, pushed the door open without a second thought. Dad! Mom! I brought Chu He here. The scene inside the hall left Chu He, Xiaoyao, and Katya completely stunned. This was no palace inner hall, it was clearly a leisurely, comfortable vacation cottage. Inside, flowers and grasses flourished, and the sound of flowing streams could be heard. Between two smooth jade pillars hung a large hammock. A stunning woman, clad in a silver silk nightgown, her silver hair casually scattered, was lazily lying on it with her eyes half closed. It was the Thousand Illusion Empress, Ai Li. Beside the hammock, a tall, handsome man with white hair was gently rocking the hammock with a doting expression. He was Lillian's father, Prince Olin, of the Thousand Illusion Empire. Lillian's call was like thunder. Ai Li, lounging on the hammock, suddenly opened her tricolored eyes, her whole being freezing. In the next instant, a glow flashed around her, and her silk nightgown vanished, replaced by a luxurious golden royal robe. She then instantaneously moved from the hammock to the main seat in the side hall, sitting upright and dignified. The entire process was as quick as lightning, seamless and fluid. But the embarrassment and panic on her face, which she had no time to hide, completely betrayed her. Ahem, I'm here. Ailey cleared her throat, forcing herself to maintain the Empress's majesty. Why so fast? No one even notified me in advance. Lillian stuck out her tongue and ran over, linking her arm with Ailey's in a spoiled manner. You can't blame them, it was me who didn't want to notify you, I wanted to give you a surprise. It should be a scare, right? Chu He complained silently in his heart but didn't waste this excellent opportunity. He took a step forward, slightly bowing to the composed Ailey sitting on the throne and the amused Orlan at her side. I've met Aunt and Uncle. I came here this time for one thing. Proposal. I plan to marry Lillian. Chu He's voice was calm and clear, each word like a heavy bomb exploding in the quiet side hall. Xiaoyao and Kaki quickly stepped forward to salute. Xiaoyao of the Su Nix tribe, greetings to Her Majesty the Empress, Your Highness. Kaki of the Xingliu tribe, greetings to Her Majesty the Empress, Your Highness. Ailey, sitting on the throne, momentarily malfunctioned, and it took her a long time to squeeze out a response. Good. She completely didn't expect Chu He's opening line to be this. Ha ha ha. Good. Good boy. Straightforward. I like it. Instead, it was Orlan who let out a hearty laugh, stepping forward to pat Chu He heavily on the shoulder. You must be Chu He, right? I've heard this girl Lillian talk about you every day, my ears are almost calloused. His attitude was extremely friendly, without any royal airs. Chu He also laughed. I often hear Lillian speak of you, saying you are humorous, handsome, and deeply in love with Aunt. Now that I see you, I understand that meeting in person is indeed better than just hearing about it. No wonder you could win the affection of such a rare beauty as Aunt. This flattery precisely praised Orlan and complimented Ailey while subtly hinting at their love for each other. Orlan's smile deepened, and his gaze on Chu He became increasingly favorable. Even Ailey, who had just regained her composure on the throne, blushed slightly, giving Chu He a reproachful glance, but the satisfaction in her eyes was hard to hide. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became harmonious. Taking advantage of the momentum, Chu He struck straight at the point. Uncle, Aunt, regarding the engagement between Lillian and Longzhu's Ao Qing. As soon as the words fell, the joyful atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze. Orlan retracted his smile, and Ailey straightened her posture, her expression turning serious. You don't need to worry about this. Ailey opened her mouth, her voice instantly turning cold and authoritative, as if she were a different person. Our Qianhuan Bai Yuan tribe highly values the free will of our kin. Of course, compared to gaining power, Lilian's happiness is the most important.
We have already discussed the engagement with the dragon tribe.
She paused, her gaze piercingly fixed on Chu He. However, royal engagements require mutual consent to be dissolved.
Currently, on the dragon side, that brat Aoqing does not agree. Unless.
Ailey's tricolored eyes radiated a scrutinizing light. You can prove that you are stronger than him.
What do you think? She asked word by word. Do you have this confidence?
Indeed, royal unions are not something that can be resolved with just a few words. But this was already within Chu He's expectations.
To marry the most treasured princess, one must display extraordinary skills. How could it be possible otherwise? That's natural.
Chu He smiled indifferently. I already had an agreement to battle Aoqing.
It seems now that it's just moving the time forward. The moment his voice fell. Boom!
An indescribable terrifying pressure erupted violently from within Chu He.
That was not any single type of power. That was the stillness of Su Nix, the order of Xing Liu, and the transformation of Qian Huan, three completely different top-level powers, forcibly needed infused by a more primitive and dominative force. A streak of chaotic gray light flickered around him and vanished in an instant. The entire side hall was moaning, as if it would be torn apart by this force at any moment.
Liliana, Ailey, and Orlanen, the three most powerful beings of the Thousand Illusion royal family, all had their expressions changed drastically.
What kind of power is this?
Liliana looked at Chu He in horror, feeling that the pressure he was giving off had subtly surpassed her as an SSS level 7-star princess.
How long had it been since they last met?
Orlanen was equally shocked. What a young man, such terrifying strength. Ailey suddenly jumped up from her seat, staring intently at Chu He, her face filled with disbelief.
In just a few months, you have grown to this extent, you absolute monster.
Chu He slowly retracted that power, and the air in the hall began to flow again.
He smiled humbly, just lucky.
Ailey gazed at him deeply, sat back down, and fell into silence for a long while. After a long time, she finally spoke slowly. Very well, your strength has initially gained my recognition. Although my clan has long abolished the ancient law requiring ultimate tests for intermarriage with foreigners, however. A sly glint flickered in Ailey's stunning three-colored eyes. If you want our Thousand Illusion White Ape clan to wholeheartedly accept and recognize your qualification to be the prince consort, you will still need to properly showcase your abilities to everyone.
And there are quite a number of Thousand Illusion clansmen who like Liliana, you know? Chapter 159, Cousin.
Ailey said, since Liliana has signed you up for the illusion shape competition, just perform well in the contest and earn the respect of the clansmen.
Chu He nodded happily.
As the saying goes, when you go out to mix, you must have power in background. I do not have either, but I have a small amount of strength.
That's very good.
Then please, everyone, keep your eyes open. His tone was light and carefree, as if he were discussing a trivial matter.
Ailey couldn't help but twitch her mouth furiously at his words. You have no background? What a joke.
Your background is so enormous it might frighten all the queens, because in her eyes, Chu He might very well be the master's son.
Chu He keenly sensed her unusual reaction and asked with concern, Aunt, what's wrong? Why is your face twitching like that? Is it a muscle spasm?
Ailey froze, completely caught off guard by his question, and could only grit her teeth to respond, yes, it's just that I've been busy these days and might be a bit tired.
Liliana? Orlanen, on the side?
Orlanen thought frantically in his heart, my wife, for these days, all you've done is lie on the hammock eating and sleeping, where's the slightest bit of fatigue? The puzzled looks from their daughter and husband made Ailey feel like she was sitting on a bed of nails, but both of them very tactfully said nothing. But Chu He took it seriously.
Is that so? I actually know a bit of medicine.
He recalled seriously, when preparing for the college entrance exam, it was also because of overthinking that I had facial spasms. I summarized 3 steps that worked very well.
Saying this, Chu He began to earnestly explain and demonstrate.
First, gentle massage, use your fingertips to gently rub the spasming facial muscles, pushing and kneading from the corner of the mouth towards behind the ear slowly for 1 or 2 minutes, helping to relax the tense muscles. His fingers gestured on his own face, the movement standard. Second, warm compress, use a warm towel, around 40 degrees, not too hot for the skin, place it on the spasming side of the face for 5 minutes each time, promoting local blood circulation. Third, movement adjustment, slowly open and close your mouth, stretch your tongue, avoiding sudden force, allowing the facial muscles to gradually return to normal. Seeing Chu He's earnest teaching posture, Ailey felt completely frozen.
I, the revered queen of Thousand Illusions, an SSR-level powerhouse, am actually going to be treated by you using methods to cure college entrance exam after effects?
She could only awkwardly nod, indicating that she had learned it.
There are still 2 days until the illusion shape competition begins.
Liliana took Chu He and Xiaoyao and Kachi to have some fun in the illusion city. Xiaoyao and Kachi naturally followed along.
Xiaoyao still walked closely by Chu He's side, while Kachi acted like a groundhog discovering a new world, filled with vibrant curiosity about everything around. The scene within the illusion city was indeed miraculous. The street beneath their feet was not cobblestone, but rather paved with flowing light, giving a wonderful feeling as if they were treading on a galaxy of stars. The buildings on either side were bizarre and unique, some resembling giant mushrooms, others like upside-down crystal mountains, slowly changing form at a visible speed. Lillian had bought a bunch of crystal-clear fruits and handed them to Chu He. Chu He took a bite, and it was the ultimate sweetness. But before he could savor it, with the second bite, a spicy flavor instantly exploded on his taste buds. With the third bite, it changed again to a refreshing sour taste. This is the fruit of feelings, its flavor changes according to the eater's feelings from the previous second. Lillian explained with a big smile. Kachi had already taken out a small device, scanning and analyzing the fruit while muttering, a peculiar energy structure, it can resonate instantly with mental waves. They passed through a floating market and finally arrived at a huge open square. In the center of the square stood an extraordinarily luxurious rotating facility, which was better described as a dream corridor rather than a carousel. Instead of wooden horses, there were mythical creatures made of pure light, a phoenix ablaze with flames, a qilin with a spiraled horn, and a giant dragon sparkling with starlight. The four of them climbed onto the back of a light qilin. As the facility slowly started, the scenery around them transformed suddenly. They were no longer in the square but instantaneously immersed in a vast cosmic nebula, countless stars brushing by them, within reach. The next second, the nebula dissipated, and they submerged into the depths of the ocean, dancing with gigantic crystal jellyfish and glowing fish schools. Then, they were soaring above a sky city over a sea of clouds, surrounded by a primeval forest filled with gigantic strange flowers and plants. Scenes of illusions switched rapidly, both magnificent and real. When the dream corridor slowly came to a stop, the four of them reluctantly stepped down. At that moment, a group of people approached, blocking their way. At the forefront stood a tall youth from the Thousand Illusions White Ape tribe, dressed in luxurious attire, followed by several strong subordinates. His appearance bore some resemblance to Orlanen, but his tricolored eyes were much dimmer, lacking the royal sparkle and instead, were filled with gloom. He was Varric, a side branch of the Thousand Illusions royal family, and Lillian's cousin. Upon seeing Lillian affectionately fawning over a human man, Varric froze completely. A suppressed flame that had been brewing for years roared up in his heart. He had secretly admired his radiant cousin all along. But the Dragon Clan marriage agreement that loomed between them was like an insurmountable chasm. The unmatched strength and overbearing personality of Ao Qing felt like a heavy mountain, suffocating him. He could only bury this humble love deep in his heart, afraid to show even a hint to anyone. But now, what was he hearing? That unbreakable marriage agreement was going to be dissolved. And the reason for the dissolution was for this seemingly frail human? A humble human, how could this be? How could this person make proud Lillian so close? He, Varric, in terms of bloodline, belonged to the Thousand Illusions royal family. In terms of strength, he was also among the best among his peers. In what way was he not 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger than this helpless human? Why could this human so easily obtain everything he yearned for? Endless jealousy and unwillingness instantly fermented in his heart, transforming into a cold and piercing anger. A bold thought crazily grew in his mind. He felt that his opportunity had come. As long as he crushed this human's dignity in public, proving that he was nothing but a worthless piece of trash, Lillian would definitely see the reality. By then, he would stand up again, showing strength and affection enough to match hers. Warwick was overwhelmed by his own imagination. He took a deep breath and forced down the surging emotions. He stepped forward, blocking Chu He, and forced a smile he thought was gentle on his face. "May I ask, are you the Mr. Chu He that Lillian spoke of?" "Lillian?" Chu He's brow slightly raised. This address was somewhat overly intimate. Before he could speak, Lillian next to him spoke first, her pretty face filled with displeasure. "Cousin, what a coincidence! Why are you here?" Her tone carried a clear sense of distance and a hint of warning. Warwick seemed not to understand, his gaze still fixed firmly on Chu He. Chu He met his gaze calmly, a faint curve appearing at the corner of his mouth as he responded calmly. "So you are Lillian's cousin, nice to meet you." "I am indeed Chu He." Xiaoyao said nothing, just quietly moved half a step closer to Chu He, a faint glimmer of extinguished light quietly flashing in her cool phoenix eyes. The temperature of the air around seemed to drop a few degrees because of this. Kachi crossed his arms, watching this scene with great interest, his eyes sparkling with the excitement of watching a show. "That makes sense." The smile on Warwick's face completely disappeared, replaced by undisguised disdain and arrogance. He slightly raised his chin, looking down at Chu He with a condescending posture. "Stay away from Lillian." He spoke each word slowly, his voice as cold as iron. "You are not worthy of her." Chu He raised an eyebrow. Before he could speak, Lillian next to him exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
Cousin, what nonsense are you talking about? Lillian's pretty face turned bright red, half from anger, half from urgency. Am I talking nonsense? Warwick laughed as if he heard the biggest joke. He didn't even look at Lillian, his dark three-colored eyes firmly fixated on Chu He. Lillian, you've been deceived by this human. He is nothing but trash. Chu He leisurely crossed his arms, looking like he was watching a show. Go on, I want to hear just how worthless I am in your eyes. Seeing Chu He looking so carefree, Warwick's anger grew even stronger. He thought this was a weakling pretending to be calm. He sneered, filled with a sense of intellectual superiority. Don't think I don't know your background. I specifically inquired about all your information from our Qianhuan clan in Wancheng City. Warwick's voice grew louder, attracting the attention of many Qianhuan white apes in the square. You, a weak human, what makes you think you deserve Lillian? Just because of your relatively handsome face? Or because of your seemingly decent muscles? He looked Chu He up and down, his disdain obvious. You are nothing but a kept man. No different from the seductresses of charming lords. The more Warwick spoke, the more agitated he became, spittle flying from his mouth. I've heard about you. In the duel with the Dragon Clan's Ao Qing, you were utterly defeated. You only survived by shouting Lillian's name, as well as Princess Xingyu and Princess Xuni's names. What qualifications do you, a softshell who only hides behind women, have to stand here? These words carried a lot of information. The surrounding Qianhuan clan members were immediately in an uproar, discussing among themselves. So this human the princess brought back was actually such a character? Resorting to women to beg for mercy and survive? This is simply humiliating for the man. Lillian trembled with anger. You nonsense. Things are not like that at all. Chu He. Lillian. Chu He gently spoke, cutting off Lillian's defense. Explaining to someone whose mind is clouded by jealousy is the most meaningless thing. He stepped forward, protecting Lillian behind him, calmly facing Varick's provocation. Are you done speaking? Varick paused. He had expected Chu He to be enraged, to argue back like a frightened dog, but he never thought the other would be this calm. So what if I'm done? Do you want to fight? Varick sneered, based on you? No. Chu He waved his hand, wearing a gentle smile. It's quite uncivilized to fight. I just have a small question to ask. He paused, slowly saying. According to what you said, I am a worthless waste, a weakling, a pretty boy. Then, do you think the vision of Her Majesty the Illusion Queen is also poor? And what about Lillian's father, His Highness Prince Orlan? Does he also have poor vision? Chu He's voice was not loud, but it clearly spread through the entire square. Because just yesterday, I formally proposed to both of them. And, they both agreed on the spot. As soon as these words came out, the noise in the square abruptly stopped. The whole place fell silent. Varick's mocking smile froze instantly, and he stood rigidly in place. What? Proposed? Her Majesty and His Highness agreed? How is that possible? He carefully re-examined Chu He before him. Aside from that flawless face and well-proportioned figure, he really could not see any special qualities. What kind of charm did he use to deceive Her Majesty and His Highness? Could it be, the royal elders really like this kind of pretty boy? An endless feeling of absurdity and defeat surged up, distorting Varick's face. I don't care what sweet words you use to deceive Her Majesty. Varick squeezed out these words from between his teeth, the strings of reason completely snapped by the fire of jealousy. In my eyes, you are an ant, easily crushed. I heard you are also going to participate in the illusion contest? How interesting. I want to see what kind of clown you will be then. Clown? Chu He smiled. Having gone through so many life and death tests, this level of verbal provocation was nothing more than a breeze to him. His mind had long been reborn. Just when everyone thought Chu He would get angry and retaliate, he made a move that left everyone stunned. Chu He suddenly stretched out his arm, forcefully pulling Lillian into his embrace. The action was domineering yet natural, without the slightest hesitation. Lillian let out a surprised cry, her whole body crashing into his solid chest, her nose filled. The surrounding air seemed to thicken a little, a barely noticeable breath of silence spilling out. Kachi completely let herself go. She crossed her arms and took the spirit of being a busybody to the extreme, speaking in a crisp and loud voice. I really didn't see the jumping clown. But, there is indeed a powerless, furious clown here. After she finished speaking, she seriously pointed her finger at Warwick, whose face was ashen. Put. Chu He was the first to give in and laughed. Next, Lillian trembled with laughter in his arms, and Kachi laughed uncontrollably. The laughter of the three intertwined, filling the air with joy. To Warwick, this laughter was 1,000 times more piercing than any vicious curse. It was the ultimate humiliation. It was naked contempt. You all.
Warwick was furious, trembling all over, as a powerful wave of energy erupted from him, causing the glowing street beneath his feet to flicker violently. He was about to strike. However, at the moment his breath erupted. 3 equally terrifying, even more pure and powerful pressures locked onto him from 3 different directions, all at once. One was a dead silence, like a void that could swallow everything. One was a distorted order, as if it could tear apart space. One was a changing illusion, as if it could invert dreams. Warwick's body stiffened completely. He suddenly realized that he was facing not just a human he looked down upon. There was also the princess of the regal family that looked down on him, the princess of the Starlaw family, and the princess from his very own clan. Any one of these 3, he had no guarantee of winning against. Together, the 3 of them. If he dared to touch even a hair on Chu He today, he definitely could not leave this square in one piece. The anger and fighting spirit that had just ignited were doused with a bucket of cold, hard reality, chilling him to the bone. Warwick gritted his teeth, forcing back the blood that nearly erupted from his mouth. In the end, he gave in. Forcing down all his humiliation and unwillingness, he shot a fierce glare at Chu He and left a pretentious remark. The illusion competition, we'll see. Before his voice faded, his figure along with his servant turned into a colorful streak of light, vanishing embarrassingly into the sky. Chu He curled his lips, holding the fragrant and soft Lillian in his arms, and let out an unconcerned snort. Oomph, we'll see if we see. Chapter 161, You Play with Change, I Play with Creation. The next morning, in the center of Mirage City, a series of circular arenas made of giant floating crystals reflected a rainbow of colors in the morning light. The illusion competition officially began. Almost all the residents of Mirage City poured out, surrounding the floating stands around the arena so tightly that not even water could leak through. The booming voices gathered into waves, nearly overturning the sky. Countless floating screens hung in the air, broadcasting the scenes in the arena from every angle in real time, creating an atmosphere that was heated to the extreme. The participants were uniformly arranged in a dedicated area below the arena. A total of 100 contestants, except for Chu He, the unique human. The other 99 were all outstanding young members of the 1000 Mirage White Ape clan. Each one was a powerful being above SS level, and among them were even a few with unfathomable auras of pseudo-SSS class and true SSS class prodigies. What a tight spot for enemies. Chu He was seated right next to Warwick. Warwick turned his head, his gloomy eyes showing undisguised hostility. What a coincidence, I didn't expect we would be placed together. Wait, I will definitely show you what kind of unbridgeable gap exists between us. Chu He completely ignored him and instead raised his head to look at the VIP seats at the highest point of the arena. There, Queen Ellie and Prince Orin sat high on the main seat. Beside them were a few esteemed Prince of Illusions, including Warwick's father. Xiaoyao, Kachi, and Lillian stood elegantly behind the elders. The 3 girls' eyes were now fixed, unblinking, on Chu He in the competition seat. Chu He grinned, showing a set of white teeth, and vigorously waved his hand toward the high platform. Immediately, he brought his fingers to his lips and blew a kiss. This scene was precisely captured by countless floating light screens, clearly presented before all the spectators. Warwick felt the strange gazes around him, nearly bursting with anger. This bastard. He actually dared to flirt with the princess in front of the whole clan. And even ignored me. The flames of jealousy burned fiercely in Warwick's heart, ready to erupt again. But Chu He suddenly turned his head, his face wearing an innocent look. Huh? What did you just say? Sorry, I got distracted and didn't hear. Warwick. He felt like he had built up a stomach full of anger, and it felt like punching cotton, almost making him vomit blood on the spot. So despicable. How can this human be so despicable? He really wanted to slap that annoying smiling face. Warwick forced out a few words through clenched teeth. Nothing, I want to see how long you can keep acting arrogant. After speaking, he shut his mouth, deciding not to say another word to this human. Because he realized, no matter what he said, the one who ends up furious would surely be himself. However, Chu He didn't reply. He turned his head again, keenly observing the peculiar structure around the competition field, as if Warwick didn't exist at all. Warwick. He was about to cry. So this is how cold violence is used? At this moment, a well-dressed host from the Illusion clan flew to the center of the competition field and announced in a loud voice. Illusion competition, round 100 forms. The rule is, within the time of an incense stick, change into as many life forms as possible. The more complex and clearer the forms, the higher the score. Now, the competition begins. The atmosphere of the competition field was instantly ignited. Chu He stroked his chin, lost in thought. It seemed that the first round of the competition was about the richness of mental power and the fineness of control. With this thought, he couldn't help but smile. Mental power? Back in the blood pool of the ancestors of the Voidgaze clan, he had absorbed massive amounts of souls, and his mental power had reached a terrifying level far exceeding that of the same rank. This is simply a gift. The first contestant stepped onto the stage, and as the light on him flickered, his body began to change rapidly. A majestic fiery lion, a towering ancient tree blocking the sun, a thunderous giant eagle soaring in the sky. In just a brief moment, dozens of forms were displayed in succession. Cheers erupted from the audience. Then came the second, third. Contestants showcased their unique abilities, and the entire competition field transformed, showcasing countless rare and exotic beast illusions, dazzling the eyes. Time flowed slowly, and most contestants had completed their displays. Finally, the host loudly announced a name. Next, Warlick. Warlick took a deep breath, adjusted his robes, and marched confidently to the center of the stage. He wanted to regain all the face he had lost yesterday in front of the entire clan. He would crush that humble human with unmatched power. Boom! A surge of immense energy that surpassed all previous contestants erupted from within him. Amidst the flashing light, his figure vanished, replaced by a particle of dust floating in the air. Then, the dust evolved into bacteria, and the bacteria evolved into a paramecium. His rate of change was at its peak. From microscopic creatures to colossal beasts in the deep sea, to legendary monsters in the starry sky. Every transformation he made was exquisitely detailed, whether it was the texture of scales or the softness of fur, it was all vibrantly lifelike. 1,000 types. As the incense was about to burn out, the number of life forms he had transformed into had already surpassed 1,000. This achievement was 3 times the previous highest record. The crowd was in an uproar. My God! Over 1,000 types. Lord Varric's strength is terrifying. The championship is already without suspense. So strong. This is the true power of our Qianhuan royal family side branch. Amidst the roaring cheers, Varric returned to his original form. He walked off the stage with the posture of a victor, passing by Chu He. He stopped, glanced at Chu He with disdain, and silently mouthed, "Trash, are you able to see clearly?" Chu He still showed no reaction. Varric. That ignored feeling again. He angrily returned to his seat, waiting to watch Chu He's embarrassment. The last contestant, Chu He. The host's voice rang out again. In an instant, all the noise in the venue eerily quieted down. All the eyes of the Qianhuan white apes, all the cameras from the floating light screens, focused on the only human who slowly stood up from his seat. Everyone was confused about what made this young man, who made Lillian look so delicate, so outstanding. On the high platform, Lillian nervously twisted her small hands together. Xiaoyao and Kachi looked relaxed, as if they didn't care about the outcome at all. Ailey and Orlan, along with several other princes, sat up straight, seriously examining the figure walking toward the center of the arena. Chu He walked onto the stage, but only stood there, then slowly closed his eyes. He stood still. Time passed, second by second. In the audience, whispered conversations began to emerge. What is he doing? Why isn't he moving? Could it be that he was so scared by Lord Varric's performance that he's frozen, giving up? I said, how could a human compare to our Qianhuan white ape's genius? Looks like he really is a pretty boy, doesn't know what tricks he used to win the princess's favor. Hard to say, but living off women is still a skill. To learn how to attract rich ladies, and even a princess with such a background, strength, and beauty is not so simple. A mocking smile could no longer be contained on Varric's face. A clown, after all, is just a clown. However, just when everyone thought Chu He would awkwardly end with 0 points. A faint point of light quietly appeared at Chu He's feet. That light seemed like a primitive cell. Following that, under everyone's astonished gaze, that light began to rapidly divide and evolve. Single-celled organisms, multi-celled organisms, algae in the ocean, ferns spreading across continents, the first ancient fish struggling to crawl onto the shore. The entire arena presented a condensed history of life evolution spanning millions of years at a visible speed, from nothing to something, from simple to complex. A small ecological circle was created out of thin air in the arena. Countless strange creatures, unheard of and unseen, were born, thrived, fought, and preyed in this tiny world. The quantity was so vast, and the shapes so complex that they had already exceeded 1,000, reaching tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. The audience was horrified to find that Chu He had not changed at all. He simply stood there quietly. He, with his own body as the Tao, created a continuously evolving, ever-living world. He himself was the 100 forms. On the main seat, Queen Ailey suddenly stood up from her throne, losing all her majestic grace, her stunning 3-colored eyes filled with shock and joy. She murmured in a choked voice, shaking slightly with excitement. This isn't an illusion. This is the prototype of creation. The mocking smile on Varric's face had long since frozen. At this moment, he was pale, as white as paper, his body uncontrollably swaying. He stared fixedly at the scene in the arena, as if it were a miracle, his face filled with disbelief. How could he be this strong? How is this possible? To change into so many creatures requires a level of mental power that is beyond description. As a stick of incense burned out, it dissipated into the heavens and the earth. Chu He slowly opened his eyes, and that vibrant world of evolution vanished in an instant, like a dream bubble. In a way that everyone couldn't understand but was undeniably true, he claimed the top spot in the first round. Ailey still stood there, her eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliant light as she looked at Chu He. Such mental power might have surpassed SSS level, already stepping into the SSR level. Chapter 162 9 against 1? Congratulations, you're surrounded. On the high platform, the atmosphere was completely different from the boiling crowd below. Liliana tightly clenched her small hands, her three-colored eyes sparkling with uncontrollable pride and admiration. I knew it. I knew that Chu Treasure was the best. Her excited little face was flushed, showing off to Xia Yao and Kachi, as if the victory was hers. But this is too incredible. Transforming into so many creatures is already amazing, and the key is making them perform. That kind of fine control of mental power, even I can't match. And I feel there's some supreme law contained in those transformations. Xia Yao looked as if it was natural. Chu He absorbed countless souls from the blood pool of 10,000 ancestors, and his mental power has reached an extremely terrifying level. Only an existence at the SSR level can compare with him. Kachi crossed his arms, nodding like a small adult, his silver hair swaying. Little he really used his brain to the limit this time, he saw through it from the very beginning. The first round wasn't about the types of changes, but about the absolute control of mental power. On the main seat, the Queen Ailey, who had been standing, slowly sat back down. Her graceful demeanor returned, but her three-colored beautiful eyes watching Chu He ignited with a fiery passion. She was now very satisfied with Chu He. This child not only spoke sweetly but also had an extraordinary talent, and his own brilliance had slowly pressed down half of the balance called background. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by Chu He's miraculous performance, the officiant of the 1,000 Transformations clan finally regained his senses from his stupor. He flew back to the center of the arena, forcefully suppressing the waves within his heart, and announced in an even more uplifting tone than before. The first round of competition is over. Now, I will announce the list of the 10 contestants who have advanced. On the light screen, 10 names appeared, with Chu He's name, of course, hanging at the top. Varric's name, however, was humiliatingly in second place. Next, the second round of competition will begin hiding and hunting. As soon as these words came out, the entire audience stirred again. The rules are as follows. The 10 contestants will be simultaneously transported to this competition's exclusive venue, the Maze of 10,000 Illusions. You will have half a stick of incense's time to hide yourselves in the maze. Once time is up, the system will randomly designate one person as the prey, and the other 9 will become hunters. The hunters need to cooperate or act alone to find the prey within the designated time. The hunters who successfully find and kill the prey will be the winners of this illusory shape competition. And if the prey can survive until the end, the same goes for them. Of course, this isn't a real kill, those killed will be eliminated. The rules were simple yet ruthless, instantly igniting the bloodthirst and passion in all the spectators. In the contestant seats, Varric heard this rule and the humiliation and embarrassment from the last round were swept away, replaced by a hint of ruthlessness and ecstasy. Heaven helps me. Illusion? Hiding? Hunting? Isn't this the perfect arena tailor-made for our 1,000 Illusions White Ape clan? Here, I will make that human know what true despair is. Valak remained calm, delivering subtle mental messages that quietly reached the hearts of the other 8,000 Illusions clan contestants. Everyone, this is no longer a simple competition, it concerns the honor of our royal 1,000 Illusions clan. We cannot allow an outsider to take the championship in our strongest domain. When we enter the Misty Forest, no matter who the prey is, we all have one target, that human called Chu He. As long as we eliminate him, the rest will rely on our own abilities. Whoever helps me eliminate him first, I will reward with a Phantom God Crystal in my father's name. Phantom God Crystal. The contestants who received the message trembled in their hearts. It was a treasure that could help SSS-level powerhouses comprehend rules. The few who were hesitant instantly made their minds up. Fortune favors the bold. Moreover, this is a 9 against 1, an unbeatable situation. With the announcer's command, 10 pillars of light shot into the sky, and the figures of Chu He and the other 9 contestants vanished in an instant. The next second, they appeared in a bizarre, primal forest. The sky here was purple, enormous glowing fungi replaced the trees, and the air was filled with a strange sweetness. Countless twisted illusions flickered around, severely disturbing perception. Hiding time, start. A cold voice echoed in everyone's minds. As soon as the words fell, the other 9,000 Illusions clan contestants displayed their skills. Some turned into puddles of water, merging into the ground. Others perfectly merged with a glowing fungus, their aura completely vanished. Valak was even more confident, he just stood still, and his figure gradually faded, eventually disappearing from the air, as if he had never existed. However, Chu He found an open space and sat down leisurely.
Then, he closed his eyes. Hiding? Why hide? After the first round of creation, he gained a deeper understanding of the rules of this world. The so-called illusion is merely a shallow imitation and deception of the rules. And the true strong ones are those who set the rules. His mental power extended like invisible tentacles, slowly probing out, not constructing any illusion, but gently and meticulously linking with the rules of the space, energy, and even every grain of dust within 100 meters around him. He was not in this forest. He was the forest. Time flew by quickly, half a stick of incense passed in an instant. Hiding time is up. Hunting officially begins. A vague light simultaneously shot into the minds of the 9,000 Illusions clan contestants, informing them of their hunter identities for this round. Hiding in the shadows, Valak nearly laughed out loud upon receiving the information. He forcibly suppressed his excitement and announced loudly to all his allies, "Everyone, our luck is simply off the charts. Our prey is that human, Chu He. This is truly heaven's will. Everyone, proceed according to plan, let him feel the enthusiasm of our 1,000 Illusions clan." At the same time, Chu He, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his wrist. A blood-red hunt mark slowly appeared. He was the only prey. 9 hunters? The corners of Chu He's mouth curled into a playful arc. He murmured in his heart, "Looks like my mother-in-law thinks highly of me." As soon as the hunt began, Valak led 2 other strong clan members, forming the first wave search team. Using the 1,000 Illusions White Ape's keen sense of illusion energy flow, they easily locked onto Chu He's approximate location. Over there. That idiot is still standing still. So arrogant. Who does he think he is? Go. Set the trap, let him have nowhere to fly. The 3 spread out in a triangle, vast energy surging forth, countless phantom beasts mixed with destructive beams, crashing down like a storm towards the area where Chu He was. However, all the attacks bizarrely passed through that area, hitting nothing but air. What is going on? Did we miss? Is it an afterimage? The 3 were startled and rushed forward to investigate. But as they stepped into that area, strange things began to happen. No matter how they ran or flew, the surroundings remained unchanged. That oddly shaped purple fungi stayed not far ahead of them. Something's wrong. It feels like we're running in circles. One contestant exclaimed. Warwick's face darkened. It's not an illusion. It's spatial power. That bastard, he used the abilities of the Starlaw clan to silently build us a spatial maze. This kid is very strange, possessing the core abilities of the 3 royal clans. We need to be extra careful. On the floating screens, the entire city watched an unbelievable scene. The light point representing Warwick and the other 2 was spinning wildly in a small circle, like headless flies. Meanwhile, the light point representing Chu He had been unchanged, just a few meters away, motionless from the beginning. The audience was in an uproar. My God! What happened? Lord Warwick and the others are trapped. One person trapped 3 SSS-level geniuses? How is that possible? That human, he isn't treating this as a competition, he is playing. Inside the maze, a contestant from the 1,000 Phantom clan finally lost his patience after several failed attempts. Damn it! I don't believe it. Break for me! He roared, channeling all his strength to the limit, and punched fiercely at the spatial barrier in front of him. He wanted to forcefully break this damned cage with pure violence. However, just as his fist touched the invisible barrier, a slender black aura, finer than a hair and almost non-existent, silently wrapped around his arm. It was the extinguishing power that Chu He left at the spatial node. The contestant didn't even have time to let out a scream. His proud protective energy, under the invasion of that black aura, melted away like snow in the scorching sun. His body stiffened suddenly and then turned into countless light points, being teleported out of the arena. Ding! A contestant is out. Hearing the elimination announcement, Chu He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Humph, the rules didn't say that prey can't kill the hunter." Warwick felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, a chill rushing from his feet straight to the top of his head. They were the prey. At that moment, in the center of the maze where they were trapped, a figure slowly appeared. It was Chu He. He didn't look at the remaining Warwick and the other person. He simply raised his head, as if he could penetrate countless spaces, accurately finding the floating screen aimed at him. He smiled gently and harmlessly at the hundreds of thousands of viewers in Fantasy City. This smile, however, made both Warwick and the other contestant in the maze feel their hair stand on end. Chapter 163, Ali's Bitter Heart. Rage and humiliation boiled inside Warwick like magma, nearly burning through his sanity. Ah! He let out a roar, his palm blowing as he smashed the energy clone of Chu He that still wore a mocking smile. As the light points scattered, the ridicule seemed etched in the air. Warwick's tricolor pupils shrank violently, blood vessels spreading like spider webs from the depths of the whites of his eyes. He understood.
Using conventional means, he would only become a stepping stone for this human to show off his power, a clown. If that's the case. Warwick clenched his jaw tightly. A decision was made. Eye of Truth, open. He squeezed out a few words from his throat, and his overwhelming mental power rushed towards his eyes without reservation. In an instant, his brilliant tricolored pupils transformed into two high-speed swirling nebulae, with red, yellow, and blue lights wildly intertwining and colliding, emitting a heart-pounding wave of laws. An indescribable sharp pain surged into his brain, as if a burning steel needle was piercing through his eyeball, but Valak didn't care at all. At this moment, his vision was being restructured. Countless intertwined lines of spatial law clearly presented before his eyes, like a layered spider web. And at the core of that web, a figure was leisurely standing there. Found you. A twisted grin appeared on Valak's face, and with the last remaining tribesman by his side, they took a step forward, guided by the Eye of Truth. Crack. The spatial maze set by Chu He made a sound like shattering glass and crumbled in response. Die. The moment they broke free, Valak and his companion launched their most violent attack. Filled with rage, the two struck out, dozens of beams of light tearing through the air with ear-piercing shrieks, turning the area around Chu He into a sea of destructive energy. Chu He raised an eyebrow. This guy is really desperate. Eye of Truth, the core secret technique of the illusory monarch tribe, cost the user their own soul to briefly pierce through all illusions and the source of laws. It is the nemesis to all illusions and spatial abilities. But the cost is equally great. The consumption of mental power is secondary. If used for too long, the soul could be injured, and one could suffer a regression in cultivation. Boom! The energy beam slammed down, the ground collapsed, and smoke and broken light surged into the sky. However, in the moment before the attack reached, Chu He had already vanished. He appeared 100 meters away, and as soon as he steadied himself, Valak's eyes, burning with tricolor flames, locked onto him fiercely. An even crazier attack followed immediately. With a light tap of his toes, Chu He rolled and dodged in what seemed a clumsy manner, yet each time he precisely avoided the core of the lethal attacks. Under the Eye of Truth, the fluctuations of spatial movement laws could be seen in advance. He could no longer lay out plans as calmly as before. A faint, barely perceptible force of chaos flowed deep within his bloodline, ready to explode into a thunderous strike merging the powers of the three clans. But he held it back. The energy in his body had been significantly consumed during the recent creation. If he forced his trump card now, he could certainly kill these two, but he would also fall into weakness. In his mental perception, there were still 6 light spots rapidly approaching from different directions. Valak looked at the figure jumping around, his frustration finally vented as he laughed heartily. Chu He. Why aren't you acting tough anymore? Are you just going to scurry around like a stinky bug? If you have the guts, stop running. Chu He sidestepped a beam of light, the beam grazed his clothing and exploded a giant mushroom in the distance into powder. He still had the leisure to turn around and speak. Valak, are you blind? Is 2 against 1 still called stopping for me? Later, if it's 8 against 1, should I also cut off my arms for you to beat me? If you have the guts, stop relying on your eyes and use your brain to chase after your grandpa. Valak was so furious he almost exploded but forced himself to suppress his anger and sneered instead. Humph, stubborn. Go ahead and run. With all this commotion, do you think the other 6 are blind? When they arrive, with 8 people surrounding you, let's see how you play. Just as Valak said. In every corner of the illusory maze, the other 6 selected members of the illusory monarch tribe had already been alerted by the commotion here. They hurriedly approached the center of the energy explosion, heading there in unison. An invisible large net was slowly closing in. On the high platform, the atmosphere had long lost its earlier ease. On the floating light screen, the light spot representing Chu He was being wildly chased by 2 light spots. Danger lurked everywhere. In the distance, 6 points of light were closing in from all directions. Lillian's small face turned pale from anxiety as she tightly grasped Ellie's sleeve. Mom! Why did you change the rules at the last minute? It's not fair. 1 against 9, how could Chu He possibly win? Xiaoyao said nothing, but her jade hand, hanging at her side, had already tightened slightly. A faint and imperceptible aura of destruction lingered at her fingertips, and the cold killing intent made the surrounding air drop a few degrees. Kachi furrowed his brows, the silver stars in his eyes flickering with light as he quickly calculated the closing time of the encircling group and Chu He's energy consumption. This was clearly a deadly trap. Orlan looked at Ellie and said in a deep voice, "Do you trust him this much?" Right now, he is facing 3 SSS levels and 6 pseudo-SSS levels. Among them, Warlick, after activating his secret technique, has battle power approaching SSS 7 stars. And I remember that this year's illusionary shape competition still has a 3rd round, where we will test the core creation power of our clan. Ellie sat still, her gaze fixed intensely on the light screen. Just watch calmly. If he can't even deal with these few little monkeys, how can he face Ao Qing? Moreover, only by using this undeniable tactic of a few defeating many can he silence all the clansmen and earn the respect he deserves. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly understood Ellie's painstaking efforts. Lillian also calmed down. Yes, Chu He would ultimately have to face that crazy dragon, and this might just be an appetizer. Just then, a sudden change in the illusionary maze. Swish! 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 6 figures, like ghosts, appeared simultaneously from the shadows of the forest. They occupied a position each, sealing off all of Chu He's escape routes, forming a seamless circular encirclement with Warlick and the others behind him. In the hunting ground, the 8 hunters finally gathered. They looked at the only human in the center of the circle, each radiating a chilling killing intent. Warlick stopped, looking at Chu He, who was completely trapped, a cruel and triumphant smile on his face. He raised his hand, pointing at the figure that had finally stopped running. Chu He. Now, where do you think you can run to? Chapter 164, Forbidden Technique: The True Descent. 8 silhouettes, 8 chilling killing intents, surrounded the small empty space like 8 towering mountains. Warlick's eyes, burning with 3 colored flames, locked onto the human who had finally stopped, his face full of the joy of revenge fulfilled in cruelty. Chu He. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant from the backlash of the secret technique, like 2 pieces of broken iron rubbing together. Now, where do you think you can run to? Hearing this, Chu He showed no sign of panic. Instead, he slowly raised his head and looked around at the 8 genius chimeras surrounding him. He smiled. Run? Why should I run? Chu He spoke leisurely, every word clearly striking the hearts of everyone present. I've been waiting for you all to gather for a long time. At this, the entire arena fell silent. Not only the people within the encirclement, but even the countless chimeras outside in front of the light screens fell into a deathly silence. What is he saying? Waiting for them to gather? 1 person, against 8? Warlick was the first to react, thinking Chu He had gone mad from the predicament and started to ramble. Ha 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 ha. He let out an ear-piercing maniacal laugh. Chu He, I think your brain has gone stupid from fear. The laughter abruptly stopped, and Warlick's face twisted into a terrifying grimace. Everyone. Don't be fooled by his bluff. He is at the end of his rope. Attack him together and blast him away. No need for him to say more. The other 7 chimeras had already raised their guard to the highest level the moment Chu He's words came out. They no longer hesitated and instantly launched their strongest combined attack. Boom! In an instant, the sky over the illusionary maze lit up with violent energy. The ancient beast condensed by illusion roared and tore apart the earth. The black spear of light pierced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Moreover, there were invisible mental shocks that transformed into eerie ripples, eroding the mind and sweeping in from all directions. This was a trap woven by 8 top geniuses, with no dead angles, no gaps, filled with destruction. All the spectators held their breath, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, as they seemed to foresee the scene of that arrogant human being torn to pieces in an instant. However, facing this apocalyptic attack, Chu He did not dodge or flinch. At the moment when all attacks were about to come, he simply and lightly stomped his foot. Boom! A light sound, almost inaudible. In the next moment, the entire dream-weaving forest came to life. Centered on Chu He, the ground beneath his feet was no longer solid ground, but instantly transformed into a huge whirlpool of quicksand, crazily rotating, devouring all nearby energy. The surrounding giant luminescent fungi suddenly extended thousands of colorful phantom tentacles, like dancing snakes, whipping, entangling, and blocking the illusionary beast. The strangest thing was the air. In the air, countless tiny invisible prisms appeared out of nowhere, constantly refracting and distorting space at unbelievable angles and frequencies. Chu He was no longer simply using illusions nor moving with spatial power. He was altering the rules of this area. He used the spatial power of the Starlaw clan to perform microscopic spatial folding, causing the attack's trajectory to deviate by a hair's breadth. Then, with the annihilation power of the Voidgaze clan, he set countless deadly traps at the rule nodes he had modified, which even Valak's True I could not perceive. A pseudo-SSS-level contestant from the Mirage clan confidently launched a beam of destruction. But that beam, after passing through an invisible prism in front of Chu He, instantly reflected back with a speed faster than it came. Put! The contestant didn't even understand what happened before he was hit solidly in the chest by his own strongest attack, his protective energy shattered, and his whole body turned into countless light spots, getting sent out of the game. Ding! A contestant is eliminated. Immediately, a tone of mockery came from Chu He, ringing simultaneously in the ears of the remaining 7. Fools, can't even control your own power? Your so-called teamwork is just a pile of scattered sand, blown away by the wind. Valak's True I had become his biggest burden at this moment. In his view, the whole world was a tangled mess. Countless strands of mixed and layered rules were wildly interwoven, the false rules created by Chu He intertwining with the real rules, fiercely impacting his soul.
The intense headache nearly made him faint. Ah! He clutched his head, screaming in pain. Chu He, what exactly did you do? Chu He's figure shimmered in and out amidst countless prism reflections, elusive and unstable. Ha, what a pity, have you read Dream of the Red Chamber? When the real is false, the false can also be real. You've heard of the art of war, right? War is the way of deception. Virtual and real, understand? Valak was on the brink of collapse, confused by these unheard of terms. What is real or fake? What nonsense are you talking? I mean, you have no culture. Chu He's voice came again, filled with pity. Just then, Chu He seized the opportunity and intentionally created a slight error in the refraction of a prism, exposing what seemed like a fatal flaw. Good opportunity. He can't hold on. Two eager contestants' eyes lit up, and without hesitation, they transformed into light, charging towards the flaw. They wanted to seize this chance to secure victory. However, just as they stepped into that area, the surrounding space underwent a silent, deadly folding. It was as if they had stepped on an invisible landmine. Two threads of obliteration force, as fine as a hair, preset at the spatial nodes, silently coiled around their bodies. There were no screams, no struggles. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, and then quickly turned into nothingness like paper ignited by black flames. Ding! 2 contestants are out. In an instant, 3 out of 8 were gone. The encirclement showed a huge gap. The remaining 4 contestants and Warlick finally felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. They all unconsciously stopped attacking, staggering backward, their eyes on Chu He as if they were looking at a demon playing with all lives in his palms. This person was not competing at all. He was toying. He was slaughtering. Warlick's eyes, unable to withstand the dual burden of secret arts and soul impact, shed 2 lines of shocking blood tears. All reason, jealousy, pride, was completely burned away at this moment. He let out a roar that was not human, and pale flames suddenly ignited on his body. That was the flame of sacrificial soul. Even if I die, I want you to go down with me. Warlick screamed, each word carrying the madness of mutual destruction. Forbidden technique, true descent. Boom! The entire illusionary forest began to shake violently, an overwhelming wave of terror beyond SSS grade erupted centered around Warlick. This power was no longer an attack, but a purification, a correction. It was going to forcibly erase the rules altered by Chu He and restore them to the most primitive reality. On the high platform, the Empress, Ellie, who had been calmly sitting, lost her regal demeanor for the first time. She suddenly stood up, her beautiful tricolor eyes swirling with shock and seriousness. Chapter 165, One Strike to Win. The world of the illusionary forest was forcibly corrected by a brutal power. Warlick's true domain, gained by sacrificing his soul, swept across, causing all of Chu He's spatial prisms and rule traps to shatter like fleeting dreams. The altered rules were forcibly disrupted and corrected. Chu He lost the interpretation rights to this world. On the high platform, Warlick's father, the Thousand Phantom Prince Falk, turned pale as paper. He suddenly stood up, his body trembling violently with fear. He never expected that his incompetent son had learned this absolutely forbidden secret art. That ancient manual was stored deep in the palace's academic sanctum in the forbidden arts area, created by a previous emperor of extraordinary talent, and had long been sealed by generations of emperors due to the tremendous harm it caused to the user's soul. A cold gaze landed on Falk. It was Empress Ellie. Falk, your son really has great courage. He dares to touch such forbidden arts. Do you know the dangers? The Empress's wrath made the temperature of the entire VIP seating drop to freezing point. Thud. Prince Falk could no longer hold on, kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. I, for my life, truly do not know when he learned this forbidden art. It is my failure in teaching. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Ellie snorted coldly, no longer looking at him, and turned her attention back to the screen. Lillian exclaimed in worry, clutching her clothes tightly. What do we do now? Chu Bao is now going to face 5 alone. Xia Yao remained calm, but her clear, cold eyes reflected Chu He's figure, flashing a hint of a fascination and pride that outsiders could not comprehend. She slightly parted her red lips, her voice very soft, yet extremely certain. This is just the beginning, he hasn't even gotten serious yet. In the arena, a recovered Warlick, feeling the absolute control brought by the true domain, was filled with joy and madness, his eyes full of blood tears. He saw the human who had previously toyed with them in his grasp. At this moment, he was finally exposed under the most primitive laws, with nowhere to hide. Chu He. I see what tricks you can still play. Warwick roared at the 4 companions left beside him. Listen to my orders, work together to strangle him. Hearing this, Chu He disdainfully shook his head. A mocking curve appeared on his lips. I didn't plan to use this move so soon, but since you were so eager to seek death, you can't blame me.
After saying that, Chu He slowly closed his eyes. Deep in his dantian, that mysterious chaotic blood crystal began to shake violently at this moment. It was like a black hole that was never satisfied, forcibly absorbing and merging the three distinct royal powers within Chu He, the annihilation force of the Jingni clan, the spatial power of the Xinglu clan, and the thousand illusions rules of the Qianhuan clan. Chu He's arms slowly lifted, forming a ball-holding shape in front of his chest. Terrifying power frantically gathered, compressed, and spiraled between his palms. A colorful, swirling energy ball glowing with chaotic light suddenly took shape. Three completely different, even conflicting supreme laws were kneaded into a contradictory unity full of destruction and uncertainty under the forced harmonization of the chaotic blood crystal. Condense! Chu He suddenly opened his eyes. In those clear eyes, unprecedented brilliance shot out. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently pushed the energy ball, condensed to the limit, towards Warwick and his 5 companions. There was no earth-shattering roar, no apocalyptic momentum. That colorful energy ball just quietly, yet irresistibly, floated forward. Warwick and his 5 companions thought they were invincible under the blessing of the real domain. But when faced with this eerie energy ball, an indescribable fear stemming from their very instinct of survival instantly seized their souls. They wanted to escape, wanted to defend themselves. But in front of this chaotic energy ball that merged the core powers of 3 major royal clans, all was in vain. The real domain was easily torn apart, like a piece of thin paper. The defensive barrier they joined forces to set up didn't even create a ripple before quietly dissolving. The strange light engulfed them. No screams, no struggles. Warwick and the other 4 talented individuals of the Qianhuan clan rapidly disassembled in the light, transforming into countless points of light, sent out of the arena by the rules. The whole process was terrifyingly quiet. Ding! 5 contestants are eliminated. The cold announcement broke the eerie silence. In the center of the arena, the well-dressed Qianhuan clan host almost dropped the crystal scepter in his hand. He gaped for a long time, before announcing in a voice trembling with irrepressible awe. In the second round, the ultimate victor of hiding and hunting is the human, Chu He. The entire illusion city, all the audience seats, fell into dead silence at that moment. Seconds later, a thundering roar of shock and discussion erupted. My God! What happened? One move took down Lord Warwick and the other 5? What kind of power is that? Merging 3 laws? How is that possible? I just said he was a soft-handed pretty boy, skilled only in seducing women, without any real ability. Countless members of the Qianhuan White Ape clan exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock and shame. They had thought Chu He was just a soft-handed man relying on Princess Lillian's protection. Who would have thought he possessed such terrifying strength, single-handedly defeating 9 talented individuals of his kin, including Warwick? On the high platform, Empress Ai Li slowly stood up from her throne. Her noble and majestic face, which always maintained absolute dignity, was now filled with unprecedented warmth and admiration. Her voice resonated throughout the illusion city, clearly reaching the ears of every clan member. I announce Chu He as the ultimate champion of this illusionary shape competition. He will receive the supreme treasure of my clan, the Wanhua Divine Stone. And he will also gain the qualification to enter the origin pool for baptism. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in astonishment once again. Wanhua Divine Stone. Origin Pool. That was a supreme honor only granted to royal members who made astonishing contributions to the clan or the most outstanding among past champions. Ailey ignored the shock of her clansmen, her stunning tricolor eyes gazed intently at the calm figure on the competition stage, filled with deep appreciation. The baptism ceremony will be held immediately. Chu He calmly accepted the gaze of everyone. He already understood in his heart, the Wanhua Divine Stone and the Origin Pool would be the keys for his strength to soar again and ultimately confront the Mad Dragon Clan member, Ao Cheng. On the high platform, Lillian's excited little face turned crimson as she vigorously waved her small fists at the air. Summer Yao also wore a sweet smile on her face. Kaki remained even more composed. Chu He's overall strength had been tested, and it probably reached SSS with 8 stars. Even a strike fused with the power of 3 clans might not be easily caught by an SSS peak. He stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. She developed a strong interest in the so-called origin pool baptism that was about to happen. Chapter 166, Ancestors Worship Me. The Dragon Clan rival has arrived. Under everyone's gaze, the Thousand Illusions Empress Ailey actually got down from her throne. She walked gracefully, elegant and noble. With each step she took, visible ripples spread through the surrounding space, silencing all noise and discussions. In the awe-filled eyes of countless clansmen, she approached Chu He. Ailey extended her jade hand, and a delicately carved box made of colorful crystals appeared out of thin air, quietly hovering in her palm. Chu He, this is what you deserve. The box slowly opened. A peculiar divine stone the size of a fist came into everyone's view. Within that stone, a complete universe flickered in existence and extinction. At times, it condensed into brilliant stars, and at times, it disintegrated into silent dust. Creation and termination cycled constantly within, mystifying to the utmost degree.
Wanhua Divine Stone.
Chu He reached out to take it, feeling a marvelous sensation transmit from his palm. What he held was not a stone but a breathing source of life.
The Wanhua Divine Stone is not an ordinary item. Ailey's voice rang out again, clarifying for Chu He and for all the clansmen.
It encompasses the highest laws of creation and decomposition. It is the stairway for my clan from illusionary shape to creation of the world.
Having it allows you to peek into the true origin of matter and energy, greatly aiding your future progression.
And to absorb it, there is only one place in the world that can achieve this, and that is my clan's origin pool. The origin pool is the life source of my Thousand Illusions White Ape clan. The energy flowing in the pool is the purest illusionary law energy from the beginning of chaos. Being baptized there can allow your soul and body to perfectly align with the illusionary law, thus safely absorbing the Wanhua Divine Stone. At this point, Ailey's tone became extremely serious. However, opportunities often accompany dangers. The origin pool connects to the sea of spirits of all my clan's ancestors. Every powerful Thousand Illusions warrior who has passed will have their spiritual imprint reside there. It is both a place of supreme creation and a perilous realm of life and death. If your will is not strong, you will be assimilated by the overwhelming spiritual will of the ancient ancestors, completely losing yourself and becoming part of them.
Do you dare to try?
Ailey's tricolored gaze burned brightly as she fixed her eyes on Chu He, waiting for his response.
What is there to fear?
Chu He smiled calmly as he accepted the Wanhua Divine Stone.
He complained in his heart, isn't it just meeting the parents?
After meeting the father and mother-in-law, I'll pay a visit to my ancestors too. I'm quite familiar with the process.
All right.
Prince Olin had unknowingly arrived beside him. Laughter echoed loudly as he patted Chu He heavily on the shoulder.
What courage! Come on, we will personally protect you.
Led by the Empress and the Prince, Chu He walked into the depths of the palace, under the countless complex gazes. Passing through layers of barriers, an ancient, misty, primal aura rushed towards him. In a vast underground cavern, a pool made entirely of starlight appeared before Chu He.
The pool had no water.
Flowing within it was liquid rainbow, with billions of starlights rising and falling, brilliant and mysterious.
This was the origin pool.
Go. Ellie gestured. Chu He no longer hesitated and stepped into the pool. There was neither cold nor warmth. The moment the liquid rainbow touched his body, it transformed into the purest spiritual energy, instantly wrapping around and seeping into his soul.
Buzz.
The power of the three emperors within Chu He, the silent nothingness, the space of star law, and the ever-changing illusions, at that moment received the most original guidance, spontaneously boiling and merging. Chu He opened the box and held the ever-changing divine stone in his hand. At that moment, the stone suddenly sparkled brightly, transforming into a beam of light that shot directly into Chu He's forehead. The chaos blood crystal within Chu He's dantian trembled violently, resonating strongly with the ever-changing divine stone. The power of the divine stone wildly analyzed and optimized the merging path of the three emperors' power, and the originally obscure principal barriers were easily pierced with its assistance. The speed of merging skyrocketed more than tenfold. But this power was too immense, instantly stirring up the entire origin pool, and the calm pool of water surged into towering waves.
At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Chu He's consciousness suddenly sank. An unstoppable force pulled him into an endless gray space. Countless towering figures emerged within this space.
They varied in form, exuding ancient and overwhelming pressure, each figure having once been a top powerhouse in the history of the ever-changing White Ape clan.
They were the ancestral shadows sleeping in the origin pool. Outsider. You are so bold.
How dare you invade our sacred ground?
As a mere human, what right do you have to receive our highest baptism? Get out.
Anger, doubt, and rejection formed a tidal wave of spiritual assault, crashing towards Chu He's consciousness from all directions.
It was an absolute will to tear him apart completely and take away his control over his body.
However, facing this attack that could cause any SSS-class powerhouse's soul to collapse, Chu He's consciousness did not even move. Instead, he curiously examined these ancestors.
Is this it? Is this what my mother-in-law called a life-or-death situation?
Under the astonished gazes of all the ancestral shadows, Chu He directly sat down cross-legged. He did not resist or defend but slowly closed his eyes. In the next second, he unfolded his understanding of the three emperors' power with creation-level spiritual energy, fully and unreservedly, in this gray space.
A miniature universe embryo was born, centered around him. The power of destruction became a black hole that ended everything. The power of space constructed the framework for the existence of all things. And the law of illusions, within this framework, evolved into billions of infinite possibilities of life. Destruction and creation, existence and nothingness, reality and illusion.
The three seemingly contradictory supreme laws perfectly fused in his hands into an unprecedented, inclusive, higher-level Tao. The entire gray space fell into a deathly silence. All the ancestral shadows ceased their attacks, staring blankly at the incredible scene. What did they see? A brand new world. A path they had never imagined. The endpoint of the illusionary laws they pursued throughout their lives appeared so shallow before the Tao this human displayed. Initial anger and doubt. A sudden transformation into incomprehensible shock. Eventually, it turned into deep appreciation from the depths of the soul and a pilgrimage. So it turns out, it is like this. My path is not lonely. This is the true creation. Ancient and weathered sighs echoed. In the next moment, all ancestral shadows stopped attacking and instead bowed deeply to the consciousness of Chu He. Then, they transformed into pure spiritual seals, actively merging into Chu He's divine soul, offering their lifelong insights into the Thousand Illusions law without reservation. In the outside world, beside the pool of origin, Ailey and Orlanen were nervously watching the pool. Suddenly, all the starry rainbows of the pool of origin surged wildly into Chu He's body. His aura was evolving and sublimating at a terrifying speed. Uncertain how much time passed. When Chu He opened his eyes again, all the anomalies had disappeared. His aura had returned to its original simplicity, no longer sharp, but deep like the universe itself, making it impossible to see through. He had completely mastered this brand new power. Ailey gazed at the transformed Chu He, and on her usually dignified face appeared a complex expression of comfort, admiration, and even a hint of respect. Very good. She spoke slowly. Now, you deserve the title of my Thousand Illusion White Ape Clan son-in-law. However, before preparing for the wedding, there is one last matter. Before her words fell, a royal guard rushed into the forbidden area in a panic, even disregarding etiquette, kneeling with a thud, his voice sharp and hoarse with fear. Reporting to your majesty the Empress. The Dragon Clan Prince. Ao Qing is coming. Chapter 167, come on, let's fight now. As the words fell, the ancient and vast aura in the forbidden area seemed to be disrupted by this sudden news, instantly freezing. Chu He, who had just completed his transformation, didn't even have the time to savor the new power flowing through him, was pulled back to reality by this name. Ao Qing. Lillian's former fiancé, the prince of the Dragon Clan, the man destined for a battle. A trace of surprise flashed across Ailey's regal face, quickly turning into seriousness. She had anticipated Ao Qing would come, but she didn't expect him to arrive so quickly and so directly. He even burst into the outer part of the palace's forbidden area. This madman. This control freak. Lillian's beautiful face instantly puffed up with anger, and flames of wrath blazed in her tricolored eyes. He must have planted spies around me. Otherwise, how could he know so quickly? Bastard. Orlanen reached out his hand and gently patted his daughter's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. His deep tricolored eyes turned towards Chu He, with a hint of inquiry. Everyone's gaze converged here, wanting to see how Chu He would react. Nervous? Serious? Or retreat? However, Chu He's reaction stunned everyone. Not only was he not tense at all, but he even showed a comforting smile to the fuming Lillian. It's okay. Chu He gently moved his wrist, feeling the new power of creation and destruction intertwining within him, as space flowed at his will, a mischievous smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. What's meant to come can't be avoided. He's coming right to my door, it saves me the trouble of going to the dragon's lair. These words were filled with unreserved composure and dominance. Cocky seriously evaluated, dominant. Lillian instantly lost her anger, she looked at Chu He with stars in her big eyes. Prince Orlanen laughed heartily, openly admiring Chu He. This kid was just to his taste. Empress Ailey looked deeply at Chu He. From this young man, she saw no pressure, only an expectation of a hunt about to begin. She slowly nodded. Let's go, let's meet this Dragon Clan prince. I want to see who gave him the courage to be reckless in my Thousand Illusion Empire's palace. Golden Palace Main Hall. The atmosphere was so oppressive that the air felt like it was about to freeze. In the center of the hall, a tall figure stood with his back to the crowd, wearing blue dragon-patterned battle armor, each scale shining with cold metallic light, and the inscribed dragon language runes exuding a heart-stopping pressure. Just one shadow seemed to have the power to support the sky and tread the earth. As if he heard the footsteps, the figure slowly turned around. A face so handsome it was almost enchanting, yet as cold as ancient frozen ice. Above his head, rugged blue dragon horns grew wildly, showcasing the rawness and dominance of his bloodline. Prince of the Dragon Clan, Ao Qing. Ao Qing's gaze passed through everyone, including the esteemed Empress Ailey and Prince Orlanen, locking tightly onto Chu He. It was a gaze that looked down upon the dead. Chu He. You have such great courage. You dare to covet my fiancé. Boom. Fight.
A visible dragon might press down on Chu He like a tangible tsunami. Ordinary SSS-level powerhouses, under this dragon might, would struggle to stand, ready to kneel on the spot. Lilian's little face instantly turned pale. However, Chu He remained completely still. That utterly domineering dragon might reach 3 feet before him, only to vanish into thin air without a sound. The harmonious and unified new power within him instinctively decomposed and annihilated all external pressure. But someone was faster than her. At this moment, Empress Ai Li coldly stepped forward. An even vaster aura instantly enveloped the entire hall, completely suppressing Ao Qing's arrogance. Xia Yao and Catch are also quietly retracting their accumulated power. Ao Qing. The Empress's voice contained undisguised anger and authority. This is the Illusion Empire, the royal palace of the Illusion Empire, not your dragon nest. Put away your show of power. Don't think that just because I have a good relationship with your mother, you can act wildly in front of me. Faced with the SSR-level Illusion Empress, even someone as proud as Ao Qing had to tone it down a bit. He slightly nodded to Ai Li, as a gesture of greeting, but his attitude remained as firm as iron. Your Majesty, I have no intention of offending your dignity. However, my engagement with Lilian was established under the witness of you and my mother, and it has not yet been formally dissolved. His golden vertical pupils turned back to Chu He, filled with rage and killing intent that seemed ready to spill over. This person is untrustworthy. He personally agreed to a 1-year pact with me, a year from now for a final duel, and the winner gets to marry Lilian. But how long has it been? He couldn't wait to come to the Illusion Empire to propose, attempting to covet Lily. Such behavior is an insult to me and the entire Dragon Clan. His words were heavy, instantly placing him on the high ground of reason. Many ministers of the Illusion Clan secretly nodded, feeling that Chu He's actions were indeed inappropriate. After all, a pact is a pact. Chu He's early proposal did indeed seem out of line. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Chu He actually let out a laugh. In the dead silence of the hall, this light laughter sounded particularly jarring. He stepped forward, bypassing Empress Ai Li, and stood facing Ao Qing at a distance of fewer than 10 meters. Prince Ao Qing, I have a few questions for you. A playful smile hung on Chu He's face. First, when did I say that before fighting you, I couldn't propose to my beloved? A proposal is an expression of my feelings and respect. Marriage is the final outcome. Can't you even tell the difference between the two? Second, my 1-year agreement with you was to give you a year to prepare, so you wouldn't accuse me of bullying you when you lose. What, do you now think a year is too long and can't wait to be defeated by me? Is your logic the rules you set for yourself? Or is it that your Dragon Clan's rules are just this domineering and unreasonable? Chu He's second reason made. Lilian, Kachi, and Shaya were all surprised that Chu He could be so unrestrained, but since he was their man, they remained silent. Ailey was also a bit taken aback, but her lips gradually lifted into a slight smile. A series of rhetorical questions, like a storm, instantly washed away the moral high ground that Ao Qing had built. Ao Qing was choked by this unexpected counterattack. For the first time, clear anger appeared on his cold, handsome face. In his golden vertical pupils, rage burned fiercely. He squeezed out these 4 words through clenched teeth. Deceptive tongue. I don't care how you argue. Lilian is mine. Before you prove you are stronger than me, you will not touch her. A fierce aura once again surged from within him. That's just right. Chu He's smile slowly faded at this moment, replaced by a heavy battle intent, as deep as an abyss. He looked at the furious Ao Qing as if he was gazing at a prisoner who had already received a death sentence. There's no better day than today. Chu He's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears in the palace. Today. Let's settle this between us. As soon as these words were spoken, all sounds in the hall came to a halt. Hearing Chu He's words, Ao Qing's golden vertical pupils, burning with anger, suddenly collapsed and shrank inward. The anger did not disappear. Instead, it was compressed and solidified, turning into a terrifying battle intent hotter than magma. He fixed his gaze on Chu He, and on his beautiful, almost otherworldly face, there appeared an unprecedented hint of cruel appreciation. Very good. Now that's a man. An invisible dragon's power exploded from within him, yet he tightly suppressed it within 3 feet of himself. Even so, the colorful crystal floor beneath his feet silently spread out spiderweb-like cracks. But our battle stakes the royal family's face and Lilian's belonging. He emphasized, we need to choose a place where we can fight with no reservations. Both of you are rare talents, and this battle not only concerns Lilian's happiness but also the face of both families. The Empress Ailey's voice rang out, seemingly piercing through the Grand Palace dome, reaching beyond endless time and space. In her mysterious 3-colored eyes, shattered galaxies and chaotic streams of laws were reflected. Between the realm of illusions and the endless sea, there is a place called Wasteland Sea.
That is the battlefield ruins of ancient gods and demons, where time and space are chaotic, and laws are broken. It is the most suitable place for you to fight with no care in the world. Prince Orlan stepped forward, his voice steady as a bell. In this battle, the Empress and I will witness personally. The winner will gain everything. The loser will make a blood oath of the soul and never again interfere with Lillian. A blood oath of the soul. Once violated, the true spirit will be burned to nothing in endless calamity, never to be reborn. This was not just a duel but a gamble of fate in which everything was at stake. Agreed. Chu He's response was calm and unhurried, causing the corner of Ao Qing's eyes to twitch painfully. That works perfectly for me. In Ao Qing's golden vertical pupils, the bloodthirsty killing intent was no longer hidden. He seemed to savor Chu He's flesh and blood, declaring word by word, I will be there to personally tear apart all your pride, letting Lillian see who is the one true dragon. Before the words were finished, he transformed into a ripping beam of blue lightning, smashing through the palace dome with the most violent posture. Boom! Countless crystal fragments fell like a rainstorm but were ground into the finest dust by an invisible force field in midair. A roar filled with provocation and brutality resounded from the sky, shaking the entire illusion city, making it hum. The person had already left, but that domineering and unparalleled battle intent still imprinted in the hall, weighing on everyone's heart. As the dragon's roar finally faded, Lillian suddenly awakened, grabbing Chu He's sleeve tightly. The warm little hand, usually so warm, was now icy cold, and her voice trembled. Chu Bao, do you really have confidence? He is very strong. The Dragon Clan is born to be a crazy fighter, and their fighting style is extremely unreasonable. She had seen Ao Qing strike, and it was pure violence that could crush all peers and talents. But Chu He turned back and wrapped her icy cold hand in his palm, gently rubbing her tousled silver hair, and his smile was warm and steady, enough to dispel all the gloom in the world. Don't worry, I have experience dealing with these big lizards whose brains are filled with muscle. What you should think about now is how to be a beautiful bride. Lillian was stunned. In the next moment, brilliant red clouds burned from her cheeks to her ears. All the panic and unease in her heart melted away with this gentle yet domineering statement, leaving only sweet feelings and unconditional trust in this man. If he loses... Xia Yao's cold voice rang out beside them, lacking any emotion. She gazed at the huge hole in the ceiling, and in the depths of her eyes, a fleeting gray light of obliteration vanished. His dragon tendons could make a belt for Chu He. Perfect, I have never eaten the meat of such a fierce beast. As soon as these words were spoken, even Lillian shivered involuntarily, instinctively shrinking closer to Chu He. Chu He broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained, Yao Yao was telling a cold joke. But his heart knew that Xia Yao was speaking the truth. However, Kaki was different. The brilliance in her starry eyes erupted with unprecedented light, and she had already pulled out her precious little notebook, her short silver hair sticking up with extreme excitement. Precious sample. Complete battle data of the five-clawed blue dragon. This time, I must record it. His dragon scale arrangement, energy flow efficiency in the meridians, and the syllable frequency of dragon language magic. Having confidence is a good thing, but you must not underestimate the enemy. Empress Ailey's expression became serious as she stared at Chu He and solemnly warned him, Lillian should have told you about the terror of the Dragon Clan. They are born to master elements, and their bodies are revered as bodies that cannot be invaded by any law. Within the same tier, almost no lifeform can withstand a direct confrontation with an adult dragon. This was the monarch's advice and the concern of a future mother-in-law. Chu He suppressed his smile and nodded earnestly at Ailey, Aunt, rest assured, I will make him understand what despair means. Good. She no longer said much, lifting her delicate hand casually to the void ahead, making a simple slash. The space ahead did not ripple, but was directly torn open like a curtain. A huge door of space opened in absolute silence, and on the other side, it was no longer splendid and glorious. It was a dim, dead, lifeless apocalyptic world. A fierce wind mixed with blood from dark demons let out a shrill wail that sent chills down the soul. On the gloomy sky, there were grotesque purple spatial cracks, opening and closing like the wounds of a giant beast, devouring all light and existence. Desolate sea. Let's go. Ailey took the lead and stepped in, her elegant and noble figure instantly vanishing into the twisted shadows. Orlan followed closely behind. Chu He tightened Lillian's hand, conveying an undeniable belief through the warmth of his palm. He walked alongside Xia Yao and Kaki, stepping together into that ancient battlefield belonging to gods and demons. Chapter 169, Stand and Let You Hit. Ao Qing beats until life is in doubt. Desolate sea. The sky of this battlefield relic was a solid yellow. The grotesque purple spatial cracks were scars on the sky that would never heal, slowly opening and closing, mercilessly devouring the surrounding light and dust. Two figures stood facing each other across 1,000 meters of empty space. They didn't even do anything. They just stood there, each emitting their own aura. In midair, a fierce collision and squeeze caused the space to ripple like water, emitting a mournful wail under the unbearable burden. In the distance, on a relatively stable space fault, Queen Ellie casually set up a barrier, enveloping Lillian and others to prevent them from being affected by the upcoming battle's aftermath. Human, show me your skills. Let me see what has given you the courage to challenge a giant dragon. Aoking's roar turned into a substantial soundwave, and the large area of blackened crystal ground beneath him exploded with a loud bang. He couldn't be bothered to say another word. The power of dragon bloodline erupted suddenly. The dragon-patterned armor on his right arm lit up one segment after another, a force so violent it could tear apart the stars gathered at his fist's edge, aimed at Chu He 1,000 meters away, launching a punch from afar. Boom! The punch's wind flew out, instantly transforming into a solid blue dragon over 100 meters long. The dragon's head was fierce, the dragon's body powerful, using pure physical violence to roar and tear apart all spatial laws along its path, headed straight for Chu He's face. Faced with this earth-shattering blow, Chu He's figure didn't even wobble. Is this little strength just scratching my back? He quietly commented, slowly raising his right hand, fingers of the index and middle together, lightly pointing at the roaring dragon shadow coming towards him. There was no loud crash of energy collision. No light pollution from the clash of laws. Right in front of Chu He's fingertips, a tiny black, only the size of a fingernail, quietly took shape. That terrifying dragon shadow, capable of destroying mountains, at the moment it touched this tiny black, let out not even a mournful cry, completely swallowed and erased. It didn't even create a ripple. It was as if that earth-shattering blow had never occurred. Aoking's golden vertical pupils suddenly shrank to the most dangerous pinpoints. He could clearly feel that the power he unleashed was neither shattered by stronger power nor blocked by a barrier. Instead, it was dismantled, transferred, and ultimately annihilated in an unknown dimension by a law he could not comprehend. What terrifying spatial control this is! It is the space authority of the Starlaw clan, truly profound. Inside the barrier, Lillian understood the trick, unable to help but exclaim in surprise, her suspended heart feeling a bit at ease. Kaki's delicate little face was filled with a sense of course. This is just basic operation after all. Shine remained expressionless, her clear and cold eyes focused solely on Chu He's figure, as if there was nothing else in this world. Come again. Having achieved nothing, and instead being resolved by the other party in such a casual manner. This was humiliation that the proud dragon prince couldn't tolerate. Aoking roared in anger, both fists striking out. This time, he no longer focused power at a single point, but instead released it all completely. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of fist shadows shot out. Each fist shadow contained enough dragon power to heavily injure an SSS-level powerhouse, interweaving in the air to form a blue dragon shadow meteor shower covering several thousand meters, indiscriminately crashing towards the area where Chu He stood. The entire sky above the barren sea was stained blue by this violent attack. Faced with this rainstorm-like offensive, Chu He still stood his ground. Even the interest to raise a hand was gone. Just as the myriad of dragon shadows was about to touch his body, the space around him began to undergo a subtle folding that was invisible to the naked eye. Then, an absurd scene occurred. Those violent fist shadows, at the moment of about to hit Chu He, bizarrely deviated from their trajectories, crashing into another nearby fist shadow and annihilating each other in a violent explosion. Some seemed to strike into an abyss, vanishing without a trace into a field of distorted light. Others traced a strange arc in the air. Perfectly bypassed the Chu River, roaring towards the distant sky. From beginning to end, the edges of Chu River's clothes never fluttered even slightly. He stood there quietly, as if in another dimension. Let the world around him collapse, I remain steadfast. Strolling leisurely. Ouching frantically attacked for nearly a minute. His emotions shifted from initial rage, to midway suspicion, and finally to confusion. He felt like a fool, swinging his fists with all his might, yet never hitting the reflection in the water. All his strength was vented into emptiness. All his anger became a ridiculous solo performance. And his opponent, that detestable human, didn't even bother to take up a defensive posture. Finally, he stopped. His chest rose and fell from heavy breathing, and the overwhelming aura he had began to falter due to this deep-seated feeling of powerlessness. He could not understand. After just a few months apart, how could this human strength have risen to such an unbelievable level? In the dead silence, Chu River's question, tinged with a hint of mockery, clearly reached Ouching's ears. Is this the prince of the dragon clan? Has your warm-up exercise ended? These words turned into the sharpest knife, fiercely stabbing into Ouching's proud dragon soul. In his golden vertical pupils, all confusion and suspicion were instantly burned away, leaving only a fury and killing intent compressed to the extreme. Very well. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, each word echoing with cold metal friction. You have successfully angered me. He slowly inhaled, and the chaotic energy of the barren sea paused. Then, distinct auras began to spread from his body. It was the lightness of wind. The violence of thunder. The flexibility of water. The heat of fire.
Next, let me show you the absolute domination of the Dragon Clan over the elements of nature.
As soon as he finished speaking, the dim sky instantly became more gloomy, thick dark clouds converged out of thin air, blocking all light. The fierce wind howled, and the earth trembled. Wind, thunder, water, fire, the four most primal elements of energy erupted at this moment.
Centered around Ouching, a terrifying elemental storm was taking shape. The real battle has just begun. Chapter 170, Dimensional Strike.
Ouching floated in midair, arms raised high, like a mad conductor, stirring the anger of heaven and earth. Above his head, the thick dark clouds that had converged spun wildly, billions of electric snakes traversed and roared within, eventually twisting together to form a gigantic thunder spear over 100 meters long. The spear tip flickered with a destructive aura capable of judging all, as if even the soul could be pierced directly.
Die!
Ouching roared, his arm swinging down suddenly. The thunder spear screamed as it tore through the sky, hurtling fiercely towards Chu River.
But it's not over.
Just as the thunder spear left his hand, the scorched earth beneath Chu River's feet suddenly turned into quicksand, a massive mouth of yellow sand opened, wanting to swallow him whole. At the same time, the air around his body heated up rapidly, flames erupted out of nowhere, instantly forming an airtight cage of fire, sealing his sides. Then, the howling gale transformed into thousands of translucent wind blades, shooting in from all directions, cutting through everything in its path, even space being marked with thin black lines. Heaven has the thunder spear, the earth has the sand trap, all around are the fire cage and wind blades. No way up to the sky, no door down to the earth. Even more terrifying was that Chu River felt his soul as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, a pain originating deep within his soul, making him realize this wave of attack had completely locked onto him at a spiritual level. The surrounding space, along with any gap of rules, has been completely filled and sealed by my elemental power. Ouching's voice was like a divine decree, filled with absolute confidence and cruelty.
You are finished.
However, in the face of this deadly situation, there was not the slightest ripple on Chu He's face. He even had the leisure to pull at the corner of his mouth at Ouching.
Do you really think that mastering a bit of elemental power makes you invincible?
His tone was as relaxed as discussing what to have for dinner tonight.
Naive.
Just as all the attacks were about to reach his body, completely tearing, burning, and devouring him,
time seemed to pause for 1/100th of a second. Then, an incredible scene unfolded.
The thunderous spear, capable of piercing through mountains, suddenly made a sharp 90-degree turn just 1 meter above Chu He's head, and turned against its own master, Ouching, with a speed even faster than before. The giant mouth of the devouring quicksand, about to close, suddenly spat out, transforming into a terrifying sandstorm that blasted towards Ouching, soaring into the sky.
The fiery cage exploded inward, morphing into 4 fire dragons that roared and broke free.
The blades of wind in the sky collectively reversed course, becoming a more violent storm of death rushing towards Ouching.
All attacks changed direction suddenly. What? Ouching's cruel smile froze instantly, replaced by extreme bewilderment and horror. What the hell is going on? His own power rebelled against him?
He didn't have time to think, the threat of death was already looming.
Boom!
Ouching awkwardly sidestepped as the thunder spear grazed past his shoulder, sparking and spraying dragon blood. Before he could catch his breath, the sandstorm was upon him, forcing him to unleash an even stronger dragon breath, punching it apart. But then, he was completely engulfed by the 4 fire dragons and the storm of wind blades.
Boom boom boom.
A series of dense explosions echoed in the air, with violent elemental energy spilling out, turning the sky into a colorful boiling porridge. As the smoke cleared, Ouching's figure reappeared. His dragon-patterned armor was charred and damaged in many places, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, hair disheveled, and breathing frantic, looking utterly disheveled. He stared fiercely at the unscathed Chu He, his golden vertical pupils filled with incomprehensible rage.
Chu He! What did you do? What the hell is going on?
He nearly roared out this question.
His count of proud elemental kills not only failed to harm the opponent, but instead left him a mess.
This was 100 times more humiliating than being knocked away by the opponent with one punch.
Chu He didn't answer him immediately.
He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up. The next second, a scene that shook Ouching's soul appeared in the palm of his hand. There was no earth-shattering energy, nor were there destructive laws. What was there was merely a miniature scene. A speck of dust evolved into mountains and rivers.
A drop of water gathered into streams.
A spark of light gave birth to flora. The prototype of a pocket world was being born, evolving, and thriving in Chu He's palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inside it, the wind was blowing, the fire was burning, and the thunder was rumbling. Everything felt so real, so harmonious, as if it was meant to be.
You.
Ouching stared at that world in his palm, for a moment forgetting his anger, only left with shock stemming from instinct. At this moment, Chu He's voice, calm yet tinged with mockery, resonated in his ears like heavenly decree from the sky. You control the elements, forcing them to fight for you, that is use. I understand the elements, knowing why they are born, why they exist, that is Dao. Chu He lifted his eyelids, his deep gaze resembling that of someone watching an uncivilized wild man. In the world I evolved, I am the rule. Now I ask you. Whose element is it? The moment the words fell. Boom! Ao Qing felt something explode inside his mind. He discovered in horror that his connection with all the elements in this barren sea was being forcibly severed and stripped away by a higher, more unreasonable rule. It was like a king being told that all his subjects had sworn loyalty to a new monarch. His pride, his absolute control over the surrounding elements, was rapidly slipping away. He tried to summon the wind, but the furious winds around him combed instantly like frightened rabbits, no longer heeding his command. He attempted to call forth fire, but the remaining fire elements shrank back, as if facing their natural enemy before them. Wind would not come. Thunder would not respond. Water would not heed. Fire would not respect. An unprecedented humiliation and sense of powerlessness engulfed Ao Qing like icy seawater, chilling him to the bone. Everything he took pride in, all his years of hard-earned Dragon Clan secret techniques, had become a complete joke before this other party. This was not just a crushing of power, it was a realm-level dimensional strike. The opponent stood at a height he could not comprehend at all, looking at him as one would look at a child playing in the mud. Extreme humiliation turned into a fiery rage burning his very soul. Chu He! You are forcing me! Ao Qing let out a beast-like roar of unwillingness. His body began to swell rapidly in midair, and beneath his skin, scales that gleamed with a metallic sheen broke free. The dragon horns on his head grew wildly, becoming even more majestic and domineering. A force far more ancient, violent, and unruly than before erupted fiercely from within him. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, resonating across the barren sea. That was no longer a human voice, it was the true roar of a top predator from primordial ancient times. He decided to hold nothing back. He would unleash the most primitive, powerful, and unreasonable form of the Dragon Clan to crush this despicable human, along with his ridiculous Tao, into dust. Chapter 171, The Five-Clawed Azure Dragon at 500 meters. In the distance, the atmosphere above the spatial fracture was tense to the extreme. Lilian's delicate hands unconsciously twisted together, her knuckles turning slightly white. On her exquisite little face, there was no longer a trace of the usual playfulness and pride, just an overwhelming worry that seemed unshakable. Oh no, that madman Ao Qing is being forced to unleash all his power. The Dragon Clan only reveals its most primitive and powerful true dragon form when facing a life-threatening enemy. Once they showed their true form, their power, defense, and control over elements would surge exponentially. Ailey gently placed her hand on her daughter's shoulder, offering silent comfort. Her tricolored eyes, which could see through everything, stared at the battlefield, even from afar able to feel the awakening of a terrifying ancient aura. Chu He comprehended the essence of existence through chaos and can now control the evolution of things within a certain range. At the level of rules, I fear no one at the same rank can rival him. The Queen's evaluation was high, but her tone was not relaxed. Catch's little notebook floated in the air, countless intricate symbols swirling at her fingertips, rapidly recording the furious energy data at the center of the battlefield. Her small face was filled with excitement and fervor, yet she couldn't help but exclaim a curse. Damn, little he is just too cool. I thought he was going to directly use the power of the three clans to crush, but instead he directly turned their attack against them. This move is too slick. Xia Yao remained silent. Her cool eyes were locked onto the azure light figure expanding rapidly in the distance. Others saw Chu He's strength, but she sharply sensed a hint of foreboding. The overwhelming aura of Ao Qing did not diminish due to the recent humiliation, instead, it was rising furiously in a terrifying manner, making her feel an unimaginable dread. On Oren's calm face, a look of seriousness appeared. The most terrifying thing about the dragon race has never been elemental magic. It is their bloodline, their true form, and those forbidden secret arts that should not exist in the world. Before the words fell. In the center of the battlefield, the dragon's roar that shook the heavens and earth had already reached its peak. Roar! Under the horrified gaze of everyone, Ao Qing's body completely transformed into a piercing blue light that soared through the heavens and the earth amidst the dragon's roar. That light was so blazing and so overwhelming that the entire dim sky of the desolate sea was forcibly dyed into a dazzling turquoise color. In just a few breaths of time, the blue light suddenly retracted and condensed inward. When the light dissipated, a colossal creature had replaced Ao Qing's original position, coiling between the heavens and the earth. Its body length exceeded 500 meters, like a continuous mountain range spanning the void. Covered in palm-sized blue dragon scales, each scale shimmering with an immortal metallic luster, the edges sharp as knives, as if they could easily cut through space. On the fierce dragon head, two rugged dragon horns pointed straight to the sky, with electric light swirling between them. Beneath its belly, 5 powerful dragon claws emerged, each sharp claw glimmering with a cold light that could tear apart stars.
5-clawed Azure Dragon. This was the prince of the dragon clan, the strongest battle stance.
Xia Ya was unusually dazed, saying, last time, he only showed 100-meter dragon form.
Kaki replied earnestly, yes, if he uses his full power, I'm afraid I would find it hard to control him.
If he truly goes all out, even if we join forces, it would be difficult to defeat him, we might even cause the destruction of a city.
As they were talking, an indescribable terrifying dragon might swept outward like an invisible tsunami.
Wherever the dragon might passed, the space fractured with a moan, the chaotic laws were smooth, and even the fierce purple spatial cracks seemed to shrink in fear. The overwhelming pressure brought a sense of suffocating oppression that came from the depths of the soul.
In giant dragon form, Ao Qing slowly lowered its gigantic dragon head that resembled a mountain.
Those golden vertical pupils, larger than palace lanterns, looked down upon the tiny human figure below, as insignificant as dust. Its voice was no longer cold but had turned into a roaring thunder, echoing across the entire desolate sea.
Chu He. Now, do you feel despair?
In the face of absolute power, your so-called little tricks are utterly meaningless. The massive dragon head slightly lifted, then abruptly opened its mouth, which could swallow a small mountain. In an instant, the wind was gathering, the thunder was roaring, the water was condensing, and the fire was burning. All the wild elemental energies in this world were forcibly extracted and compressed by him in the most brutal and unreasonable way. A ball of energy, only a few meters in diameter but compressed to the extreme, mixed with various elements like wind, thunder, water, and fire, rapidly took shape in his deep throat. The surface of that energy ball shimmered with dancing electric snakes and rising flames, yet inside it displayed a kind of destructive stability.
The terrifying waves it emitted made the entire desolate sea tremble violently.
This was the true, terrifying destructive power of the giant dragon.
Dragon breath, the collapse of all.
Accompanied by Ao Qing's roar filled with destructive intent, the ball of concentrated energy containing thousands of elements suddenly transformed into an unimaginably thick beam of light, piercing through the heavens and the earth, shooting down towards the tiny Chu He, as small as an ant. Where the light beam passed, space was torn and shattered layer by layer, revealing the terrifying pitch-black void behind. The scorched earth was instantly evaporated, leaving a bottomless luster-like chasm. In the barren sea, this once divine battlefield of gods and demons, let out unbearable groans under the weight of a world-destroying strike. Facing this terrifying blow that could easily destroy a city, even threatening SSR-level powerhouses, Chu He appeared so small, so fragile. He was like a lonely boat in a storm, as if in the next second, he would be completely evaporated by this beam of destruction, leaving not a trace behind. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throats. However, just as that beam was about to swallow him, Chu He moved. He slowly raised his right hand. He was not trying to construct a complex spatial barrier, nor was he evolving the prototype of creation. Inside his dantian, that chaotic blood crystal fused with the power of the 3 sovereigns finally vibrated gently.
Chapter 172, Crush Your Pride.
Chu He looked at the 5-clawed azure dragon that spanned the heavens and the earth, along with the destructive dragon breath capable of annihilating everything, yet the corner of his mouth curved slightly upward.
Finally pulling out some real skills, otherwise, this is too boring.
If someone else had heard this light-hearted self-talk, they would likely be scared out of their wits. That was the strongest form of the Dragon Prince, a power that could make even peers flee in terror. In his eyes, it was merely interesting.
Far away, above the space fracture, the atmosphere had long since solidified. Lilian was so nervous that her palms were sweaty. She clutched her mother Ellie's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling, "Mom."
Xia Yao and Kachi also looked extremely grave. Kachi's notebook flipped pages wildly, recording the catastrophic energy values, but the excited expression that usually filled her face was now replaced by worry. Xia Yao, more directly, had a dead gray glow stirring in the depths of her cool eyes. If Chu He showed even the slightest sign of danger, she would rush out without hesitation, even at the cost of everything.
Don't panic. Empress Ellie pressed down on Lilian's icy little hand, her voice steady. Let's see how he responds, this is the real test.
With me here, they won't die. In the center of the battlefield, Chu He moved. He did not use the previous mysterious Tao to deflect or resolve, instead, he chose the most direct, most violent, and most shocking way, head-on clash. Chu He took a deep breath. In his dantian, the long-dormant chaotic blood crystal suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliant light, spinning wildly faster. The power of extinction from the Void-Piercing clan, the power of space from the Starry Law clan, and the power of evolution from the Thousand Fantasy clan, 3 supreme powers from the royal bloodline, fused together at an unprecedented depth at this moment. His left eye instantly turned into a deep abyss gray, flowing with the power of extinction where all things meet their end. His right eye transformed into a splendid galaxy, countless stars being born and dying, the laws of space intertwining. And at the center of his brow, a mysterious mark composed of red, yellow, and blue quietly emerged, the highest symbol of the Thousand Fantasy power that could evolve all things. At this moment, Chu He's aura became incredibly strange and powerful, as if he had simultaneously become the god of creation and the demon of destruction. Today, let me show you what true power is. His calm voice clearly pierced through the roar of the dragon breath, reaching the proud azure dragon's ears. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing up. A colorful chaotic energy orb reappeared. But this energy orb, compared to the one that crushed Warlick and the others in the illusionary form competition, was worlds apart. It was more solid, more profound, the brilliance was restrained, yet it emanated an aura that made the entire barren sea tremble at its core. Even more terrifying was that the internal energy orb was no longer merely a simple aggregation of power. The people inside the barrier. Even faintly, one could see the miniature scenes of stars being born and dying, spacefolding, and the evolution of all things. It was as if a newly born cosmic embryo. What the hell is that? Lillian was stunned at the sight. Kathy also forgot to record, her starry eyes were filled with disbelief. Facing the dragon breath light beam that was almost within reach, Chu He showed no hesitation. He didn't throw the energy ball out, instead, he opened his 5 fingers, directed at the universe in his palm, and gently pushed forward. The movement was soft, as if rocking a cradle. The chaotic energy sphere left his palm, swelling against the wind. In just an instant, it transformed into a massive, colorful chaotic vortex with a diameter of over 100 meters, like a giant mouth ready to devour heaven and earth, crashing straight into the destructive dragon breath light beam from Ao Chang. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion expected did not sound. An absurd, eerie scene happened, making every observer's scalp tingle. That violent dragon breath light beam, capable of evaporating mountains and tearing apart the earth, upon contact with the chaotic vortex, disappeared like a muddox sinking into the sea, not even stirring a single wave. The violent winds, thunders, waters, and fire contained within the light beam had no chance to struggle as they were mercilessly decomposed, devoured, and transformed by the swirling colorful vortex, and ultimately, returned to chaos. As if they originally came from here, now they were merely tired birds returning to the nest. It took no more than a second. That destructive dragon breath that pierced through heaven and earth vanished. It disappeared without a trace, clean and thorough. After consuming all the dragon breath, the chaotic vortex not only maintained its might, but its spinning speed actually increased, and its size seemed to expand, continuing to crush towards the massive 5-clawed azure dragon. This is impossible. In the dragon form of Ao Chang, his golden vertical pupils, larger than palace lanterns, showed disbelief and fear for the first time. He could clearly feel that the dragon breath he was so proud of was not only effortlessly dissolved by the opponent but was absorbed like nutrients. What the hell was going on? Roar! In a mix of shock and anger, Ao Chang's massive dragon body suddenly swayed. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything. A thick, substantial layer of dragon chi crystallization covered his giant dragon claw, snapping down toward the approaching chaotic vortex with a force that could tear the sky. However, the moment his dragon claw touched the chaotic vortex, zizz! A sound that made one's teeth ache erupted. The tip of his claw, capable of crushing divine weapons, along with the indestructible blue dragon scales and the heavy dragon chi crystallization, began to silently decompose and vanish into the most primitive energy particles, being devoured by the vortex. A fear arising from the very essence of life spread through his body like a mouse seeing a cat. Ao Chang was scared out of his wits, retracting his dragon claw like lightning. The once imposing giant claw now had its tip turned to a bloody mess, even revealing bones. Ao Chang was completely terrified. He no longer dared to have any thoughts of confrontation. His massive body shook violently, creating a terrifying spatial storm, turning into a streak of azure light as he tried to increase the distance. Having lived for so many years, for the first time, he truly felt the threat of death. This human was a monster. A monster he could not understand at all. However, did Chu He give him a chance to escape? Now you want to run? It's too late. Chu He's voice remained calm, but it sounded like a death spell, ringing in Ao Chang's dragon soul. He saw Chu He grasping at the chaotic vortex in the air. Hum! The gigantic chaotic vortex suddenly accelerated, directly tearing through space, instantly appearing behind the fleeing azure dragon, and crashing violently into him. No! Ao Chang let out a desperate roar. His protective dragon aura collapsed the moment it touched the whirlpool, and then, the indestructible dragon scales on his body began to disintegrate and fall away in large chunks, turning to ashes. Intense pain and fear of the unknown drove him completely mad. In this critical moment, a flash of desperate madness appeared in Ao Chang's dragon eyes. It's you who forced me. Forbidden technique, Dragon Soul Reversal Blood. He was willing to burn his own dragon soul and essence blood, and a breath that was far more ancient and primal than before erupted explosively from his battered dragon body. Chapter 173, The Promise Between Men. In an instant, his breath shattered the SSS-level shackles, reaching a peak that made the entire desolate sea's laws tremble. The space wailed, and the laws retreated. Chu He! Ao Chang's roar was no longer just a simple sound wave, but a shock that contained the will of the dragon soul. To force me to this point, you deserve to be proud. Now, with this broken body, let you witness the true ultimate forbidden technique of the dragon clan. His already shattered, bloody dragon body exploded with a roar. It was not a collapse, but a voluntary disintegration. Every piece of dragon scale shimmering with the last light, every drop of ancient essence blood, every burning fragment of dragon soul, were all drawn towards his only relatively intact right claw by a supreme will. In the end, everything transformed into a green claw shadow that tore through the ages and spanned the heavens. The claw shadow was not solid, even a bit illusory, but it emitted a terrifying aura that could cause gods and demons to fall silent. This was Ao Cheng betting everything, sacrificing all he had for the strongest, most dominating strike. Ancient Dragon Soul Annihilation Claw. The green claw shadow tore through the sky without making a sound, for where it passed, even space itself was completely erased, leaving only a dark, spreading void crack. Its target was the unstoppable chaotic whirlpool. In the distance, on the fractured space's ridge, Lillian's breath had stopped. She stood frozen, unmoving. In Xiaoyao's cold eyes, a dead gray light had already formed, and the space around her began to twist subtly. In Catch's star-like eyes, the fervor had vanished, leaving only pure horror as he muttered mindlessly, "Madman, all madmen." Orlan's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Whether it was Ao Cheng or Chu He, their strikes had already surpassed the SSS level range. Only Queen Ellie, with her tricolor eyes fixed firmly on the center of the collision, revealed a trace of undeniable astonishment, even as powerful as she was. The power exhibited by Chu He had completely exceeded her expectations. Boom! The moment the annihilation claw shadow collided with the chaotic whirlpool, the entire desolate sea, this ancient battlefield that buried countless gods and demons, let out a pained wail under the unbearable strain. The earth was torn open, creating bottomless massive canyons. The sky, the dull yellow curtain, was utterly shattered, and countless purple space cracks spread wildly, resembling the end of the world. Claw shadow and whirlpool fell into a strange standoff. The green claw shadow, capable of erasing everything, was still being ruthlessly disintegrated and dissolved before the chaotic whirlpool, but its power was so terrifying that it stubbornly resisted the whirlpool's advance. But this was only temporary. Everyone could see that the claw shadow was visibly dimming, and Ao Cheng's burning dragon soul fire flickered, as if it would go out at any moment. In the center of the battlefield, Chu He was also stunned. Is this the strike of the three clan royal powers after complete fusion? No, Lillian had not yet unlocked one true love. It could only be infinitely close to complete fusion. The power seemed to exceed imagination. He never thought about killing Ao Cheng. This guy, despite being annoyingly arrogant, didn't deserve death. Moreover, he was Lillian's childhood friend. During the 1 or 2 months they spent together, Lillian shared many stories from her childhood, many of which included Ao Cheng. Although she often mentioned Ao Cheng with a tone of helplessness, Chu He could tell from the information that Ao Cheng truly cared for Lillian. However, at this moment, he was horrified to realize that he could not retract this strike. The chaotic blood crystal in his dantian had become dull after launching that attack, and the energy in his body had been completely drained, leaving him feeling an unprecedented weakness all over. This chaotic vortex had turned into a wild horse, completely out of control. Ao Cheng! Get out of the way! Chu He couldn't help but shout. However, it was all too late. The shadow of the claw had become almost ethereal, and in the next second, it would completely collapse. At this critical moment, in the distance, Queen Ellie finally moved. She didn't make any earth-shattering moves. She simply stood still, pointing gently towards the direction of the battlefield. A divine light, interwoven with red, yellow, and blue, flew out from her fingertips. The light seemed gentle, without any hint of smoke and fire, yet it ignored the distance and space, ignored the violent energy turbulence, precisely hitting the center of the chaotic vortex the moment it appeared. Buzz. That whirlpool of chaos, spinning endlessly and devouring everything, suddenly froze. Then, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, it disintegrated inch by inch from the inside out, ultimately transforming into the purest, most primordial energy particles, scattering between heaven and earth, returning to nothingness. The crisis vanished without a trace. In the sky, the shadow of the claw dissipated. A figure, covered in blood, fell helplessly, crashing heavily onto the scorched earth. It was Ao Cheng, transformed back into human form. His body was covered in horrific wounds, his breath was weak to the extreme, like a candle flickering in the wind. But he did not fall. He struggled to hold himself up, slowly straightening up, looking towards Chu He not far away. In his golden pupils, there was no longer the previous rage and unwillingness, only a sense of peace after surviving a calamity, and a hint of genuine admiration. He lost. He lost completely and utterly, with full acceptance. I lost. Ao Cheng spoke calmly, his voice weak but clear. You are stronger than me. After saying this, he forced out a drop of blood from his brow and carved an ancient rune in the air with his fingertip.
I, Ao Ching of the Dragon Clan, swear a blood oath of the soul here, in this life, I will never entangle with Lillian again. Whether she marries or not from now on, it has nothing to do with me. If I break this oath, my true spirit will fall into the 9 underworlds, never to be reborn. The blood-red rune flashed, merging into his brow, turning into an eternal mark. After doing all this, he seemed to have released a heavy burden, and his whole body relaxed. He looked at Chu He and suddenly smiled self-deprecatingly. Actually, I should thank you. Chu He was a bit stunned. The last time we met, your words awakened me. Ao Ching's gaze became distant. When Queen Elian and Lillian came to discuss breaking the engagement, I felt incredibly complex inside. I believed no one in the world could match me, only I was worthy of Lillian. I always thought I loved her, but now that I think about it, that love had turned into a pathological possessiveness. I loved her in my own way, but never asked her what she wanted, unknowingly hurting her and pushing her further away without realizing it. Now, she has fallen madly in love with you, and we can never go back to how it was before. I do not resent her, nor do I resent you. Listening to Ao Ching's words, Chu He's heart also became complicated. Yes, Lillian has madly fallen in love with him. But was this love truly her own choice? With the control over different rules of power, the kiss of enchantment is probably a complex force in the law of chaos. A force that can forcibly twist others' emotions within the chaotic law. A kind of power that he can only use, but cannot understand or control at all. If one day he lost this power, would Lillian, Xiaoyao, Kachi still love him like they do now? This thought, like a thorn, quietly pierced into his heart. Ao Ching looked at him and continued, Chu He, you are really strong. I hope Lillian can follow you and find true happiness, not be bound and suppressed like when she was with me. Chu He snapped back from his contemplation, looking seriously at the man before him, who, despite his defeat, still maintained the nobility of royalty. He said earnestly, you can rest assured. No matter how strong I become in the future, I will always respect her wishes. I will never do anything against her will. This is a man's promise to another man. Wow! A cry broke the heavy atmosphere between the two. Lillian could no longer hold back, turning into a streak of flowing light as she rushed over, burying her head into Chu He's arms, crying loudly. Xiaoyao and Kachi also arrived, standing on either side of Chu He, looking at him with concern. Ao Ching looked at Chu He, surrounded by 3 stunning women, and then at Lillian, who was crying in Chu He's embrace, revealing a heartfelt and relieved smile. Perhaps, this is the best ending. He slightly nodded to Chu He, turned, and dragged his heavily injured body step by step, walking sorrowfully into the distance. Just as his figure was about to disappear in the ripples of space, Lillian suddenly lifted her head from Chu He's arms, her eyes red, and shouted with all her might at that back. Hey! Ao Ching! In the future, if I have children with Chu He, I will recognize you as their godfather. Ao Ching's figure trembled suddenly. He did not turn back. He just raised his hand and gently waved it to the back. A sound mixed with bitterness and comfort floated in the wind. In the next second, his figure completely vanished. Chu He froze entirely. He looked down at the girl in his arms, whose face was covered in tears, and only one thought remained in his mind. This girl is going to chase and kill. Chapter 174, Discussing Marriage. Alright, everything is over. Empress Aries' regal presence returned, as she glanced at the devastated wasteland around them, snapping her fingers. The space smoothed out like a flattened scroll, and the terrifying cracks and canyons rapidly healed, restoring everything to its original state in just a few breaths. Let's go back. You have exhausted yourself and need to rest properly. As soon as she finished speaking, she tore open the space again, wrapping everyone in a gentle force, taking them away from this fallen land of gods and demons. Illusion City. Chu He was settled in a luxurious room transformed from a giant tree hole. He sank into a bed made of soft plant fibers, like clouds, not wanting to move a single finger. The chaotic blood crystal in his dantian was dull and lifeless, and he felt an unprecedented sense of weakness enveloping him. Lillian brought over plates of fruits of various colors, radiating pure energy waves, feeding them one by one to his mouth. She, along with Kachi and Xiaoyao, took turns caring for the weak Chu He. After a night of nourishment from the energy fruits and Xiaoyao's careful adjustments, the next morning, Chu He finally felt as if he had come back to life. Although the chaotic blood crystal in his dantian hadn't returned to its peak, it was emitting a faint glow again. At the palace gate, Chu He adjusted his clothes and stood side by side with Xiaoyao, Kachi, Lillian, as well as Empress Aries and Prince Orlan. A ripple spread in the space ahead. 2 figures slowly walked out from within. On the left, one person. A black dress, a stunning appearance, an air of cold aloofness, it was the one who looked down upon the emperor, Xia Qingyuan. Her presence seemed to freeze the surrounding air for a moment. Her gaze first fell on Xiaoyao, confirming her daughter's safety before turning to Chu He, giving him a slight nod.
Another person was dressed in a star-patterned scholar robe with golden edges, her silver short hair playfully tousled, and delicately framed by a single lens glasses on her face. The ruler of the Star Rhythm royal family, Kakia. She waved her hand at them with a bright smile. Mother. Your Highness, Mother. Xia Yao and Kaki immediately went to greet her. Xia Qingyuan simply gave a soft while Kakia pinched Kaki's chubby cheeks, teasing with a smile, My little Kaki, you're getting married soon. Tell me, are you ready to have children? Are you afraid of pain? Kaki's face turned bright red from embarrassment, unable to utter a word. All right, everyone is here. Ailey smiled as she approached them, taking their arms. You two sisters have come from afar, let's go inside and talk. The most important thing today is to discuss the children's wedding, it must be done splendidly. The group entered a grand conference hall made of countless glowing crystals and towering ancient trees. As soon as they took their seats, Ailey couldn't wait to speak. I propose that the wedding be held in my Qianhuan Imperial Palace. She stated confidently, Lillian is my daughter, according to our tradition, the wedding should naturally be held in the bride's home. Besides, look at this place, filled with songs of birds and fragrant flowers, it is vibrant and the most suitable for a joyful occasion like a wedding. Before her words fell, Xia Qingyuan's cold voice rang out. I oppose. She had only said 3 words, and the temperature in the conference hall dropped several degrees. The wedding should be held in my Xiuni Imperial Palace. Xia Qingyuan's reasoning was simple and direct. Chu He, Xiaoyao, Kaki, and Lillian's union will shake the entire continent. The number of powerful guests attending will be countless, many of whom harbor hidden agendas. My Xiuni Imperial Palace has the highest security level, ensuring that the wedding is flawless. Oh dear, Sister Qingyuan, you don't understand. Kakia adjusted her single lens glasses, a hint of cunning flashing behind the lens. In my opinion, it is best to hold it in my Star Rhythm Empire. She explained slowly, my Star Rhythm Palace is located at the cosmic singularity of 10,000 stars confluence. According to the star chart I projected over 3 million years, 2 days from now, there will be a once-in-a-millennium celestial phenomenon known as eternal heart together. Under such a phenomenon, their love will be eternal. For a moment, the 3 queens were unwilling to yield to one another. Kakia, stop using your mysterious celestial phenomena to make your point. Intangible things cannot offer the absolute safety that is real. Xia Qingyuan rebutted without hesitation. Qingyuan, you don't understand romance. A wedding is such a beautiful thing, yet you treat it like going to battle. My place is better, it's lively. Ailey was also unyielding. Ailey, is that called lively? That's chaos. You don't even have proper city walls. As for you, Qingyuan, is that called safety? That's called imprisonment. Who would want to get married in a dark grave? Kakia's critique hit home. Whose palace do you call a grave? Whose place is chaotic? The 3 originally majestic rulers were now chattering away, each voice loud and heated. Xia Yao stood to the side, watching her usually cold and aloof mother arguing about the wedding location, her expression somewhat subtle. Kaki and Lillian watched with keen interest. Prince Olin tried several times to interject and ease the tension, but the aura of the 3 women was too strong, leaving him no opportunity to speak, only managing a wry smile from the sidelines. At first, Chu He found it quite interesting. After all, seeing 3 SSR-level Supreme Queens squabble like market aunties over one issue was not something one could witness every day. But an hour went by. 2 hours passed. 3 hours later. They were still arguing. Chu He had already finished his 3rd plate of energy fruit, which looked like grapes, feeling like he was going to lose his mind. Ahem. He finally couldn't hold back and cleared his throat. The noisy chamber fell silent in an instant. The 3 queens all fixed their gazes on him. Well, dear mothers, Chu He stood up, steeling himself, and said, Could I say something? You speak, the 3 responded in unison. Chu He took a deep breath and slowly said, How about we set the location in Wanshan City? Wanshan City? The 3 queens were all taken aback. Yes, Chu He explained, that is where I, Xiaoyao, Kachia, and Lillian truly met, got to know each other, and fell in love. It holds special significance for the 4 of us. He added, moreover, Wanchang City is located at the intersection of the territories of the 9 great empires, making it the most convenient location for guests from any direction to attend. As for security, with the combined efforts of the 3 mothers, is there any stronger defense in this world? His words were logical and full of deep emotion. The 3 queens exchanged glances, their anger gradually fading away. They realized that what Chu He said seemed really reasonable. This kid's mind is quite sharp, Ellie nodded first. The location is centralized, convenient for all sides, and security can be jointly managed by our 3 clans. Xia Qingyuan also expressed her agreement. Holding the wedding at the place where we met, yes, this plan has the highest happiness index. Kachia adjusted her glasses and said seriously. Then it's settled.
Ellie made the final decision. 2 days later, in Wanchang City, at Lillian's lord's estate, we will hold the grandest wedding for them. Phew. Chu He let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was resolved. However, his sigh hadn't even finished escaping his lips. With the location settled, next is the wedding gown style, ceremony process, and banquet menu. Wedding gown. It must be made with my Qianhuan Empire's finest 10,000 flowers brocade. Empress Ellie was the first to seize the opportunity to speak, clapping her hands, and a stunning wedding dress appeared in the air before her. The gown shimmered with colors, as if woven from morning dew and rainbow light, adorned with countless miniature gemstone flowers that breathed and bloomed, filled with dreams and vitality. I proposed the wedding to be held as a grand carnival. There should be the roar of 10,000 beasts, dancing flowers, and fairies showering petals from the sky, making the whole continent feel this joy. Ellie grew more excited as she spoke, her three-colored eyes sparkling with brilliance. I oppose. Xia Qingyuan's cool voice was soft but instantly chilled the temperature of the chamber. She didn't even look at Ellie's gorgeous wedding gown, simply waved her hand lightly, and another wedding dress appeared in its place. It was a long gown entirely black, made of countless tiny black crystals, with an ancient and solemn style, carrying a chilling seriousness and majesty. The wedding must follow the oldest traditions of my Su and I royal family, solemn and grave, with black as the main color. All guests, regardless of strength, must restrain their auras. This is the highest respect for the union of the newlyweds. Your party? Xia Qingyuan glanced at Ellie. That is nonsense, not a wedding. Ellie exploded on the spot. Xia Qingyuan, what do you mean? Marriage is a joyous occasion, and you're making it like a funeral. Who wears all black to a wedding? Isn't that bad luck? If you don't understand, just shut up. Xia Qingyuan's reply was straightforward and simple. Black, in my Su and I royal family, represents eternity and annihilation, symbolizing that their love will transcend life and death, unchanging through eternity. Your flashy things are what's called frivolous. You. Both sisters, stop arguing. Kachia spoke slowly, her fingertip gently tapping the monocle, and the illusions of the first two wedding gowns instantly shattered. A new wedding dress appeared. The material of the dress was extremely special, as if it were liquid starlight, or like a solidified galaxy. It had no fixed color, but transformed slowly, changing into all the known colors of the universe. A wedding is a precise and sacred celebration that aligns with the stars, not a child's game, nor a farewell for the dead. Kachia's words offended both people. In my opinion, the wedding dress should be made of the star silkworm silk unique to my Star Law's empire. It can automatically sense the couple's feelings and change to the color that best fits their mood at that moment, shining eternally like the vast stars. As for the ceremony, the timing must be precise to the microsecond, and the venue should be arranged as the star map of this star domain beneath our feet. Each guest's positioning must align with the direction of gravitational waves. Kachia! Eri was so angry that her pigtail was about to stand up. Who are you calling a child playing house? Xia Yuan also spoke coldly. The tradition of the virtual gaze clan has been passed down for countless years. Are you saying it's a farewell for the dead? Isn't it? Kachia fearlessly retorted. One is noisy, while the other is deathly silent, with no beauty at all. Chu He sat below, silently taking another energy fruit to chew. He felt his head growing more painful. This was not a discussion about weddings, it was clearly a tripartite conference, about to escalate into a saga of 3 kingdoms. If we can't agree on the wedding dress, then let's talk about the banquet. Eri shifted the battlefield. The first dish must be the rich soup made from the heart of the ancient tree of life from my Thousand Illusions empire. 1 sip would grant longevity. Vulgar. Xia Yuan harshly criticized. The first dish should rightfully be the tenderloin of the void shadow beast, roasted by the fire of cessation both 9 times and 81 times, purifying the soul. Both of your understandings of food are pitifully sparse. Kachia adjusted her glasses. According to calculations, the most perfect appetizer should be compressed singularity, compressing the thousands of exquisite fruits of the Starlaw clan together. It can allow the taster's taste buds to instantly experience the splendor of the cosmic explosion. Bang! The crystal table in front of Eri cracked under her palm. The air around Xia Yuan started to crystallize into black ice. Countless celestial trajectories began to race madly on Kachia's monocle. The atmosphere in the conference hall had become extremely oppressive. Xia Yao, Kachia, and Lillian exchanged glances, all seeing helplessness on each other's faces. Prince Orlan buried his head low, pretending to be invisible. Chu He felt they could not go on like this. If they continued to argue, these 3 SSR-level mothers-in-law would really tear this Thousand Illusions palace apart. Stop! He stood up suddenly and shouted. The voice infused with a hint of chaotic power instantly suppressed all the arguing, arresting the 3 queens' movements. All eyes refocused on Chu He. Facing 3 pairs of curious, scrutinizing, or cold gazes, Chu He felt his scalp prickling. Dear 3 mothers. Chu He cleared his throat and displayed the beast skin paper to them. Why can't we merge all the good ideas together? Merge? The three queens were all taken aback. For the wedding dress, we can use Kachia's mother's star silkworm silk as the main fabric. Then, we can adorn the hem and sleeves with those breathing, blossoming flower treasure stones spoken of by Aries' mother. Finally, using Xia Qingyuan's black crystal stone, we can outline ancient totems that symbolize eternity at the neckline and waistline of the wedding dress. Chu He saw that the attitude of the three queens had softened somewhat, so he seized the opportunity. As for the ceremony, we can also divide it into 3 parts. In the morning, in a solemn and grave atmosphere, we will hold the ancient ritual mentioned by Xia Qingyuan's mother, to receive the oldest blessing. In the afternoon, it will transform into the fantastical party envisioned by Ailey's mother, where all beasts roar, and all flowers dance, celebrating joyfully. By the evening, when the stars rise, we will hold a romantic starry dance under the star map arranged by Kakia's mother, pledging our vows under the witness of the eternal heart's celestial phenomenon. After finishing his speech, the entire conference hall fell silent. The three queens looked at each other, seeing a hint of surprise and agreement in each other's eyes. This plan not only perfectly merged their 3 ideas, but it was even more grand, more perfect than any of their individual plans. Then it's settled. Ailey decisively clapped her hands. Phew! Chu He let out a long breath, feeling as if he had just fought a battle. Finally, he had pleased these divine beings. As for the final banquet menu, Chu He quickly added, let's leave it to Xia Yao's uncle, Xia Yan, to handle. His cooking skills should be trusted by the 3 mothers. When Xia Yan was mentioned, the 3 queens surprisingly stopped arguing. After a whole day's intense discussion, the many matters regarding this century wedding finally settled down. In the deep of the night, alone, Chu He stood at the top of the Thousand Mirage Palace. With his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttered in the night breeze as he looked down at the dazzling lights below, like a fairy tale paradise. The day's noise and joy gradually faded away, and a complicated emotion surged in his heart. He was about to get married. This wedding would be the grandest in the Ryan continent. The journey of these past few months had been fruitful. He had gained power, status, and a lover that he once dared not even dream of. But why, at this moment, was there an undeniable emptiness and loss swelling in his heart? He looked up at the starry sky. If only Mom and Dad could see all of this, how wonderful it would be. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be restrained, wrapping around his heart like vines, making it hard for him to breathe. And then there was Lillian, Xia Yao, Kakia. Was their love for him really pure? Or was it a forced distortion from the kiss of enchantment? But Chu He knew that he indeed had genuine feelings for them. If that day really came, when his power disappeared, a deep sense of helplessness and crisis quietly surfaced. He could no longer continue passively like this. He had to take initiative. He slightly closed his eyes, sending a thread of divine thought into the minds of the 3 women. I'm going out for a bit, have some matters to attend to, I will be back soon, don't look for me. After doing all this, his figure quietly faded, ultimately disappearing completely. In the next second. At the peak of a desolate mountain range, 1,000 miles away from Mirage City, the space slightly warped, and Chu He's figure appeared out of thin air. The cold night wind blew through his hair, and his face appeared remarkably calm under the starlight. But deep within those eyes burned an unprecedented determination. Master, are you there? Chapter 176, Dialogue Across the Stars. No. Across the galaxy. I know you are there, as long as someone mentions your name, you can sense it. At the summit of the desolate mountain range, the night wind howled, causing Chu He's robes to rustle. He addressed the empty void once more. Can we talk? All that responded to him was the increasingly fierce sound of the wind. So he changed to a few more polite phrases, trying to communicate. But every word felt like stones thrown into the deep sea, not even creating a ripple before being swallowed by the boundless silence. Chu He sighed helplessly. With a self-deprecating smile. Do you have to force me to curse you before you appear? Before the words faded away. Without any warning. A pure black light that could not be described in words flashed before him. It had no sound, no heat, not even a trace, it simply existed for a moment. That dark flash, aided by the night, struck precisely atop a towering mountain not far from him. Then, a thunderous roar that seemed capable of tearing the soul apart suddenly exploded in the sky. The soaring mountain disappeared. It did not collapse with a loud bang, nor did it turn to dust. Instead, it was cleanly erased from this world as if it had never existed, leaving not a single trace behind. Chu He trembled in fear. The black lightning was too fast, so fast that his mind could not react in time. Only when the mountain vanished did the chill of destruction that could freeze the soul finally reach him, making his skin crawl and a chill shot up his spine. At this moment, Chu He could think clearly with his toes. This was a warning. A blatant, undeniable warning. As if an invisible voice whispered in his ear, try cursing again. He swallowed hard, forcing down the surging fear within him. You really can hear me talk, do you think this can scare me? You're greatly mistaken. His voice sounded strong, but only he knew that his clenched fists were dripping with cold sweat, his back already soaked. Isn't it just destroying a mountain? I can do it too. This was no lie. With his current strength, he could indeed do it, but it would never be that clean and straightforward. Chu He paused, then changed his tone, adding, "Actually, I didn't plan to curse you. I was just saying it casually, don't rush. Let's be clear, I'm not holding back because you scared me, I just think it's not very nice to curse someone for no reason." He cleared his throat, trying to make himself look more confident, more like he was engaged in an equal conversation. "Since you see me as your future rival, I hope to receive the respect I deserve. To be honest, my feelings towards you are very complex right now. I'm living in your script. You granted me the mysterious power of the kiss of enchantment, giving me 3 stunning beauties, at the same time indirectly granting me what I consider to be incredible power. Logically and emotionally, I should be grateful to you. From Queen Xuanxi, Queen Xinglu, and Queen Qianuan, I can sense their genuine respect and awe for you. From this I deduce you might not be a bad person. So I don't want to curse you, even though you are so special to me." Chu He continued speaking to the empty night sky, as if confiding in an unseen friend. "I even start to doubt if you are my father, do you know? Your words and actions make me unable to resist this conclusion. Because you really know me, knowing that I am the kind who doesn't understand progress unless pushed hard, I seriously suspect you want to train a successor and then live leisurely. But I know this is impossible. My father is too ordinary, except for being a little more handsome than me." At this point, his words and emotions grew heavy, and a hint of confusion and fragility appeared in his eyes. "Honestly, ever since the battle with Ao Cheng, something she said has raised a question in my heart and made me wake up a little from the happiness of being surrounded by love. Their love comes from the mysterious power you gave me, the kiss of enchantment. I don't know, if one day I lose the power you gave me, will they still love me? The cruelest thought I've had was forgetting. They would forget everything that happened between us. I am very afraid of this. Anyway, I have truly fallen for them. Indeed, they are so beautiful, and they care for me, love me, and protect me. As a normal man, I cannot help but be moved. I can never convince myself to treat them as tools to make me stronger. So, no matter what, I will do my utmost to respond to their love, even if in the end, I lose the power you gave me, and they really forget everything." The wind at the mountain top seemed to soften a little, no longer howling. Chu He looked up at the vast starry sky and made his final request. "Alright, let's leave it at that. In a few days, I will be getting married, and I hope you can allow me to see my parents, even if it's just for 1 minute." He stood quietly, straightening his back, waiting for a response that might never come. Time ticked away in the silence, drop by drop. The sound of the wind, the starlight, and his increasingly heavy heart. An hour passed. The Lord, ultimately did not appear, nor did any miracles descend again. A bitter curve formed on Chu He's face. In the end, was he just being delusional? Perhaps. That lofty lord must be cursing him for being childish and naive in his heart. At that moment, he keenly sensed 3 streams of light rushing toward him from the distant night sky. One was as cold as the moon, one was as brilliant as a star, and one was as colorful as a rainbow. Chu He's disappointed face was suddenly replaced by a gentle smile, and he transformed into a stream of light, moving eagerly to meet them. He knew that it was Xiaomon, Kachi, and Lilian coming for him. In the end, they worried about him and came looking. Meanwhile, on the blue planet called Blue Star, in a regular rural villa bedroom in Dragon Country, the soft bedside lamp cast a warm glow. A man, resembling Chu He by 7 or 8 parts, lay in bed, holding a beautiful woman with a serene sleeping face in his arms. The man was Chu Changsheng. He slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, his deep eyes flashed with terrifying scenes of the universe's birth and death, the rotation of galaxies. In just a moment, all anomalies vanished, returning to a husband's gentle and calm gaze at his wife. He lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on his wife Jai Jingmei's smooth forehead. A voice that only he could hear gently rang in his heart. "Little brat, you've completed all the trials so quickly, even faster than I expected. It seems that you have stepped into the path of chaos. My efforts to guide you were not in vain. Well, for such a big event as your wedding, how can mom and dad be absent?" Chapter 177, The Mothers-in-Law Chatting About Gossip. Where is my daughter? Chu He and Kachi's group met face to face, the 4 of them hovering in the howling night wind, the starlight outlining their clear silhouettes. When Xiaomon, Kachi, and Lilian saw Chu He safe and sound, their tense hearts finally relaxed a little. "What happened?" Xiaomon spoke first, her cool voice filled with concern. "Did something happen? Why did it take you so long to come back?" Kachi asked as well. Chu He wore his usual light smile and gently shook his head. "It's nothing, just came out for some fresh air, sorting out some thoughts." He swept over the worried faces of the 3 women, warmth surged in his heart. "This isn't a place for talking. Let's go back and discuss it in detail." In Lillian's luxurious room in the Illusion City, the bathroom was filled with mist.
A huge bathtub was carved from a whole piece of warm jade, and the water was sprinkled with glowing petals, the refreshing fragrance wafting in the air. The warm water enveloped his body, completely dispelling the lingering chill and fatigue from the mountaintop. Chu He slowly began to speak, his voice particularly steady in the steam. He briefly recounted his experience at the mountain peak, simply skipping over the tangled complexities within his heart, saying that he originally wanted to meet his parents far away in another world before marriage, but was unable to do so, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The three women listened quietly, clearly sensing the regret in his words. For a moment, only the soft sound of water gently lapping against the pool's edge remained in the bathroom, creating a warm and serene atmosphere. Lillian reached out, gently patting his arm, and comforted softly, "Don't be sad, I believe one day you will bring us together to reunite with your parents." Catcher's eyes sparkled with hopeful light as he solemnly analyzed, "Perhaps there will be a surprise on the wedding day. According to my calculations, important life milestones are most likely to trigger miraculous events. Maybe your parents will suddenly appear at the wedding scene." Xia Yao remained silent, simply leaning closer, gently embracing Chu He, silently conveying her comfort through her warmth. Chu He felt an indescribable emotion swell within him and chuckled softly, "I'm fine, you don't have to worry too much." He extended his arms, gently wrapping them around the shoulders of the three women. "In life, there will inevitably be regrets. But truly, thank you all for being with me." The next day, at midday, within the conference hall of the illusory city palace, countless glowing crystals and towering trees combined to create a magnificent space. The three queens, Xia Qingyuan, Aili, and Kachia, rarely gathered, leisurely enjoying the unique flower nectar of the elven tribe. "Hey, what do you think those 5 queens who are still unaware of our invitation will react?" Kachia shook her cup filled with glistening nectar, smiling brightly as she spoke. Aili clapped her hands, saying excitedly, "Do we even need to think about it? They will absolutely be shocked. To marry princesses from Suanai, Xinglu, and Xianhuan at the same time, this news will shake the entire continent." She even mimicked the shocked expressions of others, her portrayal uncanny. Kachia adjusted her monocle, the lenses flashing with wise light, and slowly analyzed, "I've thought this through. Ignis and Yenji are straightforward, they will probably think we three have gone crazy." Lorelei, with her meticulous mind, after the initial surprise, will immediately analyze Chu He's abilities and strategic value, developing a strong curiosity about him. As for Phoebite, she will likely look as if she just woke up, mumbling "oh, got it," before turning around to continue her nap. For her, not even the sky falling will interrupt her rest. At this point, Kachia slowed her speech, choosing her words carefully. As for Bone King Morana, she may not be surprised. That woman is only interested in powerful dead beings and intriguing souls, she probably won't care much about a living person getting married. Xia Qingyuan, who had been quietly savoring the nectar, added softly, "She will come, but most likely to confirm the strength of Chu He's soul." "That's absolutely right." Aili nodded in agreement, then suddenly recalled something, saying with some pride, "But one thing is for sure, if they see Chu He, they will definitely be shocked. You wouldn't believe it, when Sister Ao she learned about Chu He's existence, the look of surprise on her face is still fresh in my mind." Xia Qingyuan cast a cool glance at her, "Did you tell her?" Aili's bravado immediately waned, and with a bit of guilt, she sighed, "What else could I do? Our two families originally had a marriage pact, which is now void, but we still have to give an explanation." As she spoke, she secretly observed the expressions of Xia Qingyuan and Kachia, fearing being teased. Looking back now, her previous show of strength in front of the other 8 queens was indeed somewhat embarrassing. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance of the conference hall. Chu He walked in, flanked by Xia Yao and Kachia. After a night of rest, his complexion was astonishingly good, his physical condition had become so strong that it was hard to describe. Summer Yao and Kaji also looked radiant, but there was still a hint of lingering laziness between their brows. "Oh, our groom has arrived." Aili immediately joked with a smile, her gaze swept over the 3 of them before she asked with some confusion, "Where is Lillian? Why isn't she with you?" Upon hearing this, Chu He touched his nose, a somewhat abnormal flush appearing on his handsome cheeks. Facing Aili's 3-colored eyes that seemed able to see into the heart, he awkwardly shifted his gaze away, his voice becoming much quieter. She said she was a bit tired and wanted to sleep a little longer." As soon as these words came out, the meeting hall fell into a moment of silence. Summer Yao and Kaji exchanged glances, seeing a knowing smile in each other's eyes, they both turned their heads away in unison, pretending to study the patterns of the glowing crystals on the wall. "Oh, tired, huh?" Empress Aili deliberately elongated her tone, looking Chu He up and down, her gaze as if evaluating a rare treasure, yet also scrutinizing a naughty boy who had stolen the best fruit from home. She propped her chin on one hand, her lips curling into a meaningful arc, and a mischievous light sparkled in her 3-colored eyes. "Our Lillian is not weak, it seems the groom is too brave." PFF. Kaji, who had just taken a sip of nectar, spewed it out upon hearing this. Thankfully, she reacted quickly and covered her mouth with her sleeve, avoiding the loss of royal dignity. She wiped her mouth and winked at Chu He, her starry eyes behind the glasses full of teasing. Summer Qingyuan still had a blank expression, but the hand holding the cup turned slightly white. Her cold gaze lingered briefly on Chu He before quickly shifting away, as if she hadn't heard anything. Chu He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. This mother-in-law could tell crude jokes without blushing or skipping a heartbeat, while he, the person involved, was almost unable to bear it. He had to change the subject immediately. Ahem. Chu He cleared his throat, stood up straight, and turned his gaze towards Summer Qingyuan at the main seat. His expression became serious. Well, Lady Qingyuan, there is actually something I want to officially ask while everyone is here. He took a deep breath, meeting Summer Qingyuan's icy gaze, and said slowly, it's about Summer Yao's father. This was something he had agreed to beforehand. Before marriage, he needed to meet Summer Yao's father. Boom! It was as if an invisible thunderstorm exploded in the meeting hall. The easygoing and gossiping atmosphere from a second ago instantly froze. Li's smile stiffened. Kaji also retracted her teasing expression. Even the previously oblivious Summer Yao and Kaji held their breaths. Summer Qingyuan's face visibly darkened at an alarming speed. The surrounding air seemed to be sucked out, the temperature dropped sharply, and an invisible pressure filled the space, making everyone's hearts tighten. But her cold eyes, capable of freezing everything, did not look at Chu He. Instead, they shot like two extremely sharp ice swords straight at Kaji beside her. Kaji shivered all over and instinctively straightened her back. Her hand holding the teacup paused in midair for a moment, then slowly and carefully placed the cup gently back on the table, the entire process making not a sound. She did not dare to look into Summer Qingyuan's eyes. Her gaze began to drift erratically in the meeting hall, glancing at the largest glowing crystal on the ceiling one moment, and then examining the star patterns on her gilded robe the next, mumbling softly, wow, the layout of this energy node in the Thousand Illusion Palace is truly impressive, it's worth studying, really worth studying. Kaji. Xiao Qingyuan simply uttered 3 words. Her voice was not loud, but it made Kakiya's body noticeably stiffen for a moment. I'm here, Sister Qingyuan, what's the matter? Kakiya adjusted her single-lens glasses and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. Xiao Qingyuan coldly stared at Kakiya, who stood still like a little kitten that had done something wrong, not daring to move at all. After a long time, Xiao Qingyuan's tensed shoulders seemed to relax slightly. She sighed softly, and within that sigh, there was a trace of exhaustion and relief she didn't even realize herself. Finally, she turned her head to look at her daughter. Deep within her cold eyes, something was melting. Yao Yao, she spoke gently, since you already know, I won't hide it from you anymore. Your father, he is indeed still alive. Yao Yao's eyes instantly turned red. Even though she had already heard it from Aunt Kakiya, hearing it confirmed by her own mother made the impact nearly take her breath away. As for the current situation, your all-knowing Aunt Kakiya has probably told you everything. Xiao Qingyuan glanced at Kakiya, who shrank her neck in guilt. Well, Xiao Qingyuan's tone returned to calm, let's arrange a meeting before the wedding. The tense atmosphere finally dissipated completely. Ellie teased herself in her heart, great, both of them are hiding their husbands and not letting me know, clearly don't treat me as a good sister. Although Ellie was a bit angry, she still didn't want to ruin this wonderful atmosphere. Oh. This is a huge good thing. Double happiness. Ellie clapped her hands in joy, the groom and bride at the wedding, plus the bride's father, how perfect. Xiao Qingyuan's gaze swept over her joyful daughter and the comforting Chu He, suddenly adding, it's just that brat Xiao Nuo doesn't know where he has run off to. Mentioning her unreliable son brought a hint of helplessness to her cold tone. A few days ago, I don't know what stimulated him. Seeing Yao Yao and Chu He together so sweetly made him envious, shouting sister has someone, I can't lose too and clamoring to find his true love. It's been almost a week, and we haven't seen his shadow. Put. Chu He couldn't help but laugh. The image of Xiao Nuo, the lively treasure, immediately popped into his mind. Little Nuo? He went to find a girl? Chu He's face was filled with anticipation. I'm really curious, with his unusual way of thinking, what kind of girl he could find. Yes. Kakiya's gossip spirit was ignited, her star-like eyes sparkling. Younger brother Xiao Nuo is so interesting, his girlfriend must be extraordinary. Even Yao Yao, hearing about her lively treasure brother's funny stories, couldn't help but smile. Seeing the 3 young ones looking so curious, Xiao Qingyuan's expression softened a little. She took out a uniquely shaped flat device made entirely of black crystal, with dark golden patterns flowing on it, looking like a super futuristic high-tech phone. I'll have him come over right now. But in just a moment. The air in the center of the meeting hall began to ripple like a stone thrown into water, creating circles of dazzling waves. The space was torn open, and a figure eagerly jumped out from within. The newcomer was wearing an extremely flashy black tailcoat, with golden buttons shining under the crystal light, and he was trying hard to strike a pose he thought was very handsome. It was Xiao Nuo. However, he was not alone today. His other hand was tightly holding onto a girl. The girl was about 16 or 17 years old, with long, transparent, light flaxen hair that naturally curled, cascading behind her like ocean waves. Her skin was a healthy honey color, and her large, bright sea blue eyes were filled with a hint of curiosity and timidity as she looked around this place. She wore a simple cloth skirt, and her ears were adorned with small shell earrings, radiating a freshness and innocence that belonged to the sea.
Mother! Sister! I'm here!
Shanhua saw everyone and immediately lifted his chin, announcing in an exaggerated tone that was almost a song, and I have found my azure ocean, my brightest star in the night sky, my. His deep confession was not finished. The girl with sea blue eyes finally shifted her gaze from the surroundings to the three mesmerizing women at the main seat, who seemed unfathomable and extraordinary.
Her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints.
Her small mouth slowly opened, forming a cute O shape. The girl's gaze swept back and forth over Xiadi Qingyuan, Xiaoqia, and Ailey, and finally, her shocked eyes froze on Shanhua, who was still posing beside her. She abruptly shook off Shanua's hand, extending a trembling finger to point at him. In the next second, a crisp and extremely shocked scream echoed throughout the entire conference hall.
Ah! You really are a prince? Chapter 179, The True Love of the Brother-in-Law is. Nual lifted his chin high.
He held Lola's wrist not to show off his prize, but from a deep sense of pride.
Facing everyone in the conference hall, he declared solemnly in a tone that was almost a song.
Of course. Standing before you is the only son of the indifferent Empress Xiadi Qingyuan, the future heir to the royal family.
He who will definitely lead the entire Ryan continent into a more glorious era is Shanhua.
But
in Lola's sea blue eyes, an indescribable struggle flashed. She instinctively looked towards the icy queen at the main seat. The words that followed, she ultimately dared not utter. Even as the daughter of the Siren Sea Queen, she did not dare to speak a single word that would belittle his son in front of a monarch. Unbeknownst to her, Xiadi Qingyuan did not care much at all. Shanhua remained oblivious to the girl's embarrassment as he proudly turned to his mother and sister.
Hi, mother, sister, brother-in-law. This is my true love, her name is Lola, the daughter of the Siren Sea Queen Lorelei.
What do you think? Isn't she very lively, cute, and beautiful?
He introduced her enthusiastically, completely unaware of what kind of shocking bomb he had just dropped. In the conference hall, Ailey and Xiaoqia's expressions, initially those of spectators, froze completely at this moment.
The daughter of the Siren Sea Queen. Lorelei's daughter?
Xiadi Qingyuan's cold gaze also slightly shifted, landing on that honey-skinned, innocent girl.
Her expression became complicated.
The smiles on Xia Yao and Xiaoqia's faces also faded, and they instinctively looked towards Chu He. And Chu He, when he heard the words "the daughter of the Siren Sea Queen Lorelei," felt as if he had been struck by lightning.
His mind went blank with a loud bang, instantaneously void of thoughts.
The subsequent boasting of Shanhua, Lola's occasional shy glances, and the differing expressions of the three queens, everything seemed to fade into a silent film, slowly playing in front of his eyes. Only those words echoed in his mind like a spell.
Lorelei's daughter. The daughter of one of the 9 great queens, the Siren Sea Queen.
The true love that Shanhua excitedly brought back was actually the one he intended to collect.
What should he do? Shanhua was still immersed in self-satisfaction, completely unaware of his brother-in-law's strange behavior. Do you want to know how we met? It was a night of storm and rain, and to chase the true essence of love, I broke through the void and descended into the center of the endless sea.
Xia Nuo waved his arms, his expression extremely exaggerated. At that time, lightning flashed and thunder roared, waves surged like mountains. I saw a ferocious and terrifying deep-sea beast preparing to attack a beautiful girl who was singing on the rocks.
I immediately. Wait a moment. Lola finally couldn't hold back.
She broke free from Xia Nuo's hand and pouted as she rebutted. That day was clearly sunny, and there wasn't even a little wave on the sea. Besides, you didn't break through the void, you just fell from the sky with a yell and landed right on my pet sea lion, Bobo. Xia Nuo's heroic epic came to a sudden stop. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said, well, that was just artistic processing. The point is, I saved you.
You didn't save me. Lola's expression grew angrier.
Bobo got knocked out by you, and it took me a long time to wake him up. The deep-sea beast you mentioned was just another tiger-headed whale, little fat, drawn in by my singing. He is very gentle and just wanted to listen to me sing.
But Kachi could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. Even Xia Qingyuan's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible arc. Xia Nua's face turned bright red. Anyway, I met you.
The first time I saw you, the whole world turned blue, and my heart began to revolve around you like a star's orbit.
I invited you to dinner and offered you the deep-sea lobster I cooked myself. You really cooked it.
Lola pouted, and then you set my grass hot on fire.
Xia Nua's expression froze completely. Seeing his defeated look, Lola couldn't help but laugh softly again, her sea blue eyes crescent-shaped with joy.
She took Xia Nua's hand and said gently, however, I really liked the treehouse you helped me build later.
The jokes you told were quite funny too. Watching the affectionate atmosphere between the two, one that outsiders could not intrude upon, Chu He felt his heart sinking little by little. He was lost in thought. What to do? Should he steal Xiaonua's beloved in order to grow stronger? A voice in his heart was shouting madly, "This is the Lord's arrangement. It is your destiny. By getting her, you will gain the power of the Siren Sea demon and become stronger. Xiaonua has only known her for 7 days, how deep could their feelings be? You are the protagonist, he is just a supporting character." This temptation, with infinite power, felt like the devil's whisper, dragging him into the abyss. But another voice roared like thunder, exploding deep within his soul. "No! What you are doing is no different from an animal. Xiaonua is your brother-in-law, he trusts you so much and sees you as an idol. How can you do something so cruel to him? It's just a woman. You will have countless women in the future. Power is eternal. This is not just a woman, this is Xiaonua's true love. She is not your tool for gaining strength. Do you want to become the kind of person you despise the most?" The two voices tore at his mind, making it pound with pain. He looked at Xiaonua, saw the carefree guy sincerely holding the girl's hand, his face filled with unprecedented happiness and satisfaction. He glanced at Lola, the girl who had been mocking Xiaonua but whose eyes twinkled with curiosity, joy, and dependence when she looked at him. This was definitely not unrequited love. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Hey! Xiaonua's proud voice pulled Chu He from his intense inner struggle. Chu He suddenly regained his senses, meeting Xiaonua's eager gaze filled with praise. "Me. Brother-in-law, even you are mesmerized, right?" Xiaonua raised his eyebrows smugly. "It seems my taste is really good." Chu He awkwardly pulled the corners of his mouth, forcing a smile. He looked at Xiaonua. Nodded slowly and firmly. The voice carried a hint of hoarseness he himself was not aware of. "It's really great. I didn't expect you, kid, to find such a lovely and beautiful girl. You must cherish her well." Hearing this, Xiaonua immediately thumped his chest, making a loud sound. "Of course." He turned his head, gazing lovingly at Lola, and with the most sincere and serious tone of his life, solemnly declared, "I will love and protect her with my life." This sentence hit Chu He's heart like a heavy hammer. To love and protect her with my life. Chu He was stunned. He suddenly realized that his attitude towards Xiaoyao, Kaki, and Lillian had unknowingly influenced this heartless little rascal deeply. He taught Xiaonua what love is and what responsibility is. Now, was he really going to destroy all of this with his own hands? No. Absolutely not. The struggle and confusion in Chu He's eyes faded at this moment, transforming into an unprecedented clarity and determination. To hell with the script, to hell with the charming kiss. There must be another way to become stronger. He would never take action against his family. The moment he made the decision, Chu He felt a huge stone lift from his heart, and he felt much lighter. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the loving couple, looking instead at Xiaoyao and Kaki beside him. In Xiaoyao's quiet eyes, there was no surprise, only a tenderness that couldn't be extinguished and heartache. Kaki subtly shook her head at Chu He, her lips silently conveying a message. There must be another way. They saw through his predicament from the very beginning and always chose to stand by his side. Chapter 180, Unexpected Joy, 7 Daughters. Are you the brother-in-law that Xiaonua mentioned? A clear voice like a conch shell rang in the conference hall. Lola blinked her pure, untainted sea blue eyes, curious like a little deer, lightly bypassing Xiaonua, who was still lost in deep gaze. She gracefully approached Chu He, carrying the fresh scent of the sea breeze. The girl tilted her head, her dark eyelashes fluttering, unabashedly using a pure and exploratory gaze to look Chu He up and down. You really are handsome and dashing. She expressed a heartfelt admiration. Then, mysteriously, she leaned in a little closer, her body tilted forward, lowering her voice as if sharing a great secret. She quietly asked, I heard Xiaonua say you have a magical power that makes girls fall in love with you instantly. Is this true? Once these words came out, the gentle elder smile Chu He had just managed to squeeze out instantly froze. The air seemed to be sucked out at this moment. He slowly turned his neck, a glare filled with killing intent striking towards the boy not far away who was grinning foolishly, completely unaware that he had sold his brother-in-law out. Xiaonua! You little rascal, how dare you say such things? The previously relaxed atmosphere in the conference hall turned tense in an instant. All eyes, with a whoosh, focused on Chu He like searchlights, carrying different meanings. At the main seat, Queen Xianuan Ai Li's red lips curled up in a playful arc, her gaze seemed to say, oh? Let's see you perform. Beside her, Kakia slowly pushed up her single lens glasses, her starry eyes shining with deep exploration and analytical light, as if studying some rare species. Even the usually cold Xia Qingyuan cast a scrutinizing glance.
But that gaze lingered on Chu He's embarrassed face for a moment, as if recalling something, and on her icy cheeks, an extremely faint, rare smile appeared. Unnatural red blush. Staring at him with that strange gaze was his future mother-in-law, making Chu He feel a prickling sensation on his scalp, almost exploding. He awkwardly touched his nose, his throat dry, clearing it heavily. It's just his exaggeration. How could such a heavenly ability exist in this world? But... He looked into Lola's eager eyes, his mind racing as he quickly changed his words, starting to half-truthfully fabricate. It can indeed make the other person develop strong feelings for me very quickly, but to truly fall in love, we still need to go through many experiences together and establish a solid emotional foundation. He spoke these words with deep unease. Once hit by that damn charming kiss, it was nowhere near as simple as liking. It was like taking some indescribable magical pill, rationality evaporating, emotions boiling, wanting to stick together in bed all day long, experiencing the harmony of life. Moreover, a large part of his intimacy with Xia Yao had indeed been built in the bed. Such things were hard to mention, especially in front of 3 future mothers-in-law. Wow! Lola's eyes instantly sparkled like 2 blue sapphires pierced by sunlight, shining with curiosity. Just to quickly like you is already impressive. I really want to see it with my own eyes. The girl's face was full of pure curiosity and longing, completely unaware of how embarrassed Chu He was. Chu He had a dark expression, his mouth twitching crazily. This girl's thought process really was a perfect match with Xia Nua's unique eccentricity. He took a deep breath, pushing down all awkwardness, forcing out a smile even uglier than crying. Well, if there's a chance, I will definitely let you see. That's great. Lola clapped her hands happily, the crisp sound particularly noticeable in the quiet conference hall. Can I bring my sister along? My 4th sister, Mira, will definitely be amazed if she sees it. Chu He was just about to find an excuse to dodge it. But when he heard the words 4th sister Mira, his brain seemed to be struck by lightning, suddenly grasping that lifeline keyword. The turmoil, depression, and moral dilemma about Xia Nua that had just filled his mind were instantly washed away by an overwhelming joy. He didn't even have time to maintain a calm exterior, hurriedly asking, 4th sister Mira? So, do you have many brothers and sisters? I don't have any brothers. I have 5 sisters above me, and 1 younger sister. I'm the 6th. 5 sisters. 1 younger sister. Chu He's heart began to thump. Thump! Thump, wildly, as if a bright door to a new world had suddenly opened in front of him. So, the Sea Witch Queen Lorelei had more than just Lola as her daughter. He didn't need to compete with Xia Nua at all. The moral dilemma that had been driving him to the edge of a mental breakdown vanished completely in that instant. Of course, that's fine. Chu He's voice shot up 8 octaves due to extreme excitement, sounding somewhat off-key. He wore an unprecedentedly enthusiastic smile. You can call as many sisters as you want. Bring them all. Everyone can come and observe and learn. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 cold, sharp gazes, like knives, precisely locked onto his back. Chu He's excited smile instantly froze. A chill rushed from his tailbone straight to the top of his head, and cold sweat instantly drenched his back. He didn't even need to turn around to sense that it was the deadly stares from Xia Yao and Chi-Chi. The powerful instinct to survive made him quickly backtrack, his tone doing a complete 180-degree turn. Cough cough, what I meant was. Don't call too many people, it gets chaotic and affects performance. 1 is enough. Yes, 1 is enough. Preferably, single. Feeling the chilling tension behind him ease just a bit, Chu He secretly sighed in relief. Letting them accept 1 was already the maximum they could tolerate. Sister Mira is single. Lola nodded heavily, completely unaware of the undercurrents of tension in the air. Your sister has a good sister like you, truly a blessing she earned over 8 lifetimes, huh? Chu He praised from the heart, and looking at Lola now, his eyes were filled with kindness and love. By the way, dear mother. Xia Nua, who had been captivated by Lola, finally snapped back to reality. He scratched his head in confusion and asked, why did you call me over in such a hurry? Isn't brother-in-law's wedding in 2 days? Xia Qingyuan's cold gaze finally shifted from Chu He to her silly son. Taking a deep breath, she said seriously, your father is still alive. Then she told Xia Nua the whole story without missing a beat. The signature, bright, slightly silly smile on his face gradually froze, shattered, until it disappeared with his mother's words. Seconds later, his eyes suddenly turned red without warning. Big, hot tears, like a broken string of pearls, uncontrollably rolled down his cheeks, falling onto the luxurious carpet, soaking a small patch with dark marks. For so many years, he had long gotten used to the fact that his father was dead. Even though he had been heartbroken when he first learned the truth, mourning for several days. But to prevent his mother and sister from living forever in the shadow of the past, he forced himself to be strong, trying hard to play the role of a carefree joker.
With various exaggerated, silly antics, he attempted to bring even a trace of laughter to this cold, oppressive home. Father is still alive. Xia Nua's voice choked, every word felt like it was squeezed out from deep within his throat, trembling violently. His body trembled slightly from overwhelming excitement, his lips quivered, but he could no longer say a complete sentence. That's so great. He cried with joy, like a child who had been walking alone in endless darkness for too long, finally finding the lost treasure, shedding all disguises, sobbing uncontrollably. Beside him, Lola watched Xia Nua, her sea-blue eyes gradually becoming misty, and her eyelids quickly reddening. Xia Nua noticed her unusual reaction and quickly wiped his tears with the back of his hand, stammering, "Baby, I'm crying tears of happiness, why are you crying too?" "It's nothing," Lola sniffed, forcing a smile, her voice heavy with nasal tones, I'm just happy for you." Xia Nua believed her, thinking she felt his joy and was infected by his emotions. But the three queens present, Ellie, Kachia, and Xia Qingyuan, all knew that the situation was not so simple. Lola's father, the former Siren Sea Demon King, had perished alongside the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan in the earth-shattering war years ago in the Sighing Deep. Xia Nua's regained father was like the sharpest knife, stabbing deeply into her heart, stirring up the raw pain of her everlasting love lost. Ellie gently sighed, her eyes showing a hint of complex pity. Kachia's eyes also flickered with a trace of compassion. "Then let's go to the Zhuke Kingdom now." Xia Nua suddenly stood up straight, wiping the tears from his face, his sadness and excitement rapidly transforming into an unprecedented urgency and desire. His eyes burned with fire, and his voice soared with excitement. "Mother, sister, brother-in-law. We are setting off now to see father." Chapter 181, The Wedding Begins. As they passed through the twisted space gate, a wave of scorching heat that could burn souls rushed toward them. Chu He's pupils suddenly contracted. They stood on a circular altar suspended above the mouth of a volcano. Beneath their feet, 7 strange runes formed a silent flowing array. Above them, a towering scarlet flame divine tree spread across the sky, with each leaf being a burning golden feather that turned into the purest fire element upon falling, merging into this dominant realm. Surrounding the divine tree, 9 gigantic floating islands of fire crystals stood guard, each with majestic palaces and connected by bridges made of liquid flame. Spectacular, magnificent, and filled with a destructive beauty. "The Phoenix Kingdom is actually built on a volcano," Chu He murmured to himself. In the center of the altar, beneath the divine tree, Xia Qingyuan's lonely figure quietly stared ahead. There was no one there. Only a cluster of red flames, resembling a phoenix and about the size of 2 palms, quietly floated in the void. Unlike what Xia Qingyuan saw last time, this cluster of flames gleamed more solidly and brightly, even faintly revealing the outline of wings wanting to take flight. "Qing." Xia Qingyuan's voice trembled slightly. I have brought the children." As soon as her words fell, the cluster of phoenix flames jumped violently, radiating a brilliant light. A wave of scorching yet non-aggressive energy swept across everyone present like a warm tide. "Father!" Xia Nua could no longer control himself and rushed forward wildly. But just 3 meters away from the flames, he suddenly stopped, his knees buckled, and with a thud, he knelt heavily on the ground. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch the soul fire, but his fingertips trembled violently in the air, afraid that any recklessness would disturb it. Scalding tears burst forth uncontrollably. This prince, who always appeared heartless in front of others, cried like a lost child finally finding home after many years. "Father! I am Xiao Nua. Father, I am Yao Yao." Xia Yao's tears also fell as she knelt beside Xia Nua. "Yao Yao. Xiao Nua." A weak, hoarse voice, which seemed to transcend ancient times, resonated directly in everyone's minds with a metallic rubbing texture. The cluster of phoenix flames happily leaped up, swirling and dancing around Xia Nua and Xia Yao, using its only way to embrace its long-lost children. "You have grown up, all grown up." Xu Qing's thoughts were intermittent yet filled with undeniable comfort and joy. "Qingyuan, you have worked hard all these years." Xia Qingyuan suddenly turned her head, unwilling to let anyone see her red-rimmed eyes, and only let out a cold hum from her throat. "If you know I've worked hard, then hurry up and recover for me." The flames of Zhu Qing lightly danced, as if smiling helplessly. Then, his gaze fell upon Chu He and Lola. "These two are..." "Father. This is Lola. Your daughter-in-law." Xia Nua suddenly looked up, pulling the equally red-eyed Lola over with pride and boastfulness on his face. Lola was a bit at a loss and wanted to deny it, but seeing Xia Nua's expression, she swallowed her words. She simply bowed politely to the cluster of flames. "Uncle. Hello. Good child." Zhu Qing's thoughts were filled with warmth. Immediately after, his attention fully focused on Chu He, and he was greatly surprised to find that he resembled that person indeed. "Father-in-law, hello, I am Chu He." "Chu He. Very good, very good.
You have indeed broken the marriage shackles of the void-gazing clan, truly remarkable. Xu Qing's thoughts swept over Chu He and then returned to Xia Yao. Yao Yao's judgment is just like mine. Very good. These words made Xia Yuan unable to help but glare harshly at the flames beside her. They are getting married the day after tomorrow. Xia Yuan lightly announced this news. Boom! The Zhuke flame suddenly burst forth with an unprecedented brightness, but that light only lasted a moment before quickly fading away. A heavy, ink-like sense of loss and regret spread. Marriage. At the most important moment of his daughter's life, he, as a father, had to be imprisoned on this altar, unable even to attend the ceremony. That's great. Xu Qing's thoughts carried an unmistakable bitterness. After the wedding, remember, come back here, let me see you in your wedding outfits. Everyone felt that deep regret, a pang of sorrow in their hearts. In this silence, a voice suddenly sounded. Father-in-law, perhaps, there is a way. Everyone turned sharply to look at Chu He. He confidently stepped forward, facing all the startled, doubtful, and hopeful gazes. Theoretically, we can establish an ultra-long-distance, stable energy transfer channel. Xia Yuan's cold gaze instantly became sharp, carrying a hint of warning, don't joke with his soul fire. I understand. Chu He nodded, his expression more serious than ever. Slowly, he raised his right hand, and above his palm, an incredibly intricate silver space rune slowly emerged, distorting the surrounding light. Then, he raised his left hand. A swirl of colorful energy, fused with the power of thousands of illusions, spun in his palm, wondrous and dreamlike. First, I need a beacon. Chu He looked at Xia Yuan, an energy disguise that can perfectly mimic the essence of father-in-law's soul fire and can be accepted by the divine tree. Xu Qing's soul fire lightly flickered, a thought entering Chu He's mind, okay. With permission granted, a strand of the colorful energy from Chu He's left hand immediately split off, like a gentle tentacle, cautiously reaching toward the Zhuke flames. It did not absorb but quickly analyzed the unique fluctuations of that sacred and domineering flame energy at close range. Just a few seconds later, the colorful energy tentacle retreated. The energy in Chu He's left palm began to surge violently, simulating and reconstructing. Eventually, it coalesced into a brand new phantom flame, almost identical to Xu Qing's soul fire, with light, temperature, and aura all indistinguishable from the real thing. Chu He carefully pushed this phantom flame toward the center of the altar, allowing it to hover in the position where Xu Qing once was. The golden fire feathers dropped from the red flame divine tree landed on the phantom flame, seamlessly merging with it, as if that was its nurturing object for millennia. The first step succeeded. Next, let's build the bridge. The space rune in Chu He's right palm glowed brightly. He snapped his fingers, and a nearly invisible silver thread shot out from the rune, precisely piercing the core of the phantom flame. This was the entrance to the space channel, firmly locked in place. After completing all of this, Chu He took a deep breath and took out a fist-sized, entirely red top-grade fire essence crystal from his space belt. This fire essence crystal was something he had extracted from an SS-level lava lizard's brain near a volcano while learning the application of thousands of illusions under the training of his 3 wives. It had the ability to store fire energy. He brought his hands together, wrapping the fire essence crystal within. The space power was responsible for cutting and shaping, while the thousands of illusions power was responsible for engraving the array patterns. In just a moment, a perfect crystal was cradled in his palm. It was a finely crafted pendant shaped like a soaring Zhuke, vividly lifelike, as if about to take flight at any moment. Father-in-law, please temporarily dwell here. Chu He presented the Zhuke pendant before Xu Qing's soul fire. At the same time, he activated the other end of the space silver thread, silently connecting it to the inside of the pendant. Xu Qing's soul fire flickered violently, as if sensing the wonder of this new body. In the next moment, it transformed into a stream of light and rushed into the Zhuke pendant without hesitation. Buzz! The pendant instantly erupted with a dazzling red glow, and a surge of powerful and joyous thoughts spread out from within. I can feel it. Xu Qing's thoughts were clear and strong, filled with unbelievable shock and ecstasy. The power of the divine tree is continuously flowing into my soul fire through this little thing. He not only did not weaken, but instead felt an unprecedented stability and comfort because of this more solid vessel. He was free. Xia Yuan extended a slightly trembling hand, took the warm pendant, clutched it tightly in her palm, and the ice in her eyes completely melted away, leaving only endless tenderness and excitement. Xianhu and Xia Yao also gathered around, staring blankly at the pendant in their mother's hand, their faces filled with the same wild joy. Chu He let out a long sigh of relief, a trace of tired smile on his face. Now, father-in-law can personally witness his daughter's happiness, and you can live with your family at any time. This fire essence crystal can be preserved for a long time, probably lasting a year and a half. I still have several here, more can be made using this method, and if they run out, we can go to the Lava Titan Empire to find some. Xia Yuan's family cast grateful glances at Chu He, expressing their heartfelt thanks. 2 days later, in Wanxiang City, at Lillian's Lord Manor Garden. This celestial mountain, which had been moved to the center of the city, had completely shed its coldness at this moment. Colorful flowers and rare plants were adorned with the everlasting, non-fading 10,000 flower gems condensed by the illusion clan's magic. At the mountain's peak, in front of the magnificent glazed palace, Ellie, dressed in a gorgeous gown studded with various gems, was excitedly directing the servants to set up the party area, while her husband, Orlan, stood beside her with indulgent eyes. Kachia danced an elegant starry sky dance with her husband, Xianchen, in the center of the venue, the gems on her deep blue gown sparkling with every step, as if wrapping the entire galaxy around her. Xiaqin Yuan stood alone on the spacious terrace, the main Zhuke pendant was now worn around her neck. Guests began to arrive. In the sky, a grand golden dragon gate opened up out of thin air. Soon, an overwhelming dragon might, like a tsunami, swept down. Several giant dragons, each over 100 meters long, surrounded a floating dragon carriage made of gold and jewels, slowly emerging. On the dragon carriage sat a stunningly beautiful woman in a luxurious gold-green palace gown, the queen of the dragon clan Aoshi. And by her side stood a tall young man. It was Ao Qing. He had changed out of his battle armor, dressed in formal dragon clan attire, his handsome face still striking. As his gaze swept across this festive venue, there was no longer a hint of arrogance or dominance in his golden dragon eyes. Only a sense of relief, and a touch of heartfelt blessing. Chapter 182, All the Emperors Arrive. The Century Wedding. As the dragon carriage came to a stop, the lingering echoes of the majestic dragon might still circled at the peak of the celestial mountain. In the air, however, a more violent force suddenly tore open a gap. A dark red space crack appeared from nowhere, slowly opening like a hideous giant eye of hell. A terrifying heatwave, hot enough to melt fine gold, surged like a tangible wave, sweeping towards the entire celestial mountain. The servants beside Ellie were instantly struck pale by the hot wind, screaming and retreating in panic. Only the three emperors and their husbands remained standing in place, their clothes fluttering, unflinching. The source of the heatwave was a procession made up of lava giants. They walked through the void, and with each step they took, the space beneath their feet briefly revealed charred, cracked magma patterns, as if stepping on the wounds of the world. In the center of the ceremonial guard, a floating throne carved from solid black obsidian exuded a primal and domineering aura. On the throne sat a tall woman sideways. Her red hair blazed like a fierce fire, with every tip of her hair flickering with restless sparks. She wore a long dress that seemed woven from liquid lava, with crimson patterns flowing like living creatures, radiating a heart-stopping heat and sense of destruction. The Lava Titan Queen, Ignis. Beside her stood a man larger in stature, his skin resembling the deep gray texture of volcanic rock, the Earth Guardian of the Titan race, Karen. He was as silent as a mountain, the most solid support beside his wife. Behind the throne, two young men who were almost replicas of Karen observed their surroundings with curious and combative eyes. They were the first Sunny Gray and the second Sun Igo. Next to them, a tall young girl was particularly striking. She was Ignis's youngest daughter, Igrina. Her hair was also a fiery, fluffy short style, with sparks dancing at the tips, shimmering with a golden red hue under the sunlight. Her orange-red eyes mirrored her mother's sharp and deep gaze, with an upward flick at the outer corners, revealing unmasked arrogance and brilliance. On her honey-colored skin, the lava patterns were clearer than those of her two brothers, spreading along her slender neck and arms, shimmering with a faint molten glow. She wore a lava battle armor skirt, accentuating her tall and strong figure, barefoot and stepping into the void, her toes glowing with lava red, making her look like a flower of destruction about to bloom. The heat of the lava had not faded, and the air began to fill with a completely different kind of aura. Warm, humid, carrying the salty and fragrant essence of the sea of life. The sky had unknowingly transformed into a gigantic water mirror. Ripples spread out in layers, and a grand palace made of coral and pearl slowly emerged in the shimmering water. The palace doors swung open, and a stunningly beautiful woman in a sea blue dress, wearing a pearl crown, stepped out first. Her eyes were the purest sapphire in the world, capable of calming all restlessness as they sparkled. The Siren Sea Queen, Lorelei. Behind her was a breathtakingly beautiful scene. 6 girls, each with a unique beauty, surrounded her like stars around the moon, appearing together. The eldest daughter Elena was charming, the second daughter Leah was cold like the moon, the third daughter Selah was lively and passionate, the fourth daughter Mira was serene and gentle, the fifth daughter Eve was cute and lovely, and the youngest daughter Nora radiated a touch of innocent naivety. When the sixth daughter Laura saw her mother, she happily floated over from Shanu, affectionately linking arms with her mother, while cooing a few words and then nimbly moving to her sister Myra's side, excitedly whispering something to her. Suddenly, the temperature in the venue plummeted. A dark gap, radiating an aura of death and coldness, silently opened in a corner. The Bone King Queen, Morana, draped in a black cloak woven from countless tiny soul crystals, quietly appeared with her eldest son Kalon and second daughter Liner. They did not bring any ceremonial entourage, like 3 phantoms merged into the shadows, silently standing there, dimming the surrounding light. The next moment, the ground trembled slightly. A heavy, mountain-like pressure silently descended. The everlasting giant queen, Rocky, appeared out of thin air with her husband Saren, her two sons Rockfong and Rockstorm, and youngest daughter Rockmoon. Rocky's towering height of 2.5 meters, and her powerful sculpted physique, instantly attracted everyone's attention. With her earthy yellow eyes, she simply scanned the room. She found a vacant spot to sit, silent like a mountain, yet no one dared to ignore her presence. In the end, a faint purple mist, accompanied by a subtle scent of lavender, quietly spread out. The Nightmare Weaver Queen, Fibert, and her daughter, Vimus, appeared as if stepping out from a sweet dream, lazily coming into view. Fibert let out a long yawn, her light purple eyes wandering around, seemingly struggling to even recognize her surroundings, pulling her equally sleepy daughter, Vimus, straight toward a soft lounge chair. Once seated, the mother and daughter closed their eyes, as if they could fall asleep peacefully at any moment. For a moment, the 9 great royal families and 9 queens gathered together. This small mountain peak carried the greatest power and authority in the universe. Except for the familiar Ailey, Xia Qingyuan, and Xia, the other queens and their children all searched the venue with their gazes. What kind of man could make the Haze, Starlaw, and Thousand Illusion royal families agree simultaneously, staging this unheard of, outrageous story of 1 man and 3 wives? She sat calmly in the dragon carriage, her golden green eyes observing it all with tranquility. She knew part of the reason, so she was not surprised. Aside from attending the ceremony, she also harbored a deeper hope in her heart. That man might be the only hope for rescuing her daughter, Aoshue, who was trapped by a mysterious curse. In this subtle, undercurrent-filled atmosphere, melodious and sacred music gradually sounded from the crystal palace atop the mountain. All the guests, regardless of their thoughts, quieted in that moment. Several of the universe's most formidable gazes turned towards the grand palace doors. The wedding officially began. Under the gaze of thousands, 4 figures slowly walked out from the palace doors. Walking at the very center and front was today's only male protagonist, Chu He. He wore a well-tailored black suit. This was no ordinary fabric but the unique silence black of the Haze clan, capable of absorbing all light, so deep it seemed to swallow one's sight. The inner lining and cuffs of the suit sparkled with the star silk woven by the Starlaw clan, shimmering like the galaxy, flowing with starlight. Most ingeniously, his tie clip and cufflinks were crafted from the Thousand Illusions clan's 10,000 flowers gem, reflecting colorful, illusory lights as he walked steadily. His face no longer held the mischievousness and nonchalance of the past, replaced by a gentle and serious expression. His handsome features, under the extreme embellishment of the 3 royal styles, radiated an unprecedented charm. In his clear eyes, which always carried a hint of mischief, happiness filled them to the brim at that moment. On his left side, walking shoulder to shoulder with him was Xia Yao. She wore a black long dress wedding gown, the most solemn and sacred attire of the Haze royal family. The wide skirt was devoid of lace embellishments, yet through painstaking needlework, it was inlaid with intricate and ancient silence totems made from black crystal, mysterious and dignified. Moreover, her veil and delicate waist were skillfully adorned with countless small diamonds, as tiny as stars, softening the somberness of the black with endless luxury and brilliance. On her breathtakingly beautiful face, the past coldness had long faded. In her pure black eyes, once capable of annihilating everything, only the figure of Chu He was reflected at this moment, gentle enough to melt the entire world. On Chu He's right side was Xia. She wore a silver-white starry short dress, perfectly accentuating her petite and delicate figure. The dress was woven from the highest quality starlight threads, dazzling under the sun like the entire galaxy draped over her. On the playful hem of her skirt, adorned with eternal illusion flowers woven by the Qianhuan tribe's magic, those flowers burst forth or quietly closed as she walked, incredibly lively. She did not wear a veil, instead, her short, silver hair was pinned back with a simple black crystal hairpin, echoing the bridal gown of Xiang Yao. In her starry eyes, glimmered a cunning that saw through everything, along with an undeniable glow of happiness. Next to Xiang Yao on her left was Lillian. Her wedding dress was the most unique and dazzling. It was a gown crafted entirely from the power of Qianhuan, predominantly a dreamy pure white. At the hem, it was beautifully dyed like watercolor, softly blending the colors of her eyes, red, yellow, and blue. Even more magical, the entire gown was changing shape at an extremely slow speed. One moment it was an elegant, classic mermaid dress, the next, it transformed into a playful, lively short skirt, perfectly matching her every subtle movement and emotion. Her unique tricolor eyes were strikingly bright at this moment. In them mingled the pride of being a victor, the joy of getting what she desired, and a playful, triumphant glee at finally winning over this man completely. The 4 of them descended the steps together, walking toward the center of the venue. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Whether they were as domineering as Ignis, as calm as Yen Ji, or as proud as Aoshi, all the emperors and their descendants held their breath in that instant. Then, their pupils seemed to contract suddenly at almost the same time. A silent, unspoken shock was transmitted invisibly among the few queens. They truly saw Chu He's face. That face truly resembled their leader, the master. Chapter 183, Surprised Queens, the Dragon Kingdom livestream heats up. Perhaps sensing the sudden silence in the venue, the half-awake Fibert and her daughter, Phineas, finally lazily opened their eyes. Fibert's gaze casually swept around, and when it fell on Chu He's face, her usually scattered light purple eyes instantly lit up. A sense of unprecedented clarity dispelled all sleepiness. Phineas rarely saw her mother Fibert show such surprise. She couldn't help but follow her mother's gaze and closely examine the groom. Aside from being undeniably handsome and extraordinary in temperament, there seemed to be nothing particularly special about him that could make her mother act so uncouthly. "Mother, why are you so surprised to see Chu He?" Phineas softly transmitted her question, her speech slow with a hint of a nasal twang. Fibert did not immediately answer her daughter's question but looked around instead. She noticed that aside from Ailey, Kachia, and Xiaoqing Yuan wearing a smug expression that said, "See, I told you they were surprised," the other newly arrived queens all showed an expression of disbelief. Fibert withdrew her gaze and slowly transmitted to her daughter, her voice soft like a dream whisper. "This person cannot be spoken of." Upon hearing this, Phineas simply nodded lightly. She perfectly inherited her mother's extreme indifference toward all things in the world. Most things could not stir even the slightest ripple in her heart. Because in dreams, there is everything. It is better to close your eyes and have a beautiful daydream than to open your eyes to see this dull world. However, today she planned to keep her eyes open and enjoy this grand wedding. After all, a man simultaneously marrying 3 different royal princesses is so absurd that it wouldn't even dare to happen in the most ridiculous dream. In this strange silence, an invisible chat group quietly formed among the 9 queens. Their thoughts silently intertwined and collided in the air, like countless stars shimmering in the void. The first to fire was always the most hot-tempered and straightforward, lava titan Queen Ignis. "Ignis, Xiaoqing Yuan. Ailey. Kachia. Wow, I thought the 3 of you had gone mad? Marrying your precious daughters to a single human? Why does this human look so much like the boss? What is his relationship with the boss? Morana, the same face as the master, do we even need to ask for the answer? Rock Princess, interesting. Lorelei, it seems the boss has prepared a game for us to participate in with this human while we were in seclusion. Xiaoqing Yuan, the boss's will is unquestionable, and there is naturally a reason for doing this. This child is excellent, I did not go easy on him, and he passed my tribe's test. Kachia, yes, he also passed my tribe's cosmic debate, his path is the same as the boss's, the path of chaos. Ailey said, yes, the path of chaos, merging different forces, is indeed terrifying. Nowadays, there is probably no one below SSR level in Chu He who can match him. Do you remember what the master said that day? This is intentionally letting us help nurture this child. Ignis, how do we nurture him? Kachia, when Chu He comes knocking, you'll know. The thoughts of the queens intertwined into a whole, bustling with discussion. Only Phoebut said nothing. Just hearing Kachia's last words, she turned her gaze to her daughter, materialized from her dreams. How to nurture? Does it involve her own daughter? For a moment, Ignis, Lorelei, and others' thoughts involuntarily swept towards their own daughters, and then toward the one standing in the center, with a gentle smile, Chu He. Chu He appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was already a turbulent sea. He could clearly feel several powerful thoughts scanning him back and forth, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and investigation. That lava titan queen, her thoughts were so fiery they almost ignited him. That siren sea witch queen, her thoughts shone like a spotlight, eager to see through him completely. And the bone queen, it felt as if his soul was being scrutinized cleanly by her. Among the newly appeared 6 queens, only the dreamweaver Phoebut's slightly slumberous thought gave him the calmest feeling, without any pressure. Thinking that in the future he might have to engage deeply with these terrifyingly powerful queens, Chu He's heart uncontrollably raced. His calves even subtly showed signs of cramping. No. Stay calm. I am the groom now, the main character today, I absolutely cannot show any signs of weakness at such a critical moment. After several seconds of intense mental preparation, Chu He took a deep breath. In the air, the unique fresh atmosphere of the celestial mountain mixed with a faint floral scent and exotic fragrances brought by various races. He pushed down all his anxiety and unease to the deepest part of his heart, and his face revealed a more gentle, more serious smile once again. Welcome everyone from afar, to witness my wedding with Xiaoyao, Kachia, and Lillian. At the same time, far away on Blue Star, in the Dragon Country, the huge screen lit up again. The Dragon Country official live broadcast room, which had been quiet for months, reopened. On the misty mountain peak, the grand and magnificent Palace Manor. And those guests of various forms in the venue, all exuding a terrifying aura, instantly shocked the eyes of all the viewers. In the next second, the camera focused. In the center of everyone's attention, that man in a well-tailored black suit, extraordinarily handsome. And the 3 brides beside him, breathtakingly beautiful, as if they were divine beings. Clearly displayed in front of every viewer on Blue Star. After a short, dead silence, the bullet screen of the national live broadcast instantly exploded.
Wow! Resurrected. This live room can actually still be on? My eyes aren't playing tricks, right? Is that God Chu? Chu He. It's really Chu He. He's still alive. Boo-hoo. No kidding, if God Chu is dead, is there still hope for Dragon Country? Wait a minute. Something's wrong. What is he doing? Getting married? Who is he marrying? Those 3 brides. Oh my god. It's Xia Yao and Kachi, who's the other one? The brides are too beautiful. Each one stunning enough to make you gasp. Who are those people sitting in the seats? They look like gods from the movies. Is this really a live broadcast? Is this damn live broadcast? One man marrying 3? And they're all SSS level? God Chu is amazing, breaking voice. What an epic scene. A cosmic wedding? Dragon Country officials, come out and explain. What's going on here? How did our national champion end up marrying something weird? Mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the live broadcast. The bullet screen erupted like a tidal wave, instantly covering the entire screen densely. The sheer number caused the live broadcast image to start lagging. Yet, no one stopped. At this moment, the entire Dragon Country was thrown into immense shock and frenzy because of this suddenly turned-on cosmic wedding live broadcast. Chapter 184, Dad arrives, all the mothers stand up. In Dragon Country, Yuzhou Province, in a secluded country villa. The afternoon sun lazily drenched the courtyard, with cicadas chirping, bringing a touch of summer heat. Inside the villa, the cool air conditioning breeze brushed by, and the large live broadcast screen on the wall changed shadows, capturing everyone's attention. Zhai Jingmei, wearing a floral apron, tightly gripped her hands in front of her chest, staring at the screen without blinking, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She suddenly grabbed her husband's arm beside her, surprisingly strong, shaking him fiercely. Chu Chongsheng. You crow's mouth. Look quickly. You really hit the nail on the head. Our son, he actually got married in that strange world. Her voice quivered, full of disbelief. And he got 3 brides at once. Chu Chongsheng was already overjoyed inside, but still tried hard to show a shocked and surprised expression, exaggeratingly opening his mouth wide to match his wife's excitement. Yeah, my wife. I just said it casually, who would have thought it actually came true? This is truly unbelievable. Zhai Jingmei's attention was quickly drawn back to the screen. In the picture, her son stood tall in the center of the venue, calmly giving a speech in front of those guests with an aura so powerful it was intimidating. That excitement and shock gradually transformed into gentle tenderness and heartache. Our son seems to have changed a lot. She murmured, her voice carrying a slight daze. In just about 3 months, his entire demeanor is completely different, like he's reborn. This child must have gone through a lot of hardships. Meanwhile, we're here enjoying the good life. She looked around at this spacious and comfortable villa, feeling mixed emotions. Not only have we become landlords, but we also receive more than 20,000 yuan in subsidies from the country every month, all thanks to our son working hard outside. Her gaze swept over those peculiarly dressed guests on the screen, curiosity overshadowing her initial fear. And who are those people? They all look like immortals, radiating strange appearances. That aura, even through the screen, it feels scary. Chu Changsheng stood with his hands behind his back, straightened his back, showcasing an air of an old scholar, seriously explaining to his wife. The universe is so vast, I've said long ago that there must be aliens. That strange thing is probably similar to humanoid creatures like us, just born able to absorb the energy between the universe and heaven, they're just more powerful. Zhai Jingmei was momentarily stunned, and she found her husband's words quite reasonable, instinctively nodding her head. What you said really makes sense. This is almost as magical as those fantasy stories I've read before, where the immortals described are just like these people. As she spoke, she sighed softly, her eyes filled with an unshakable regret. I really want to go see our son. He's getting married, and we, as parents, can't be by his side. Chu Chongsheng lowered his head in agreement, his tone taking on a feigned sadness. Yes, it truly is a pity. At that moment, just as he spoke, his eyes, which often held a gentle smile, suddenly deepened immeasurably, a boundless sea of stars swirling and twisting in the depths of his pupils. A soft halo of rainbow light began to spread from within him without warning. The glow was warm and gentle, wrapping around him and his wife in an instant. Ha! Changshan, what is this? Zhai Jingmei was startled by the sudden change, her eyes wide open. Before her words finished, the ground beneath their feet suddenly turned to nothingness. In the villa, the light flickered and then vanished, the 2 figures had disappeared into thin air. At the summit of the celestial mountain, the wedding venue. Chu He had just finished his brief and sincere groom's speech. The melodious heavenly music began to play again, and then came the sacred moment of exchanging tokens and reading vows with the 3 brides. But in his heart, a twinge of deep regret surged uncontrollably.
His parents were still far away on Blue Star, unable to witness this most important moment of his life. At that moment, the air beside Chu He suddenly rippled visibly, as if an invisible stone had been tossed into a calm lake. The space rippled like water waves. Then, a brilliant orb of rainbow light slowly emerged from the twisted space crack, the glow soft yet containing an indescribable supreme principle. This sudden change instantly captured everyone's attention. Whether it was the 9 empresses engaged in a heated discussion in the chat group or the guests from various clans, all turned their curious gazes toward it. And at the same time the rainbow orb appeared, the official live broadcast room of Dragon Country on Blue Star suddenly went black. Signal interrupted. For cold words ruthlessly replaced the grandeur of the century wedding. What the hell? The screen went black at a crucial moment? Director, are you asleep? Cut back fast. What was that rainbow orb just now? Is a new boss about to appear? No. I still want to see God Chu and the bride kiss. I even took my pants off for this? There's an inside story. There must be. Something must have appeared that we Blue Star people can't watch. Official. Dragon Country officials, come out and explain. If you don't restore the broadcast, I might smash my TV. The comments in the live broadcast room scrolled more violently than ever before, angry, curious, and wailing remarks instantly drowned everything. And at the wedding scene in Wanxiang City. Under the gaze of all the top powerhouses, the orb of rainbow light slowly rotated, then blossomed and disappeared like a lotus flower. As the light faded, 2 figures became clear. They were an ordinary-looking middle-aged couple, wearing new black suits, seemingly a bit awkward and confused as they glanced around at the dreamlike scene. When they recognized those familiar faces, deeply etched into his memory, Chu He's mind buzzed, instantly going blank. All his thoughts, all his composure, crumbled in that moment. He instinctively shouted out, his voice trembling and filled with disbelief. Dad! Mom! This call, filled with shock and joy, echoed like thunder in the silent venue, exploding dramatically. The reactions of the 9 queens, who had originally only been curious about the identity of the visitors, were 100 times more intense than that of Chu He. They were not surprised by the sudden appearance of the couple. After all, every ruler present had the ability to tear through space. What shocked them was that none of them could sense the arrival of this man and woman in advance. This space seemed like a net of perception belonging to them, every slight movement would not escape their awareness. Yet these 2 people appeared as if they had grown out of this space. When their thoughts converged on the middle-aged man with a simple smile, and they recognized that familiar face, feeling the perfectly restrained yet soul-chilling aura. The 9 queens, including the already informed Ailey, Xiao Qingyuan, and Kakia, almost simultaneously stood up from their seats. Their movements were synchronized, their faces filled with undeniable respect and shock. It was the master. Just as they were about to rush over to kneel and pay their respects, a gentle yet unquestionable thought rose silently in their minds like a spring breeze. Sit down, pretend you know nothing. The actions of the 9 queens froze in midair, then, in an instant, returned to normal, slowly sitting back down. But the storms brewing in their hearts were 100 times more intense than when they first saw Chu He. 1,000 times. So that's how it is. All the mysteries, all the confusions, suddenly were illuminated at this moment. Chu He is the son of the master. Even though they had anticipated it in their hearts, the verification of this bloody reality still delivered a shock that was hard to contain for these supreme beings at the pinnacle of the universe Ryan. Their master, their leader, the supreme entity that saved and guided them, had truly married an ordinary human woman from the Blue Star and had children. This was 1,000 times more absurd than a man marrying 3 royal princesses at once. Chapter 185, the most hardcore in-law meeting in history. The 2 faces, repeated countless times in thoughts day and night, were now as real as an unrealistic dream. Chu He's steps were a bit unsteady as he instinctively rushed forward and grabbed his parents' hands. The warmth and real touch from his palms finally made his heart, which hovered in ecstatic joy, touch solid ground. Dad, Mom, how did you come? His voice still carried a slight tremor that had yet to calm. Although there was a vague answer in his heart, he still asked out loud. A wave of gratitude quietly blossomed in his heart for the mysterious master. Forget it, considering how sensible he was, in the future, defeating him might warrant sparing his life. We don't know. Zhai Jingmei was still in great shock, tightly holding onto her son's arm, speaking quickly. Your dad and I were just watching your livestream when suddenly a burst of rainbow light flashed. We ended up here. Chu Changsheng beside her laughed innocently, nodding repeatedly, his eyes revealing a sharpness of everything is under control. Chu He understood. He saw the awkwardness and anxiety on his parents' faces and quickly comforted, Mom and Dad, don't be afraid, everyone here are my friends. With me here, no one will hurt you. Upon hearing this, Zhai Jingmei and Chu Changsheng finally calmed slightly, curiously glancing around. Meanwhile, the 9 queens in the distant guest seats remained poised, their gazes fixed sharply on this side. Seeing their supreme master, now playing the role of a somewhat flustered ordinary middle-aged man trying to soothe his wife. A sense of unprecedented novelty surged in their hearts. Though they knew it was a performance, they had never seen the master like this before. In the past, he always had a calm look, gazing down upon the universe, with deep eyes that exuded unspoken authority. Zhai Jingmei's attention finally shifted entirely from the fantastical surroundings to her son. Her eyes turned red as she suddenly opened her arms and hugged Chu He tightly in her embrace. "You little rascal." She felt her son's solid body, her heart filled with mixed emotions, but her mouth couldn't help but chide him. "You've accomplished something. After months of not seeing you, you're getting married. And marrying 3 at once." She released her grip, her gaze sweeping over the 3 stunning daughters-in-law, Summer Yao, Kachia, and Lillian, her tone filled with uncontrollable amazement. Chu He felt a bit embarrassed by his mother's words, but he refused to give in. He puffed up his chest and said with a proud smile, "Isn't it because your son is charming, handsome, and dashing?" Saying this, he winked at the 3 brides. "Don't you think so?" At this crucial moment, he had to put on a good face for his husband's sake. The 3 women praised Chu He in various ways, calling him handsome, powerful, kind-hearted, gentle, patient, responsible, a good cook, and more. Hardly any parents who love their children dislike hearing praise about them, and Zhai Jingmei was no exception. With those words, Zhai Jingmei's face lit up with joy, her happiness palpable. Chu Changsheng stood by, clapping and laughing, timely adding, "That's right, my son Chu He has the makings of a great emperor." Chu He gave the 3 women a well-done look and then gestured to them. The 3 brides understood immediately. Summer Yao, Kachia, and Lillian, all remarkable figures in their own worlds, now blushed with a hint of shyness that came from being newlyweds. They respectfully and sweetly called out to Zhai Jingmei and Chu Changsheng, "Dad, Mum." Although their voices were different, some cool, some crisp, some delicate, the sincerity in their tone was undeniable. Oh, good children." Zhai Jingmei was completely melted by the 3 moms, and any lingering tensions in her heart vanished like smoke. She held one of them, looking left and right, becoming more and more satisfied. The gentle aura that belonged to an ordinary human mother made Summer Yao, Kachia, and Lillian feel an unprecedented sense of comfort and closeness. Just at this joyful moment, Summer Qingyuan, Kachia, and Ailey, 3 queens, approached with their husbands, Orland and Xuancheng. Xia Nua followed behind her mother, her eyes wide with excitement as she looked at her aunts and uncles she had never met before. The most bizarre and hardcore in-law meeting in history officially began. The 3 queens stood before Chu Changsheng, feeling entirely respectful inside, yet needing to play the role of in-laws. This feeling was more excruciating than fighting a life-and-death battle with peers. "In-laws, hello." Ailey was the first to speak, her smile sweet as she tried to lighten the atmosphere. "Hello, in-laws, hello." Zhai Jingmei, completely unaware, responded enthusiastically. Her gaze landed on Summer Qingyuan, genuinely marveling, "Wow, in-law, you really look young, you take such good care of yourself." "Exactly, you look a bit serious, you should smile more." Boom! Summer Qingyuan felt as if a bolt of lightning struck her forehead, leaving her stunned. Being publicly guided on her demeanor by the master's wife was such an honor. Her body went rigid, cold sweat trickling down her back, and it took all her strength to squeeze out a smile that looked worse than crying. "Yes, what you said is true, in-law." Ailey and Kachia beside her were barely holding back their laughter, their shoulders shaking. Orlan and Xuancheng silently turned their faces away, afraid their expressions would betray them on the spot. Xia Nua was so shocked her mouth fell open. He had never seen his mother like this. "Ahem," Chu Changsheng stepped forward, smiling to ease the tension, "My wife speaks her mind, please don't take offense, in-laws." His seemingly ordinary words, however, carried an undeniable will that resonated in the ears of the 3 empresses. Ailey and the others instantly retracted their smiles, standing up straight and respectfully saying, "We wouldn't dare." "Mother-in-law is straightforward, we really like that." "Chu He? What's going on, what do you mean wouldn't dare?" Chu Changsheng felt a bit awkward, hurriedly sending a telepathic message to the 3 empresses, "Let's act natural. We truly are in-laws now, and if you're all so scared, am I really that intimidating?" The 3 empresses, upon receiving the message, quickly tried to appear as natural as possible. But this only made Chu He feel a strange, indescribable awkwardness. Yet, on this joyous occasion, he didn't want to think too much, assuming it was just due to nerves on both sides during their first meeting. Zhai Jingmei thought her words were effective, nodding with a beaming smile and pulling Kakia and Ailey's hands, eagerly chatting away. This strange yet harmonious recognition ceremony finally concluded smoothly, each person harboring their own thoughts. The melodious holy music rang out again, reminding everyone that the ceremony must continue. Chu He took a deep breath, taking the hands of the 3 brides, and walking back towards the high platform made of white jade in the center of the venue, under the watchful eyes of their parents and all the emperors. Sunlight poured down, illuminating the 4 figures, their brilliant gowns sparkling as if shrouded in a layer of sacred light. A host dressed in the ceremonial robe of the Starlaw clan ascended the platform, his voice booming and echoing across the entire fairy mountain. "The auspicious time has arrived, the gods bear witness. The newlyweds exchange tokens and bind an eternal contract. As his voice fell, four maidens stepped forward, each holding a tray made of phantom crystal, where lights and shadows danced within, enchanting his dreams. Chu He turned to his left side, to Xiaoyao, and picked up a ring from the maiden's tray. It was a ring carved from the purest annihilation black crystal, entirely pitch black, reflecting no light, as deep as the void of the universe. Yet, embedded in the inner wall of the ring was a circle of tiny star-like diamonds, flickering with dim light, a miniature galaxy quietly hidden in the endless night. He took Xiaoyao's hand and slowly placed this ring, symbolizing annihilation and starlight, on her ring finger. Next, he turned to his right to Kaki. On the tray lay a bracelet woven from the finest star threads, with a pendant made from floral gemstone. Inside that gemstone, countless flowers bloomed and withered simultaneously, the shifting light and shadow depicting the cycle of life and death. He placed this bracelet, symbolizing star law and metamorphosis, on Kaki's wrist. Finally, it was Lillian's turn, standing right next to Xiaoyao. Her token was a pair of earrings made from living illusion crystals. The crystals were as clear as dewdrops, yet sealing a tiny annihilation black crystal at their core.
The earrings changed shape gently with Lillian's breath, sometimes resembling fluttering butterflies, sometimes blooming roses. Chu He placed these earrings, symbolizing phantom and eternity, on her ears. The three brides also picked up their tokens. On the tray lay only a uniquely designed brooch. The base of the brooch was a stable annihilation black crystal, with intricate star tracks outlined in star threads. At its center, there was a gemstone that blended red, yellow, and blue colors, dazzling and magnificent. The core symbols of the three clans perfectly merged together. Xiaoyao, Kaki, and Lillian together held the brooch, their expressions serious as they pinned it onto Chu He's suit collar. At that moment, the three-color gemstone on the brooch suddenly burst into radiant and stunning light. In the brooch, the power of three clans merged, causing the gemstone to glow incredibly bright. That brilliance was no longer mere sparkle, but a resonance of laws, a declaration on a cosmic level. The officiant on the high platform straightened his back, his voice echoing with a sacred rhythm. "Please, the newlyweds, declare your vows." The entire venue fell silent. All eyes gathered at the center of the storm. Chu He's gaze swept past the three stunning beauties beside him. He looked at Xiaoyao, her pure black void-like eyes that once devoured all, now only clearly reflected his figure. "Xiaoyao." Chu He's voice was gentle yet firm. "I once thought your world was destined to be black and white, but now I understand, you have merely left all the colors for me. From now on, I will be your world. Under your power of extinction, I will be the only exception and your eternal home." Xiaoyao's long eyelashes trembled, and on her eternally frozen beautiful face, a smile like spring snow melting emerged, making heaven and earth pale in comparison. Chu He then turned to Kaki, whose starry eyes sparkled with the light of wisdom and happiness. "Kaki, you said I am the only variable in all your calculations. I promise, on your long journey to explore the truths of the universe, I will be your strongest support. In your vast star map, I will be the brightest beacon. In all your adventures, I will always be the coordinate that can bring you home." Kaki playfully blinked, her eyes sparkling brighter than the entire galaxy. Finally, he looked at Lillian, whose unique three-colored eyes were filled with the pride of a victor and the cunning of a schemer. "Lillian, you are the freest wind I have ever seen, the nemesis of all rules in the world. I will not bind you. I will only join you in madness, in fun, together we will poke a hole in the sky. For every prank you pull, I will be the #1 accomplice. For every heartbeat of yours, I will be the only listener." Lillian's eyes suddenly turned red, she nodded vigorously, her mouth stubbornly lifted high. The moment Chu He finished speaking, his mind trembled violently. A warm current surged from the core of his soul, the power of chaos boiling like never before, wildly merging with his own chaotic power without a trace of separation. His perception and control of power instantly reached a brand new level. Lillian's deep love and intimacy were full. Vows have always been a two-way journey. Xiaoyao took a step forward, her voice cold but each word fell like a mountain. "My life, my power, my everything belongs to you, Chu He." Kaki followed closely, her words carrying the precision and ultimate romance unique to the Starlaw clan. "I have calculated every second of our meeting, running through billions of possibilities for our future. The conclusion is simple. You are my only answer. My future is yours to write." Finally, it was Lillian. She suddenly stood on her tiptoes, leaning into Chu He's ear, proclaiming in a voice only they could hear, clear and domineering. "I have caught the most interesting wind in the world, his name is Chu He. From today on, you are mine. My world, my rules, my man." The officiant's voice rose, echoing through the sky. "The ceremony is complete." At the top of the fairy mountain, applause and cheers erupted. As the ceremony concluded, it was time for free activities before the banquet began. Chu He accompanied his parents and three brides, mingling between several in-laws. Zhai Jingmei was surrounded by three beautiful and eloquent daughters-in-law, laughing so hard that her teeth were visible but not her eyes. Chu He's perception spread out at this moment,
capturing the whispers from the guest seats in the distance. Those young heirs from various royal families huddled together, their eyes frequently glancing this way, expressions filled with confusion and a hint of suppressed defiance. From the Lava Titan clan, Ignis's second son, Igeo, whispered, "Brother, I still can't understand. Just a human, why? Just because of looks? The three princesses are married to one man, and our mother is overly polite to several other empresses, even to his parents." Igrius downed a big gulp of strong liquor, fire rising in his orange-red pupils. "Who knows? I think he's just a soft-handed pretty boy." On the other side, some daughters of the Siren Sea Queen were whispering to each other. Lively third daughter, Sayla, quietly asked, "Sister 4, is sixth sister being fooled by that human? She really wanted to introduce us to him." Calm fourth daughter, Mira, just smiled gently without replying, but her gaze was full of curiosity, continuously sizing up Chu He. The second daughter of the Bone King, Liner, a strange girl in a black lace skirt with butterfly wing patterns at the corners of her eyes, was communicating mentally with her brother, Kellen, when she suddenly let out a silvery laugh. Only Vimus remained quietly seated next to her mother, her pink-purple eyes fixed on Chu He, as if trying to see through him. In the corner, Ao Ching sat alone, calm and composed. He held his wineglass, watching his peers debating, a silent sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. "A bunch of fools. You have no idea that you are discussing a truly terrifying monster. When he comes knocking on your door one by one, you will understand." His gaze met Chu He's in the air, he raised his wineglass, saluting him from afar, then drank it all in one go. As night fell, the Lioli Palace came alive with a grand banquet. A huge round table carved from divine jade sparkled with light, the dishes on the table, a dazzling selection, were masterpieces crafted by the joint efforts of Xia Yan and Chu He, each containing immense energy. Everyone sat together, the atmosphere was lively. After several rounds of drinks and tastes of various dishes, Chu He keenly sensed a subtle change in the atmosphere. The Lava Titan Queen Ignis gave her little daughter, Ignina, a look. Though the rebellious girl was reluctant, she still picked up a hot stone box from behind her seat. On the other side, Siren Sea Queen Lorelei lightly nudged fourth daughter Mira next to her. The immortal giant Queen Yencher, and the Nightmare Weaver Queen Fellbite, the other newly arrived queens uncharacteristically began to move at the same time. They wanted to take advantage of the gift-giving moment to allow their daughters to formally meet Chu He. As Ignina and the others were about to stand up, Chu He clearly saw that the powerful queens suddenly froze in their movements at the same time. Their expressions changed to one of great oddity, as if they had heard an incomprehensible command, exchanging bewildered looks before they collectively slowly set down their wineglasses, signaling their daughters to sit back down. The whole process took but a moment. But Chu He caught it. He instinctively glanced at his father beside him. Chu Changsheng was happily picking up a piece of braised pork made by Xia Yan, accurately feeding it to Zhai Jingmei's bowl, while mumbling, "Wife, try this, it's good, fatty but not greasy." His smile remained naive, as if the earlier invisible clash had nothing to do with him. The atmosphere of the banquet grew lively again. However, some discordant notes were destined to sound. Burp! A loud burp shattered the harmony in the hall. The Lava Titan Queen's eldest son, Igrius, swayed as he stood up, his rock-like face flushed from the alcohol. "I refuse to accept." The alloy wine cup in his hand slammed down on the jade table with a piercing clang. The entire hall instantly fell silent. All eyes focused on him. Ignis's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Igrius, sit down," she scolded in a low voice, the tone of a volcano about to erupt. "I won't." Fueled by alcohol, Igrius, emboldened, pushed away brother Igrius who tried to hold him. He stretched out his trembling fingers, pointing straight at Chu He. "Why? Huh? Just because you are a good-looking human? Everyone is afraid of you, respects you. Even my great mother is overly polite to you. I don't understand. I don't want to understand." He slammed his chest, and the hot, volcanic breath erupted violently. "I, Igor, the first son of the Lava Titan royal family, today, right here, challenge you, Chu He. You. Do you dare to fight me?" As soon as the words fell, the air in the hall froze like iron. "Igor. Shut up." Ignis suddenly stood up, her overwhelming aura crashing down like a mountain in tsunami, staggering Igor. She was about to be driven mad by this foolish son. In front of the master, challenging the master's son? Is he tired of living and trying to drag the whole clan down with him? Moreover, just now in their queen's conversation, she already knew that even the proud Ao Ching had been defeated by Chu He. Her foolish son going up would be nothing but a delivery. She was both shocked and angry, her body shaking uncontrollably with fear, desperately glancing at the man who was still leisurely serving food to his wife. Chapter 187, 2 beatings, all-night talk. "Son, isn't he your friend? What happened?" Zhai Jingmei saw the tense situation, completely unaware of the danger, only worried, hurriedly pulling Chu He's sleeve. Chu He smiled, soothingly patting his mother's hand, then spoke loudly. Mom, don't be nervous. He looked at Igor, wearing a helpless yet somewhat proud smile. My friend is like this, he gets drunk and gets fired up, it's an old habit, always looking for a fight. He paused, deliberately puffing out his chest, his voice raised a few notches. And when he looks for a fight, he has to find the most eye-catching guy in the room. You can't stop him. Put. In the corner, someone couldn't help but laugh. The originally heavy atmosphere was instantly relieved by this half-joke, half-bragging remark. The expressions of a few queens turned strange. Chu Changsheng also chuckled, put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and spoke in a gentle tone to ease the situation. It seems this kid is really drunk. When I was young, I was like this after drinking too, always thinking I was invincible. Then I got beaten badly, and that habit changed. He turned his gaze to Igor, still smiling happily. I think, better let him sober up first. Ignis, though straightforward, was not without brains, instantly understanding that this was a stepping stone offered by the Chu family. A huge stone in her heart fell, and she quickly followed the lead, forcing a stiff smile. That's right. My son is just like that, he doesn't know who he is when he drinks. As she spoke, she glared fiercely at Igor. A palpable wave of terror. You actually think you can be reckless, and besides, I am now the son-in-law of the three great empresses. Chu He would never know that his greatest support was his own father. Chu He believed that so many empresses respected him and his family solely because he had become the son-in-law of the three great empresses. Hearing this, the terrified Yigriai's eyes instantly lit up. A challenge? He even wants to come knocking on my door personally? Doesn't this mean I won't have to take a beating? He was overjoyed and repeatedly responded, Great! Great! It's a deal. Brother Chu He, I will wait for you. He thought he was a genius and immediately turned to secretly communicate with his mother, Ignis, filled with pride in his tone. Mother! Did you hear? Chu He wants to personally come and spar with me. This is about the honor of our Lava Titan clan. You must not hit me, if I get hurt, there will be no one to fight, and you will lose face. Hearing her son's transmission, Ignis almost laughed from anger. Fool! Truly an irredeemable fool. He is digging a pit for himself, and he still thinks the soil is soft enough to jump in. She couldn't be bothered with this idiotic son anymore, put on a gentle smile, and looked at Chu He. Chu He, when do you plan to come to our Lava Titan Empire as a guest? So I can prepare a good welcome for you. Chu He looked at the excited Yigriai, then at the smiling Ignis, and rubbed his chin. Well. There are still some matters to handle after the wedding, at the earliest, it will be a month. This was no lie, he was busy enjoying his honeymoon with his wives. That's wonderful. Ignis smiled even more brightly, but her orange-red eyes meaningfully glanced at Yigriai beside her. A month is enough. Yigriai's heart sank, and a sense of ominous foreboding enveloped him instantly. He looked at his mother's meaningful gaze and urgently shouted at Chu He, a month? Why so long? Brother, I can't wait to spar with you. Can't be helped, Chu He shrugged his shoulders, looking innocent, I'm truly too busy. Don't worry, once I'm done, I will definitely come to find you first. Yigriai looked at his mother's increasingly dangerous smile, his entire face fell, and his heart turned cold. It's over. It seems like he has dug his own grave. In the grand hall, everyone watched Yigriai's face go from ecstatic to desperate, a splendid display like constipation, all struggling to suppress their laughter, their lips curling up. Lillian was even more straightforward, leaning close to Chu He's ear and whispering with glee, Husband, you are really bad. In a corner, Ao Chang held a wine cup, taking in everything. He looked at Yigriai's foolish expression and let out a blatant scoff. This idiot is probably going to take a solid beating from two people. One beating from his furious mother. Another from that man he doesn't even know how terrifying he is. Ao Ching shook his head and downed his drink in one go. The banquet slowly approached its end in a subtle and harmonious atmosphere. The 6 empresses and their children bid farewell to Chu He's family, tearing through space to leave the peak of the fairy mountain. Before leaving, each empress solemnly handed a token symbolizing their royal identity and contact information to Chu He. The lively glazed palace, with the guests dispersing, finally returned to tranquility. Chu He chose not to spend the night with his 3 newlywed wives, his thoughts were entirely on his parents at that moment. He took his parents' hands, along with the 3 brides, intending to give them a proper tour of this wonderful otherworld. With a thought, Chu He stretched out his palm. The powers of illusions and star rhyme intertwined in his palm, light and shadow twisted, and matter condensed out of thin air. A sleek and beautiful silver-white spaceship, full of futuristic technology, quietly appeared before everyone under the outline of his imagination. The ship's body sparkled with the shine of stars, the interior space was spacious and comfortable, completely arranged in the most luxurious home style of Blue Star.
Zhai Jingmei looked at the magical scene of this extraordinary creation in front of her, shocked into covering her mouth, feeling as if she was living in a mythical story. She couldn't believe that her son now possessed such heavenly skills like a fairy. The spaceship carried the family, slowly ascending, silently traveling under the night sky of Ryan continent. Chu He pointed at the rapidly passing wonders outside the window, telling his parents about his experiences here, excluding those life and death dangers, turning them into interesting adventure stories. Even so, those bizarre encounters still made Zhai Jingmei and Chu Changsheng listen with shock, fearing for their son's experiences. Zhai Jingmei held Chu He's hand, her eyes reddening, softly asking, "Son, when will you be able to come home?" Chu He gazed at the hope in his mother's eyes and answered seriously that there were still many things he needed to handle here, but he promised his parents he would quickly resolve all issues and then come home. Hearing her son's promise, Zhai Jingmei felt a bit at ease but couldn't help letting out a long sigh. "Son, you have truly grown up. No matter how powerful you become outside, no matter what kind of big shot you turn into, remember, there are always people beyond you, and skies beyond the skies. Your parents can't help you anymore, take care of yourself." Her words were full of parental pride, heartache, and a deep sense of helplessness. A night of touring and chatting quietly passed without them realizing. When the first ray of sunlight on the next morning broke through the clouds and fell on the spaceship's deck, that colorful halo unexpectedly reappeared. The light gently enveloped Zhai Jingmei and Chu Changsheng. The moment of farewell had finally come. Chu He stood on the deck with his 3 wives, waving goodbye vigorously to his parents in the light. Watching his parents gradually become blurry figures in the glow, he could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart, and hot tears rolled down his cheeks. Chapter 188, The Dragon Emperor's Request, The Frozen Dead City. The next day, the morning sun poured through the glass palace's dome, dyeing the luxurious big bed, enough for a dozen people to roll around on, a warm golden color. After a hard day's work, Chu He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a scorching gaze on his back, almost piercing through him. "Awake?" A cool yet gentle voice echoed in his ear. Chu He turned his head, and there was Xiaoyao lying next to him, her black long hair like a waterfall covering half the bed, her pure black pupils, which could once extinguish everything, now clearly reflecting his sleeping face. In her hand was a crystal bowl, filled with a wriggling black substance that emitted a faint glow. "Your breakfast, I added a lot of nourishing stuff in it," Xiaoyao said briefly, handing the bowl to him. Chu He's eye twitched. No way, is she trying to kill her husband right after the wedding? Wait a minute. A silver light flashed, and Kachi's petite figure whooshed in between Chu He and Xiaoyao, holding a sparkling silver pill in her hand. She proudly raised her chin. "Hubby, don't eat that black stuff anymore. Mine is the highest technology concentrated nutrient of the Starilaw clan, one can replace 100 meals. Efficient, convenient, perfect." Before she finished speaking, a fragrant breeze wafted in. Lillian had unknowingly sat on the other side of Chu He. She was wearing a thin gauze nightgown today that changed colors with her mood. At this moment, it was brightly presented in a warm goose yellow. Her jade-like fingers gently pinched 1,000 illusions crystal flower, constructed entirely from pure magical energy, continuously blooming thousands of petals, which she gracefully brought to Chu He's lips. "Chu Bao, try mine. I created this flavor with a whole night's inspiration. I guarantee every bite is a fresh experience." For a moment, 3 women, 3 distinctly different styles of breakfast, surrounded Chu He tightly. "Eat mine." Xiaoyao's tone left no room for refusal. "Mine is the most scientific." Kaji refused to back down. "Mine is the prettiest," Lillian said with charming eyes. A sweet yet powdery scent filled the air, making Chu He feel overwhelmed. Just as he was about to speak up to ease the tension, his phone suddenly vibrated violently without warning. The arguing voices of the 3 women instantly stopped. Chu He's expression turned serious as he picked up his phone, discovering it was a call from Aoshi. Chu He, due to the following circumstances, answered immediately. In a flash of light, the luxurious virtual image of Dragon Emperor Aoshi appeared, but at this moment, her face lacked the composure of a ruler, replaced instead by deep exhaustion and unshakable anxiety. This was the newly updated system of Phantom Link, capable of projecting human images. "Chu He, it's me, Aoshi." Her voice was hoarse, laced with a tremor. "Can I see you right now? It's urgent." Chu He straightened his body immediately. "Your Majesty, where are you?" "I'll come over right away. I'm just outside Wuxian City." Aoshi took a deep breath. "I'll come directly." As soon as her voice fell, the glow of her image dimmed. The atmosphere in the palace instantly turned heavy. Lillian pouted and put away the magical flower. "It seems our honeymoon day 1 is about to be ruined." Xiaoyao and Kaji didn't speak but both silently looked at Chu He, their eyes filled with the same inquiry and concern. In just a few seconds, the space in front of the hall suddenly twisted, and a golden dragon pattern magic array opened up out of thin air. Oh, she stepped out. She didn't even have time to fix her palace attire, which was slightly disheveled from rushing through space, her golden green eyes filled with veins of red.
When her gaze fell upon the inner chamber, seeing Chu He and his three newlywed wives sitting together in disarray, she clearly froze for a moment. In those exhausted eyes, a flash of extremely complex emotions surfaced: envy, bitterness, but more, the resolve of a mother. Ignoring all formalities, she got straight to the point, her voice thick with tears. "Chu He, please, save my daughter." Chu He had already put on his outer garments and quickly approached, his expression serious. "Take your time." "What exactly happened?" "It's A.O. Shui." A.O. She grabbed Chu He's arm, her fingertips icy. "Her curse has gone out of control. Just now, the dragon soul crystal I left with her to monitor completely lost its signal." The coldness of the frozen dead city surged several-fold in an instant. I can't even sense her presence with my divine mind anymore. I'm afraid she has been completely devoured by that force, or has been driven insane by endless loneliness." Hearing this, Chu He's heart sank as well. He had already heard from A.O. Chang and Lillian about Princess A.O. Shui's situation, and he had long included saving her in his plans. His original plan was to wait until he got his wife pregnant and completed this side mission before he went to save A.O. Shui. But now it seemed, time was not on his side. "Your Majesty, please don't be anxious." Chu He steadied the emotionally charged Aoshi, his tone calm. "I already knew about this matter and was preparing to deal with it." He looked towards his three wives behind him, his eyes filled with apology. "I originally intended to wait a few days before. I know this is very presumptuous and has disturbed your honeymoon." Aoshi's tears finally couldn't hold back and fell. This queen, who commanded one of the strongest races in the universe, was now just a desperate mother, but little Shui, she might really not be able to hold on much longer. "Now, Chu He, it's only you left, only you, maybe you can create a miracle." Chu He patted her hand lightly, and his gaze became extremely sharp. "Don't be anxious, I'll go take a look now." He turned around and said to Xia Yao and the others, "I'll go with His Majesty." "You all. Where you go, we go." The three girls spoke in unison. Chu He smiled helplessly and looked towards Aoshi. "All right, more people means more power." Aoshi nodded heavily. "No time to lose, let's set off right away." Chu He stopped talking nonsense, and the four quickly changed into clothing that was convenient for movement. Aoshi stood in the center of the great hall, took a deep breath. She raised her right hand, and a magnificent dragon's might soared into the sky. Golden energy gathered in her palm, and suddenly slashed towards the void ahead. Sizzle! The space was torn apart like fragile fabric by sharp claws. A pitch-black crack appeared out of thin air. Unlike an ordinary space gate, the edges of this crack flickered with a grayish, deathly energy. An ultimate chill that could freeze the soul surged wildly from within. The temperature in the palace plummeted, and even a thin layer of white frost formed on the ground. "Go!" Aoshi took the lead and stepped into it. Chu He followed closely behind, and Xiaoyao, Kachi, and Lillian also stepped in without hesitation. At the moment they passed through the crack, Chu He felt as if he had plunged into liquid nitrogen. It was not merely low temperature, but a type of deathly cold that could freeze energy flow, paralyze mental thought, and strip away all vitality. The powers of void gaze, star law, and thousand illusions in his body activated spontaneously, barely countering this invasion. As his vision cleared, everyone was struck dumb by the scene before them. They stood above the ruins of a massive city. But everything here was covered by an astonishingly thick layer of ice, glowing with a strange blue light. Once grand towers turned into crystal-clear ice sculptures, broad streets became smooth mirrors of ice, twisted trees, collapsed houses, and even the shape of the wind were eternally frozen in this icy world. Gazing out, there were no clouds for miles, the sky and earth merged, all was pale and bluish. Not a sound, not a trace of life. Everyone's gaze, without exception, was drawn to the center of this dead city. There, the highest spire shot straight into the sky. And that tower was the source of the cold air. Visible ice crystal storms swirled around the top of the tower like star rings, stirring up the grayish-white sky, exuding a destructive aura that could instill fear even in any SSS-class powerful beings. Lillian couldn't help but shiver, not because of the cold, but because of the boundless dead silence and despair that penetrated through her vision, reaching deep into her soul. Chapter 189, The Princess Eating Icefish. The extreme chill, like millions of invisible steel needles, penetrated the body, piercing straight to the soul. This was not ordinary low temperature, but a higher dimensional rule, an absolute silence that stripped away the vitality of everything, causing energy and time to tend toward stagnation. Buzz. Four halos of divine power of different colors expanded at the same time. Xia Yao's shield was as black as an abyss, the extinguishing power devoured all the cold air approaching, returning it to nothingness. Kachi's shield was a flowing silver galaxy, the laws of space twisted and folded under her will, creating an absolute domain that the chill could not cross. Lillian's shield was a dreamy, colorful glass, ever-changing, simulating countless forms of interdependent energies, swiftly dissolving the encroaching deathly chill. Around Chu He was a chaotic halo integrating three royal powers, barely maintaining a small area of warmth in the biting cold wind. Even Aoshi, as the Dragon Empress, raised a heavy golden dragon aura shield. Her gaze was firmly locked on the highest ice tower at the center of the city. The voice trembled violently with deep, bone-chilling sorrow. Schwer, she has been there, without leaving that tower for a whole 2 years. No one spoke again. 5 beams of light cut through the dead silence of the sky, flying towards the source of the chilling air with increasing, terrifying pressure. The closer they got, the more terrifying the cold that froze the soul became. Crack, crack. The air was filled with the dense, brittle sounds like glass shattering. It was not the ice layer cracking, but the fundamental energy particles that made up space, being forcibly frozen into billions of tiny ice crystal dust under this extreme low temperature. They gathered into an unending diamond storm, crazily washing and beating against everyone's shields, making a sound that made one's teeth ache, violently draining their divine power. During the flight, Chu He's pupils suddenly constricted. Below, beside a giant building ruin made entirely of ghostly blue ice, a huge abyssal demon wolf, over 100 meters long, was completely sealed in the ice layer. Its 3 fierce heads were raised high, silently roaring at the sky, every strand of black fur visibly detailed, as if it was about to break free in the next moment. Yet, in its body, there was not a trace of struggle visible. It had been completely frozen in an instant, turning into an eternal sculpture in this city of ice and snow. Finally, the 5 of them hovered above the tower. The moment they caught sight of the scene at the tower top, everyone stopped in their tracks, their breaths nearly halted. At the tower top was a wide platform formed naturally from cold ice, crystal clear and translucent. In the center of the platform, on a lonely ice crystal throne, sat a figure so petite it broke one's heart. She wore a simple, elegant moonwhite long dress, and her sky-blue hair fell like an ice-encrusted waterfall, almost covering the entire throne, blending with the surrounding icy world. Her face was as exquisite as the most perfect creation of a deity, and a small ice crystal dragon horn on her forehead emitted a faint, gentle glow. That should be the Snow Princess. At this moment, her amber eyes, which should be pure and bright, looked hollow as they gazed at this city of death that belonged solely to her, filled with consuming loneliness and confusion. Just then, the lonely princess seemed to feel hunger. She unhurriedly picked up something from beside her throne and brought it to her cherry-like small mouth. It was a large fish, half a meter long. However, it was frozen to a hardness tougher than steel, radiating a desperate blue glow. She held this ice fish with her 2 pale little hands, opened her small mouth, and with a crunch, used all her strength to bite off a small piece of crystal-like ice. Her cheeks puffed up as she chewed on the tasteless ice, her expression earnest and focused. That look was both childlike and filled with a heart-wrenching sadness. She seemed to notice Chu He and his group floating not far away. In her amber eyes, a flicker of surprise flashed, quickly turning into deep panic and urgency. She hurriedly set down the food in her hands and frantically waved her small hands at everyone, signaling them not to come closer. A faint yet clear thought echoed directly in everyone's minds. Quickly leave. It's dangerous here. Don't come over. Her voice was soft and urgent, filled with kindness and purity, unwilling to harm anyone. Chu He looked at her with that kind and helpless expression, and the softest part of his heart was struck hard. He stepped forward against the biting wind capable of freezing steel, his voice warm and calming like a comforting embrace. Princess Aoshue, don't be afraid, we are here to help you. Aoshue stared blankly at him. That handsome, gentle face, those clear eyes full of sincerity, were like a ray of sunshine, piercing through her 2 years of eternal cold and darkness. An inexplicable sense of security quietly rose in her dead heart's lake. Schwer. Aoxixi could no longer hold back, turning into a golden light and rushing over, tightly embracing her daughter's cold, petite body, hot tears pouring down. You're okay, that's so good. You scared your mother to death. Being held in her mother's warm embrace, Aoshua's body froze for a moment, and her hollow gaze finally regained a hint of spirit. A pure yet weak smile blossomed on her face as she gently patted her mother's back, comforting her. Mom. I'm fine, just a bit cold, the curse acted up again just now. Her voice grew lower and lower, her body shaking uncontrollably, even the light of the ice crystal dragon horn on her forehead dimmed a little. Aoxixi completely froze, her expression of relief instantly turning into boundless fear. Her daughter's condition was worse than she imagined. Chu He stepped forward, carefully observing Aoshue's state, his brow furrowed tightly. This curse was 100 times more domineering than he had imagined. It was not an external force, but deeply bound to Aoshue's dragon soul origin, like a malignant tumor parasitizing her life. It constantly drained Aoshue's vitality and soul power, transforming it into this deathly cold that could freeze everything. Unless Aoshue's soul was completely erased along with her dragon soul origin, this cold would never run dry. And Aoshue was that continuously drained battery. No solution. With his current knowledge and abilities, he could think of no way to resolve this. But the master had once said that he must gather the divine powers of the 9 royal families to have a glimmer of hope to resist him. This meant Aoshue must be saved. And they needed to obtain her most original Dragon Clan divine power. Could it be that they really had to use that ability? The setting of Charming Kiss flashed wildly in Chu He's mind. This ability, besides allowing him to become a charming sea king who leaves affection everywhere and copy others' abilities, did it have any deeper uses? This curse could perhaps itself be an extreme negative, chaotic energy aggregate. And the intense emotional fluctuations and soul resonance brought about by kissing might create some unexpected chemical reactions with this chaotic energy at its root? This was the only, and also the most crazy possibility he could think of at this moment. Thinking of this, Chu He took a deep breath, looked at Aoxixi, who was full of despair, and his expression became unprecedentedly serious. Your Majesty, I may have a method. But this method is very special, even one might say, unfathomable. He did not elaborate on the specific details of the ability, only using the simplest language to describe the core of this method. It was a plan that required the most intimate contact to create resonance and guidance on the soul level, attempting to tame or assimilate that violent curse. After hearing Chu He's description, Aoxixi was completely stunned. Her noble and magnificent face was filled with disbelief, as if listening to the murmurs of a madman. Soul resonance? Intimate contact? This sounded too absurd. But thinking about it, she suddenly remembered that Chu He was the one chosen by the master. Any unreasonable occurrence happening to him might be hiding the master's profound meaning and layout. Behind this absurdity, there might really be the only hope to save her daughter. After a brief moment of shock and struggle, the hesitation in Aoxixi's eyes turned into resolve. For her daughter, she was willing to gamble everything. She solemnly held her daughter's cold hand, looked into her weak eyes, and spoke word by word. Swear, Chu He is a man worth trusting. Your arrogant brother Ao Ching has already been defeated properly by him. I trust his character and ability, my dear. Now, he is the only one who can save you. Do you want to believe in just this once? Gee. Ao Shui stopped chewing the ice fish, her amber eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Chu He. This seemingly gentle big brother defeated her brother? The brother who was invincible in her heart? She carefully examined Chu He, gazing at his handsome face, his gentle smile, and her little face suddenly flushed bright red. Thinking about what might happen soon, she felt lost, her heart racing like a deer. Finally, she shyly lowered her head and made a barely audible aha. Having received permission, Chu He no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and summoned the power within him. The power of annihilation and the power of countless illusions gathered perfectly towards his lips under his control. The black energy provided a scorching core, while the colorful illusions amplified the visual effect and temperature. The next second, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chu He's lips began to visibly swell, turning red and glowing. In a moment, his once moderately thick lips transformed into two fiery red sausages that seemed to be steaming. Chapter 190, The Tragedy of Sausage Lips and New Hopes. Such a solemn and tragic atmosphere suddenly became somewhat delicate due to Chu He's shiny, steaming, red sausage lips. Even the Dragon Emperor Ao Shi, who was filled with sorrow and determination, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes upon seeing that comical sight. Lillian was the first to crack up. But a soft laugh escaped, and realizing the inappropriateness of the occasion, she quickly covered her mouth with her small hands. But her slightly shaking shoulders gave away her struggle to hold back her laughter. Xia Yao and Ka Chi also couldn't help but smile slightly. There was no way around it, that sausage lips paired with Chu He's handsome and serious face was undeniably funny, filled with a strange sense of conflict. Shue, I'm coming. Chu He completely ignored everyone's gazes, his entire focus locked onto the small and lonely figure in front of him. He shouted loudly and puffed up those sausages that seemed capable of roasting beasts. Like an arrow released from a bow, he tore through the cold air, racing toward Ao Shui, who sat on the ice crystal throne. He compressed the chaotic shield around him to its limit, adhering closely to his skin's surface. He planned to remove this final defense at the very last second before making contact with Ao Shui. At the top of the ice tower, the lonely dragon princess was dazed when she heard Chu He's determined shout and saw his peculiar lips coming toward her. Her mind went blank. That cherry-like little mouth, under the mysterious power of the enigmatic kiss, unconsciously puckered slightly. Her pure amber eyes were now filled with panic and confusion. Their figures rapidly approached under the watchful eyes of three wives and Ao Shi. However, an unexpected event happened at that moment. Chu He's hot lips, infused with the powers of annihilation and countless illusions, entered this realm of extreme cold as if a red-hot iron were plunged into liquid nitrogen. Kai! A sharp and piercing sound of energy annihilation echoed through the silent tower top. The terrifying high temperature on his lips, capable of melting precious gold, was visibly neutralized and consumed. Before he could even get close to Ao Shui, an irresistible chill, capable of freezing souls into dust, broke through his final defense. Click! Snap! Biting frost, carrying a deathly blue sheen, crazily spread upwards, starting from the tips of his rushing toes. Ankles, knees, waist, chest. Finally, just less than a meter away from Ao Shui, Chu He's rushing figure came to a sudden stop.
He was completely frozen into a crystal-clear human ice sculpture. On his face, he still perfectly maintained that silly expression of puffed cheeks as he rushed forward. And Ao Shui, due to inertia, could not stop her small body and crashed firmly into him. Poof! A very light sound. In the utterly silent ice city, this sound seemed exceptionally clear, even carrying a hint of echo. Her soft, warm lips, just like that, directly and firmly kissed Chu He's frozen lips. Cold. Hard. This was her only feeling at this moment, as if she had kissed a piece of human-shaped stone. Husband. The three women let out a horrified scream the moment Chu He was frozen, their faces changing drastically. Aoshi's face turned deathly pale. She never expected that even a being like Chu He, who possessed 3 types of royal divine powers, could not completely approach. Without the slightest hesitation, her figure flashed and she instantly appeared beside the ice sculpture. A vast golden energy burst forth from her body, transforming into the purest, warmest life fire element, carefully wrapping the entire ice sculpture. With the most precise force, she began to thaw him. With the help of the Dragon Emperor, that layer of deadly blue ice rapidly melted and vaporized. Chu He regained the ability to move, his body softened, staggering back 2 steps. He uncontrollably sprayed out large plumes of white cold air from his mouth, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, like chaff in the wind. He looked down at his hands, still emitting white smoke, feeling the energy flow within him almost stagnant from the freeze, and shook his head bitterly. With my current ability, I can't even get close. He had long anticipated that it wouldn't be so simple. Even the SSR-level strong Dragon Emperor was helpless against the curse. How could he possibly break it so easily? The flicker of hope just ignited in Aoshi's heart was completely extinguished at this moment. She stared blankly at her daughter not far away, who was equally frightened, her voice filled with endless despair. Could it be, really no one can save my daughter? Hearing her mother's heartbroken voice, Ao Shui instead calmed down. She walked to her mother's side, stretched out her cold little hand, and gently patted her trembling back. It's okay, Mom, I'm used to it. She tried hard to squeeze out a reassuring smile. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have touched that strange ice lotus, otherwise it wouldn't have turned out like this. Maybe, this is my fate. She smiled bravely, but in those beautiful amber-colored eyes, tears could no longer be controlled and surged forth. The hot tears just fell from her eyes and instantly froze in midair. They turned into crystal-clear ice beads that refracted a sad light. Clink, clink. They fell onto the icy surface beneath, making a series of crisp sounds. The small ice crystal dragon horn on her forehead also dimmed in brightness. This scene made everyone's hearts tighten significantly, like being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, unable to breathe. Silly child, what are you saying? She tightly held her daughter in her arms, her voice hoarse and unrecognizable. There must be a way. There must be. Chu He, right? She raised her head, using her last thread of hope to look firmly at Chu He. Chu He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the coldness raging within him, and met Ao Shui's tearful eyes. His gaze was incredibly serious. Dragon Emperor, don't worry, I will do my best. He said to the girl who was still forcing a smile, word by word. Xiao Shui, you must not lose hope. To give up is truly the end. Aoyue stared blankly at Chu He's clear and serious eyes, then looked around at Lillian and the others, whose eyes were filled with pity and concern. She nodded her head vigorously, lifting her hand to wipe away the icy tears that were beginning to fall again. Okay, I promise you. Until the very last moment, I will never give up. With so many people caring about me, I cannot let you all be sad. Seeing her daughter regain her spirit, Aoxia finally felt much more stable. Chu He rubbed his aching forehead and began to swiftly reorganize his thoughts. He looked at the Dragon Emperor, who wore a face of disappointment, and said in a deep voice. The current problem is that Xiaoshua's curse is linked to her life source and soul. Otherwise, I could have directly activated the Chaos Blood Crystal to forcefully absorb it, but that would be equivalent to directly taking her life. You are right. Aoxia nodded, a trace of fear flashing in her eyes. I once used my divine consciousness to enter Xiaoshua's soul world, and that curse's power is like a poisonous vine, tightly entangled around her soul, and it cannot be stripped away by brute force. However, Chu He shifted his tone. I actually have 2 other plans. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on him. One is to break through my own power to the SSR realm. At that time, my body should be able to resist this terrifying cold, just like you, and forcefully complete the steps from before. He paused, shaking his head first. But it is almost impossible to achieve that in a short time. The other plan. Chu He's eyes suddenly became sharp. Is to obtain the bloodline and source power of the Lava Titan. Lillian immediately reacted, exclaiming. You mean, because I mentioned to you that the powerful Lava Titan clan came here? Yes. Chu He nodded heavily. That scene you're just being near made Princess Xiaoxue suffer immensely.
This precisely shows that this curse fears the ultimate flame power of the Lava Titan clan. Perhaps, we can find clues to restrain this curse among the Lava Titans. Or, as long as I possess the abilities of the Lava Titans, I can truly approach Chu He and complete the unfinished step from earlier. This plan has high feasibility and is like the first ray of light at dawn, bringing a glimmer of hope to the people in despair. But Chu He's gaze slowly swept over Lillian, Xiao, and Chi-Chi beside him, his face showing an extremely complex bitter smile. Aoxia's heart, which had just begun to rise, sank again, and she hurriedly asked. But what? Chapter 191, Having a baby is the top priority. Chu He's bitter smile made the Dragon Emperor Aoxia's heart tighten. In that smile, there was helplessness, apology, and even a hint of urgent anxiety. But what? Aoxia asked eagerly, fearing the answer would be there's no way. Chu He met her eager gaze and glanced at the three wives beside him, who also looked concerned, took a deep breath, and spoke words that left Aoxia and Chu He completely stunned. It's just. I need to go on my honeymoon with my wives first. Aoxia's face turned pale in an instant, staring blankly at Chu He, her lips trembling slightly. She thought this was Chu He's excuse, a gentle refusal. This. A look of almost pleading crossed her noble face for the first time. I know, this makes me seem selfish, interrupting your honeymoon. Could you delay your honeymoon for a moment and think of a way to save my daughter first? Of course, no matter what you need, my dragon clan will surely give our all in return. Looking at this lofty dragon emperor. At this moment, feeling humble to the dust, Chu He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. He shook his head, his expression incredibly serious. Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, you misunderstand. I am not trying to shirk responsibility, nor am I asking for reward. You have a noble status, and are eager to save your daughter. To be able to lower yourself to seek my help, I can only feel understanding and gratitude. I will definitely save little Shui, but... He paused, his tone becoming even heavier, but this matter of the honeymoon is, for me, just as life and death related. Chu He bitterly explained, my time may be even more urgent than Princess Shui's remaining time. He told Aoshi about the absurd side quest assigned by the master, word for word. Within 45 days, not only must I get married, but I must also ensure that the person I marry becomes pregnant. Otherwise, I will be directly erased. The wedding has just ended, and time is extremely tight. You know, pregnancy is very random, so I must cherish every minute, every second. As his words fell, Aoshi was completely stunned. Her mind went blank, her eyes widened in disbelief, her face full of incredulity. Married? Having a baby? That mysterious master actually gave Chu He such a task filled with the smell of human life? This is too absurd. But when she saw the shy yet incredibly serious expressions of Xia Yao and the three other women, she believed it. She looked back at Chu He, noticing the face that bore an 8 or 9 point resemblance to the master. A crazy thought crashed in her mind. Could it be? She looked at her increasingly weak daughter, who was almost hanging by a thread, and her inner balance began to violently sway. Should she violate the master's prohibition? Directly tell Chu He the huge secret? Tell him, the master is your father, and he could never truly kill you. You don't need to fight so hard. At worst, she would no longer be the Dragon Empress. Compared to her daughter's life, what are power and status? Aoshi's gaze suddenly turned resolute. She made up her mind and was about to speak. Aoshi, have you forgotten what I said that day? A calm, majestic voice, devoid of any emotion yet incredibly familiar, suddenly sounded deep within her soul. Aoshi trembled all over, her face instantly pale, as if struck by lightning. It was the master. She was horrified and quickly responded in her mind, I certainly haven't forgotten. You once said to wait patiently for a predestined person to come to save little Shui, and absolutely must not mention your name to anyone. But what are you doing now? The master's voice carried a hint of obvious displeasure. Aoshi's thoughts trembled with a whimper, but Shui's, she can't hold on much longer. In the spiritual space, there was a brief silence. After a moment, the master's voice echoed again, as if sighing, forget it. Given your desperation to save your daughter, this time I won't pursue it. I will only tell you one thing. Your daughter will not die. Boom. This simple 6-word promise struck Aoshi's soul like the sound of creation. She froze, and then a wave of indescribable joy instantly flooded her, washing away all her fear and despair like a torrent. Not die. The master personally promised her daughter would not die. What does this mean? It means the master will personally intervene to protect Shui's life until Chu He completes the task and is able to save her. Aoshi understands. Aoshi understands. Thank you, master. She trembled with excitement in her thoughts. Mum. The master's voice became calm. You 9 empresses are all carefully chosen by me. Each family's ability is highly representative.
I also intend to cultivate my son's mind, and was guessed by those two girls, Ailey and Kachia. Ahem, let them figure it out. Chu Changsheng seemed to think calling them girls was inappropriate. After all, they were relatives now. Since it's already on the table, you should know what to do. His words stopped abruptly. The overwhelming pressure that had engulfed the soul vanished without a trace. Aoshi stood in place, lost in thought, her expression shifting from despair to shock, then to ecstasy, and finally settling into a state of acceptance and clarity. Mother? Aoshue looked at her mother's changing expression, thinking she was caught in the pain of her illness and Chua's plight. Her cold little hand gently tugged at her mother's sleeve, looking at her with earnest, clear amber-colored eyes. Mother, please don't be troubled. When it comes to Chua's life or death, having a baby is of course the priority. She turned to look at Chua, forcing a radiant smile, even though that smile carried a hint of pallor. What if we go to the Lava Titan clan now and cannot find a way to save me? Wouldn't that mean my life is lost, and Chua's life is endangered as well? It's alright, I can feel it. If I hold on for about another month, there will be no problem at all. The girl's words were so kind that they tugged at the heart. Lillian and the others stepped forward, surrounding the little princess with concern, gently comforting her. Chua watched the scene, his heart firmly resolved, no matter what, he must save this girl. At this moment, Aoshi had already recovered from the massive impact of the information. Her gaze toward Chua had completely changed. There was no longer a shred of pleading or humility in her eyes, instead, it was mixed with love, admiration, and a gentle warmth one sees when looking at one's own child. Chua, she smiled and said, her tone softer than ever, it is I who have not considered everything. In that case, you can focus on completing your task. You need not worry about Schwer. She gently stroked her daughter's icy blue hair, her eyes filled with unprecedented confidence. I believe in her, she will surely wait for you. This change in attitude surprised Chua, but also made him breathe a sigh of relief. He nodded heavily, promising the kind princess. Little Shue, wait for me. Once I handle my family matters, I will find a way to save you right away. Trust me, I will definitely save you. Once I rescue you, I will make you the best food in the world, so you will never have to nibble on these ice lumps again. Lillian also leaned in, playfully blinking her unique three-colored eyes. Yes, little Shue, you must be strong. Let me tell you, the dishes made by Chua are as unforgettable as he is. Aoshue looked at the people before her, truly worried for her, and nodded with all her strength, her amber eyes filled with hope for the future. Chapter 192, The King's Game. Passing through the space gate shimmering with golden dragon patterns, the bone-chilling cold of the frozen dead city was completely shut out behind them. The warm air wrapped around their bodies once more, and the familiar luxury and tranquility of the Crystal Palace in Wanchang City made everyone sigh with relief. The oppression and despair just experienced felt like a cold nightmare, the heaviness still lingering in everyone's hearts. Xiao and Chi-Chi wore unmistakable worry on their faces, both for the kind princess eating the ice fish and for Chua's looming life and death mission. Oh, don't all wear such long faces. A charming voice broke the silence. Lillian stretched lazily, her delicate curves visible, and mischievously blinked her unique three-colored eyes, her jade fingers lightly snapping in the air. Snap! The crisp sound echoed, and the entire magnificent Crystal Palace changed in response. Soft pink mist rose to form a plush cloud-like carpet on the hard white jade floor, stepping on it felt like walking on clouds. The crystal light in the dome turned soft and rosy, casting a hazy glow that felt dreamlike. In the air, the strands of sweet fragrance began to waft, pulling at the heartstrings, countless softly glowing rose petals, woven from illusions, danced down from the air. The solemn palace transformed in an instant into an exquisitely romantic space. Got it! Lillian clapped her hands in satisfaction, then, like a soft, boneless kitten, she curled around Chui's arm, pressing herself tightly against him. She lifted her stunning little face, her eyes enchanting like silk, her breath fragrant like orchids. Chu Bao, look, the atmosphere is already set. My room is arranged with the utmost care, guaranteeing you can really relax. Before her words fell, a graceful figure silently stood in front of Chu He. Xia Yao directly linked her other arm to Chu He's, extending a slender finger toward another direction of the main hall. There was only a simple black door that seemed to swallow all light, emanating an absolute stillness within, as if time and space had been frozen. Xia Yao briefly said, I have used my power of silence to clear all disturbances. This is the best place to focus and do what needs to be done. Chui's eyelid twitched, a setting decorated like a colorful illusion on one hand, and a peaceful corner that feels like it can isolate everything on the other. These two's ways of thinking are truly incredible. Hey! Xia Yao, have you got this wrong? Lillian said, arms crossed, cheeks puffed out with dissatisfaction. What we are going to do next is important for the future, not just simple retreat and quietude. Don't you worry that making it so quiet will affect our state? Xia Yao glanced at her indifferently, he will adapt. You. As the air between them sparked with friction, a silver light flashed,
and Kaki's petite figure floated into their midst, one hand on her hip while the other held a star law calculation board flashing with starry tracks, her expression serious as though presiding over a top-level interstellar meeting. Ladies, please pause the meaningless debate. She cleared her throat, pointing to a sharply rising red curve on the calculation board, and said earnestly, according to my key issues optimal solution model version 3.0, combined with Chu He's current 3 types of divine power ratios, body function activity, and our 3-person adaptation matrix tonight, the best preparation window is at the third watch of the pig hour, specifically at 10:37 and 9 seconds. She raised a little finger, emphasizing solemnly, at that time, under a constant temperature of 26.3 degrees Celsius, air humidity of 45.8%, accompanied by alpha 7 type calming brainwave music, our probability of smooth progress will reach its peak, exceeding the usual situation by 12.7%. After finishing, Kaki proudly raised her chin, wearing a look of I am the safest option. Lillian and Xia Yao both froze, looking at each other, for the first time achieving a remarkable tacit understanding. Kaki, do you see this as a pure scientific experiment? Lillian exclaimed, pulling at her silver hair, there's not even a bit of the atmosphere we need. Xia Yao surprisingly furrowed her brow, data cannot measure all crucial factors. Kaki retorted defiantly, scientific planning is the assurance of efficiency. Your reliance on feeling will only waste precious preparation time. We don't have much time left, do you understand? My plan has the best atmosphere. My environment is the most focused. My planning is the most scientific. In an instant, 3 women, 3 plans, stirred into chaos. Chu He stood at the center of the storm, watching the 3 breathtakingly beautiful faces with different styles before him, watching them flush with passion over how to advance, feeling both helpless and amused, with a hint of indescribable warmth. At least everyone is focused on a common goal. But if this arguing continues, not to mention 30 days, even 300 days would be delayed. Stop. Chu He cleared his throat, his voice not loud, but with a gentle firmness. The noisy quarrel suddenly stopped. 3 pairs of beautiful eyes all focused on him. Chu He displayed a serious expression on his face. Listen to me, we are a family, we are one family, not opponents fighting for priority. This matter relates to the future of all of us. So, it's not about who goes first or last, but, we face it together, and we do well together. No one gets to run away. In a simple sentence, the conflict on the 3 women's faces instantly faded. Seeing the atmosphere ease, Chu He's serious face suddenly broke into his usual mischievous smile, but, since you are all so eager, for the sake of fairness. He deliberately elongated his voice, successfully igniting the curiosity of the 3 women. As for the specific arrangements for tonight, let's play a little game to decide. The loser. He laughed increasingly mysteriously, will face a little punishment, oh. As his voice fell, he slowly raised his hand. The power of illusion flowed in his palm, and amidst the flickering light, 3 crystal-clear cards, like finely carved crystals, appeared out of thin air. On the back of the first card, the black power of extinction wrote an imposing and mysterious ancient totem. On the back of the second card, the silver starlight power outlined a slowly swirling dazzling galaxy. On the back of the third card, the colorful power of illusion depicted an unpredictable glazed wonderflower. The 3 cards represented each of their powers. Chu He flicked his fingers, turning the 3 cards face down and suspending them in midair. The fronts of the 3 cards are labeled leader, collaborator, and supporter. He smilingly announced the rules. Draw. The person who draws leader will have the right to arrange the specific process tonight. In an instant, the eyes of the 3 women brightened. The right to arrange the process? That not only pushes things forward according to one's own idea but also coordinates how the other 2 participate? This is so interesting. The atmosphere that was previously tense was immediately replaced by a playful sense of competition and anticipation. 3 delicate hands, varying in color and shape, but all perfect and flawless, simultaneously reached for the 3 cards that would decide the night's arrangements, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 193, Husband, Please Don't Fight. 1 week later. Inside the glazed palace, time flew by. The king's game had become a daily highlight for the 3 women. Drawing cards, revealing identities, amidst a din of excitement or sorrow, igniting a new night's honeymoon plan. When Lillian drew the king, the room turned into a bizarre and fantastical wonderland, with floating jellyfish lights radiating a colorful glow. She transformed into a mischievous fairy queen, reclining on a throne woven from flowers and vines, swaying her 2 long, fair legs, ordering Chu He and the other 2 partners. Knight Xia Yao. I command you to sculpt a lifelike ice sculpture of Chu Bao with extinction power right now. It must be perfect, even the curve of his mischievous smile should be identical. Maid Kachi. Quickly, make Chu Bao dance a war dance from your Starlight clan to entertain me. It must be the most powerful one. Xia Yao would expressionlessly raise her hand, the power of extinction swirling, and an ice sculpture of Chu He would rise from the ground, even capturing the helplessness in his eyes intricately. Afterward, she would shoot a cold glance at the proud Lillian. Kachi would blush deeply, mumbling this doesn't comply with energy conservation, yet her body honestly began to mimic a routine, transforming what should have been a fierce war dance into a stiff and awkward display, causing Lillian to roll with laughter on the throne. Chu He, under Lillian's bizarre demands, became busy, deeply experiencing the joys and pains of the king does not rise for morning court. When Kachi was king, the romantic nest turned into a futuristic silver laboratory. The wall projected countless flowing star maps and waterfalls of data. She wore an oversized white lab coat, holding a star law calculation board, her expression serious as if she were hosting a scientific experiment that decided the fate of the universe. According to the Optimal Solution Model version 4.2 for the origin of life, Knight Lillian now needs to give a 3-minute continuous, high-intensity, encouraging speech to the core of the ritual, Chu He, to activate its potential energy peak. Made Xiaoyao maintain absolute zero interference in the environment. A forbidden petal has been detected 2.7 meters to the right, its presence affects the Brownian motion of the energy quanta. Remove it immediately. Lillian would frantically shower Chu He with 3 minutes of shameless flattery, praising every strand of his hair to the tips of his toes, making Chu He himself break out into goosebumps. Xiaoyao would silently extend her finger, precisely crushing the rose petals that Lillian had secretly conjured in the previous round into nothingness. Chu He felt he wasn't continuing the family bloodline but participating in some damn manned space project, possibly being launched at any moment. The most deadly part was Summer being the king. Still the darkness that could swallow all light and sound. Extreme silence, extreme depth. In this dead silence, senses would be infinitely magnified, any touch felt like an electric current coursing through. Then, her cool voice would suddenly ring out, undeniable in its command. That extreme experience, interwoven with ice and fire, sent tremors deep within Chu He's soul every time. Time rushed by in this sweet yet absurd struggle. At first, he still relied on the robust physique fused from the powers of the three families and enjoyed it. But after a week, he felt something was wrong, his body's recovery speed was clearly unable to keep up with the consumption. He felt he was no longer human but a high-performance machine running non-stop for half a month to meet KPIs. Half a month later. Morning. Chu He leaned against the wall, his vision fading, feeling like the entire glass palace was spinning around him. He stumbled to a huge illusion mirror. The person in the mirror had sunken eye sockets, dark circles heavy like smoky makeup, cheekbones protruded, and his cheeks were so thin they were almost unrecognizable, his lips were cracked, devoid of color. Chu He stared at the stranger in the mirror, gaunt and exhausted. Damn it. With this work intensity, even the team's donkey would respectfully pass a cigarette over, referring to him as Brother Roller. Was it the continuous conflict of those three powers consuming too much within him? Or was it? Did he really not have it anymore? And the three women finally realized the seriousness of the problem. This was no longer a fun game. This was a brutal war of consumption that truly concerned Chu He's life. That night. In the glass palace, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly heavy. No fairy tale wonderland, no star maps, Xiaoyao's room door was tightly shut. For the first time, the three women did not play the king game but firmly pinned Chu He on the bed, covering him with a soft blanket. Don't move. Lillian stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes red, her three-colored irises full of misty water, her voice tinged with uncontrollable sobs. She was filled with regret, she was the one who led this as a game, she was the one who took Chu He's efforts for granted. Chu Bao, you can't keep doing this. Your body can't hold on any longer. Right. Kaki raised her calculation board, her small face serious and filled with guilt. According to the life source consumption critical model, you are at a high alert line. If you engage in another high-intensity life activity, there is an 83.6% chance that your life source will suffer permanent damage. Xiaoyao still remained silent. She quietly sat by the bed. When Chu He tried to push himself up, she extended her slender hand, gently pressing down on his shoulder. The force wasn't strong, but it carried an unyielding determination and resolution that could not be resisted. Chu He looked at the genuine worry, guilt, and heartache on the faces of the three women, and his heart warmed. He certainly knew the state of his body. But he slowly shook his head, and in his overly large eyes, which appeared even bigger due to his emaciation, shone a resolute light. Time is running out. His voice was weak and hoarse, yet incredibly clear. We cannot afford to lose. Eradication. Those two cold words hung over everyone like the sword of Damocles. He struggled, wanting to sit up again. But his body was so weak that he couldn't muster any strength, just this simple action made his vision go dark. The three women watched him with pain in their hearts, all thinking he was finally going to give up. Lillian's tears fell with a plop, landing on the quilt. Kachi also pouted, tears swirling in her eyes, looking like she was about to cry. Chu He gasped for breath, looking at their worried expressions, yet the corner of his mouth twisted into a weak but stubborn arc. He turned to look at the nearest Xiang Yao. Yao Yao. Help me sit up. Xiang Yao was momentarily stunned.
Lilian and Kachi were also frozen in place. Under the shocked gazes of the three women, Chu He pressed his elbow against the bed, using all his strength, inch by inch, to prop up his upper body. Sweat slipped from his pale forehead, dripping onto the quilt, spreading a small dark spot. His body trembled uncontrollably, but he sat up straight, his spine straight as an unyielding gun. He faced the three women's incredulous eyes, speaking clearly word by word. "I can still fight." Boom! Those four simple words hit the softest part of the three women's hearts like the heaviest warhammer. What they saw was no longer a drained and weak man, but a hero who would burn his own life to fight for a future for them, for this shared home. In that moment, something shattered entirely in their three pairs of beautiful eyes. That was playfulness, competition, a game mentality. In its place was a burning and searing heartache, a respect deeply imprinted in their souls, a love so heavy it nearly suffocated them. Crystal clear tears were no longer able to be restrained, flowing down their flawless cheeks in an unstoppable flood. Chapter 194, Burn for me, let's face the storm together. The air in the room seemed to solidify into a substance of sadness. Chu He leaned against the headboard, each breath tugging at his weak body, bringing waves of dizziness. He looked at the three stunning women crying like broken-hearted children, and besides the warmth, he felt more helplessness. He wanted to speak words of comfort, but his throat was so dry that he couldn't produce a complete syllable. At that moment, Lilian suddenly raised her hand and fiercely wiped the tears from her face. "We were wrong." She spoke, her voice hoarse from crying, but in her tricolored eyes burned a flame of determination, dispelling all confusion and sorrow. "From the very beginning, it was wrong. This isn't a problem that can be solved just by trying multiple times." As a gifted member of the Thousand Illusion White Ape clan, her perception of souls and energy far surpassed other races, allowing her to create lifelike illusions. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yao and Kachi were both stunned, turning to look at her. Kachi seemed to awaken from a fog, as if a light had been turned on in her mind. She trembled her fingers, quickly moving across her calculation board. Swish! A holographic light curtain unfolded in the air, displaying not cold data anymore, but a structure map representing the energy flow within Chu He's body. It was a shocking sight. Three streams of differently colored energy, like three furious dragons, were wildly tearing, colliding, and entangling within the framework that represented Chu He's body, releasing destructive repelling forces. And at the center of the structure diagram, a light point representing the source of life. Under the conflict of these three energies, they dimmed and wore down at a visible speed. Lily is right. The problem is not in the consumption, but in the conflict. Kachi pointed at the three intertwined energy streams on the screen, her voice sharp and urgent, filled with the fright of a scientist discovering a deadly mistake. Annihilation, Star Law, Thousand Illusions, three supreme powers from different royal families, forming the most unstable structure inside Chu's body. The process of life creation requires extremely high energy synergy. Before this, we were simply taking, every act of taking was like forcibly provoking these three conflicting powers to collide. If these three energies cannot achieve true unity, each collision does not consume his stamina, but his very life essence. If our low-intensity affection with my husband wasn't a problem, the three powers in our bodies could balance each other. But now, with my husband fighting intensely every day, the energy inside has lost its balance. Every word from Kachi was like the sharpest knife, stabbing hard into the hearts of the three women. Xia Yao's face instantly turned pale. She looked at the black energy stream representing the power of annihilation in the image, which was her power, her innate pride. But at this moment, this power became a deathly poison inside Chu He's body. Her lips moved, uttering a few words that were almost inaudible, yet heavy enough to make the air tremble. "Then, our loving relationship with my husband means we are unknowingly killing him?" Boom, this sentence struck harder than any moment before. If Chu He's "I can still fight" shattered their hearts into pieces. Then Kachi's analysis and Xia Yao's words threw their broken hearts into an endless abyss, repeatedly crushing them with the deepest guilt and self-blame. What they thought was sweetness was actually a knife piercing their loved one's back. They were the cruelest executioners. No. This cannot go on. Lily was the first to break free from the extreme pain, biting her lower lip hard, her exquisite face filled with mad determination. "We have to change the plan." Kachi's eyes burst with an almost obsessive fervor, that of a top scientist looking for the only chance of survival in a desperate situation. "We can't let him bear it alone anymore. We must help him fuse." "What do you mean?" Lily immediately understood her idea, her tricolored eyes suddenly shrinking. "Yes." Kachi nodded vigorously, her slender fingers almost piercing the light screen before her. "The process of life creation is the deepest resonance between soul and body. This is the best chance, and the only chance. From now on, the three of us will no longer be the ones who take, but the ones who give. We will unreservedly and actively infuse our purest origin divine power into his body." Her voice grew higher and more passionate, carrying a madness of burning boats behind her.
Using his body as a furnace, our three wills as guidance, and the love between us and him as an adhesive, forcefully achieving the ultimate unity of these three powers into one. As her words fell, the air in the whole room solidified. This was a plan so mad it was extreme. To actively infuse origin divine power? What was the difference from severing one's roots? Using Chu He's currently weak body as a furnace? Could he withstand the direct infusion of these three royal origins? With just a slight misstep, if the energy lost control for even a moment, Chu He would explode on the spot, his soul extinguished. And the three of them would be knocked off the royal stage due to the backlash and depletion of divine power, becoming less than ordinary clansmen. This was a gamble. Betting all four of them for a slim chance. Yet, no one raised an objection. No one felt afraid. In the face of extreme love and guilt, all risks seemed trivial. I will build a mental barrier. Lillian was the first to respond, her gaze unprecedentedly firm. My illusionary power excels at affecting the soul. I will establish the strongest wall in his mental world, using illusions to stabilize his soul, cutting off most of the pain and preventing his will from collapsing during the fusion. I will create an absolute domain. Xiaoyao's cold voice followed, her pitch-black eyes reflecting Chu He's pale face. My annihilation power can devour everything. I will expand the domain around him, swallowing all potentially uncontrollable and leaking energy, ensuring this room, even this entire building, won't turn to dust because of our mistakes. I will calculate the energy flow. Kaki raised her calculating board high, an immense aura erupting from her small body. I will monitor the three forces and every piece of data from Chu Bao's body in real time. I will calculate the optimal solution for the energy direction and guide them to the perfect balance point. Down to every millisecond. The division of labor was clear, and their wills unified. There was no hesitation, no retreat. Just yesterday, they were rivals scheming against each other for affection. Now, they were the most reliable comrades, willing to sacrifice their lives and futures for the same person. Chu He leaned on the bed, quietly watching the three wives before him, faces resolute, binding their lives and fortunes completely to him. Within his weak body, an indescribable surge of ambition soared. With such a wife, what more could a husband desire? He pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a weak yet brilliant smile. Good. He only said one word, but it was worth 1,000 words. The three women exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes the determination of life and death together. They solemnly extended their hands. Three delicate hands tightly joined together. Chapter 195, Using Bodies as a Furnace, Three Forces United. The ritual location was chosen in Xiaoyao's pitch-black room, capable of swallowing all light and sound. This was an absolute void. There was no light, no sound, and even the flow of air had been completely devoured by the obliteration power. This was the best place to carry out such a precise and dangerous ritual. Chu He lay flat on the bed. His body slightly sank into the soft silk surface, and the rise and fall of his chest were extremely weak, with each breath seeming so difficult. The whole person was exceptionally calm. On his pale face, there was no fear, no hesitation, only a determination to disregard life and death. His originally clear and bright. A rare touch of tenderness emerged. She reached out and gently held Chu He's icy hand. Husband, no matter what, I will walk with you until the end. Her voice was cold, yet carried a comforting strength. Three delicate and soft hands pressed simultaneously on his body. Lilian's hand covered his forehead, her fingertips trembling slightly, clearly feeling the weakness of his soul. Kachi's hand pressed on his chest, distinctly sensing the gradually weakening heartbeat, once, twice, each thump counting down. Xiaoyao's hand rested on his lower abdomen, her palm sending a chill, a sign that life was about to wither. The three women exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw the same determination. Begin! Kachi's voice thundered in the darkness, sharp and resolute, like the battle horn of a charge. As soon as she finished speaking, three distinctly different, yet equally pure source powers surged into Chu He's body like three divine dragons breaking free from their chains. Boom! Chu He's body suddenly stiffened, his back arching as he trembled violently like being struck by lightning. A sound of suppressed pain erupted from his throat. Ah! Excruciating pain. Unprecedented severe pain. It was not just simple tearing, not merely burning, nor extreme freezing. But it felt as if three completely different worlds were violently colliding within his veins and organs. The black power of extinction carried the essence of nothingness. Wherever it passed, everything returned to annihilation, intent on erasing all of his existence into nothing. The silver power of star laws weaved a cold order, countless precise rune laws madly operating within him, seeking to disassemble and reconstruct every cell into an absolutely rational mechanical creation. The multicolored power of illusions evolved dreams and phantoms, crazily trying to construct thousands of creatures and worlds within him, countless phantoms born and perished in his flesh and blood. Three supreme powers stirred a terrifying storm within his fragile body, capable of annihilating everything. Chu He could feel his body being wildly torn apart by these three forces. Every vein was crying out, every bone trembling, every drop of blood boiling. Sizzle. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of Chu He's skin. Those cracks resembled the ice fissures on porcelain, spreading from his chest to his limbs, extending from his forehead to his neck, densely packed and shocking. From the cracks, three different colored divine lights shone through. The black light of extinction engulfed everything around it, devouring all light and sound. The silver light of star laws wove intricate geometric patterns, radiating a cold, rational beauty, like the most brilliant star river in the starry sky. The rainbow-like light of illusions was dreamlike, transforming into countless tiny life phantoms, with dragons and phoenixes soaring, stars falling. He became a splendid porcelain vessel on the verge of shattering, yet filled with stars inside. Beautiful, yet dangerous. Brilliant, yet fragile. Honey! Lillian exclaimed, her three-colored eyes widening in an instant, filled with fear and heartache. She could clearly feel that Chu He's soul was being violently torn by this horrifying energy conflict. The tearing force was so great that her power of illusions nearly lost control over his spiritual world. Chu He's soul was like a fragile boat in a storm, at any moment it could be flipped, torn, or completely shattered. No, don't. Her voice was filled with a sob, fingers pressing tightly against Chu He's forehead, desperately mobilizing the power of illusions to build barrier after barrier in his spiritual world. Hold on. Kachi bit her lip. Blood dripped down her pale chin, emitting a faint silver glow in the darkness, each drop like a falling star. She was completely unaware, staring intently at the data stream crazily jumping on her calculation board. The data had turned a shocking blood red, countless alarm signals flashing, dazzling enough to startle one's heart. The model shows this is the rejection critical point. Her voice was sharp and piercing, filled with a scientist's fear and madness in the face of the unknown. We absolutely cannot stop. We must charge through. Increase the force. If it continues like this, my husband will die. Lillian screamed in despair. It won't happen. A hint of madness flickered in Catch's eyes. I've calculated. As long as we pass this critical point, the three forces will begin to merge. But. There is no but. Xiaodao's cold voice rang out, interrupting Lillian's words. She looked at Chu He's face twisted in pain, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. I believe my husband. Her voice was soft, yet carried a reassuring power. He said he can still fight. Then we will fight alongside him to the very end. The three women exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw the will that was both determined and mad. To retreat would mean all efforts wasted, and Chu He would undoubtedly die. To advance might still hold a sliver of hope. They no longer held back. They poured their deepest source divine power madly and unreservedly into it. In an instant, the faces of the three women turned pale at a visible speed. Lillian's lips lost their color, becoming as white as snow, even her tricolored eyes dimmed a little. Catch's originally rosy cheeks became transparent, even the tiny blood vessels beneath her skin were visible, the light in her starry eyes rapidly faded. Xiaodao's cold beauty lost all natural blush, her entire aura growing incredibly weak. Even her body began to tremble slightly from the intense outpouring of divine power, as if she might collapse at any moment. They were burning their own foundations. They were overdrawing their own lives. However, the influx of more divine power did not bring relief, but a more terrifying destruction. Chu He's body began to convulse violently. The cracks deepened and became denser, covering his entire body like a spider web, almost tearing him apart completely. The brilliant divine light was about to erupt completely from within him. The three colors of light intertwined, collided, and annihilated, creating a silent storm in this pitch-dark room. His consciousness floated amidst boundless pain, on the verge of being completely submerged. Chu He could feel his life slipping away. Every second felt like going through a death. At that moment, just as he was about to lose all perception in the final moment, the little chaos blood crystal inside him suddenly trembled. Buzz! An indescribable, terrifying pull, surpassing space, laws, and all understanding, exploded from that tiny blood crystal. The force of that pull was so strong, it seemed to want to swallow the entire world. It was like an ancient beast that had slept for countless epochs, finally awakening at this moment. Opening its massive mouth that could consume all worlds. The three imperial divine powers that had been rampaging and attacking each other violently within Chu He suddenly emitted mournful cries at that moment of contact with the pull. It was a resonance beyond the material level. It was fear and submission from the depths of their origin. They had encountered the supreme ruler. And the most fearsome nemesis. All their rage and pride were crushed in an instant. They were uncontrollably dragged by that irresistible pull, rushing toward the position of the chaos blood crystal deep within their dantian. Ah ah ah! Chu He's screams became incredibly piercing, echoing throughout the dark room. The sound waves spread in the void, causing the space to tremble slightly. Ripples visible to the naked eye rise in circles. The pain at this moment surpasses the hundredfold or thousandfold suffering of the previous clash of three powers. He feels his soul, flesh, and bones, along with the three powers, crushed by an irresistible force. Dissolved. Kneaded together. Then dragged into a bottomless, swirling gray vortex. Chu He's mind is blank. Only endless pain and darkness remain. His vision darkens, and he finally loses consciousness completely. Outside world. The three women also feel the horrifying pull from within Chu He. They are shocked to discover that their connection to their original powers is being forcefully severed by an incredibly dominating force. That feeling is like an invisible giant hand tearing apart the bond between them and the source of their power. What's happening? Lillian cries out, her tricolored eyes filled with terror. Their divine powers are completely out of control. They have been entirely taken over by that mysterious blood crystal. In this moment, they are no longer the guides but have become three batteries being forcefully drained of energy. The source divine power is being continuously sucked away, and they cannot even disconnect. No, don't absorb anymore. Lillian grits her teeth, a glimpse of pain flashing in her tricolored eyes, her entire aura weakened to the limit. Kaki's calculation board falls to the ground, making a crisp clattering sound that is particularly harsh in the silent room. Her body shakes, almost toppling over, and she can only support herself against the ground to steady her stance. Xiaoyao's body also trembles violently, her jet-black eyes rarely showing a hint of weakness. But none of them stop. None of them retreat. Even as their source divine power is crazily drawn out, even though their bodies are incredibly weak, they still hold on to Chu He's body tightly, giving their last bit of strength unreservedly. Husband, you must hold on. Xiaoyao murmurs, her voice barely audible. And in the depths of Chu He's utterly silent consciousness, he falls into endless darkness. No up, no down, no left, no right, no time, no space. Only eternal void and silence. This is the deepest part of consciousness, the most original essence of the soul. In his sight, a black river that devours all things, carrying a destructive force that annihilates everything, rushes forth from the endless abyss. Wherever that river flows, everything returns to nothingness, even space is devoured completely. A silver star river that weaves order shines with cold rational light, extending from the distant starry sky. That river flows with countless symbols of laws, every star represents a form of order. A multicolored river of dreams that evolves flows with shadows of myriad lives, cascading down from the illusory dimension. In that river, dragons and phoenixes soar, stars fall, life is born and extinguished. Three rivers representing different laws surge from three different dimensional directions. They cross the void. They tear apart space. Finally, they crash hard into a massive, slowly rotating gray vortex ahead. That vortex is the projection of the chaotic blood crystal in the realm of consciousness. At the moment the three rivers crash into the vortex, they do not stir any waves. They make no sound. Instead, they are silently devoured and fused. The rotation of the gray vortex visibly accelerates. From slow like a grinding stone to rapidly like a hurricane, finally fast enough to almost blur the rotation's trajectory. The entire space of consciousness shakes violently. And at the center of the vortex, a faint golden light, almost invisible, quietly illuminates. Chapter 196, Chaos Begins, Four Hearts Share One Source. The gray vortex spins like a grinding mill of creation, slowly turning, emitting a terrifying aura that makes one's heart race. As the three rushing rivers of divine power were pulled in, they were instantly crushed into the most primitive energy particles. During that crushing process, it felt as if one could hear countless faint sounds of shattering, as if the entire world was lamenting. Then, these energy particles were forcibly kneaded, compressed, and reorganized by a mysterious law. Every reorganization was accompanied by bursts of profound rhythm, the supreme laws operating as if at the dawn of the universe. The point of golden light that shone at the center of the vortex began to slowly expand. It was not dazzling, nor scorching, but carried a sense of supreme elegance as if it were the origin of all things at the beginning of creation. Within that radiance was boundless vitality, as if it could give birth to the entire universe. Wherever the golden light passed, endless darkness and void were all dispelled. Those originally violent and conflicting energies, under the illumination of the golden light, actually became gentle, like the most obedient children. Outside, Summer Yao, Kachi, and Lillian were anxiously watching the person on the bed. Their faces were filled with worry, their eyes wide open, staring without blinking at Chu He. The terrifying cracks on Chu He's body had stopped spreading. Those cracks looked like ice cracks on porcelain, densely covering him, which was shocking to behold. The three-colored divine light bursting from the cracks gradually retracted, no longer clashing violently as before. In its place was a layer of pale gray halo, seeming to contain all colors yet ultimately returning to nothingness, emanating from his body and enveloping him entirely. That gray halo seemed plain and unremarkable, yet gave a sense of being unfathomable. It felt as if it contained the mysteries of the entire universe, making one reluctant to gaze directly upon it. His shriveled body, due to excessive consumption, began to regain fullness and strength at a visible speed, like parched earth welcoming a nourishing rain. His gaunt cheeks regained their sharpness, and the originally sunken cheeks swelled up again, with skin becoming tight and elastic. Cracked lips regained color, turning from pale to healthy pink. The surface of his skin even glimmered with a lustrous sheen, as if a peerless divine weapon, having gone through countless refinements, finally cast off its impurities to reveal its true brilliance. That sheen was not a greasy reflection but a vitality radiating from within, allowing one to feel the immense power contained within at a glance. A powerful, ancient, primordial aura, as if from before the heavens and earth were opened, gradually spread out from him, filling this dark realm. That aura carried an indescribable majesty, making one involuntarily desire to submit. Even the three royal princesses felt a shock from the depths of their souls. The three women were astonished to find that the frenzied suction coming from Chu He's body, almost draining them dry, had vanished. In its place was a gentle yet powerful resonance. It was as if their heartbeats synchronized perfectly with Chu He's at that moment. Thump, thump, thump. The four hearts beat in the same rhythm, as if they became a whole. Their original divine power was no longer being violently plundered, but after circulating in Chu He's body in a mysterious way, it gently flowed back to them. That feeling was like one's power had traveled a circuit and returned with countless treasures. Lillian let out a comfortable murmur, feeling a previously unseen pure energy surge back into her body through her arm. That energy was her own thousand illusions power. But it seemed to have been purified and tempered, stripped of all impurities, becoming more refined and more agile. Like a raw stone having been carefully crafted, it finally became a perfect work of art. She felt that her understanding of souls and illusions, in this instant, was elevated to an entirely new level. Many questions that had puzzled her for a long time suddenly found their answers. Boom! In her mind, it seemed as if an invisible barrier had shattered with a bang. The sound echoed in her awareness, shaking her entire being. The speed of her inner divine power surged dramatically, and the energy that had once flowed gently suddenly became turbulent, rushing through her meridians like a flood breaking its dam. The peak aura belonging to the SSS-7 stars suddenly soared upward, instantly crossing that threshold that had troubled her for a long time. SSS-8 stars. Yet, it did not stop, the energy continued to swell, and an even more powerful aura erupted from within her. SSS-9 stars. A brilliant light flashed in Lillian's tricolor eyes, a light that contained red, yellow, and blue, interweaving into a splendid painting. She felt that her thousand illusion powers had reached an unprecedented realm, as if she could conjure an entire world. I also. Kachi's body swayed, her starry eyes filled with incredulity. Her gaze was like a true night sky, countless stars twinkling within, so beautiful that it was hard to look away. The returned power of space made her feel that her calculations and mastery of spatial laws had reached an unfathomable microscopic level. Many once obscure law nodes became clear as if viewed in the palm of her hand. She could even see every fold of space, every distortion, and every ripple. That feeling was like going from being nearsighted to having a keen sight that could see for miles. The entire world became incredibly clear. The energy aura within her also surged. The SSS-6 stars bottleneck that had troubled her for so long was easily pierced through like paper. Energy rushed through her body like a flood that burst its dam. She felt every cell of hers rejoicing, greedily absorbing this powerful force. SSS-7 stars. SSS-8 stars. The aura continued to rise until it firmly settled at the peak of SSS-8 stars. Kachi felt that her control over space had reached a new height, as if the entire space was under her command. Xiaoyao said nothing, she quietly felt the change. She didn't like to make a fuss, but the shock in her heart was no less than that of the other two. The returning power of annihilation had less of the violent urge to destroy everything and more of the tranquility that returns to nothingness. She could feel her control over this power becoming more effortless. The impulse that always wanted to annihilate everything was completely suppressed by her at this moment. A tremendous aura rose from her, spreading through the room as if it were a tangible presence, making the entire space tremble slightly. Her annihilation power surged wildly, and within the originally dark energy, a hint of gray light appeared, influenced by the chaotic power. She too had steadily stepped into the realm of SSS-8 stars. Xiaoyao felt that her annihilation power had reached a new level, no longer just simple destruction, but able to return to nothingness and return to the source. The three looked at each other, seeing ultimate shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. They had come prepared to sacrifice themselves, severing their own foundations for a gamble. They were even ready to become useless from then on, willing to give everything to save Chu He. Who would have thought that the final outcome would be a tremendous blessing for all four of them together? They not only lost nothing, but instead gained immense benefits, their strength soaring. After an unknown amount of time, the gray halo that surrounded Chu He, like a weary bird returning to its nest, gathered entirely into his body. The process of the halo converging was very slow, threads and strands were absorbed by Chu He, and finally disappeared without a trace.
The room returned to pure silence and darkness once again. And at this moment, the eyes of the person on the bed, tightly closed, suddenly opened wide. Swish! Two beams of light, as if they could pierce through the ages, flashed through this absolute darkness. The brilliance was so dazzling that it was hard to behold, as if it could see through all the illusions of the world. These were no longer a pair of pure black eyes. Deep within those eyes was a condensed and boundless vast universe. The silence and darkness were the eternal background, so deep that it seemed to swallow everything. The silver light of space transformed into countless dazzling stars floating within, each star radiating rational light. The ever-changing hues became unpredictable and magnificent nebulae, slowly flowing and evolving into countless wondrous scenes. With just a glance, it felt as if one could witness the birth and destruction of the world, the flow and stillness of time, the origins and endings of life. The three women were deeply captivated by these eyes, feeling as though their souls were about to be drawn in. Chu He slowly sat up, gently clenched his fist. An unprecedented sense of terrifying power surged through every cell in his body, as if he could easily crush stars. The power was so immense, it was hard for him to even believe it himself. He felt that now he could punch and shatter a mountain, could stomp and break the earth, creating a massive abyss. Silence, starry law, and endless illusion. These three supreme powers that had been colliding crazily within him, almost tearing him apart, now perfectly fused into a brand new power that belonged solely to him. Chaos power. This was the true chaos power. Not a simple stacking of three powers, but a brand new, supreme power that transcended all three. With a thought, the chaos power in his palm instantly transformed into a pure darkness that devoured all light. That darkness was like a small black hole, from which even light could not escape. With another movement, the darkness dissipated, morphing into a microspace made of countless silver runes, twisted and folded together. Although small, that space contained endless mysteries. With another movement, the space collapsed, evolving into myriad phantoms of dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, vividly alive as they danced around his fingertips. Each phantom seemed so lifelike, as if it truly had a life of its own. He could not only freely convert the chaos power into any of the three noble abilities, but could also summon the most primordial chaos power, surpassing the three. That feeling was like a warrior who could only wield three weapons suddenly becoming a divine craftsman capable of creating weapons at will. After doing all this, he slowly raised his head. He looked at the three faces before him, pale due to extreme exhaustion, glistening with fragrant sweat, yet filled with ecstatic joy and deep, inseparable love. Lillian's silver hair was soaked in sweat, a few strands sticking tightly to her snow-white cheeks, making her look a bit disheveled, but adding a touch of charm. Kachi's small body was still trembling slightly, clearly exhausted, yet striving to offer him a radiant smile. That smile, though weak, was more sincere than ever. Xiaoyao's pitch-black eyes stared unblinkingly at him, filled with fear, gratitude, and the gentle love of having him back again. That gaze was so tender it could melt an iceberg. A kind of indescribable emotion surged like the most violent flood, instantly breaking through all the dams in Chu He's heart. He didn't say anything. He simply opened his arms. Three soft, warm bodies. With complete trust, they all jumped into his embrace. Soft hair, warm skin, a unique scent mixed with sweat and body fragrance, and the three heartbeats resonating with his own. All of this made him feel an unprecedented sense of peace and satisfaction. This is his wife, the woman willing to give everything for him, the most precious treasure of his life. Chu He tightened his arms, holding the three wives tightly, as if he wanted to merge them into his very bones. He wished to become one with them, never to be separated. He lowered his head, planting hot kisses on the foreheads of the three women in succession. Those kisses carried endless love and gratitude, nearly melting the hearts of the three women. After a long time, his hoarse voice, filled with boundless vitality, slowly echoed in the darkness. We succeeded. His voice carried the relief of surviving a disaster, along with dreams for the future. This time, thank you all so much. His voice grew choked, his eyes slightly reddening. He knew that without these three women giving their all, he would have died long ago. If it weren't for you, I would have died. You are my saviors, and you are the ones I love most in this life. Upon hearing these words, the tears of the three women could no longer be controlled. Those were tears of joy, tears of survival, tears overflowing with love. They held on to Chu He tightly, unwilling to let go. At this moment, they felt like the happiest women in the world. And hiding in the corner of the room, Chu Changsheng also breathed a sigh of relief. His figure completely blended into the darkness, his breath entirely concealed, even Summer Yao's realm of extinction couldn't detect his presence. As Chu He's emotions neared a breaking point, he sensed it and rushed over instantly. What just happened was truly too dangerous, he nearly thought his son was about to die. To be honest, his son's cultivation method was something he hadn't tried himself. And he had possessed terrifying chaotic power for countless years, for thousands of generations. That was a time span long enough for stars to fall and civilizations to rise and fall countless times. In a certain sense, his son was like a little guinea pig to him.
A carefully designed alternative method of cultivating chaos. A new cultivation system theoretically feasible, but never practiced before, guided by emotions and centered around source fusion. Looking at his son's face of survival, Chu Changqing felt both relieved and guilty. He murmured to himself, softly enough that he could barely hear it, if my son knew the truth, would he directly sever our father-son relationship? Just as the words fell, Chu He's warm gaze, which had been looking lovingly at his three wives, suddenly turned sharp. His eyes instantly became as sharp as knives, and in the depths of his gaze, chaotic power quietly flowed, emanating a heart-stopping pressure. He suddenly looked up, his eyes like lightning, fixating on a corner of the room. There was clearly nothing there. Only pure darkness remained. But Chu He could clearly feel a faint breath lurking there. Who?